Family, I wished for a boyfriend. And when I woke up, I first hugged a handsome guy's waist, and the next second, he turned into a green snake. I smashed the snake's head back to its human form with a brick. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an orc world where females are just breeding tools. I wanted to find something to eat, but encountered all kinds of bizarre situations. This plot is too explosive. Let me tell you, this is utterly ridiculous. When I opened my eyes, a huge green snake head was just hanging over me, and its cold tongue was almost flicking my face. Family, who understands? My brain crashed, and I grabbed a large stone without thinking and smashed it on the snake's head. Hey, let me start from the beginning. Anrin, just had my birthday yesterday, made a wish while blowing out the candles at KTV, asking the heavens to grant me a boyfriend. And what happened? I woke up feeling like a mountain was pressing on my chest, nearly sending me back into a second reincarnation. Dazed, I opened my eyes, and wow, a face so handsome it could make top stars unemployed was looking at me with deep affection. I thought, this dream came too fast, right? The heavens are really pushing their KPI. I smiled and instinctively wrapped my arms around his strong waist. That sensation was, wow, amazing. But the next second, that handsome guy suddenly transformed into a green snake that could choke me to death. The 8-pack abs I just touched turned into cold, slippery snake skin. Oh my gosh, a monster. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, flailing my arms and legs around, and I happened to grab a large rock nearby and swung it at the snake's head. With a loud thud, the big snake yelped in pain, and its head instantly transformed back into a human's, holding his head and looking at me in confusion. What are you doing? I couldn't care less about the back-and-forth transformation between the handsome guy and the giant snake who could handle such excitement. I closed my eyes and fainted. When I woke up again, it was already the next day. Looking at this cave filled with primitive vibes, my mind exploded. I had crossed over, and damn, I had crossed into an orc world. As I absorbed the memories, I felt like I was cracking up. What kind of place is this? It's totally different from what I've read in those novels. Females are few, but not precious. Just pure breeding tools. Once you reach adulthood, the tribe doesn't provide food, and you have to rely on males to feed you. Only when you're pregnant does the tribe give you welfare. What's even crazier is that in this place, orcs, regardless of gender, don't have fixed partners. They take what they want and unleash their primal instincts to the extreme. I truly can't deal with this. I just wish for a boyfriend, not to come to a place to be a walking uterus. This cave is that big snake Shang Liu's. I quickly wrapped myself in animal skins and cautiously peeked outside. There weren't many people the hunters had left, and only a group of females was left with kids sunbathing. I tiptoed, wanted to sneak back to my own cave. But then, a heavily pregnant female grabbed me, her gossiping eyes practically shouting in my ear. Anrin, was it good with Chong Lu last night? How was he? My face turned beet red. The surrounding females all gathered around, staring at me like I was a monkey in a zoo. I knew this was normal here, but I couldn't handle it. I forced out 2 words, not bad. What? Just not bad? The heavily pregnant female's voice shot up an octave. No way. Chong Lu is the tribe's top stud. How could he not be good? I was dumbfounded. I thought not bad was a good thing. How'd it turn to not good in their mouths? I couldn't stay here for even a second longer. Just as I was about to run, an elderly voice saved me. Anrin, come here. It was my father, the tribe's leader. I rushed towards him like he was my savior, shaking off those gossiping women. Once inside the cave, my father pulled out a piece of cold roasted meat from a corner and handed it to me. Eat quickly, there was quite a commotion last night. You must be exhausted. I almost spat out the meat in my mouth. Dad, can we not talk about this? I held back for a while and pitifully asked, Dad, can I not mate in the future? My father immediately darkened his face. Nonsense. You're a female, your duty is to reproduce. Do you want to starve? I pouted. Why should I? In novels, females can go out and gather fruits themselves. Why can't I? We females can also go out and find food ourselves. I shouted defiantly. My father, upon hearing this, first dug at his ears, then burst into earth-shattering laughter. Huh? Do you think the forest is a market? Our males often get injured. While hunting, it's not just you. I didn't care. I just wouldn't believe this nonsense. On the surface, I obediently nodded. Oh, I understand. As soon as I exited the cave, I immediately picked up a stick as a weapon and headed straight out of the tribe. I refused to believe that in a world full of plants, a modern person like me could starve. Just outside the tribe, I found a dandelion and dug it up. A few steps further, and wow, a big bunch of red sea buckthorn. I was so excited that I screamed and grabbed a handful, blowing off the dirt and stuffing it into my mouth. The next second, my features scrunched up. Damn, it was both sour and astringent, and my mouth was full of sand. This stuff is definitely not for humans. But I had no choice having found the food myself. I had to swallow it down, even if I cried. After wandering outside for most of the day, aside from digging up some wild vegetables, I found nothing else. As the sun began to set, I had no choice but to head back. When I returned to the tribe, the hunting males were also back, carrying several large animals that looked like calves. That guy Chong Lu threw a plus-sized yellow cow onto the ground, kicking up dust. I looked at the tender beef, and 108 ways to cook it flashed through my mind. Braised beef, sauced beef, tomato beef brisket, hot pot meat. I couldn't help but drool. That guy Chong Lu, I don't know when he approached, whispering in my ear, "They'll share some meat with you later." The warm breath tickled my ear, and when I turned my head, I met his incredibly handsome face again. But thinking of those cold snake eyes from last night, I shivered and my expression changed. No, there was no meat for me, just looking was torture. I had to find a way to cook my little bit of wild vegetables. I ran to my father and squatted down, acting cute. "Dad, could you help me out?" I pointed to a large stone. "Can you dig a hole in the middle?" My father really spoiled me without a word. He turned his hand into a beast's claw and swiftly dug out a stone pot, even carefully polishing it. Holding my stone pot and wild vegetables, I happily ran to the river to wash them clean, filled it with water, and rushed to the central fire pit of the tribe. The meat was already starting to roast, and I was just about to set my stone pot on top when Chong Lu suddenly appeared like a ghost, grabbing me. "What are you doing? The fire is dangerous." He was about to snatch my pot. I held onto my pot tightly, the water nearly sloshing out. "You don't need to worry," I shouted at him. This guy always wanted something in return. When helping females, I wouldn't fall for that. Seeing me clutch my pot like a mother hen, his attitude softened. "I don't need anything in return." Just as I was dazed, he snatched the stone pot from me and placed it steadily on the fire pit. Just as I was starting to develop a bit of goodwill towards him, he turned around and held out a large piece of sizzling, greasy meat in front of me, smiling brightly. "Then tonight you can come with me." The tiny bit of goodwill I had just vanished into thin air. "No, no, no." I growled softly, "Stay away from me." He saw that I was really angry, so he reluctantly took the meat and went to a corner to draw circles by himself. As soon as he left, another blonde guy came over, so greasy he could be thrown straight into a frying pan, and threw me a flirtatious glance. "Can I spend the night with you, Amron?" I was disgusted, really my stomach churning. I suddenly stood up, took several steps back, frowned and shouted, "No." The blonde guy was instantly frozen, probably for the first time being rejected, questioning his life. They were muttering over there, and I couldn't be bothered. My wild vegetable soup had finally boiled. I broke a branch to use as chopsticks, took a bite, and it was fragrant and smooth, delicious. I quickly brought a portion to my father. After finishing, he praised it endlessly, saying it was just right for the little ones in winter. But when he heard I had picked it outside the tribe, his face darkened again, warning me not to wander far. After eating the wild vegetables and drinking the soup, I was somewhat full. I hugged my stone pot back to the cave, but as soon as I reached the entrance, I heard a series of indescribable, high-pitched duets coming from inside, and not just one pair. I was completely stunned. Was this still going to let anyone sleep? I had no choice but to sit in the nearby woods and wait. Just as I was contemplating life while facing the moon, I heard a rustling in the grass behind me, and that big green snake came again. Without saying a word, it wrapped its tail around my waist and dragged me straight into the river. Talk about strong-arming. The icy river water instantly submerged my head, and I was scared to death, clinging tightly to its serpentine body. Why does it feel warm and rough? It's not the slippery feeling I imagined. Curious, I touched it, and as soon as I did, the snake's body trembled violently. The next second, it dragged me out of the water, its upper body transforming into a human shape, holding me tightly. "I didn't take your meat. You can't move me." I hit him hard, my voice trembling with tears. But he buried his face in my neck, his voice hoarse. "They'll give you the meat tomorrow, okay?" "No, no, no. Let me go." I shouted, but it was all in vain. That night, I felt like a broken boat tossed around by the waves, completely numb. In the early hours of the morning, he finally let me go on the shore. I was soaked through, my legs burning with pain. He wanted me to go to his cave. I exchanged the animal hide and shouted at him, "Bring it over." Go in his cave? That would be like throwing meat buns to a dog. Nonetheless, he obediently returned swiftly with a new animal skin skirt. I limped back, the commotion in the cave still ongoing. Enraged, I turned on my heel and marched toward my father's cave. Listening to his thunderous snoring, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over me. I lay down to hide and fell asleep instantly. The next day, my mother was unconvinced. I sewed a leather pouch, armed myself with my stick, and changed direction to continue my exploration. As I rounded a bend, a vast expanse of bamboo forest unfolded before my eyes. Overcome with excitement, I dashed forward, discovering treasures aplenty. Have you seen those black and yellow bamboo worms? They lie motionless on the bamboo, practically presenting themselves as a source of protein. I cautiously approached, capturing two with a swift grasp, pinching off their heads and legs, and tossing them directly into my pouch. Roasted, they are simply delectable. By midday, my pouch was brimming. With meat secured, I needed vegetables. I kicked at the bamboo shoots on the ground, snapping them off effortlessly. They were tender and yellow, making my mouth water. I gathered a hefty pile and hurried back to the tribe. Upon my father's return, he spotted me skewering the worms and immediately frowned. "What are you doing with those?" Without looking up, I replied, "Eating." He kicked my skewered worms away, exclaiming, "Those are poisonous. You must not eat them." My anger flared, but realizing his concern for me, it dissipated. I quickly retrieved my worms, smiling as I explained, "Father, I saw wild chickens eating these. They are not poisonous." He appeared somewhat convinced. I asked him to help slice the bamboo shoots for soup. While we were busy, the hunting party returned, and the sight of their catch, a gigantic mammoth, shocked the entire gathering. "My goodness, a mammoth! How do they manage that?" Chong Lu approached my father, claiming he had slain the beast and requested an ivory tusk. Noticing him heading my way, I hastily slipped away with my worms. As the fire blazed, I crept closer, pretending to assist with the flames while discreetly building a small fire of my own to place my stone pot atop. Grasping a handful of worms, I roasted them over the open flames. In under a minute, the distinctive aroma of protein wafted through the air, making my mouth water. I quickly snatched a cooked one, blew on it, and took a bite. Even without salt, it was deliciously fragrant and delightfully crunchy. Nearby, the orcs gnawing on large pieces of roasted meat turned their heads in unison, their eyes wide with intrigue. However, upon realizing they were worms, they disdainfully returned to their meals. What unfortunate souls. These burly men were too shy to approach a female, I understood. As for the younger females, they rolled their eyes in disdain, questioning how I could eat worms. Hadn't they seen the beauty of my kingdom? I quickly roasted 2 more skewers and handed them to my father. "Father, try these. They are our family's secret Michelin delicacy." My father, the tribe's leader, had already been enticed by the aroma and grabbed one to taste. His eyes lit up, as if discovering a new world. "Goodness, these are even more delicious than they smell." He finished the rest in no time. My heart swelled with pride. Of course. I casually handed him a large handful of raw worms. "You roast these while I fetch my pot." He nodded eagerly, taking the skewers to the fire, assuming the role of a grill master. As I chatted with my father, a circle of elder females from the tribe gathered around us, their eyes fixated on the skewers in his hands. My father's embarrassment was palpable. Being the tribe leader, it seemed improper to snack while they had not yet eaten. He quickly distributed the freshly roasted skewers, giving each one a taste of my catch. Then he discreetly handed me the remaining raw worms from behind his back, his expression akin to that of someone holding a hot potato. Seeing my father's little gesture made me chuckle. I understood. He was concerned for me, wanted to ensure I had enough to eat. But would I be so petty? I shared the remaining worms with the elder women and whispered, "Ladies, would you like more? Tomorrow, I will take you to gather more." The bamboo forest outside the tribe was teeming with them. As the elder women tasted the worms, their eyes sparkled, and they eagerly nodded in agreement. "This is even tastier than roasted meat." I quickly shushed them, signaling for silence. I wasn't stingy, but if the younger females learned of this, they would swarm in, and these older women would stand no chance against them. It was crucial that those who needed it most receive it first. Who among my family could understand? The wise elder women caught on immediately, lowering their voices and agreeing to gather at dawn. Some were apprehensive about the danger, but others countered, "What are we afraid of? We might starve anyway. We should take the risk." Once those words were spoken, everyone seemed invigorated, all in agreement. My father, observing quietly, was torn. There were only so many resources in the tribe, and he could not ensure everyone was fed. Just as we concluded our plans, the oil from my mammoth stew began to sizzle enticingly, making my mouth water. I pushed the pot closer to the fire to catch that precious oil. By midnight, the meat was finally cooked, and my stone pot was filled with a thick layer of oily broth. I took a piece of bamboo shoot first to satisfy my hunger. The combination of worms and bamboo shoots had already filled me halfway. As the tribe leader, my father always received his share of meat last. However, the uncle in charge of distributing meat was quite considerate and saved him a prime piece. "Here, small piece for you, eat up." Just as I took it, a large chunk of meat was swiftly handed to me from the side. "For you." Turning my head, I was taken aback to see Chong Lu squatting beside me with a sincere expression. My instinct was to refuse, "I don't want it." But he added, "It's from last night." My temper flared. His words caught me off guard, and I blushed instantly. If I didn't accept, I would be missing out. My father nudged me with his elbow, his eyes urging me to act. I snatched the roasted meat from him and declared, "This is what you owe me. It has nothing to do with the future." Chong Lu nodded vigorously, only to be shooed away by a glare from my father. I was puzzled by his compliance. He did not press the matter. It turned out my father had advised him, truly knowing his daughter well. My father was struggling with his chopsticks, finally managing to pick up a bamboo shoot, gleeful like a child. "Hey, this is handy, not too hot and clean." My heart swelled with pride. This was the wisdom of our ancestors. I embraced my stone pot to drink the broth, only to hiss as my tongue almost burned. The oil retained too much heat. I realized I needed a bowl and spoon. Looking at my father engaged in his battle with the bamboo shoot, I said, "Father, could you help me make 2 smaller stone pots tomorrow? This one is too cumbersome for drinking soup." Upon hearing my desire for something new, he sprang to life. "Of course, I will make you 2, and a larger one for you too." I hugged his arm and lavished him with praise, making him proud, knowing this would give him plenty to boast about among his old friends. Yet, considering his companions were still hungry, I suppressed my prideful thoughts. That night, I wised up. After washing the pot, I wrapped myself in my bedding and snuck into my father's cave. Upon his return, he found me sprawled across the floor. He nudged me with his foot. "Hey, Anrin, go sleep in your own cave." I buried my head under the hide, feigning sleep. My father, at a loss, sighed and even stepped outside to check if Chong Lu was in his own cave, only returning when assured he wasn't seeking other females. His concern was palpable, akin to that of a father marrying off his daughter. The next morning, I awoke to find the elder women I had arranged to meet all waiting for me in the square. Our group departed from the tribe with great enthusiasm. The hunting party had just left, and the young females were still indulging in slumber. How perfect! Upon reaching the bamboo forest, the elderly women, who had never ventured beyond the tribe, were filled with excitement. "Oh my, this is the world outside the tribe. It is simply breathtaking." I provided them with a live demonstration on how to catch insects. Despite their clumsiness, they can fly and even snatch at people. The key is 3 words: swift, precise, and ruthless. Seize them with a firm grip. Do you understand? Granny Zhu Lu was the first to grasp the technique, catching one and exclaiming with joy, "I've caught one! I've caught one!" Rather than competing with them, I went off to gather bamboo shoots, which can be dried for winter soups. When they returned after catching insects, they were curious about the pile of bamboo shoots beside me. "Anrin, can this also be eaten?" "Of course. It's rich in fat and will satisfy our hunger." Without hesitation, Granny Yu Fei got to work. However, a problem arose. There was too much to carry back. Could such a trivial matter trouble me? I found a sharp stone and struck the small bamboo vigorously, crafting strips and flattening the joints, then strung the shoots together. Securing both ends to create a splendid bamboo shoot necklace. Wearing it around our necks, or having 2 people carry, it made it effortless. Granny Zhu Lu gazed in astonishment. "Anrin, you are so clever." I chuckled, responding with a playful remark. "What can I say? My father is the chief." Our group, adorned with necklaces, returned to the tribe with pride, coincidentally running into the returning hunting party. The male orcs were nearly speechless, and Chong Lu looked on in disbelief. Only the young females were expressions of disdain. Chong Lu furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you go outside the tribe?" I shrugged nonchalantly. "Yes, what is there to fear?" We didn't wander far. Noticing my demeanor, he immediately fell silent, fearing to irritate me. We found a corner to start a fire. At that moment, my father approached with a new stone pot and bowl he had polished the day before. "Anrin, here is the pot and bowl you wanted." Upon seeing the pot's smooth surface, I immediately gave my father a thumbs up. I turned to the grannies and said, "Granny Yu Fei, Granny Zhu Lu, this large pot is for you. From now on, we can cook together. It's convenient." The granny stood up, utterly astonished. I smiled and said, "What is there to be polite about? We're all family." My father chimed in, "Leave the bowls to me. I'll have the old men make one for each of you tomorrow." He was likely plotting to use this skill for the autumn exchange fair, as firewood was scarce. Granny Zhu Lu and I went to collect some of the tribe's entrants, with Chong Lu stealthily following as a bodyguard. Upon our return, another issue arose. There wasn't enough firewood, and the flames were weak, making it impossible to heat 2 pots in a timely manner. I drew a circle in the dirt, with many hands. We quickly excavated a simple mud stove, cleverly creating a channel to connect both fire pits. Thus, one fire could heat 2 pots. This maneuver left everyone dumbfounded. Even the chief came over to witness the spectacle. Granny Zhu Lu curiously asked, "Anrin, why can one fire heat 2 pots?" I pointed to the small opening. Look, the flames are passing through. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, I rushed to the meat area to fetch a bowl of mammoth fat. Seeing my hesitation, Chong Lu stepped forward to assist. I'll help you. I shot him a sidelong glance. No other demands? He looked dejected. None. Well then, I smiled, directing him to pour the fat into our large pot. Instantly, the bland bamboo shoot soup transformed into a creamy white, the aroma of meat mingling with the scent of bamboo shoots, causing those nearby to salivate. At this moment, an unwelcome interruption occurred. The two young females, Chi Yu and Chun Hua, sauntered over, demanding we want to eat too. The grannies' faces darkened. The food they had worked so hard to gather was being claimed without hesitation. Chun Hua, undeterred, reached out towards the boiling pot. Ah! She screamed as her hand was instantly scalded. Chi Yu, enraged, pointed at me and shouted, Anren, was this intentional? I was taken aback. This girl was truly confrontational. I replied, Are you out of your mind? Did we agree to let you eat? She was the one who acted rashly and then blamed me. Chi Yu held her head high. This is communal food. If you can eat, so can we. I was utterly flabbergasted. I crossed my arms and shouted to the grannies. Grannies, who wants to sleep with Chi Yu and Chun Hua tonight? Speak up. The grannies immediately shook their heads vigorously, rolling their eyes at the two. We are not males. With so many males around, can't you two be satisfied without robbing our food? Chi Yu's face turned green with anger. She stomped her foot and pointed at me. We shall see. She dragged Chun Hua away. I rolled my eyes at her retreating figure, thinking she really considered herself a prize. How ridiculous. My father observed the entire exchange, his jaw nearly dropping in shock, likely already envisioning me as the next chief. Chong Lu's gaze towards me also brightened. After the meal, I taught the grannies how to use wood ash to wash the pot, which astounded them once more with its effectiveness in removing grease. Granny Zhu Lu, quick-witted as ever, immediately deduced that it could also be used to wash hands and animal skins. I thought to myself, this granny is truly a talent in research. Later that evening, another male attempted to cozy up to me, but was swiftly intercepted by Chong Lu, standing like a guardian. As I bid farewell to the grannies, Chong Lu suddenly stepped in front of me, taking a deep breath and opening his palm. Anren, this is for you. I was startled, nearly dropping the pot. Just as I was about to express my annoyance, my eyes were captivated by what lay in his hand. It was a small, snow-white knife, meticulously crafted from bone. My heart skipped a beat, and I excitedly asked, Is it really for me? Chong Lu nodded earnestly. Yes, no need for you to mate with me. At that moment, mating was the furthest thing from my mind. All I could focus on was that exquisitely crafted bone knife. I must say, it was likely the first time a female had smiled at him and spoken so gently. His lips curled into a grin that almost reached his ears, making him appear utterly charming. He eagerly nodded. If you like it, I can make another for you. My heart fluttered unexpectedly. Throughout my life, aside from my parents, no one had ever cared about my preferences so deeply. In my excitement, I blurted out, Great, then can you help me make a comb? A comb? Chong Lu looked utterly confused, his expression as if I had just suggested building a rocket. I had no choice but to squat down, picking up a broken stone to sketch a simple drawing on the ground. It looks like this for combing hair. Every time I used my hands, my scalp nearly ended up bald. Surely my family would understand. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood, likely recalling the times I had grappled with my hair by the river. Grimacing in pain, this fellow was an action-oriented type. He stood up abruptly. I'll go make it right now. As he stood, I prepared to rise as well. However, when I looked up, what did I see? I can only describe it as a sudden blackout, feeling as if a mosaic was dancing wildly before my eyes. That thing was peeking out from beneath his woefully short animal skin skirt, flailing about. My face flushed crimson as if it could bleed, and I was so embarrassed that my toes could have dug a 3-room apartment into the ground. I quickly averted my gaze, stammering to warn him, that. Chong Lu was just about to leave when he innocently asked, What is wrong? I was mortified. I could only hint delicately. Chong Lu, perhaps you might consider wearing a longer animal skin skirt next time? Why? He still didn't understand. He even began to analyze, explaining that animal skin skirts were not breathable, that longer ones would slow him down and be hot. I was so infuriated that I couldn't help but stamp my feet, and in a moment of exasperation, I shouted, If I tell you to wear something longer, just wear it. Why wear something so short? Aren't you afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes? After saying that, I ran off, fearing that I might develop a headache from staying any longer. I left Chong Lu bewildered in the wind, scratching his head in contemplation, probably burning out his CPU, unable to grasp the situation. With the snake beastmen, all snakes, insects. Mice and ants within 100 meters automatically retreat. Where would the mosquitoes come from? Unable to understand, he decided to return to grinding my comb. Just thinking about how I had smiled at him earlier filled him with renewed vigor, and he dashed back to the cave to get to work. As soon as he entered, Jean, who burst in like a tornado, standing at the entrance and shouting, "I'm sleeping with Chong Lu tonight." Outside the cave, a female named Chi Yu was playfully coaxing, "No, Jean Hu, I won't be with you tonight." I must say, Chi Yu is quite the character. I've heard she has already sought out 2 males for the night and was trying to persuade Jean Hu to join in a trio. She's practically a walking juice extractor. Jean Hu, not being foolish, quickly waved his hand, saying, "Not tonight, go find someone else." Without further ado, he directly dove into Chong Lu's cave. Chong Lu was deeply engrossed in his creative work, and upon seeing an unexpected visitor, his face darkened. "I don't want to sleep with you. Get out." Jean, who was undeterred, sitting down on the ground and launching into a sob story. "Good brother, just let me stay for one night. Chi Yu is not a decent person. If I go out, she'll drag me into her cave and have her way with me." Chong Lu scoffed coldly. "Are you afraid of her? Aren't you the so-called perpetual motion machine?" Jean, who rolled his eyes at his brother's ridicule. "Hey, do we have to be so sarcastic about our relationship?" Chong Lu held a grudge. "Why didn't you say that when you were mocking me before?" Jean, who suddenly remembered how he had laughed at Chong Lu previously and hurriedly apologized. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Chong Lu, brave warrior, can't you let this slide? Just for one night. I'm afraid I'll die on the animal skin bed by morning." Seeing that he was genuinely frightened, Chong Lu finally relented. "Just for one night. You'll be out by morning." Jean, who immediately grinned, revealing his adorable little tiger teeth. As he stood up, Chong Lu glanced up, and lo and behold, he too caught sight of that familiar view beneath the skirt. In that instant, his mind exploded with realization, and his CPU nearly fried. He finally understood what I meant by being afraid of mosquito bites. Chong Lu's face instantly became somewhat unnatural, but being the master of emotional management, he swiftly regained his composure. Once Jean, who fell asleep, he quietly took out his animal skin and, instead of resting, began crafting a high-end male skirt. He fashioned himself a knee-length green skirt and even squatted down to test its anti-exposure performance. What a sight! The best male moral defender of 2025. I cast my vote for Chong Lu. It dawned on him why so many females used to squat in front of him. They were there to enjoy the view. As for me, I returned to my father's cave with dignity, took out the ivory knife that Chong Lu had gifted me, and began slicing bamboo shoots. I must say, this knife is truly effective. With just a few swift motions, it was far quicker than using my hands. My father passed by, and, upon seeing the knife, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I could imagine the gears in his mind spinning rapidly, plotting to send me to Chong Lu's cave come winter, so he could hold his little grandson by next spring. I strung the sliced bamboo shoots with bamboo strips and hung them on the tree at the entrance to dry. Looking at the abundance of food, I felt a profound sense of security. Just as I finished laying out my animal skin bedding, I heard my father sighing heavily, making it sound as if the tribe were on the brink of collapse. I approached him and asked, "Father, why aren't you sleeping?" He looked grave and ran. "This winter will be tough." He explained that salt prices had risen again. There had already been an increase last year, and this year was even more outrageous. The tribe hadn't had salt for several months, and if this continued, everyone would lack the strength to work. "How much for a bag of salt?" I inquired. "A large bag of salt requires 200 fine animal skins and 500 pounds of meat." Upon hearing those figures, I nearly fainted on the spot. Goodness, was this selling salt or gold? Our tribe would need at least 10 bags to last a year, which translates to 2,000 animal skins and 5,000 pounds of meat. This was absurdly priced salt. Even the salt prince would shake his head at such extortion. "This is pure exploitation. You're my sister. I'm your doppelganger, just to squeeze every last bit from us." My father, quick-witted, even considered trading stone pots in exchange. But I pointed out, "Father, this item is something anyone can pick up in a glance, with no technical barriers. Wouldn't we just be giving them a warm welcome?" Just as we were both growing increasingly worried, an astonishing idea suddenly blossomed in my mind. "Got it." "What?" My father was nearly leaping off the stone bench in excitement, his eyes gleaming like searchlights. I deliberately kept him in suspense. "It's too early to say. I'll give you an answer tomorrow." I wasn't boasting. I just didn't have full confidence yet. But if it worked out, it would be a game changer for trading salt. Unlike stone pots, which have a high technical barrier, not something anyone could easily replicate. Hearing my words, my father laughed. "Oh, my daughter has grown up and is keeping secrets from me." I shot him a glance, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. "Time for bed." He was easily deterred, leaning in to confirm. You really have a way? I nodded solemnly, yes. However, if this works out, I have conditions. Upon hearing the word conditions, my father not only wasn't worried, but became even more delighted. He knew that if I dared to set conditions, it meant there was a good chance of success. All right, time for bed. The next day, before dawn had fully brightened, Yufei, Zhulu, and their group of elder females were already eagerly squatting beneath the tree at the entrance of my cave, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The hearty meal from last night, especially the crispy bits, had left them in shock. I yawned and stepped outside. Why are you all up so early? Yufei's face was all smiles. The earlier we go out, the more we can gather. I led them back to the bamboo grove from yesterday and began assigning tasks. Yufei, could you please take the lead in gathering today? I, along with Zhu Lu and a few others, will chop some bamboo here. Yufei was momentarily stunned when asked to lead. Me? But I don't even know which ones are edible. I smacked my forehead, realizing my oversight. I quickly devised a plan. No worries if you don't recognize them. Just gather everything you think might be edible, and I'll identify them when you return. This plan worked. Yufei immediately led the group off, and I repeatedly reminded them, stay close, don't wander too far. Once they left, I took out my bone knife and began to wrestle with the bamboo. The five of us toiled for quite a while before managing to break just one. The knife was great for cutting meat, but truly laborious for bamboo. Once we got one broken, the rest was manageable. I picked up my ivory knife and swiftly sliced the bamboo in half, then shaved it down to strips the width of my thumb, carefully removing the inner white pith, leaving only the green skin. I then sat on the ground and began an impromptu lesson. You all need to pay close attention. If you master this, you'll never go hungry in the tribe. Zhu Lu and the others were already curious about what I was doing, and upon hearing this, they became animated, their eyes wide with enthusiasm. Before long, I had shaped the bottom of a basket in my hands. I must say, weaving is easy to start but hard to finish. This skill was merely a tidbit I had picked up watching my grandfather weave during winter when he had nothing else to do. I tried several times, but I just couldn't finish it well. Zhu Lu, watching with envy, couldn't help but say and ran, why don't I give it a try? I tossed the materials to her, and guess what happened next? When the bamboo strips reached the hands of Zhu Lu Popa, they seemed to come alive. In a few deft movements, she crafted a perfect closure. I was utterly astonished, gazing at the slightly crooked yet undeniably complete Bei 3 Lu 3. I couldn't contain my excitement and exclaimed, Zhu Lu Papa, you are incredible. You are the queen of craftsmanship in our tribe. Zhu Lu Papa, slightly embarrassed, replied, I just modified your method a bit. I didn't expect it to turn out so well. Without hesitation, I pressed my precious ivory knife into her hands, solemnly instructing, this task is now yours. Make more. Zhu Lu looked puzzled, holding the knife. Will weaving this allow us to eat well? Of course. I confidently assured her. This is our tribe's hard currency for trading salt. Another female, curious, touched the bow, Bei 3 Lu 3, and asked and ran, what is this called? I pretended to ponder for a moment. Let us call it the bow, Bei 3 Lu 3. It seems quite handy for carrying things. To my surprise, Zhu Lu donned the half-finished product on her head. Looking perplexed, how does one carry this? I burst into laughter. I dashed to the side, gathered a large bundle of reeds, twisted them into rope, and fashioned sturdy straps for the bow, Bei 3 Lu 3. A perfect double-shoulder bow, Bei 3 Lu 3, was born. I tried it on, and lo and behold, the size was just right. Zhu Lu and the others' eyes sparkled. This contraption could hold much more than a leather pouch and was far more efficient. We took charge of this task. A few older females, energized, eagerly got to work and quickly grasped the technique. Seeing them on the right track, I went to find Yufei and the others. Before I had even exited the bamboo grove, I saw a large group rushing toward me like they were being chased by dogs. Did you make any discoveries? I inquired excitedly. Yufei threw a pile of tangled grass on the ground. Look, is there anything edible? After rummaging for a while, I found nothing but deformed fruits. Suddenly, a heart-shaped vine captured my attention. I picked it up, examining it closely. It was strikingly similar to what I had in mind. Where did this come from? An older female stepped forward just outside the bamboo grove, their SA small patch. Let's go check it out. We all hurried over, and before we reached the spot, a massive wild boar rolled and scrambled away upon hearing our commotion. Yufei looked apprehensive. Do wild bees see humans? I was uncertain about the temperament of the wild boars here, but if what lay below was indeed what I suspected, I would risk everything to uncover it. We retreated to consult my father. On the way back, I instructed Zhu Lu and the others to gather more bamboo, to bring back to the tribe for weaving. By midday, we returned to the tribe. My father had just returned from his patrol and was taken aback to see us hauling a pile of bamboo, as if we were moving house. "What are you doing with this?" he asked, and, as his gaze locked onto the peculiar item on Zhu Lu's back, he inquired, "What is that?" In a rush, I replied, "It's a bow, Bay 3 Lu 3, for carrying things." "Father, let me ask you, does the beast with the long trunk and 2 large tusks eat humans?" My father leaped in shock. "What? Is there a mammoth near our tribe? Where did you find it?" "Not a mammoth," I quickly clarified. "It's the one we roasted last night." Upon hearing this, my father sighed in relief, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, you mean the Luo beast. Where did you discover it?" With a command from the elder chief, the older males, who had been grinding stone bowls, instantly transformed back into their beastly forms. Filled with vigor and charged towards the direction I indicated, taking on various forms of cats, dogs, tigers, lions, and rabbits. Upon reaching the slope, I was astounded to find the ground littered with snow-white tubers uprooted by the wild boars. I picked up a stick and unearthed a fist-sized sweet potato. Holding it high, I shouted, "Dig! Everyone dig! We will feast tonight." The 7 of us females exerted all our strength to dig, our palms blistering and burning with pain. Not long after, my father returned, carrying 2 dead Luo beasts, visibly elated. He even helped us carry back the bow, Bay 3 Lu 3, filled with sweet potatoes, looking quite pleased with himself. By the time Chong Lu and Jean, who returned from hunting, the tribe was already filled with the delicious aroma of food. They were bewildered, not knowing where we had obtained the Luo beasts. My father proudly pointed to our group, and Ran and her team discovered it. They also dug up many soft and fluffy sweet potatoes. As he spoke, he produced a roasted sweet potato and took a big bite in front of everyone. The aroma tempting Jean, who so much that he nearly drooled. However, Chong Lu's attention was elsewhere. Upon hearing of the nearby wild beasts, his expression turned serious. Meanwhile, we had simmered a pot of pig fat in a small stone pot, enjoying the crispy bits in large bowls, savoring every bite. When Yufei Papa took her first bite, tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "This is meat, real meat." Just then, my father approached with a large piece of roasted back meat. "This is your reward for weaving the bow, Bay 3 Lu 3, today." Zhu Lu Papa was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could barely speak. She had thought I was merely making grand promises, never expecting to actually receive meat. However, just as the meat was distributed among us, Chun Hua and Chi Yu objected. Chun Hua stormed over to question my father, "Chief, why are you giving the meat?" My father, enjoying the crispy bits, was irritated by her outburst. "They contributed to the tribe. Shouldn't they be rewarded?" Chun Hua scoffed. "What contribution? Discovering the Luo beast? I've seen birds flying in the sky. Can I have meat just for that?" Nearby, a young female chimed in. "Exactly. Their contribution can't compare to us females who bear young." Upon hearing this, I exploded. Wasn't this the classic case of my uterus makes me superior? My father, likely weighing his options, chose not to mention the Bay 3 Lu 3 incident, so I took it upon myself to respond. How many of you have actually given birth? How many have yet to even start? Chun Hua, you haven't born a single child. What right do you have to compare your contributions with those of these seasoned mothers? Chun Hua was left speechless. Yet, Chi Yu, the clever one, retorted, lifting her chin arrogantly, "But they can no longer bear children. We still can. What contribution can the barren claim?" Her words struck deeply, causing Yu Fei and the others to slump back down. I was so furious I nearly fainted, turning to the gathered beastmen and shouting, "Let me ask everyone, are we beasts or beastmen?" "Of course we are beastmen." Jean, who was the first to respond. I scoffed. "Even crows know to feed their mothers. Aren't there mothers among you? They are old, and instead of ensuring they are well fed, you blame them for eating some meat? I think you are worse than beasts." My words made the older beastmen hang their heads in shame. Yet, Chi Yu persisted. According to the rules, they shouldn't receive any. Unless the chief wishes to mate with all of them. Goodness. The moment those words escaped her lips, the crowd fell silent. My father nearly toppled off the platform in shock. My mind buzzed, blanking out, and my limbs moved of their own accord as I stormed forward, delivering a resounding slap to Chi Yu's face, grabbing her hair and pinning her to the ground. "Is your mouth made for spewing filth? Have you no shame? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." By the time everyone regained their composure, Chi Yu was beneath me, howling like a slaughtered pig. Chong Lu, observing my swift actions, couldn't help but laugh. My father quickly pulled me up, but I still felt unsatisfied and kicked Chi Yu harshly on the ground. "If you dare speak recklessly again, I will make you regret it." Just as I finished speaking, Chiyu's friend, Chanhua, exploded, pointing at me and shouting, and ran. Who do you think you are? You're only relying on your father being the chief. What right do you have to criticize our family as Chiyu? I must tell you, her voice is so thunderous that it could lift the very roof off our home. She boldly exclaims. Chiyu works tirelessly every night for the tribe's reproduction, mating with at least 3 males. And what about you? You, a hen that lays no eggs. What qualifications do you have to judge her? Who among our family understands? I'm truly astonished by this logic. When Chiyu saw that she had support, her theatrical instincts kicked in. Initially, it was a minor issue. Her face was slightly swollen, and I had left a mark on her chest. Yet, she suddenly sprang up from the ground, her hair disheveled and dirted, and began to lament. Indeed, let everyone judge. She has been an adult for over half a month, and has not mated with a single male. I believe she simply does not wish to bear offspring for the tribe. Such a female should be expelled from the tribe. Her gaze was venomous, like a dagger dipped in poison, piercing directly at me. My temper flared, and I was about to charge at her to tear her apart, but was firmly restrained by Yu Fei and Grandma Zhu Lu. Just as I was about to lose my composure, Chong Lu, let me tell you, he stood up like a celestial being descending from the heavens. His voice was as cold as ice. Recently, she has been mating with me. No way. Chiyu shrieked, her voice hoarse from shouting. Just a few days ago, you were clearly with Jin Hu. Jin Hu, the innocent child, bashfully touched his nose but still stood up to support his brother. Well, I did sleep with her for a night, but he went out to find and ran in the middle of the night. Chiyu was utterly flustered, seizing on anything to say. Then why isn't she pregnant? Chong Lu was visibly losing patience, his gaze sharp as a blade directed towards the ground where Chiyu stood. Whether she becomes pregnant or not is none of your business. Even if she gives birth, the food would still come from my meat. But what about you? Have you conceived? This question left everyone speechless. Indeed, even if Ran were to consume meat, it would be from her father and Chong Lu, with no relation to the tribe at all. This argument had been twisted from the very beginning. At that moment, a realization struck me. Chong Lu had truly saved me from peril. I thought to myself, I had sent the original owner away the first time, and aside from the final step, I had done everything else. By rounding up, it could be considered as having mated. With this thought, I straightened my back. Moreover, this meat was all obtained through Grandma Zhu Lu and the others' craftsmanship. What was wrong with earning a living through skill? If this matter wasn't clarified, who would dare to innovate in the future? I stepped forward and addressed everyone. Fine. Since you were so envious of us consuming the tribe's meat, from this day forth, I, along with Yu Fei and Grandma Zhu Lu, will take care of our own food and shelter. From now on, none of you shall meddle in our affairs. And Ran, no. Yu Fei and the others quickly pulled me back, fearing I would go hungry. I patted their hands and smiled. What is there to fear? They may have strength, but we females have brains. We will not starve. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Chong Lu stepped behind me, and Jin, who followed closely like a conjoined twin. I'll stick with Chong Lu. I directly rebutted them. You two stop. They dare to speak ill of my father and me. If you join in, who knows how the rumors will twist. We cannot accept that. In truth, I was worried that without those two in the hunting team, some people would truly go hungry. My father, the chief, quickly came over to mediate. Yes. Chong Lu and Jin Hu, you should stay in the hunting team. Hunting far and wide is important for patrolling the surroundings of the tribe. Upon hearing this, Chong Lu surprisingly nodded in agreement. Later, I learned he had heard that we encountered wild beasts during the day, which scared him. He planned to eliminate the beast dens surrounding the tribe while hunting in the future, striking at the root of the problem. After this argument, my bowl of oil residue had gone cold, and I lost all appetite, handing it over to my father. Although Chiyu and Chunhua had received a beating, they were likely overjoyed, eagerly waiting to see how we, the burdens, will be taken away by wild beasts. That evening, however, I was troubled by the boast I had made. I had promised to take care of my own food and shelter, but where would we stay? Yu Fei and the others were still crammed into one large cave with the young females. Hardly had I spoken when trouble arose. Several young females directly threw Yu Fei and the others' bedding, along with Grandma Zhu Lu's newly woven backpack, out of the cave. Who among my family understands? Looking at the scattered belongings, my heart felt heavy. Silently, I approached to pick up the items and carry them on my back, forcing a bitter smile as I asked, Grandmas, you won't blame me, will you? They shook their heads. Silly child, you have allowed us to feast. How can we blame you? My nose tinged with emotion, and I assured them, Rest assured, as long as I have food, you will not sleep on streets. Wait for me here. I will be back soon. What else could I do? The first thought that came to mind was Chong Lu's warm and spacious cave. This was my first time actively seeking him out, and I felt somewhat shy standing at his cave entrance. Summoning my courage, I called out a couple of times. Chong Lu, are you there? No response. I peeked inside and saw only a few glowing stones with no one around. I slapped my forehead. He must have gone off to enjoy himself with another female. My heart was filled with annoyance, and I turned to leave. Suddenly, I bumped into something solid, feeling as if I had crashed into a wall, and my forehead throbbed painfully, bringing tears to my eyes. Are you all right? The voice belonged to Chong Lu. I covered my forehead, unable to speak from the pain, and when I looked up, I met his handsome face enlarged in my view. You walk without a sound. Why are you standing behind me? He looked a bit guilty. It turned out he had just run off to scare away all the beasts nearby, not sparing even a rabbit. Upon returning, he found me hunched at his entrance and, feeling a sudden impulse, wanted to hug me from behind. But who would have thought I would turn around unexpectedly? He reached out to help me rub my forehead. His gaze, so tender it could draw tears. I had been boiling with anger, but seeing him so captivated, I only realized when his hand nearly touched my forehead and quickly stepped back. I need to talk to you about something. What is it? His eyes lit up at the prospect of my request. I hesitated before speaking. I would like to borrow your cave for a while, if that is all right. Once my father arranges for a new cave, we will move out. Understanding dawned on him. So you, Faye, and the others were expelled? I nodded awkwardly. All right, just let them come over. Hearing this, I was almost ready to leap for joy, and I dashed back. Let us go. We found a place. When you, Faye, and the others arrived at Chong Lu's cave entrance, they were utterly astonished. The cave was so clean and tidy, with a pile of glowing stones, something they had never seen in their lives. For a moment, they didn't know where to place their feet. After settling them in, I stepped out to find Chong Lu still standing at the entrance. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I said, Chong Lu, I've taken over your cave. Why don't you squeeze in with my father tonight? He must have been overjoyed inside, but maintained a calm facade. Sure, you should go in and get some rest. I kicked a small stone at my feet. I still need to visit my father. Upon hearing this, he quickly changed his tone. All right, I'll go with you. We entered my father's cave one after the other. That old man was busy writing on a stone slab when he saw us, especially Chong Lu, and paused. What brings you here? I got straight to the point. Chong Lu will sleep with you tonight. Why? Chong Lu explained. Chief, I've given my cave to you, Faye, and the others. My father, that old fox, upon hearing this, nearly sparked with excitement. He immediately frowned. That one do. I'm an old man. I sleep lightly, and you youngsters make too much noise. You'll disturb me. Puffed. His snoring could be heard for miles. Father, please help us out. As long as you assist us in getting a large cave, I'll give you 10 baskets. I began to entice him. The old man, cunning as he was, began to put on an act. Oh dear, it's not that I don't want to help, but everyone is clamoring for stone bowls lately. And it's quite overwhelming. Chong Lu, standing beside me, could no longer endure the charade and was about to speak when my father shot him a glare that silenced him. Observing the tense atmosphere, I gritted my teeth and declared 12, to which my father merely nodded. 15, no more. 18, he boldly countered. Fine, 18 it is. I seethed with frustration, vowing that I would reclaim this debt, principal and interest, sooner or later. However, upon the completion of the transaction, my father immediately turned hostile, waving us away. Enough, enough. You two out. No one sleeps in my cave tonight. As if I would heed his command. I stormed out, only to realize, with a gust of cool wind, that we had been summarily ejected by my own father. Just as I contemplated returning to confront him, Chong Lu grabbed my arm. Don't go back, others are watching. If they find out the clan leader is helping you, it could stir discontent. Only then did I notice the shadows around us under the moonlight, suggesting that indeed, someone might be eavesdropping. It was best not to trouble my father further. But what about Chong Lu? I couldn't let him sleep in a tree, could I? Suddenly, an idea struck me. Hey, didn't Jean who sleep at your place? You should go squeeze in with him for the night. Chong Lu's expression darkened. That might not work. Jean, who is a female there. I instantly understood the awkwardness of a young male being subjected to such a live spectacle. I know a place, Chong Lu suddenly brightened, pulling me toward the mountaintop behind the tribe. The summit was barren, strewn with stones. You want to sleep here? I asked, bewildered. Yet he seated me on a large rock and pointed towards the distance, and ran, look over there. Following his gesture, I was instantly awestruck. The distant mountains loomed faintly. A river meandered through the tribe, and the stars twinkled above, making me feel diminutive in comparison. Isn't it beautiful? I nodded instinctively. Just as I was lost in the breathtaking scenery, a green serpent's tail stealthily coiled around my waist, pulling me into his embrace. I was about to inquire how we could possibly sleep here when I turned my head to meet his gaze. Those deep, soulful eyes that could drown me. The moonlight cast a halo around him, and an overwhelming scent of masculinity enveloped me, causing my mind to spin. Noticing my rapt attention, he cautiously leaned in and planted a kiss. I was momentarily stunned, unable to process the moment as he wrapped his long arms around me, pressing me tightly against his chest, turning that kiss into something far more intense. It wasn't until I felt something foreign in my mouth that I jolted back to reality, realizing I had been beguiled by his allure. I attempted to resist, but found my body utterly weak, devoid of strength. Glancing back at him, his long eyelashes fluttered like fans, more exquisite than my own, and I inexplicably reached out to tug at his skin, which was both firm and smooth. It seemed he received some signal from my touch, and his actions grew bolder. I quickly whispered for him to ease up. "Could you be a bit gentler?" "All right," he replied, his voice hoarse. That night, the moon shyly hid behind the mountains, while the stars twinkled brighter than ever, as if illuminating our moment. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in, and upon opening my eyes, I found Chang Lu's handsome face magnified before me, somehow even more appealing than the day prior. Unable to restrain myself, I asked, "Chang Lu, will you always be with me?" He had already awakened, but pretended to sleep. Upon hearing my question, he slowly opened his eyes and gently stroked my hair. "Of course, from now on, you shall have only me as your male companion." I propped myself up to gaze at him. "Then it's settled. You must not seek other females, and I shall not seek other males." "Agreed," he responded eagerly. And immediately after, he couldn't resist kissing me once more. After we donned our garments, I noticed activity in the tribe below. Feeling shy, I suggested he wait before descending while I slipped away first. As he watched me leave, he soon descended the mountain, locking eyes with my father. They exchanged knowing coughs. My father, visibly excited, rubbed his hands together, as if already anticipating grandchildren. My father then turned to Yuhei, who was responsible for the cave construction. "Make sure to work slower on that cave." Yuhei looked bewildered. "Huh? Slower?" My father shot him a glare. I said, "Slower? Why the rush? It can take a month. Just take your time." Goodness, to ensure his son-in-law remains outside. My father's actions could only be described as a textbook example of paternal love that could move mountains. Meanwhile, I returned to inform the elder women about trading 18 baskets for a cave, and they all deemed it a worthy exchange. Thus, we divided our tasks. Granny Zhu Lu and the others began weaving baskets, while I took Granny Yu Fei and the rest to dig up the sweet potatoes we hadn't finished the previous day. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, but suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. "Oh no, something's wrong." We all rushed over to find Granny Yixiang. Her fingernail nearly pried off by a stone, blood streaming profusely. Granny Yu Fei quickly took her finger in her mouth to suck on it, an old remedy of theirs. Seeing the wound, I realized this was serious. We needed to return to the tribe for proper treatment. Granny Yixiang was reluctant to leave, fearing it would hinder our work. I paid no heed, dragging her back while desperately gathering a handful of ash from the hearth to staunch the bleeding, which fortunately stopped quickly. I then dashed to Granny Zhu Lu. "Where's the ivory knife?" "What is wrong?" "Granny Yixiang's finger is injured. We need to cut off that rotten nail. Someone who isn't squeamish. Please help." Granny Zhu Lu, who had bravely slaughtered mice in her youth, took up the task. We all nervously surrounded her, fearful that she might accidentally sever a finger. This gruesome scene caught the attention of Chun Hua and Chi Yu, basking in the sun at the plaza. "Goodness, and it's only been one day. You've already hurt someone's hand. I foresee trouble following you," and ran. At that moment, I was too preoccupied with treating Granny Yixiang's wound to pay any mind to their sardonic remarks. After much effort, we managed to remove the rotten nail, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. On our way back, Granny Yixiang asked me, and ran, "Why aren't you angry with them for saying such things about you?" Without looking back, I replied, "They can say whatever they like. I haven't done anything wrong. So why should I be upset?" In that moment, I sensed a change in the way Granny Yixiang looked at me. After several trips, we finally transported all the sweet potatoes back to the tribe, stacking them in the plaza like a small mountain. However, storage was a significant issue. We couldn't leave them exposed indefinitely. I smiled and suggested, "After we eat, let's dig a pit to bury the sweet potatoes. This way, they can be preserved for a long time." Upon hearing this, all the elder females' eyes lit up, The prospect of having food during winter was enticing. After lunch, I led the group to the entrance of our future cave, selecting a sheltered spot to dig a cellar. Yet, watching them toil with sticks and hands. It was slow and laborious. I thought this one to do. We need tools. Digging with hands is too strenuous. A stone hoe would be necessary. I found a particularly hard rock and sat down to begin sharpening it. However, after just a couple of strokes, my hands were nearly ablaze, and Granny Yixiong could no longer bear to watch. She snatched it from me, exclaiming, "Let me handle it." The scene was nothing short of astonishing. I estimated it would take me 3 days and nights to grind that stone, but in her hands, it was like molding clay, with just a couple of quick motions. She was done. Her speed and strength made me seriously suspect she had once been the tribe's master of the iron finger technique. I picked up a twig to test it. With a gentle stroke, it snapped. I immediately gave her a thumbs up, with the tools ready. I quickly asked her to help me fetch some grass rope from Chong Lu's cave while I found a sturdy stick. In a swift and effortless manner, the first stone hoe in the history of our tribe was gloriously born in my hands. I leaped straight into the half-dug pit and struck the stubborn earth with the hoe, prying up a sizable clump of soil with a satisfying thud. While the tool was effective, the labor was undeniably arduous. My petite frame was exhausted after merely 2 swings, leaving me breathless. Observing this, Granny Zhu Lu's eyes lit up as she seized the hoe from my grasp, exclaiming, "Let me give it a try." To my astonishment, the hoe seemed to dance in her hands, gliding effortlessly as she wielded it with grace. It was as though the hoe had transformed into a leg responding obediently during a driving test. She joyfully shouted, "This tool makes work feel incredibly easy." Her exuberance ignited the spirits of those around us, turning what was initially a grueling task of digging into an exhilarating toy experience, with everyone clamoring to participate like children unboxing surprises. As for me, I found myself sidelined, merely cheering them on. Who would understand my plight as the chief engineer, responsible only for initiating the endeavor? At that moment, a familiar and cool voice called out to me from behind, "Anren." I turned to see who it was, Chong Lu. This fellow had returned. His eyes sparkled upon seeing me, and he rushed over, discreetly taking my hand as though we were engaged in a clandestine exchange. He pulled out a vibrant green stone from behind his back and presented it to me, asking, "What do you think? Is it the same color as mine?" Upon inspecting it, I confirmed that it was indeed smooth and pleasant to the touch. I playfully teased him, "Well, the color matches, but it doesn't look as good as you." His typically icy expression melted into a radiant smile, reminiscent of ice cream basking in the sun. Had there not been so many people around, I felt he might have kissed me right then and there. However, amidst our sweet exchange, someone else was brewing jealousy. This scene caught the eye of a girl named Chiyu, her gaze sharp and venomous, her teeth clenched in frustration. She could not comprehend why Chong Lu treated me so kindly. In a fit of rage, she directed her ire toward a suitor nearby, berating him for his unpleasantness, leaving him bewildered as he pondered his own breath. Chiyu then stormed over to her plastic friend Chunhua, and the two huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Chiyu gritted her teeth, stating, "Tonight, I must win Chong Lu for myself." She believed that with my slender frame, I posed no real competition for her. If she could win him over just once, her skills would surely keep him by her side. Chunhua, excited by the prospect, agreed to help in exchange for a share of the spoils once Chiyu succeeded. With a determined spirit, Chiyu hurried to the riverbank, but soon found herself surrounded by several men. With her mind solely set on Chong Lu, she dismissed them impatiently. One of the men, named Shi Pe, boldly confronted her, declaring, "You know nothing. She prefers a strong approach." My eyes widened at the chaos of this world. As night fell, the meat was distributed, and their plan commenced. Chunhua suddenly appeared behind me, her face earnest as she said, "Anren, I wish to apologize." My heart sank. This was clearly a deceptive ploy. Turning around, I saw Chiyu ensnaring Chong Lu like a vine. I understood her intentions. She was trying to divert my attention. "Very well," I replied with a smile. "An apology is acceptable, but allow me to pass without obstruction, and I require 3 pieces of animal hide." Chunhua, willing to sacrifice for a friend's happiness, dashed off to comply. Seizing the opportunity, I hid behind a large tree to observe the unfolding drama. I must admit, I felt a twinge of unease. Although Chong Lu was trying to evade Chiyu, he did not push her away forcefully, merely engaging in a tug-of-war that incensed me. Before long, Chunhua returned, tossing 3 pieces of animal hide to me. To my surprise, 2 of them were exquisite white hides, indicating she had spent considerable effort. As I turned to head back, Chunhua attempted to obstruct my path once more. I confronted her directly. Stop the theatrics. Your intentions are transparent. After all this time, your friend hasn't succeeded. Does that not indicate something? With a dismissive shove, I approached Changlu. Upon witnessing my interaction, Qiyu, frustrated by her failed attempts, saw the hides in my possession and erupted in fury, accusing me of theft. Instantly, a crowd gathered, eager to witness the confrontation. Jean, who was shouting encouragement from one side, while others rallied behind Qiyu. She claimed the hides bore her mark, a tuft of red hair. I coldly laughed and demanded she summon Chunhua for verification. To my astonishment, Chunhua cowardly shook her head, declaring it was not she who had given them to me, but rather that I had stolen them. Chang Lu's expression darkened as he stepped forward, radiating an intimidating aura that nearly frightened Chunhua into submission. Sensing her advantage, Qiyu challenged me to a wager. If I truly was a thief, I should leave the tribe, and Chang Lu would belong to her. I readily accepted, but warned that if I were wronged, all the animal hides belonging to her and Chunhua would be mine. Qiyu, without hesitation, agreed, while Chunhua paled at the prospect of being implicated. Just then, a young woman from the crowd stepped forward, declaring she had witnessed everything. She recounted seeing Chunhua enter the cave, initially taking her 3 scrap hides but returning them, only to steal the fine hides belonging to Qiyu. This revelation was a pure betrayal, the ultimate betrayal within our ranks. Qiyu was left stunned, realizing her prize hides had been sacrificed by her own friend. The two women immediately began to fight, their struggle a sight of chaos as their hides were torn apart. Instinctively, I covered Chang Lu's eyes as the spectacle was too much to behold. In the heat of the moment, Chunhua shouted out the truth. You only asked me to distract Anren while you try to seduce Chang Lu. If I hadn't withheld the hides, you would have already approached him. The crowd gasped in shock, the truth laid bare. At that moment, my father, the chieftain, feigned a cough and stepped in to put an end to the farce. I had not forgotten our wager, and I coldly addressed the two women sprawled on the ground. Where are the hides? Will you retrieve them, or shall I? Qiyu quickly declared she would fetch them herself, fearing I might take them all. Chunhua attempted to wriggle out, claiming the wager did not involve her. I retorted, this situation was instigated by you. Had it not been for the witness, I would have been expelled from the tribe. Now I demand those hides. And you dare feel wronged? My words resonated with authority, and I pointedly warned the onlookers that anyone who dared harbor ill intentions would face dire consequences. Chunhua, terrified, hurried away to retrieve the hides. Soon, the two emerged burdened with a pile of hides, casting them onto the ground. I gathered as many as I could hold and asked Chang Lu, could you help me carry the rest? As he stepped forward, taking the remaining hides into his arms. He followed me out of the crowd. Along the way, he innocently asked, Anren, can you really ensure that no one will know how they fell? I turned to him with a smile. Why not, if you are with me? The realization dawned on him, his eyes sparkling with understanding as his smile widened. From now on, I will follow your lead. Whoever you tell me to bite, I shall. Upon returning to our cave, I presented the hides to Granny Yu Fei and the others for division. They hesitated, believing them to be my spoils. Chang Lu, growing impatient, declared, the hides belonging to Anren will be given to her. As for the others from male creatures, she does not desire. With that, he took my hand and led me out of the cave, leaving Yu Fei and Zhu Lu exchanging glances, realizing they had no choice but to accept the hides. I must tell you that the elderly women, upon seeing the animal hides, were so delighted that they could hardly contain their joy. Granny Zhu Lu, caressing the thick and soft hide, was on the verge of tears, repeatedly murmuring that this year, no one would die of frostbite. Once this topic was broached, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. On my end, I could no longer restrain myself. I seized and ran and dashed towards the riverbank, finding a large tree to lean her against, and fervently kissed her. I must tell you, I had awaited this moment for far too long. However, to my dismay, my little female pushed me away, expressing her reluctance to be in the wild, stating it was uncomfortable and that we should wait until her father prepared the cave. I was left utterly speechless. Just the previous night, she had complained about the discomfort of the stones, and tonight, I certainly did not wish for her to suffer again. But I could not suppress my desires. I leaned down to kiss her once more, telling her that I would take her to a wonderful place. Before she could react, I transformed, sprouting a serpent's tail while retaining my human form, and with one arm around her, plunged into the dark forest. The speed was exhilarating, with the wind whipping past her ears. Terrified, she clung tightly to my neck, exclaiming about the dangers outside. I reassured her that everything was fine, as we were not far from the tribe and quite safe. Soon, we emerged from the woods, and I climbed a cliff with her in my arms, where we discovered a cave of moderate size, illuminated by the glow of luminescent stones, resembling a natural karaoke venue. My thoughts were far from the stones. I embraced her from behind and began to act rather unruly. Yet guess what? She once again put the brakes on me, turning to embrace me. She softly stated that she did not wish to have cubs yet. She expressed concern that given our current conditions, we could hardly feed ourselves, let alone raise a child. My heart sank at her words, and I gazed at her, asking if she truly did not want to have our little ones. Upon seeing my wounded expression, she hurriedly clarified that it was not the desire, but the fear of not being able to provide for them that troubled her. In that instant, I comprehended her fears. In my childhood, I had witnessed the tragic fate of my numerous siblings, who perished due to starvation, leaving me the sole survivor. I did not wish for my child to endure such a fate. I tightened my embrace around her, promising that when she was ready, we would have our children. This seemed to touch her, and she stood on her tiptoes to kiss me. Once this signal was given, how could I possibly restrain myself? Within the cave, the sound of our passion echoed, accompanied by the rustle of my serpent tail against the ground. Meanwhile, Jean-Hu, that rascal, had been hounded by a group of females and, after much effort, finally sought me out, only to witness me leading and ran away. He even stealthily followed us. But I quickly dove into the woods, leaving him far behind. That night, the temperature plummeted, and the cave we occupied was drafty. And Rand suffered greatly, feeling hot and sweaty during the first half of the night, then shivering with cold in the latter half. Despite covering her with all the hides we had, it was of no use. When she awoke, her head ached, her nose was blocked, and I realized with dread that she had caught a cold and fever. In this cursed place, such ailments could be fatal. Panic-stricken, I hastily dressed her and held her tightly as we rushed back to the tribe. Jean, who had apparently waited outside the tribe's entrance all night, and upon seeing us return, he hurried over. I had no time to entertain him and dashed into the chieftain's cave with Ran in my arms. Chieftain, and Ran is ill. Upon hearing this, my father-in-law's eyes reddened, and without a word, he struck me with a punch. I entrusted you with my daughter, and you allow her to fall ill? You are utterly unworthy of being a male. After receiving that blow, I dared not utter a sound, fully aware that it was indeed my fault. The chieftain stated that we had no shaman in our tribe and would need to go to the Yin tribe. And Ran, in her dazed state, murmured that she wanted hot water, and I immediately rushed out to boil some for her. However, during my absence, my father-in-law began to plot against me. He patted Jean-Hu on the shoulder, instructing him to stay behind and take care of Ran. Who in the family understands this maneuver? It was clearly a precaution against thieves. Upon returning with the hot water, I found Jean-Hu squatting by the bed, his gaze fixed intently on Ran. Being a male, I could certainly discern his intentions. I called him out and coldly asked, "What do you mean by this?" To my surprise, he candidly replied, "I like her." I was infuriated, laughing in disbelief. "She does not like you," he confidently retorted. "That's all right. She will come to like me." At that moment, I was tempted to lash out at him. Just then, the chieftain emerged, laying all the cards on the table, stating that since Ran was now under my care alone and I could not manage her by myself, Jean-Hu's meticulous nature necessitated my acceptance of his assistance. My fists clenched in rage. I had promised Ran that it would only be the two of us. Yet my father-in-law spoke resolutely, stating that he could not bear to see his daughter die before him. On our journey to the Yin tribe, we would both care for Ran together. However, he added a caveat that I would dictate the arrangements for the journey. Very well, for Ran's sake, I would endure. The following morning, the entire tribe busied themselves, preparing to set off early to the Yin tribe for salt. I fashioned a long skirt for Ran from my own sky blue snake skin, wrapping her securely from head to toe. As I carried her out of the cave, the gossipy women of Chi-Yu began their chatter again, questioning whether Ran would also be accompanying us to the Yin tribe. They prattled on, suggesting that a female traveling far would only be a hindrance. I held Ran firmly, my resolve unshaken, and spoke up. Ran is ill and needs to go to the Yin tribe to find a shaman. If anyone has objections, we can part ways. At my declaration, silence enveloped the gathering. Without my protection, the safety of their group reaching the Yin tribe was indeed questionable. Chi-Yu, undeterred, shouted that it was unfair for Ran to receive treatment while they were left to suffer. The chieftain swiftly countered, "As long as your males are willing to contribute, you may also join." Upon hearing this, the males either averted their eyes or feigned ignorance, remaining silent. I coldly inquired, "Are we ready to depart?" "Yes, yes." They eagerly responded, and we set off immediately. I transformed into my serpent form, leading the way. Jin Hu, still restless, approached me in his tiger form, suggesting, "Chong Lu, you must be tired from carrying her. Allow me to take over." Would I allow him to succeed? I shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What is the matter? Are you unable to bear the weight of your own burden and wish to swap with me?" Males cannot abide being deemed inadequate. Jin Hu exploded in anger, shouting that he could easily carry another load without issue. I merely scoffed, "Sure, puh. Give him half of your load." Sure, puh, ever the eager one, promptly piled another large bundle of hides on a Jin Hu, causing the tiger's legs to tremble ever so slightly under the weight. This boy dared to play tricks in my presence. By nightfall, we sought shelter in a cave to rest. I took Xia Sheng and Sure puh with me to hunt, leaving and ran in the cave under Jin Hu's watch. Yet, no sooner had I departed than he approached and ran, attempting to put his hands on her. He claimed he was worried she would be cold and wanted to hold her. I must tell you, Ran has quite the temper. She warned him to let go, but he ignored her, continuing his incessant chatter. In a fit of frustration, Ran seized a nearby stone and struck him sharply on the shoulder. Jin Hu yelped in pain, finally releasing her, Ran ordered him to keep his distance, and he obediently retreated outside the cave. Upon returning with our catch, I discovered Ran asleep on the hides, her face flushed and drenched in sweat, her forehead hotter than before. I was instantly alarmed, calling her name with no response. Then I noticed Jin Hu sulking at the cave entrance, a red mark on his shoulder. When I inquired about it, he had the audacity to claim it was Ran who had struck him. My anger surged to the heavens. How could she possibly strike you without provocation, without hesitation? I seized his hair and dragged him into the woods. Sure puh and the others stood in stunned silence as the sounds of wailing and breaking branches echoed from the forest. I tell you, I truly wished to end him. I pressed him firmly to the ground, his tail whipping him to the point of shrieks. Gripping his neck, my eyes reddened with fury, I declared, "How dare you lay a hand on her? That is akin to courting death." He gasped for breath, managing to stammer. I merely put my arm around her shoulder, fearing she might be cold. Upon hearing this, I loosened my grip slightly, narrowing my eyes as I questioned, "Is that truly the case?" He nodded desperately, insisting there was no need to deceive me. Only then did I release him, and the tail struck like a whip, ensuring this lesson would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. After warning him, I turned back towards the cave, my thoughts consumed by Aaron. Let me tell you, that Jin Hu limped back, and there was an unwitting fool named Sure puh who dared to mock him. Goodness, he nearly met his end at the hands of Jin Hu. These Orcish brutes seemed to possess nothing in their minds but the desire for combat. Upon entering the cave, I found Aaron burning with fever, drenched in sweat, unable to utter a word. My heart ached for her, and I hurriedly offered her water, used warm water to cleanse her, and dressed her in clean animal skins. Seeing her in such a weakened state filled me with urgency. The journey to the Inn tribe would take another half-month. If this continued, she might not survive. I gritted my teeth. There was no time to delay. I would lead her away, carving a bloody path if necessary. As dawn broke, I kicked Jin Hu, who was sleeping like a dead pig, awake, demanding he come forth to speak. I laid it bare before him, stating that Anrin was gravely ill, and I would take her on a shortcut, leaving the main group to catch up on their own. Upon hearing of Anrin's dire condition, all his previous grievances evaporated, replaced by guilt, likely regretting his ill intentions from the day before. Just as he nodded in agreement, I sensed a disturbance and gestured for silence. Trouble was approaching. The rustling in the grass revealed not one or two intruders. We immediately concealed ourselves, and, as I returned to the cave, a low growl summoned all the awakened males, who immediately discarded their belongings and entered a state of readiness. In the blink of an eye, the cave entrance was surrounded by a throng of 40 to 50 individuals, clad in tattered garments, menacing in their numbers. The leader, a one-eyed beast, stepped forward with threats demanding we surrender our animal skins or face death. I couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. Stepping forward, I cracked my tail against the ground with a sharp snap and coldly retorted, "You wish to seize our belongings? Very well, but leave your lives behind." The one-eyed leader faltered under my imposing presence, yet a one-armed brute beside him was undeterred. Charging at me with a roar, I signaled my comrades, and Sure puh, the first among us, launched forward like a cannonball, shattering their formation. Xia followed suit, striking with lightning speed. Jin Hu, having grasped my signal, emerged from the trees like a tiger descending from the mountain, swiping his paw and sending the one-eyed leader's head flying, finishing off their commander in a swift bite. With their leader down, the remaining rabble scattered faster than rabbits. I rushed back to the cave, scooping up Anren, for retreat was our best strategy. Just as we made our escape, a horde of wolves arrived, feasting on the fallen bodies. From a tiger's den into a den of wolves, we sprinted desperately through the forest until we burst onto a vast prairie. Upon surveying the terrain, I realized this wide expanse was a veritable banquet for the wolves. I immediately commanded, advance at full speed into the nearby woods. Once we reach the trees, these wolves will become our meal. Everyone surged forward as if invigorated by a potion. However, Jin Hu, injured, gradually fell behind. The forest loomed ahead, and the wolves recognized this as their last chance, pouncing upon us with ferocity. I was the first to dash into the woods, coiling my tail to securely hoist Anren onto a branch, instructing her to hold on tight. When I returned to the ground, Jin Hu and his companions were already encircled by the wolves. He stood his ground to protect the sheep orcs behind him, refusing to flee. I could not allow him to be harmed. With a crack of my tail, I struck down the wolf lunging at him, leaving it a bloody mess. Nearly also charged with his horns, scattering the wolves. Unburdened by worry, Jin Hu began to unleash his wrath upon our foes. Witnessing the thrill of battle, our comrades within the woods joined the fray, transforming the scene into a massacre of wolves. After the battle concluded, Anren, perched in the tree, suddenly pointed excitedly at a spot on the ground, insisting I let her down. I complied, and she rushed to the base of the tree, tugging at a leaf and inhaling deeply, nearly jumping with joy, exclaiming, "I have found a cure for my illness." To my astonishment, she unearthed a substance from the soil, claiming it was called Xinjiang. Who among our kin understood this? This simple root could heal. We hurriedly excavated 2 large pieces and found a stone pot to brew a concoction. The spicy aroma sent the other orcs fleeing. Anren, undeterred by the heat, blew on it before drinking, exclaiming that it warmed her body and cleared her sinuses. She consumed the entire pot of water. I mused that my newfound wife possessed many secrets. Thus, we rested for 2 days, processing the wolf pelts, and Anren's health was entirely restored. She was once again full of life. After a leisurely month and a half, we finally arrived at the Yin tribe, only to find snowfall. Anren, a little southern potato, went wild upon seeing the snow, her eyes sparkling with excitement, insisting on playing in it. Unable to refuse her, I let her down after receiving a kiss. She rolled a snowball, which grew larger and larger, towering over her, and she played with unrestrained joy. In a moment of distraction, that snowball raced down the slope, crashing through a stall at the market of the Yin tribe. We were left utterly petrified. I quickly grabbed everyone to hide. Anren was on the verge of tears, but I reassured her, "It's all right. If we can't pay, we shall simply flee." We waited until dusk to stealthily descend a mountain, setting up camp nearby. We overheard the gossip from the adjacent tent, discussing how today the beast god had shown anger, descending from the heavens to unleash a giant snowball that crushed the salt trading stall. Consequently, the Yin tribe, lacking martial virtue, hiked the prices. Salt that previously cost 200 animal skins per bag was now raised to 250. I nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. Then another voice chimed in, mentioning that a divine maiden had visited the Yin tribe last year, claiming that the salt had been blessed by her, hence the price increase. I immediately understood. This was nothing but a ploy of hunger marketing combined with an intelligence tax. Anren, with her quick wit, leaned in close and whispered, "Didn't they say the beast god was angry? Then let us provoke the beast god to anger once more." I was taken aback by her cleverness. What was this strategy called? Yes, officially sanctioned. It was utterly lethal. Unable to contain myself, I pulled her close for a kiss. I took charge of the situation, entrusting Anren to Jin Hu's care, warning him that if he dared lay a finger on her, he would experience the sensation of becoming a eunuch. The lad nodded vigorously, clearly frightened. Inside the Yin tribe, the chieftain Hua Mu was embroiled in a dispute with the divine maiden Tsue Hua regarding the exorbitant salt prices. The chieftain believed the salt was too costly, while Tsue Hua was displeased, escalating the argument. Just then, I rolled down a second snowball, which landed with a resounding thud. The crowd, terrified, assumed the beast god was genuinely enraged, promptly kneeling in fear, with the chieftain leading the charge, proclaiming, "Beast god, quell your anger. We shall reduce the prices." Back to 200. After completing my task and slipping away, I found Anren sleeping soundly. The next morning, she snuggled against me, mumbled sleepily, "Husband, this feels so good." My heart skipped a beat. Who was this husband? My jealousy flared instantly. She quickly clarified, explaining that she had dreamt of me, and in her dream, I had compelled her to call me that. Now awake, she wooed until acknowledge it. Her words nearly ensnared me, and I had no choice but to concede, telling her that this term could only be between us. Just as I had soothed her, we strolled hand in hand to the market, reveling in our intimacy. Yet lo and behold, just as I made our relationship public, someone appeared to claim my husband. I must share with you an encounter with a woman clad in a leopard print, who approached us with a serpentine grace and halted us in our tracks. Her eyes appeared almost affixed to the figure of Chang Liu, and she boldly declared, "Hello, male. Will you be my male for tonight?" For those who understand, this woman knew precisely how to provoke the rightful consort. I was ready to roll up my sleeves. Yet Chang Liu remained unfazed, his voice as frigid as ice. "I have a female and require none other. Did you think this was the end?" Unyielding, the woman stepped closer and suggested, "If not tonight, then perhaps during the day." She reached out to grasp Chang Liu, who deftly sidestepped, causing her to tumble into the snow. The onlookers erupted in laughter, some females even taunting her. "Have you looked at yourself? Do you think you are worthy of him?" I felt a surge of satisfaction and stepped protectively in front of him, gazing down at the fallen woman, and declared with authority, "He is mine. You would do well to keep your distance." Chang Liu stood behind me, a smile stretching from ear to ear, and he affirmatively chimed in, "Yes, I am yours." Such a delightful sense of possessiveness brought us both joy. When that group of women realized they could not sway Chang Liu, they turned their attention to our little cub, Jin Hu. The scene transformed into a grand fan meet and greet, encircling Jin Hu in an instant. His face turned pale, likely fearing for his innocence. In a moment of desperation, he let out a roar and reverted to his original form, fleeing with a load of belongings. The women, fiercely protective, thwarted the market security team attempting to apprehend Jin Hu, declaring, "Do not lay a hand on our little tiger brother." By the time they had chased the security team away, Jin Hu had vanished. When he eventually returned, he wore a piece of dark beast hide atop his head, cautious not to be recognized again. At this juncture, the Salt tribe emerged with an offer: 200 beast skins for a sack of salt, a reduction. It appeared our previous schemes had borne fruit. We hurried to exchange our tokens, only to discover the numeral inscribed on the token read, 18. My heart sank. Was this not the archaic script of Time Traveler? Surely, any child who had attended kindergarten would know to write 123. Upon inquiring, Chang Liu revealed it was taught by the recently arrived goddess. Aha, the mystery was solved. The goddess of the Salt tribe was indeed a fellow time traveler. We exchanged for 5 large sacks of salt, yet upon inspecting the contents, I found small pebbles mixed in, feeling quite disdainful. How could such a shoddy product be sold for 200 bee skins? Such greed. However, the reality was that this amount of salt was scarcely sufficient. Chang Liu remarked that we would need at least 5 more bags, which caused great distress among Xia Sheng and the others, who were eager to return home. A thought struck me. Chang Liu, let us take baskets and stone picks and venture directly into the Salt tribe to barter. Exposure seemed preferable to starvation. Thus, we dashed toward the entrance, only to be turned away by the guards before we could even step inside. The inhabitants mocked us, with one dark-skinned woman declaring that if Chang Liu accompanied her, they would let us in. Chang Liu took my hand and left, leaving a fierce remark. "Tomorrow, you will be the ones seeking my presence." I couldn't help but think this man had a way of commanding authority. Upon returning to our tent, everyone appeared dejected. Members from other tribes lamented that the salt was too expensive and prepared to pack their belongings to leave, warning us of bandits likely to ambush us on the way back. The atmosphere was thick with despair. In that moment of hopelessness, Chang Liu suddenly said, "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." My mind whirled in shock. I clutched his hand tightly, aware of his intentions. He was considering plunging into the sea. Tears streamed down my face as I pleaded, "It is winter. The water is frigid. You could perish." Jin Hu and the others soon grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chang Liu cupped my face, wiping away my tears, and softly assured me, "You must trust me." I sobbed uncontrollably, biting my lip. "Very well. You enter the water, and I will wait on the shore. If you do not resurface, I shall leap in to accompany you." Chang Liu, filled with concern, ultimately consented to let me join him. Jin Hu and the others were equally moved and insisted on accompanying us, arguing that more numbers would ensure safety. We sought a sheltered harbor, where Chang Liu removed his shirt and prepared to dive into the water. I handed him a basket, urging him not to linger below for too long. Just before he plunged into the depths, he warned Jin Hu, "You behave yourself." Jin Hu, ever the character, retorted, "If you do not resurface, I will pursue Anren." Thus, this brotherly bond became a form of trust. While Chang Liu swam, I remained steadfast on the shore, unwilling to move an inch. Jin Hu transformed back into a tiger, offering me a spot on his back for warmth, but I declined, opting instead for 2 pieces of bee skin to wrap myself in. I feared that if Chang Liu emerged exhausted, there would be no one to help him back to safety. I could not discern how much time passed, but then, with a splash, Chang Liu resurfaced. I rushed to him, draping a bee skin over his shoulders, drying his hair, and guiding him toward the fire. Once he regained his composure, we inspected his haul. To our astonishment, the most striking find was a palm-sized piece of red coral. Then, I urged him to crack open an unattractive shell, and as he did, I felt something solid and round within, an exquisite pearl. The excitement was palpable. This treasure far surpassed the value of beast skins. An idea sparked in my mind, and I suggested he extract the meat from the sea conch and examine it. To our amazement, Chang Liu retrieved another gem from the largest conch, a pink, teardrop-shaped pearl. I exclaimed, "This is a sea conch pearl. In our realm, even one would ensure our prosperity for a lifetime." Overwhelmed with affection, I playfully asked Chang Liu to help me make a hole in it so I could wear it as a keepsake. After deliberation, we decided to test the waters by offering that pearl along with a common conch. We set up our stall in the bustling center of the market, with Jin Hu boasting of treasures bestowed by the sea god, quickly attracting a crowd. Before long, the chieftain of the Salt tribe, Hua Mu, and the time-traveling goddess, Sui Hua, arrived in response to the commotion. Upon seeing her hairstyle, I was struck by its traditional elegance, adorned with a silver hairpin. Her skin fair, as though she belonged to another world. A fellow traveler, indeed. Chieftain Hua Mu's gaze was transfixed on the conch, while Sui Hua's attention was riveted on the pearl, which she snatched with fervor, exclaiming, "It is a pearl." As Chang Liu prepared to state our price, I interjected, 300 sacks of salt. Hua Mu gasped, feeling it was an unfavorable deal. However, Sui Hua, sensing her brother's discontent, responded with indignation, shooting him a glare. "What do you know? This is a pearl." Her expression suggested that we had insulted something dear to her, likely due to past grievances related to this precious item. She clutched the pearl firmly, declaring, "I do not care. I shall have it for 300 sacks of salt. Make it happen." Hua Mu, cautiously cradling the conch, asked for a price. To my surprise, Chang Liu declined to engage, simply pushing the conch back towards him, stating, "Brother, let us first settle on the 300 sacks of salt." The onlookers rallied in agreement, urging that the salt be exchanged first. To our delight, Hua Mu, a man of his word, gestured grandly, and his attendants swiftly fetched the salt. Everyone craned their necks, eager to witness the wealth of the Salt tribe. Moments later, dozens of beastmen appeared, laboring to transport the 300 sacks, none missing. Anren counted them twice to ensure accuracy before nodding in approval. Now pressed, Hua Mu cradled the conch like a treasure possession, asking, "May we discuss the price now?" I must say, the way he looked at that conch was akin to gazing upon divinity. It is said that during the night, one can hear the voice of the sea god, a rare opportunity to draw near the divine, and no one should dare to compete for it. Chang Liu pondered for a moment and extended 5 fingers. Upon seeing this, Hua Mu burst into laughter, thinking he was about to make a grand demand, but instead, it was merely 500 bags. Fearing that Chang Liu might retract his offer, he hurriedly signaled for others to bring over 500 bags of salt. In an instant, our small, shabby shelter was piled high with salt, resembling a mountain, leaving those around us wide-eyed in astonishment. Jin Hu, while counting, became bewildered, asking, "How much is 500? Xia Sheng, grinning broadly, exclaimed that we would not have to worry about salt for several years. Just then, a woman suddenly emerged from the crowd. It was Na Na. She was followed by a large group of patrollers. Holding his prized seashell, Hua Mu cheerfully inquired, "Na Na, have you found a male you fancy?" Na Na, full of pride, pointed her finger directly at Chang Liu. I was taken aback, and Ran instantly flared up, stepping protectively in front of Chang Liu and shouted towards Na Na, "He is my partner. Give up on that idea." At that moment, Hua Mu noticed and ran, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, and Ran's figure and slightly curled hair were remarkable. Especially now, in her protective demeanor, he found it hard to look away. Chui Hua, observing Hua Mu's lecherous expression, felt a surge of anger and jealousy. Her gaze at Ran filled with disdain. She coldly remarked, Hua Mu, let's head back to the tribe. On our side, Niu Li, seeing the transaction concluded, hurriedly began packing up, preparing to flee at any moment. However, as Chui Hua turned her head, her peripheral vision caught sight of our loading baskets. Those who understood her reactions knew that her excitement was even greater than when she had seen the pearls. She rushed over, gripping the basket tightly, and demanded, where did you get this? The surrounding people were stunned, wondering what was wrong with her. Pearls were one thing, but this ugly basket was neither beautiful nor edible. What was the fuss? Even Jin Hu and the others were left perplexed. This was all the fault of our tribe's leader, who, in an effort to keep the basket's design a secret, had ensured that very few in the tribe had ever seen one. Nana rolled her eyes and sarcastically suggested, why not just take them back to the tribe? You can have whatever you want. And Ran genuinely felt frightened. She recognized that Nana could indeed make such a move. She quickly clarified, this was woven by our tribe's elder female. It took a long time to make. Upon hearing this, Chui Hua scrutinized the basket closely, noticing its rough closure and loose weaving, which was utterly different from the exquisite items she had encountered in the royal palace in her past life. She remembered that she had once considered making a basket as well, but as a maid in a royal household, such menial labor was far beneath her. With this thought, she released her grip but maintained a firm stance. I will trade for this basket. Whatever quantity you have, I want it. Hua Mu was utterly confused. Chui Hua, why would you trade for something so ugly? Nana shot him a disdainful look, her expression clearly indicating how tiring it was to communicate with someone so dim-witted. Yet, she relished the feeling of intellectual superiority and ostentatiously remarked, don't let its appearance fool you. It can hold much more than your shabby beast skin bags. And Rand seized the opportunity, calling to Niu Li, come, let us demonstrate to the matriarch of the salt tribe. Bring 10 bags of salt. No sooner had she spoken than, without Niu Li needing to lift a finger, the orcs behind him passed 10 bags of salt, which were promptly crammed into a basket. Overflowing, Jin Hu proudly tossed the basket on his back, showing off his empty hands. Look, I still have room to carry more. At that moment, the crowd fell silent. Everyone understood, my goodness, this thing can hold so much. It could carry all that without falling apart. Typically, one orc could carry a maximum of 4 bags. But with this basket, efficiency would double. Chui Hua raised her chin in triumph. Now do you see? Hua Mu's eyes lit up. His tribe produced salt. And each year they wasted countless beast skin bags. This basket was nothing short of a miracle. He quickly changed his tone, cheerfully saying, we'll take all of these. Name your price. Nah. Ever the instigator chimed in, brother, why not just tie them up? The salt is ours, and so are the people. Hua Mu was tempted by her suggestion and cast a furtive glance at and ran beside Chong Lu, his mischievous thoughts resurfacing. However, upon seeing Chui Hua, he hesitated, only managing a nervous laugh to smooth things over. It's an honor for you all to visit our tribe. How about some roasted meat and a few days of fun before you leave? Chong Lu, standing like a statue, coolly stated no, thank you. His commanding presence instantly quelled any ulterior motives in the room. Even Chui Hua, who had not bothered to glance at him before, began to reassess him. Indeed, he was handsome and possessed a charisma far surpassing that of her 2 men. However, her upbringing instilled in her the belief of adhering to traditional values. And one outsider was simply unacceptable. And Rand seized the moment to speak. I'm sorry, but we 1T trade the basket. However, we can gift you 2. Niu Li and the others were dumbfounded. Hadn't they agreed to trade the basket for salt? Why were they giving it away for free? Chui Hua accepted the basket, smiling as she assessed and ran. You're quite clever. Don't worry. With me, the Divine Maiden, you'll leave the Salt Tribe safely today. Thank you, beautiful and kind Divine Maiden. And Ran quickly bowed in gratitude, pondering how accommodating this time-traveling girl was. Chui Hua was pleased with her flattery and mentioned that in the future, and Ran could come to her for any valuable items. And Ran discreetly glanced at Nana, who still harbored thoughts about Chong Lu and feigned grievance. I just worry that we might end up like this morning, being blocked from entering. You vile female. How dare you complain? Nana exploded in anger, raising her club to strike at Ran. Chui Hua shouted, stop, but it was too late. In that critical moment, I tell you, a blue serpent's tail sliced through the air, and Nana was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, landing in the snow, unable to rise for quite some time. The crowd fell silent, no one having seen how Chong Lu had acted. Jin Hu and the others immediately assumed a defensive stance, protecting and ran. Chui Hua didn't even glance at the fallen Nan Na. Instead, she felt immense satisfaction. That girl always opposed her. She deserved it. Clearing her throat, she addressed everyone. From now on, anyone who comes seeking someone must do so with courtesy, or else they shall not blame me for being rude. Hua Mu recoiled, genuinely frightened of Chui Hua. This divine maiden was knowledgeable and skilled in herbal medicine. Should she ever be displeased, he could be struck down by lightning. He quickly shouted to his subordinates, from now on, listen to the divine maiden, understood? Yes. Thus the tumult subsided. Hua Mu quickly took Chui Hua away. The biting cold outside was far less pleasant than the warmth of the cave. Now, the question arose. We had 800 bags of salt piled before us like a small mountain. How would we transport them back? And Ran was distressed, having risked it all only to find that she had obtained so much. Chong Lu also felt troubled. For the first time, he was concerned about having too many supplies. Meanwhile, Jin Hu and the others were still laughing, having exchanged a mere pearl for 300 bags and a seashell for 500. They still had over 10 seashells left. If they exchanged all of those, wouldn't they become the Salt Tribe themselves? At that moment, the elderly orc who had been residing opposite us approached with a grin. Young ones, I knew you would find a way. If you are willing, we can help transport it back for just 7 bags of salt. And Rand suddenly recalled, aren't you leaving? Why are you still here? The old orc awkwardly explained that they lacked sufficient salt and couldn't bear to return to their tribe. Chong Lu sized him up and asked him to summon everyone to come over and take a look. The old orc quickly called out, and soon over 20 tall orcs came rushing over. Chong Lu scanned the group and assessed that their strength was manageable. He spoke directly. As long as it can be safely delivered to Qingshan Zhuang, 10 bags of salt, plus 3 baskets. Upon hearing this, the old orc's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stuttered with excitement. Really? 10 bags of salt and 3 baskets? Aaron quickly chimed in. Of course. Chong Lu speaks with integrity. That evening, as the people of the Sunsetting tribe gathered around the fire, a naive young orc inquired of their elder. Elder, why not ask for more salt? What use are those 3 shabby baskets? The elder shot him a disapproving glance, exasperated. You all need to use your brains. Is it the 3 ready-made baskets that matter? It is the technique of crafting them. We can take them apart, study them, and create our own. Next year, won't we be able to exchange these for salt? The young orcs suddenly realized, their excitement palpable, as they understood that they too could use baskets to trade for salt next year. Meanwhile, Jin Hu continued to murmur, Anrin, why did you give away the baskets? Wouldn't it be better to exchange for more salt? Before Anrin could respond, Chong Lu, casually enjoying his meat, remarked, had we not given away those 2 baskets to please the goddess, none of us would have made it out of the Salt Tribe today. What? Xiaosheng and Yuli dropped their meat in shock. Jin Hu jumped to his feet. Impossible. With our strength, we could have fought our way out. Anrin sighed, gazing at his innocent, untainted face, speechless. You might escape, but what about us? The salt? The others in the tribe? Jin Hu's bravado faded as he lowered his head in shame. He then sheepishly approached. Chong Lu, Anrin, how do you know all this so well? Chong Lu shot him a glance. Spend less time chasing females and more time thinking, and you'll understand. Jin Hu blushed, retreating to a corner to sulk, muttering, what is so great about it? Isn't it just that you've eaten more meat for 2 years than I have? Let me tell you, the journey back was fraught with peril. Those tribes that hadn't exchanged enough salt had their eyes reddened with greed, lurking like wolves, fixated on our bounty. The next morning, as we set off, Anrin spotted a shadow flit through the forest. Just as she was about to shout, Chong Lu covered her mouth. He whispered, don't make sound. He had already noticed, and so had Jin Hu and the elder of the Sunsetting tribe. However, burdened with so many goods, it was inconvenient to fight. We could only feign ignorance and play along. The pursuers, seeing us persistently on the move without resting, grasped our intentions. One group decided that a solo attack wouldn't suffice, so they conspired with other followers, proposing a united front against us to seize our salt. Finally, as night fell, we found a cave to rest. Muley, in his cluelessness, suggested gathering firewood, which turned the elder's face pale, thinking it was tantamount to offering his life. Ultimately, Chong Lu ordered Jin Hu accompany him. The elder hurriedly dispatched the tribe's strongest warrior, Ingguang, to follow them. As the 3 entered the forest, they were suddenly surrounded by dozens of orcs. Inside the cave, Shipo was ready to transform and charge out to rescue them. Anrin stopped him. We cannot go. Shipo, frustrated, Push past her. What do you mean? Do you want them to die? Changliu's serpentine tail coiled around Shipo, pulling him back from the cave entrance. Coldly questioning, do you think you're stronger than Jinhu and Yingguang? Enrin quickly explained, this is a trap. Look, they're only surrounding us, not attacking. They want to lure us out to seize our salt. Only then did everyone realize that the assailants were merely encircling us without striking. Changlu shouted towards the forest. Jinhu, if you can't gather firewood, bring back some orc corpses to skin. That shout was enough to scare not only the enemies, but also our own people, sending chills down their spines. Jinhu and Yoli, hearing this, were instantly filled with fighting spirit. This was one of Changlu's old tactics. Yingguang, understanding the cue, sprang into action. The three launched an assault on the already timid enemies, sending them fleeing in panic. Those lurking in the shadows, hoping for a chance, were left dumbfounded. What manner of monsters are these from Qingshan? After this battle, no one dared to provoke us again. This prize was tempting, but exceedingly tough to bite. Half a month later, we finally returned smoothly to Qingshan. The chief, Feng Yang, anxiously awaited at the entrance, almost turning into a stone statue of longing. The tribe had been out of food for half a month, and everyone looked ravenous, transformed from the people Anrin had left behind. As we neared, the chief suddenly grew tense, shouting, all females and younglings, retreat to the cave. Males, prepare yourselves. Upon reaching the entrance, the entire tribe stood in awe. They gazed at the mountains of goods on our backs, their faces filled with confusion. Did we go to trade for salt? Why does it look like we want to rob? The chief, also taken aback, immediately spotted his lively daughter Anrin, and a weight lifted from his heart. Anrin leaped from Changliu's embrace, joyfully running to her father. Father, we are back. After holding her for over 2 months, Changliu felt a sudden emptiness when she dashed away. But the next moment, I tell you, the scene was overwhelming. The chief, my father, along with a throng of elders, swarmed around us. My father's face lit up with joy. Wonderful, wonderful, it's good to have you back. Then he turned, Who are these brothers helping us carry goods? I quickly introduced, Father, these are friends from the Sunsetting tribe, who helped us bring back the salt. Helpers? My father's forehead instantly sprouted 3 question marks. 5 or 6 bags of salt. Was it necessary to seek outside help? But as he focused, he was stunned to see our team. Each person burdened like a small mountain, all laden with bulging animal skin bags. He stammered, all of this is salt? I rushed over, linking my arm with his, grinning mischievously. Of course, it's all salt, a total of 800 bags. I tell you, my father nearly collapsed in shock, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Trembling, he exclaimed, quickly, gather all the salt and store it in the cave on the back mountain. Changlu kept his promise, immediately giving the brothers from the Sunsetting tribe 10 bags of salt as payment. Their chief was so excited his hands trembled, even refusing my father's polite invitation to dinner, saying they had been away for 2 months and were eager to return. Thus they departed. The orc named Yingguang even cast a glance at me before leaving, likely pondering, oh, so she is the chief's daughter. No wonder she can stir things up so much. Once they left, my father dashed to the back mountain cave like a miser, and I could envision him caressing the mountain of salt, pondering how to consume so much while simultaneously bursting into silly laughter. Meanwhile, Changlu could hardly wait. He pulled me into his cave, which Granny Yufei and the others had already tidied up. As soon as he dragged me inside, his heated body pressed against mine. I immediately held down his unruly hands, saying, Brother, we're both practically shining from our travels. Are you really going to make a move now? Let us wash up tonight. Upon hearing this, Changlu laughed heartily, his gaze practically devouring me. He leaned down and pecked my lips, huskily saying, Fine, we'll wash up together tonight. I want hot water. All right, I'll go prepare it for you. He scampered off to find a large tub and hot water for me. With nothing to do, I thought of heading over to Granny Yufei's to grab some sweet potatoes to munch on. Honestly, after eating so much meat on the journey, I was craving something different. But as soon as I entered the cave, my heart sank. A dozen elderly women huddled closely together atop a pile of tattered animal hides, seeking warmth in the bitter cold. The sight was heart-wrenching. Upon noticing my presence, they sprang up with excitement. Anrin, you have returned. I smiled and replied, I came to see you all and to take some sweet potatoes. As soon as these words left my lips, all the women instantly lowered their heads, resembling children caught in wrongdoing. Granny Zhu Lu sighed, Anrin, the sweet potatoes are gone. My mind went blank for a moment. Gone? There had been heaps of sweet potatoes, like mountains, and now, so soon, they had vanished? Granny Yufei pulled me down to sit, her voice trembling with anger. It's that Chiyu, relying on her pregnancy. She comes to steal our sweet potatoes every day. As if that weren't enough, she uses our hard-earned produce to curry favor with other young females. What's worse, she left the cellar open, and all the sweet potatoes have spoiled. What did my father say? My teeth were nearly ground to dust. What else could he say? Granny Zhu Lu appeared helpless. Chiyu was with child, and thus could not be punished. The clan leader merely allocated us a bit more meat each day, enough to stave off starvation. Who understands our plight? I was furious. Those sweet potatoes were the fruits of our labor, painstakingly unearthed one by one. Granny Yixiang had even injured her hands digging them out, and now they were all squandered by that ostentatious Chiyu, leaving the elderly women to suffer from hunger. Was this humane? Yet I restrained myself. I knew I could not act against her. If anything were to happen to her unborn child, I would never be able to absolve myself. The child is innocent. I grasped Granny Yu Fei's hand tightly, speaking each word deliberately. Do not worry. Can living beings perish from mere deprivation? We will surely find another way. What way? Instantly, the eyes of all the women lit up, gathering around me. My mind raced. The area near the tribe posed no danger and might yield food. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I've got it. I slapped my thigh first. Gather all the hemp and twist it into sturdy ropes. The stronger, the better. I will return shortly. Upon hearing there was work to be done, the women sprang into action. I dashed out to find my father. Sure enough, he was in the salt cave on the back mountain, alternating between sighing and chuckling at the mound of salt, resembling a person with a split personality. Father, what are you doing? Upon seeing me, he brightened. What brings you here? It's freezing. I approached, grinning like a mischievous fox. I came to request some salt. What? Upon hearing this, my father leaped in front of the salt pile, as if a cat had stepped on its tail. You want to use my salt? Indeed, I began to persuade him. With so much salt, if you do not use it soon, it will absorb moisture during the rainy season and turn to water. You will have nowhere to cry. This struck a nerve. Every rainy season, those clumps of salt were dear to him. He panicked. Then how do you intend to use it? Very simply. Tomorrow I will take Granny Yu Fei and the others to the riverbank. If you're curious, you can come help. The mention of Granny Yu Fei evoked a hint of guilt on my father's face. Seizing the opportunity, I added, this time I will use your salt, but the food we find will not be turned over to the tribe. No problem. My father agreed readily. It was a joke. Asking him for help was akin to acquiring hands-on experience. A few bags of salt were nothing. You said it, no backing out. Do you think I am that kind of person? Having secured my father's agreement, I returned to the cave with satisfaction. The efficiency of the women was remarkable. They had already twisted several bundles of hemp rope. I picked up the rope and began to weave. To be honest, I had never properly woven a fishing net. I relied on childhood memories to tie the simplest knots, ensuring it would not fall apart. As night fell, Chong Lu came to check on me, having roasted meat and boiled water. Noticing I had not yet returned, he approached. Anren, it's time to eat. I looked at the fishing net in my hands. It was already about 2 meters square. Though it was somewhat unsightly, it would suffice. Granny Zhu Lu approached. Anren, let me take over. You should go rest. I handed her the net, and to my astonishment, she worked even faster than I did. Just as I exited the cave, a gust of cold wind sent a shiver down my spine. Before I could wrap myself tightly in the animal hide, Chong Lu pulled me into his embrace, radiating warmth like a small furnace. Upon returning to the cave, the roasted meat on the stone table was nearly cold. Just as Chong Lu was about to heat it up, that rascal Jean, who barged in like a guardian deity, snatched the meat and scampered to the entrance to warm it. I stood bewildered. What is Jean Hu doing? Chong Lu shrugged. Nothing to worry about. But I understood his gaze. This fellow was up to no good. After warming the meat, Jean Hu carefully placed it down and boldly declared, I want to sleep with you all tonight. I nearly spat the piece of meat in my mouth all over him. I was completely taken aback, looking at him with confusion. Who are you? What do you mean? I quickly shifted aside. You should sleep in your own cave. What does it mean to sleep with us? I have no intention of engaging in any three's company. Jean, whose golden hair drooped as he looked pitifully at me. Why not? The clan leader agreed. Chong Lu will keep you company for the first half of the night, and I will for the second half. What is wrong with that? My lips twitched in annoyance. Who would want such an arrangement? I laid it out plainly. Go find another female. I'm sure many would be willing. After saying this, I desperately signaled Chong Lu to quickly dismiss this unwelcome guest. Chong Lu, unable to bear it any longer, shot a fierce glance at Jean Hu. Aaron does not wish for your company. You should leave. Jean Hu remained unconvinced, squatting down and glancing between us, growing increasingly agitated. Why can he and not I? I'm a warrior too. How am I inferior? I sighed and decided to be direct, because Chong Lu is the only male I desire. I do not fancy promiscuous males, understood? Upon hearing this, Jean, who appeared utterly dumbfounded. He likely could not comprehend why all the females in the tribe were enamored with his battle-hardened persona. It became a blemish in my eyes. Stepping forward, he pleaded, "What if I promise to behave from now on? Ever since the clan leader said I should look after you, I haven't pursued any other females." I shook my head. It's late. I wish to sleep. Jean, who attempted to say something more, but Chong Lu swiftly seized him by the collar and dragged him out of the cave. Outside, Jean, who exploded. "What are you doing?" Chong Lu pulled him a distance away, sneering. "What am I doing? I want to beat you. Do you think you deserve to say you like Anren? How many times have you mentioned liking Chi Yu or Chunhua in my presence? Just because the clan leader told you to like Anren, you think you can? Let me tell you, dreaming." With that, Chong Lu left, leaving Jean, who's standing in the wind and snow, bewildered. When did he start to like Anren? Was it really just because of the clan leader's words? Lost in thought, he was approached by Chunhua, who was heavily pregnant, who grabbed his arm. "Jean, who, what are you doing here?" Jean, who looked at Chunhua, who had put on weight, and recalled her chaotic personal life, feeling a wave of nausea. He impatiently pulled his hand away. "What does it matter to you?" Seeing him about to leave, Chunhua immediately employed her trump card, sweetly saying, "Let us spend the night together." Jean, who nearly stumbled, his stomach churning. He finally understood why Anren had rejected him. Without looking back, he shouted, "Get lost." The next day, I woke up late, the sun already high in the sky. As I opened my eyes, Chong Lu's handsome face was right in front of me. I bolted upright. "Why didn't you wake me?" He swiftly pulled me back into the warmth of the blankets, wrapping me snugly. "It's freezing outside. Why get up?" He then turned and pressed against me again, attempting to initiate intimacy. I quickly pushed him away. "Not today. I have important matters to attend to." He acted as though he hadn't heard, his mind solely occupied with the prospect of winter offspring. I had no choice but to resort to my trump card. "If you don't get up, I will sleep with Granny Yu Fei and the others tonight." This statement was effective. Chong Lu immediately halted. He understood the significance of being full and the importance of consistent meals. Rising to his feet, he bargained with me, declaring that I should dictate the bedtime. I nodded vigorously, aware that once night fell, fatigue would overpower anyone's objections. By the time we ambled to Yu Fei Popo's cave, it was bustling with people. My father had summoned all the idle older males of the tribe. Upon seeing me, the tension in his heart eased. Without further ado, I directed, "All right, bring the net we wove last night, and let us set off." A throng of individuals marched to the riverbank. The river's surface was frozen with a thin layer of ice that broke easily upon contact. Uncle Yuhei transformed into a great black eagle, soaring into the air. With a powerful stroke of his claws and a flap of his wings, he cleared the ice. Standing at the shore, I vigorously cast the stone-weighted fishing net. Although my throw was not perfect, it was sufficient. The women of Yu Fei lamented. "Are you truly discarding it?" Granny Zhulu chuckled. "Fear not, look. Anran still holds the rope." Once the net sank, I handed the rope to my father. He eagerly grasped it, exclaiming, "How heavy!" Uncle Yuhei rushed over to assist, and together they pulled upwards. I must tell you, when that net emerged from the water, pandemonium ensued. The catch was an astonishing mass of lively fish. Everyone scrambled to haul the fish ashore. One elderly beast man, impatient, snatched a fish and stuffed it into his mouth, only to spit it out with a yelp. Ugh, so many bones, it pricked my mouth. The other males turned to me in confusion, implying that such a catch was inedible. Yu Fei exploded in anger. "If you think it's inedible, then don't eat it. We will. We females are not as delicate as you." My father quickly intervened, shooting a fierce glare at the foolish old man. I chuckled. "All right, you males handle the net, and we females will take care of the fish." Chong Liu seized the fish from my hands, declaring, "Let me do it." I relished the assistance, directing him to clean the entrails and toss them into the river. His movements were swift, and soon he had processed a fish. We toiled tirelessly until dusk, finally piling the fish at the entrance of Yu Fei Popo's cave, forming a small mountain. My father observed the mound of fish and inquired, "Anran, what comes next?" I grinned widely. "Of course, we ignite a fire to cook the fish. Roast fish." Uncle Yuhei volunteered to grill, while the others prepared to boil. As the water boiled, I tossed the fish pieces into the stone pot and hurried to find my father. "Father, bring the salt." He stiffened. "What do we need salt for?" "To eat." "Do you think so many people can go without salt?" Realizing the logic in my words, he dashed to the back mountain. I chuckled and followed. Upon seeing me, he felt gratified, thinking I was concerned for him on the slippery path. Upon reaching the cave, he rummaged through the salt bag, taking a small handful for himself. Meanwhile, I had already hoisted a large bag of salt, grinning at him. "Father, please help carry 2 more bags." His expression resembled that of a protective hen, and he clutched the salt bag tightly, refusing to let go. "What are you doing, Father, with this many fish? If we don't preserve them, they will spoil in a few days. If cured properly, they can last until spring." The beast god revealed this in a dream. I began to weave an elaborate tale. This salt can also cure meat and vegetables, lasting a year without spoiling. The mention of the beast god startled my father, who muttered, "Could it be that the beast god truly has manifested?" After glancing at the several hundred bags of salt behind him, he gritted his teeth and carried 2 small bags down the mountain alongside me. Once the salt arrived, Uncle Yuhei's roasted fish and our boiling fish soup were set in motion. When the soup was ready, I served each person a large bowl, cautioning, "Be careful of the bones. Eat slowly." Uncle Yuhei salivated at the aroma, and I allowed him to eat first before grilling the remaining fish. Everyone gathered around the fire, indulging in the warm fish and savoring the delicious soup. Despite standing in the snow, we felt enveloped in warmth. My father feasted heartily, only to emit a cry of distress as he extracted a fish bone that had pricked him. I found his reaction both amusing and infuriating. The roasted fish was ready, and upon tasting it, I found it to be far superior to the boiled version. Everyone rushed forward, exclaiming how delicious it was. The delightful scent wafted through the entire tribe. The pregnant women, Chi Yue and Chuanhua, could no longer remain in the cave. Following the scent, they approached, their eyes fixated on the roasted fish before Uncle Yuhei. "Uncle Yuhei, what are you roasting? It smells divine. I wish to partake." Upon hearing this, I nearly thrust the fish bones into her mouth. Chia, without Jinhu by her side, felt no need to feign politeness, glaring at me on Ron. "What do you mean? It's just a few pieces of meat. Can't you pick the bones out for me?" I was taken aback by her brazen attitude. Who did she think she was? Was her brain scrambled? Why should I pick bones for her? I retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Seeing my temper flare, Chong Liu quickly intervened. All right, don't engage with her. Let us head into the cave." I had intended to let it go, but Chi Yue persisted, bumping her large belly against me with pride. "I'm carrying a child. You, who cannot lay eggs, should serve me." Chunhua chimed in, "Yes. Hurry. It will get cold and taste bad. Who understands the plight of my family?" My temper flared. To add insult to injury, Uncle Yuhei and the other honest men, after hearing this, actually bowed their heads and began picking out fish bones with their frostbitten hands. Seeing their submissive demeanor ignited my fury. I kicked over their stone bowls, causing a loud clatter. The crowd fell silent, stunned. I stepped forward, pointing at Chi Yue and Chunhua. "You're pregnant. Are you carrying my child? Or theirs? If you have the ability, go find the males who made you pregnant to serve you." I seized Yu Fei's hand, raising it before them. Look closely. Their hands are frozen, and yours, glistening with grease. Why should we give you the meat? Are you incapable of doing anything for yourselves? Why the audacity?" They were met with my tirade, yet they remained oblivious, insisting that I was the one in the wrong. Chi Yue boldly declared, "I am a pregnant female. You should provide us with food. Moreover, this belongs to the tribe. If you can eat it, so can we." I anticipated her response. I scoffed, "Have you forgotten? Before winter, we agreed to separate ourselves from you. I overlooked your theft of our sweet potatoes due to your pregnancy, but now you dare to overstep." What do they say in response? So what if we stole? We were merely acknowledging your worth. Without us, you old folks wouldn't even have meat. Their brazen remarks left the surrounding crowd dumbfounded, marveling at such shameless females. At that moment, Chong Liu, who had remained silent, spoke coldly, "Tribal leader, I suggest we confine these two separately until they give birth, and then sell them to another tribe." My father's eyes lit up at this, considering it a feasible solution. The entire tribe was plagued by their antics daily. However, he remained soft-hearted. After all, it was freezing, and ultimately, he only issued a stern warning. "You two, continue this arrogance, and once you give birth, I will sell you." This had an immediate effect. They were well aware of the grim fate of females sold in the beast world, and their faces turned pale as they scurried back to their cave. Once those 2 troublemakers departed, we promptly returned to our tasks. I directed everyone to move the fire into the cave and prepared the remaining fish for salting. I instructed Ju Lu Papa and her companions to carve the bamboo into slender sticks, while I asked Uncle Yuhei and the others, whose hands were unscathed, to wash up by the river and then return to assist. My father, the clan leader, squatted nearby, observing our industriousness like a supervisor. As I brought forth a substantial bag of salt and began to coat the fish, the salt cascaded down, and my father's face instantly turned a shade of green, resembling a character who had just been swindled, his lips twitching in distress. I demonstrated to everyone how to apply salt thoroughly on the fish, then used the bamboo sticks to hold them open, subsequently threading them with hemp rope to hang them in a small cave next door for drying. The entire tribe was eerily quiet, while we were bustling with activity. Before long, the salt was exhausted. I called out to my father, "Father, we're out of salt. Please bring over 2 more bags." Upon hearing this, his expression darkened further. When I informed him that we would need at least 3 bags, he nearly choked, clutching his chest, as if he were about to suffer a heart attack. 6 bags of salt. That was nearly half a year's worth for the tribe. I quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Father, have you forgotten I still possess over 10 items from the sea god?" His eyes lit up, but he soon realized, "But those will be worthless next time." I thought to myself that my father's mind was quite sharp, so I continued to paint a grand vision for him. "Well, we may not exchange for that many, but surely we can manage 100 or 80 bags of salt. Just think, once we have sufficient food, we can trade cured meat and baskets with other tribes, and we can host a marketplace. Will we then have to worry about a lack of salt? In no time, we will surpass the Salt tribe and become a great tribe." My father was ignited by my words. His mind filled with the magnificent blueprint of the rise of Qin Shan tribe, and he dashed off to fetch the salt. However, as soon as he stepped out of the cave, the cold wind hit him, and he snapped back to reality, pounding his chest in frustration. This girl is just painting fantasies." Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, he dutifully brought me the salt, muttering that I was just as clever as he was, with a chuckle. We labored late into the night, and I found myself utterly exhausted, dozing off by the fire, when Chang Lu returned from hanging the fish and saw me napping. He gently scooped me up and whispered, "I'll take her back." His voice was so tender it melted my heart. I fell into a deep slumber. When I finally opened my eyes again, I found Chang Lu's handsome face mere inches from mine, grinning mischievously. As I reached out to brush his hair aside, he playfully shoved me back under the covers, saying it's cold outside. Then, "Dear sister, you know what happened next." It was that kind of moment that requires dimmed lights. I must tell you, it was not just for one night, but a full 2 days. 2 days. I felt as if I had been completely transformed. While I was lost in bliss, my father's side was in chaos. After a long night of work, he had just settled down when he was awakened by a commotion outside. Upon stepping out, he was confronted by a crowd of young beast men, surrounding several sick females and their cubs, demanding they be expelled from the tribe. A young male covered his nose, his face twisted in disgust. "Clan leader, they are sick. It's contagious. Get them out." It turned out that several females and cubs in the nursery cave had started coughing and running fevers. Xia Sheng and Niu Li were protecting the sick, refusing to budge. Chi Yu jumped in, hands on her hips, shouting, "If they infect me, what will happen to my cubs?" My father looked at the sick ones, their cheeks flushed, tears streaming down their faces, clearly in poor condition. He could not gamble with the lives of the entire tribe. Yet, to expel them into the icy wilderness would be a death sentence. Just as he was torn, a fluffy little leopard cub bumped against his feet, soft and warm. His heart softened, and he ultimately decided to isolate the sick individuals in the empty cave next to ours. Hu Bing and Qing Qing expressed their immense gratitude, relieved not to be cast out. Just as they settled into the cave next door, they heard the sounds emanating from our cave. However, the beast tribe was known for their rugged nature, and they paid little heed, perhaps pondering the legendary prowess of the tribe's foremost warrior. After 2 days, I was finally released. Sitting at the cave entrance, feeling the brisk wind, it was as if I had been reborn. Chang Lu approached, awkwardly holding a bowl of fish soup to appease me. As we were joyfully building a snowman together, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the adjacent cave. "Xiao Bao, don't scare me." Curiosity piqued. I glanced over to see Hu Bing emerging from the cave, crying as she placed a twitching little leopard cub onto the snow, then resolutely turned back inside. She could not allow the near-death cub to infect the other children in the cave. Watching the little leopard convulsing in the snow, my heart twisted in anguish. Chang Lu held me back, urging me not to approach. "Don't go, they are sick." Frustrated, I exclaimed, "Chang Lu, we are all in the same tribe. If it is indeed contagious, none of us will escape. I'll just cover my mouth and nose to check and then return." His words swayed him. Cautiously, I approached, reaching out to touch the little leopard's head, which was burning hot. The symptoms mirrored my previous cold exactly. Suddenly, it dawned upon me. This was influenza. In this era devoid of medical care, it could truly escalate into an epidemic. I hastily grabbed a handful of snow to wash my hands, anxious and flustered. Chong Lu, their symptoms are just like mine last time. Do you know where we can find that medicinal ginger? He replied he did not know, but would help search. I rushed back to our cave, retrieving a basket to place the pitiful little creature inside, resolved to take it along to find medicine. We dug around in the snow for quite a while, but could not locate any ginger. However, I spotted a patch of dried fong foam. Just when I thought all hope was lost, the protagonist halo activated. I excitedly shouted, "I didn't find any ginger, but I found fong foam. This can also treat a cold." Without hesitation, Chong Lu swung his stick and unearthed the entire patch of fong foam roots. We brought them back, cleaned them, and brewed a potion to administer to the little leopard. That night, before I went to sleep, I felt it. Sweat was pouring from it. Chong Lu quickly provided some warm water. The next morning, the little creature was lively and bouncing in the basket. Chong Lu was overjoyed, grabbing 2 roots of fong foam and rushing to find my father. My father, who had been troubled by this issue all night, dashed to our cave upon hearing there was a solution. He witnessed the little leopard, which had been on the brink of death just yesterday, now full of life, playfully nibbling on his fingers, and he was so excited he struggled to articulate. Quickly have Wu Bing come to feed it. Knowing that Chong Lu feared I might contract the illness, my father ordered him to deliver the cub to the cave entrance. He then carried a stone pot to fetch water, preparing to brew the medicine. I asked him to help me fetch 2 large pots of water, and I personally tended to the fire, boiling the water until it turned a rich brown. My father took the bamboo tube that Chong Lu had fashioned and personally brought the medicine into the isolation cave. The individuals inside were weak and weary. Upon seeing the clan leader enter, they were taken aback, tears streaming down their faces with gratitude. Yet, upon seeing the peculiar color of the potion, doubt crept in. Clan leader, can this really work? And Ran and Chong Lu are not shamans. Some hesitated, while others were willing to take a chance, directly drinking it. Hu Bing followed suit, administering it to her own cub as well. My father, observing their uncertain expressions, chuckled. Rest assured, it will surely work. The little one we expelled yesterday has already recovered after drinking this. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring. Clan leader, is this true? My father placed the bamboo tube on the ground. Drink it if you wish. Do you think I would deceive you? Just look at my beard. I'm not a child anymore. What do you think I risked my life to come in here for? As soon as these words were spoken, the beastmen who had been skeptical lowered their heads in shame, scrambling to grab the bamboo tube from the ground, gulping down the medicine. Remarkably, the effects of the potion were instantaneous. I tell you, as soon as they finished drinking, Hu Bing dashed out. The little leopard that had been convulsing just yesterday was now playfully pawing at the animal's skins, full of life. Hu Bing cradled the cub, beginning to feed it, tears almost in her eyes. The other sick beastmen in the cave were astonished. Wow, it can be saved? Then we surely won die. In an instant, hope ignited in everyone's eyes, and the atmosphere in the entire cave shifted dramatically. What do you think happened next? In less than half a day, my father, the venerable clan leader, seamlessly transitioned into his theatrical mode. He embellished the tale of my and Chong Lu's herb-gathering expedition, broadcasting it throughout the tribe. He spoke of our arduous journey over mountains, of us single-handedly slaying a ferocious beast, and of battling other tribes to secure the precious herbs before our return. I stood there dumbfounded. Who could comprehend the boundless imagination of my father? He could easily rival a novelist. Chong Lu and I exchanged a glance, our lips twitching in disbelief. When did we become such valiant heroes? My father was, indeed, in his reputation era, and I awarded him full marks for this public relations stunt. Just as I was expressing my incredulity, Xia Sheng and Niu Li approached us, both eager to express their gratitude for rescuing their kin. Xia Sheng, holding a piece of meat, stood bashfully at the cave entrance. I hastily invited him inside, while Niu Li, in a comical turn, arrived empty-handed, scratching his head in embarrassment, claiming he had forgotten to bring meat, but would surely make it up to us in the evening. Xia Sheng placed the meat down, sincerely stating that the herbs were far too precious, and our risk was worth more than a mere piece of meat. Niu Li nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming that we had fought against another tribe and had truly endured much hardship. I was on the verge of bursting with laughter. Chong Lu, however, maintained his composure and suggested that we decline the meat, offering it instead for the sick orcs in the cave. This was fortuitous, as I had been fretting over how to prepare meals for so many. My husband is truly astute. After bidding them farewell, I complimented him, only for him to become playful, leaning in to whisper, "What if we have a litter of little ones, and once they grow up, they can provide you with meat?" I shot him an incredulous look, dreaming too grand to avoid cooking. He was even calculating future offspring. I reached out to tickle him, filling the cave with his hearty laughter. However, I did not anticipate that this laughter would attract Jin-Hu. He lingered just outside the cave, hidden behind a nearby tree, listening to our playful banter with an expression that seemed on the verge of heartbreak. To be honest, it sent a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the center of the tribe. We rushed outside to find a crowd gathered around the large cave where the males resided. With Nioli's frantic voice booming, "Where's my meat? Where has it gone?" The meat he had set aside to nourish his beloved Ching and their offspring was completely missing. He had turned his sleeping space upside down in search. But to no avail. Now, Nioli's temper flared, and he stormed to the entrance, shouting at the assembled males, "Who took my meat?" Among them was a fellow named Sherpa, who had always had a contentious relationship with Nioli, crossing his arms and mockingly retorting, "Oh, such a big guy. Yet you can't even guard a piece of meat, and you still have a gall to shout here." Nioli's enjeu intensifia. And he seized a nearby deer orc by the collar, throwing him to the ground, silencing the crowd instantly. Xiaosheng struggled to intervene, but Nioli's eyes were red with fury as he declared, "I had so much meat, it cannot have vanished entirely. It was just here last night." At that moment, someone whispered, "Could it be Jin-Hu?" Another chimed in, "I saw him lurking in the tribe this morning, hiding behind trees. Who else could it be?" Sherpa seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Who would have thought that Jin-Hu, looking all respectable, would resort to such behavior? Nioli recalled having seen Jin-Hu sneaking about in recent days and, without a second thought, charged toward us, fists clenched, ready to confront Jin-Hu, who had just emerged from behind the tree. Jin-Hu, already in a foul mood, was inexplicably struck by a punch, igniting his fury. He dropped the jerky he held, revealing his claws and engaging in a fierce brawl with Nioli. Chong Lu and I rushed out to break it up. Nioli continued to shout, "Why did you steal my meat?" Chong Lu interjected loudly, "Jin-Hu would never steal your meat." But Nioli was deaf to reason, pointing to the crowd and exclaiming, "Everyone here has seen him lurking." I felt bewildered. Could it truly be him? Yet Chong Lu firmly asserted, "He has been outside my cave for days." Shupo, relishing the spectacle, derisively shouted, "He must have been spying on," and ran. I was taken aback, instinctively retreating behind Chong Lu. This small gesture incited Jin-Hu further. Already furious from being wrongly accused, and now publicly exposed by Sherpa, he witnessed my retreat and felt his pride shatter. He transformed into his beast form, pinning Sherpa to the ground and unleashing a fury while yelling, "So what if I like and ran? Even if she doesn't tea like me? Is it wrong to want me near her? Is it a crime to wish to be with her?" His anguished cry stunned everyone present. I stood frozen, watching the two of them grapple in the snow, mud, and blood flying around, terrified, clutching Chong Lu's clothing tightly. Just then, my father, the clan leader, finally arrived. Upon surveying the chaos, he was visibly overwhelmed. With Nioli's meat stolen and Jin-Hu and Sherpa engaged in a life-or-death struggle, how could he possibly intervene? If the theft was not handled properly, the tribe would never find peace. My father paced restlessly. Suddenly his eyes lit up, resting his gaze on me and Chong Lu. In the next instant, he feigned weakness, launching into a fit of coughing as though he were on the brink of departing this world. "Cough, cough, I am old. I cannot go on." He trembled, grasping Chong Lu's hand. "The position of clan leader now falls to you. You must take charge of this matter." With that, he thrust this hot potato directly into Chong Lu's hands. I was paralyzed. "Father, your acting is truly impeccable. Willing to relinquish your position as clan leader just to pass the buck?" Chong Lu, equally distressed, found himself facing an unprecedented dilemma right after assuming leadership. All eyes turned toward him, eager to see how the new clan leader would address the situation. Observing the mounting tension, I cleared my throat and proposed a solution. I recounted the model I had observed in the Yin tribe, advocating for a system where families would excavate their own caves and establish private property. When items are kept within one's home, they become less visible to others, thereby diminishing the temptation to steal. Initially, they questioned what constituted a family, prompting me to pull Chong Lu closer. "He is my male, and my father is my family. From now on, everyone shall reside with their chosen partners and kin." Upon hearing this, the females erupted in excitement. "Yes, we want our own caves. We do not want transient males. They had long endured the chaos of their previous lives. Seizing the moment, Chong Lu declared that once the snow melted, a bonfire festival would be held, during which everyone would pledge loyalty to their partners before the beast gods. The entire tribe erupted in fervor. Finally, after much disorder, there seemed to be a glimmer of order. Chong Lu even offered Nioli 2 large pieces of meat to distribute among the sick orcs and their young ones. Nioli was so moved that he could scarcely utter a word. Just as we thought this grand spectacle might come to a close, Uncle Yuhei swooped down from the sky, exclaiming, "Not good. A horde of orcs is approaching from the mountains. Leading them is Bai Lang from the Ri Luo tribe." In Guang, upon hearing this, Chong Lu's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately instructed all males to prepare for battle. Jean, who licked his claws, fixating intently on the mountain below. Everyone assumed they were envious of the 800 pounds of salt and were coming to seize it. However, as we readied ourselves, the group reached the mountain's edge, and Ying Guang suddenly dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. All the orcs behind him followed suit, heads lowered, voices trembling. "We beseech the Qing Shan tribe. Save us from the Ri Luo tribe." We were all taken aback. Chong Lu permitted them to enter and, upon inquiry, learned that they had been ambushed by a horde of rogue orcs on their way back to the tribe with salt. The salt was stolen, and several females abducted. Ying Guang's voice choked as he recounted. Our old clan leader sacrificed himself to protect the females, only to be dismembered. At that moment, my heart sank. The ever-smiling old clan leader had vanished just like that? This world is indeed merciless. Ying Guang and his companions had come seeking 10 bags of salt and some meat to endure the winter. Yet, my father and Chong Lu exchanged glances, their minds clearly concocting some plan. Chong Lu leisurely spoke. "How do you know they won't return? After all the effort to weaken you, they would simply stop after stealing a few items?" Ying Guang tensed up entirely. He understood this reasoning well, yet he dared not admit it. To do so would imply that their tribe had lost its ability to defend itself, becoming easy prey. With a stiff neck, he asserted, "We still have males alive." My father sighed and began his tale. Last winter, there was a tribe nearby that was plundered. By the time the snow melted, we found all their bodies discarded at the edge of our territory. It was a tragic sight. I was taken aback. I had no recollection of such an event. However, I refrained from speaking, knowing that these two had begun their little performance again. This duo of cunning old foxes was working in tandem, and I could see that Ying Guang's face had turned pale, caught between anger and fear. His expression was a perfect portrayal of helplessness against their tactics. He managed to squeeze out a question through gritted teeth. "What do you actually want?" Meanwhile, Chong Lu acted like a formidable figure, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the stone table. The sound was not loud, but to Ying Guang's ears, it must have felt like a death knell. He casually remarked, "It's simple. Your entire tribe will merge with our Qingshan tribe. In return, you'll have an abundance of salt and meat. In your dreams." Ying Guang shot up, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, everything became clear to me. My father and Chong Lu were engaging in a psychological battle, cornering Ying Guang until he would have no choice but to beg for us to assimilate them. I must say this tactic was rather unscrupulous, but in this unforgiving land, a heart full of compassion often led to total annihilation. As a modern individual, I struggled to keep pace with these ancient tribesmen. I gazed at Chong Lu with admiration shining in my eyes. I cleared my throat and joined the fray, directing my argument at Ying Guang. "Otherwise, what? Do you wish to watch your kin starve? Or would you prefer to wait for those wandering beastmen to return and wipe you out entirely?" This statement left him speechless, as if he had been struck mute. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "I am not the chieftain. My word does not hold weight." "Then what do you offer in exchange for our assistance?" I pressed further. His head nearly touched the ground, stammering but unable to produce a single word. My father, the chieftain of Fengyang, interjected with mockery. What a lofty ambition. You think you can pull the wool over our eyes with mere words and expect us to hand over our precious salt and meat? Ying Guang was left dumbfounded, his face reddening with embarrassment. My father, sensing the opportune moment, waved his hand and issued an ultimatum. "Enough. We have eaten. Either agree to join us now or leave at once." With the stakes laid bare, even Ying Guang's thick skin could not withstand the pressure, and he turned to leave. However, Chong Lu immediately followed him, while my father, with a curious demeanor, stealthily hid at the cave entrance to eavesdrop. Who could understand this delightful contrast in my family? I too, intrigued, hurried over. I overheard Chong Lu performing his act. "Brother, You have witnessed our old chieftain's temperament. Nonetheless, since we are acquainted, I, in my personal capacity, can offer you half a bag of salt and 100 pounds of meat. Don't think it too little. It is all I can spare." Yin Guang, who was on the verge of despair, suddenly brightened at these words, as if he had seen a savior. "Really? Of course it is not too little." He expressed his immense gratitude, nearly in tears. My father, watching the scene unfold, was grinning like a sly old fox, raising his eyebrows at me. I realized that they were merely putting on a show for my benefit. I gave my father a thumbs up. "Father, your strategy is truly ahead of its time." He beamed with pride, of course, but it is mainly Chong Lu's cleverness that allows him to follow my lead. Just then, Chong Lu returned, his face adorned with a sly smile as he asked, "What are you two so cheerful about?" I rushed over and linked my arm through his, nudging my face against his. "I was just praising your brilliance." I suspect that the story my father told about the annihilated tribe was fabricated, wasn't it? Chong Lu affectionately pinched my nose. It is a mix of truth and fiction. There are none nearby, but such events are common in other regions. Upon hearing this, I felt a heaviness in my heart and quickly changed the subject with a joke. "So, should we send someone to ambush halfway, seize the goods back, and pin the blame on the wandering beastmen?" To my surprise, my father leaped up, nearly ecstatic. "What a splendid idea. Why didn't I think of that? My daughter is brilliant." Chong Lu nodded in agreement. "That is a good plan. It will force them to make a decisive choice. Rest assured, I have already dispatched people." My heart sank slightly. Although this tactic seemed somewhat underhanded, I soon reconciled myself to the harsh reality of a world governed by the law of the jungle. On the other side, Yin Guang and his companions hurriedly carried the meat and salt back, pondering that perhaps our Qing Shan tribe was not so bad after all. However, while deep in thought, they suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of danger surrounding them. Their scouts were equally bewildered. How could there be other beastmen in the vicinity? And they did not come with good intentions. It was a deadly rhythm. Meanwhile, within our tribe, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy preparing for the new cave, while I dashed off to check on my precious salted fish. The aroma was simply divine. I broke off a small piece to taste. The salty flavor was exquisite. Many were drawn in by the scent, chattering about how delicious the fish was. I seized the opportunity and, with utmost seriousness, warned them, "It is indeed tasty, but it can be deadly. The bones are numerous and small. If one is not careful, they can choke." Just the other day, my father nearly cut his mouth. As anticipated, the mention of danger made everyone immediately wary. Eating meat was essential. Who would risk their life for a meal? Still, I was not entirely at ease and asked Qing Qing and Hu Bing, who had just given birth, to keep an eye on things for me. They owed me a favor and readily agreed. I slipped down to the riverbank, where I saw my father still fishing. Fish entrails littered the ground, and suddenly, an idea struck me. I rushed over to my father and exclaimed, "Father, do you want to hunt and eat meat, even in the depths of winter?" Upon hearing this, my father's eyes lit up. Just moments ago, he had scolded me for running around in the cold. Yet now his attitude had dramatically shifted, bursting with excitement, as if his intelligence had suddenly surged. "Quickly tell me, what is your brilliant plan?" I explained my idea to use fish entrails as bait to dig traps outside the tribe. While my father was initially skeptical, he ultimately agreed to give it a try, thinking it better than doing nothing. Without delay, my father went to collect entrails while I gathered sharp bamboo from the tribe. When my father returned, he was accompanied by Jean, the one who had confessed his feelings to me only to be rejected. He had been avoiding me for days, and it seemed my father had dragged him along. Upon seeing me, Jean, who appeared quite awkward, rubbing his hands and asking if I minded him tagging along. I understood my father's intentions. He hoped to play matchmaker. Nevertheless, I didn't want to create tension, so I graciously replied, "Why would I mind? Your presence only makes us safer. Come on, don't just stand there. Help me sharpen these bamboos." With that, the atmosphere immediately relaxed. Jean, who quickly sharpened the bamboo sticks. And then my father insisted I sit on Jean, whose beast form, claiming it would be faster. I thought nothing of it and climbed on. Indeed, the tiger's fur was warm. The three of us swiftly reached the location. Jean, who dug the pit, I inserted the bamboo, while my father kept watch. After a flurry of activity, we finally disguised the trap just before darkness fell. However, upon returning to the tribe, trouble awaited us. Chong Lu, concerned that I had not returned for so long, had nearly gone frantic and mobilized half the tribe to search for me. As soon as they exited the tribe, they spotted me jumping down from Jean, whose back. The look on Chong Lu's face darkened instantly, resembling the bottom of a pot. Without a second thought, He dashed over and yanked me from Jinhu's side, pulling me into his embrace with such force that it felt as though he would consume me whole. "Where have you been?" The voice was so cold it could freeze droplets of ice. Recognizing the precarious situation, my father quickly intervened and slipped away. Jinhu remained foolishly rooted to the spot. Chang Lu, with a smile that barely masked his disdain, turned to Jinhu and said, "Jinhu, thank you for accompanying and ran. Let us head to our cave. I shall prepare some fish for you." I felt a flicker of joy, believing they were on the path to reconciliation. However, upon arriving at the cave, I realized it was hardly a gesture of hospitality. Rather, this fellow was intent on settling scores. He deliberately offered Jinhu the most spiny and difficult part of the fish, claiming it was the best part, generously conceding it to him. I sensed something was amiss. When had he ever enjoyed fishtails? Sure enough, as Jinhu took a bite, he immediately clutched his throat, unable to utter a sound, his face turning purple. Alarmed, I urged him to open his mouth, and by the flickering firelight, I discovered a fishbone lodged firmly in his throat. After considerable effort, I managed to extract it. Watching me flounder in my attempts to assist Jinhu, Chang Lu's expression darkened, and I could almost taste the bitterness radiating from him. Yet, Jinhu, oblivious to the tension, wiped his mouth and eagerly asked and ran, "This fish is truly delicious. Can I come back for more tomorrow?" His words ignited Chang Lu's fury. He suddenly let out a cold laugh and fixed his gaze on me, saying, "And ran, Jinhu seems quite nice. Why not just accept him?" I was taken aback, bewildered by his insinuation. Was he attempting to push me away? Did he not care for me at all? My anger surged, but just then, Jinhu's fiery gaze fell upon me. I had no choice but to suppress my ire and send him away. No sooner had Jinhu departed than Chang Lu, with a loud crash, slammed the stone pot onto the table and seized me, tossing me onto the bed. He loomed over me, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Have you developed feelings for Jinhu? What nonsense are you spouting?" I struggled. "Then why were you on top of him?" He roared, his demeanor as fierce as a raging fire. At this, my anger dissipated, and I found myself wanting to laugh. "Are you jealous?" Hardly had the words left my lips when he forcefully sealed them with his own. After a lengthy moment, he released me, growling, "You are mine." We agreed there would only be me. Seeing his insecure expression, I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, ultimately conceding, "All right, I shall keep my distance from him from now on." Only then did he calm down, holding me tightly as if I were a wounded serpent, whispering threats in my ear. "If you dare to climb on another male, I shall kill him." That night, he clung to me, and after a while, I managed to kick him off the bed to wash the dishes. As for the foolish Jinhu, he believed he had a chance and returned to the cave, excitedly rummaging through his collection of pelts, sorting through various worn-out skins. He complained about the old-fashioned ones and dismissed the ugly ones, muttering, "Why is there not a single suitable piece?" Guess what? He eventually selected what he deemed an exceptional battle robe. It was a pristine white rabbit fur coat, adorned with a fluffy trim around the wrists. I swear, it was just shy of rabbit ears, exuding an aura of cuteness. He was convinced Anran would adore it. Early the next morning, as Anran stepped outside the cave, she was immediately struck by the sight of Jinhu and his ensemble, a heart-stoppingly adorable vision that made her wish to ruffle his fur. However, recalling Chang Lu's predatory gaze from the previous night, she quickly concealed her mischievous hands behind her. Just then, Chang Lu emerged. Upon seeing Jinhu's outfit, I could sense his anxiety peak. He knew Anran was a true connoisseur of beauty, and it was his handsome face that had won her over initially. Little did he anticipate that this foolish Jin who would unwittingly grasp the significance of appearance. Chang Lu's expression darkened as he declared, "Jinhu, today I will accompany you both to the trap." Jinhu's hopeful expression wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, and he simply responded, "Oh." Without further ado, Chang Lu scooped up and ran, and, casting a disdainful glance at the beastly Jinhu, ordered, "You lead the way." The atmosphere became palpably awkward, and Anran feigned indifference, anxious to avoid becoming entangled in their rivalry. Fortunately, the journey was swift. It wasn't too long before the scent of blood reached us. The three of us gathered at the edge of the trap and were taken aback. Anran was the first to exclaim, "Xia Sheng, what are you doing here?" There stood Xia Sheng, clutching his bloodied leg, spitting in disgust. Who knows which villain dug this massive pit and tossed a tiger inside? I was merely passing by to retrieve it when, snap, these bamboo spikes pierced my leg. Upon hearing this, Anran's mind raced. Is there a possibility that we dug this pit and that the tiger jumped in and impaled itself? Impossible. Xia Sheng denied vehemently. He was an experienced hunter. Could he believe such a thing? Was the tiger a fool to leap into a hole? Jin Hu, chiming in with a hint of melancholy, began to speak, but was immediately silenced by Chong Lu's chilling glare. He quickly revised his statement. I, along with Ran and the old chief Feng Yang, dug this. If you don't believe me, look. There are the fish entrails we discarded at the bottom. Xia Sheng looked down and, to his astonishment, indeed found fish intestines beneath the tiger's corpse. He was left dumbfounded, his brow furrowing. Is it really true? Chong Lu was equally surprised, realizing that not only had the trap ensnared a tiger, but it had also caught Xia Sheng. He collected himself and asked, weren't you tracking Sherpa and the others? How did you end up here? Only then did Xia Sheng recall the critical matter, urgency filling his voice. We were followed by a group of rogue beastmen. A fight broke out, and Sherpa told me to hurry back for help. They are just beyond the mountain. Upon hearing that his comrades were in danger, Jin Hu immediately prepared to transform. Let us hurry. Wait, Chong Lu halted him, looking down at Xia Sheng. When did you encounter them? How many were there? Just before dawn, there were about 20 beastmen. Chong Lu quickly assessed the situation. The fact that Xia Sheng had returned seeking assistance indicated that Sherpo's group was evenly matched against their adversaries. He decisively commanded, Jin Hu, follow me. He glanced at and ran, concern etched on his face, but returning her home now would only delay their rescue mission. And Rand quickly nodded, reassuring him to proceed. With determination, Chong Lu and Jin Hu dashed into the depths of the forest. Xia Sheng sat helplessly in the pit, watching as the two transformed back into their beast forms and vanished into the distance, shouting in desperation, Hey, pull me up. And Rand tossed him a branch from the side. I'm still here. Xia Sheng chuckled awkwardly. How about you find something thicker? And Rand surveyed his physique, then glanced at the toothpick in her hand, realizing he had a point. She turned and spotted a hefty log not far away. Using all her strength to pry it closer, sweat pouring down her face. Xia Sheng, stand back, she shouted, pushing the log down, which landed perfectly on the edge of the pit. Xia Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this still the delicate little female? Could she truly lift such a heavy log? That'll do, he exclaimed. Not only could he free himself, but he could also haul the tiger from the pit, transforming into a leopard. He expertly maneuvered despite his limp, managing to hoist the tiger onto his back. Once he emerged, he crouched down and ran. Come up, I'll carry you back. And Ran immediately waved her hands. No, that's unnecessary. I still vividly recall Chong Lu's dark expression from last night. I dare not make another mistake. Besides, you are injured. It's not needed. The two hobbled back, each step a reminder of Xia Sheng's bleeding wound. And Ran, filled with concern, suggested, Xia Sheng, perhaps you should discard the tiger. No way. Xia Sheng shook his head, gritted his teeth, and returned. This was fresh meat, and he could also craft a tiger skin for the cubs. He was reluctant to part with it. Seeing his stubbornness, Anren felt helpless. Suddenly, Xia Sheng exclaimed, I know a shortcut that will allow us to return sooner. Anren contemplated this and decided to follow him as they climbed a high mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Anren felt her legs weaken. Beneath her lay a sheer precipice. When a snowflake fell, it echoed for an eternity. Her face went pale with fear as she clung tightly to the stone wall. Xia Sheng, I am scared. Let's take the path below. Xia Sheng, accustomed to this route, did not look back. You wait here. I'll throw the tiger over and come back for you. Anren dared not look, pressing her body against the cold stone, frozen in fear. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and a large chunk of snow fell directly on her head, obscuring her vision. Startled, she trembled, and the snow beneath her feet, warmed by her body, had turned to ice. With a shudder, she plummeted like a kite with a severed string. Help! Xia Sheng turned to see this scene, his heart racing as he cried out, Anren. All she could hear was the rushing wind as she descended rapidly. Thinking this was the end, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her back, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches as she became a human cushion, landing with a thud into a snowbank. Her insides felt displaced, and the snow beneath her quickly turned crimson. Gazing despairingly at the sky, she thought she was doomed. The thought of death brought forth a torrent of tears. She wasn't ready to die yet. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed in the distance, and she excitedly called out, Xia Sheng, I'm here. However, as the footsteps grew nearer, they sounded chaotic, and it became evident that there was more than one individual approaching. Soon, two male beastmen, clearly up to no good, surrounded her. 1. A wolf beast man with a bloodstained neck sneered, "I never expected to find an injured little female." The other, a dog beast man, trembled in fear. "Brother, we should flee. This little female is on the verge of death. You know nothing." The wolf beast man glared at him. "We can take her and sell her to the Yaren tribe. We can use the earnings to heal our wounds." The dog beastman's eyes lit up at this, and he lunged to grab Aaron. Desperately, she shouted, "I am the chieftain's female. Release me, and I'll offer you plenty of salt." The wolf beastman merely laughed. "You're shouting without coughing up blood. It seems you're only superficially injured. Let us go." The dog beastman, with his wide jaws, picked her up and tossed her onto his back. Aaron let out a pained cry, feeling as if her back might shatter. Hearing her scream, Xiaxing's heart sank, and he raced down the mountain, following the blood trail to the spot where Aaron had fallen. However, he detected not only her scent, but also that of two unfamiliar beastmen. At that moment, Changliu and Jinhu arrived. Upon catching the scent of Aaron and seeing the large pool of blood in the snow, Changliu's mind went blank. He stared at the blood, incredulous, and asked Xiaxing, "This isn't Aaron's, is it?" Jinhu sniffed the air again. "Changliu, it is Aaron. Don't speak." Changliu bellowed, his gaze like a knife as it pierced Xiaxing. "I ask you, is this Aaron's?" With guilt, Xiaxing lowered his head. "Yes." That single word shattered the last thread of Changliu's restraint. He instantly transformed, his massive serpent tail whipping through the air and sending Xiaxing flying. The sound of cracking ribs made Jinhu recoil in shock, observing Xiaxing spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jinhu urgently called out, "Changliu, saving Aaron is our priority." There are traces of those two runaway beastmen nearby. Only then did Changliu regain a semblance of rationality, releasing his tail and pursuing the scent. There was no time to assign blame. Finding her was paramount. The thought of Aaron losing so much blood caused his heart to ache painfully. Meanwhile, Aaron was jolted on the dog beastman's back, her face scratched by branches. Suddenly, the wolf beastman veered off the path, urging, "Run faster. They are in pursuit." Ahead lay a vast river, and without hesitation, the wolf beastman plunged into the water. Aaron, quick-witted, discreetly removed a piece of beast hide from her foot and tossed it onto the shore before entering the water. The icy river chilled her to the bone, and the dog beastman clung tightly to her, rendering her immobile. Changliu and Jinhu reached the riverbank, but the scent abruptly ended. Just as Aaron saw Changliu peering into the water, hoping for salvation, she heard him say, "There's nothing here. Let us go over there." Despair flooded her as she thought her hope had vanished. At that moment, the two kidnappers surfaced, gasping for air. Just as they climbed onto the shore and failed to catch their breath, a shadow darted in with precision and power, obliterating the wolf beastman before he could even comprehend his assailant. In the next instant, Aaron fell into a familiar embrace, tightly held by Changliu. Jinhu also lunged forward, swiftly biting through the dog beastman's neck. Grateful to be alive, Aaron inhaled Changliu's familiar scent and burst into tears, clinging to his neck. "I thought I was truly going to die and would never see you again." Changliu, too, finally relaxed, his tension dissipating as he knelt, holding her tighter. "I'm sorry. I should have left you alone." Aaron shook her head. "It's not your fault. I should have been more careful and not run off." Observing the two embrace, Jinhu felt a sense of melancholy as he crouched nearby with his head lowered. After a long while, he quietly reminded Changliu Aaron is still injured. Only then did Changliu realize, hastily setting her down, his heart aching at the sight of her wounds, now soaked from the cold water. It was only after discovering the beast hide that had been discarded on the shore that he had tracked them down. He offered, "You can lie on Jinhu's back for the return journey. I won't be upset. My beast form isn't suited for carrying you, and lying down will be more comfortable given your injuries." Jinhu immediately complied, lying down obediently. Aaron settled on Jinhu's warm and broad back, finally feeling secure. As they walked, Aaron suddenly spotted a grove of purple trunks. Curiously, she asked Changliu to break a branch, and upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled with delight. "It's sweet. This is truly sugarcane." Changliu took a bite as well, astonished. "Not only sweet, but it's also juicy." Aaron nodded vigorously. "Yes. Let us bring some back. I want to make brown sugar. Our tribe will never lack salt again." Upon returning to the tribe, night had fallen. The moment the villagers saw the injured Xiaxing and the others return without Aaron, they were thrown into a frenzy. When Xiaxing, filled with guilt, recounted how Aaron had fallen off the cliff and been taken, her father, the elder Fengyang collapsed in shock. The entire tribe descended into chaos. Hu Bing confronted Xiaxing at the tribe's entrance, demanding to know what had transpired. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Xiaxing crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably as he recounted every detail. The villagers were astonished. He had prioritized the hunt over the safety of Anren, a mere female. Hu Bing expelled him, instructing him to reflect on his actions until Anren returned. Alone, Xiaxing knelt in the frigid snow, desperately praying to the beast god. At that moment, he spotted familiar figures emerging from the darkness, Changliu and Jinhu. He rushed toward them. Where is Anren? The two ignored him, and, as he cleared a path, he beheld Anren asleep on Jinhu's back, her back a gruesome sight. To his astonishment, he smiled softly, whispering, "The beast god has granted us a miracle." Anren awoke the next morning to find her father wiping his tears beside her. Unable to endure such an emotional scene, she grinned and said, "Father, I want to eat meat. I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, the elder felt reassured that his daughter was still in good spirits and hurriedly went out to make arrangements. Changliu brought her a large bowl of hot water, and after taking a couple of sips, Anren could no longer contain herself. "What happened to the sugar cane we brought back yesterday? You take the juice and squeeze it out, placing it in a stone pot to simmer. Curious to see what it will yield." Changliu, aware of her new idea, promptly set about executing it. Before long, Hu Bing entered with Xiaxing, carrying 2 large pieces of meat, and ran. "I apologize for bringing Xiaxing to you," he exclaimed. "I must say," and Ran felt utterly mortified at that moment. Aside from her backside, she was completely exposed, and these two barged in. She reached for the blanket, but couldn't grasp it, causing her great discomfort, and she quickly shouted, "Chonglu, come in here." As Chonglu entered, he opened his arms to separate her from Xiaxing and quietly inquired, "What is wrong? What does it hurt?" And Ran's face flushed with embarrassment as she leaned closer to him and whispered, "The blanket, the blanket." Chonglu frowned, saying, "No, you have injuries. Covering yourself will stick to the wounds." Left with no choice, and Ran turned to Xiaxing and said, "Xiaxing, can you step outside while I have a word with Hu Bing?" Xiaxing, in a panic, stamped his feet, pleading, and Ran, "I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me." And Ran felt a wave of frustration. How could he be so oblivious? She was genuinely angry. "You need to leave." When Chonglu saw he wouldn't budge, he took matters into his own hands and dragged him out. With no one else around, and Ran breathed a sigh of relief and told Hu Bing, "This isn't entirely his fault. I share some responsibility as well." Observing Hu Bing's guilt-ridden expression, she added, "You can ask me for anything in the future." With a sly glint in her eye, she continued, "Really? Then could you do me a favor and send Xiaxing to a sugarcane field to harvest all the sugarcane? Jin, who knows the way." Upon hearing this, Hu Bing dashed out to make arrangements. At this moment, Ran caught a whiff of a sweet aroma wafting from outside and inquired, "Chonglu, how's it going?" Chonglu replied, "It has turned yellow." As he noticed the bubbling mixture, he stirred it with chopsticks, pouring the strands into a clean bamboo tube. Following his lead, he observed the clear juice transform into a viscous brown liquid. Curiously, he licked the chopsticks, only to scrunch his face in surprise, and ran, "This is incredibly sweet. Far too sweet for my liking." Upon hearing this, and Ran craned her neck to peer outside, asking, "Could you mix me a cup of sweet water?" Chonglu, noticing her eager expression, added a generous chunk of syrup to the bamboo cup and poured in some hot water from the nearby pot, blowing on it gently before handing it to her. "When it reached my hands, I must say, that warm cup of brown sugar water revitalized me." I immediately proposed to Chonglu, suggesting we quickly acquire that sugarcane grove and boil it all down to sugar, which we could then exchange for salt. Wouldn't that be far superior? Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he went off to rally support. Before we knew it, half a month had slipped by. I can tell you, my wounds had healed sufficiently, and I was nearly ready to venture outside. I pleaded with Ching Ching daily to let me out for some fresh air, but she stood like a guardian at the door, resolutely denying me, insisting no. Chonglu said so. How infuriating! I wore my lips raw from protesting, yet she remained steadfast, and I huffed, "Then bring Chonglu to me." As soon as the words left my mouth, Chonglu entered, braving the elements. I shot him an indifferent glance, turning away to ignore him. "What do you suppose?" he said. He approached with a grin, poking my cheek. "Did you miss me? Why aren't you happy to see me back?" Ching Ching, overhearing this, blushed and quickly slipped away. I retorted stubbornly, "Who said I missed you?" To which he playfully escalated, "Oh, really? I was just thinking of taking someone out for a stroll. In an instant, I did a complete turnaround, seizing his hand with a beaming smile. Darling, I missed you so much. Please take me out. Just like that, I had him wrapped around my finger. He chuckled, fetching a thick fur coat to wrap me up warmly before leading me out of the cave. Once outside, the atmosphere was lively, akin to a festival. Granny Yufei was the first to spot me, bundled up like a zongzi, greeting me cheerfully. As soon as I had a moment, I eagerly turned to Chong Lu. Chong Lu, I want to eat grilled meat. He affectionately stood up, saying, I'll fetch it from the cave. Since my arrival, the status of females in our tribe had risen significantly. Not only could they prepare salted fish and cured meat, but their voice now held weight, which was delightful. Just as I was reveling in this newfound power, a ragged group appeared at the tribe's entrance, looking gaunt and tattered, resembling a band of refugees. The leader was none other than Ying Guang, his once silver hair now soiled and darkened. Upon seeing me, he seemed somewhat self-conscious, retreating slightly on his bare feet. I offered to let them in to warm themselves by the fire, but from behind him, a man emerged, chin held high, barking, You a mere female, should not speak here. Bring out your tribe leader. I furrowed my brow, sensing his arrogance. I stepped forward, looking him squarely in the eye. I'm a mate of tribe leader Chong Lu. The audacity of his laughter was palpable, dismissing me with disdain. What are you? Just a female. Every tribe leader has several females. Who do you think you are? No sooner had he finished speaking than Chong Lu arrived like a gust of wind, his expression dark as coal. He had heard. He placed a small piece of dried fish into my arms, his tone gentle enough to meld ice. You go warm yourself by the fire. It's too cold to stand here. I could see the astonished eyes of the members from the Riluo tribe, evidently unaccustomed to such kindness being shown from a male to a female. The oversized fool, Ri Feng, glared at Chong Lu with envy and provocatively challenged, So, you are the leader of the Qingshan tribe? His own people grew anxious, with one namely Hui hurriedly interjecting, Leader Chong Lu, you promised to take us in? The situation spiraled into chaos as their group began to bicker. Sensing the turmoil, I stepped forward and posed 3 questions that left them speechless. Do you wish to join our Qingshan tribe? But your leader hasn't spoken. Can you truly represent his views? Or is it that your leader cannot represent you? This silenced them all. Ying Guang too realized the truth. Their leader had not made a single declaration from the beginning. Although my words quelled the others, they enraged Ri Feng, who shouted, Nonsense! I am a leader. Chong Lu, barely sparing him a glance, replied coolly, I'm sorry, but if you join our Qingshan tribe, you will no longer be a leader. Ri Feng érupted, impossible. Joining us is a favor to you. Chong Lu frowned, turning to shout, Jin Hu, escort them out. Jin Hu immediately transformed into his beast form, exuding an intimidating aura that left the opposing group trembling. Panic ensued among the Riluo tribe, prompting them to urge Ri Feng to reconsider. Overwhelmed by his own people's pressure, Ri Feng finally conceded, Fine, I'll relinquish my title, but my people must stay together. Chong Lu nodded in agreement, but I quickly interjected, That won't do. Ri Feng's ire turned towards me. Who do you think you are to speak here? Jin had been waiting for this moment, and with a swift move, he lunged forward, biting down hard enough to pierce Ri Feng's shoulder. He warned, If you dare threaten and ran again, I will end you. I then leisurely stated, If you wish to join us, you may, but you will be ordinary members. Especially you, Ri Feng. Chong Lu concurred, signaling his approval. At this point, Ri Feng attempted to assert his authority, only to find himself utterly abandoned, with no one following him. In an instant, he became a pariah. Ying Guang and the others tried to reason with him, and the atmosphere became tense. I had a sudden inspiration and smiled. Since you're guests, we in the Qingshan tribe should extend our hospitality and offer you a meat feast. Afterward, you could decide whether to stay or go. Our tribe members were less than pleased at this suggestion. Nioli was the first to object and ran. They're so arrogant. Why should we feed them meat? Chunhua, heavily pregnant, added, Yes, if they come, we will have less meat, and what about my baby? On that day, when Feng noticed the commotion among our group, he couldn't help but mock Chong Lu with a sense of pride. I felt a surge of anger, my gaze turning icy as I called out to Xia Sheng in the crowd. Xia Sheng, go fetch 2 baskets of fresh fish. Make sure my father selects them himself. Xia Sheng paused for a moment, then sprinted off, likely puzzled as to why the elder must personally choose the fish. Upon hearing Xia Sheng's report, my father, Feng Yang, burst into laughter, fully aware of the situation. He immediately directed Xia Sheng, Go, pick the largest fish in one basket and another basket of medium-sized ones. Before long, My father and Xia Sheng returned, each carrying a basket of fish with great enthusiasm. Seeing the two distinctly different baskets of fish, Chong Lu instantly grasped my plan and leaned in to whisper compliments in my ear. You were so clever. The warmth of his breath tickled my ear, and I proudly lifted my chin. Of course, I am your female. My father shouted at the top of his lungs. The fish are here. He placed a basket filled with large, plump fish beside our tribe's fire, then tossed the half-filled basket of smaller fish in front of the members of the Ri Luo tribe. At that moment, everyone in our tribe understood and ceased to be angry, becoming engrossed in the spectacle. The Ri Luo tribe, ravenous and desperate, wasted no time in starting a fire to grill the fish. However, Ri Feng was not pleased, shouting at me, Hey, why do you give us such small fish while you keep the big ones for yourselves? I turned around with a slight smile. Why? Simply because you are not yet a member of the Qing Shan tribe. The elder, Feng Yang, was nearby, enjoying a savory grilled fish, and added with a smirk, Join our Qing Shan tribe, and you too can feast on a large fish. Ri Feng, infuriated, turned his head away, grabbing a small, freshly grilled fish and stuffing it into his mouth. I tell you, he didn't even chew, and the next moment, he clutched his throat, his face turning purple, unable to utter a single word. Li Hui screamed in fright. This fish is poisonous. Jin Hu, standing nearby, rolled his eyes dismissively. I told you, this fish has small bones, eat it slowly. If you swallow a whole, you have no one to blame but yourself. I chuckled inwardly and approached, feigning concern. Jin Hu, check if he still has anything in his mouth. If he can't spit it out, just give him a few good punches on the back. Upon hearing that, Sherpa rushed forward, eager. I'll do it. He grabbed Ri Feng's chin, pretended to inspect, then shouted loudly. Oh no, there's still something in there. Hurry and spit out. Ri Feng's eyes reddened with anger. If he had anything in his mouth, he would have already expelled it. It was clearly a bone stuck in his throat. Jin Hu and Sherpa, grinning mischievously, hung Ri Feng upside down from a tree, delivering punches and kicks in the name of rescue. Though the piece of fish was shaken loose from his mouth, the bone in his throat remained lodged. I approached with a faux look of concern. There are too many bones stuck in his throat. We need to give his chest and back a good thumping. As long as he can speak, he will be fine. This incited Jin Hu and Sherpa to intensify their efforts, filling the entire tribe with Ri Feng's agonized cries. The remaining members of the Ri Luo tribe quickly understood the situation, their gazes towards me shifting to one of respect. They comprehended that I was not to be trifled with. Once everyone had their fill, Ying Guang finally released the barely conscious Ri Feng from the tree. In an instant, the fool struck Ying Guang with a punch, bellowing, Do you want me dead? This ignited a powder keg, and Ying Guang, unable to hold back, pinned him to the ground and beat him mercilessly. If it weren't for the elder's orders to care for you, do you think you would still be alive? From now on, you are no longer my tribe leader. Suddenly, all the members of the Ri Luo tribe sided with Ying Guang, declaring their intent to follow him and remain in the Qing Shan tribe. Ri Feng, abandoned by his followers, was left utterly dumbfounded. Ying Guang approached Chong Lu to pledge loyalty, and we were more than willing to accept. Chong Lu stipulated one condition. All right, but you must live separately. Ying Guang readily agreed. Sherpa led the newcomers to arrange their accommodations, while Ri Feng could only follow behind, utterly defeated and afraid to utter a word. I patted my full belly and said to Chong Lu, I am satisfied. Let's wash up by the river. Chong Lu immediately stood, taking the 2 stone bowls from us, naturally taking my hand. Let us go, but be careful. The path is slippery. I laughed, feeling unbothered, and picked a willow branch by the river, using it as a toothbrush. Upon returning to the cave, Chong Lu was exceptionally attentive, stoking the fire to a vigorous blaze and bringing me warm water to wash my face and feet, his service impeccable. Just as I finished tidying myself and sank onto the soft animal skin bed, to my surprise, he climbed up beside me like a large dog. He buried his head in my neck, inhaling deeply, and with a look of ecstasy said, You smell wonderful. This made me chuckle, and I turned my head, thrusting my armpit towards his face. Here, take a whiff of this. Isn't it fragrant? I haven't tea bathed in ages. It's all natural. He wrapped his arms tightly around my waist, pulling us closer together, his gaze deep and dark as he looked at me, and said, You still smell good. Oh, dear family. Only he understands. That look in his eyes sent my heart racing, and in a moment of impulsiveness, my hand found its way to his face as I blurted out, I missed you. This was my first time being so forward. Chong Lu, caught off guard, seemed electrified. But just as his hand grazed my back, it touched my injury. His movement halted, his voice faltering to just 2 words. You're injured. The atmosphere turned charged. And that one scar abruptly reverted our relationship back to innocent comradeship. On my side, it was a tale of pure love, but outside, the newly joined members of the Luo tribe were not so fortunate. They were housed in several small caves, each one freezing as if they were mere children. Particularly the females, who, passing by our tribe's cave, saw the warmth of the fire and the presence of several males sharing the space. Their eyes filled with envy. Then there was Yin Guang, huddled in a corner, his large feet turning red from the cold, unable to sleep. I tell you, with his eyes closed. His mind was consumed with thoughts of that day. I outsmarted Refeng. Goodness, this fellow must have some peculiar tastes, relishing the high-cold demeanor. But the most explosive situation was undoubtedly with the former tribe leader, Refeng. Embarrassed and furious after being publicly humiliated, he found himself in a dark and frigid cave, a stark contrast to our world. Irritated, he cast his gaze around until it landed on a sleeping female in the corner. I can assure you, in the next moment, that scoundrel untied his filthy, knotted animal skin skirt and pounced. Immediately, the dark cave was filled with heavy, coarse breaths, a stark contrast to the atmosphere in our tribe. The next day, I emerged from the cave only when the sun had fully risen. To my surprise, the entire tribe was bustling like a morning market, alive with activity. Young and old were weaving nets, crafting baskets, and fishing. Even Chang Lu, who had worked late the night before, had gone to check on the boiling sugar. I wandered over, catching a whiff of the sweet aroma from a distance. A large pile of sugarcane was nearby, sprouting shoots. I picked one up and said to Chang Lu, "This one do, they're sprouting. We need to dig a cellar to store them." Chang Lu frowned, concerned. "In a cellar? Won't they die?" I laughed, thinking to myself, my 21st century mind would not be constrained by this ancient man. I said, "They won't die. The cellar is warm. They will sprout on their own. Once the snow melts, we can plant them directly." I also reminded him that the fields needed to be turned over quickly. While the weather was cold, we could freeze the insect eggs in the soil. Chang Lu's eyes lit up. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Let's go find a place." Hearing that we could go out, I was immediately excited, but then my expression fell. Maybe I'll sit this one out. The last time I fell off the cliff left me with a psychological shadow. I felt like a troublemaker, always causing chaos as soon as I stepped outside. Chang Lu, a straightforward man, suddenly threw his arm around my shoulder and began to impart some wisdom. He said, "Is it not absurd to stumble over a stone on the roadside and vow never to leave the cave again?" I was momentarily taken aback. His words indeed carried weight. Why should I be afraid? If I trip over a stone, I can simply level it out. Enlightened, I smiled at him and said, "Let us go. Take me out." We playfully bickered until we reached a small hillside. I pointed to a vast expanse of grass below and declared, "This is the place. Let us cultivate this land." I began assigning tasks. "You shall lead the others in clearing the weeds and plowing the earth, while I will return to construct a latrine for our tribe." Chang Lu looked utterly bewildered. "A latrine? What is that?" I pointed at the land, eager to educate him. "With such a large area, we must fertilize it, right? Our tribe produces so much organic waste daily. It is a gross misallocation of resources to let it go to waste. I will dig a large pit to collect these treasures, ensuring that next year's sugarcane grows thicker than your legs." Realization dawned on Chang Lu. Oh, a latrine is a pit for waste. He even readily offered to enlist Jinhua's help. I was surprised. He displayed no jealousy, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains. He calmly said, "With him around, you will be safer." My heart warmed, and I confessed, "Rest assured, my affections lie solely with you." He squeezed my hand and replied, "Me too." Just as we had completed our grand agricultural plans, chaos erupted in the small woods adjacent to our tribe. That rascal Rufeng had cornered Chunhua and Chiyue, both of whom were pregnant. Rufeng, with his foul demeanor, approached them with ill intentions, his words laced with filth. Chiyue spat in his face. "Didn't you learn your lesson from last night? Scram, or Shigoa and his crew will return to thrash you." Provoked, Rufeng seized his wrist and menacingly declared, "None of you are escaping today." His gaze flickered to their bellies with a sinister glint. I was appalled. He shoved who was already nearing labor, causing her to stumble backwards. Chun Awa attempted to catch her, but he fell squarely onto Kika, who let out a piercing scream that shattered the wood's tranquility. As he had scrambled to her feet and turned around, she was met with the horrific sight of Funlish lying in a pool of her own blood, staining the snow crimson. "Shokto, Akagetsu Hurozu. Rurfeng, realizing the gravity of the situation and hearing footsteps approaching from the tribe, fled in haste. When the others arrived, they found Chunhua wailing in agony, while Sud stood like a statue, paralyzed with shock. One of his mates, upon witnessing this scene, had tears in his eyes and immediately confronted him, blaming him for the brutality. Shriye managed to shout it was Rurfeng. He pushed me. When Changlo and I returned, we were met with utter chaos. Huyin, spotting me, rushed over, pleading, Anran, please save Chunhua. She is on the brink of death. As I entered the cave, the sight that met me was horrifying. Blood splattered everywhere. I quickly took charge, ordering Ching Ching, boil water. A lot of it. Upon examining Chunhua, my heart sank. It was evident she was not in labor. Her cervix was closed. The blood indicated a placental abruption. With no other options, I urged her to push, but each attempt elicited cries of pain. Just then, Yu Fei Popo burst in, the tribe's expert midwife. She quickly assessed the situation, directing us to clean up the blood while having Hu Bing keep Chunhua awake. The cave was a frenzy of activity. As we carried buckets of blood out, Chunhua was nearing the end, unresponsive to Gu Bing's calls. In desperation, Yu Fei Popo shouted, if she sleeps, slap her awake. Hu Bing, tears streaming down her face, had no choice but to strike her dear friend's face repeatedly. We rushed to fetch fish soup, hoping to revive her strength. But she could not swallow. In a final act of desperation, Yu Fei Pupuk slapped Shana's face and listened to her chest. Slowly rising, she looked at me and shook her head, uttering words I would never forget. Hunran, it's over. Just as Sijin entered with hot water, her hands trembled, and the stone pot crashed to the ground. I refused to accept this fate, leaning down to listen for a heartbeat. Nothing. I checked her carotid artery again and again, but felt nothing. Yu Fei pulled aside, holding my hand down firmly. Stop searching, she is gone. In that moment, my mind went blank. A living being, struggling just moments ago, had vanished. I held her gradually stiffening hand, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. I told you, Feipo, let us clean her up, so she departs with dignity. That night, the tribe held a cremation for Chunhua and her unborn child beside the river. The flames soared, illuminating every face, marking Chen's absence from our tribe forever. Changlidu issued a strict order for Shripo and Ingong to lead a search for Rufeng. 2 days later, they found the exhausted and famished wretch in a cave. Upon entry, Shripo immediately confronted him, causing Rufeng to transform into his beastly form, attempting to escape as a large black eagle. However, Ingong, like a flash of white lightning, tackled him to the ground, pinning him in the snow. Despite the confrontation, Rufeng still attempted to deflect blame, claiming that Chenhua and the others had seduced him. Shripo, furious, attacked him relentlessly, leaving him battered and bruised. When they brought him back to the tribe, chaos erupted. Everyone was ready to exact vengeance. Even those from Rulabuluo wished to consume him whole. Changliu, exuding an intimidating presence, interrogated Rufeng. Let me tell you, his performance could have earned him an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. He wept and complained about the female's lack of decency, claiming he merely pushed them away and they were seeking trouble. Changliu's cold scoff silenced him. Outside, the crowd was restless, chanting for his death. The situation escalated when a member of Rulabuluo, stepped forward, accusing Rufeng, if it weren't for your foolishness, my father would still be alive. How dare you call yourself a leader? Rufeng, taken aback, looked at Ingong, who had remained silent until now. Is it true? Did you give me this position? Yingong's icy gaze conveyed everything without a word. What followed was a spectacle of professional bullying, with Rufeng absurdly laughing, claiming the women were to blame for his actions. He demeaned Chenhua and the others, downplaying their suffering. As soon as he uttered those words, Huang could no longer contain himself, landing a punch that sent blood splattering across the wall. Chenhua's male companions surged forward, mercilessly kicking him, intent on demolishing him entirely. Chanlo, unfazed, merely commanded, drag him out and end him, before turning away in disdain. As he walked away, chaos erupted, a mob dragging Rufeng out, beating him mercilessly until they finally seized his life. At last, only Ingong remained. He approached the grotesque form that had lost all semblance of humanity and muttered softly, "For the sake of the old clan leader, I shall bury you." With that, he hoisted the lifeless body and departed. From that moment onward, the sunsetting tribe ceased to exist. Meanwhile, as the cleanup commenced on one end, and Ren busied herself elsewhere, orchestrating the construction of infrastructure. She directed Xia Sheng and a dozen burly men, who toiled diligently to excavate a massive pit, preparing to build the tribe's inaugural public restroom. Once the pit was completed, and Ran took Jean Hu to gather timber. Upon hearing his name called, Jean Hu felt elated, with a flick of his claws. He felled a tree as thick as a man's thigh. They dragged the wood back, stripped off the bark, and meticulously arranged it over the pit, leaving a narrow gap in the center. And Ran climbed atop to test it out. Satisfied, she beckoned, "Come, everyone, give it a try." Who could comprehend such matters? Just as her words faded, a burly man charged forward with a loud cry, yanking his bee-skin skirt down in broad daylight. Our brother Jean, who could hardly contain himself. In a swift motion, he hurled a small stone, striking the man squarely and silencing him. The incident caused a ruckus, and Ran, having turned away, gasped at the scene. Oh, how shocking. Once they managed to help the man don his skirt again, and Ran cleared her throat and turned back, feeling embarrassed. Well, since there are no issues, let us construct a roof over it. In no time, a rudimentary toilet was erected. At that moment, Chong Lu happened to stroll by, and Ran, bursting with excitement, dashed over and linked arms with him. Chong Lu, look, our toilet. Would you like to try it out? Chong Lu was momentarily taken aback, his brow raised as he surveyed the crowd of orcs eagerly waiting to witness the spectacle. He retorted, "Are you certain you want me to try it now?" And Ran followed his gaze and realized the gathering was indeed awaiting the tribe leader's demonstration. She quickly amended her statement. "Haha, never mind. Let someone else give it a go." Unfazed, Jean Hu dove right in, squatting as Ran had instructed. After a moment of concentration, he let out a triumphant exclamation as the first deposit fell into the pit. Peering in, he shouted in delight, "This toilet works splendidly. No more fear of blockages." His proclamation drew a throng of curious onlookers. Just as he prepared for round two, he glanced down and burst into laughter. His fellow tribesmen had jumped into the pit, gazing up with wide eyes. Jean Hu, startled, leapt out, pointing at the toilet, exclaiming, "There are people inside." Chong Lu could not suppress his laughter, relieved he had the foresight not to participate. Clearing his throat, he formally announced, "From now on, no one is permitted to relieve themselves elsewhere. All must come here. Understood?" Most of the tribe members welcomed the news, as none wished to find themselves in an unfortunate situation during an outdoor skirmish. However, some murmured complaints about the cold, preferring the warmth of the caves. Just then, those who had gone out to dig traps returned, dragging a massive luo beast, and Ran, seeing they were about to discard the pristine white lard, brightened and quickly interjected, "Chong Lu, let us take this back." Chong Lu grimaced, "That's not tasty, it's too soft." Upon hearing this, the matronly fish-feeding women immediately retrieved 2 sizable chunks of lard from the pile of innards. This yields a lot of oil and is absolutely delicious. And Ran loves it. And Ran shot Chong Lu an exasperated glance and pulled the matron away, saying, "If he dislikes it, we shall manage it ourselves. This oil will surely enhance our fish." Chong Lu sheepishly scratched his nose and followed along to see what was happening. The trio worked in perfect harmony. One chopped, one tended the fire, and one cleaned the fish. Soon, the pot sizzled with the fragrant oil, and Ran placed the marinated fish over the gentle flames, brushing it repeatedly with the newly rendered luo oil. Chong Lu questioned, "Why apply oil to the fish?" "Because it's delicious," and Ran replied with a mysterious smile. The first fish was soon ready, golden and crispy, and Ran presented it to her father, Feng Yang, the clan leader. The elder had been salivating nearby, and, upon tasting it, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Delicious. This is truly delightful." Chong Lu, receiving his own fish, hesitantly took a bite and was instantly frozen in disbelief. "This is extraordinarily delicious. What have I been eating all this time?" He devoured the fish in mere moments, and when Ran offered to share a portion, he declined, insisting that a man should not take from a woman. At that moment, Uncle Yu Hei cheerfully approached, carrying a piece of roasted meat. Intending to jest with Feng Yang, "Old leader, is this delicious?" Upon hearing this, Feng Yang quickly turned to shield his bowl, smugly boasting, "Not tasty at all. It's foul. My daughter made this. Let your son prepare something for you." As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. Uncle Yu Hei's smile instantly vanished, and he stood frozen in shock. Feng Yang hastily shoved the bowl back into his hands, but it was too late. Uncle Yu Hei silently returned the bowl and walked away towards a cave. I must tell you, the remark was unintentional, but it struck a sensitive chord. And Ran soon learned that Uncle Yu Hei's son had perished in battle years ago while defending the tribe. Feng Yang's words were akin to pouring salt on an open wound. And Ran sighed and promptly advised Chang Lu, "Let us keep Uncle Yuhei occupied with tasks over the next few days to prevent him from dwelling on it." Chang Lu nodded, relishing a piece of crispy, fragrant fried lard. He finally understood that it wasn't that life was harsh for them, but rather that he had been ignorant. As night fell, the snowstorm intensified, signaling an impending change in weather. In the dead of night, while the entire tribe lay in slumber, a shadow stealthily approached the rear mountain and swiftly vanished into the woods. "Boss, there's plenty of meat in their cave, and a lot of salt." The figure known as the boss, a black serpent orc, brightened at the news. "Excellent. You take a group to the back mountain to steal supplies. I'll lead a team to capture a few females for our amusement." At the mention of females, the band of rogue orcs erupted into sinister laughter. The howling wind masked their intentions until a piercing dog howl shattered the stillness, awakening everyone from their dreams. Chang Lu jolted awake, the air thick with unfamiliar scents, and his heart sank. "This is bad. The tribe is under attack." I was still groggy, but upon hearing this, I was fully alert. Chang Lu swiftly shoved me behind a stone table, handing me a bone knife. "Stay hidden. I'll go check." As he departed, I heard the cacophony of battle cries erupt outside, causing my hands to tremble around the knife. Chang Lu rushed out to find a horde of rogue orcs charging in, attacking the males and seizing the females. Upon witnessing the chaos, Ying Guang's eyes flared with rage. These were the very marauders who had raised their tribe years prior. With vengeance in his heart, he unleashed a fierce howl and transformed into a blinding white light, plunging into the fray. Chang Lu assessed the situation and realized their disorganized approach would lead to defeat. In an instant, he conjured a serpent tail, snapping it in the air, and the young male orcs swiftly gathered around him. With a cold glare, he commanded, "Kill." The serpent tail struck fiercely, and the group moved like a well-trained army, encircling and dismantling their foes. However, the black serpent leader was no coward. Flicking his tongue, he became invigorated, exclaiming, "You are my kin. You are indeed formidable." Chang Lu had no time for idle conversation. With a swift motion, his serpent tail lunged at the black serpent's head. The black serpent, undeterred, opened its mouth to bite. Just then, Chang Lu's tail veered sharply, landing a powerful blow to the black serpent's vital point, sending it crashing into the snow. Lying in the icy water, the black serpent chuckled. "Not bad at all. Why not join me? I shall be the leader, and you can be my second." Chang Lu was at a loss for words. It was clear that the creature's mind was somewhat unbalanced. At that moment, a wolf beastman suddenly dashed out from the back mountain, bloodied and excitedly shouting, "Boss, we've seized a great deal of salt." Upon hearing this, Chang Lu's pupils constricted sharply. The back mountain? Does that mean it ran and the others? Boom. The thread of reason in his mind snapped, and he lost all semblance of calm. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal serpent and darted forward, ensnaring the few beastmen who had just emerged from the storage cave. With a powerful contraction of his muscles, they were unable to even scream before blood flowed from their orifices, and they met their demise. Seeing Chang Lu distracted, the leader of the Black Snakes attempted a sneak attack, coiling his tail around Chang Lu while cackling, "Second, why don't you submit to me?" Before he could finish, Chang Lu abruptly turned his head and bit off his incessantly chattering snake head. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain. He detested being ridden by others. The remaining minions were swiftly dealt with. I was hiding behind a stone table, terrified to the point of tears, when suddenly a shadow appeared before me. I screamed and raised my bone knife to stab. "It's me." Upon hearing that familiar voice, my legs weakened, and tears streamed down my face as I hugged his waist tightly, exclaiming, "Chang Lu, you scare me to death." He held me tightly, comforting me for a long while before taking my hand and saying, "Stay by my side." As we stepped outside, a chill engulfed me. The ground was littered with corpses, submerged in melting snow water, staining the once white snow a deep crimson. Ying Guang, covered in blood, had just killed the last enemy. Xiaosheng approached to report that we had lost 5 and injured 12. I gazed at the torn bodies of our kin, murmuring, Why did it come to this?" Chang Lu grasped my hand tightly, his voice heavy, "Because we have what they lack. The law of the jungle." His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the crowd. Chi Yu, pale as a ghost, felt warmth trickling down her thigh. She had been so frightened that she went into premature labor. Granny Yufei immediately took charge, instructing and ran, Hu Bing, Qing Qing. Hurry and help. Inside the cave, chaos ensued. Yu, terrified, clutched to Bing's hand and asked, "Will I die like Chunhua?" I quickly approached, removed her bloodied beast skin skirt, and reassured her, "You are different from her. You are close to your time. You will be fine." Outside, Sherpa and the other men were anxiously pacing. All the females remained, huddled at the cave entrance awaiting news, hoping for no more deaths. Heavy snow fell, and the blood that had pooled on the ground began to freeze. I don't know how long it had been, but then Hu Bing emerged with joyous news. "It's born." 2 honey badgers. Sherpa, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed inside and immediately knelt next to the beast's skin-wrapped cubs, gently caressing their tiny faces. I glanced at him in silence. His wife had just returned from the brink of death, yet he was more concerned with the children. I cleaned Yu's body, whispered a few words of encouragement in her ear, and then followed Granny Yu Fei outside. After a night of turmoil, I was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, I awoke to find Chong Lu had roasted meat and brewed fish soup. As I sipped the hot broth, an idea suddenly flashed through my mind. I excitedly grasped Chong Lu's hand, exclaiming, "We can build a city wall." "A city wall?" I continued. "Do you remember the stone wall of the Salt Tribe? We may not have that many stones, but we can use clay to make bricks. Using bricks to build walls to fend off enemies." Chong Lu's eyes brightened. "How do we do that?" However, I felt a bit embarrassed, realizing this method would consume a lot of firewood. Chong Lu chuckled. "Firewood is not an issue." Then it's settled. I slapped my thigh. "Once the brown sugar is finished, we'll start the kiln to make bricks." Without hesitation, Chong Lu immediately dispatched more hands, even dragging my father, Feng Yang, the tribe leader, to assist. We found a sheltered and dry spot, and within half a month, we had boiled all the sugarcane into syrup and dug a modest kiln. Next came the arduous task of making clay bricks. In the biting cold, many hands turned red from the chill, yet no one complained of fatigue. They persevered through gritted teeth. Let me tell you, just as everyone was laboriously wrestling with the clay, and Rand produced a marvel of technology. A wooden box, seemingly unremarkable. Yet she smashed the clay inside, swiftly scraped off the excess with a thin hemp rope, and boom! A perfectly shaped brick mold emerged. It was akin to an assembly line. Jean, who stood nearby, eyes wide in astonishment. The once malleable clay seemed to dance in Rand's hands, and he eagerly tried it himself. To his surprise, it was not difficult, and before long, he had produced one. Seeing this efficiency, Nioli bellowed, "Let us get to work." A dozen men snatched up tools and quickly immersed themselves in the task. I must say, while this work appeared simple, the real test lay ahead, firing the kiln. Observing these men who were striving for the tribe, I felt a sense of unease. All I could do was take it one step at a time. The tribe's responsibilities were clearly defined. Yu Fei and the older females managed the kitchen, while the younger ones cared for the children and tidied up. This year, the snow was heavy and mud was everywhere, unlike before when everyone huddled in the cave during snowstorms. Now they preferred this busy lifestyle, having purpose, hope, and no longer needing to submit to unwanted men for sustenance. Their backs straightened with pride. After a long day of toil, my back ached to the point of exhaustion, making it difficult to stand. I patted my lower back to relieve the strain. Chong Lu approached to assist, inquiring how many bricks this kiln would yield and how long it would take. I plopped down on a stone to rest, informing him that it was still early. Though this brick wall would take time, it would undoubtedly be the sturdiest. A wooden wall? That would be ineffective against agile beings like Jin Hu or Xiaoshang, and it would be rendered useless in a few years. Yet, as long as the first kiln succeeded, we could fire several kills simultaneously, speeding up the process. As dusk approached, Jin Hu waved his hand, signaling everyone to wash their hands by the river. I followed, and as I plunged my hand into the icy water, a shiver coursed through me, while scrubbing the dirt from beneath my nails. I looked up and was startled to see countless small red spots all over Yin Guang's fair hand. A jolt of alarm shot through me as I seized his hand, exclaiming, "What is this?" Yin Guang, startled by my sudden reaction, nearly jumped out of his skin, likely thinking I had taken an interest in him. Upon realizing I was referring to his hand, he replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, doesn't he hurt?" Jean, who stood nearby, pouting, his sleeves rolled up while his hands remained spotless. Frustrated, he lamented why the red spots weren't on him instead. Had they been, I would have seized his hand. He chimed in and ran, "It's just a few red spots. Males are tough, it's nothing." I dared not dismiss the situation lightly. This looked eerily familiar. I leaned in for a closer inspection. Indeed, it resembled something I had encountered before. I quickly asked, "Is it itchy?" Ying Guang nodded a little, especially when it gets warm at night. Scratching helps. Hearing this, my heart raced, and I instantly released his hand. Crouching by the river to scrub my own hands in the frigid water, washing them several times before daring to stand, I promptly pulled Chong Lu aside, whispering my suspicions in his ear. Upon hearing this, his face darkened instantly, his gaze icy enough to freeze me in place. Without a word, he hoisted me up like a sack of rice and began making his way back. What did my family know? I was utterly bewildered. What had triggered this reaction? The crowd behind us looked equally puzzled, murmuring among themselves. What did Rand say to the chief? Why is he so furious? Surely, she must have taken a liking to another male. Upon hearing this, Jinhu erupted in anger. Was this not implying that Rand had taken a shine to Ying Guang? He was the first to object, with a fierce glare directed at Ying Guang. He stormed off back to the tribe. Ying Guang, with a look of innocence, wondered why everyone was glaring at him. It wasn't as though he had captured Ran or conspired with Chong Lu. Chong Liu carried me back to the cave, unceremoniously tossing me onto the bed, his entire being pressing down upon me. His eyes blazed with intensity as he gritted his teeth, saying, "What? After a few days' absence, you think I am incapable? I shall satisfy your desires now, so you need not pine for others." I struggled to breathe beneath his weight and hastily clarified, "Where are you going with this? I suspect you may have contracted a contagious disease." Upon hearing this, Chong Liu's chaotic hands immediately froze. "Contagious disease?" he echoed, to which I nodded frantically. "That type of illness thrives in intimate areas. If it has spread there, your entire body may be affected. We must consult a shaman. If it's scabies, we would need sulfur, but where can I obtain that?" Chong Liu squinted, still somewhat skeptical. "Is it truly not a case of infatuation with another?" I found his incredulity amusing and playfully pulled him closer, kissing him. "What are you thinking? You're the most handsome in the entire tribe, the fiercest in battle. I would be blind to look at anyone else. But you would fall for someone else, would you?" Chong Liu bit down hard on my shoulder before muttering, "No, if that day ever comes, you must kill me." I burst into laughter and pushed him away. "All right, it isn't even dark yet. Let us get to the business at hand." Only then did Chong Liu rise, adjusting his animal skin skirt, and flashed me a mischievous grin. "Tonight, I want both of you." Embarrassed, I grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. "Get lost." He caught the pillow with a laugh and ran off, finding Ying Guang, who was boasting to others in the square. With a stern expression, he said, "Come here." Ying Guang had no choice but to follow, his mind racing with confusion about the chieftain's peculiar behavior. Jinhu, still brooding over the incident involving Anran grabbing Ying Guang's hand, stealthily followed behind. Upon entering the cave, Chong Liu sat on a stone bench, his expression foul. He coughed awkwardly, then addressed Ying Guang, "Take off your animal skin skirt." Outside, Jinhu, eavesdropping, turned pale at those words. In his mind, a dramatic narrative unfolded. Chong Liu was testing Ying Guang for Anran, seeking her a second husband. Why was he so fond of Ying Guang? After all these years of brotherhood, why was he not considering me? Mine is not insignificant either. The more Jinhu pondered, the angrier he became. Without waiting for Ying Guang's response, he stormed into the cave, indignation evident on his face. "Chong Liu, how can you do this?" Ying Guang, already flustered by the request to undress, was further incensed by Jinhu's outburst. "Chieftain, please choose your words wisely." Jinhu's next declaration rendered Ying Guang speechless. "Chong Liu, we are good brothers. When you choose a mate for Anran, consider me as well. Mine is not small." Chong Liu nearly lost his composure at Jinhu's foolishness, squeezing the word leave through gritted teeth. Yet Jinhu was undeterred, sitting defiantly on the ground. "Humph, I want leave. I want to see what's so appealing about Ying Guang." Chong Liu, feeling exasperated, thought that since they were both men, there was no harm in a glance. He turned to Ying Guang, saying, "Ying Guang, go ahead and undress." Ying Guang, thoroughly enraged, shouted, "Why should I? What gives you the right to see me?" The commotion outside had attracted quite the audience, all ears perked up at the unfolding drama. Nioli covered his mouth in astonishment. Heavens, the chieftain actually has feelings for Ying Guang. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in chatter. "What? The chieftain wants Ying Guang to undress? What? The chieftain likes Ying Guang? The child from the Sunset tribe? Goodness, this rumor spread faster than 5G signals." Inside the cave, Ying Guang was trembling with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. "If you want me to undress, that is out of the question. I'll leave the tribe and become a wandering beast man." Jinhu immediately perked up, seeking to ingratiate himself with Chong Liu. "Chieftain Chong Liu, if he refuses, I shall undress." He began to unfasten his own animal skin skirt. Chong Liu could no longer contain himself, flicking his serpent-like tail and sending Jin Hu tumbling out of the cave. "You are not allowed in." Jin Hu lay in the snow, feeling utterly wronged, shouting, "Ying Guang, if you dare to undress, I shall fight you." Upon hearing this, the onlookers comprehended the situation. Oh, so it's not that Ying Guang is unwilling. It's Jin Hu who has a new infatuation. Sherpa stirred the pot among the crowd. "Jin Hu, let them be. Their bond is strong, don't intrude." Jin Hu, unable to bear this, seized Sherpa by the collar. "You knew they were together, all along?" With a mischievous grin, Sherpa replied, "What? You didn't know? They even have children." With a thunderous realization, Jin Hu's mind went blank, his grip on Sherpa slackening. Children, unable to withstand the shock. He dashed to my cave, kneeling on one knee, grasping my hand with a pitiful expression. "Anran, please accept me. I beg you. I don't care that you have other children." I was taken aback, trying to shake him off while frowning. "Where did you hear that I have children?" I was unaware. Jin Hu pointed outside. "They all say you have children with Ying Guang. I am much better looking than Ying Guang, so if you've accepted him, you should accept me too, all right?" I was bewildered. "Nonsense. When have I ever been with Ying Guang? Do not spread such rumors." Seeing his disbelief, I countered. "When have you seen me close to Ying Guang?" Jin Hu thought for a moment and realized it was true, aside from a few exchanged words. They had never spent time alone together. So what was Chong Liu doing with Ying Guang? I finally understood and explained. "It is because Ying Guang has developed red spots on his body, and I asked Chong Liu to check if there are any elsewhere." Jin Hu's mind short-circuited. "Is that all?" "Yes, that is all." Jin Hu chuckled. He must be wishing for death. No wonder Chong Liu wanted to throw him out. If it were me, I would have given him a beating. He scratched his head, laughing foolishly. "I knew it, Anran. If you like someone, it should be me." Hearing him speak to himself, I decided to be straightforward. Such matters should be addressed directly. I smiled at him. "Jin Hu, you are a warrior of the tribe. You should seek a female who truly loves you." His smile instantly faded. "The one I truly love is you." I inquired, "What do you like about me?" He grinned widely. "You are beautiful, the daughter of the former chieftain, and you are clever." I sighed, "But I will age and become wrinkled like an old woman." The goddess of the Salt tribe is also very intelligent. "Do you like her?" Jin Hu pondered. "She's a goddess. How could she like me?" I gently guided him. "Jin Hu, you should find a female who loves you only, regardless of how you change." He looked somewhat bewildered. "Regardless of how I change?" "Yes," I nodded. "If she falls ill or grows old, you must love her still. That is true love." Seeing his persistent expression of affection towards me, I had to be more direct. "Now think about it. If I were on the toilet, would you still like me? And if I were picking my nose, would you still like me? I am quite lazy and do not enjoy cooking. Would you be willing to cook for me every day?" Jin Hu's face grew increasingly pale, finally managing to stammer. "I will think about it." He then slowly exited the cave. Phew, I had finally dissuaded him. I hoped this fellow could come to his senses. Meanwhile, Chong Liu was growing more anxious. With Jin Hu's disturbance, Ying Guang began to feel something was amiss. If it was a test, surely Anran should be present. Not Chong Liu. He stubbornly declared, "I will not undress." Seeing Jin Hu thrown out, Chong Liu decided to be forthright, stating, "You have developed red spots, and it may be a contagious disease." Ying Guang exploded with anger. "You are talking nonsense. There is no pain or itchiness." Chong Liu sighed. "I wish more than anyone that you are fine, but if there are indeed issues in private areas, then we must address it." With this, Ying Guang felt cornered and begrudgingly said, "You go outside. I will check myself." Chong Liu found the scenario too enticing to resist, so he stepped out. Upon unfastening his animal skin skirt, Ying Guang was taken aback, realizing his body was covered in countless red spots, chest, back, thighs, and feet, all over. His heart sank. This was undoubtedly a contagious disease. He understood the severity of infectious diseases. If mishandled, the entire tribe could face ruin. In the past, those afflicted in the Sunsetting tribe were cast out to fend for themselves. Was it now his turn? Chong Liu had waited outside for quite some time, without any response, and finally called out, "Are you ready?" It was only then that Ying Guang snapped back to reality, hastily donning his animal skin skirt and replying affirmatively. As Chong Liu entered, he transformed into a colossal silver wolf, darting from the cave and turning back with a poignant declaration. "Chieftain, you need not chase me away. I shall depart on my own, ensuring I do not burden anyone." With a mournful howl to the heavens, he vanished into the depths of the forest. As night fell, a curious crowd of tribespeople lingered outside, only to witness Ying Guang's escape. Just as I had sent Jin Hu away, I caught sight of this scene and quickly shouted, "Yin Guang, where are you going?" Without hesitation, Chong Lu pursued him. The two raced through the woods, with Chong Lu aware that Yin Guang needed an outlet for his emotions. Yet fleeing would not resolve the issue. The dangers of a winter night loomed large. Yin Guang's solitary departure was tantamount to a death sentence. After an indeterminate period of running, Yin Guang, panting heavily, stood atop a hill, glaring at the approaching Chong Lu and bellowing, "Do not follow me." Chong Lu approached slowly, stating, "You are a member of my Qing Shan tribe. Did you seek my permission to leave?" Yin Guang, already distressed, grew more agitated at this remark. "I am afflicted with a contagious disease. What am I to do if I do not leave?" Chong Lu replied, "In our Qing Shan tribe, we never cast out those who fall ill. Return with me." With those simple words, Yin Guang's emotional defenses crumbled, tears streaming down his face as he turned away, saying, "Thank you, chieftain. I shall not return. I do not wish to burden others." As he attempted to flee, Chong Lu intercepted him. Growing impatient, Chong Lu resolved to abandon the gentle approach, and Ran was waiting for him at home. With a swift punch, he knocked Yin Guang to the ground, grasping him by the scruff of his neck. "In the Qing Shan tribe, one must die to leave. Otherwise, you shall obediently return." Stunned by the blow and feeling disoriented, Yin Guang softened upon hearing these words. He did not wish to leave, yet his illness weighed heavily on him. Chong Lu continued, "Naturally, we shall confine those who are ill together and find a remedy. Our tribe experiences sickness each year. We do not lack for a few more." Upon hearing about isolation treatment, Yin Guang's guilt lessened somewhat, allowing Chong Lu to escort him back. Upon their return to the tribe, they found the entire community in disarray. I had anticipated this outcome as soon as they left. I immediately sought out my father and summoned all the tribespeople for self-examination. To our astonishment, over 20 males and 5 females were discovered to have rashes. Many had been called out before even finishing their meals, grumbling about the situation. "What's going on? Are we not having roasted meat anymore? Is there no meat left?" Some, however, understood the gravity of the situation. "What are you thinking? Clearly, something unsanitary is manifesting on their bodies." With this revelation, the crowd instinctively recoiled several steps. Li Hui was among them, unable to lift his head, as those who had come from his sunsetting tribe were filled with anxiety, fearing they too would be cast out. My father, seeing the chaotic scene, shouted for silence. "Those with rashes are afflicted with a contagious disease. First, confine them to the small cave on the edge of the tribe. No one is to approach without reason." Upon Chong Lu's return, he unceremoniously tossed Yin Guang into the group. The members of the sunsetting tribe braced themselves for reprimands or even stones to be thrown, yet they were met only with isolation. Their disbelief evident as they gazed at my father and Chong Lu. Yin Guang led the way, and all prostrated themselves. "Thank you, chieftain." Witnessing this display, I felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly spoke. "Though this illness is contagious, it is fundamentally a matter of hygiene. With proper cleanliness, it can be cured. It is not a grave ailment." Upon hearing that it could be treated, the crowd erupted with excitement. I immediately commanded, "Tomorrow, we shall cease work for a day. All caves must undergo thorough cleaning. Animal skins must be scalded with boiling water and scrubbed with ashes. Everyone is to bathe in their own caves and not congregate." The moment the words left my mouth, everyone sprang into action. Chong Lu pulled me along as he returned to our cave to prepare a meal, while I sat at the stone table lost in thought. Although I spoke lightly, without sulfur, curing scabies would not be an easy task. Burning mugwort was one solution, but in the dead of winter, where could we find it? We lacked even a bar of soap. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck me. Soap. Yes, I can make soap. No fragrances were needed, just ashes and lard. I shared my idea with Chong Lu, who questioned its feasibility. I could only shake my head, admitting uncertainty but affirming the need to try. Chong Lu, amused by my urgency, remarked, "Our tribe is in need of a shaman. How wonderful it would be to have one." I sighed. Finding a shaman is not so simple. Then Chong Lu suggested, "If we cannot find one, we shall take one." My bowl nearly slipped from my hands in shock. "Take one?" He ruffled my hair reassuringly. "Do not worry. We have our means. With so many people in the tribe, it is indeed time to have shaman. We shall depart in a few days." He then playfully raised his eyebrows at me. I kicked him under the table, demanding, "Go wash up." Upon hearing my command, he quickly devoured his food and prepared a large pot of hot water. I soaked in the warmth, relishing the comfort. Chong Lu entered from behind, massaging my scalp, and as his hands wandered, he whispered temptingly in my ear, Shall we enjoy ourselves in the water? Unable to resist his alluring voice, I instinctively nodded, causing a pot of hot water to slosh over the side. The next day, I awoke with a sore back, greeted by the bustling sounds of activity outside. As everyone boiled water to cleanse the animal skins, Chang Lu was busy at the entrance, while those in isolation diligently attended to their cleanliness. I scrubbed the cave inside and out, then took a small pot to prepare an alkali solution from the ashes and melted the lard, mixing the two continuously until saponification occurred, before pouring the mixture into bamboo tubes to solidify. When Chang Lu entered and saw me hard at work, he curiously inspected a row of bamboo tubes. "What are you doing with the lard?" I replied proudly, "This is my soap. Once it hardens and is cut into pieces, it will be ready for use." He squatted down, insisting on being the first to try it, and mischievously drew 2 lines on one of the tubes. "I'll mark it. If you swap it out, there will be consequences." Just then, we heard a commotion from the other side of the tribe. "I'm doing this for your own good. Who cares if you are?" Chang Lu and I approached to find Niu Li confronting 5 men and 1 woman at the cave entrance. Upon spotting us, Niu Li quickly reported chieftain and ran. "These individuals are neglecting their hygiene." Chang Lu frowned, knowing there were lazybones who refused to listen, which was why he had sent diligent Niu Li to conduct inspections. I observed the 6 individuals. Their animal skin skirts were so dirty they shone, and mud was caked under their nails. I gently advised, "Everyone is busy. Why are you unwilling to help?" One male crossed his arms with a scoff. "It's so cold. Who want to go out?" A nearby female, so plump her neck had disappeared, chimed in, "Exactly. If I catch a chill, it's your responsibility." I maintain my composure. "Moving around will keep you warm. Huddling in the cave only invites illness. Besides, the river is not far." If the females are hesitant, "What about you, 5 strapping men?" As soon as I said this, one of the younger men tried to diffuse the tension by tugging at the leader's arm. Yet the leader shrugged him off, impatiently retorting, "We are not sick." Well, it appeared he was challenging me. "I cannot force you to do anything," I replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the tall man grew smug, grinning triumphantly. "At least you understand. I thought to myself that you were celebrating too early." I quickly added, however, that disobedience to tribal commands would result in punishment. For 3 days, no meat. I must tell you, the impact of my words was immediate, akin to stirring a hornet's nest. The tall fellow and his companions erupted instantly, protesting, "Why not give us meat?" I coldly retorted, "Simply because I am the female of the chieftain, and this is the law of the tribe. Besides, don't you find unclean? The meat sizzling with grease is quite filthy. I wouldn't want to soil your precious mouths. We certainly have no time to cater to your esteemed selves." Laughter erupted around us, as if everyone suddenly understood the point. Someone boldly shouted, "Dog air, hurry up and clean up. Look at your female. She is a mess. Don't you find the smell unbearable?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, we pass by your door every day, and that stench of urine is enough to knock one over from 800 miles away." At that moment, Dog Air's family turned a deep shade of crimson, their earlier bravado dissipating in an instant. To be honest, I had detected that odor the moment I arrived. I could hardly imagine what it was like inside. Seizing the moment, I proclaimed, "Add another rule. From now on, anyone caught relieving themselves inappropriately will forfeit a portion of meat." The crowd, who had previously been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly averted their gazes, their expressions betraying their guilt. Niu Li, ever so reliable, pounded his chest with a resounding thud, assuring, "Rest assured, none will escape." His keen gaze swept through the crowd, and he knew exactly who was not behaving. That evening, shortly after the matter was settled, Chang Lu summoned all the corps members for a meeting. Even my father, the former chieftain Feng Yang, was present. Jin Hu burst in, full of excitement. "Old chieftain, Chang Lu, what is the occasion for such a grand gathering?" Chang Lu dropped a bombshell. "Our tribe needs a shaman." Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows in concern. A shaman is an extremely rare resource, a treasure passed down through generations in major tribes. Who would part with one? A large tribe can survive without a chieftain, but it cannot exist without a shaman. This is the barrier that prevents our medium-sized tribe from rising. Then, Chang Lu made an even more explosive statement. "I plan to go to Yin Chi tribe and retrieve a shaman." "What? Are you insane?" Xia Sheng leapt up from his seat. "The Yin Chi tribe is not one we can provoke. They are a major tribe." The battle-hungry Shi rolled his eyes. "Is it only major tribes that have shamans?" Xia Sheng, agitated, responded, "This isn't just about being a major tribe. What does the Yin Chi tribe signify? They command wolves. A pack of wolves, my friends. Their combat power, is through the roof. Furthermore, they have a war god named Helin, who is said to be our serpent beastman's nemesis, a pure bloodline suppression. To my surprise, upon hearing this, Sherpa's eyes lit up with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, I've longed to meet Helin. It will be interesting to see whose strength prevails, his or our chieftainess. Jean, who didn't hesitate to declare his allegiance. It's definitely Chong Lu. Chong Lu remained composed, aware that confronting Helin would be a formidable challenge. Yet, he had no choice. The only tribes nearby with shamans were the Yin tribe and the Yunqi tribe. The Yin tribe was too far away, and if we robbed them, we would never be able to trade salt again. The Yunqi tribe lacked such ties. Offending them would simply lead to a fight, and the one with the stronger fist would prevail. Xiaosheng still opposed the idea. We're living just fine. Why take such risks? At this moment, I felt compelled to voice my support for Chong Lu's proposal. For the tribe to grow, we must take risks. We cannot remain in our comfort zone like lazy fish. If we don't strive, we will be swallowed by others. It's as simple as that. Chong Lu glanced at me with a smile, and my father spoke up. I am old and cannot toil anymore. You young ones do as you please. It is high time we had a shaman. Thus it was decided. Chong Lu, Sherpa, and Jean who would go, while Xiaosheng remained behind. Chong Lu set off into the night, taking advantage of the darkness to avoid detection. I hastily gathered 2 thick animal skins for him. He hugged me tightly from behind, rubbing his chin against my back, and I must admit, my heart softened in that moment. I turned and embraced him. I will miss you. He felt the same. Even before departing, he was already missing me. Yet he had to leave. I accompanied him to the tribe's entrance, watching as he and his companions, Jinhu and Sherpa, faded into the snowstorm. Hu Bing patted my shoulder. Come back. They will return safely. I nodded and turned to her. Hu Bing. Do me a favor. Once Chong Lu departed, I immediately enlisted Hu Bing's help. We brought out the soap we had prepared earlier. It had solidified in the bamboo tubes, pristine white. Hu Bing curiously sniffed. What is this? Soap for the ailing beastmen. I explained as I sliced open the bamboo tube with a bone knife, extracting the soap. Help me cut these into small pieces. We worked diligently, and soon had cut up over 30 tubes of soap. I filled a large animal skin bag and said to Hu Bing, let us go to Yin Guang's side. Upon hearing we were going to deliver supplies to the sick, Hu Bing turned pale and recoiled. What? You're going over there? That illness is contagious. Seeing her so frightened, I couldn't push her. After all, she had children. I will go alone. No. She grasped my arm. What if you catch it too? I freed myself from her grip, hoisting the basket onto my back and carrying a small stone pot filled with hot water, saying with Chong Lu gone, it is my duty to care for them. With that, I stepped into the snowstorm. Hu Bing watched me, probably wondering if I'd lost my mind. I took a long detour, arriving at the secluded cave where Yin Guang and the others were quarantined. I placed 20 pieces of soap on a rock at the cave's entrance, then stepped back and called, Yin Guang, come out for a moment. When Yin Guang emerged and saw me, he grew anxious. What are you doing here? Hurry back. I pointed to the soap on the ground. This is called soap. Use it to clean yourselves and your animal skins. His demeanor shifted instantly. He asked, how do you use this? I proceeded to give him a live demonstration, taking a dirty animal skin, wetting it with hot water, applying soap, and rubbing it vigorously until bubbles formed. After rinsing, the once grimy skin became pristine. Yin Guang's expression was one of sheer astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. After a moment, he regained his composure. I got it. Once you understand, take it back and distribute it among everyone. Personal hygiene is essential. With that, I returned to the tribe, standing atop the hill in the square, gathering my breath to shout, everyone assemble. Upon hearing my voice, my father quickly emerged from the cave to support me. Soon, the crowd gathered, and Nioli curiously asked and ran, what is the matter? I retrieved a piece of snow-white soap from my basket. This is soap, made by Chong Lu and me. It can wash your bodies and animal skins. Each cave will receive a piece shortly. Below, Ching asked with curiosity and ran, how do you use this? I replied with a smile, I will demonstrate right now. Scanning the crowd, I called out, Dog Air, have you washed your hands? Having just been reprimanded, Dog Air was now quite timid, backing away. Those nearby began to jeer. He hasn't washed yet. Dog Air hurriedly explained, I did wash, but it didn't get clean. I beckoned him forward. Come here. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he hesitantly approached. I handed him a piece of the white animal skin. Use this to wipe your hands. Upon seeing the pristine skin, he shook his head vigorously. No, I can't. What if I dirty it? I raised an eyebrow. That is precisely the point. Now hurry up. Stop dawdling. You're a grown man. Neoli also urged him on. Go Air was at a loss. He had no choice but to take the animal hide and carefully wipe it. Instantly, a faint fingerprint was left on the hide. Put in some effort. I'm growing impatient. Reluctantly, he exerted more force, only to hear a tearing sound as the hide was torn apart. I swiftly snatched the unsightly hide from him, unfolding it for all to see. Look, I shall wash it clean with warm water and soap. I placed the hide in the stone pot, applied soap, and in a matter of moments, produced a mound of bubbles. Hu Bing, with his keen perception, dashed home to fetch a large pot of clean water. I dipped the hide in the clean water, rinsed it thoroughly, and when I pulled it out, lo and behold, it looked as good as new. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How marvelous! With this, could we all wear white animal hides? I handed the used soap to Goair. You, wash your hands with this. Goair accepted the soap. Rub it a few times, and it turned black. Then came the main event. I instructed him to rinse his hands in clean water. When he withdrew his hands, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this really Goair's hand? How is this possible? Why does he have two colors on him? I urged him to scrub them again. And as he stared at his now fair hands, he too was bewildered. Scrubbing vigorously, he exclaimed, "So much dirt!" The crowd gathered to inspect, and the dirt that came off his hands rolled up like noodles. A nearby female was so disgusted she nearly retched. Her male counterpart, mistaking her reaction, hurried over. "Darling, are you pregnant?" She shot him a glare, then glanced at his arms, which were as dark as Goair's had been. And her stomach churned again as she pushed him away. "You're overthinking it." Goair scrubbed away all the dirt, and his hands became even whiter. This was a moment of madness for the entire tribe. They gazed at the soap as if it were a rare treasure, all eager to try it. I quickly called on Niu Li to maintain order. Niu Li distribute it, one piece per cave, and ensure everyone bathes. Niu Li accepted the task, standing there shouting. Families with females, send them to collect. Single men, send a representative. At this moment, the females were ecstatic. It was the first time they were included in such a distribution. Their status felt elevated in an instant. My father, observing with envy, inquired about the difficulty of making the soap. I informed him it required oil. As long as there was oil, it could be made. This ignited the enthusiasm of the older man, and my father pounded his chest, declaring he would lead his old companions to dig traps, ensuring a plentiful hunt. That day, our entire tribe was swept up in a bathing frenzy. Hu Bing was the first to finish, wrapped in an animal hide, looking remarkably fresh. Xia Sheng, waiting outside in anxious anticipation, was mesmerized at the sight of her, foolishly exclaiming, "You look beautiful." The most amusing was Goair. After cleaning up, he transformed into a hidden handsome man. His fair skin was dazzling. He proudly paraded around the crowd, but in his excitement, he approached Niu Li, and the stale odor emanating from his mouth nearly sent Niu Li reeling. Niu Li covered his nose and stepped back. "I can't say if you're handsome, but your breath is truly foul." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and someone shouted, "Goair, before you were all teeth. Now you're all teeth and the darkest body." Goair, undeterred, huffed in his palm to check the smell and nearly toppled over from the stench, awkwardly retreating to the river to brush his teeth. In the evening, I gathered Xia Sheng, Niu Li, and a few other key figures for a meeting. Upon their arrival, I was taken aback. After their cleansing, they all bore a refreshed demeanor. Niu Li chuckled and ran. "Your soap is truly effective. Otherwise, we would never have known how attractive we are." I organized the tribe's upcoming tasks, directing those making bricks to continue, hunters to hunt, and toolmakers to craft, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Once everyone departed, the cave fell silent. Wrapped in a thick animal hide blanket, I still felt the chill, curling into a ball, missing Chong Lu immensely. Meanwhile, Chong Lu had been on the run for 3 days and nights, devouring wild beasts when hungry and drinking warm blood when thirsty. Finally, they halted to rest in a cave. Sherpa still had enough energy to mock Jin Hu. "Are you feeling a bit weak? Is this little journey exhausting you?" Once Jin Hu caught his breath, he retorted, "Then go find something to eat." Sherpa was instantly silenced. Chong Lu brought in firewood. Ahead lies the Yunqi tribe. "Let us eat well and rest for the night before we make our move tomorrow." By the next evening, the three of them lay in wait on the trees outside the Yunqi tribe. Unlike ours, the Yunqi tribe was all crammed into a large cave, resembling a communal dormitory. Only the leaders had private quarters. As soon as Chong Lu caught a whiff, they pinpointed the shaman's cave. The scent of herbs was overwhelming. Under the cover of darkness and wind, they sprang into action. Chong Lu stealthily entered, hoisting the shaman and making a dash for it. However, Just as they reached the entrance, a shadow descended from the sky, blocking their path. Lin, the legendary warrior, Chong Lu, a snake beast man with superior night vision, immediately recognized him. He understood they had encountered formidable opposition. With a swift motion of his tail, he hurled the shaman outward, shouting, "Take him away!" Jin Hu caught him securely, and they swiftly darted into the forest. Lin attempted to pursue, but Chong Lu's powerful tail obstructed him. Furious, he howled to the heavens, waking the entire tribe. Then, Chong Lu engaged Lin in battle. The clash was nothing short of earth-shattering. Lin's elongated beak, sharp as a knife, left gashes across Chong Lu's body. Yet Chong Lu was undeterred, swinging his tail, sending Lin crashing to the ground, staggering to regain his footing. But the most astonishing aspect was that the members of the Yunqi tribe watched like an audience at a show, none stepping forward to assist. They did not even consider Lin one of their own, viewing him merely as a scapegoat, someone to do the dirty work. Now, watching him fight was simply entertainment. Lin, fixated on Chong Lu's vital point, stepped on his injured tail, aiming his beak to stab downward. In a moment of crisis, Chong Lu suddenly spun around, revealing his venomous fangs, and sank them fiercely into Lin's abdomen. Lin yelped in pain, releasing his grip and stumbling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Chong Lu swiftly escaped, pursuing Jin Hu and the others. Clutching his stomach, Lin felt the wound darkening. He hurried back to the tribe, grasping a bone knife, and with a swift motion, he carved out the poisoned flesh from his body. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground as those around him looked on with scorn and contempt. Their leader feigned concern, squatting down to inquire, "Are you all right?" Lin, in so much pain he could barely speak, shook his head. The leader, merely being polite, failed to notice that Lin had already been poisoned, his body beginning to grow numb. "If you're fine, hurry back to rest." Lin dropped the knife, clutching his palm-sized wound, and staggered towards the cave. His dwelling was on the edge of the tribe. Had he not been unable to sleep that night, he would not have noticed the intrusion so soon. Others saw him, injured and alone, still attractive without a single friend, especially with those long legs better than theirs, causing them to seethe with jealousy. Now he had truly encountered trouble. He deserved it, always acting superior, yet he still lost. All these disdainful taunts echoed in his ears, but Lin had long since grown accustomed to it. Simply because of their varied diets, he was seen as an outcast. As a member of the Yunqi tribe, he had fulfilled his duties, remaining loyal to his tribe. It was not that he did not wish to rescue the old shaman. He simply lacked the strength to carry him outside the tribe in his current condition, which would only lead to death. Furthermore, it was clear that the intruders had a specific target, the shaman, likely intending to abduct him for treatment. After resting for 2 days and recovering somewhat, it would not be too late to search again. The tribe's wolf trackers were exceptionally skilled. Returning to the cave, he reclined upon the fur-covered bed, quietly awaiting the healing of his wounds. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, he might well have succumbed to death by now. Gazing at the darkened ceiling of the stone cavern, his mind was far from idle. Where did that formidable serpent originate, and why had he never heard of it before? Especially considering its menacing prowess? Were it not for his advantage in beast form, the outcome of this battle could have been uncertain. The tranquil morning was suddenly pierced by a shrill female scream, prompting the surrounding beastmen to rush out. They instantly recognized the voice as that of Shui Hua, the beauty of the tribe. What could be troubling her? Standing at the cave entrance, Shui Hua wore an expression of fury. "How could you not care for my mother? She has vanished." The chieftain, taken aback by her words, responded incredulously. "Shui Hua, such accusations cannot be made lightly." Shui Hua turned to glare at the chieftain. "If I am not speaking in haste, then you must enter and see for yourself. Would I lie about my mother? Yet you, who reside adjacent to her, remain oblivious to her disappearance. Is it not your doing? Had she not hurried here early to persuade her mother to abdicate in her favor, she might not have discovered the troubling news so swiftly." It was known that the position of shaman held considerable power within the tribe, sometimes surpassing that of the chieftain. She had coveted this role for many years. Yet her mother had always insisted that she was not ready to relinquish it. Now, alas, she was gone, though a flicker of joy ignited within her. What she truly desired was her mother-esque retirement, not her mysterious disappearance. These were two entirely different matters. The chieftain, unwilling to engage in further debate with this fool, hastily entered the shaman's cave. He found only a layer of fur upon the bed. In disbelief, he stood frozen for a moment, rubbing his eyes, but still, she was not there. He climbed up and searched every corner of the cave, yet she remained elusive. Stepping out in despair, he announced to all, "Our shaman is missing." "What? Without the shaman, what shall we do?" A beast man screamed in panic. They were accustomed to seeking out the shaman for remedies even for the slightest ailments. Without her, would they not perish when illness struck? The news spread like wildfire among the crowd. A male suddenly proposed, "Chieftain, could that enormous blue serpent that arrived last night have come to abduct our shaman?" Upon hearing this, the chieftain had an epiphany. "I shall inquire with Haleen. You should be in the know. Indeed, let us seek him out." Shui Hua and the chieftain led the charge to Haleen's cave. Upon entering, they found him sprawled on his bed, motionless. Shui Hua, wrinkling her nose in distaste, loathed the scent of fish and shrimp, and as the newly appointed shaman, she was incensed that he had not greeted her upon her arrival. It felt like a challenge to her societal standing. With a scowl, she stepped inside and demanded, "Was my mother taken by that serpent last night?" Haleen, still lying down, turned his head and lazily uttered a single word through his nostrils. The chieftain, now equally enraged, pointed at him. "Why did you not say so earlier? I suspect you are in cahoots with that serpent." Shui Hua conjectured viciously. Haleen merely smirked in derision, offering no explanation, knowing well that they would invariably place blame upon him. The chieftain, hands clasped behind his back and eyes narrowed, commanded, "You must take the trained wolves and pursue her. If you fail to bring her back, do not return." Shui Hua, gritting her teeth, proclaimed, "Whoever retrieves my mother shall be rewarded with my mating." Upon hearing this, several males who admired her immediately stepped forward. "I shall do it." "And I," Haleen, pulling back his covers, remarked, "I am injured and cannot be of service." The sight of his bloodied wounds startled Shui Hua, yet her urgency to find her mother outweighed all else. She had not fully learned all of her mother's medical arts. She insisted, "Regardless of your condition, we must find her. If you had succeeded in rescuing her last night, we would not be in this predicament. Ultimately, this is your fault, and if you do not go, who will?" The nearby males joined in, jeering, "Indeed, Haleen, if you do not go, we may never find her." Haleen's eyes flickered slightly. Very well. After all, the shaman had tended to his ailments and provided him with medicine. In his youth, she had even secretly slipped him meat. He remembered her kindness. Rising from his bed, he tore strips from a nearby hide and tied them around his waist, though the strips soon became soaked with blood. He seemed oblivious to the pain as he donned the hide and exited the cave. Outside, the ground lay blanketed in snow, flurries swirling in the frigid air. After a long night, little scent remained. He questioned whether he could even track the serpent. The great snake was a formidable adversary, and with his injuries, pursuing it might spell disaster. Death would be a release, he thought, for no one in this world cared for him or held any affection. To perish for the sake of the old shaman, the only person who had ever shown him kindness, would at least give his life some semblance of meaning. His mother had fallen victim to a contagion, and he had since been marginalized, yet he was not the only cub left behind in the aftermath of that epidemic. Why was he singled out for scorn? A wolf. A pack of trained wolves followed closely behind, quickly picking up the scent in the snow. Meanwhile, Chang Liu, injured, pressed on, encountering Jin Hu and Sherpa along the way. The trio dared not show a hint of laxity, nor could they return directly. They took a longer route, crossing several rivers before heading toward the Qingshan tribe. Since their departure, Anran had spent her days crafting clay molds and her nights gazing out from the tribe square, waiting until everyone had returned to sleep before she made her way back. In a few days, the initial batch of molds would be ready for firing in the kiln, and she hoped they would return safely at such a critical moment. Over the past few days, while the scabies on Guang and the others had not spread, they had also shown no signs of abating. Anran had enlisted the help of 2 other elder males in the tribe to collaborate on soap making, which was now sufficient. She gazed out into the night beyond the tribe, shrouded in deep darkness and tranquility, realizing that Chang Liu and the others would likely not return tonight. She ambled back to the cave, soaked her feet in warm water, and then retired to bed. Early the next morning, she rushed to the kiln area. "Today, we shall not make molds." Xiaxing was mixing mud. "If we're not making molds, then what are we doing?" Anran pointed to the kiln behind her. "Today, we shall stack all the dried molds into the kiln pit." Upon hearing this, everyone erupted with excitement. After working so hard, they were finally ready to fire the kiln. Anran secured a hemp rope around her waist and handed the other into Nioli. "Pull tight and lower me down." Nioli glanced at the deep pit below, frowning. "It's too deep. I should go instead." "Indeed, let me go. I am in leopard beast form. And if anything goes awry, I can leap," Xiaxing suggested. Anran smiled. Do not fret. All of you must ascend. She then balanced on one foot at the edge, while Nioli, anxious, sweat beading on his palms, cautiously lowered her. Finally reaching the bottom, Nioli let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Anran untied the rope. 3 more must come down. Soon, Xiaosheng and 2 other males descended using the rope. These seasoned warriors did not require the same precautions as Anran. Anran looked up to see a crowd gathered around the pit, eager to witness. Nearby, there were baskets filled with molds, ready to be lowered. Good. Nioli urged them to begin transferring the molds. The crowd busily hoisted the baskets and hurried away, and in no time, the first basket of molds was lowered into the kiln pit. Anran picked up a piece. This way, we will cover the bottom in one direction. Xiaosheng and the other 2 males, quick to grasp the instructions, understood the task at hand. The pit was small, and they swiftly filled the first layer. Anran instructed. The second layer must be laid in a direction perpendicular to the first. They cannot align. The 3 nodded, growing more adept as they worked, their speed increasing. Yet even with their efficiency, it took 2 full days to complete the task. Nioli and Xiaosheng have been toiling for the past few days, with Nioli's hands blistered and Xiaosheng's back nearly giving out. Anran stretched her lower back, utterly exhausted. Finally, it was over. Someone exclaimed with excitement. Anran, shall we start the fire now? Chapter 88. Even the old shaman could do nothing. Anran nodded, yes. Fill the empty grass shed with firewood so we can use it later. A frail male hurriedly gathered kindling, tossing load after load into the kiln. Anran peered into the roaring flames. If we let it burn for a while, there will be plenty of ash to take to the soap-making area. The frail male, despite his lack of strength, spoke with conviction. Got it. I will tend to it well. Anran replied, everyone will take turns keeping watch. The fire must not go out. It needs to burn for at least 7 days before we extinguish it. Nioli volunteered first. I'll keep watch, Xiaosheng. You should go rest and come back tomorrow to switch. Each person contributed their thoughts, and the arrangements were made. Anran, unable to leave, sat down on a nearby log to catch a brief nap. The kiln's fire was substantial, keeping the chill at bay. Even the evening barbecue was brought over by Xiaosheng with Qing Qing and Hu Bing's help. Hu Bing looked into the brightly lit kiln and remarked with a smile. It's quite warm working on this in winter. Indeed, I wish we could fire the kiln every winter, the frail male grinned. His hunting skills were not impressive. Without the tribe, he likely would have starved. If he could successfully fire the kiln this time, it would be a way to repay the tribe's kindness. Thus, he took on this task while many orcs in the tribe, especially the elder ones, had stable jobs. His hunting trips were merely a formality. Firing the kiln seemed more rewarding, and Ran bit into the barbecue, savoring the flavor. Don't worry. We will definitely have more opportunities to fire the kiln in the future. However, you must master the timing and temperature of the fire. If it fails, we will have to start over. The kiln worker, who had just reveled in his cleverness, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. Yes, yes. I will pay close attention. And Ran turned to the 3 males keeping watch beside her. You too. If we succeed, we will need to dig more kills. While they discussed their plans, a commotion arose within the tribe. Chang Lu returned with the shaman, bearing numerous wounds. Elder Feng Yang was taken aback by their unexpected success, feeling somewhat flustered as he quickly offered his cave for their use. Quickly, arrange for them to stay in my cave. Chang Lu gently laid the shaman on the bed. Hurry, boil some hot water and prepare fish soup and barbecue. They're starving from the journey. Elder Feng Yang promptly instructed Yuhei to cook, while Jin Hu and Sherpa, unable to contain their hunger, rushed to assist. The meat was roasted to medium, and they could not resist stuffing it into their mouths. Yuhei, observing their ravenous state, chuckled, Take it slow. The meat tastes best when fully cooked. Jin Hu swallowed the morsel in his mouth. Uncle Yuhei, we haven't had a single bite of meat for 3 days and nights. Sherpa nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've never felt this hungry before. Yuhei brought in the boiling hot water, and Elder Feng Yang supported the shaman upright. Quick, drink some hot water. The shaman slightly opened her eyes, disregarding her surroundings, and focused on a peculiar object before her that contained steaming water. A painful dryness gripped her throat, and she took a sip from Elder Feng Yang's hand. Feeling a wave of relief, grasping the bowl, she drank deeply, and Elder Feng Yang quietly advised, slow down, just moisten your throat for now. There will be soup soon. The soup arrived. Yuhei entered with a large bowl of snowy white fish soup. Drink up. I've strained it, and there are no bones. The shaman sniffed the fragrant aroma, and was soon presented with a generous bowl of the white soup. She tasted a sip and found it extraordinarily delicious. then gulped it all down in one go, raising the bowl to Yuhei. Is there more? Yuhei was surprised by her hearty appetite, but knew she was the shaman and could not offend her, replying, Yes, yes. Let me get some for you. We also have barbecue. He dashed out, returning with another large bowl of freshly roasted tender meat, and then hurried back to prepare more fish soup. After consuming a large bowl of fish soup and then another bowl of barbecue, the shaman let out a satisfied burp. What kind of soup is this? It tastes wonderful. Chang Lu smiled. It's fish soup. Fish soup? Made from that thing in the river? The shaman asked incredulously. Chang Lu nodded. Yes, that's right. It tastes quite good and can be roasted as well. The shaman acknowledged, surprised that such a thing could be prepared this way. Did you bring me here for a reason? Chang Lu responded. We wish to ask for your help. Our tribesmen have developed red rashes that itch unbearably. The shaman, who had initially felt in control, was immediately startled by this revelation. What kind of illness is it? Take me to see. Chang Lu quickly helped her up and led her toward the Yingguang cave, where the firewood kept it warm. As the shaman cautiously entered, Chang Lu called for Yingguang. Yingguang revealed the rashes on his arm, and the shaman rubbed her eyes, recognizing the severity of the situation, and fled in panic. Chang Lu hurried to stop her. Shaman, what is wrong? It's an infectious disease. You should consult someone else. I cannot help. She had anticipated the purpose of their kidnapping was to seek medical assistance or for her to serve as the tribe as shaman. Now, with her daughter grown, she could remain in the Yunqi tribe as a shaman while practicing elsewhere. But she never expected it to be an infectious disease. Chang Lu had already feared this outcome, wanting to bring the shaman back to find a way to treat it. Is there any method for treatment? The shaman repeatedly shook her head. No. Her murky eyes gazed at Chang Lu, admiring his willingness to risk bringing her for the sake of his people. To be honest, our Yunqi tribe was once a large tribe 8 years ago, but this disease caused the deaths of over 100 orcs. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu's hope shattered, his brow furrowing, but their symptoms have not worsened. They were the same when I left. The shaman, puzzled, inquired, Not worsened? That shouldn't be the case. My female has been trying to find a solution. Does your tribe have a shaman? This question struck Chang Lu deeply. How had he not thought of it? And Ran could find her own medicine to cure her fever and could also treat the cub's high fevers and convulsions. She often created peculiar things. Was she not a shaman? However, Ran had also mentioned that she could not cure it completely. The shaman sighed heavily, shaking her head with a heart full of compassion. This is a deadly infectious disease, and I cannot do anything. It would be best to get them out quickly, or the entire tribe will suffer. Chang Lu did not anticipate the gravity of the situation, feeling somewhat despondent. Let us rest for the night and discuss it again. Immediately, Sherpa and Jean, who assisted the shaman into Elder Feng Yang's cave to rest. Yet, the old shaman felt a deep unease. The disease was incredibly contagious. Her own tribe had lost so many to it, and this matter had long been a thorn in her heart. More than anyone, she wished for these people to recover. Chapter 89. If all else fails, we will treat ourselves. Chang Lu left the area and headed toward the cave. He had been away for half a month and had not spent a single day without thinking of Ran. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, he found something unusual. There was no fire. He rushed inside, only to find the bed empty, with no one there. At this time, most of the Qingshan tribe had already gone to sleep, leaving only Yuhei and Elder Fengyang outside, tidying up. Chang Lu's heart sank as he approached the elder. Where hasn't Ran gone? The elder suddenly slapped his forehead with a laugh. Oh, I forgot to tell you. She's over at the kiln. As soon as the words were spoken, Chang Liu disappeared. Yuhei chuckled nearby, remarking on the vigor of youth. Fengyang, the elder of the clan, chimed in. Who hasn't been young? By the way, I shall sleep with you tonight. Yuhei retorted. Who wants to hear your grumbling? Go away. Fengyang laughed. Your grumbling and my stinky feet are a perfect match. Meanwhile, Anran was at the entrance of the cave, resting her head on her knees, occasionally waking to check on the fire within. The young male tending the kiln was intensely focused, unblinking as he watched the flames. When Chang Liu approached, he found them in serene silence. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and the young male turned to see Chang Liu, nervously exclaiming, Elder, you're back. Chang Liu immediately gestured for silence, wishing not to disturb Anran, and quietly moved closer. With a crack, a branch snapped underfoot, causing Anran to slowly open her eyes. Upon seeing Chang Liu's smiling face, she excitedly sprang up, running a few steps to embrace him tightly, not releasing him for a long while. When did you return? She asked. Chang Liu gently stroked her head, replying, Not long ago. Anran's face lit up, her grip on his hand tightening. Look, we are firing the kiln. If successful, We will have our own walls, as high as we desire. Chang Liu smiled. I knew you could manage things in my absence. Let us return to rest, he suggested, but before Anran could respond, the three males by the kiln eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, Anran, the elder has finally returned. You should go back. We will ensure the fire stays lit. They knew all too well how fearsome Chang Liu could be when scrutinizing them. While Anran was gentle and approachable, he only acted sternly with foes. And even among his kin, his authority was daunting. Anran shook her head. No, it's the first time. I must keep a close watch. We've spent so long preparing the clay. It cannot fail easily. She did not want to face failure without understanding the reason behind it. However, Chang Liu disagreed. But it's windy and snowing. It's too cold. Anran chuckled softly. With such a roaring fire, how could it be cold? If you're tired, you should go rest. By the way, have you found a shaman? Upon mentioning the shaman, Chang Liu's expression darkened. Yes, but she cannot help with the illness afflicting the Yinguang clan. How could that be? Anran frowned, incredulous. If the shaman cannot assist, then what was the point of taking such risks to acquire her? If the Yinguang clan hadn't fallen ill, we would have sought her out so urgently. Chang Liu sat beside her on a log, wrapping her cold hands within his warm embrace. Years ago, this illness claimed the lives of hundreds in the Yunqi tribe. If she had a solution, so many Wunti have perished. Ultimately, it was a matter of information. Had he known of the troubles in the Yunqi tribe, he would never have chosen to raid them for the shaman. Hearing this, Anran fell silent, leaning against his shoulder with a deep sigh. If all else fails, we will treat it ourselves, she declared, determined. I refuse to believe that with the red rashes now under control, we cannot find a remedy using other sterilization methods. Chang Liu pulled her closer. They are relying on you. Gazing into the dark, oppressive forest ahead, it seemed this winter would not be peaceful. Anran soon succumbed to sleep against Chang Liu's broad shoulder, experiencing a night of undisturbed dreams. However, she awoke at dawn, startled to find herself resting on his thigh throughout the night. With concern, she pinched his thigh. Why didn't you wake me? Is your leg numb? He nearly said it wasn't, but the delightful sensation of her gentle squeeze made him falter a bit. Upon hearing this, Anran pressed harder. How about now? Seeing her brows furrowed, Chang Liu felt a rush of affection. Not numb anymore, but my mouth is a bit dry. A dry mouth? I'll fetch you some hot water, she replied, rising to retrieve a stone pot from the fire. Just as she stood, Chang Liu grasped her wrist, pulling her into his lap. His warm hand cradled the back of her head as he kissed her deeply, parting only after a long moment. Infuriated, Anran punched his chest, whispering reproaches. What are you doing? There are others around. We saw nothing. The three males by the kiln quickly defended themselves. Anran felt embarrassed by their blatant denial, rising from Chang Liu's lap and angrily kicking him. You watch the fire. If it goes out, I'll hold you responsible, she declared before dashing away. Chang Liu shook off the dirt from his skirt, watching her retreating figure with a smile. Did you hear that? If the fire goes out, I'll take care of you. He then strode away, while the three males behind him exchanged glances, murmuring, Anran clearly meant to deal with you, not us. The slender young male remarked, Anran is referring to dealing with the elder, but the elder implies that if he is dealt with, we will be too. Realizing this, the other two hurriedly ran to gather firewood for the kiln. Anran sprinted back to the tribe, where Chang Liu had returned with a smile on his face. She rushed to her father's cave, where the shaman was already awake, staring blankly at the stone table. Chapter 90. Bestowing blessings by touching the head, Anran stood at the entrance of the cave. Peeking inside, the shaman, with her gray hair, wrinkled face, and bony hands clad in clean black animal skins, had sharp, bright eyes that conveyed a sense of competence. Shaman, may I enter? The shaman turned her gaze toward Anran. What is it? I wish to discuss the illness afflicting the Yinguang clan members, Anran replied. You are the mate of Elder Chang Liu. The shaman smiled. Come in. She was eager to learn how Anran had managed to contain the spread of the illness. Anran shook off the dirt from her feet and entered, taking a seat at the stone table. What method did you use to prevent the rashes from spreading? Before Anran could respond, the elderly shaman impatiently inquired. What did you do? Anran, feeling no need to conceal her approach, explained, I used soap to cleanse them, requiring them to bathe daily. Additionally, the animal skins they were must be scalded with boiling water and dried before wearing. I wished for sunlight to aid in drying. But sadly, winter's sun is insufficient for the skins. The old shaman was somewhat bewildered, but grasped that Anran was particularly attentive to the hygiene of the afflicted. However, everyone else had been washing their skins and bodies with just water, which was not inherently dirty. Previously, she had instructed her clan to wash daily. Yet it had not proven effective. The illness progressed rapidly, causing unbearable itching that led many to scratch themselves to the point of mutilation, some even succumbing to their suffering. This illness was far more terrifying than other contagious diseases, with far more agonizing and tragic deaths. "What is soap?" the shaman asked, and Anran smiled, realizing how quickly the old shaman had grasped the crux of the matter. "Come with me, and you will see." The elderly shaman, filled with uncertainty, pointed outside. "Go out?" Anran nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I'll dress you warmly. You won't feel cold." She then rummaged through her father's pile of animal hides and found a long-haired brown pelt to drape over the shaman's shoulders. She also retrieved 2 thick, coarse short-haired pelts to wrap around her feet. "There we go." The shaman observed her feet, now encased in 2 layers of animal hide, realizing that she would indeed be warm outside, though it seemed a bit wasteful to use so much fur. Anran, amused by her simple demeanor, reassured her, "It's fine. Our tribe's males will hunt more pelts." The shaman nodded, acknowledging that 2 pelts were a trivial expense for a medium-sized tribe. As they slowly exited the cave and looked up, they were met with a bustling crowd, a stark contrast to the desolation of Yunqizhu, making it hard to believe her eyes. Standing dazed at the cave entrance, she finally managed to ask, "Don't they fear the cold?" Anran supported her, explaining, "Everyone is busy working. Once you get moving, you won't feel cold." The shaman then noticed that apart from a few young females with small cubs gathered around the fire chatting, everyone else was hurrying about. Hu Bing and Qingqing were conversing near the fire, and upon seeing Anran assisting an unfamiliar elderly female, they smiled and inquired, "Anran, who is this?" Anran replied, "This is the shaman." The moment the words left her lips, the crowd erupted in excitement. The tribe leader had indeed brought back the shaman. Some individuals eagerly assessed the shaman, while one mother, seizing her child who was busy playing in the snow, called out, "Come here, little one, let the shaman bless you." The playful cubs pouted, displeased at being caught, protesting, "But I'm not sick." Hu Bing quickly gathered her 3 cubs, asserting, "You don't understand. The shaman can communicate with the beast gods. A blessing from her ensures health and safety." Witnessing her popularity, the shaman felt reassured that this tribe had some semblance of normalcy. She reached out, gently patting a few cubs on their heads, saying, "Good, good. The beast gods will bless you." Anran and the shaman soon found themselves surrounded, almost overwhelmed. "You all continue playing. I'll take the shaman on a tour of the tribe." Feeling a bit shy, Qingqing hastily stuffed all her dried meat into the shaman's embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you for your blessings, shaman." Other females quickly followed suit, offering their snacks until the shaman's arms were filled to the brim. The shaman felt a bit awkward with this sudden outpouring of gifts, despite her esteemed position. She sensed the fear they held towards her. Such unabashed affection was a first for her. She glanced down into her small animal hide pouch, filled with various black and yellow items. "What is this?" she inquired. Anran explained, "These are small dried meats made by our females for snacking." Hearing this, the shaman raised her brows in surprise, realizing that this seemingly modest tribe lived quite comfortably, with females enjoying snacks. Observing the females, each possessing fair skin and beauty, and the cubs with shiny, healthy fur, she noted the evident signs of good nourishment. With a smile, she pulled out a piece of dried meat, saying, "Then I shall have a taste." She popped it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. While slightly tough, it was deliciously salty. "Is this seasoned with salt?" Anran smiled gently. Yes, it was cured with salt first. The shaman had only a single piece, primarily due to her poor dental condition, and set aside the remainder for later. "Let us go see what that febai is," she remarked. "It's soap," Anran clarified as they left the center of the tribe and headed towards the back. The former brown sugar workshop had now been repurposed for soap making, with the earth stove and stone pots ready for use. Upon turning a small corner, the shaman was surprised to find several grass huts nestled in a valley, where many beasts were diligently working. Anran led her to one of the workshops, presenting her with a finished piece. "This is it." The shaman accepted the pristine white object, feeling its slightly firm texture. Bringing it to her nose, she detected no scent and could not ascertain how it was made just by looking at it. She turned her gaze to the earth stove, where each large pot simmered with oil, alongside a basin of fragrant oil residue. On another board lay a large block of uncut lard, which the shaman immediately recognized. Frowning, she picked up a piece of the white lard, noting, "This feels somewhat like soap. Is it truly made from this?" Anran nodded gently, "Yes." "Come, let us observe its effectiveness." Nearby, An elderly male was responsible for testing each batch of soap, surrounded by a pile of dirty pelts used for testing. Curiosity piqued, the shaman approached. Witnessing the old male with a large bucket of hot water and a significant pile of filthy pelts. He took a piece of soap and gently applied it to the pelt, which soon bubbled with white foam. After rinsing it in the warm water, the previously unrecognizable dirty pelt emerged clean. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This pelt is actually brown. I thought it was merely black." The old male, having finished washing the pelt, pulled out a small stick to meticulously inspect the fur for any remaining dirt, demonstrating exceptional diligence. Once satisfied, he placed the pelt into a clean basket without lifting his gaze, remarking, "How could it be used if it were black? You can't see if it's clean." The shaman nodded in agreement. Although black pelts were less visually appealing, they were indeed more stain-resistant than others, which showed dirt clearly. If stains could be washed out of pelts, the same could apply to the humans. "Little female, you are also a shaman, are you not?" The elderly shaman chuckled, her expression revealing she had seen through Anrin's modesty. Anrin quickly shook her head. No, I'm not. If I were a shaman, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to invite you here." She merely had a rudimentary understanding. The shaman warmly grasped her hand. "Oh, do not be so humble. Your understanding of using this method to control illnesses makes you a shaman." Chapter 91. The true angel of mercy speaking of this left Anrin feeling somewhat powerless. She knew precisely which medicine could treat the illness, yet she could not acquire it. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Just because she lived in this small world did not mean others were oblivious. With excitement, she asked, "Shaman, do you know of any hot springs that steam year-round?" The elderly shaman, taken aback by this unexpected question, pondered carefully. "No, I haven't heard of such a place." Aaron's voice fell. "Then what do you think about using salt water for their baths?" The shaman's eyes widened in astonishment. "Bathing in salt water? Salt has anti-inflammatory properties. But where will we find so much salt? Especially this year, the price of salt has surged. It would be remarkable for the tribe to acquire enough salt, let alone for bathing. Considering the size of the beasts, a single bath would require considerable salt, and she had seen the quarantine cave filled with numerous individuals. It could easily require a bag of salt each day. Moreover, this illness wouldn't improve overnight. The salt required would be immense. Could they afford it? Upon hearing the shaman's concerns, Anrin felt invigorated. Yes, how could she have forgotten that salt had anti-inflammatory effects? She had only remembered its antibacterial properties. Clapping her hands together, she declared, "Then we shall bathe in salt water daily." The shaman reiterated her earlier apprehension, but the salt. Anrin flashed her a knowing smile. "Do not worry. No matter how expensive salt is, no one is more important." The old shaman suddenly felt her heart race upon hearing those words, a phrase once uttered by her mother. The teachings of her mother had lingered in her mind, never to be forgotten. Yet the realities of life had often compelled her to bow her head in humility over the years. To hear those words again was unexpected. "May I observe the entire process?" she inquired, and Anrin nodded eagerly, eager to witness the expertise of a true shaman, far surpassing her own. "Let's proceed now." Anrin retrieved a bag of salt from her father and directed them to boil water for soaking. The old shaman personally added handfuls of salt to the large stone cauldron used for bathing. Ingguang and several others entered, wrapping the cauldron to maintain its warmth. "It may sting a bit. Bear with it," Anrin advised. Ingguang managed a resigned smile, were it not for Anrin and the elder Fingyang's periodic reassurances. Some might have already given up. Compared to the maddening itch of the contagious disease, a little pain was trivial. Even the others in the cave took it lightly. Yet soon the air was filled with wails of despair. Ingguang, stripped of his clothing, entered the large stone tub, immediately besieged by a multitude of stings akin to ants biting. Yet, intertwined with the itch, he found an odd sense of comfort. The old shaman waited outside, her expression impassive as she calculated the time. Anrin took out some jerky and offered it to the old shaman, saying, "Have a bite? You must be hungry." The old shaman accepted without hesitation, savoring the morsel. After what Anrin estimated to be half an hour, she remarked, "The water is nearly cold. Is it time to change into clean clothes?" Ingguang, his head drooping over the cauldron's edge, had fallen asleep from the comfort, waking only at the sound of her voice. After gauging the temperature, he confirmed it is indeed cold. "Then come out and change," Anrin instructed. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air from within the cave. A female voice shrieking in fear. Anrin and the old shaman rushed in. At that moment, Ingguang had hastily donned a fur hide, while others scrambled out of the tub. some completely unclothed. Upon entering, Anren was met with an eye-watering scene. The red-skinned males, soaked and exposed, were unabashedly parading about, while even the two females showed no modesty. Anren frowned, urging, "Hurry, get dressed." Flustered, the Orcish individuals scrambled to don their furs, yet remained near the cave entrance, anxiously peering inside. Ingwang swiftly helped others out of the tub, and in a mere glance, Anren realized one had drowned. How could he drown? The old shaman, equally puzzled, noted the tub's shallow depth, barely high enough to cover the males. Without hesitation, Anren mounted the submerged male, prying open his mouth to ensure no obstruction lay within, and began administering chest compressions. Ingwang pinched his nose and breathed into his mouth. Upon hearing the command, Ingwang knelt, pinching the nose, yet found himself hesitant to follow through. Frowning, he thought, how could a male kiss another male? The old shaman, recognizing his discomfort, intervened. "Allow me." She knelt and began to breathe into the drowning male's mouth. "Is this correct?" Anren nodded. "Yes, just like that. Repeat several times." The two worked diligently, one providing breaths while the other performed CPR. Minutes passed, yet the individual remained unresponsive. "Anren, perhaps we should stop. He may already be gone," Ingwang suggested. Upon hearing this, the old shaman's tense demeanor relaxed, yet upon glancing up, she saw Anren persisting with the compressions, refusing to concede. "Shaman, do not cease. Try again." The old shaman resumed her efforts to breathe life back into him. Suddenly, the motionless male expelled a torrent of salt water from his mouth. Anren quickly turned his head to the side to prevent choking. The old shaman, nearly leaping with joy, exclaimed, "He lives! Truly he lives!" Anren exhaled a sigh of relief, her tension dissipating as she wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. Smiling in satisfaction, her efforts had not been in vain. Ingwang stood in astonishment, witnessing the revival of someone who had seemed lifeless moments before, rendered speechless. Even the other orcs outside, anxiously awaiting news, were equally astounded. They had just seen a man who appeared lifeless, now revived. The old shaman beamed at Anren. Noticing her weary expression, "Anren, you are an exceptional shaman." Hearing such praise struck Anren profoundly, leaving her breathless. The weight of the position felt overwhelming. Yet with the old shaman by her side, perhaps she could learn more, and thus she refrained from arguing her worth. "But I still have much to learn." The old shaman smiled gently, though tinged with a hint of sorrow, her brow furrowing slightly, the deep lines on her forehead betraying her age. Looking at Anren's gentle demeanor reminded her of her own daughter, who often exhibited impatience with patience, a stark contrast to Anren's reverence for life. Her own medical knowledge had only grazed the surface for her daughter, a reason for her resignation in facing her own abduction. She wished to instill pressure on her daughter, hoping she would grow rapidly in her absence and become a true shaman of the Yunchi tribe. With this thought, she gently grasped Anren's hand, patting it reassuringly. Every shaman has gaps in their knowledge. As long as you always consider the well-being of your patients, you are a worthy shaman. However, the others only caught the last two unfamiliar phrases from the old shaman, and their minds exploded with realization. Anren was indeed a shaman, and the old female was also a shaman. Goodness, two shamans. Many felt as though they might faint from joy. Some orcs had never even seen a shaman in their lives, yet here were two, and remarkably, both had come to the cave to tend to them. One exclaimed with barely contained excitement, "Our ailments have hope. We are saved." Anren turned to the eager patients. "Come in and clean up the water here." At that moment, the male who had been lying on the ground slowly sat up, still weak. "Thank you, esteemed shamans, for saving my life. Be cautious when bathing from now on." It was fortunate that the old shaman and I were nearby. Had we not been, you might have already met the beast god. The rescued male felt a twinge of embarrassment at the comment, nodding awkwardly. It was all his fault for being too drowsy, although the red rashes had not worsened. The incessant itching made sleep elusive. Today, when he finally felt some relief from the itch, he had succumbed to a deep slumber, not realizing it nearly cost him his life. After a morning of soaking in salt water, Anren sought out Chong Lu for another bag of salt for the evening bath. The following day, before Anren could make her way over, she heard the familiar voice of the old shaman approaching the cave. "The rashes have diminished." Upon hearing this, Anren's excitement was palpable as she guessed the cause. "Is it that Ingwang and the others' afflictions have subsided?" "Indeed, I rushed over early this morning to check, and the rashes have significantly faded." The old shaman had hardly slept the previous night. Her worries for Ingwang kept her awake. Thus, at the break of dawn, she had groped her way over to inspect, astonished to find that the once rampant rashes had greatly diminished. Overjoyed, she hurried back to share the news. Anren hastily handed the bowl of fish soup to Chonglu and dashed towards Ingguang, who was currently standing at the cave entrance, inhaling the fresh air. The itching on his body had subsided, and after a restful night as sleep, he felt considerably more relaxed. In the distance, he spotted Anren's petite figure swiftly approaching along the path, with the old shaman trailing behind, panting heavily. With a faint smile, he began to speak, but Anren had already lifted his animal skin coat, revealing his snow-white, well-defined abdominal muscles. However, Anren had no time to admire. She noticed that the red spots that had covered his abdomen and back just yesterday had visibly improved, with some areas already revealing their original skin tone. The tension that had been tightly wound for so long finally eased at that moment, and he smiled with relief, exclaiming, "It's truly getting better." Ingguang felt a bit embarrassed by this remark. If it were really that bad, he would have found it hard to face anyone, especially considering it had cost 2 bags of salt. Anren chuckled and replied, "Just a few more days of soaking, and it will all disappear." Upon hearing that more salt was required, the others began to feel a pang of sympathy. Lihui grinned widely. "I think we're all better now. We don't need to soak anymore." One person spoke up, and soon others chimed in, "Yes, that salt is quite expensive. Just yesterday, I secretly drank that salt water." "What? You sneaked a drink of the bathwater? I thought I was the only one." "Me too. I drank some as well." The cave, long afflicted by illness, erupted in joyous laughter. Anren teased, glancing at Ingguang, "Did you drink some too?" Lihui joyfully exclaimed, "I saw him bow his head yesterday. He definitely drank some." "No," Ingguang replied, his brows slightly furrowing, though the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile. He had contemplated giving a try. After all, they had previously never had enough salt to spare for bathing. He clearly remembered that in just one day, 2 bags of salt had been used, equivalent to 400 animal skins. However, when he thought about it being bathwater, he suppressed his curiosity, merely smelling it, finding it without any particular scent. The old shaman, panting heavily as he arrived, was drawn into their laughter, joining in with a smile. Suddenly, after just a couple of chuckles, the snow beneath his feet melted, making the ground slippery. He lost his balance and fell backward onto the ground. Ingguang was the first to notice, rushing over to help him sit up, only to see the old shaman violently expel a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 93. A glance is sufficient. Anren turned to see the blood that splattered across the old shaman's animal skin coat. She quickly rushed over, turning his head to the side and shouting, "Quick, carry him back to the cave." At that moment, Ingguang forgot about his still unhealed infection and lifted the old shaman. Crossing through the center of the tribe, many leisurely females witnessed the horrifying scene, the blood oozing from his mouth, and were too frightened to approach. As soon as he was placed on the bed, the old shaman clutched Anren's hand tightly, murmuring, "Am I going to die?" But I haven't seen Ingguang and the others recover completely. Just as she finished speaking, another spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. Hearing this, Ingguang felt a deep emotional resonance. This old shaman, whom he had only met twice, cared so deeply for them. Anren tightly grasped her hand, using a clean animal skin to wipe the blood from her lips. "Old shaman, you must hold on. Their illnesses will soon be cured." The old shaman nodded, her gaze becoming somewhat distant, and as soon as she opened her mouth, blood gushed forth. Ching entered with a large pot of hot water, and noticing something, she exclaimed, "The old shaman's ears and nose are bleeding." Anren quickly checked, realizing that blood had already soaked the pillow beneath one ear. At that moment, tears streamed down the old shaman's face as she fixed her gaze on the cave's ceiling. She understood that her time was likely limited. She heard Ching's words all too clearly. Years ago, her own mother had also died from bleeding from all 7 orifices, and now, decades later, she was to follow that same path. She opened her mouth to speak, but as soon as she did, blood spilled forth. Witnessing this, Anren's mind exploded with realization. This was a cerebral hemorrhage. In her previous life, her uncle had succumbed to this very illness, and she never imagined that even in this harsh, beastly world, someone could suffer from it too. The memories of her uncle's passing mirrored the old shaman's current plight, and her eyes grew misty, yet she dared not cry, fearing it would affect the old shaman's spirit. However, this illness was utterly untreatable. All she could do was clean the blood and hold on her hand tightly, hoping to provide her with strength. At that moment, Fengyang, the elder of the tribe, and Chonglu heard the news and hurried over. Initially skeptical of the reports of blood vomiting, They were met with the sight of blood-soaked bedding and the old shaman, who could no longer speak, plunging their hearts into sorrow. Just then, the old shaman, who had been lying still, suddenly began to struggle, causing everyone's hearts to clench painfully. They all understood that this was her final struggle. Yet, the old shaman's eyes remained stubbornly open, fixated on a direction away from them. The older beastmen crowded at the cave entrance, having hoped their tribe would finally see a shaman, only to find themselves confronted with such a tragic scene just days later. Tears began to flow. They were all individuals with limited time left, uncertain of when their own time would come. If they were to suffer such a painful departure, it would be better to be killed by a beast while hunting. Enrin noticed the old shaman's eyes, which remained fixed on Ingguang, refusing to close. Knowing that she was unwilling to let go, her voice trembled. Shaman, Ingguang, and the others will recover. As long as they persist with the saltwater soaking, it will surely work. Look, they've improved significantly. If you can't hold on any longer, then let go. Enrin had mustered a great deal of mental fortitude to utter that final sentence. The old shaman was enduring immense suffering. Yet, she continued to cling to life. Holding on to her last breath, Enrin wished for her to cease suffering, but Chong Lu pulled her back. The old shaman bore no resentment, still deeply concerned about Ingguang and the others. Even in her dying moments, she refused to close her eyes. She turned and shouted, "Ingguang, hurry and soak again. Go quickly." Ingguang nodded and swiftly exited the cave. A male, who had only shed tears on the day of the chief Mu Sun's death, found himself with tears streaming down his cheeks as he ran out of the tribe, the transparent liquid vanishing into the snow. Suddenly, the sounds of a pack of wolves attacking echoed from outside the tribe, and in the next moment, a large group of wild wolves burst in, lunging at anyone in sight. Fortunately, due to the old shaman's presence, many male beastmen were there, and upon spotting the invading wolves, they instinctively shielded the females behind them. Chong Lu and Feng Yang, hearing the commotion in the cave, rushed outside. Even the old shaman slightly moved her head. She knew her kin had arrived and gently nudged Enrin's hand. Enrin asked, "Do you wish to see them?" The old shaman nodded slightly, and Enrin immediately dashed outside. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she was met with chaos. Chong Lu was already embroiled in a struggle with a white crane. Anxiously, she called out to the crane, "From a Yunchi tribe, the old shaman has something to say to you." Upon hearing this, the crane spread its wings and landed before Enrin, instantly transforming into a handsome young man with black hair, striding purposefully towards the cave. The entire Qingshan tribe did not impede him, for they had come to regard the old shaman as one of their own, holding her in the highest esteem. They recognized these individuals as the kin of the old shaman. Thus their conflict was tempered. They refrained from inflicting fatal injuries, merely striving to protect their females and young. Yet, this restraint resulted in injuries among their own ranks. He Lin had pursued for a considerable time before finally locating the old shaman's whereabouts, but was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. A profound sorrow enveloped him as he hurriedly knelt by the bedside, overwhelmed with helplessness. "Shaman, how could this happen to you? You were well when you were taken. Had I known it would come to this, I would have suppressed my temper and fought to bring you back," informing the tribe leader at the first opportunity. The thought that the old shaman's current state bore some of his own responsibility filled him with regret so intense that he wished he were the one lying there, bleeding. The old shaman grasped He Lin's hand tightly, opening her mouth as if to speak, yet no words emerged. She could only shake her head, leaving He Lin perplexed by her intent. "Rest assured, I shall take you back to the tribe, and Shui Hua will heal you." However, the old shaman furrowed her brows slightly and pushed his hand away, indicating with a shake of her head that her greatest wish was to witness whether Ingguang's ailment could truly be cured. Just a glimpse would suffice, merely a glance. Although He Lin did not grasp the old shaman's prior meaning, he understood her current gesture. She did not wish to return just yet. "Very well, I shall stay here with you, and let us see who dares to harm you." Outside, the other beastmen from Yunchi tribe and the wolf pack stood in opposition to the people of Qingshan tribe. Chapter 94. If a fight is to occur, let's fight together. And Ran periodically checked the red rashes on Ingguang's body, and after a day and night had passed, Ingguang dashed into the cave, excitedly lifting his fur garment to reveal a smooth chest and back. "Old shaman, I'm well. I'm well." Upon hearing this, the old shaman turned her gaze toward Ingguang, and indeed, the rashes had vanished. A satisfied smile spread across her face as she gradually loosened her grip on Helin's hand. Shaman. And Ran watched as her eyes slowly closed, engulfed in sorrow. Kneeling beside her and gripping her leg, the old shaman had suffered a stroke, but had fought valiantly until the rashes on Ying Guang faded before finally succumbing. Even those outside the cave were moved by the old shaman's spirit. Ying Guang fell to his knees. Had he reacted more swiftly, had he supported her before she collapsed, it would not have come to this. Ultimately, it was his inadequacy that led to this tragedy. Overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow, he murmured, "Old shaman." Helin, unable to believe what had transpired, seized the old shaman's hand and shook it vigorously. "Shaman," grandmother awakened. He shook her for a long while until her body grew cold, at which point he reluctantly accepted her demise. Acceptance of the truth, however, did not equate to absolution for the true culprit. He glared at Chong Lu with venomous eyes. "It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, the old shaman would not have perished." Chong Lu had not anticipated that the old shaman would meet such an end. He acknowledged his culpability, realizing that had he not acted recklessly in attempting to seize the shaman, she might still be alive. Lowering his head, he murmured, "I am sorry. It is my fault." The lightness of his apology ignited a tremor of rage within Helin. Can a mere apology equate to a life lost? I could just as easily kill you and offer the same token of remorse. Anger transformed his grief, and he struck Chong Lu squarely on the cheek, causing it to swell instantly. Yet, no matter how much Helin lashed out, Chong Lu did not retaliate. The accidental death of the old shaman was not an outcome he had desired, but it was the harsh reality. He had believed that, by providing for the old shaman, he could win her favor. Who could have foreseen that a single misstep would lead to such tragedy? This was a life lost. He had no right to defend himself. And Ran and the leader of Fengyang tribe stood by, hesitant to intervene, while Helin refused to strike someone who would not fight back. Gripping Chong Lu by the throat, he demanded, "Why don't you fight back? Come on, retaliate." At that moment, Li Hui and others arrived, seeking to catch a final glimpse of the old shaman, only to witness Helin's one-sided assault. Upon seeing the old shaman lying with closed eyes, they quickly understood the situation. Li Hui and Ying Guang rushed forward to separate Helin, but found his strength to be nearly equal to Chong Lu's, and they were no match for him. They were flung back with ease. Meanwhile, the members of Yun Chi tribe, witnessing their kin gaining the upper hand, began to chant, "Kill him! Kill him!" Some, as they spoke, cast furtive glances at the nearby exquisite females. This tribe was indeed peculiar. Every female was not only fragrant and beautiful, but the males were striking as well. One could only wonder what they consumed daily to attain such alabaster skin. Unlike their own, which was dark and oily, they mused that if they could eliminate the tribe leader, the females would be theirs. If the females were insufficient, the males could suffice. As long as they were appealing and useful, it mattered not. As these thoughts crossed their minds, many exhibited lecherous glances, causing discomfort and fear among the nearby females. Ying Guang had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. The tribe leader's attempt to seize the shaman was for their sake, yet they found themselves under assault without retaliation. As the tribe leader, Chong Lu had initially prioritized the safety of his people, which, in some respects, made him a commendable leader deserving of respect. However, now that the old shaman was dead, those seeking vengeance were justified. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with the illness that had afflicted them. They should have fled at the first opportunity, taking all the sick with them, thus avoiding this calamity altogether. Ying Guang stepped forward urgently, exclaiming, "Do not strike." The tribe leader acted to save us by attempting to rescue the shaman. At that moment, Li Hui fervently defended Chong Lu, positioning himself protectively before him. "Indeed, do not strike our tribe leader. He is a good man." Helin, upon hearing this somewhat mocking declaration, turned and glared vehemently at Li Hui. "A good man? A good man would not raid my Yun Chi tribe, would not abduct our shaman, would not be responsible for her death." With these three-pointed questions, and Ran could no longer remain seated. She stood, her face filled with remorse. "I implore you, do not strike Chong Lu. It is my fault. I urged the shaman to come out and move. Had she not sought me out yesterday morning, I would not have been so impulsive as to forget to support her. And she would not have fallen, nor would she have died." Having absorbed numerous blows, Chong Lu heard Ran's self-reproachful words and instinctively shielded her behind him. "If there is to be retribution, let it be directed at me. I was the one who attempted to seize her. She is but a female, incapable of bearing the burden. It is not her fault. And us." At that moment, Li Hui discarded his fur garment, declaring, had we not contracted this infectious disease. The tribe leader would not have acted so recklessly. If there is to be a fight, let it include us all. Yes, if there is to be a fight, let it include us all. The sickened beastmen shed their upper garments, and although the two other females did not disrobe, they stood resolutely among the crowd. They had witnessed the rise and fall of the tribe, experienced the ebb and flow of human emotions. And aside from the deceased Moose Sun tribe leader and the newly appointed Reef Fong tribe leader, they had never been regarded as individuals. They were summoned at will and dismissed at leisure, only to be abandoned in critical moments, left to face death alone. From a moral standpoint, tribe leader Chong Lu had indeed erred, but all his actions were aimed at the tribe's welfare. Anyone could criticize him, but the people of Qing Shan tribe could not. They absolutely could not. Even those from Qing Shan tribe who were uninfected, upon hearing the words from within, were influenced and began to chant loudly. Yes, if there is to be a fight, let it include us all. Chapter 95. Those who err must acknowledge their faults. This moment of unity profoundly shocked the people of Yunqi tribe, who harbored diverse intentions, and He Lin, who had long endured the disdain of his kin. He Lin turned his gaze towards Li Hui and Ying Guang, radiating righteousness. Suddenly, the red rashes on Li Hui and the other orcs behind him caught his attention. He fixated on the conspicuous rashes, and a cascade of memories flooded his mind, like a film playing in his thoughts. In the past, his mother had also been covered in these red rashes, suffering from unbearable itching that robbed her of sleep, leading her to scratch incessantly. Eventually, her body began to swell, the wound she inflicted turning infected, and she succumbed to breathlessness in the cold cave. He wanted to retrieve his mother's body, but the old shaman firmly restrained him, comforting the young child in his arms for a long time. Ultimately, he was allowed to set the cave ablaze. This was also the reason why the entire tribe looked down on him, believing he carried a contagious disease. Nevertheless, he never contemplated leaving, as the old shaman had once provided him warmth. Upon seeing the familiar rashes, the fury in He Lin's eyes was instantly replaced by terror. He slowly shifted his gaze to Ying Guang, asking, "Is this what you meant?" Ying Guang nodded affirmatively. He Lin, unable to believe it, questioned, "This is a contagious disease. How could it possibly be cured?" Ying Guang explained, "It involves bathing in salt water." Saltwater baths? Upon hearing this answer, He Lin's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, his tightly clenched fists relaxing. At this moment, he understood the old shaman's unyielding headshake. It turned out that the old shaman had never recovered from the epidemic years ago and had wished to discover a cure before his death. Who would have thought that mere saltwater baths could save lives? However, He Lin felt a deep sadness, knowing this changed nothing about the past. Heaven knows that salt was the most vital resource for the tribe's survival. Given their already meager circumstances, how could the chief possibly spare salt for baths? In the end, his mother and the others met their tragic fate, and Rand furtively glanced at He Lin and cautiously suggested, "The immediate priority is to discuss the old shaman's affairs." Chong Lu added, "Whatever demands you have, as long as we can accommodate them, feel free to express them." Initially prepared for a life and death struggle, He Lin found himself at a loss when he heard the talk of compensation. The members of the Yunqi tribe outside, upon hearing this conciliatory tone, became exuberant. They rushed into the cave, casting a haughty glance at Chong Lu and He Lin. Suddenly, upon noticing and Ran, their eyes lit up. This female had an exquisite figure, snow-white skin, and a faint, alluring fragrance. They did not spare a glance at the old shaman lying on the bed. "Since you mentioned compensation, let us have your tribe's females." With a triumphant smile, they looked at Ran and declared, "All of them." Upon hearing this demand, He Lin scoffed disdainfully. These individuals were as shameless as ever. However, given that the Qing Shan tribe had wronged them and lost their shaman, offering a few females seemed reasonable, but demanding all of them was excessive. Nevertheless, he did not intend to intervene. After all, there was no logic in evading punishment for wrongdoing. Chong Lu immediately positioned himself between He Lin and Ran, blocking the blatant gaze. "We cannot give you any people, but we will offer you 200 bags of salt and 1,000 pounds of meat." Upon hearing this, all the members of the Yunqi tribe stared in shock at Chong Lu, nearly eager to agree immediately. This was 200 bags of salt and 1,000 pounds of meat. They had planned to buy 50 bags of salt this year, but due to price increases to 250, they could only afford 30 bags. It had been ages since they had tasted salt. However, another male, Lin Xiao, who had rushed into the room, reacted to this offer with a frown. "I want all your tribe's resources, as well as females." Chang Lu understood that these individuals were overreaching and aimed to eradicate the Qing Shan tribe. That is impossible. Even if they offered half of their resources, I would agree, but all of them is tantamount to a death sentence for us. Furthermore, demanding females meant that without them, they could no longer be considered a tribe. Lin Xiao crossed his arms and smirked dismissively. Your tribe's females are precious, yet our shaman is mere weeds in comparison. You think you can take them? And now that you've killed one of us, not demanding full compensation is generous enough, yet you dare to negotiate. At that moment, Ran stepped forward. You are right. Our tribe's females are indeed precious, and so is your shaman. If not for our dire circumstances, we would not resort to such measures. Thus, I am the shaman of the Qing Shan tribe, and I propose additional conditions to Chang Lu's offer. First, you may take half of the other resources. Additionally, I am willing to visit your tribe and exchange experiences with your new shaman for a year. You would not lose out. Our resources include many items you have never seen. No, Chang Lu was the first to object, gripping Ran's shoulder tightly. You cannot go to the Yun Qi tribe. It is far too dangerous. And Ran looked up at Chang Lu. But we did indeed commit a grave mistake. The old shaman died in our tribe. No one wished for this to happen, yet it did. I know you are formidable, and the tribesmen are not cowards, but look at them. If a fight breaks out, the casualties would be catastrophic. If this matter is not resolved properly, the Yun Qi tribe will return, and even if we are not afraid of death, we cannot endure such turmoil. I will return in just a year. At this point, Ran slightly lowered her head to hide her tears from him. She did not want to part ways. In her predicament, going to another tribe would mean becoming a hostage. The treatment would not be favorable, nor would life be easy. Chapter 96. How could the chief's wife be a burden? Initially, the plan was to abduct a shaman to cure Yingguang and the others' ailments while secretly learning some medical skills on the side. Later, even if others sought them out to apologize and return the shaman, it would be manageable. However, it was unforeseen that the old shaman would die from a cerebral hemorrhage, witnessed by the Yunqi tribe. Creating such enmity with a large tribe would lead to dire consequences if not resolved properly, making their lives unbearable. Even if they sought help from other tribes, none would be willing to assist. Chang Lu was well aware that the Yunqi tribe had already entered theirs. After this battle, while they could eliminate others, their own people would also face severe injuries, especially those frail females and young cubs. Yet, the mere thought of Anren venturing alone into an unfamiliar tribe fills him with an unbearable anguish. Ultimately, it is his own impotence that gnaws at him. At this moment, the venerable patriarch, Fengyang, approaches. Let Anren go. It would be an opportunity to observe the shamanistic techniques of another tribe. After a year, she shall return, and we will have our own shaman. Upon hearing their father's words, the somber mood of the two lessens considerably. Chang Lu softly remarks, I shall consider your journey as a learning experience. I will visit you often. Anren nods, forcing a smile. Indeed. Lin Xiao, in the cave, is discontent with Helen's unilateral decision, but being on foreign territory, he refrains from expressing his ire. Once they return to their tribe, he will deal with him appropriately. A surge of frustration builds within him, and he can't help but shout outside. Are we ready yet? Anren and Chang Lu have conferred. Chang Lu pulls her inside, casting a cold glance at Lin Xiao, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He dares not utter another word, his fear evident as he avoids Chang Lu's gaze. For those who are not friends, Chang Lu only regards those who can match him in strength. He turns to Helen. I consent to Anren joining your tribe. However, as she is a female, I am concerned for her safety. It would be prudent to send our tribe's Jinhu to protect her. Helen nods in agreement. That is acceptable. He is well aware of the character of his own tribe members. If even he, a male, is targeted, the situation for a defenseless female would be dire. An additional male is of no consequence. Chang Lu states, then wait a moment. I shall gather my belongings. Without further protest, everyone follows Chang Lu to collect their items. Shortly, a throng of beastmen emerges, carrying supplies lined up in a long queue. The first batch consists of 200 bags of salt, followed by 1,000 pounds of meat. They recognize these items, but the subsequent goods are perplexing, an assortment of unfamiliar objects. Lastly, there's a considerable pile of clay bricks. Lin Xiao picks up a piece of clay, placing it in his mouth. Tui. He then casts it to the ground. Tui, are you trying to deceive me with mud? Take it away. Who would want this rubbish? Meanwhile, Anren is at the kiln, instructing Chang Lu and the others on the nuances of firing bricks and how to construct walls with the finished bricks. Although I am departing, These tasks must not be neglected. Granny Yufei and Granny Zhulu, reluctant to let her go, grasp her hands. Anren, can you not? The words linger at the edges of their lips. But they suppress their feelings. She cannot avoid this journey. Take care of your health. Chonglu interjects. You all bid her properly. I will gather her belongings. Returning alone to the cave, he pounds his fist against the stone wall in anger, wishing he could go to Yunshi tribe himself. Yet, he understands a tribe cannot function without him, pressing his head against the wall in frustration. At this juncture, he does not regret his initial decision. Without the guidance of the old shaman, Anren would not have swiftly identified solutions, ensuring that not only Ying Guang and the others would survive, but that no lives would be lost in future crises. His only resentment is his inability to safeguard Anren and protect his kin. He packs Anren's beeskin skirt, filling it with all the fine pelts, even including her beloved dried fish and jerky. He also takes her bone knife and comb, items she is accustomed to using. Jinhu approaches, carrying a large bundle of supplies, his face etched with concern. Chonglu, do you truly wish for me to accompany her? Yes. Are you not afraid that Anren might prefer me over you? Jinhu's expression darkens, seething with anger. You cannot let Anren go to Yunshi tribe. She will perish. Hearing this, Changliu's suppressed emotions surge within him, yet he cannot allow anger to cloud his judgment. This lesson has been sufficient. With bloodshot eyes, he glares at Jinhu. I trust her to survive. With you by her side, she will not perish. Having already vented his frustration, he speaks now with a degree of calmness. Anren is right. This matter must be resolved effectively to prevent future repercussions. Jinhu snatches the bundle from Chonglu and tosses it in his backpack. If you want to go, I will. If she falls for me, you shall have cause to lament. Chonglu tightens his fists, recognizing Jinhu's provocation. However, he must swallow his pride, stepping directly into the center of the tribe. The people of Yunshi tribe are curiously examining the towering pile of items, touching and prodding. Helen, being a man of principle, though uncertain of the nature of these strange items, understands that they must first be presented to the tribe leader before use. All items are packed securely. Anren clarifies all matters, smiling gently at everyone. Take care. I hope that upon my return in a year, you will be living better than now. The elder grannies Yufei and Zhulu, unable to bear the parting, wiped their tears. How could life under someone else's roof be bearable? The venerable patriarch, Fengyang, cheerfully steps forward, patting her shoulder. Anren, you are of my Fengyang lineage. No challenge shall deter you. Do not tarnish my reputation. Go well and return well. Anren nods, her smile broadening. Yes, I shall take care. Let's depart. Helen stands beside the now lifeless old shaman. Chonglu, reluctant to part, embraces her, lingering in his hold. While Anren gently pats his back, I must go. As the tribe leader, I cannot hinder your duties. Trust in me. Everyone watches as she mounts Jinhu's back, following Helen as they leave. Silverlight, who has been silent, suddenly kneels. Leader, command us as needed. All comprehend that had it not been for their illness, the leader would not have needed to retrieve someone. Without the leader's intervention, the entire tribe would suffer. They harbor no hatred towards anyone, only a deep frustration with their tribe's lack of a shaman. They merely wish for Anren's safe return, having come to realize that Anren is indeed their tribe shaman. Although she has not been guided by a true shaman, she has always rushed to the forefront in times of crisis, which is sufficient for her to assume their shamanic role. Chapter 97. Both resentful and unable to act. All those afflicted with illness kneel, genuinely submissive. Previously compelled to join Qingshan tribe, their sentiments have shifted. Qingshan tribe is now their home. Chonglu states, Anren's departure is merely temporary. The tasks she left behind require our attention. Let us mobilize. Do not bring shame upon Anren. Yes. The resounding agreement echoes throughout the valley. Not only do the males feel a burning fire within their hearts, but even the typically docile young females are stirred to action. Anren, a female not only cherished as the daughter of the old patriarch, but also as the mate of the new leader, enjoys the finest provisions and garments. If such a female can make sacrifices for the tribe, why cannot they, who are accustomed to hardship? After only a few days of comfort, have they forgotten the times they relied on others? Especially Chi-Yue, reflecting on her past grievances against Anren, feels like a jester, for Anren has never held her actions against her. Even during her own premature birth, Anren comforted her, assisting despite being bloodied. No wonder Chonglu is fond of her. Perhaps no one in the entire tribe is worthy of her except him. Although Qingshan tribe has suffered material losses, The unity of the people has never been stronger. This has facilitated the subsequent work of firing bricks and constructing walls. Muley, struggling with the unruly bricks in his hands, finds them crooked no matter how he attempts to stack them, and in frustration, he slams one to the ground. Yet recalling the effort Anrin invested in firing these bricks, he picks it up again, diligently studying the wall templates she left behind. With a bit of learning and a touch of refinement, he is bound to master it. Even Shiyu managed to rally himself, joining the soap workshop, and he even took the initiative to create intricate patterns for the soap molds. These developments occurred after Anran's departure, as they began to explore on their own. Meanwhile, Anran's journey was fraught with difficulties. The main group encountered an unexpected ambush by rogue beastmen midway. Jean, who stood protectively behind Anran, unwilling to budge, while the rogue beastmen clashed with Yilin and the others. Anran clung tightly to the old shaman, her fear of the rogue beastmen having dissipated. Her mind raced with thoughts of how to escape if Yilin and the others were unable to hold their ground. As Yilin's long beak pierced the throat of the last rogue beastman, blood sprayed across the snow like winter's plum blossoms. At that moment, she realized she had overthought the situation. Although Chong Lu was absent, Yilin was formidable in his own right. Once Yilin dispatched the final rogue beastman, he turned to meet Anran's calm gaze, a stark contrast to the fearful expressions of the females in the tribe. There was no trace of fear in her demeanor. He recalled placing the old shaman's body on the snow, yet now was tightly cradled in her arms, as if she feared it might be taken from her. He took a long stride, crunching through the snow, and murmured, "Give it to me." Anran then returned the old shaman's body to him. Lin Xiao let out a roar, and the scattered training wolves returned, counting them carefully before spitting onto the ground in frustration. "Damn it, we lost 3 people and 7 training wolves." He ordered the others to divide the belongings of the deceased and hurry on. Anran observed the beastmen, torn to shreds and lying in the snow. "Aren't you going to bury them? Bury them? What is the point? They're dead, and we waste time." Lin Xiao shouted impatiently. Lin remained silent. He had never been particularly close to these individuals, and their deaths did not stir any emotion within him. As fellow tribesmen, they were unwilling to intervene, and Anran, as the burden of the entire group, could not take it upon herself to collect the bodies. She could only follow along helplessly. As the sun began to set, they finally found a slanted rock face to shelter beneath, shielded from the wind and snow. It was a tolerable spot to spend the night, especially with the training wolves to keep watch. As soon as they settled, Lin Xiao eagerly retrieved a large chunk of meat from his pack, weighing at least 100 jin, and tossed it to a nearby male, instructing him to roast it. Suddenly remembering something, he added, "Make sure to add plenty of salt." The other males, starved for meat during the winter, wasted no time. They knew that with such a huge piece of meat, it was a feast not to be missed. Lin Xiao glared at them, warning, "What are you staring at? If you dare to complain, I'll make sure everyone ostracizes you." Originally intending to threaten Yilin, he caught himself, realizing he could not hope to overpower him, and opted for a milder remark. Yilin had grown accustomed to such taunts over the years. After all, they had been isolating him for a long time. Anran and Jean, who exchanged glances at the childishness of Lin Xiao's words. Jean, who scoffed, dismissively averting his gaze. He had long since ceased to speak in such a juvenile manner since his transformation. It was quite nauseating to hear a grown male utter such words. Yet Anran discerned the underlying animosity towards Yilin. It was clear that they disliked him, yet felt powerless to confront him, resorting to petty tactics instead. Lin Xiao, unable to resist the aroma of the roasted meat, took a large bite, only to find it unbearably salty. Reluctantly, he struggled to swallow. Anran offered him a bamboo tube of warm water from her pot, suggesting, "Just drink some water." Lin Xiao, without further thought, seized it and gulped it down. Indeed, the warm water slightly diluted the overwhelming saltiness of the meat. After drinking, he glanced at her, tossing the bamboo tube back to Anran. "Don't think I'll thank you." Jean, who, overhearing this, expressed his dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by that?" Before he could finish, Anran placed a hand on his arm, urging, "Let it go." They were, after all, guests in this tribe. There was no point in squabbling over trivial matters. She offered him some jerky. "Here, have some." It was evident that she wouldn't provide them with 2 pieces of meat. Jean, who declined, asserting that these provisions were prepared by Chong Lu, and he had enough for himself. Anran did not press further, instead consuming her own piece of jerky, which already provided a sense of satiety. Casting a glance, she noticed Yilin sitting apart, silent and untouched by the meat. No one had offered him any, nor had they inquired if he wanted some. After a moment of contemplation, Ran retrieved 2 pieces of jerky from her pouch and extended them towards him. Here, have something to eat. Lin regarded the unexpected offering, noting its dryness and hardness, and was about to refuse when he caught sight of her clear gaze, devoid of any contempt, simply a genuine gesture of kindness. As a beast man himself, he did not relish solitude. He accepted her gesture, feeling a sense of warmth. Taking the jerky, he awkwardly turned his head to avoid the gazes of others before finally tearing off a piece and placing it in his mouth. A subtle saltiness and the pleasant taste of firewood filled his palate, proving to be quite delectable. Unbeknownst to him, he consumed both pieces of jerky, and as he looked at his now empty hands, he longed for more, yet found himself unable to voice that desire. Jean, who, however, generously walked over and offered him a substantial piece of jerky. That evening, the training wolves circled outside, maintaining a vigilant watch, taking turns while the group rested against the fire, concerned for Ran's comfort. Jean, who transformed back into his beast form, allowing her to nestle against him for a restful night. The next morning, before dawn, they rose to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Lin led the way. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, what had once been a minor wound now throbbed painfully after a night's rest, likely aggravated from his earlier confrontation with Chong Lu. Nevertheless, he bore the pain stoically. Ahead lies the tribe, and we are almost there. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly made his move, blocking Lin's path, hand over the body of the old shaman, and Ran, seated upon the back of the golden tiger, was taken aback by this unexpected action. After several days of protection, why did he suddenly choose to act now, and with such a hostile tone? Throughout the journey, Lin had taken great care of the old shaman, clearly showing his dedication. Now, to have him snatched away could lead to conflict. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she observed Lin, expressionless, placing the old shaman's body into Lin Xiao's hands and retreating quietly. This left both Jean Hu and Ran perplexed, unsure of what was unfolding. Lin was a formidable male capable of battling Chong Lu. His strength should not be underestimated. Why would he so obediently relinquish the shaman? However, as outsiders, they could only follow the main group forward. Soon, they emerged from the forest into an open space, where they could see a multitude of caves carved into the mountainside, unmistakably the Yunxi tribe. Before they could approach, Lin Xiao raised his voice and shouted towards the tribe. Instantly, a throng of people poured out from the caves, gathering at the entrance of the tribe. The chieftain anxiously gazed in the direction of Lin Xiao's voice, spotting a cluster of dark figures moving closer. Shueihua was filled with conflicting emotions. If her mother returned unharmed, what would that make her? Yet, if something had happened to her mother, she too would be heartbroken. Lin Xiao hurried back to the tribe, excitement radiating from him as he cradled the old shaman's body. Shueihua, chieftain, I brought back the old shaman. Shueihua was the first to rush forward to inspect her mother, who was covered in frost, snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes and hair, her lips slightly parted, utterly motionless. It was evident that she had passed away, her body already stiff. In that moment, an unexpected sense of joy washed over her, only to be swiftly replaced by overwhelming sorrow. Tears streamed down her face. How could this happen? No one felt the weight of grief more acutely than the chieftain, who stood frozen in place, eventually regaining his senses. His pent-up rage erupted. Who did this? Lin Xiao placed the body on the ground. It was the Qing Shan tribe. Upon hearing this, the chieftain found an outlet for his fury, his eyes bloodshot as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Ran's arrival. Greetings, chieftain. I am a shaman from the Qing Shan tribe. I am here to apologize on behalf of my tribe for this incident, and I propose a year of shamanic exchange with your tribe. The moment those words were uttered, Shueihua felt an immediate sense of threat. A tribe could only have one shaman, and the arrival of another would surely undermine her own standing. With icy eyes, she glared at Ran. You kill my mother, and you think a mere exchange will suffice? No way. However, the chieftain had a different perspective. He acknowledged the old shaman's exceptional skills, yet recognized that with age, there would inevitably come a day when she would no longer be able to serve. Moreover, Shueihua's skills could only be deemed mediocre, and entrusting the safety of the entire tribe to her was a cause for concern. Thus, having another shaman could prove beneficial. Not only would it enhance medical expertise, but it could also diminish Shueihua's influence and solidify the chieftain's own position. To him, this was a fortuitous development. Yet he noted that the young shaman from the Qing Shan tribe, still needing the old shaman's assistance, might also be lacking in skill. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing his dissatisfaction. And Rand steadied her resolve. She was there to make amends, and even if they wished to harm her, she could understand. You are correct, therefore. We have also brought along 1,000 pounds of meat, 200 bags of salt, and various other supplies. At this proclamation, everyone stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend. Did I hear that correctly? 200 bags of salt? Surely that must be a mistake. Perhaps 200 pounds? Even the chieftain was taken aback by such a figure, for he was well aware of the troubles faced by the tribe in the aftermath of spring. Without salt, the tribe would wither. The orcs would suffer from swelling and weakness, their combat abilities diminished, leading to illness and death. Chapter 99. The old shaman's daughter, Shui Huan ran, catching their whispers. Reaffirmed. It is indeed 200 bags of salt, not 200 pounds. Behind her, the orcs bore large bundles of supplies, all neatly packed in woven baskets as they entered the tribe. At that moment, everyone began to believe in Ran. The familiar hide bags and the weight of the packages were unmistakably produced by the Salt tribe. The chieftain, now convinced, hurried to tally the supplies. Indeed, there were 200 bags. Additionally, there was 1,000 pounds of meat, all fine cuts, causing the members of the Yunchi tribe to gaze in awe. Though they had meat, this was a windfall from another tribe. With so much salt, they could feast to their heart's content. Curious about a large bundle tightly wrapped in hay, the chieftain inquired, "What is this?" And Ran replied, "This is brown sugar, effective for combating cold and treating colds, ideal for the young and females." "Sweet sugar?" And Ran nodded. "Yes, and also soap that cleanses dirt." She then revealed a large quantity of pristine white soap. The chieftain, intrigued by the white soap, asked, "How is it used?" And Ran reassured him, "There is no need to rush. Chieftain, I will be in your tribe for a year." The chieftain recalled that they had indeed caused the death of the old shaman and recognized these gifts as reparations. Clearing his throat, he stated, "While you show sincere intentions to atone, the fact remains that your actions led to the death of the old shaman. Naturally, you cannot reside and dine with us of the Yunchi tribe. You will stay in the small cave adjacent to Heilin." And Ran bowed deeply to the chieftain and Shui Hua. "Thank you, chieftain and shaman." However, Shui Hua objected, blocking in Ran and Jin Hu. "No, chieftain. They killed my mother. A life for a life." Pointing at Ran, she declared, "I want her dead. Only then can I remain the sole shaman of the Yunchi tribe, retaining my exalted and untouchable status." At that moment, the crowd began to waver, torn between the old shaman's past kindness and their desire for the supplies, particularly the salt. Suddenly, Ran threw off her blue cloak and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, bowing her head. "I am sorry. We bear responsibility for the old shaman's death. When our tribe faced an outbreak of disease, it was my inadequacy that led us to this path. You may strike or scold me, and I will bear no resentment." This unexpected gesture left everyone present in shock, especially the males, who understood the courage it took to travel alone to another tribe to apologize and now to kneel. Furthermore, the striking blue hide cloak she wore was unmistakably the attire of the snake beast man who had come to capture them. That day's battle was still fresh in their minds. No one had ever been able to match Heilin, underscoring her formidable prowess. A female of such status kneeling before them was a sight that left many too awestruck to look again. Even Shui Hua found herself intimidated. Despite her noble heritage and high rank, no one had ever knelt before her. This sudden turn of events had caught her off guard. At this moment, Heilin, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Chieftain, the disease from the Qingshan tribe was the same plague that afflicted our tribe years ago." Upon hearing this, the crowd recoiled in terror, distancing themselves from Ran and Jin Hu, along with those males who had recently returned from the Qingshan tribe. Shui Hua retreated the fastest, leaping back in fright, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Ran and the others. "What are you doing back here? Do you intend to harm us?" Someone in the crowd shouted in fury, "Get out." The scene was chaotic, with some hurling stones and others wielding wooden sticks towards the crowd. Heaven knows how much they despised this affliction, which not only tormented them, but also claimed lives in the most tragic of ways. Each had lost a loved one to its grasp. This was a wound that would last a lifetime, one they wished never to relive. Enrin knelt on the ground, closest to the old shaman, and as she saw someone impulsively throw a stone that was about to strike him, she immediately threw herself over him, taking the brunt of the stones and snowballs. Jin Hu, witnessing this, instinctively shielded Enrin with his body, feeling an intense rage within him, yet suppressing it. He remembered Chang Lu's warning that the people from Yunchi tribe would certainly cause a ruckus, yet he must not retaliate. For both he and Anren might not return if he did. For Anren's sake, he had to endure. Helen was equally taken aback by the swift response from Shuehua. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically, Anren and Jean, who steadfastly protected the old shaman, while her daughter cowered at a distance. The disparity was stark. He stepped forward, using his body to shield against the stones and mud flying from all directions. This illness had been healed by the combined efforts of the shaman from Qingshan tribe and the old shaman. The chieftain raised his hand, commanding silence as he incredulously inquired, "Is it true?" Anren rose and addressed the chieftain. "Yes, the old shaman and I have discovered the method of treatment. Thus all the orcs in our tribe who were afflicted have recovered. Moreover, I have brought the method with me." Upon hearing this, an elderly male staggered forward, asking, "What is the method?" Anren disclosed without reservation. This illness fundamentally arises from a filthy and chaotic living environment. All animal skin garments must be boiled at high temperatures and washed with potent soap. Then, one must bathe in saline water. The chieftain initially found the earlier statements plausible, but the last revelation shocked him. Must it be saline water? Anren shook her head. Not necessarily. There are alternatives that yield even better results. But we lack access to them here. They grow near volcanoes. At the mention of volcanoes, the crowd visibly wilted, finding a saltwater bath far more realistic. For at least they frequently encountered salt. But what of volcanoes? Those were places said to be adjacent to the beast deity, whose wrath could scorch the earth for miles. Their ancestors had painstakingly located this haven far from volcanoes. Why would they seek one out again? However, Shuehua was skeptical and derisively remarked, "I have never heard of anyone recovering from illness without medication, merely by washing clothes and bathing. You are lying. I do not believe you." As soon as she finished speaking, Helen suddenly collapsed, fainting on the ground. Anren quickly turned to discover a pool of blood where Helen had stood. She rushed over to examine, noting the faintest breath. "Quickly, bring him inside." The surroundings fell silent. No one moved, until the chieftain, wishing to maintain composure before outsiders, finally spoke. "Lin Xiao, quickly carry him back to the cave." Yet Lin Xiao scoffed and waved his hand. "Chieftain, I have been exhausted for days. I have always carried the old shaman back. My arms are sore. Let someone else do it." After speaking, he shamelessly approached Shuehua. Shuehua, I found the old shaman. You must keep your word." Shuehua grimaced at the sight of his obsequious face. Lin Xiao was unfazed by her demeanor, cheerfully responding, "Then we shall mate tonight. At your place." Yet reflecting on his own prolonged absence, he realized that the warriors who had ventured out to find him were all connected to her, and none of the remaining were of any interest to him. Bring the other two along. Chapter 100. Healing. Anren observed the actions of those around her with a detached indifference. Jean, who lifted him up, she turned to the chieftain, who was unable to command the others. "Chieftain, please lead the way." The chieftain nodded repeatedly. While he was no fan of Helen, he was, after all, a warrior of the tribe, one of the strongest, and he hurriedly stepped forward to guide them. The three of them twisted and turned until they arrived at a particularly windy area, where a dark and oppressive cave belonged to Helen. Jean, who gently laid him on the bed, "I'll go start a fire." However, the chieftain interjected, "Our tribe has no surplus firewood. Thus, we cannot ignite a fire." Anren was taken aback. How could the Yunshi tribe be so miserly? In such cold weather, how could they endure without warmth? Moreover, Helen's cave was exceedingly frigid, and even though the bed was sheltered from the wind, one could still feel the draft seeping in. Such a place was utterly unsuitable for a sick person. "Can we borrow some fire?" Anren inquired. The chieftain nodded. "That could be arranged. Borrowing fire would not cost the tribe anything." Jean, who immediately understood Anren's intent and shifted into his beast form, dashing out of the cave and disappearing into the snow. Such swift movement indicated to the chieftain that this golden-haired orc possessed considerable combat prowess. Turning back, he saw Anren rummaging through animal skins, but Helen, having been oppressed by the tribe for years, had few decent skins. Most were small and pitiful, either shedding fur or riddled with holes. It was impossible to find a single usable piece. Anren's heart sank at the sight of such disarray. Though their Qingshan tribe was small, not even the elder orcs donned such tattered attire or resided in such dilapidated caves. She could only open her pack and produce a large, pristine animal skin, laying it directly on the bed. "Chieftain, you lift his head while I lift his feet to place him on it." The chieftain watched, enviously, as he clearly saw many fine animal skins in the backpack, including the white one now being used. Did they truly have to waste it? Feeling a pang of regret, he suggested, "Why not use another color?" Anren shook her head. The others are soiled and unrecognizable. We shall use this one. Together, they lifted Helen onto the snow-white skin, just as Jean, who returned with firewood, and began to ignite a flame in a safe corner of the cave. In no time, the cave warmed considerably, prompting the chieftain to join in front of the fire. Jean, who assist in removing his clothing so we can assess the situation. Jean, who swiftly stripped Helen down, covering only the critical areas with a clean animal skin. However, even this combative individual gasped in astonishment at the state of Helen's body. It was covered in old wounds, long healed but leaving permanent scars, and a wound in his abdomen was still oozing blood. Anren, there's a hole in his stomach. Anren turned to see the palm-sized wound, equally shocked. How could such a severe injury occur? The chieftain coldly scoffed. I sent it from your snake orc's bite. Upon hearing this, Anren and Jean, who fell silent, recognizing that the chieftain would not lie about such matters. Jean, who go boil some hot water. Jean, who hurried off with a stone pot, having noted a large river nearby on the way. The chieftain, seeing the severity of the injuries, inquired with concern, with him in this condition, could he be treated? Anren's tone was resolute. I cannot say for certain, but I will do my utmost. Her words seemed to evoke the image of the old shaman in her youth, who had possessed the same fervor. The chieftain, lacking understanding of these matters, could only stand by and watch, hoping fervently that Helen could be saved, for that would signify the girl's medical skills were commendable. This would be beneficial for her presence in the Yunchi tribe. With the water yet to boil, Anren resorted to using nearby animal skins to gently wipe away the blood from the wounds. After an unknown number of skins, she finally discerned the shape of the wound, a large gaping hole with the surrounding flesh already festering. The only solace was that there was no longer any bleeding. In that moment, Anren's mind raced with a treatment plan. The first step must be to clean the festering area thoroughly. The wound is rather severe and requires suturing. Yet there isn't even a length of twine available here. They use animal hide to stitch their garments, but such thick material won't suffice. At this moment, Jean, who returned, and Anren tossed the bone knife she had brought into the pot to boil. Tribe leader, Jean, who, his wound is quite extensive and necessitates suturing, preferably with fish gut. However, the tribe leader found himself in a quandary. They seldom consume fish, and with winter upon them, the fish are hiding deep, making them even more difficult to catch. Are there any alternative methods? Jean, who immediately responded, I shall go catch some. With that, he transformed into a gust of wind and dashed outside, leaving the tribe leader astonished by his eagerness. How obedient he is! If only my own tribesmen could follow orders so readily, the expansion of our tribe into a true great tribe would be imminent. Seeing that the water in the stone pot had reached a boil, Anren hurriedly fished out the bone knife and bone needle. Tribe leader, please bring a torch closer. The light here is insufficient. The tribe leader promptly retrieved a torch from the fire and witnessed her deftly clearing the white pus from the wound with her knife. This sight made him feel nauseous. However, Anren was also quite anxious. It was her first time tending to a wound, and it was impossible not to feel nervous. Just then, Lin began to sense warmth and slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the tribe leader holding the torch beside him while Anren was tending to his wound. Anren noticed a slight movement in his abdomen, indicating he had awakened. She immediately instructed, do not move, lie still. Lin wished not to be a burden and complied, lying still, enduring the pain as best he could. Jean, who returned, soaked and shivering, placing the fish gut aside. Anren, how do we prepare this? Anren turned to see the thick fish gut and felt a headache coming on. Divide it into thinner strands, then boil them in hot water. And hand them to me. Understood. Jean, who, trembling from the cold, hurriedly sat by the fire and used a small bone knife to carefully slice the intestines, which he had previously cleaned by the river. He divided one fish gut into 6 strands, tossed them into boiling water, and then fished them out. Meanwhile, Anren had cleaned the pus and thoroughly washed the wound with clean hot water. Finally, she threaded the fish gut onto the bone needle and began to stitch the wound. With a sigh of relief, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and covered him with a blanket, advising, for the next few days, try not to move. Lin nodded. He too did not wish for the wound that Anren and Jean, who had painstakingly treated, to reopen. Anren washed her hands before tidying up her belongings to head to the adjacent cave. The tribe leader had not anticipated Anren's skill, and he felt somewhat remiss for having assigned her such a small cave. However, there were no other spare caves available in the tribe. Just bear with it for a few days, Wu Yi. Once the snow melts, I will arrange for you to have a better cave, he said cheerfully. Anren smiled. You may call me and ran. There's no need to trouble yourself over the cave. This one is quite adequate. What purpose would it serve to change caves once the snow melts? The tribe leader replied, Then I shall bring you some meat. You've been busy all day and must be hungry. He turned and quickly made his way to the center of the tribe to fetch a piece of meat. The male tasked with this was quite reluctant, for this was the very meat that had caused the old shaman's demise. Nevertheless, he could not defy the tribe leader's orders, as he lacked the strength to do so. With a heart full of resentment, he carried the meat towards the cave, but soon devised a plan. Transforming his hand into a beast's claw, he deftly sliced off half of the meat and concealed it in the snow, planning to retrieve it later. Nonchalantly, he tossed the remaining piece into the wind-swept area, declaring, This is the meat the tribe leader asked me to bring. Inside the cave, Jean, who was tending the fire, when a hard object suddenly struck his head. Just as he was about to express his anger, he heard the words. Turning, he saw a small piece of meat lying in the ashes. Such a manner of delivery was utterly disrespectful. Being struck on the head caused him great pain. Seeing the dirty piece of meat, he was immediately incensed and dashed out of the cave like lightning, seizing the male who had delivered the meat and pinning him to the ground. And Ran was inside preparing a bed of animal skins when she heard the commotion outside and rushed out, only to see Jean, who with his fist raised high. Stop! As Jean, who was about to strike, he heard in Ran's voice, and his raised fist was clutched tightly by her. Jean, who, what are you doing? Jean, who quickly explained, and Ran, this fellow tossed a piece of meat that landed in the ashes and hit me on the head, leaving a bump. The male pinned in the snow had not anticipated that his casual toss would result in such an incident and quickly apologized. I am sorry, I didn't TC. And Ran pulled Jean Hu up, saying, It's all right. I'll prepare an ice pack for your bump shortly. Feeling the coolness of Ran's palm, Jean Hu calmed down and warned, In the future, ensure you deliver the meat properly. If you strike me again, I shall retaliate by smashing your head with the meat. And Ran gathered a handful of snow, compacting into an ice ball and wrapping it in a small piece of thin animal skin. Come here, sit down. She beckoned to Jean Hu. Obediently, he sat on a nearby rock, and Ran gently brushed her fingers through his tousled golden hair. She felt for the bump, but was unable to locate it after several attempts. Jean Hu raised his hand to touch the back of his head, saying, It's here. And Ran followed his hand, and indeed found a bump the size of a quail egg. Applying the ice pack, she asked, How does that feel? Jean Hu's face displayed a mixture of grievance and relief. Much better. As a warrior of the Qing-Shan tribe, he had seldom lost in confrontations, and the notion of being struck by a piece of meat was quite humiliating. Glancing around the cave, he noticed it contained only a stone bed, causing a blush to creep onto his face. And Ran, shall we sleep together tonight? Upon hearing this, and Ran instantly understood his implication and pressed down hard on his bump. You shall sleep on the ground. Jean Hu winced in pain, grimacing as he muttered, I was merely asking. There was no need to be so harsh. And Ran tossed the ice pack at him. You handle it yourself. Jean Hu pouted, visibly displeased. But the next moment, he saw Ran preparing a sleeping area for herself, causing him to smile once more. Meanwhile, the male who had delivered the meat, seeing that Jean Hu had no intention of leaving the cave, quickly scrambled to his feet and fled. Upon reaching the center of the tribe, he suddenly remembered he had hidden the meat and hurried back to retrieve it from the snow, glancing around nervously to ensure no one was watching. Just moments ago, if he had not felt guilty, he would not have tossed it into the cave, nor would he have faced the risk of being beaten. That yellow-haired tiger was indeed quite intimidating, and he nearly wet himself. He vowed never again to withhold meat from them. The tribe leader, returning from Helin's cave, sought out Shui Hua for a conversation. In the future, whether you have matters or not, go speak with Ran. However, upon hearing this, Shui Hua erupted in fury, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tribe leader, what do you mean by that? I'm the shaman of the Yun Chi tribe. She should come to me, not the other way around. The tribe leader quietly pursed his lips before smiling. Very well, I shall have her come to you. Although he held little regard for Shui Hua, she was still a member of his tribe, and it was only fair. For Ran and her companions had come seeking atonement. On the first night in the Yun Chi tribe, Ran found it difficult to sleep, feeling quite cold as the biting wind whistled through the cave, offering no warmth. Unable to rest, she rose early, only to encounter the male who had delivered the meat standing outside. Upon seeing her emerge with a silly grin, the masculine figure remarked, Hee hee, the chieftain has sent you to seek our shaman. Anna nodded affirmatively, responding, All right, I understand. The male, sensing her comprehension, swiftly turned and ran off. He had no desire to encounter that yellow-haired tiger again. Enrin then returned to the cave, where Jean, who had just awakened, rubbing his sleepy eyes and inquiring, "Who is it?" "It's no one. Just let me visit the shaman shortly," Anren replied. Jean, who nodded, "I will accompany you." Anren added more wood to the fire, saying, "There is no need for you to come along. Please fetch some tree trunks the size of your arms, and bring back some bamboo instead." "Very well. But do take care," Jean, who said. Anren chuckled unexpectedly, realizing that this childlike figure could express such concern. "Yes, I will," she assured him, observing her sudden laughter. Jean, who scratched his head in confusion, and joined her in silly laughter. Anren handed him a bowl of water and drank a large bowl of hot water herself, nibbling on a piece of dried fish before tidying up to head to the mountain cave of the shaman, Shuehua. As she stepped inside, a peculiar scent of herbs enveloped her. A dark, glimmering staff rested by the bedside, indicating that this cave had once belonged to the old shaman. Shuehua, draped in brown animal hides, sat gracefully on a stone stool, resting her chin on one hand while idly fiddling with the herbs before her. Upon Anren's entrance, she merely lifted her eyelids slightly without uttering a word. Anren cautiously approached, hesitating to take a seat. "Shaman, I have come for a medical exchange. May I inquire what we shall discuss today?" Shuehua scrutinized her from head to toe, declaring, "You think you are worthy? Hurry up and clean my room." With her head bowed, Anren picked up a nearby branch broom and began to tidy the space. A wall behind her was adorned with numerous animal skin pouches, and as she leaned in to examine them, she found an array of herbs. Some she recognized, such as Jin, Gui Pai, Ji, Zi, Su, and Gan Chao, while many others eluded her knowledge. Seeing her dazed expression, Shuehua grew impatient, snapping, "What are you staring at? Get on with it." "Understood," Anren responded, refocusing on her task. The cave was small, and given the old shaman's penchant for cleanliness, it was relatively dust-free, allowing her to finish quickly. Shuehua, lounging with her legs crossed, wiped a finger across the stone table, revealing no dust. "You will come here every day to clean from now on," she ordered. Anren set down the broom and stepped out of the cave, inhaling the crisp air. This situation could have been worse. Suddenly, a male rushed into the shaman's cave behind her, colliding with Anren and knocking her to the ground. As she rose, her palms stung painfully, scratched and bloodied, with dirt clinging to them. After enduring the pain for a moment, she washed her hands in a handful of clean snowmelt. Suddenly, an impatient voice echoed from within the cave. "What does it matter to me if your cub has no milk? I have none to spare." However, it was said that when a cub lacked nourishment, the old shaman would provide medicine to stimulate milk production. "Shaman, please help us. My cub has not had a drop of milk since birth." But Shuehua merely cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling male. Having no recollection of him, or knowing from which corner of the tribe he hailed, the shaman's medicine is a gift from the beast gods, and it is precious. "You think you deserve it? Get out. If your cub lacks milk, feed it meat and water instead. Don't dirty my space." The male, with a broken finger, lowered his head in sorrow, slowly rising from the ground. He understood that the shaman's medicine was not easily obtained. In the past, those of lesser strength and appearance like him never dared to disturb the shaman, fearing both the waste of resources and reprimand. As he contemplated seeking the shaman's help, other males in the cave had warned him that such herbs were reserved for the strong. Ordinary males like him could only observe from afar. Today, he had only come out of desperation for his cub, yet the outcome had been as he had anticipated. Disheartened, he shuffled out of the cave, hoping for the shaman to show a hint of compassion and call him back. But after taking 2 steps outside, he heard nothing behind him urging him to return for medicine. The cold wind outside jolted him back to reality. He chuckled bitterly, realizing how naively he had believed the shaman would assist him. Such resources had never been meant for those at the bottom of the hierarchy. Anren watched him pass by, his demeanor heavy with despair. "Is it that your cub lacks milk due to the female's inability, or is there another reason?" A soft voice inquired beside her. The male turned sharply to see a small female clad in black animal hides, her face framed in stark white. It dawned on him that she was the female who had arrived in the tribe the previous day, seemingly also a shaman. "Are you a shaman?" Anren pondered, realizing her own limited expertise made it difficult to claim such a title, so she chose to sidestep the question. "May I take a look? Perhaps I can be of assistance." "Of course, please do," the male replied eagerly, overjoyed at the prospect of help. Anren followed him to a female cave, where a foul odor assaulted her senses even before they reached the entrance. She wrinkled her nose, but suppressed the urge to cover it, following the male inside. Inside, the cave was dimly lit and crowded with over 20 females who had recently given birth, along with several cubs scurrying about. The The animal skins and bedding were in disarray, lacking any semblance of hygiene, yet the single redeeming quality was the warmth. Anrin tightened her animal skin cloak around her shoulders and suddenly felt a soft sensation beneath her feet. Looking down, her brow furrowed in dismay. Lifting her foot revealed a large, dark pile, and upon catching a glimpse of it, she immediately felt nauseous. "Shaman, are you all right?" the male asked, perplexed. Anrin steadied herself, recognizing that to complain about such matters would be overly sensitive. After all, they had all lived in this environment without voicing concerns. Moreover, the Qingshan tribe had only recently improved their living conditions this winter. Pressing her lips together, she muttered, "It's nothing. I just need to step outside for a moment." Upon hearing this, the male's heart sank, and he hurriedly followed her, fearing she might leave. Even the females waiting for the shaman's arrival felt anxious. Without milk, their cubs would starve. They had endured the hardships of pregnancy and childbirth, and the thought of losing their young was unbearable. As the female pondered her plight, the entrance to the cave suddenly brightened as two figures re-entered. The male behind her wore an expression of embarrassment. The shaman was a revered messenger of the beast gods, and he had just stepped in a sizable pile of excrement, truly disrespectful. Initially, he believed she was leaving, but to his surprise, she had merely gone outside to clean her foot and returned. Anrin followed the male to the bedding of the females, squatting down. "Just lie there. Do not rise." The female was momentarily speechless. She had never seen such a beautiful, snow-white figure before, far more striking than Shuehua, and she bore a fragrant scent that contrasted sharply with the odors surrounding them. She could not help but take a couple of deep breaths when Anrin leaned closer, unexpectedly finding the fragrance quite pleasant, which invigorated her spirit considerably. Anrin observed the female lying on the ground, her complexion a ghastly mix of black and yellow, uncertain of how much dirt was embedded within, her hair greasy and disheveled. "Loosen the beast skin top, and let me see," she instructed. The female, preoccupied with thoughts of nursing, had indeed worn the beast's skin loosely, and it tore away effortlessly. Anrin softly remarked, "My hands are a bit cold. Please bear with me." This statement drew the attention of all surrounding females, some bold enough to approach directly. However, as soon as they drew near, the last remnants of light in the room vanished. "Please step aside, I can't see anything." Upon hearing this, several females shyly parted to create a path, though they remained reluctant to leave. Anrin rubbed her hands together, exhaled a breath of warmth, and gently touched the edge of her breast. "Does it hurt?" The female shook her head, and Anrin continued to probe, finding no pain. A gentle squeeze revealed only a small amount of milky secretion. She then picked up the bee skin and draped it over her. "You do have milk, albeit in scant quantity. Encourage your cub to nurse more, and with a better diet, it shall increase." The earlier words were understood by both the milkless female and the nearby male with a severed finger. Yet the implication of the last remark puzzled them. Did it mean they were not eating well? "I consume a pound of roasted meat daily." Anrin inquired, "Are you truly satiated?" To her knowledge, Qingqing and Hubing needed at least 3 pounds of roasted meat daily while nursing, not to mention their usual snacks and brown sugar water. Upon hearing this, not only the milkless female, but all the females in the cave lowered their heads slightly. They had never experienced the sensation of being fully fed. Chapter 103. Sanitation requires consultation. Things have improved somewhat. At least there is a pound of roasted meat daily. Before becoming pregnant, encountering those miserly males, one might receive merely a single bite of meat. Indeed, just a bite. The milkless female no longer maintained her stoic facade, shaking her head slightly. "I cannot eat my fill." Anrin replied, "Then it is settled. You have just given birth, and your body requires substantial nutrition. To produce enough milk for your cub, you must be adequately nourished." The female lamented, "But we only have this much food each day. There is nothing else to eat." Tears welled up in her eyes. She wished to eat more, but hunger was a torment she could not escape. The other females nearby sighed in unison. Their milk was also meager. Though not entirely devoid, they too struggled to fill their stomachs. All the cubs were emaciated, visibly malnourished. Anrin found herself perplexed. It was winter, and even where food might be available outside, it would be challenging to procure. Relying solely on her own strength was unrealistic. All eyes turned to her, filled with anticipation, hoping she would devise a plan. Generally, those females crowded in this shared nurturing cave held a low status. They were accustomed to going hungry. Anrin resignedly stood up. "If all else fails, prepare some meat porridge for the children. Though such small cubs may struggle to digest it, it is better than starving." Upon hearing this, Hope surged among them. How do we make meat porridge? Even a male with a severed finger grew excited. Anrin turned to him and said, find a sturdy stone, a larger one, and carve out a deep pit in the center to bring back. I'll do that right away. With a clear objective, the male dashed out of the cave to search for a suitable stone. Inside, the females eagerly anticipated his return, some unable to contain their excitement. Healer, what can we do? Anrin glanced at their living conditions, frowning slightly. There is quite a bit for you to do. What is it? Please tell us, they implored. It was the first time a healer had personally visited their nurturing cave, and they were grateful, eager for Anrin to share more. Even the previous healer, though kind and always smiling, would merely peek into the cave before sending people outside. Anrin asked, which of you has recently given birth? 5 or 6 females raised their hands, including the milkless one. We have just given birth. Anrin surveyed the cave and pointed to a spot against the wall. This area is somewhat cleaner. You few should squat here and help care for the cubs. The other females were tasked with removing the excrement, as the overwhelming odor posed a health risk. Upon hearing the potential for illness, some immediately exclaimed, eager to begin. However, a dissenting voice piped up, Healer, we have always managed this way without issue. Besides, it is exhausting if we clean now. The cubs will make a mess again shortly after. The viewpoint resonated with many, as they had been enduring such conditions for a long time, and some females were not experiencing their first births. Anrin was taken aback. Their mindset was significantly less progressive than those of the Qingshan tribe. Do you not find it terribly foul? One robust female shrugged, not really. After saying this, she inhaled deeply. Anrin replied, then do as you wish. Upon hearing this, someone seized Anrin's arm. Healer, if they will not clean, we shall. To be honest, I have had enough of this stench. I must step outside the cave each day just to breathe fresh air. Anrin found herself in a quandary. As an outsider here to atone, she needed to be cautious not to offend anyone. She merely patted the shoulder of the enthusiastic female. I will speak with your waterflower healer and the clan leader. Turning to the milkless female, she added, when your male returns, have him gather some firewood. The milkless female nodded, while the others who wished to clean looked on at Anrin's departing figure with hopeful expressions. They were all first-time mothers, having endured the unpleasant conditions inside. Although they had faced similar circumstances in their previous dwelling, it had not been as dire. And sometimes one would turn only to find a large mess on the bee skin bed. With so many cubs, it was impractical to check each one to determine who had made the mess. That would surely offend all the females. Exiting the cave, Anrin inhaled the fresh air outside. The stench within had been unbearable, requiring great willpower to endure. She hurried to the clan leader's cave and glanced at the healer's dwelling nearby. Changing her course, she decided to consult the waterflower healer first. However, as she approached the healer's entrance, she saw 3 males surrounding Shueihua inside. Their nakedness made her feel nauseous. She had forgotten that while Shueihua was a healer, she was also a young female, and it was natural for males to pursue her. Moreover, this was the peak mating season. She had been reckless. Quickly retreating, she waited outside the cave. Shueihua and the 3 males inside noticed Anrin's presence, and, rather than quieting down, became bolder. Lin Xiao even embraced Shueihua and performed right at the cave entrance, while Shueihua cast a flirtatious glance towards Anrin, who stood in the center of the tribe square. A series of lascivious sounds reached her ears, and Anrin did not feel embarrassed. Rather, she felt disgusted. Lowering her head, she called out, Shueihua, when will you be finished? I need to speak with you. I will first find the clan leader. Shueihua, panting heavily, replied weakly, you may have to come back tomorrow. I cannot finish today. With that, she allowed Lin Xiao to carry her into the cave. As it was somewhat chilly outside, despite the opportunity to show off, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of regret as Anrin did not even spare him a glance, rendering his recent performance meaningless. If it weren't for the formidable yellow-haired tiger by her side, he would have certainly dared to sample the charms of this young female. She spoke in a gentle tone throughout their journey, appearing quite easy to manipulate. Anrin, with her head bowed and gaze averted, cautiously approached the entrance of the chief's cave and called out, Chief, are you busy? May I come in? The chief, engrossed in examining a fluffy, white substance inside, had yet to deduce its purpose. Just as he was scratching his head in contemplation, he suddenly heard Anrin's voice and quickly replied, Come in. Standing at the cave's entrance, Anrin noticed the absence of unusual sounds within before stepping inside. Chapter 104. Do you not know to be gentle? Upon noticing that more than half of the soap on the table was missing, Anrin addressed the chief. I have something to discuss with you. The chief gestured for her to sit, and Ran, taken aback by his gentle invitation, lifted her gaze to meet the chief's silver-haired visage, realizing her hearing was intact. Seated on the stone bench, before she could speak, the chief seized the soap from the table, asking, "How is this used?" After a morning of contemplation, he had yet to grasp its purpose, though he had consumed a fair amount, finding it unpalatable and devoid of saltiness. And Ran explained, "This soap is for washing hides, bathing, and cleansing hands. It requires water to activate." "What, this is for washing things?" The chief's face was one of disbelief. "Indeed. I mentioned yesterday that it is indispensable in treating infectious diseases." The chief's expression turned sour, realizing he had been misguided in his research. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked, "Will consuming it cause poisoning?" And Ran understood then that the missing soap might have been ingested by him. However, since the chief had not explicitly stated it, she refrained from asking. "No, but overeating it may lead to vomiting or diarrhea. It's best avoided." Upon hearing that it was not toxic, the chief felt reassured. Remembering and Ran's purpose for visiting, he straightened his posture, assuming a dignified demeanor. "What brings you to me?" And Ran conveyed her concern. "I just visited the nursery cave, and many females lack sufficient milk. Their young are rather frail." She scrutinized the chief's expression, inquiring whether it was possible to provide them with additional food. The chief's brows furrowed as he glared at Ran, feeling she was overly presumptuous. How dare she come to the Yunchi tribe and dictate terms? Did she not understand her place? Moreover, as the tribe's chief, he certainly wished to provide for the cubs, yet resources were limited. Currently, they were well fed, but future hunger loomed. The available meat was finite. He could not afford to be extravagant. "No, our tribe's meat supply is strictly limited." And Ran anticipated the chief's response and proposed, "Could we perhaps allocate some brown sugar for them? While it may not satiate hunger like meat, its high sugar content is beneficial for females and their young." The chief queried, "Is that the dark, hard substance?" And Ran nodded, "Yes, just a little dissolved in hot water makes it quite palatable." The chief stroked his chin, recalling that he had secretly tasted a bit of it the previous evening and found it quite enjoyable, albeit overly sweet for his palate. However, the thought of it being dissolvable in water piqued his interest. This could work. These provisions are meant for use, and unused items are merely waste. And Ran recognized that a chief of his caliber must possess a generous spirit and smiled. This should ideally be reserved for the cubs and females who have recently given birth. It's best not to give it to those who have just delivered. The chief nodded. "Very well, I shall instruct them shortly." Unexpectedly, this young female was quite restless even in the frigid weather, rushing to tend to the female's ailments. She resembled the old shaman from years past, yet it was a pity she was not one of the Yunchi tribe. "Is that all?" And Ran chuckled, adding, "There is another matter. I wonder if you could command those females to maintain cleanliness. The place is nearly unlivable." The chief, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" He was familiar with his tribe's people and felt they weren't typically that untidy. A vague sense of discontent stirred within him, observing the slight change in his expression. And Ran did not argue further, merely stating, "You should see for yourself." Such a matter of pride compelled the chief to investigate, eager to disprove this outsider. As the chief stood up, donning a heavy cloak, he strode toward the entrance of the female cave. However, to his astonishment, the area was pristine, covered in white snow. His displeasure within Ran grew. "There is nothing here, is there?" And Ran remained steadfast. "Chief, if you venture inside, you will see." With a huff, the chief declared, "Very well, I shall go." He intended to expose this female's exaggerations. They were a grand tribe, after all. Yet, as he approached the cave's entrance, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to falter. Being a male beast man, his senses were sharper than those of females, allowing him to detect the foul aroma from a considerable distance, indicating the interior's dire state. Curiosity compelled him to discover the extent of the mess. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the cave. Upon entry, numerous females noticed their chief and swiftly retreated to the sides. One audacious female inquired, "Chief, what brings you here?" The chief immediately took in the scene. Dimly lit, with excrement scattered across the floor, the very female who had spoken now stood upon a pile of it. The stone walls bore dark stains of indeterminate origin. Several frightened cubs hid behind their mothers, yet peered curiously, each one looking emaciated, lacking any substantial weight. Such filth was unacceptable, especially in front of outsiders. His expression darkened. "How could you allow the cave to become this way? This is utterly unsanitary. Clean it up immediately." The females, already inclined to tidy up, sprang into action upon hearing his command. They were equally fed up with the stench. However, the lazy group of females shot and ran resentful glances, considering her interference unwelcome. They had been residing comfortably, so why should they be compelled to clean in the middle of winter? The chief surveyed the filthy cave, noticing some still standing idle. He barked, "Move. Do not remain there like wooden statues. I will personally inspect the results." His authoritative tone instilled fear among them. Witnessing their compliance, he stormed out. Just as he exited, he was unexpectedly knocked to the ground, landing heavily on his backside. Before he could register who had collided with him, a trembling voice exclaimed, "See, Chief. I didn't mean to. I didn't see you, I'm sorry." And Rand glanced at the hapless male with a severed finger nearby, reminding him, "Shouldn't you assist the chief in getting up?" "Oh, right," he stammered, hastily setting down the stone pot in his arms and pulling the chief up. The chief, frail and aged, felt his arm nearly dislocate from the young male's grip. Once upright, he shrugged off the young one's hand. Could he not be more gentle? Chapter 105. Meat Porridge casting him a disapproving glance, he shook his sore arm, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a peculiar object on the ground. Curiously, he picked it up, examining it closely. "What is this?" The young male, caught off guard by the inquiry, scratched his tousled hair. "I don't know." Upon hearing these words, the clan leader felt a surge of irritation. Was it not he who had brought the matter to light? How could he possibly be unaware? It seemed evident that someone was attempting to deceive him. Anrin, noticing the shift in the clan leader's expression, quickly clarified, "I instructed him to do this, to prepare meat porridge for the little ones. There are females without milk, so I thought it prudent to provide nourishment for the young." The clan leader turned the stone pot over in his hands, assessing it. "This method is quite clever. If we can nourish the cubs of the females who lack milk with this approach, the mortality rate of our young each year could significantly decrease. How shall we proceed?" Aaron replied, "We need a piece of meat and a bone knife." The clan leader, intrigued by this process, waved his hand decisively, instructing, "Go to the back mountain and fetch a piece of meat." The young male, Duanji, hurried off. Being the only young male present, it was his duty to run errands, as the other two were a female and the clan leader. Fortunately, the back mountain was not far, and upon hearing that the clan leader had personally sent him for meat, the elder male guarding the cave readily provided him with a substantial piece of well-marbled meat. Aaron spotted him struggling back with a large chunk in tow. The three of them found a sheltered area against the wall outside the cave and kindled a fire. Aaron directed Duanji to take a fist-sized piece of meat, cut it into small pieces with the bone knife, then pound it into a paste with clean stones, finally adding water and placing it over the fire to cook. The clan leader squatted nearby, warming himself by the fire, which was far more comfortable than the cave. This scene reminded Anrin of her time in the Qingshan tribe, where such moments called for some snacks to enhance the atmosphere. However, here the Yunchi tribe, considering that everyone struggled to fill their bellies, indulging in snacks was a luxury that could not be afforded. After a while, the clan leader, legs nearly numb from squatting, inquired, "How long will this take?" Anrin added another log to the fire, replying, "It still requires time. The cubs are delicate, and we must not be careless." She then pulled a sturdy branch from the ground and suggested, "Clan leader, just sit and wait." The clan leader plopped down on the ground, and the three of them watched the stone pot intently. Suddenly, he recalled something. "You mentioned brown sugar. Does it also require this pot to prepare?" Anna nodded. "Indeed. We need the stone pot to heat the water." Upon hearing this, the clan leader's interest piqued, and he turned to Duanji, instructing, "Go and dig up another stone pot." Duanji nodded without complaint. The clan leader had already provided him with meat, so making another pot was a small price to pay, despite the effort it took. After all, with hunting on hold during winter, there was no use in preserving his nails. By the time he returned with the second stone pot, the meat porridge was already bubbling, releasing a savory aroma that made the clan leader shyly inhale the fragrance. "Is this ready?" Anrin stirred the mixture with 2 sticks. "It needs a little longer." The clan leader, his appetite whetted, set up the new stone pot beside it, adding water to prepare some brown sugar water for himself. The sweet scent of the brown sugar water wafted through the air, prompting the clan leader to swallow involuntarily. He wanted to taste it, but recoiled as his hand brushed the pot. It was too hot. Aaron suggested, "I noticed a bamboo grove nearby. If you cut a couple of bamboo stalks, we can ladle it out to drink." The clan leader, intrigued by this application of bamboo, took it upon himself to fetch it, swiftly returning with 2 large stalks. Aaron directed them on how to craft them, and soon bamboo tubes and simple spoons were fashioned. Handing one of the spoons filled with brown sugar water to the clan leader, She cautioned, drink slowly. At that moment, the clan leader had shed his earlier demeanor. His eyes filled with curiosity as he gingerly tasted from the bamboo tube. His eyes lit up in delight. This is extraordinarily delicious. It bears no resemblance to the little morsels I've had before. The boiled brown sugar water carried a fragrant essence. Upon swallowing, warmth spread throughout his body. Anren stirred the meat porridge, which had turned quite mushy, and poured it into the bamboo tubes, filling 3 large ones. She carried the bamboo tubes into the cave, where several spots had already been cleared. Approaching the far corner, she handed a tube to the frail female lacking milk, advising, do not let the cubs eat too much. You can consume the rest yourself. When there is nothing else to do, allow them to suckle more. The frail female gratefully accepted the bamboo tube, the savory aroma wafting from it enticing her. She took a sip and was astonished. No need to chew? Anren smiled. The cubs are too small to chew. The frail female, blushing slightly at this, quickly called her 2 kittens over and fed them a morsel. Watching them eat, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. These past few nights, the 2 little ones had cried out from hunger, and she had nearly resorted to offering her own blood to feed them. Thank you, healer. Seeing them eat, Anren felt her heart swell with happiness, smiling. Do not thank me. Thank the clan leader. He provided the meat. And the stone pot was made by your male. This meat porridge is not easily digestible. Should they experience any discomfort, you must gently massage their bellies. I understand, the frail female replied. The realization that her cub's first meal was not her own milk was bittersweet, yet this meat porridge, though hard to digest, was far better than watching them starve. Anren advised, have your male prepare the meat this way for every meal and keep them active. In a few days, you should have milk. With that, she turned to leave the cave, as there were still some females cleaning inside, and lingering too long would not be appropriate. The clan leader pulled her back to the fire, eyes brimming with excitement. How is this made? Anren, not intending to conceal any longer, replied, this requires sugarcane, but needs to be harvested. At this point, Anren felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Clan leader, these items are not essential. We ought to focus on ensuring our people have enough to eat. The weight of her words hung heavily in the air, and as soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. She should not have uttered such things, knowing well it might provoke anger. Was she not implying that the clan leader was ineffective in his governance? However, the clan leader sighed deeply. Did he not desire for his people to have more to eat? Yet, resources were limited. He recalled hearing from other males who returned with Helen that the Qingshan tribe was vastly different. Life there was bustling, and no one wished to stay in the cave. The cubs there were plump and healthy, and the females were fair and beautiful, a stark contrast to the dark-skinned beauties of his own tribe. As he contemplated this, his gaze drifted to Anren, who seemed to detest lingering in the cave and preferred to roam outside. Suddenly, Jinha approached. Anren, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Anren looked up to see Jinha clad in yellow animal skin, complementing his bright hair, embodying the essence of a sunny youth. The clan leader's attention, however, remained fixated on Jinhua's pristine animal skin, which was smooth, dense, and free from dirt. This male clearly held a distinguished status, but could anyone surpass the clan leader himself? Curiously, he inquired, young man, how do you keep your animal skin so clean? At that moment, the clan leader realized that not only Jinha, but even Anren appeared free from dirt. Jinha beamed at the clan leader's compliment. We wash it frequently. The clan leader fell into contemplation. Surely, they must be using that white soap. Yet, would washing it so often not lead to shedding? Could it be that this small tribe was so affluent? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. However, unexpectedly, this small action was deeply etched in Anren's mind, sending a chill through her heart. She had genuinely come here, yet she never anticipated it would lead to such a significant predicament. Regardless of the chieftain's intentions, it was undoubtedly unfavorable for the Qingshan tribe. Anren smiled faintly, saying, Chieftain, there is no need for concern. I shall take my leave now. The chieftain, roused from his contemplation, nodded eagerly in agreement. Upon returning to the cave, Anren felt a sense of trepidation. However, as she entered, she was greeted by the sight of scattered tree trunks and bamboo. Together, they had laboriously transformed the bamboo into strips, and with Jinhua's assistance, they fashioned all the wood to the length of the cave, arranging them in a row. Interweaving them together, they dug 2 holes in the ground and the cave, placing the wooden planks atop, thus creating a rudimentary wooden door. The breeze within the cave diminished considerably. Even Jinhu, with his rugged exterior, had shivered from the cold the previous night. The days of winter were fleeting, and before long, darkness enveloped the sky. The only comfort was that tonight's meat was considerably larger than the previous days. Jinhu glared at the male who brought the meat. The same one from yesterday, snatched the meat with a huff and turned away. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the cave, while Helen, lying on the bed next door and unable to move much, felt an intense hunger with no one to bring him food. Previously, he had always foraged for himself. But now, injured, he was entirely overlooked. All he could do was endure the scent, swallowing hard. Anren walked to the adjacent cave. Although the draft here was less severe than in their cave, cold air still seeped in. The fire within had long since extinguished, and upon glancing at the pile of ashes, her brow furrowed. How could the Yunshi tribe disregard someone as formidable as Helen? Did they not fear for his life? She hurriedly grabbed some leftover firewood from the side and ran back to her cave to fetch some embers. Lying on the bed, wrapped in a thin layer of animal hide, Helen remained silent as Anren entered, directly tending to the fire. He stirred his dry throat, producing a hoarse voice. "You need not bother. I'm not cold." Anren, kindling the fire robustly and adding more wood, replied, "You may not feel cold, but without a fire, I cannot examine your wounds properly." Once the fire was ablaze, she stood and approached the bed, asking, "Please lift the blanket so I may take a look." A flicker of movement crossed Helen's eyes, which were now filled entirely with Anren's figure. The soft glow of the flames illuminated her back, shrouding her face in shadow, enveloping her in a gentle radiance. Anren, already tender-hearted, appeared even more ethereal, her softness akin to flowing water, causing Helen to become acutely aware of his own racing heart. Anren gently touched the wound, and as her fingers made contact with Helen's skin, a chilling sensation coursed through her, prompting her to frown slightly. Fortunately, there was no sign of festering or swelling. "I shall have Jinhu come by later to clean your wound," she assured him. Still lost in his thoughts, Helen was finally roused by her voice. A loud grumbling echoed in the cave, resonating between them. Without uttering a word, Anren quietly exited the cave, only to find Jinhu had just finished roasting meat. "Jinhu, please take some meat and water to Helen next door," she requested. Jinhu handed her the roasted meat, grumbling. "Why should I? We barely have enough for ourselves." He certainly did not wish to share his meat with that fierce bird next door. Anren received the meat, replying, "The tribe has not provided him with food." Upon hearing this, Jinhu's hardened heart softened instantly. He could not fathom why Helen was so poorly regarded. He filled his bamboo tube with hot water and took a piece of roasted meat before turning to leave for the adjacent cave. Upon entering, he placed the meat in Helen's hands, saying, "Hurry and eat, and remember to return the bamboo tube after drinking the water." After Helen had consumed the meat, Anren prepared to rest early, for the previous night had been too cold, yet with the newly constructed door, it was much more comfortable. She intended to rise early the next day to check on the situation at the nursery cave. While all was tranquil on this side, the other side was consumed with fury. At dawn, Shuihua rushed over with Lin Xiao, bewildered by the inexplicable obstruction at the cave's entrance. "Go smash it," ordered Shuihua without hesitation. As her words fell, the already rudimentary door was swiftly dismantled by Lin Xiao's kick. Hearing the commotion from within, Jinhu sprang up, and as soon as the door fell apart, he lunged towards Lin Xiao, striking him on the forehead with a powerful paw. Lin Xiao, stunned by the blow, staggered backward, nearly stepping on Shui's foot. She detested this ineffectual male and impatiently shoved him aside. "Jingma, do you wish for death? Hurry, bring Anren out here." The ruckus had alerted Anren, who quickly emerged, confronting the furious face of Shuihua. "Shuihua, it is cold outside. Come in and sit." Shuihua snorted disdainfully, raising her chin. "Humph, do not try to play tricks. I came to ask why you did not inform me before going to the nursery cave. This is the territory of the Yunshi tribe. What authority do you have to treat others without permission?" Anren replied, "I sought you out yesterday, but you were preoccupied." At this, Shuihua recalled the incident from the previous day, feeling somewhat guilty. Yet what did it matter? This was indeed Yunshi tribe territory. "You sought me out, but why did you not say so? I see you merely intend to disrupt our Yunshi tribe." Anren felt utterly speechless and did not wish to argue further. However, her silence only led Shuihua to believe she had triumphed, a cold smile curling her lips. "You, an outsider, will be punished today by helping to distribute the meat in the back cave. Did you hear me?" Anren nodded. "I understand. Now take a broom and sweep the snow outside. I'll warn you, do not wander about, and do not treat anyone, Otherwise, I will kill you." Upon hearing such threats, Anren frowned slightly, but said nothing, merely nodding. Satisfied with her compliance, Shueihua sneered and turned to leave. Jinhu, unable to swallow his indignation, exclaimed, "Anren, she is bullying you too much. I shall go give her a beating, and then what?" Anren turned back to the cave, dressing more warmly. It was natural for Shueihua to resent her. After all, her mother had perished in their tribe, and now she was merely doing a bit of work. Jinhu was left speechless by this rhetorical question. Indeed, could a beating resolve anything? This was Yunchi tribe territory. If he were to strike Shueihua, the others would likely tear him apart, let alone send him back to Qingshan tribe. Suddenly, he realized the reason behind Changlio's earlier submission. "I will go with you," he stated. Hearing this, Anren chuckled softly. "You are not coming with me. Are you trying to shirk your duties?" The wind and snow outside were fierce, and the two of them bundled up tightly, gradually sweeping the snow around the tribe. Fortunately, the climate here was not overly extreme. The snow did not engulf them to their thighs with every step. Helen sat on the edge of his bed, attempting to rise slowly. The scar on his abdomen had begun to scab. He had heard every word exchanged outside. This time, Anren had effectively saved his life. He could not allow his benefactor to toil while he slumbered. As he stepped out of the cave, his body involuntarily shivered. For the past few days, there had been a fire inside, and he had almost forgotten how cold it was outside. Clutching his fur coat tightly, he glanced toward the center of the tribe, where Anren and Jinhu were busy sweeping. He then took a branch broom and chose another direction to begin his own work. The swiftly passing days of our busy lives have ushered in the arrival of spring, as the once bare branches shed of autumn's leaves gradually awaken with tender green buds. The snow has ceased to fall from the sky, and the icy remnants upon the ground have melted away. The scorching sun now radiates warmth, prompting the restless young ones to emerge from their dens, eager to frolic and weave tales within the tribe. The chieftain, standing by the cave's entrance, gazes upon this year's robust offspring, much rounder than last year's, and feels a swell of pride. These sturdy younglings, upon reaching maturity, are destined to possess great strength. However, at that moment, a cacophony erupted from the nursery cave. Anren, who was tidying up within the tribe, immediately sensed trouble upon hearing the commotion and rushed over to investigate. Inside, a dense throng of females had engaged in a fierce brawl, a chaotic melee. She hurried to intervene, but was at a loss as to whom she should assist. So she resorted to shouting, "Stop fighting!" Yet, her pleas fell upon deaf ears. The fury that consumed the females rendered them oblivious to Anren's voice. Just then, Jinhu burst into the fray, and with a thunderous roar, he stunned all the females into a state of shock. The young ones trembled in fear, and the other orc inhabitants outside, having heard the mighty roar, hurried over to ascertain the situation. One female stepped forward, addressing Anren. "The healer, you have arrived just in time. Look at them. Even with the warmth of spring, they continue to relieve themselves all over the cave. We must tread carefully lest we step in their mess. I scolded them, and they turned on me. You must take charge." The chieftain soon followed, and upon hearing this, his displeasure was palpable, though he maintained a calm facade. "What manner of behavior is this? Why are you fighting here? Get out at once." The stench within the cave was unbearable, and he had no desire to linger. Upon exiting, Anren discreetly positioned herself behind the crowd. Though she had not seen the chieftain's expression, she could imagine his discomfort upon hearing such remarks. Who would not be vexed by the failures of their subordinates, compelling them to seek intervention from outsiders? As the disgruntled females emerged from the nursery cave, many were taken aback by their disheveled state. Some wore their animal hide garments poorly, stained with urine and feces, their hair in disarray, faces smeared with filth, and fingers blacker than coal. The repugnant amalgamation of excrement and milk odor was nauseating. Many orcs who had anticipated a hearty meal upon the emergence of the females were instead met with this appalling sight. The chieftain demanded, "Explain yourselves." A young female stepped forth, her hair in disarray, revealing scratches upon her face. "Chieftain, it is Hong Hua and her group who are unhygienic. Even now, they continue to foul the cave. Shui and I urged them to step outside, but they refused, claiming we were meddling, which led to the fight." The chieftain's fury escalated at this trivial excuse. He had long suspected these females would not behave, but to resort to brawling over such a matter was beyond reason. His piercing gaze fell upon the group, and they lowered their heads in shame. "I allowed you all to manage hygiene during the winter, and yet, your true colors have emerged so swiftly. If you persist in such disgraceful behavior, I shall have your rear end sewn shut with bone needles. He then turned to address the others, warning them not to think their negligence went unnoticed. Every summer, a foul odor wafts through the entire tribe, utterly intolerable. He had long wished to address the tribe as cleanliness, but it seemed his words were falling on deaf ears, particularly among Lin Xiao and his crew. Aaron could not help but shrink back at his words. At that moment, a male suddenly shouted, "Chieftain, there are outsiders." Instantly, everyone grew alert, gazing toward the entrance. Within moments, a procession of figures appeared at the tribe's gates. Aaron, overwhelmed with emotion, squeezed through the crowd and rushed toward the figure clad in azure, embracing his warm waist. "What brings you here?" Chong Lu, feeling her head nuzzle against his chest, felt an irresistible urge to caress her hair, which he did. "I missed you and decided to visit now that the snow has melted." Aaron realized that his earlier promise to visit was genuine. Her hands instinctively rubbed against his back, and, thankfully, a cloak concealed their intimate moment for view. She beamed with happiness. "I missed you too," as the two shared a blissful embrace. The other inhabitants of Yun Chi tribe gazed in disbelief at the newcomer. His fair skin and finely tailored azure animal hide, complemented by a sleek black knee-length cloak, gave him an air of elegance. His long black hair was tied back with a simple gray cloth, lending him a relaxed demeanor. Yet, his strikingly handsome features were a perfect match for his regal presence, leaving the females utterly captivated, as they had never encountered such a striking male. The males, however, felt a pang of inadequacy. This man was extraordinarily handsome, surpassing even their healer, Shui Hua, in fairness. One male, noticing the relatively fair-skinned He Lin, felt a sense of despair as he compared himself to the azure-clad stranger. The moment Chong Lu arrived, Shui Hua's gaze was drawn to him, captivated by his remarkable charm. She yearned to experience the warmth of his embrace, and as this desire surged within her, she could no longer restrain herself. Stepping forward, she offered him a coy smile. "Are you the chieftain of Qing Shan tribe?" Hearing her voice, Aaron released her embrace, momentarily forgetting they were in Yun Chi tribe. "Chong Lu, allow me to introduce you. This is Shui Hua, the daughter of the elder healer and the current healer of Yun Chi tribe. And this is the chieftain of Yun Chi tribe, Yuan Ding." Yuan Ding, coming back to his senses upon hearing Aaron's introduction, lifted his head to regard Chong Lu with a scrutinizing gaze. Truly, he possessed an impressive appearance, coupled with a subtle aura of authority that left others hesitant to meet his gaze. Upon learning of his status, Shui Hua's face blossomed with a radiant smile, stepping closer. "Welcome to our Yun Chi tribe." Chong Lu, recognizing the desire behind her fiery gaze, swiftly wrapped an arm around Aaron, instinctively ruffling her hair. A gentle smile gracing his lips. "I have come as Aaron's mate, to visit her and pay my respects to Chieftain Yuan Ding," lowering his head slightly as he spoke. This gesture of respect was well received by Yuan Ding, who felt a sense of satisfaction. Within the Yun Chi tribe, only He Lin occasionally listened to him, while the others, particularly Lin Xiao's faction, disregarded him entirely, leaving him feeling quite discontent as a chieftain. Chuckling, Yuan Ding welcomed him further. "Come, let us enter the cave and discuss matters." Chong Lu nodded in agreement. He then gestured to the line of followers behind him. "These meats are gifts I have brought." Yuan Ding had already noticed the large pile of fresh meat, but he could not reveal his excitement too overtly. Yet, upon hearing Chong Lu's words, his joy could no longer be contained, and a wide grin spread across his face. "Please come in." Aaron was drawn into the chieftain's grand cave by Chong Lu, reluctant to part from him even for a moment. She, too, had missed him dearly during the long winter nights, as the lack of activity in Yun Chi tribe had left her longing for him every evening. Little did she know, he had been yearning for her just as fervently. Upon contemplating this, Aaron grasped Chong Liu's warm hand. However, this scene deeply moved the orcs of the Yun Chi tribe, both male and female. They had never witnessed such an interaction, especially from Aaron, who, despite living with Jin Tiger, had only cohabited without any romantic implications. It was not that Jin Tiger was uninterested in pursuing a deeper relationship. Rather, he could not bring himself to act on his feelings while his brother was absent. Furthermore, Aaron seemed genuinely indifferent to him, and their relationship remained solely that of good friends. Lan Hua, holding the shoulder of the young female Chihuahua, who had previously been without milk, expressed her deep envy. Aaron the shaman is so fortunate to have such an exceptional male. Chihuahua nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aaron the shaman is inherently outstanding, and it is only natural to have such a good male by her side. Had it not been for Anrin's suggestion to prepare meat as a porridge for the cubs, they might have perished from starvation. Although the cubs still faced some difficulties with their digestion, it was far better than facing death. For this reason alone, she felt immense gratitude. Unlike Shuihua, who, despite speaking kindly as a local shaman of the Yunchi tribe, had turned her away when they sought medicine, showing no regard for their lives. They were indeed far behind. Yet, some scoffed at Anrin, declaring her foolish. What male can control his fifth limb? Surely, he must have other females in the Qingshan tribe by now. She is simply being naive. If it were me, I would find a male within the Yunchi tribe. Surely that would be better than the small Qingshan tribe. Upon hearing this, nearly half of the orcs believed Anrin was foolish, unable to discern good from bad. However, many males felt a pang of jealousy. They too desired a female who belonged solely to them and disliked the notion of having to share. Though they publicly disparaged Changlu, they were inwardly consumed by envy. Ying Guang and Li Hui overheard these chaotic remarks, growing increasingly uncomfortable. Li Hui, with an air of pride, raised his head. What does the Yunchi tribe have besides numbers and land? Every individual in our Qingshan tribe lives better than you. Our cubs roll in the snow, plump and healthy. Our females enjoy warmth and merriment outside the tribe during winter, with abundant meat and dried snacks at their disposal, and we wear pelts as we please. Why would Anrin choose to squeeze into a filthy cave with you? He boasted loudly. In our tribe, we live as one big family. The earlier statements resonated with everyone. Could life in the Qingshan tribe truly be so superior? Many were skeptical, casting glances at Lin Xiu and others in the crowd who had visited the Qingshan tribe. Is this true? Lin Xiu felt uneasy. When Changlu and the others had not arrived, he did not feel out of place. But now, with their sudden appearance, he felt overshadowed by their vibrant presence, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He could only snore disdainfully. So what? It's still just a small tribe. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the robust male spoke the truth. They scrutinized the newcomers, all of whom were strong and fair-skinned, their pelts clean and neat, even their hair impeccably groomed. Each individual appeared energetic and spirited, unlike the Yunchi tribe members, who looked as if they had just awakened, their pelts matted and unkempt. The boisterous Ba Hua, who had fought with Shuihua and Lan Hua, felt somewhat embarrassed and retreated, casting furtive glances at Ying Guang and the others, her face marked with self-doubt. Such a male would undoubtedly look down upon her for her uncleanliness. Chapter 109. The Qingshan tribe is quite remarkable, subconsciously rubbing the dirt off his hands. He easily rolled off a large clump, feeling embarrassed as he recoiled. Some males, however, had different interests, curiously eyeing the fresh meat they carried. As the snow had just melted, the mountain beasts were starving and ferocious. To catch such a bounty, so early displayed considerable prowess. Lan Hua asked curiously, "What is a family?" Li Hui, beaming with pride, replied, "You don't know what a family is?" Upon hearing the voice of Ying Guang, who sought to remind Li Hui of the setting. "This is the Yunchi tribe." Li Hui, realizing his boastfulness, quickly tempered his enthusiasm and ran a hand through his hair. "A family consists of you, your male, your cubs, and your parents. They are all your kin who can live together." Upon hearing this explanation, all understood. This is what a family is. Instantly, many felt envious, yearning to live with their families rather than crammed together with others in foul conditions. Lan Hua sighed. Is life in the Qingshan tribe truly that good? Her words bore little weight, for it was evident from Anrin's initial arrival with plentiful supplies and their current abundance of meat, along with their attire, that they indeed lived much better than the Yunchi tribe. Just by observing their immaculate pelts and fair skin, one could conclude their superiority, unlike the Yunchi tribe members, who were as dirty as coal miners. Yuan Ding, the clan leader, had finally lit a fire in the cave for the first time during winter, filling the space with warmth. Changlu held Anrin's hand, which had begun to sweat slightly, yet he had no intention of letting go. Yuan Ding chuckled, inviting them to enjoy red sugar water. "Since you, clan leader Changlu, have come, make sure to have a good time and see our Yunchi tribe." Changlu smiled faintly. "Yuan Ding, Waterflower Shaman, I have come to discuss a trade with you." Waterflower felt her heart race at being addressed by name for the first time, nearly losing her composure. However, the leader's focus shifted upon hearing the word trade, instantly invigorating him. "What trade?" Changlu smiled. "Last winter, a group of orcs fled from the west to our tribe. They know the location of the Chaoyuan tribe." "The Chaoyuan tribe?" Yuan Ding inquired, puzzled. "What does that have to do with us?" Anrin echoed. "What is the Chaoyuan tribe's purpose?" Changlu turned, smiling gently. The Chaoyuan tribe is a large tribe that survives by taming wild beasts. Upon hearing this, Anren instantly understood. You wish to enhance intertribal relations, linking the two tribes to exchange for their meat. Changlu patted her head approvingly, pleased by her astuteness. With a tender smile, he affirmed, yes, exactly. However, this gentle smile pierced Waterflower's heart, leaving her bewildered. We already have meat. Why should we trade? She could not fathom this logic, but it did not mean Yuan Ding lacked understanding. For a tribe to thrive, small tribes could rely on orcs for hunting to sustain themselves, yet large tribes could not. A tribe has a fixed area, and venturing too far is perilous. Hunting in distant lands is not feasible. Furthermore, for a tribe to grow, it requires population. A larger populace equates to greater consumption, especially during winter, which is peak breeding season. Without sufficient resources, the cubs would perish. The Yin tribe has salt, and the Chaoyuan tribe possesses their tame beasts, both with means of sustenance. The Yunchi tribe's wolf taming techniques were learned from a past clan leader who had observed the Chaoyuan tribe's ability to drive wild beasts. Otherwise, how could they sustain a tribe of 1,000 solely through hunting? However, due to their location in the forest, even having learned the wolf taming technique, they could not train other beasts like the Chaoyuan tribe, only managing to scrape by. Had it not been for the compensation of salt by the Qingshan tribe last winter, the Yunchi tribe might have faced extinction in the harsh winter within 2 years. Disregarding Waterflower's comments, Changlu smiled. We will trade with salt. Salt? Yuan Ding pondered, confused as to why they would use salt since the Chaoyuan tribe should be able to acquire it themselves. Chang Liu nodded in agreement, stating that salt was indeed precious to them. Although they possessed meat and animal hides, the distance to the Yin tribe was too great, requiring a 6-month round trip. Thus, salt held immense value for them. The journey from the grassland tribes to the Yin tribe involved traversing mountains and facing dangers such as wolves, wild beasts, and wandering beastmen, making the exchange for salt a perilous endeavor with significant losses. At this juncture, Yuan Ding, the chief of the Yuan tribe, understood the situation. Were there 2 tribes not ideally situated along this route? Yes, as long as this team had their trained wolves to guide them. Along with the resources of both tribes, they could succeed. They need not travel the entire distance. Using their tribe as a transit point would enhance safety considerably. Chang Liu's words prompted Yuan Ding to envision scenarios of his people trading salt. If this endeavor succeeded, they would no longer lack meat, salt, or hides. He chuckled, asking if Chang Liu intended to use this matter to expedite Anran's return. Indeed, that was his plan. He sought to bring Anran back. As previously discussed with the elder chief of Fengyang, having a female alone in that environment would be challenging, and an early return would be beneficial. However, before Yuan Ding could respond, Shui Hua swiftly interjected, vehemently opposing the idea. Regardless of their decisions, Anran was not to return. They had agreed on a year, and she had not yet extracted sufficient retribution from the murderer of her mother. Yuan Ding, too, had his reservations. If they allowed Anran to return, what if the Qingshan tribe reneged on their agreement? For the first time, he found himself in agreement with Shui Hua. Such a request was likely unfeasible. Hearing this, Anran felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She yearned to return, yet was unable to do so. Nevertheless, Chang Liu smiled rather than fumed. Remarking on the cowardice of the Yunchi tribe, he gazed at Yuan Ding's aged face. You are a formidable tribe, especially with valiant warriors like He Lin among you. If I were to renege, annihilating the Qingshan tribe would be trivial. It dawned on Yuan Ding that indeed, he led a significant tribe. The Qingshan tribe, for the sake of their kin, would not hesitate to secure a shaman for safety, and thus would not dare renege on their commitments. The safety of their clan members was their Achilles heel. When did he become so indecisive? Was he truly aging? With a decisive wave of his hand, Yuan Ding rose and declared, very well, take her with you. However, should you renege, I shall ensure the destruction of your Qingshan tribe. Upon uttering these words, he felt rejuvenated, as if rediscovering his youthful spirit, filled with vigor and decisiveness. He began to harbor a fondness for the young chief and Anran, recognizing their bravery and intelligence, qualities reminiscent of his own youth. The Qingshan tribe was indeed remarkable, with a limitless future ahead. Chapter 110. A sweet display of affection the more he pondered, the more his blood surged with excitement. May I visit your Qingshan tribe? Hearing their chief's words, Shui Hua, who had been sulking, instantly brightened. She too wished to see the Qingshan tribe and discover what made Chang Liu so appealing. Yes, I support our chief's proposal. Let us journey to the Qingshan tribe. She recalled hearing from Lin Xiao that her mother had refused to return even as she lay dying, and she yearned to uncover the truth of that place. Chang Liu smiled gently. It would be my honor. I intend to have you prepare to transport salt directly from our cave. We shall first scout the route. For this initial venture, you shall receive 30% of the profits, while we retain 70%. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ding realized the opportunity at hand. Having previously compensated them with 200 bags of salt, it was evident they were not short on resources. Furthermore, contributing only personnel and wolves for the first expedition while gaining a share of meat and hides was an incredible bargain. Excellent. Tonight, we shall host a bonfire dance. And tomorrow we shall embark on our journey. The eavesdroppers outside, upon hearing the news of the bonfire dance, hurriedly joined the crowd, igniting excitement throughout the tribe. After a long, quiet winter, the tribe buzzed with anticipation. Anran led Chang Liu towards the cave she shared with Jin Hu, noting that the Yun Chi tribe lacked the warmth of a fire outside. Though the snow had melted, the chill remained. Upon entering, Chang Liu caught the scent of Jin Hu before he could speak, only to be enveloped in Anran's embrace. Unable to resist, he lowered his head to inhale her scent, feeling a rush of joy as he pulled her closer and kissed her fervently. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted, with Anran nestled in his arms. How did you conceive of this plan? She inquired. Chang Liu grinned, because my male is astute. Ah, yes. My male is indeed clever, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him again. Husband, I have missed you dearly. Her words ignited a spark within Chang Liu. He too had longed for her, which was why he had come at the first opportunity. He held her tightly, wishing to meld their bodies together forever. His voice, hoarse and constrained, grasped her wandering hands. I miss you too, but now is not the time. Anran chuckled at his restraint. While she longed for him, she was not desperate enough to act upon that desire immediately. Observing Chang Liu's self-control, she felt a playful urge and traced small circles on his pristine chest. Why not? Chang Liu suppressed the fire within him and bit her lip hard, releasing her only when she uttered a soft cry of pain. You ask such obvious questions, she retorted, pushing him away and adjusting her animal hide clothing. Come on, let us go out. The fire should be lit by now. Chang Liu took her hand, bending slightly to lead her out of the cave and towards the center of the tribe. As they mingled with the crowd, Jin, who emerged from the nearby Heilin's cave, his eyes filled with melancholy as he watched them disappear. Heilin, perceptive of Jin Hu's feelings, patted his shoulder. If you like her, go tell her. Jin Hu pouted. I already did, but she refused. Heilin furrowed his brow, questioning if there truly existed a female who would turn away a male. Although he thought this, a flutter of excitement surged within him. Emerging from the cave, Jin Hu cast aside his earlier gloom and trotted to join Chang Liu, slapping him on the shoulder. Chief, you've arrived. Chang Liu turned to see him and smiled. Where have you been? I didn't see you around. Jin Hu scratched his head. I just want to wash my animal hide clothing. Chang Liu glanced at his hands, but chose not to challenge his fib. Thank you for looking after Anran. Jin Hu immediately shook his head. It's no trouble. Though he often felt burdened by the work, having Anran nearby and sharing a cave with her each night brought him immense satisfaction. When they had rushed into the cave earlier, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart, fearing that they might engage in intimate acts. While it was natural for them as a couple, he wished to preserve that cave as a cherished memory shared only between him and Anran. He didn't want anyone, not even his closest friend Chang Liu, to disrupt it. He sighed with relief when they emerged, but Heilin had already witnessed his turmoil. At that moment, Yin Guang clapped Jin Hu on the shoulder. Jin Hu, shall we compete? He had longed for an opportunity to challenge Jin Hu, and now seemed the perfect time. Jin Hu, eager to stretch his limbs, replied with a grin, sure. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted, and soon, the atmosphere was alive with excitement as the wolf and tiger prepared to face off, drawing all attention to the unfolding spectacle. Anran sat quietly to the side, her blood boiling with excitement as she watched the two agile figures engage in a lively exchange, a spectacle worth witnessing, ultimately resulting in no clear victor. The patriarch of the Yuan Ding tribe personally had 2 pieces of roasted meat brought forth. Anran glanced at the steaming morsels, instinctively rubbing her hands together in preparation to reach for them, only to have Chang Liu gently intercept her. With a smile, he remarked, It's too hot. Allow me. All right, I'll go fetch a bowl, she replied. No need. I'll skewer it with a branch, Chang Liu stated, already retrieving a clean twig from a nearby tree to skewer the meat. He tore off a tender piece and offered it to Anran, saying, Open wide. Taken aback by this unexpected act of feeding, Anren hesitated, reaching out instinctively. Yet, Chong Lu chuckled softly. Let me feed you. Anren furrowed her brow, slightly, though a shy smile crept onto her lips as she replied, Is that appropriate? There's so many people around. Leaning closer, Chong Lu whispered, You can hide under my cloak while you eat. They won't see you. At this, Anren instinctively glanced around, noting that many were engrossed in songs, dances, feasting, and boasting, indeed oblivious to their interaction. She swiftly pulled his cloak over her face, opened her mouth, and bit into the meat he held, only lowering it once she had finished, covering her mouth with her hand to avoid being seen. Although their relationship was close, she was not fond of displaying such affection in public. As the saying goes, showing love leads to swift demise, and she feared that one day, this affection might vanish. Anren occasionally widened her eyes, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before she dared to take a second bite. However, Chong Lu, being a strikingly attractive male, had already attracted the attention of several onlookers, who pretended not to notice whenever Anren turned to look. Chapter 111. Excuse me. Chong Lu is my male. The females looked on with envy, admiring Anren's considerate male, as none had ever experienced such gentleness from a male before. They wished for a male who would treat them similarly, willing to bear his offspring for him alone. Conversely, the males felt that it was disgraceful for Chong Lu, the patriarch, to personally feed a female, as it tarnished their pride. They wished to advise him that a female will be satisfied with just 2 pieces of meat. There was no need for such personal attention. What a disgrace. Yet such thoughts remained unspoken, although Chong Lu was gentle as water with Anren. His gaze towards others was as sharp as a blade, making them feel like mere insects. However, Shui Hua felt a tightness in her chest, unable to bear witnessing their public display of affection. Previously, when they merely held hands in the cave, she had managed to tolerate it. But now, they were playfully teasing each other beneath the surface. Unable to contain herself any longer, she adjusted her animal skin skirt and sashayed over with a sway of her hips. All were adults, well aware of her intentions, and they followed her gaze with interest. Approaching Anren and Chong Lu, she looked down at Chong Lu with an air of superiority. Male, the shamaness has taken a liking to you. Would you care to mate with me tonight? From the crowd, Lin Xiu immediately stepped forward, furrowing his brow. Shui Hua, didn't you say you would mate with me tonight? Shui Hua disdainfully glanced at Lin Xiu, who stood a head shorter than Chong Lu, his plain features and unkempt animal skin hardly comparable. Moreover, Chong Lu was the patriarch. Mating with him would elevate her status within the tribe. You think you are worthy? Lin Xiu stiffened at her insult, but before he could respond, Chong Lu interjected. I'm sorry, but my only female is Anren. At this proclamation, all members of the Yun Qi tribe were left in stunned silence, including the patriarch of Yuan Ding, who was equally taken aback. Such an exceptional and esteemed patriarch desired only one female. Anren, standing beside, took Chong Lu's arm and declared, Shui Hua, I apologize, but Chong Lu is my male. With that, she led Chong Lu away, feeling that further discussion was pointless and might disrupt Chong Lu's plans, leading to more trouble than it was worth. Shui Hua was left fuming in place, her teeth clenched in frustration. When had she ever failed to pursue a male? Turning back, she disdainfully eyed Lin Xiu. You come over tonight. Expecting Lin Xiu to gratefully accept after being spurned, she was instead met with his direct rejection. I have no interest. Once again rebuffed, and by a male she had always looked down upon, Shui Hua felt her anger boiling over. Grinding her teeth, she retorted, Fine. If you don't want to come, so be it. She then turned to all the males present. Who among you wishes to join me tonight? I do. Me too. With a tribe of over 1,000, if Lin Xiu declined, many other males were eager for Shui Hua's attention. Seeing so many males vying for her favor filled Shui Hua with delight as she pointed out 7 or 8 males. You are all chosen for tonight. Upon returning, Anren and Chong Lu found Jean, who packing in the cave. Anren felt a twinge of guilt. Jean, who had shared the winter with her, and they had often helped each other with tasks. Now that Chong Lu had arrived, he would be moving out, making her feel like a heartless traitor. Before she could speak, Jean, who grinned and said, Anren, now that Chong Lu is here, you two can stay together tonight. I'll go squeeze in with you, Lin. After all, I'm leaving early tomorrow. With that, he shouldered his burden and exited the cave, leaving Anren and Chong Lu feeling rather awkward. Chong Lu closed the cave door behind him and turned back inside. He prepared warm water for Anren to soak her feet, and they found themselves squeezed together on a somewhat small animal skin bed. Meanwhile, Jean, who felt a pang of anguish as he pressed against the stone wall, attempting to hear any sounds from the adjoining space, yet fearing that he might actually hear something. As the night wore on and silence persisted, he finally fell asleep next to Helin, though neither of them managed to find rest, awakening the next morning with slightly reddened eyes. Throughout the night, the Patriarch of Yuanding had compiled a list of personnel to accompany him that day. As the foremost warrior, Helin's participation was assured. Should the Qing Shan tribe harbor ulterior motives, he could assist in their escape. Soon after, he selected a dozen strong males, while Shui Hua, having pestered him all night, also intended to join. By midday, the main party finally set out. Although it was spring, they advanced rapidly, braving the cold winds. And Chang Lu wrapped Anren tightly in her cloak, holding her close. Meanwhile, Shui Hua perched atop a Black Panther beastman from her tribe, eager to discover the true nature of the Qing Shan tribe. As the group moved forward, comprised mainly of robust males, the presence of two females hardly deterred the wandering beastmen they encountered along the way. None dared to approach, for this was not the season of scarcity, and it was unwise to provoke a tribe. Quickly, they arrived at the entrance of the Qing Shan tribe, where Anren and the members of Yinqi were astonished by the towering walls before them. Helin gazed upwards. Such a meticulously constructed high wall could only be scaled by flying beastmen, as ordinary beasts could not leap over it. Anren, filled with excitement, jumped down from Chang Lu's embrace and eagerly reached out to touch the brick wall. So soon, I thought it would take at least a year. Chang Lu chuckled softly, remaining silent. Given the previous pace of kiln construction, it would have taken a year, but thanks to Anren and the old shaman's contributions, the entire tribe had rallied together, significantly accelerating their progress. The walls loomed high on either side, with a gap in the middle for entry and exit. Upon entering the large gate, the interior remained familiar, though everyone was busily engaged in their tasks, with few beastmen visible within the tribe. Just inside, a chubby bear cub collided with Anren's leg, prompting her to bend down and stroke it. "Whose little cub are you?" Ching rushed out with a large bowl and immediately spotted Anren, her excitement palpable as she tossed the stone bowl aside and embraced her. "Anren, you have returned. You are finally back. We knew the chief would bring you home this time." The two were enveloped in the joy of reunion, while Chief Yuanding was profoundly astonished. Such a formidable wall seemed almost impenetrable by any beast. Moreover, these little ones appeared significantly larger and plumper than those from their own tribe. The entire settlement was neat and tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors, though the number of inhabitants seemed somewhat sparse. Anren smiled and inquired, Ching, are you all well?" Ching released her embrace, responding, "Yes, we are all well. They have gone to the riverside to tend to the fields, so there aren't too many people in the tribe. I am at home looking after the children." Chang Lu observed the smile gracing Anren's face, which appeared more relaxed and at ease than when she was in Yunqi tribe, and he couldn't help but smile in return. Chief Yuanding nodded in agreement. Very well. They proceeded to Chang Liu's designated office within a cave, where a fire pit was prepared for warmth. As the silvery light entered, igniting the flames, Chief Yuanding suddenly became somewhat reserved, saying, "No need to light a fire." Chang Lu chuckled, "We must. Although the snow has melted, it is still quite cold, and falling ill would be unwise." Chief Yuanding smiled awkwardly, not out of fear of illness, but rather concern about wasting firewood. Chapter 112. Healing the sick is our duty as medicine men. Shui Hua surveyed the cave, which was clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors, the floor even and the walls adorned with various decorations, red branches, and colorful conical objects she did not recognize. It was far more appealing than her own dark cave. Yet, one thing left her dissatisfied. "Chief Chang Lu, why is there no bed in your cave? Are we to sleep on the ground?" Chief Yuanding had noted this issue since entering. The exterior of Qing Shan tribe appeared splendid, yet inside, there was not even a bed. If the chief lacked such comforts, the conditions for others must be even worse. A sliver of confidence in his role as the chief of a large tribe was regained, as he realized the poor conditions of Qing Shan tribe, causing a smug smile to emerge. Anren entered with large cups of brown sugar water for everyone, and upon hearing the question, she chuckled. "Shui Hua, this cave is specifically for receiving esteemed guests. We reside elsewhere. Since you have just arrived, let me show you around." Upon hearing this, Shui Hua promptly left her stone bench. Although she held a favorable impression of Chang Lu, she had no desire to hear their trivial discussions. "Fine, I shall grant you this opportunity," she conceded. Anren smiled lightly, leading her outside, although Shui Hua displayed some arrogance. It was understandable, given her status as the daughter of the elder medicine man and a prominent healer of a large tribe. Despite her demeanor, she was not ill-natured. In Yunshi tribe, while her appearance was often scrutinized, she had merely been tasked with work without any instances of mistreatment. Shueihua followed closely behind. Noticing their path did not lead into the tribe, but rather outside, which made her uneasy. "Where are you taking me? I thought we were exploring within the tribe." "Yeah, we are heading outside." It was common knowledge that only males ventured outside the tribe. Females lacked the ability to protect themselves and would not dare to leave without male companions. Some females had never stepped beyond the tribe's confines in their entire lives. Anrin, unperturbed, grasped her wrist, saying, "The beasts around our tribe have been nearly all hunted down by the males. It is quite safe. Besides, if I'm not afraid, what is there for you to fear?" As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of dried fish from her slanted leather bag and offered it to her, saying, "Here, have a little snack." Upon seeing the small fish, Shueihua wrinkled her nose in distaste, declaring, "I don't want that. I want your jerky." She had long known about Anrin's snacks. Previously, as a high-ranking medicine woman in Yunchi tribe, she had craved jerky treats but could not lower herself to request them. Now, however, it was different. The offering was made directly to her. Anrin simply popped the dried fish in her mouth and handed her 2 pieces of jerky instead. "Come, let me take you to see them tending to the fields." Shueihua accepted the jerky, savoring its salty, savory flavor, and quickly devoured it, still yearning for more. She asked Anrin for 2 additional pieces. This was her first venture beyond the tribe, and her excitement was indescribable. She found herself curious about even the insects by the roadside. Anrin guided her along a path, soon leading them to the cultivated land. From afar, Shueihua spotted a group of young males laboring in the muddy fields and frowned. Why are they not out hunting, but playing in the mud instead? Anrin chuckled. "They're sowing seeds. Come, let me show you." As they descended, Niu Li and the others spotted Anrin and Shueihua, shouting with excitement, "Anrin, it's Anrin. The chief has brought Anrin back." Anrin jogged over, greeting everyone, "Hello. The sugarcane planting looks good." She then pushed Shueihua forward, introducing her. "This is the medicine woman from Yunchi tribe, the daughter of the elder medicine man, Shueihua." Upon hearing this, everyone became animated, gazing at Shueihua with enthusiasm. "You are the medicine woman, the daughter of the elder medicine man?" Shueihua, who had never been treated with such warmth outside of romantic endeavors, felt a bit shy and could only nod in affirmation. Hearing her confirmation, the crowd eagerly wiped their muddy hands, unsure how to express their gratitude. As they were aware of the social boundaries between males and females, they could only express their excitement, saying, "Thank you for saving our tribe. Indeed, if it weren't for the elder medicine man, we might have succumbed to illness long ago." The crowd spoke in unison, their words failing to fully convey their gratitude towards the elder medicine man. Shueihua stood in place, feeling a sense of pride. For the first time, she was accorded such respect, reminiscent of how she had seen her mother being revered. With a slight smile, she affirmed, "Healing the sick is indeed our duty as medicine men." Anrin, familiar and comfortable, took her arm. "You all continue your work. I'll take her to explore other areas." "Very well." The crowd parted, creating a pathway as they watched the 2 depart. Anrin led Shueihua to the spot where wild scallions had been discovered the previous year, hoping they had sprouted again. As Shueihua observed Anrin bending down to search the ground, she curiously asked, "Are you looking for medicinal herbs?" "There aren't any around here." Though her medical knowledge was modest, she could recognize the common herbs. Suddenly, Anrin discovered a large bunch of wild scallions nestled beside the wild grasses. Excitedly gathering them and lifting them up, exclaiming, "I found this." "What is this?" Shueihua inquired, sniffing one with a pungent aroma. "This is wild scallion. It adds a delightful flavor to roasted meat and soups," Anrin explained. Shueihua peered at the vibrant green grass, skeptical of its taste, assuming it would be as bitter as medicinal herbs. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already midday, and after wandering for a while, the sun was beginning to set. As they approached the settlement, the hunting party had just returned, and the entire tribe was bustling with activity. Elder Fengyang sprinted over. Seizing Anrin's hand, "You rascal. You've returned and didn't even come see me by the river." Anrin gently patted the back of her father's hand. "I took Shueihua the medicine woman on a tour. Besides, you can see me now, can't you?" Upon realizing the tall female beside Anrin was the medicine woman, Elder Fengyang pushed Anrin aside and grasped Shueihua's hand. "You are Shueihua the medicine woman, correct?" Having spent the entire day immersed in compliments, Shueihua had developed some immunity to the flattery and nodded. "Yes, I am the medicine woman from Yunchi tribe." "Excellent. With you as the successor to the elder medicine man is truly a blessing. My daughter is nothing but a mediocre individual. Had it not been for the old shaman imparting a few rudimentary skills, she would never have qualified to join your Yunchi tribe. Anrin, upon hearing her father's dismissive words, pouted in discontent. Was it truly necessary to belittle his own daughter in such a manner? Chapter 113. He is the rubbish alone. I ventured to the riverbank to cleanse the scallions before returning. Tonight, we had guests from another tribe, thus there was no need for individual cooking. We would all partake in a communal feast. Uncle Yuhui was responsible for roasting the meat, a task he had perfected over many years, earning a reputation for the finest culinary skills in the tribe. Hu Bing busily prepared soup and meat, and Anrin approached her with a handful of scallions, instructing, "Simply toss these in when the dish is ready." Hu Bing glanced at the somewhat familiar plant, recalling having seen it during their spring foraging, but unsure of its edibility. She had overlooked it. "Is this edible?" Anrin held one beneath her nose. "Indeed. Give it a sniff. It is quite fragrant." Hu Bing inhaled deeply and promptly smiled. "It truly is delightful." She then added a handful to the simmering fish soup, releasing an enticing aroma. "You're quite the resourceful one, Anrin, without your guidance. Many ingredients would remain unfamiliar to us." Anrin took a clean bamboo tube and filled it with a generous portion of the soup, offering it to Shui Hua, who was seated under a tree, idly watching the flames. "Shui Hua, here you are." Shui Hua turned to see the pristine liquid being offered, its aroma making her mouth water. "What is this?" Anrin replied, "Just drink it." Unable to resist the allure of the soup, Shui Hua swallowed hard, accepted the bamboo tube, and took a sip. It was as though she had discovered a hidden treasure. "What is this marvelous concoction? It is so delicious." Anrin explained, "This is fish soup. I noticed you did not eat any fish this afternoon, so I refrained from mentioning it." "I don't believe it," Shui Hua retorted, skeptical that the foul-smelling fish from the river could yield such a succulent broth. Anrin gestured toward the two large pots behind her. "If you doubt me, take a look for yourself." Curious, Shui Hua ran over, where Hu Bing was still occupied. "What type of soup is this?" she inquired. Knowing that Hu Bing was aware of her identity as a shaman, she quickly wiped her greasy hands and replied somewhat shyly, "Shui Hua, this is fish soup." Anrin scooped some fish bones and heads from the bottom of the pot with a large bamboo ladle. "See, they're indeed fish bones and heads." Upon witnessing this, Shui Hua was convinced and exclaimed, "I had no idea it could be so delectable. No wonder Helen enjoys it so much. If she knew it was this tasty, she might prefer it over beast meat." Even more astonished was Helen, who sat on a nearby wooden stump, transfixed by the delightful aroma of fish wafting through the air. It should be known that the Yunchi tribe had never consumed fish and regarded those who did as beneath them, associating the smell with filth. Now, to discover that the Qingshan tribe indulged in fish was a revelation, and here everyone savored it without disdain, the scent rather appealing instead. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, a large stone bowl appeared before him. "Brother, soup is served." Helen looked up to see Jin Hui presenting a generous bowl of fragrant fish soup, the enticing aroma wafting toward him. He accepted the stone bowl with gratitude. "Thank you." Jin Hui, shaking his golden mane, chuckled, "No need for formalities between us." While in the Yunchi tribe, they had become somewhat akin to brothers, sharing camaraderie and frequently assisting Anrin and himself, albeit discreetly. But who was Jin Hui? He was known as the king of the forest, astute enough to perceive such subtle exchanges. Yet, everyone chose to maintain a tacit understanding, choosing silence over discussion. Meanwhile, Changlu was entertaining the leader of the Yuan Ding tribe, both seated at the foremost position. The leader, intrigued by everything, observed the stone pots and bowls he had encountered during his time at the Yunchi tribe. However, the white broth, the dry chunks of meat, and the golden morsels before him were entirely unfamiliar. He picked up a piece of glistening, golden meat, took a bite, and the rich flavor enveloped his palate. "What is this, Changlu?" Changlu smiled warmly. "This is pan-fried meat." Anrin, overhearing this, nearly laughed. The term pan-fried was a rather flattering rebranding for the greasy scraps. On the other side, Shui Hua was completely besieged, surrounded by numerous beastmen, each presenting their offerings. "Shui Hua, we invite you to dine with us." "Shui Hua, this is a Pelmai male just hunted a gift for you." This overwhelming attention left Shui Hua astonished. In the Yunchi tribe, although she was revered, it was primarily the males pursuing her for fleeting moments of intimacy. The females generally regarded her with apprehension. Experiencing such unreserved warmth from the Qingshan tribe was unprecedented, and she found it almost overwhelming. More importantly, they sought nothing in return, simply wishing to offer her gifts without expectation. The presented food appeared delightful, golden and rich in appearance, promising a tender texture. With a smile, she accepted 2 pieces. I have had enough, thank you. Upon seeing her accept the roasted meat, others rushed back to exchange their offerings for dried meat and fine pelts. Before long, Shueihua found herself surrounded by a sizable collection of gifts. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming, and she felt a pang of shyness, reminiscent of her mother's popularity in the tribe, receiving such affection and abundance. Yet, she knew they would not take back their offerings, so she could only say, if you ever need me, don't hesitate to ask. Hu Bing, hearing this, felt a newfound closeness, having initially approached to present a gift, now infused with warmth. Thank you, Shueihua. Others chimed in. Shueihua is just like the old shaman, a genuinely good person. Indeed, and she's quite beautiful. Such praises filled Shueihua's ears as she bit into a piece of delectably savory meat. Though she hardly tasted it, her mind occupied with the compliments from the Qingshan tribe. Throughout her life, aside from occasional flattery from males, she had seldom received such acknowledgement, especially not from her mother. After the meal, everyone mingled outside, chatting amiably. Since acquiring their own caves, the wild skirmishes had become a rarity. Chonglu, your tribe is quite formidable. I feel confident collaborating with you, remarked the leader of Yuan Ding tribe with a smile. When shall we set forth? Chonglu replied. We will load the cargo tomorrow and depart the day after. That sounds splendid, the leader exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He yearned to achieve something remarkable in his lifetime. Casting envious glances at the towering walls. How did you construct these walls? Could you share your knowledge with us? Upon hearing this, Jin Hui proudly raised his chin. Leader Yuan Ding, these structures were initially meant for you. However, your tribe's Lin Xiu deemed them worthless and discarded them, labeling them as rubbish. I thought your Yunchi tribe, being a large tribe with numerous warriors, would have no use for them. Silence. Chonglu immediately interjected to halt Jin Hui's words. Yet everyone knew that if he truly wished to suppress the conversation, he would have done so earlier rather than reprimanding after the fact. Chonglu could never forget the haughty demeanor of Lin Xiu as he flaunted his superiority in their tribe, particularly when dismissing the mud bricks crafted with great effort by Anren. The sight of Lin Xiu's disdain was enough to incite a desire to retaliate. He was the true rubbish. Chapter 114. Each one a cunning fox what? The leader of Yuan Ding could scarcely believe his ears and turned to glance at Helen, who was munching on meat. Is this true? He had heard Jin Hui's mocking remarks, but as the leader, he could not afford to react impulsively for the sake of his tribe's interests. Instead, he redirected his focus, pretending not to hear Jin Hui's complaints, honing in on the crux of the matter. Helen nodded at his leader. It is true. Lin Xiu once considered it merely a clod of earth and discarded it. Upon hearing these words, the face of Yuan Ding, the clan leader, fell slightly, reflecting his discontent. What kind of person would forsake the precious red sugar for this insignificant earth lump? Truly a fool, for such a magnificent item must be acquired. It is no wonder that Jin Hu now comes to mock him. Had it been himself, he would undoubtedly seize such an exquisite opportunity for revenge. Turning to face Chong Lu with a smile, he said, Clan leader Chong Lu, once our 2 clans open the path to the grassland tribes, we will be brother clans. Chong Lu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he responded, Indeed, brother clans should assist each other. However, crafting this wall is a time-consuming task. Our clan is already preoccupied with various duties, so it is likely more suitable to undertake this during winter. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Yuan Ding immediately declared, Our Yunchi clan is never short of manpower. As long as you share the method with us, we shall surely succeed. Chong Lu slightly turned to Anran, who sat nearby, warming herself by the fire, suggesting, Anran knows this matter best. Let her explain it to you. Anran, who had been attentively listening, pieced together the context from Chong Lu's words. She concluded that he did not wish for Yuan Ding to acquire the technology too soon. Yet he also did not want to lose the support of such a significant clan. Turning to Yuan Ding with a smile, she remarked, Clan leader, to construct a city wall, one must first have a kiln. However, this kiln must be excavated a year in advance to allow the moisture to escape, followed by a firing with intense heat before it can be utilized. Additionally, the clay bricks must cool for half a year. Only when they are completely dried can they be employed. Thus, this project does require considerable time. If you wish, I can take you to see it right now. Moreover, firing the kiln consumes a great deal of firewood. Thus, ample preparation is essential before commencing. Listening to Enrant's lengthy explanation, Yuan Ding felt a little overwhelmed. Furrowing his brow in confusion, is it truly that difficult? Suddenly, He Lin, who had been relatively quiet, interjected, "Clan leader, although constructing the city wall is indeed challenging, it does not necessarily fall upon us to undertake it ourselves." And Rand felt a sudden jolt at these words, for He Lin, who rarely spoke, had suddenly made his voice heard. Even Chong Lu was taken aback, surprised that this individual possessed such insight. Curious, Yuan Ding inquired, "What alternative do you propose?" "The most crucial aspect is the technology. Without it, what can we do?" He Lin met Enrant's gaze and smiled gently. "Since we are brother clans, it should be possible for us to exchange bricks and technical personnel with your clan." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ding suddenly understood. It was indeed acceptable if he himself did not possess the skills, for they could always trade for them. After a considerable time spent in their clan, they would surely master the techniques, allowing for the construction to begin while simultaneously preparing the necessary materials. Within a year, they could learn everything. And Rand felt uncomfortable under He Lin's intense gaze, which was somewhat overwhelming for her. She subtly tightened her grip on her animal skin skirt, but managed to smile sweetly. "This is indeed a good solution, but what do you intend to offer in exchange?" He Lin raised an eyebrow and smiled alluringly. "Meat. The reason your Qingshan clan seeks to trade with the grassland tribes is simply that the current quantity of wild beasts around cannot meet your needs, which is why you are resorting to fishing to fill the gap. Meanwhile, our Yunchi clan is not short on meat." And Rand's brow twitched. He was surprisingly astute. Standing up with a smile, she replied, "Indeed, you are correct. Our Qingshan clan has accommodated 2 tribes during the winter, resulting in a significant population increase and a food shortage. However, we have not yet reached the point of needing to trade for meat elsewhere." Chong Lu, glancing at Rand with appreciation, shifted his attention to He Lin. "And Rand speaks wisely. Although the number of wild beasts around us has sharply declined, we are not yet at the point of needing to trade for meat. However, should you insist on exchanging, we could consider trading your wolf training techniques." Exchanging techniques for techniques, fair and just. He Lin observed the remarkable synergy between the two, realizing how well they complemented each other. It was no wonder and Rand had the confidence to venture to other clans with only Jean Hu for protection. Nor was it surprising that Chong Lu trusted her to go alone. Her intelligence ensured her safety. Indeed, it was evident that, despite often being assigned tasks by Shui Hua and the Yunchi clan, no one dared to bully her. Taking a deep breath, she posed a question to her clan leader. "Clan leader, the decision rests in your hands. Shall we delay for a year or proceed with the exchange?" Having served as clan leader for most of his life, Yuan Ding understood the implications of their conversation. Chong Lu's initial hesitance stemmed from his reluctance to freely share the technology. When the old shaman had unexpectedly died in the Qingshan clan, their compensation had included this blue brick. However, it had been foolishly discarded by the ignorant Lin Xiao. Now, it was impossible to return and reclaim it, especially without invoking the past incident of the old shaman, or else the transaction between their 2 clans would be jeopardized. Moreover, since Rand had safely returned to the Qingshan clan, there was no chance for her to accompany them back, especially considering they had returned her personally. If word got out, it would reflect poorly on their Yunchi clan. Furthermore, at present, he was still within their clan. Any hint of a detrimental thought towards the Qingshan clan could result in dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, he stated, "An exchange is acceptable, but the initial profits must be split 50-50. "Excellent." Chong Lu immediately concurred. Clan leader Yuan Ding is a straightforward man. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. As they agreed, and Rand felt genuine joy. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement where no one would suffer losses. However, Shui Hua, listening below, was utterly bewildered, shaking her head in confusion, unable to comprehend their conversation. That evening, He Lin and Yuan Ding shared a cave, where a vibrant fire crackled warmly. Yuan Ding spoke softly. "I did not expect you to be so astute. Had it not been for you today, our Yunchi clan might have exerted effort only to gain nothing in return, receiving merely a meager share of resources. The so-called city wall technology would likely have been nothing but an empty promise. As clan leaders, who does not wish to maximize their own benefits?" He Lin remained silent, staring at the flickering flames. With a long sigh, Yuan Ding continued, "You must remain here and be vigilant regarding their actions. Learn as much as you can. The position I hold will one day be yours." He Lin, taken aback by this statement, lifted his head in disbelief. "Clan leader, what do you mean by that?" "It means exactly that." Yuan Ding sighed again. "I'm growing old. and my mind is no longer as sharp as it once was. I have long sought a suitable successor, and now I see that you are quite fitting. Lin was perplexed. He had always been regarded as someone of little worth within the clan. Why would the clan leader hold such thoughts? Why me? Have Lin Xiao and the others not always been favored by you? Huh? Yuan Ding scoffed him. He is arrogant, self-important, and bullies the weak while fearing the strong. How could he possibly be suited for the role of clan leader? Yet you, with your kindness towards others, unyielding spirit, humility, and sharp intellect, are the ideal candidate. You even stepped forward to assist when I was at a disadvantage. Such a broad-minded individual cannot be compared to the likes of Lin Xiao. These words left Lin in a state of disbelief. He had never imagined he would be valued by the clan leader. All he could say was, I will study diligently here. Yuan Ding smiled with satisfaction. Very well, then. Rest early. This evening, a satisfying meal guaranteed a restful slumber. However, Shueihua found herself tossing and turning in her small cave, alone for the first time since reaching adulthood. Yet, she did not feel lonely. Her mind was filled with the respect and admiration bestowed upon her by others during the day. Accompanied by the warmth of being surrounded by people, she caressed the soft animal hide draped over her, gifts from those who cherished her, relishing the sensation. To her surprise, Anren, like her, was equally cherished. The dried fish from today was quite delectable. It was no wonder Lin Xiao had mentioned that their mother had not wished to return even as she lay on her deathbed. Perhaps she felt as content as Anren did now, in such a splendid place. In this moment, she had forgotten the original purpose of her arrival. Meanwhile, Anren sat sulking by the fire, visibly irritated. Chonglu leaned closer, asking, What troubles you? With a huff, Anren replied, Did you see Shueihua today? Chonglu, puzzled, responded, I did not. You did too? And you smiled at her quite happily. Anren insisted, her gaze sharp. Chonglu wrapped an arm around her shoulders, saying, My smiles are genuine only for you. If I smile at anyone else, it is merely out of politeness. You cannot expect me to scowl at others. Anren understood this logic, yet her heart felt a twinge of discomfort. You are not allowed to look at other females, she declared possessively, pinching his side. Chonglu easily shrugged off her grip and lifted her onto his lap. If you are so worried about me leaving, perhaps we should have a brood of little ones. They can keep an eye on me for you, he suggested with a playful tone. Anren, momentarily taken aback by his enticing words, leaned against his shoulder and replied, No. Raising children is too troublesome. She preferred to observe others with children, occasionally teasing them, but the thought of dedicating herself fully to child-rearing was daunting. Chonglu, invigorated by her response, continued to entice her. I will take care of them. Our serpent beastkin have males who raise the young. Anren expressed skepticism. Isn't it the females who raise the young? No, truly. Your only task is to lay the eggs. The rest is mine, he assured her. Upon hearing this, Anren's eyes widened in surprise. Serpent beastkin lay eggs? What did you expect? Chonglu chuckled. Anren, slightly embarrassed, replied, I thought I would have to give birth to a snake. In their tribe, no other females were seen laying eggs, only giving birth. Chonglu laughed heartily, affectionately brushing her nose. Silly girl. Anren retorted defiantly, You are the silly one, a big fool. All right, I concede, I'm a big fool. Will you, my little fool, consider giving me a whole bunch of little fools? He teased. Amused, Anren nodded eagerly. What began as a mere just turned into an unexpected moment of joy. Chonglu suddenly leaned down to kiss her, and in the next instant, he carried her to the fur-covered bed. The longing of the winter season found its release in this moment. The next day, sunlight streamed into the cave, and Anren rose slowly, realizing that Chonglu had kept her up all night, resting only when dawn approached. After freshening up with some hot water, she exited the cave. Outside, it was bustling. Shueihua was already chatting under the wutong tree with Hu Bing and Qingqing. Suddenly, Qi Wei approached, appearing somewhat bashful. Anren, Shueihua, could you take a look at me? Shueihua lifted her gaze to Qi Wei, noticing her shyness. What troubles you? What does it hurt? Having received praise from others for the past few days, Shueihua was eager to showcase her skills. This was the perfect opportunity. Qi Wei pointed her chest. It hurts here. Then undress, so I can take a look, Shueihua instructed. Qi Wei was taken aback. Although she had been open in the past, now that everyone lived separately, privacy had become paramount. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Anren stood, brushing off the dirt from her attire. Shueihua, let us go to her cave. It's rather chilly out here. We wouldn't want her to catch a cold. Shueihua hesitated, but ultimately agreed, recognizing the wisdom in Anren's words. They followed Qi Wei to her cave, which was tidy and well kept. A massive fur bed occupied a quarter of the space, and a fire blazed in the corner. Remove your clothing and lie down. I need to examine you, Shueihua instructed. As Chiwa lay down and removed her top, it became evident that something was amiss. Upon gently touching her breast, Chiwa let out a pained cry. It hurts. This condition puzzled Shueihua. She had only seen withered instances before, never one so rigid. How long have you had this issue? She inquired. Chiwa, somewhat embarrassed, replied. It's been a while. Ever since my little one stopped nursing a few days ago, it has been quite painful. Shueihua looked perplexed. I am not sure what this is. Before she could elaborate, Anren interjected. May I take a look? Shueihua stepped aside, allowing Anren to approach. She gently pressed on the swollen area, prompting another pained cry from Chiwa. Subsequently, Anren applied gentle pressure at the top, causing milk to flow forth. Realizing the situation, Anren assured her, it's nothing serious. You simply have an excess of milk that has not been expelled. Shueihua, intrigued, asked, are you certain? It was her first encounter with someone experiencing such a blockage. Anren smiled reassuringly. Yes, it's merely an overproduction. As long as you eat well, you won't have any problems. What should I do now? Chiwa inquired. Anren replied, the best solution is to let your little one nurse. If that is not feasible, your male can assist as well. Avoid rich foods for now. Consume more vegetables and fruits, and gradually it will improve. Chiwa dressed and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Anren. Anren smiled. We are from the same tribe. There is no need for formality. However, Chiwa seemed bashful. Anren, I am sorry. This apology had weighed on her heart for some time, and finally voicing it relieved her burden. Anren understood her sentiments and gently patted her shoulder. It's all in the past. I hold no grudges. I'll take my leave now, but feel free to call on me anytime you need assistance. And regarding Chunhua's situation, it is not your fault. Do not dwell on it. She was your closest sister and would not want you to remain trapped in sorrow. At the mention of Chunhua, tears welled in Chiwa's eyes. Despite everyone's reassurances, she could not shake the feeling that had she not stumbled, causing the tragedy, it may have been avoided. She could only nod silently. Anren, seeing her demeanor, sighed. Such matters would leave a lasting shadow on anyone. No amount of consolation from others could alleviate her burden. She would need time to come to terms with it. In chapter 116, I do not wish to become a tree. I want to be human. Shueihua followed Anren out of the cave. Her curiosity piqued. Anren, what happened to her? She seems so melancholic. Anren replied, you should ask her. Perhaps she would be willing to share. If she hasn't agreed, I cannot divulge anything. Dismissed outright, Shueihua pouted, if she won't tell me. Then I want to know. Noticing her slight annoyance, Anren took her arm. Come, let us go gather some herbs. As she spoke, she emerged from the cave of Zhu Lu Papa with a large basket. Let's go. Shueihua noticed her deliberate attempt to please her, and the slight annoyance she felt earlier vanished, prompting her to follow swiftly out of the tribe. Yesterday, their outing filled her with joy, for the world beyond the tribe was far more vibrant, and Ran led her toward another hillside, which happened to be the direction where Yu Fei Popa had gone to gather today. With spring's arrival, nature revived, enveloped in lush greenery. Standing atop the mountain and gazing down, her spirits soared. And Ran stood there, contemplating the distant scenery, longing to compose a poem, yet after much thought, no words emerged. She simply uttered, we shall ascend to the pinnacle and behold the mountains in their diminutive splendor. Alas, poetry eluded her, though she could still recite a few lines. What are you mumbling about? Shueihua, standing behind her, heard her muttering but understood not a word. And Ran smiled and turned to her. I was merely observing the mountains from here, and it feels as though the surrounding peaks have diminished in size. Shueihua joined her, feeling the gentle breeze caress her face, which brought her immense comfort. Indeed, it is quite lovely. And Ran embraced her shoulders. Do you not feel our insignificance? Look at the grand mountains, the trees, the stones. They may have stood here for centuries. Perhaps, a century from now, you and I will no longer exist, yet they will remain, enduring through the seasons. Shueihua was struck profoundly by these words. Indeed, the orcs were but fleeting beings, as even from this vantage point, the orcs moving through the forest were invisible. Perhaps it would not require a century. In merely a few decades, they might be gone. If only I could be a tree, then I could live forever. And Ran was taken aback by the depth of her sentiment and replied, I would never wish to become a tree. I desire to be human. I want to traverse wherever my legs may take me, to behold the beautiful landscapes, to savor the world's delicacies, and to wear the finest furs. Upon hearing this, Shui Hua realized that being a tree, despite its longevity, had little appeal. Winter would be harsh, and even the leaves would hesitate to bloom. She nodded enthusiastically. Then I shall become a bird, free to go wherever I please. And Ran burst into laughter at this remark. You need not become a bird. You could find a bird beast man to carry you aloft. However, Shui Hua turned her head dismissively and scoffed. I would never seek that icy lump. It then dawned on Ran that within the entire Yunqi tribe, there was only Lin, the sole bird beast man, and her words inadvertently alluded to him. She chuckled awkwardly. Right, seeking someone else is preferable to flying solo. As the two ascended the hill, they spotted the females of the tribe gathering on a nearby slope. Come, let us join them, Ran suggested. Approaching, Yu Fei spotted them. Ran, Shui Hua the shaman, what brings you here? Ran replied, I brought Shui Hua the shaman to take a look. Yu Fei's wrinkled face broke into a warm smile. Wonderful, Ran, your presence is a delight. We have many unfamiliar faces among us. Ran surveyed the area, noting its safety, scattered rocks, and wild grass devoid of dense forest. Shui Hua, you may explore around here, but do not wander too far. I will seek you shortly. Shui Hua, noticing the females scattered about, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of exploring alone and eagerly nodded. Do not worry. I am a shaman, blessed by the beast god. She then turned to play, her curiosity piqued by even the sight of a large rock in the wild. Following Yu Fei, Ran suddenly sensed several unkind gazes directed her way. Turning, she found 3 unfamiliar young females perched on a stone at the hilltop, staring at her. Do you have something to say? The 3 young females were taken aback by Ran's address and disdainfully turned away. Yu Fei discreetly tugged at her hand. Let us move on. After taking a few steps, she quietly informed Ran. Those 3 are new arrivals. One is named Xianyu, another Yi Qiu, and the third He Qing. They share a close bond and regard our tribe with contempt. It is best not to approach them, lest they bully you. Are they the ones from the Chuanshin tribe? Yes, indeed, Yu Fei whispered. Careful not to let them overhear. Many females and males from the tribe had already faced their scorn. Being newcomers, the tribe leader, Chong Lu, had long ordered not to trouble these awakened orcs, so they had to swallow their grievances to avoid causing trouble for the leader, especially since Ran had been in the Yunqi tribe on their behalf. Ran nodded, understanding that though she had not yet interacted with these 3, their unfriendly glances indicated they were not to be trifled with. Yu Fei led her to their basket and pulled out a large handful of unfamiliar items. Ran, do you recognize these? Initially intending to take them back for her to identify, she decided it would be better to identify them in the wild to avoid hauling back a basket full of weeds. Ran sifted through the contents, noting an abundance of wild vegetables and some dandelions. She picked out the dandelions. Gather these whenever you see them. They are medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, many nearby females gathered to see, as their tribe was in dire need of such resources. Ran presented the wild vegetables. These are edible. Simply boil them in water with a pinch of salt, and they are ready to eat. Yu Fei quickly recognized several types of wild vegetables and hurried to show them to others, instructing them to gather accordingly. Ran also looked around, hoping to discover something unusual. Suddenly, a shriek from the mountaintop pierced the air, sounding alarmingly wrong. Yu Fei and the others heard it too, and everyone rushed upwards. Ran was the first to ascend, and, before she arrived, saw the 3 females from the Chuanshin tribe surrounding and assaulting another female. Stop it, she shouted. But the trio paid her no heed. Upon reaching the scene, she realized they were attacking Shui Hua. She rushed forward to pull one female away. But the assailant turned her wrath upon Ran, yanking her hair. Ran retaliated, kicking her in the stomach, causing the female to howl in pain, yet stubbornly refused to let go, clearly experienced in the art of fighting. Seeing that the assailant still held on and was reaching for her face, risking severe injury, Ran quickly embraced her and bit down on her arm. The female cried out in pain, finally releasing her grip. Ran, ignoring her own injuries, glanced at Shui Hua, who was being mercilessly kicked and punched by the other 2 females, desperately trying to shield her head. Blood was already seeping from several places on her body, and her fur clothing lay in tatters, rendering her utterly disheveled. In a fit of rage, Ran grabbed a nearby stone and hurled it at one of the females, relentlessly striking Shui Hua. The stone struck her arm with force, causing her to drop her assault and clutch her arm in agony. However, another plump female, witnessing her comrade's plight, turned and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Ran, knocking her to the ground. And Ran's head buzzed with pain just as Yu Fei and the others arrived, rushing to separate the combatants. Yet, they were met with Yi Qiu, the hefty female, whose size and strength rendered the older females of Yu Fei's group no match for her, leading to them being easily pushed down, some even rolling down the slope. With all obstacles removed, Yi Qiu shook off the excess flesh on her body and lunged towards Ran, who was lying on the ground, seizing her neck with a menacing grip. "You wretched creature, how dare you strike my friend? You deserve to die." In the next moment, Ran felt an agonizing pain in her neck, struggling to breathe. Instinctively, she clutched a stone tightly in her hand and swung it forcefully at Yi Qiu's ample head. However, Yi Qiu, with her considerable bulk, easily restrained Ran with one hand, freeing the other to seize the stone, preparing to strike back. Suddenly, a splash echoed as the stone, held by Shui Hua, struck Yi Qiu squarely on the back of her thick neck. Yi Qiu winced in pain, loosening her grip on Ran's neck, her eyes glinting with venom. "You all deserve to die." At that moment, Granny Yu Fei and others arrived wielding sticks, and together they subdued the burly Yi Qiu and her companions. It was then that Ran noticed Shui Hua's body was covered in bruises, her face swollen, and her hair in disarray. "Shui Hua, are you all right?" Shui Hua brushed her messy hair aside. "I'm fine. Luckily no bones are broken." Seeing that she could still walk and move, Ran felt relieved, realizing it was merely surface injuries. She quickly retrieved some hemp rope from a nearby basket and securely bound the 3 of them. "Granny Yu Fei, please escort them back to the tribe for the chief to deal with." All right. Granny Yu Fei had long been intolerant of the trio, and now she relished the opportunity to unleash her pent-up frustrations. Shui Hua observed Ran with a serious expression, though her eyes were shadowed with bruises. This appearance made it hard for her to maintain her seriousness, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning closer to Ran, she whispered, "Your face resembles a bear's eye." Ran shot her a glare. "You're not much better." Upon returning to the tribe, many were puzzled as to why they were back so early. However, the sight of the 3 bound females drew curious onlookers. Only upon seeing Ran and Shui Hua did they realize a fight had occurred. How dare these 3 lay a hand on them? Ran and Shui Hua were not only shamans, but also held esteemed positions within the tribe. How could they dare to strike them? Elder Chang Lu and Elder Feng Yang were giving a tour to the leader of the Yuan Ding tribe when they heard the news. "Elders, Ran and Shui Hua have been attacked." "What?" the 3 exclaimed in unison. Elder Chang Lu and Elder Feng Yang were shocked to hear that Ran had been harmed. The usually delicate Ran, who struggled to carry even a stone pot, must have been severely injured. Their faces darkened as they rushed towards the center of the tribe. Meanwhile, the leader of the Yuan Ding tribe seethed with rage, determined to find the culprit who dared to strike his tribe's shaman, an affront to his authority. Elder Chang Lu spotted Ran amidst the crowd, her hair in disarray and her eyes and face swollen. Pushing through the throng, he cradled her head. "Does it hurt?" Ran quickly brushed his hand away. "I'm Fine. Shui Hua is the one in trouble." "Shui Hua." As Ran stepped aside, Elder Chang Lu's gaze fell upon Shui Hua, her exposed skin marred with injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Ran had not been hurt as severely. Otherwise, he would have been driven to violence. "Was it them?" Ran nodded, confirming. At that moment, Shui Hua adopted the demeanor of a shaman, casting a disdainful glance at Elder Chang Lu. "As a shaman of the Yunqi tribe, I demand an explanation for this assault." The leader of the Yuan Ding tribe arrived, and everyone instinctively parted to make way for him, recognizing his authority. Upon seeing Shui Hua's injuries, he was enraged. "You people from the Qingshan tribe are too overbearing." Elder Chang Lu assured, "Do not worry, we will address this matter." He turned his cold gaze towards the bound trio. "So, it was you who struck first?" One tall, slender female scoffed with haughty disdain. "Indeed, it was us." "What do you do about it?" "We are esteemed females from the Chuanshin tribe. A mere shaman is nothing to us. It was an honor for her to be struck by me." Hearing this, Shui Hua nearly lost her temper. "You stole from me and assaulted me, and now you dare claim righteousness?" Elder Chang Lu's expression darkened. These 3 were newcomers whom he had instructed his tribe to accommodate. He had not anticipated such a result. "Since you admit to your actions, I see no need for further discussion. Take them to the back mountain and do not allow them to leave until they have birthed 30 offspring." At this proclamation, many males in the vicinity gleamed with excitement. This was a boon for them. The prospect of their females mating with other males would provide them with a reprieve from prolonged absence. However, the trio showed no fear of the punishment, viewing it merely as a means of reproduction. At that moment, Ran interjected, Elder Chong Lu. Perhaps we should assign them to labor at the brick kiln instead. As a female herself, she did not wish to see them reduced to mere breeding tools, fearing that she too might face such a fate one day. Moreover, their actions of theft and violence indicated they were simply idle. The remark enraged the trio, with Ichio struggling against her bindings, shouting furiously at Ran. Who do you think you are? The chief hasn't ordered us to work, so how dare you speak? They were all too aware of the grueling labor at the kiln. Males could hardly endure it, let alone females. And Ran was being utterly malicious. Elder Chong Lu's expression darkened. It was clear they were disregarding him entirely. She is my female, and her words carry my weight. He sneered. Since you are so averse to working, then you shall work at the brick kiln. We of the Qing Shan tribe do not harbor idlers. At this, many surrounding beastmen erupted in cheers. They had long grown weary of the trio, who had wielded their status as females from a major tribe to dominate and belittle them. Now, they would experience the hardships of labor. Elder Chong Lu waved his hand, and several males stepped forward to escort the three towards the brick kiln. The beastmen from the Chuan Shun tribe, who had come with them, felt a wave of fear. They recognized similar traits among their own ranks, and had kept their behavior in check to avoid drawing attention. Among them, one male with a severed hand cast a dark glance before slipping away from the crowd. The leader of the Yuan Ding tribe was quite pleased with the decisive actions taken by Elder Chong Lu and Ran. Truly, a worthy leader. I am in admiration. And Ran smiled back and pulled Shui Hua aside. Come, let me examine your injuries. Although Shui Hua protested that it wasn't necessary, she did not push and ran away. And together, they entered a cave. And Ran heated a large vat of water, instructing Shui Hua to soak in it, and provided her with a bar of soap for a thorough wash. However, before long, Shui Hua's embarrassed voice broke the silence. And Ran, could you change the water for me? Confused, and Ran rushed over to check, and was taken aback at the sight. A layer of dark grease floated on the surface of the water. Shui Hua blushed, feeling embarrassed. She often bathed, but had not anticipated becoming so dirty. Anren noticed her embarrassment, and chose to remain silent. Wait a moment, let me find someone to help you with the water. As she stepped outside, she encountered Helen and quickly approached him. Helen, could you do me a favor? Upon hearing this, he smiled gently. Of course, what do you need? Please help me pour some bathwater for Shui Hua. As soon as she finished speaking, Helen's expression changed, and he swiftly maneuvered around her, declaring, I'm very busy. He harbored an intense dislike for Shui Hua, without exception. With Helen declining to assist, Anren sought help from another male, and finally managed to change the water. Once Shui Hua finished her bath, Anren entered to find that Shui Hua had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shui Hua, you've changed, she exclaimed in astonishment. Shui Hua beamed with joy, realizing her newfound appearance, her lips curling into a smile. I didn't expect to look so fair. Had it not been for the recent fight, she wouldn't have taken this bath, nor would she have discovered her own beauty. At that moment, Hu Bing and Qing Qing peeked into the cave, and upon seeing both inside, they entered with cheerful smiles. Anren, Qing Qing and I came to ask when the bonding ceremony you mentioned will begin. Hearing Hu Bing's words, Anren suddenly remembered this significant event that she had forgotten. She slapped her forehead and laughed. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Thankfully, you reminded me. Since spring has arrived, we should start preparing, aiming to commence in a month. Both Hu Bing and Qing Qing were thrilled to hear that it was finally happening, and they jumped up in excitement. What do we need to prepare? Shui Hua inquired curiously from the side, having not understood a word of their conversation. Anren turned and smiled. Our tribe plans to hold a bonding ceremony, during which we will pray to the beast god for our safety and health. Both females and males must remain loyal to one another and refrain from mating with outsiders, as a testament to our feelings for each other. At this point, she raised her brows and added, would you like to find a suitable male in our tribe? However, Shui Hua dismissively waved her hand. Am I crazy? Why would I want to be tethered to a few individuals when I could change partners daily? She was unwilling to sacrifice a vast forest for the sake of a few people. Qing Qing, filled with curiosity, asked, then what do we need to prepare? Anren pondered for a moment. I'll consult with you tomorrow and see what Chong Lu has to say. Hu Bing nodded. All right then, we'll head back. Anren waved goodbye to Shui Hua as she made her way home. This was indeed a significant matter, and she needed to discuss it with Chong Lu. She also wondered about the tribe's food supply and whether it would suffice. Upon returning to the cave, she saw Chong Lu squatting nearby, roasting meat and brewing soup. You're back. Sit for a while. Dinner will be ready soon, he remarked with a smile upon noticing her. She approached and took over the task of stirring the fish soup. Chong Lu, we mentioned holding the bonding ceremony during winter. Shouldn't we start preparing? Upon hearing this, Chong Lu smiled lightly. Don't worry, I've already prepared most of the things. Aaron was pleasantly surprised that he remembered so well. With a charming smile, she extended her hand towards him. Then do you have my gift? Chong Lu, seeing her hand reaching out without any pretense, playfully slapped it away with a mischievous grin. I'll give it to you tonight. Aaron, instantly understanding, felt a sweetness in her heart. How annoying. Since you're prepared, when will it begin? In a month, he replied. Aaron's eyes sparkled as she grinned. Great. You must pledge before the beast god that I am the only one. Otherwise, she pretended to wield a knife as she sliced the meat. You'll be in for it. Chong Lu, amused by her feigned ferocity, couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'll just lie there and let you do as you please. How does that sound? Their joyful laughter echoed through the cave, and Helen, passing by, quickened his pace to leave. The sound was too grating to his ears, and he found it exceedingly unpleasant. Upon reaching the woods beside the tribe, he spread his snow-white wings and, with a gentle push of his long legs, soared into the sky. He ascended high before diving into the water, creating not a ripple. Soon, he emerged with a large fish in his beak, which he swallowed in a single motion before disappearing into the distant dark mountains. Chapter 119. The calculations of the clan leader. The next morning, all the tribe members gathered in the square. Today was the day to select individuals for the journey to the Prairie Tribe. 2 teams, comprising a total of 12 beastmen, would meet another 12 upon arrival at the Yunchi tribe. The Qingshan tribe appointed Nguang as the leader, as his survival skills in the wild surpassed those of Jin Hafu, and his demeanor was far more composed, making this position rightfully his. Eager to contribute to the tribe, Nguang set off with enthusiasm, determined to successfully bring back meat and pelts. Clan leader Yuanding also decided it was time to return, as the Yunchi tribe could not be without a leader for too long. Shueihua, unwillingly tugging at Anren's arm, said, Leader, I don't want to go back. Hearing this, clan leader Yuanding, who was still conversing with Chong Lu, instantly darkened his expression. You are the shaman. What purpose do you have for staying here? However, Shueihua turned her head defiantly, unwilling to return. Here, everyone was delightful. She could explore the tribe, and there were many peculiar things. Most importantly, Anren was here. During the previous winter, she had never realized how well they matched. Anren was the only female who treated her as a friend, and she had no desire to leave. Moreover, her mother had also been reluctant to return, and she felt the same way. I simply do not want to go back. Upon uttering this, clan leader Yuanding's temper flared. He couldn't afford to offend Shueihua. Her presence at the tribe's entrance indicated that she still sought some form of reconciliation. Otherwise, she might not have come at all. Yet a large tribe could not function without a shaman, and bringing her here had been a grave miscalculation. Shueihua, don't be willful. If you don't return, what will happen if someone in the tribe falls ill? Meanwhile, those from the Qingshan tribe were unusually excited. After all, Shueihua was the daughter of the old shaman, and her medical skills would undoubtedly be impressive. Besides, who would complain about having too many shamans in the tribe? In truth, Anren also wished Shueihua would stay. After spending these days together, she had come to realize that they had become close friends who could share everything. However, Shueihua was the shaman of the Yunchi tribe. She couldn't stay, or what would happen to her tribe? Feeling disheartened, Anren suddenly had a brilliant idea. Clan leader Yuanding, I have a suggestion. Initially irked, the clan leader's expression soured further at her words, as he believed nothing could be more important than Shueihua. He had intended to bring her here to broaden her horizons and covertly learn some of the Qingshan tribe's knowledge. Yet unexpectedly, she had no desire to leave. Anren smiled slightly. Clan leader Yuanding, your tribe is now quite substantial. I believe it won't be long before its scale expands even further. However, having only one shaman like Shueihua may not suffice. At this, Shueihua felt embarrassed, having previously dismissed those she deemed unworthy and only treated those she found acceptable, without consideration for whether one shaman was enough. Yet, the clan leader absorbed Anren's words. Even when the old shaman had been present, there had already been signs of strain. Now, with Shueihua, a novice, contemplating abandoning her role, adding another shaman from the Yunchi tribe would be invaluable. He couldn't afford to overlook Shueihua. He coldly scoffed at Anren. Does any major tribe have more than one shaman? Is there supposed to be 2? He began to imagine the chaos that would ensue with 2 shamans in the tribe, envisioning endless disputes and a lack of peace. In order to ensure the stability of the tribe, this is precisely why, regardless of the size of the tribe, there's only one shaman. The larger the tribe, the greater the prestige and status of the shaman. The leader of the Yuan tribe wishes for Shui Hua to possess more knowledge. Yet he does not desire the shaman's position to elevate too high. Presently, several males have begun to regard him with disdain. If Shui Hua were to rise in status, who would still respect him? It would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Anren, listening to him, furrowed her brows slightly. I intend to select a few individuals from the tribe to specialize in the art of medicine. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, followed by a flurry of whispers. Is there such a fortunate opportunity? Does Anren truly wish to share her medical knowledge? However, someone remarked, I doubt it. Although Anren is often generous, this is medical knowledge. Whoever masters medicine becomes a shaman, a position of great significance. Yet, Hu Bing scoffed in rebuttal. Anren's status is already quite commendable, you know. I believe in her. She will certainly follow through. Anren has always been one to demonstrate results before gradually promoting them. But this time she chose to speak first, and many trust her. Even Jin Hu and He Lin did not display surprise. Only the male from the Chuan Shun tribe exhibited an expression of disbelief. Coming from a larger tribe, he understood the importance of a shaman. If a large number were to be taught, the shaman's status would indeed be diminished. This concern was also noted by Chong Lu and the leader of the Yuan tribe, but Chong Lu was different. With him present, Anren's position would remain unshakable, and he would never allow anyone to harm her. However, the leader of the Yuan tribe began to contemplate. If only Shui Hua were willing. Anren, noticing his wavering thoughts, continued, Our two tribes can mutually exchange knowledge of medicine. You may send individuals to our tribe to learn. Yes, chief, this is a splendid idea. Just let our tribe's people come to learn. Shui Hua was the first to agree. Previously, she held a high status in the Yun Qi tribe, where many praised her, and she reveled in that false admiration. Yet, now it was different. Here, she had individuals who genuinely cared for her, rendering the insincere flattery insignificant. The leader of the Yuan tribe probed. How many would be acceptable? Anren smiled. It would be best not to have too many, for 5 would suffice. Otherwise our tribe would not have enough space. Upon hearing that such a number was feasible, the leader of the Yuan tribe's mind began to race. If they could come in batches, that would amount to dozens. Will you provide meals and lodging? Of course, although our Qingshan tribe is not large. We can certainly accommodate a few meals for them. At this point, she grinned slyly. However, during their stay in our Qingshan tribe, they must adhere to our rules. Naturally, the leader of the Yuan tribe nodded fervently. When visiting another tribe, one must abide by their customs. This is a fundamental principle. Even he, as the leader of a large tribe, remained silent while observing the Qingshan tribe consume fish that his own tribe never touched. Very well then, He Lin, you shall return to the tribe now and select a few young females to come over. This matter should be addressed promptly to avoid any unforeseen changes. The leader of the Yuan tribe immediately issued orders. Since Shui Hua was unwilling to return, that was that. After a period, all members of the Yin Qi tribe would come to respect him as their leader, forgetting about Shui Hua, the shaman. Moreover, once this batch of shamans emerged, no one could challenge his position. Chapter 120. Shui Hua becomes diligent. He Lin nodded in acknowledgement of the command, swiftly transforming into his beast form, a 2-meter-tall white crane. With a gentle movement of his slender legs, he soared into the sky, his high-pitched call echoing throughout the valley. Normally, the two tribes would take a week to walk, but He Lin could fly back and forth in just half a day. After personally selecting 3 females and bringing them overnight, the leader of the Yuan tribe departed with his entourage. Once they left, only He Lin, the 3 females, and Shui Hua remained, restoring the tranquility of the Qingshan tribe. The 3 females arrived feeling quite shy, having heard from He Lin about the opportunity to learn medicine. Others were reluctant at the thought of going to another tribe. Who would want to venture to a small tribe? But the 3 of them were different. They often struggled to find enough to eat in their tribe. Having reached maturity years ago without bearing offspring, no males were willing to waste their time on them. It was better for them to consume more meat and contribute their strength to younger, fertile females. Upon hearing about this opportunity, they did not care about the location as long as they could eat their fill, so they quickly stepped forward to follow He Lin. However, upon arrival, they were greeted by grand structures, secure walls, and a bustling tribe that hardly resembled a small one. As soon as they landed, they noticed that the people here were remarkably different from those in the Yunqi tribe. Each was clean, fair-skinned, and in high spirits. Even the males had well-groomed hair. Unlike their own tangled locks, Seeing this, they felt an overwhelming excitement, realizing they had indeed made the right choice this time. Anren instructed Hu Bing and Qing Qing to take them down, arrange accommodations and dinner, and begin their training the next day. Shueihua excitedly approached. Anren, why don't we start by teaching them to recognize medicinal herbs tomorrow? I can do that. Anren raised her brow, pondering why Shueihua was so proactive this time, and then heard her continue. A few days ago, I saw some unripe red berries outside. Let us go pick some tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Anren understood. This was not about teaching herb recognition, but rather a desire to go out and play. Nevertheless, since she had expressed this intention, they should teach a little tomorrow. And Anren could join in to learn as well. With a playful smile, she wrapped her arm around Shueihua's shoulder. Would you mind teaching me as well? Shueihua proudly tilted her chin. Very well, seeing as you spoke up for me. I'll teach you one extra. All right then, esteemed shaman. Ha ha. The joyful laughter of the two resonated through the tribe, leaving the newly arrived females from the Yunqi tribe in wide-eyed astonishment. The two had previously been quite at odds in the Yunqi tribe. No, to be precise, it was Shueihua who had unilaterally made things difficult for Anren. How had the dynamic changed so dramatically? One of them, a girl with prominent rabbit-like front teeth named Zhen, remarked, how has Shaman Shueihua undergone such a transformation? The other two shrugged, who knows? On the Qingshan tribe's side, the candidates for the shaman training were also determined. Hu Bing and Qing Qing, both with experience in childbirth, were certainly indispensable. Anren had initially intended to call Qi Yu in, but she declined, so Anren sought out the granddaughter of Granny Yi, Tian Yu, a sweet little girl who had just reached adulthood this year. Thus, this simple class began to take shape. That evening, Chong Lu held her close. Unwilling to let go, his eyes filled with tenderness. Anren, thank you. If it weren't for you, our Qingshan tribe would be in dire straits. Snuggled in his warm embrace, Anren nuzzled against his chest with a radiant smile. Am I not also in this tribe? If everyone can live better, I can live better too. Chong Lu affectionately rubbed her head with his chin, his heart softening, and a doting smile appeared. I never imagined my female would be so remarkable. You, and I must strive harder. I will build our tribe into the largest in the beast realm. I want you to become the most esteemed female in the world. Anren chuckled at his grand ambitions, gazing up to meet his starry-eyed gaze. I do not aspire to be the most esteemed person in the world. All I wish for is to be the one who resides in your heart. As she spoke, she extended her finger from his large hand and gently traced circles on his chest. This seemingly trivial gesture stirred a sensation within Chong Lu, akin to ants gnawing at his heart, igniting an irresistible impulse. He grasped her fidgeting hand and leaned down, capturing her lips in a tender kiss, releasing her only after a prolonged moment of whispered affection. It was not just his heart that fluttered. Even the strands of hair were imbued with the essence of his fondness for her. Subsequently, he pulled the animal hide blanket closer, enveloping himself in its warmth. Before dawn, Anren, supporting her waist, rose to tidy up. Chong Lu, reluctant to let her go, embraced her waist and murmured, "Let us sleep a little longer." Anren playfully pushed his hands away, her face adorned with mock reproach. "No, I have arranged to gather medicinal herbs with Shueihua today." Upon realizing she had genuine commitments, Chong Lu retracted his hands and sat up. "Very well, I shall rise early as well." Once tidied up, they exited the cave, greeted by the light of day. Some elderly villagers, unable to sleep, had already risen. The group who had confirmed their herbal gathering the previous day soon assembled. Yet one crucial member, Shueihua, was notably absent. Tian Yu, carrying the small basket her mother had crafted for her, remarked, "Isn't Shueihua still asleep?" Over the past few days, she had noticed that the healer only emerged once the sun had risen high in the sky. Even as Zhen nodded in agreement. For Shueihua was infamous for her laziness, a fact well known throughout the Yunqi tribe. Anren placed her basket on the ground. "I shall go check." No sooner had she spoken than Tian Yu exclaimed, "Here comes Shueihua." Shueihua yawned, having just splashed her face with cold water, still appearing a bit drowsy. "You're all up so early," she remarked. Anren hoisted her basket once more. "Not too early, let us hurry along." Upon hearing that they would soon depart, Shueihua dashed out of the tribe, eager to revisit the red fruit tree discovered a few days prior, longing for another taste of its sweet and tangy fruit. Anren recognized her craving, while Zhen appeared as if she had seen a ghost, taking some time to regain her composure. The other two females from the Yunqi tribe were equally astonished. It was their first encounter with Shueihua's uncharacteristic diligence, and she was outpacing them. As they reached the red fruit tree, Shueihua swiftly gathered all the fruits, filling a large bag. When she returned, she presented one of the fruits to her 6 apprentices and handed a generous handful to Enran, exclaiming, "These are simply delectable." Enran inspected the bright red fruits, each the size of a quail egg. "These are jujubes." Spitting out the pit, Shueihua asked, "These are called jujubes?" Enran confirmed, "Indeed. When matured, they turn red, and once dried, they become the red dates that, when paired with brown sugar, are excellent for dispelling cold and replenishing blood. They are especially suitable for those who have lost considerable blood." Upon hearing this knowledgeable insight, the 6 apprentices eagerly leaned in, nodding in agreement before inspecting the jujubes in their hands. Ajun took a gentle bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is delicious. It's sweet and very juicy." And Ran added, "These jujubes will naturally ripen and dry on the tree, at which point we can have my father come over to collect seeds." "Tea on you." Spitting out the long jujube pit, inquire, "Can these be planted?" And Ran smiled gently. "As long as the method is correct, anything can be cultivated." Shueihua became animated. "Then I will have an endless supply of jujubes. Come, I will introduce you to medicinal herbs, but you must do the digging yourselves." The 6 students nodded in agreement, understanding that such labor was not meant for the healer. Shueihua led them to a thicket, revealing small nodules beneath the leaves. "This is sanqi, used for fractures, weakness in the back and knees, and is excellent for stopping bleeding." As Enran approached, she recognized it as tofu vegetable. She recalled her grandmother mentioning that the nodules were indeed sanqi. How surprising it was that she had forgotten over the years. She plucked several to share with them, and the group examined their appearance and inhaled their scent. Enran asserted, "Let us gather some to take back, lest we need them in the future." The others nodded in agreement, and together they harvested all the sanqi from the vines. Shueihua then pointed to a nearby patch devoid of leaves, consisting only of slender stems. "This is muzai, effective for pain relief, and can also be consumed when one has a cold." And Ran nodded, quickly committing this information to memory, as it was previously unknown to her. The other females each took a handful for their baskets. As they traversed together, laughter and chatter filled the air, occasionally discovering fruits along the way, which made the outing exceedingly pleasant. Knowing they would be out for a while, Chang Lu had prepared some jerky for them in the morning to stave off hunger. Ajun and the others, initially clutching their animal hide pouches tightly before departing the tribe, soon forgot about them in the company of Enran and Shueihua. They had never realized that they could venture outside the tribe without the presence of males. Such an act was deemed incredibly daring in their world. However, the thrill and excitement outweighed any trepidation. Enran, feeling fatigued, found a stone to rest upon and shared the jerky with them, prompting them to remember their own provisions. Eager to taste the hard, savory meat, they placed it in their mouths, immediately savoring its smoky, salty flavor, dry yet not greasy, with a delightful chewiness. "This is absolutely delicious," Ajun exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The other 2 nodded in agreement, declaring it the best meat they had ever tasted in their lives. More importantly, this was merely a snack, not their daily ration. They would have more meat for dinner. One of the females remarked, "This is simply a divine existence." This sentiment resonated deeply with Shueihua, who smiled and replied, "Indeed, I feel the same way." After finishing the jerky, Enran clapped her hands. "Let us move on. There is still an area we have yet to explore." Upon hearing of uncharted territory, Shueihua dashed ahead, though she was swift without her basket, and Ran and the others, laden with their burdens, could not keep up. Suddenly, a dense cluster of green leaves sprawled across the surrounding branches, and Ran instantly recognized it. Her excitement bubbling over. "It's good, Jen." Shueihua turned to see a vast expanse of green leaves. "What is that?" And Ran set down her basket, retrieving her stone hoe to begin digging. "This is good, Jen, effective for reducing fever, treating diarrhea, and alleviating thirst. It can also be made into food." Shueihua, intrigued by the last statement, inquired, "Is it tasty?" "With sugar, it is quite delightful." The prospect of more delicious food caused Shueihua to unconsciously lick her lips. She picked up Ajun's stone hoe and imitated Ran's digging technique. The beastmen, endowed with great strength, swiftly unearthed a substantial root, while the others collaborated to extract several more. By the time they unearthed the Gujin, the sun was already climbing higher in the sky. The group hurried back to the tribe, eager to discover how to process their find. They gathered by the river to wash the Gujin thoroughly, then cut it into small pieces, working together to crush it before filtering the water with animal hides and allowing it to settle. Shueihua anxiously gazed at the large stone pot filled with water and ran. When can we eat this? And Ran chuckled. At least not until tomorrow. Hu Bing glanced around to ensure no one was in earshot before quietly saying, and Ran. I overheard some males discussing what seems to be a plot to gift us females with something. Should we prepare something in return? Is this true? And Ran asked. Ching Ching shyly nodded. Yes, Neoli said he would hunt a white animal hide for me. No wonder, when she spoke with Chong Lu about it yesterday. He told her not to worry. It appeared they had been planning all along. And Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then let us prepare a delightful surprise for them. What kind of surprise? And Ran pondered. Since the animal hides they possessed were primarily gifts from the males, it would be inappropriate to offer hides in return. As for jewelry, they lacked the means to gather materials, which posed a challenge. Suddenly, she spotted a male with a severed hand not far ahead, and an idea struck her. Let us prepare some bows and arrows. Although Shueihua did not participate, curiosity about these weapons piqued her interest. It was a bow and arrow. Anren smiled proudly and explained, these are weapons. If we wield them skillfully, we can hunt beasts just like the males. What? Upon hearing this, several females were astonished. Is it truly that powerful? Indeed, if the males learn as well, they will surely hit their targets with precision. The group was filled with excitement. If they could also possess combat prowess, they could venture far and no longer be confined to this place for eternity. Anren led them into the surrounding woods, searching diligently until they finally found suitable trees, strong in both oiliness and flexibility for crafting bows. However, they struggled to find bowstrings, with the best material being the sinews of beasts. That evening, Anren and her companions gathered around Uncle Yuhei. Having not seen Anren for a while, Yuhei smiled as she approached, saying, Anren, are you hungry? It will be ready soon. Anren shook her head with a smile. No, we seek beast sinews. Could you assist us? Upon hearing their request, Yuhei benevolently replied, Of course, I shall provide you with some. With a swift motion of his hand, he pulled forth a long sinew. Anren took the sinew to dry it out, eventually tearing it into strips to tie onto the bow that had been shaped by fire. Hubei, come help me hold the bow. Her strength alone was insufficient, as the quality of the bow depended greatly on the tension of the string. With effort, it was soon secured, and after a week's labor, the bow was finally completed. Anren tested it in her hands. Now, we only need arrows. Hubei and Qingqing, along with Shueihua, curiously tried to pull it back, but found it required tremendous strength. Shueihua voiced her concern. Anren, can we really draw this bow? Hubei replied confidently. If we cannot do it today, with practice, we will surely manage tomorrow. Anren nodded in agreement. Hubei is correct, and besides, we intend to gift this bow to the males, whose strength far exceeds ours. With that, she picked up a stick to craft arrows. She knocked an arrow, aimed at a nearby tree trunk, and released it. The arrow flew off, but did so in a wobbly path. Hubei rushed to retrieve the arrow from the ground. Anren, is this acceptable? Anren shook her head. No, we're still missing something. Wait here, I will go find it. Just as she ran back to the tribe, she saw the hunting party returning. Chong Lu stood among the crowd to welcome the warriors, and suddenly a familiar figure dashed into the hunting team. He frowned. What was Anren doing? Why was it that the first person she noticed was not him? Chapter 122. Their little secret Helen returned with a pack of trained wolves and immediately saw Anren sprinting towards him, grabbing his arm and pulling him outside. Feeling the warmth of her touch on his wrist, a sense of warmth enveloped his heart as he allowed her to lead him until they reached the edge of the tribe. What is it? He asked. Anren turned and made a shushing gesture. Just follow me. Helen was captivated by her mysterious demeanor, his throat involuntarily moving as he found her actions irresistibly cute, which explained why Chong Lu held such affection for her. He even rejected countless females for her sake, if only he could gain her attention. This thought ignited a flame in his heart, yet he knew he must keep it subdued. Suddenly, around the corner, he noticed several females waiting by the city wall. Shueihua questioned, Anren, why did you bring him here? Anren turned and smiled at Helen. Helen, I would like to ask you for something. Helen was taken aback by her sudden smile, responding with a gentle grin. What do you need? However, this smile pierced Shueihua's eyes. When had Helen ever spoken so kindly to anyone? During their time in Yunchi tribe, he had always been aloof and disdainful towards others. Anren smiled softly. I wish to have some of your feathers. Feathers? Helen asked, puzzled. What is so special about them? Just ask, and I will give you all of me. I am crafting bows and arrows to present to the males at the pairing ceremony, but without feathers, our arrows will not fly true. Bows and arrows? May I see them? Hubei quickly produced the completed bow and arrows. Helen examined it, pulling the bowstring with curiosity. How does one use it? Anrin knocked an arrow and pulled back, releasing it with a force that sent the arrow soaring, but still in a crooked trajectory. Helen then pulled a feather from his body and handed it to her. How do we proceed with this? Anrin accepted the feather. Thank you. She split it with a bone knife and secured it to the arrow's tail, adjusting its position. Just as she reached for the bow from Helen, he evaded her grasp. Saying, let me try. Anrin nodded. The task was a bit taxing, and she was not keen on drawing the heavy bow, so she handed it over to him. Aligning her eyes, arrow tail, and arrowhead, she aimed and released. Helen effortlessly pulled back the bowstring, releasing the arrow with a swift motion, which struck the distant tree trunk with a resounding thud. Everyone present was left speechless in astonishment. This was truly remarkable. Even Anrin was taken aback. Is this your first time using a bow and arrow? Seeing her surprise, Helen chuckled softly. I am a white crane. The visual acuity required for archery is akin to that of flying, so I picked it up quite quickly. Upon hearing his explanation, Anrin nodded in understanding. Oh, now I see. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she smiled. Do you have more? We need more feathers. Ajing and Hubei exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Who didn't he know that males cherish their own pelts above all? Anrin was asking for them one by one. How bold of her! Helen would surely not comply. Yet, in the next moment, he transformed into a magnificent white crane, his long legs folding as he settled on the ground. Help yourself. Anrin was surprised by his generosity. Rubbing her hands together, then I shall not hold back. As she reached for a feather from his tail, suddenly she heard his voice. However, I require that bow and arrow in exchange. Without a second thought, she agreed. It was merely a flawed piece, unworthy of being gifted to Chonglu. All right. Helen felt a surge of joy at her melodious response. He had overheard Ajing and others discussing how Anrin was preparing for the pairing ceremony, planning to present gifts to their partners. This must be what they were preparing. Anrin pulled a feather from him, feeling a bit shy as she hid it behind her back, fearing he might become upset upon seeing it. All done. Helen reverted to his human form, pointing to the nearby bow and arrow. May I take this? Anrin nodded. They had already crafted one, and making a second would surely be much smoother, especially with so many helping hands. Helen picked up the bow and arrow without uttering another word, turning to leave the woods. As Shueihua watched him depart, she approached Anrin. Giving her a thumbs up, Anrin, you're amazing. You actually dared to pluck his feathers. While she had previously shouted at Helen and the tribe, it was only because she relied on her mother being a shaman. She lacked the courage to pull feathers from him. Moreover, he was always a lone wolf, and she, as the shaman's heir, would naturally be bold. But now in Qingshan tribe, she did not dare act so brazenly. Even Ajing chimed in, indeed. Helen was quite stern during his time in Yunchi tribe. Regardless of their demeanor, these individuals often exuded an air of low spirits that instilled a sense of apprehension. However, Anrin perceived their disposition to be less dire than they suggested. I find the people of Helen quite amiable. Upon hearing this, Ajin and Shueihua exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. Anrin divided the feathers in her hands. Let us endeavor to complete our respective tasks by tomorrow. It would be splendid if we could enlist the other females as well. If they are unwilling, so be it, but we must ensure that our plans remain confidential. Hu Bing and Qingqing nodded in agreement. Understood. Those males are exceedingly secretive, and we females harbor our own little secrets. Consequently, numerous females from the tribe began to venture out mysteriously at dawn, returning only after dusk, often just in time for dinner. Shueihua, seated on a smooth stone, gazed at the bows and arrows they had painstakingly crafted. I believe you should incorporate a thrilling element. Hu Bing, excitedly clutching the freshly made bow. What sort of thrill? Shueihua replied. You should take the arrows and shoot. Any male who hesitates to receive your arrows is unworthy. This proclamation sparked unanimous agreement among the group, including Anrin, who contemplated the idea. However, our arrows would be too easily evaded by those experienced hunters. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I have a plan. What is it? Anrin summoned everyone and whispered her idea, igniting fervor among them all. Even the usually reticent Qingqing marveled. This plan is excellent. Let us proceed and demonstrate our prowess as females. Chapter 123. The delayed bonding ceremony time swiftly passed, and the day arrived. Everyone rose early, even the little ones who favored slumber. Today marked the bonding ceremony of their parents, a joyous occasion they instinctively sensed despite their inability to articulate it. The entire tribe bustled about, with the elder beastmen radiating delight. Yuhei and Fengyang, the esteemed patriarchs, were busy from dawn, arranging items according to the previous plan. Long stone tables were brought out from the cave, lined up in a row, adorned with vibrant flowers and greenery by Yu Fei and Zhu Lu. All the females participating in the ceremony gathered in the cavern of Yu Fei and Granny Zhu Lu. Shui Hua, Aizhen, and Tianyu, who were not participating, lent a helping hand. Everyone was trying on their most beautiful animal skin skirts. Anren selected a lovely azure silk dress with high slits on the sides, revealing glimpses of her long legs. Her softly curled black hair half-tied at the back, and a pink conch necklace accentuating her beauty, adorned with Granny Zhu Lu's woven grass sandals. She exuded a unique charm. At that moment, Granny Yu Fei joyfully entered. Everything is ready outside. We are merely waiting for Fengyang to give the signal. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Anren glanced at her reflection, then turned to the others, noting that some had yet to tidy their hair. Hurry and fix your hair. Is it that messy? Shui Hua and Anren nodded. Not just messy, but exceedingly so. Typically, it may not matter, but today is a significant day for everyone. We cannot appear disheveled. Hearing this, the females grew anxious and quickly began to comb their hair. Fortunately, they often washed it, so it was not dirty. Anren rummaged through a pile of hemp ropes nearby. Quickly tidy your hair. I will help you with it. Hu Bing was the first to sit before her. Anren, I'm ready. Please style it for me. Anren took the fine hemp rope and fashioned it into a half-up low ponytail, while Qingqing's long, fair neck was suited for a high, loose bun. Qi Yu, among them, had remarkably beautiful features and thick hair, prompting a hint of envy from Anren. Soon, she braided a fishbone braid and let fall in front. Observing these lovely hairstyles, Shui Hua had a sudden inspiration. I will go fetch some flowers. She dashed out and returned with a large bouquet of unused blossoms. Anren smiled, realizing that appreciation for beauty transcends time. She carefully placed a white lily atop Qingqing's bun, transforming her appearance entirely. Anren was taken aback. Qingqing, you look stunning. Hu Bing, drawn in by the sight, eagerly exclaimed. Qingqing is even more beautiful than the flowers. Impatiently, she urged. Anren, quickly choose one for me as well. Anren selected a few daisies from the bouquet and adorned her hair. Shui Hua, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she noticed Anren selecting beautiful flowers for others, pouted and decided to find a lovely bloom for herself. She soon found a red rose and clutched it tightly, knowing that as a shaman, none dared to take it from her, except Anren, of course. Once everyone was nearly ready, Shui Hua stood up. Anren, let me adorn you. Anren lowered her head, gently touching the vibrant rose and smiling. Is it beautiful? Suddenly, the voice of Fengyang, the patriarch, resonated from outside, silencing the previously chattering females. They lined up in order to exit, yet no one dared to step forward. Hu Bing pushed Anren to the front. Anren, we are a bit frightened. You go ahead. Anren shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. Meanwhile, the waiting males outside grew anxious, with Niuli standing nearby, grinning foolishly. Patriarch, I am quite nervous. Chang Lu ignored him, his gaze fixated on the cave entrance, internally rolling his eyes at Niuli's comment. Am I not nervous? My palms are sweating. I never anticipated that this moment would evoke more anxiety than my first mating with Anren. At that moment, a figure clad in azure emerged from the cave, cradling a large bundle tightly wrapped in animal skin. With a single glance, Chang Lu recognized it was Anren. The azure animal skin was unique to him within the tribe. He could hardly believe that on such a significant occasion, she would wear her silk dress. It would be disingenuous to say he was not moved, especially today. She appeared exceptionally beautiful, rendering him unable to look away. Even the dim-witted Niuli stood transfixed, pondering how Qingqing's neck had become so elegantly long. He barely caught a glimpse before noticing Qingqing's bashful glance towards him, her ears flushed red, appearing utterly adorable. Nearby, several single males observed this scene, remaining quietly mesmerized. Are these the females of our Qingshan tribe? If not from our tribe, where could they have originated? They clearly belonged here. Yet today they appeared far more enchanting than usual, especially with their hair styled, revealing their already smooth and fair faces and necks, which certainly caught their attention. Some males had females, yet due to their partner's unkempt hair, they had produced several litters without ever truly knowing what their companions looked like. Fengyang, standing above, smiled with satisfaction, surprised to see such a lively day for his tribe. he observed as Anrin and the others stood on the platform prepared by Yufei. Males, please step forward to present your offerings to the females. With this announcement, many males rushed forward eagerly, for their females had long warned them that whoever stepped forward first would mate with them tonight. In such a crucial moment, they could not afford to falter. In contrast, Chang Lu approached slowly and calmly, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed tenderly at Anrin. Anrin, caught in his intense gaze, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, clutching the bundle tightly against her chest and casting her gaze downward at her toes. Suddenly, Chang Lu produced a golden round bracelet, saying, "And Ran, let me put this on you." The moment the golden bracelet was revealed, it captivated Ran's gaze, prompting her to extend her hand eagerly, exclaiming, "This bracelet is exquisite." Chang Lu took the opportunity to fasten the bracelet onto her wrist, and Ran could not help but bite it, discovering it was surprisingly soft. Could it be gold? This thought made Ran restless, filled with curiosity about where he had found such a treasure. However, upon reflection, she remembered that they were in a beastly world where commercial transactions were exceedingly rare. Everyone engaged in barter. Even if gold were discovered, it would be of little use if no one could utilize it. She could only play with it herself, yet she still felt a compelling desire to explore further. Meanwhile, the others received nothing more than a beautiful beast hide or an attractive necklace made from beast teeth. At that moment, the elderly chief, Feng Yang, bellowed with joviality, "Kneel." Instantly, a sea of people knelt, facing the east, praying to the beast god for protection, health, happiness, and unwavering loyalty. And Ran and Chang Lu, along with everyone else, joined the elderly chief in their prayers, their voices resonating throughout the Qing Shan tribe's valley. Echoing for a long while, the elderly chief was the first to rise, raising his hand, declaring, "The ceremony is complete." Cheers erupted from the crowd. Just then, Ran spoke up, "Wait, we also have gifts for our partners." At this declaration, all the males fell silent, bewildered by the notion that they too had gifts. Chang Lu, curious, reached for her wrapped item, only to have Ran swat her hand away. "You males, please step down." "Yes, you all step down." All the females on stage wore smiles, protecting the treasures at their chests, which only heightened the intrigue of the already curious males. They had long suspected that the females were up to something secretive, likely preparing gifts for them. But what could these gifts be? Their curiosity was piqued. Seeing Chang Lu, as the chief, being sent down by the females, the males had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. And Ran's lips curled into a sly smile. "Sisters, reveal the bows and arrows." A unified response rang out, startling the males below, for they had never encountered such spirited females before. In the next moment, over 30 females arranged themselves in two staggered lines. Yu Fei and Zhu Lu each held a sturdy piece of wood, standing proudly in the square. And Ran commanded, "Crouch." The first row of females lowered themselves, drawing their bows with great vigor. 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, over 30 arrows flew forth, striking their marks on wooden stakes nearly 20 paces away with remarkable precision. The power displayed drew applause from the males, who could not help but cheer, "Wonderful." Hearing their cheers, the females beamed with confidence, for the best was yet to come. Chang Lu, catching sight of Ran's crafty smile, raised an eyebrow, pondering what scheme this girl was concocting. The elderly chief, Feng Yang, who was already aware of the situation, had anticipated the females would engage in mere play, but he was astounded by the arrow's might, capable of hitting their targets with such accuracy. If those wooden stakes were replaced with beasts, would it not mean that the females of the Qing Shan tribe possess combat prowess? The thought exhilarated him further. Just then, Yu Fei called out to him, bringing him back to the present. He feigned a cough. "Ahem, everyone be quiet. We males have always faced beasts fearlessly, charging forth with valor. So, do you dare to face the arrows of your females?" The moment these words were uttered, many males were eager to try. "Chief, let them shoot. We fear nothing. Yes, we are warriors. We fear not even the claws of a tiger. How could we fear mere arrows?" The chief nodded in satisfaction. "Good, very good. I knew you were all brave. Now, please cover your eyes with grass balls on your heads. You cannot dodge." What? Upon hearing this, all the males were taken aback. "Chief, did you misspeak? If we cannot dodge, what if we get hurt?" The elderly chief stood tall, stroking his grizzled beard. "Brave males. Those who can become the first beast husbands of their females will have authority over other male partners. Otherwise, with several males to one female, chaos would surely ensue." At this moment, Ran stepped forward, brandishing a sharply pointed arrow, gently saying, do not underestimate us females. Our bows and arrows are indeed powerful and precise. This remark sounded somewhat harsh, and the arrows seemed deadly sharp. Many males recalled the wooden stakes and wondered if their own heads might meet a similar fate. Several of them had not yet fathered any children and did not wish to meet their end so soon. Chong Lu stepped forward, meeting Rand's intense gaze, smiling gently. Come on, I trust my partner. Sherpa also stepped forward, rolling his eyes at the still quarreling males. You think you deserve to be called males? Afraid of your partner's arrows, yet you venture out to hunt? You might as well stay home and nurse the children. Upon hearing Sherpa's derisive words, the crowd felt a surge of defiance. Who fears whom? Let us do this. We shall claim the title of first beast husbands. Yu Fei and Zhu Lu quickly retrieved the prepared wide strips of beast hide, securely binding them around the males' heads. The elderly chief declared, Chong Lu is our chief. He shall go first and set an example for everyone. Those who felt fear now breathed a sigh of relief, although they had boasted of their bravery. The prospect of facing the unknown in complete darkness was daunting. Thankfully, they were not the first. Yes, let the chief go first. Chong Lu was led back by Yu Fei, while Zhu Lu brought forth new arrows. The crowd gasped, realizing these were different, just as they began to speak. The elderly chief silenced them with a gesture. Everyone was eager to witness the bravado of these boastful males falter, and they tacitly refrained from speaking. And Rand accepted the prepared arrows, drawing her bow. Chong Lu, if you're scared, you may dodge. Upon hearing this, Chong Lu's beautiful lips curled into a smile. Shoot away. If I dodge even a little, it would count as defeat. Very well, you said it. She drew the bowstring taut, aiming at the grass ball atop his head, and released it. Chong Lu merely heard the rushing wind by her ear. However, the sound was distinctly different from the previous arrows, devoid of the piercing noise. Just as she was lost in thought, a dull thud resonated above her, and the arrow landed steadily in her hand. The calmness displayed drew applause from the crowd. Truly the chief. And Rand leaped from the platform, rushing toward him, placing the bow and arrow before him. Chong Lu, this is my gift to you as your partner. Chong Lu tore away the blindfold, accepting the sturdy bow. May I try it now? And Rand smiled. Of course, it's yours now. Chong Lu cast a brief glance at the white feathers on the arrow's tail, withdrew an arrow from a nearby wooden stake, mimicking Rand's stance. Drawing the bow to its full extent, she released it skyward. Suddenly, a white goose plummeted from the sky with a thud, landing on the ground. Everyone looked on in astonishment, realizing that Chong Lu had indeed shot it down. This bow and arrow are truly remarkable, someone exclaimed. Indeed, the chief, as a snake beastman, can even hunt flying beasts from the sky. The other blindfolded beastmen, upon hearing this, felt an increasing dread. Chong Lu picked up the fallen goose. This bow and arrow are indeed impressive. A fleeting glance swept across the crowd. Pausing momentarily on He-Lin's face before moving on. Yet, the warm smile in his eyes radiated an icy warning to He-Lin. The urge to rush out and challenge him was strong, but his gaze fell upon Rand's flower-like smile. Just as he took a step forward, he hesitated. Such a beautiful person should not be burdened with sorrow. If he were to confront Chong Lu, she would likely be the first to oppose him. With this thought, He-Lin was consumed by a wave of agitation, deciding it best to turn away from the glaring scene and exit the tribe. Upon seeing him leave, Chong Lu seized Rand's hand and playfully bit it, declaring, "We are partners witnessed by the beast god. Betrayal is not an option." And Rand winced slightly from a bite, retracting her hand to loop around his neck, affirming, "You are the only one in my eyes." The elder Feng Yang observed the interaction with keen clarity, unable to suppress a couple of dry coughs. Ahem, those unable to restrain themselves may retreat to the cave. Upon hearing this, both Rand and Chong Lu understood it was directed at them and quickly separated, moving to one side. Next came Pa, followed by Niu Li and Hu Yun, all courageous warriors of the tribe. Though they did not catch arrows like Chong Lu, they faced the situation without fear. In contrast, the few behind them trembled in place, not fleeing, but sighing in relief upon realizing the arrows were merely wrapped in animal skins without tips. Some quaked with fear. The unknown terror was overwhelming. The archery event continued for quite some time, with participants expressing a mix of joy and trepidation. However, many who did not participate eagerly anticipated their turn to experience the thrill of being blindfolded. Even the young females, not yet of age, looked towards the males nearby, preparing for a delightful courtship event come winter. As the ceremony concluded, Many could not resist gathering around the bonfire, singing and dancing, while Shui Hua, unable to contain her excitement, joined in the festivities. Meanwhile, Chang Lu and Ran sat together, sipping water. And Ran, he mused. Imagine if everyone in our tribe could wield a bow. Our combat effectiveness would surely surge. The females could accompany us on our outings. And Ran smiled knowingly. We could establish a capable female fighting unit, ensuring greater safety during our foraging trips. More importantly, we could venture farther. Chang Lu replied, select a few young females for this task, and I entrust it to you. And Ran straightened with determination, exclaiming, rest assured, Chief, I will accomplish this mission. Her playful demeanor instantly brought a smile to Chang Lu's face. I believe making archery a significant pursuit for our tribe would yield even better results. If we decree that all females and males must shoot arrows on courtship day, their enthusiasm will surely increase. And Ran was taken aback by his insightful suggestion. Clearly, he had not undergone a formal education, yet displayed remarkable cleverness. Were it not for her centuries of civilization, standing on the shoulders of giants, she might have felt quite foolish. Unable to resist, she affectionately patted his head. My clever chief husband. Chang Lu gently grasped her hand that was playfully ruffling his hair and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. I could be even smarter tonight. Would you like to find out? And Ran, unafraid and slightly intrigued, raised an eyebrow. Oh, I look forward to it. With her acceptance of his teasing, Chang Lu could no longer contain himself, pulling her into an embrace as they headed towards the cave. Observing their departure, the surrounding beastmen understood the implications and began to cheer. Soon, Sherpa eagerly carried Chi Yu away, igniting a wave of excitement among the beastmen within the tribe. Even the young females found themselves receiving attention from the adult males. As night fell, the tribe was enveloped in joyous song, and Ran, overwhelmed by fatigue, kicked Chang Lu gently, her voice hoarse. I beg you, can we sleep now? Chang Lu, his head bowed and hair damp with sweat, held her tightly, replying, then you must make it up to me tomorrow night. And Ran, drowsy, nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. Satisfied with her answer, Chang Lu rolled away, caressing her slender waist and smooth abdomen. At dawn, as the first light broke, and Ran rose from the warm animal skin bed. However, even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through her back. As Chang Lu entered with a bowl of fish soup, he caught sight of her forlorn expression and approached with a grin. I made you fish soup. And Ran shot him a glance. Hurry and massage my back. I can hardly move. Noting her lack of anger, Chang Lu quickly set down the bowl and tenderly massaged her back until the discomfort eased. Handing her the fish soup, he added, and there's roasted meat. I'll fetch it for you. And Ran shook her head. No, you eat it. Not wanting something too greasy first thing in the morning. She sipped the soup, and after a bit of movement, her back felt much better. With her basket in tow, she headed outside, making her way to her father's cave, only to find it empty. Uncle Yu-hei saw her searching for someone and remarked, and Ran, your father is over by the sugarcane fields. Today, Shui Hua was taking the young ones to gather herbs on the mountain, so when Ran decided to seek her father for a discussion, approaching the sugarcane fields, she spotted her father pacing around a large patch of land. Father, I need to talk to you. Elder Feng Yang, hands clasped behind his back, inquired, what is it? And Ran approached with a smile. Father, I recently gathered some herbs with them, and I was wondering if we could cultivate medicinal plants. Our tribe is bound to grow in number, and relying on just one or two gatherers will not suffice. Plus, if we cultivate them well, we could trade them. Elder Feng Yang's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Indeed, if Ingguang can establish a route to the grassland tribe, we could trade our goods. However, he pondered, but is it easy to cultivate these herbs? And Ran patted her father's shoulder. You are now in charge of our tribe as cultivation projects. Surely we can learn. We can study the growth conditions of those herbs on the mountain and replicate them during planting. I refuse to believe we cannot grow them. Besides, with your intelligence, how would you possibly fail? Initially uncertain, Elder Feng Yang suddenly found clarity in her words and nodded. Yes, that is a plan. Yet he admitted, but I don't recognize medicinal herbs. And Ran enthusiastically took his arm. Come, I will introduce you to a few. Elder Feng Yang agreed. All right, let us hurry. And Ran then led him to the locations where they previously discovered San Chi and Muzue. Each herb had its own unique growth habits, yet many shared similarities. Elder Feng Yang observed with great care, collecting samples and noting the soil's moisture levels, committing everything to memory. Now, the older members of the tribe had work to do. Previously, they had ground stones, but with most of the nearby stones depleted, many were left idle. The fish in the river were not as plentiful as last year, And Ran had insisted that spring was the season for fish spawning, thus they could not be caught. Yuhei and the others considered whether they should join the females in gathering, and Ran brought Elder Feng Yang to the place where they had earlier discovered wild scallions, saying, "Father, let us plant some of these scallions too. Are these medicinal plants?" Elder Feng Yang asked, sniffing at one in hand. It had a pungent aroma, but he thought it would add a nice flavor to soups and barbecues. And Ran clarified, "No, these are vegetables. If we plant a few, we won't have to search everywhere for them. We can just pick them from the field when we need them." At this, Elder Feng Yang stood in stunned silence. The small scallions are indeed a vegetable that can be cultivated. So, does that imply that the wild greens they often consume can also be grown? If that were the case, they would no longer need to scour the hills for these plants. They could simply gather them from their fields, which would be incredibly convenient. Furthermore, with large-scale cultivation, they would have an abundance at their disposal, no longer constrained by the limits of foraging. Recently, Changlu has also contemplated having Jin who begin capturing small wild beasts for domestication. If this venture proves successful, the males of their tribe would no longer need to venture out daily for hunting, thus ensuring their safety. The mere thought of this filled his mind with excitement. However, it occurred to him that perhaps there were still not enough individuals in their tribe, and Ran, noticing his distraction, called out, "Father, what are you doing?" After calling out twice, Feng Yang, the elder of the tribe, returned to his senses, responding, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Is it just these crops we were discussing?" And Ran pondered for a moment before nodding, "Yes, that seems about right. Let's try planting for a year to explore some techniques. And we can decide on future plans later." The elder of Feng Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing that it would not be wise to plant too much during their initial attempt. "Then I shall take my leave." With that, he dashed off, laughing heartily as he ran. And Ran stood in the wind, a bit perplexed, furrowing her brow. What has gotten into father? Why is he so excited? She casually picked some wild scallions to place in her basket before heading off to gather more resources. Spring had arrived, and the world was coming to life. Adorned with blooming flowers of red, white, yellow, and purple, a vibrant tapestry of colors. And Ran picked a white prickly flower, its fragrance rich and intoxicating. Suddenly, a white flower in a patch of grass caught her eye, and she rushed over, her excitement nearly causing her to leap. It was a chili seedling. Though it was only flowering now, it would bear fruit in the summer, promising her the delight of chili peppers to come. However, after searching the area, she could only find 2 seedlings. It seemed that her hopes of enjoying chili peppers this year would not come to fruition. She took up her stone hoe and carefully unearthed the seedlings along with some soil, preparing to transplant them at the entrance of her cave. Leaving them out in the wild made her uneasy. She needed to see them every day to feel at ease. Heaven knows how much she adored chili peppers, and the mere thought of them made her mouth water. To protect the delicate flowers above the seedlings, she dared not place them in her basket, fearing they might be damaged. Having discovered chili peppers for the first time in her time here, she worried that if they were like ginger and only appeared once without leaving seeds, she would be driven to madness. Upon returning to the tribe, she found that the entrance to the cave was situated on a well-drained slope, ideal for planting chili peppers. After digging a hole to plant them, she worried that others might accidentally step on them, so she went to Grandma Zhulu to fetch some bamboo strips to create a small garden enclosure. And only then did she feel satisfied. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the tribe. "Who are you? Get out! Help! Return my young!" With all the young males out hunting and Changlu patrolling, only a few young females tending to the young and some elder females remained. Even the older males had gone with Elder Feng Yang to gather medicinal herbs and cultivate new land. The tribe was left with defenseless females and their young, and Ran sensed that something was amiss upon hearing the cries. Considering the tribe's current situation, she quickly ran back to the cave, grabbing a bow and arrows before rushing toward the source of the commotion. However, before she could arrive, she saw a group of filthy, disheveled male beastmen charging into the tribe, attempting to abduct any female they encountered. And Ran, "Help me!" A female being hoisted on a male's shoulders spotted and ran from afar. Standing firm, and Ran drew her bow, her expression fierce. "Release her." However, the male merely scoffed, patting the female on his shoulder before grinning with yellowed teeth. "Hand over your salt, and we will let you go." They had come to seize salt, as last year's prize hike at the Salt tribe had left them with insufficient supplies, and they had been ambushed by other tribes along the way, resulting in a winter devoid of salt. Many of their newborns had fallen ill and perished due to the lack of salt, and even the young males were suffering from fatigue and diminished combat prowess. Having stumbled upon this wealthy tribe, which had made quite a name for itself at last year's Salt Trade Fair. They had initially planned to raid it. However, upon entering, they found the females to be astonishingly beautiful and fragrant, and having traveled a long way, they were quite parched. Had it not been for the imminent return of their males, they would have indulged right there and then. Yet Ran remained resolute, refusing to yield any salt. Taking aim at the ground beneath the male, she released an arrow that landed with a thud beside his foot. This display of long-range lethality was a first for him, instantly alerting him. "Brothers, hurry and seize the salt." Without further ado, he carried the female and dashed toward the various caves. And Ran raised her hand to shoot another arrow aimed at his head, but only managed to strike his shoulder. Put her down. At that moment, the females skilled in archery rushed back to their caves to retrieve their bows and arrows, aiming at the fleeing males. However, these males were undeterred by the injuries they sustained, driven solely by their desire for salt. Those struck by arrows merely yanked them out and cast them aside. "Boss, we found it," a fox beastman shouted from the entrance of the storage cave. The lead male quickly transformed into a tiger and dashed into the cave, which was filled with resources, making him exceedingly envious. Yet he maintained his wits. "Take the salt." Soon, a dozen males rushed in, hoisting salt and fleeing. And Ran watched in dismay as these bandits made off with their most vital resources, commanding "Sisters, shoot." Several females stood together, aiming at the beastmen's heads, unleashing a volley of arrows without mercy. Suddenly, one of the fox beastmen fell to the ground, convulsing after being struck in the throat. The lead male, witnessing this, squinted his eyes and directed, "You all hurry outside. I'll cover you." The other males surged out, having already shown considerable restraint towards the females. They had not harmed them, yet the females were relentless in their attack. The tiger beastman seized and ran, throwing her over his shoulder as he prepared to flee. And Ran, realizing she had been captured, recalled her prior experience of abduction and resolved not to be taken again. With a swift motion, she rolled off the rapidly moving tiger's back. The fall was painful, but before she could rise, the black tiger transformed into a human form, lifting her onto his shoulder and sprinting forward. "Let me go." And Ran fought fiercely, pounding on the back of the male, but he remained unyielding. At that moment, she felt the bone knife at her waist. Without a second thought, she drew it and plunged it into her heart. The male, still carrying her, had never anticipated being stabbed in the heart by a female. He faltered, collapsing to the ground in disbelief, gazing at Ran with wide eyes, struggling to rise and approach her menacingly. However, this movement terrified her, prompting her to grab a nearby stone and hurl it at his head. With a sickening thud, blood splattered across her face. Realizing the warmth of the blood, Ran dropped the stone in fright, only to discover that the male beastman was lifeless. His eyes wide open in a final, haunting stare. Panic surged within her, and she fled, thinking, "Don't blame me. You were the one who tried to rob me." After running a few steps, she glanced back to see the beastman lying motionless on the ground, his gaze still eerily fixed upon her. Rushing into the adjacent woods, Ran lost track of time, and only after a while did she regain her senses from her earlier fright. It was then that she realized she needed to discern her direction. However, this unfamiliar forest, with its towering and dense canopy, offered no guidance. Looking up at the lush trees, a wave of despair washed over her. Was she destined to perish here? Choosing a downhill path, she pressed forward, believing that if she could locate a river, she would find her way out. Yet, nightfall descended upon the woods far too swiftly, and darkness enveloped her. Ran, consumed by fear, dared not wander aimlessly. The night was the prime time for wild beasts, and one misstep could spell her doom. Unfortunately, the surrounding terrain was filled with gentle slopes, offering no caves for refuge. Casting her gaze toward the lofty treetops, she noted that they would indeed serve as excellent hiding spots, but she lacked the ability to climb trees. Resolving to push onward, she felt as if she were trapped within the jaws of a colossal beast as the forest darkened around her. Fear overcame her, and tears streamed down her face. She was even cautious of making noise while walking, terrified that the lurking predators might hear her. At that moment, a sudden cry from a hawk echoed through the sky. Ran's first thought was of Yuhei Shushu, the black eagle beastman. Overcome with excitement, she dashed toward the sparser part of the woods, calling out, "Here I am." Stumbling and falling, she finally emerged into a relatively open area. With exhilaration, she raised her hand, exclaiming, "Yuhei Shushu, I'm here." The black eagle beastman, who had been soaring overhead, sensed the presence of an orc below and reduced his speed. However, the thick forest obscured his vision, making it difficult to spot her. Just as he was about to depart, he heard a feminine voice. Following the sound, he saw a small female, bloodied and waving at him. She seemed to be calling him Yuhei, which referred to his dark plumage. Indeed, it was he. Without hesitation, he dove down, taking a moment to assess her. Pale-skinned and beautiful, she emitted a fragrant aroma, accompanied by a strong masculine presence. However, since she was not one of their kind, he felt no fear. With a swift motion, he hoisted her onto his back and unfurled his wings to take flight. Anrin clung tightly to his back, the wind distorting her face. Yet, she soon sensed something amiss. The duration of their flight nearly equaled the time since she had been snatched away. The speed of flight was undoubtedly swifter than the running of the orcs below. Casting a glance downward, fear gripped her, and she shut her eyes tightly. They were soaring far too high, with clouds beneath her feet. She shouted, "Yuhei Shushu, why aren't we returning to the tribe?" However, the black eagle beneath her offered no reply, merely reducing his speed as the night fell. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Qingshan tribe. Granny Yufei and the others, upon learning that Anrin had been abducted, rushed outside to find the gathering elder, Fengyang. Upon hearing the news, Fengyang collapsed to the ground. "Quickly, carry the elder back. I will inform the chief," Yuhei commanded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The audacity of these intruders to brazenly invade the tribe in broad daylight and abduct Anrin was unfathomable. Both their possessions and people must be reclaimed, otherwise it would be the most devastating blow to the Qingshan tribe. With that, he spread his wings and took off. Initially unable to locate the chief, he encountered Jinhu and Helen, who were studying beast taming on a mountainside. "The tribe has been raided. Anrin has been taken." Jinhu erupted in fury. How could this happen when she was safe in the tribe? As he grappled with the unfolding events, Helen had already taken to tracking the wolves. Meanwhile, Jinhu launched into the air to search. Soon, the sound of the trained wolves echoed from below. He hurriedly descended, only to find a lifeless body lying motionless in the woods. Helen, spotting the figure, felt a tightness in his chest and rushed over to discover it was a male. Sighing in relief, he thought, "It is not Anrin." Noticing the bone knife embedded in the male's back, he recognized it as the very knife Anrin used while cooking. They had lived close in Yunchi tribe, and he often observed her using it. The presence of the knife here implied that Anrin had also been in this vicinity. He withdrew the knife, gripping it tightly as his throat constricted. Coldly, he commanded, "Continue searching." The wolf trainers nearby, upon receiving the order, dispersed immediately. Meanwhile, Chang Lu returned that night to learn of the incident, furious enough to transform and dash out of the tribe, leaving only Sherpu and Yuli behind. "I will go too." Jinhu transformed into beast form, eager to follow, but was halted by Yuhei. "You should refrain from joining the fray." Jinhu protested, "Why not? If you all leave, what if those intruders return?" Elder Fengyang is still unconscious. Disregarding the dangers of the night, Chang Lu plunged into the woods, swiftly locating the male orc who had been slain by Anrin. They were now at the outskirts of the Qingshan tribe, explaining why he had not spotted anything during his patrol. After a day and night of flight, Anrin, feeling cold from the high-altitude winds, noticed a descent as darkness approached. The black eagle landed in the heart of the tribe, and as soon as he touched down, a crowd gathered around. Anrin slipped off his back, almost losing her balance. The black eagle beastman, seeing her unsteady posture, reached out to steady her, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "From now on, you shall be my sole female." As Anrin regained her footing, those words struck her like a thunderbolt, causing her pupils to dilate in shock. She recoiled, taking 2 steps back. "I have a partner. I cannot be yours." Having been away for 2 days, she knew Chang Lu must be frantic. She stepped forward pleading, "Could you please take me back to the tribe? My partner will surely thank you. I implore you, my tribe is not far from where you found me." However, a nearby female, unable to tolerate the situation, leaned against the black eagle male, crossing her arms. "To have Yinshan take an interest in you is a fortune. He is a warrior of our tribe." Yinshan pulled the female closer, turning to Anrin. "You will both serve me tonight." Anrin's heart sank. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would never have shouted in the forest. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him defiantly. "In your dreams." Yinshan, enraged by her defiance, shoved the female aside and struck Anrin across the face. The nearby onlookers, startled, took a step back. Yinshan had patience only for those who were compliant. Those who dared to resist would face dire consequences. Though this was a tribe, it was no ordinary one. It was a notorious my tribe, infamous for trafficking in human lives. Most of the females here had been seized, as they were primarily inhabited by eagle beastmen who could swiftly capture females, leaving the males helpless to pursue them. Anrin covered her bruised cheek, glaring at the muscular male before her with seething anger. If you dare to harm me, my partner will tear you to shreds. The mention of the word partner triggered a memory in Yinshan, recalling the disheveled state in which he first encountered her, mingled with the scents of other males. Yet, the strongest scent was undeniably masculine. Yinshan despised threats, seizing her chin in a vice-like grip. Let us see what he can do. He leaned closer, looking down at Anrin. To be frank, your pathetic partner cannot keep up with my speed. You should remain obedient in the tribe. Otherwise, I will sell you. At that moment, a grinning male with a sharp face chimed in. Chief, if the female is unruly, just bet her a few times, and she will be compliant. This principle is well understood by Yinshan, the female captured by the tribe, who does not arrive in a state of despair. They are subdued, and if one attempt fails, they try again, twice, thrice. With a sly grin, he playfully caressed Anrin's fair face, remarking, You speak the truth. I have yet to savor such a fragrant female. With a swift motion, he hoisted Anrin onto his shoulder and strode into the nearby cave. Anrin struggled fiercely, but before long, she was thrown onto a stone bed, the impact causing her back to ache painfully. Freed from restraint, she attempted to flee, only to be seized and forcefully pinned down, a hand pulling at her. Can you escape? The sight before her filled her with genuine terror. With a quavering voice, she pleaded, Please let me go. I beg you. I can offer you salt, meat. Yet the man behind her remained unmoved. The Mai tribe never lacked such commodities. Even if they did, they would simply seize what they needed. He raised his hand and tore away her beast skin skirt, and Anrin screamed in shock, and, in her struggle, her foot landed between his legs. Yinshan instantly curled up in pain, and Anrin, trembling, hurriedly donned her bee-skin skirt before making a dash for the exit. Just as she reached outside, she heard a voice filled with malice behind her. Throw this wretch into the cave. As soon as the command was given, the surrounding males advanced, seizing her slender arms and tossing her into a cavern blocked by a large stone. Upon entering, she was assaulted by a noxious stench. At that moment, Anrin cared little for the foul odor. It was preferable to the repulsive advances of that dark eagle. With a faint light filtering through the stone crevices, she discovered that the cave was filled with other females. She pushed against the stone blocking the entrance, but it did not budge, leaving her no choice but to find a place to crouch. Exhausted, she hugged her knees, and soon sleep began to overtake her. However, not long after, hands began to tug at her clothing. Instantly awake and sensitive, Anrin retaliated with a swift punch to the assailant's hand. What are you doing? She demanded, standing in fear and anger. The female before her merely grinned wickedly. Take off your beast skin. Anrin clutched her skirt tightly, terrified that the girl might attempt to snatch it away. Why would I give you my beast skin? Yet the female laughed louder. If you don't remove it, I will do it for you. With that, she lunged forward. Anrin, not one to be easily intimidated, seized the girl's greasy hair and struck her chest, producing a resounding thud. The other females watching seized the opportunity. Someone attacked from behind, yanking the string of her skirt, causing it to fall. Once again stripped bare, Anrin was consumed by fury and shouted, Ah! Grabbing the female in front of her, she unleashed a flurry of punches. Time seemed to stretch, and, finally, where her hands felt sticky, she paused, realizing the girl on the ground was no longer moving. With the weak light streaming in from outside, she surveyed the cave, only to find the female who had instigated her trouble lying in a pool of blood, her life uncertain. The one who had stolen her beast skin was now wearing it, her eyes wide with terror as she regarded Anrin, her expression indecipherable, yet her movements reminiscent of a specter emerging from the depths of hell. The female who had stolen her beast skin gulped nervously, threatening, Stay back, or I will strike you. Anrin advanced step by step, the other females retreating in fear, the scent of blood thick in the air, making them uneasy. With hands outstretched, she spoke wearily, Come at me. However, the female clung tightly to the stolen azure beast skin, knowing they had all been tossed in here by Yinshan, hoping to be sold off soon. The beautiful skin would surely draw Yinshan's attention again, ensuring she would not be sold. Determined not to relinquish her hard-won possession, Anrin raised her clenched fist and struck her opponent in the chest. Pulling her hair back, the female fell to the ground. Anrin then viciously stomped on her abdomen. The anguish scream that followed echoed throughout the cave, and the female curled up, clutching her belly in pain, and Ran hastily removed the beast's skin, shaking off the dust, and put it back on. With a fierce glare, she declared to everyone, "If you dare to try and take it again, this will be your fate." Outside, as the others roasted meat, the piercing cries from the cave went unnoticed. It was not the first time newcomers had been bullied by the females already trapped within. Such feeble beings, incapable of lifting a finger, posed no real threat. They would soon tire of their antics. Indeed, it was not long before silence enveloped the cave. Yin Shan, having been kicked in the groin by Ran, found himself lying on the bed with two other females, unable to rise as dawn approached. Infuriated, he expelled them from the cave, bellowing, "Get out! You wretched females! Why must you provoke me?" As the first light of dawn broke, some males began to stir. Yin Shan emerged in a rage, commanding, "Bring forth that wretched female from yesterday." Upon hearing the order, the males rushed over to remove the stone, only to be met with a shocking sight. After a moment of shock, one exclaimed, "The tribe leader is dead." "What? That wretched female is dead?" Yin Shan shoved past them, peering into the cave, where the female lay motionless, her head crushed. A flicker of sympathy crossed his mind. She had met a truly brutal end. Looking inside, he noticed the females huddled in the shadows, their eyes squinting against the light. Yet, Yin Shan quickly recognized the one responsible for the killing. It was the very female he had brought back. His opinion of her rose. She was capable of murder. But then, recalling his own predicament, rage surged within him. He stormed into the cave, seizing and Ran by the hair and violently dragging her outside. And Ran felt a sharp pain in her scalp, and, as she reached up to cover it, she discovered her right hand was swollen and bloodied, its shape unrecognizable. Moving it elicited a piercing pain. Nevertheless, she refused to shed a single tear before this demon. Slowly rising from the ground, she tilted her chin defiantly, gazing at Yin Shan with a fearless demeanor. "If you have the courage, then kill me. Want to die? Not so easily." This was his lifelong desire. He could not allow it to slip away. With a sudden force, he lunged at Ran, intent on violating her. With a thud, Ran fell to the ground, a heavy weight pressing down on her, leaving her feeling as though her insides had shattered. "Let me go." The surrounding males laughed. "Submit to our tribe leader, female." As the laughter echoed around her, Yin Shan's hands began to roam indecently over her body, and at that moment, Ran wished only for death. Just as his foul breath descended upon her, she suddenly thrust her head upward, colliding with Yin Shan's forehead, both of them instantly bleeding. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Yin Shan's fury ignited. He had been humiliated by this female time and again, and now, in front of the entire tribe, he had to reclaim his dignity. Retracting his roaming hands, he delivered a harsh slap to Ran's face. Dazed from the earlier collision, Ran was struck again, momentarily losing consciousness, but it was fleeting, and she quickly returned to awareness. Spitting blood, she retorted, "You are a demon." Yin Shan, now soaked with her spittle, raised his hand and slapped her face repeatedly, growling, "You seek death." Meanwhile, the other males, witnessing the scene, felt no sympathy, merely laughing coldly from sidelines. Even the stolen females felt a sense of satisfaction, mistakenly believing they had fallen out of favor. Little did they know, a fool had arrived, completely oblivious to the need to appease Yin Shan. As Yin Shan grew increasingly adept at the fight, he lifted Ran's head, intending to smash it violently against the ground. However, in the next instant, the sound of a crane's call pierced the air, and a white figure descended, colliding forcefully with Yin Shan, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Ran, weak and feeble, gazed at the approaching Helin, tears streaming down her cheeks. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the other males instantly revealed their beast forms and joined the fray. At that moment, a large pack of trained wolves rushed in, tearing into anyone in sight. Yin Shan recognized the well-trained wolves immediately and became alert. "You are from the Yun Chi tribe." Helin said nothing, soaring into the air and swiftly pecking at Yin Shan's neck with precision, but Yin Shan managed to evade, sustaining a deep wound on his shoulder that bled profusely. The surrounding wolves, undeterred, joined the assault, attacking in packs and gaining the upper hand against the disorganized Muyi tribe, whose members were filled with fear and uncertainty. Some males, sensing the tide of battle turning, fled at once, while others resolved to seize the chaos as an opportunity to escape with their belongings. Aware of his disadvantage, Yin Shan spread his wings and took to the sky, hoping to flee. Yet, Helin denied him this chance. Had he arrived even a moment later, and Ran might have suffered fatal abuse. Despite her current state, lying on the ground, bloodied and unable to rise, he was determined to avenge her suffering. He soared after Yin Shan, quickly overtaking him, landing a powerful kick on Yin Shan's back. With a mighty cry, he drove his beak into Yin Shan's throat, causing blood to spatter everywhere, refusing to release his grip until he was thrown to the ground. Ensuring his demise before relinquishing his hold and transforming back into human form to approach the battered Ran. Kneeling, He Lin reached out to lift her, hesitating as he feared causing her pain. With a voice choked with emotion, he softly asked, "May I embrace you now?" And Ran, enveloped in a crimson haze, felt dizzy and nauseous. She nodded slightly, but could not utter a word. He Lin gently cradled her and stepped away from the dark abyss, while the wolves, sensing their master's departure, howled and followed him into the forest. The females of the Mu Yi tribe were filled with mixed emotions. Logically, they should feel relief, for they were finally free. Yet, without the tribe's protection, how would they survive? Some bold females immediately ran to keep pace, declaring, "Warrior, we wish to follow you." He Lin remained silent, quickening his pace within Ran in his arms, distancing himself from the females before slowing down. His Yin Chi tribe was not lacking in females, and Ran's well-being was paramount. With her grave injuries, he needed to return to the tribe for treatment. However, high-altitude flight was unsuitable for her condition, so he could only carry her back step by step. As dusk approached, he sought refuge in a cave, instructing the wolves to hunt for food. He gathered a large pile of dry grass from outside the cave, laying it down gently for Ran before lighting a fire, illuminating the dark cavern. He Lin knelt beside her, noticing her closed eyes, and his heart sank. He feared she might be unresponsive. He reached out to check her breathing and felt relieved to find she was merely asleep. He tore a piece of animal skin from his own body, dampening it with water to clean the blood from her wounds. As he washed her, he discovered that most of the blood on Ran was not hers but belonged to others. Thankfully, she was not as injured as he feared. However, his own wounds were severe. His right hand was broken and bloodied, while the rest of his body was marked with bruises. It was his first encounter with a female who had sustained such grievous injuries, and he could only imagine the torment Ran had endured these past few days. The thought ignited a fiery rage within him, wishing to resurrect that black eagle beast man to exact vengeance. Just as they departed, Chong Lu pursued them. Before even seeing the tribe, he was engulfed by the pungent scent of orc blood. Following the trail, he arrived at the Mu Yi tribe, where corpses littered the ground, both orc and trained wolf alike. It was evident to Chong Lu that He Lin had reached this place before him and had likely found Ran. Otherwise, He Lin's nature would not permit him to waste so many trained wolves' lives here. His gaze fell upon the black female who had tormented Ran in the cave. With swift movements, he approached her, seizing her neck with a vice-like grip. His eyes icy, he demanded, "Did the Baihe beast man take a female?" The female, having just survived a life-or-death ordeal, quaked in fear at Chong Lu's menacing presence, unable to utter a sound, only nodding frantically. Yet in the next moment, Chong Lu caught the scent of not only Ran, but also his own on her. He had never seen this black female, nor had any contact with her. So how could she bear his scent? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he glared at her. "Did you steal her animal skin?" Upon hearing this, the black female's heart sank. How could he possibly know? She dared not confess, clutching her tattered animal skin skirt in terror. Although Chong Lu had only recently become the tribe leader, leading the tribe in hunts had always been his duty. With a single glance, he recognized the look of guilt in her eyes. Cursing under his breath, he snapped her neck effortlessly, shaking off the blood from his hands before turning away. And Ran was left with but a single piece of animal skin, and now this detestable female had stripped her of it. The thought ignited a fierce rage within Chong Lu. Since being with him, Ran had become particularly conscious of her attire, refusing to wear revealing clothing. To be suddenly stripped of her garments was a torment he could only imagine. Following the scent of He Lin and Ran, he pressed on, undeterred by the encroaching darkness. The moon shone brightly that night, yet the forest below remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a howl echoed from the mountains ahead. Chong Lu immediately dashed towards the sound, crossing over the hill to find a flat expanse of grassland. He saw He Lin standing at the cave's entrance, facing off against a pack of wild wolves, a multitude of dead wolves strewn across the ground. Every attack was executed with precision. As He Lin spread his wings and ascended, he skillfully evaded their advances, guarding the cave entrance against the encroaching wild wolves. Just then, A wild wolf lunged at his slender legs. Chang Lu arrived on the scene, swiftly transforming and darting forth, delivering a powerful blow to the attacking wolf's head with his tail. The wolf collapsed with a thud. He Lin turned to see Chang Lu had come, his heart swelling with both joy and concern. In a low voice, he urged, "Go inside and bring Ran out." Without the threat of the wild wolves lingering, they were no longer a match for him. With a few deft maneuvers, he dispatched the remaining wolves beneath his feet. Chang Lu wasted no time, entering the cave to find Ran lying on a pile of hay, her animal skin clothing soaked in blood. Though her body appeared relatively clean, likely from He Lin's efforts, her injuries were severe, especially on her right hand, which was a gruesome sight. She lay unconscious, and the situation was dire. Gently cradling her in his arms, he exited the cave, finding that outside, the battle had already been resolved by He Lin. "We must hurry back," he urged. At that moment, He Lin transformed back into his beast form, crouching before Chang Lu. The action profoundly shook him, prompting an involuntary step back. "He Lin, what are you doing?" He Lin slightly turned his head. "Flying will get you back quicker." If it weren't for Ran's deep slumber, he would have already flown back, avoiding the recent assault. Now that Chang Lu had arrived, he could let him carry Ran on his back. However, Chang Lu felt a twinge of discomfort. Males typically detest being ridden by other males, yet He Lin was willingly lowering his body. He refused to entertain any delusions of narcissism, knowing it was solely for Ran's sake. Yet, he was not Ran's mate. Chapter 131. The old chief has passed. He dared not dwell on these thoughts, suppressing the bitterness within him, and Ran's life was of greater importance. He tightened his hold on the person in his arms, who was now exhibiting signs of fever. Silently seated upon He Lin's back, they soared into the sky, the sound of rushing wind ringing in their ears. They soon reached the Qing Shan tribe, landing directly in the center of the village. It was nighttime, and as soon as Chang Lu dismounted, he hurried toward the cave. He Lin wasted no time and headed straight for Shui Hua's cave. Though he typically harbored a disdain for this female, she was perhaps the only one in the entire Qing Shan tribe capable of saving Ran. As long as it could save her, he was willing to humble himself. Standing at the cave entrance, he called out, "Shaman, Ran is unconscious. Please assist." Shui Hua, already worried about Ran and having slept poorly that night, sprang from her bed upon hearing the news and rushed out of the cave. "Ran has returned?" He Lin nodded slightly in the darkness. "Yes." Shui Hua, upon hearing this, dashed toward Ran's cave, where the interior was well lit. She approached the bed and felt Ran's forehead. "She has a fever. What should we do?" Chang Lu interjected anxiously. Shui Hua examined her right hand. "It's nothing serious. She has a fever due to an injury on her right hand. I will fetch some herbs to apply." Without looking back, she hurried away, not returning until late into the night. Chang Lu gathered a substantial amount of firewood, preparing to give Ran some warm water. The crackling flames echoed loudly in the night. Outside the cave, He Lin quietly departed only after hearing Shui Hua assure that Ran was not in grave danger. That night, neither of them managed to sleep. Morning arrived, and Ran groggily awakened, feeling an intense thirst. "Water, water, water." Chang Lu, keeping vigil at her side, promptly brought her water, gently lifting her to sip. "Take it slow." After consuming a bowl of water, Ran felt her throat ease considerably. Opening her eyes, she was overwhelmed to find herself in her own home, tears streaming down her face in joy. "I'm back. I'm finally back." She reached out to embrace Chang Lu, but he gently grasped her injured right hand. "Do not move. You are injured." "What of He Lin?" And Ran clearly remembered He Lin leading the wolf pack into the Muyi tribe and battling fiercely with the other beastmen, although they had escaped. She had later heard the haunting howls of wolves in her dazed state. Chang Lu observed her searching gaze and subtly averted his eyes. "He has returned. Is he unharmed?" "Yes, he is fine." A pang of bitterness surged within Chang Lu. He had to admit that He Lin had outperformed him this time. Yet he was in Ran's mail. Did this mean he truly lacked the ability to protect her? Upon hearing that He Lin was safe, Ran finally felt a weight lift from her heart. "That is good. Once daylight breaks, let us take some meat and fish to see him. If it weren't for He Lin, I might have perished in the Muyi tribe." The recollection of those events filled her with dread. Chang Lu, relieved that Ran did not suggest accepting He Lin, tightened his embrace around her shoulders. "Very well. We shall go see him together. He enjoys fish. I will prepare plenty." Ran nodded in agreement. As dawn broke, the two gathered an abundance of provisions and made their way to He Lin's cave. He Lin, hearing their footsteps from afar, quickly tidied the cave. This was Enran's first visit to his abode in the Shan tribe, and he did not wish for it to appear untidy. Enran entered, carrying a large bundle of dried fish, and surveyed the modest cave, which was quite spacious but contained only a bed and a stone table, devoid of any other furnishings. Placing the fish on the stone table in the corner, she expressed her gratitude. "Yilin, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have likely perished outside." Chang Lu followed in. "Yilin, you will always have a place in the Shan tribe." Upon hearing this, Yilin's brow furrowed. It was the second time someone had spoken similar words to him. Yet what did it matter? There was no place for him by Enran's side. They had sworn before the beast god to belong only to each other in this life, and from that moment, he knew he had lost without a fight, utterly defeated. With a cold expression, he replied, "No need. I am of the Yunqi tribe and do not require a place in the Shan tribe." Enran was taken aback by Yilin's icy demeanor, momentarily feeling awkward. Just then, a voice echoed throughout the tribe. "The old chief has passed." Upon hearing this news, Enran felt as if she had been struck by lightning, only regaining her senses after a second announcement. Turning to Chang Lu, she asked in disbelief, "Chang Lu, does Uncle Yuhei mean that my father has left the tribe?" Chang Lu understood her reluctance to accept this truth, but could not deceive her at such a moment. Gripping her shoulders tightly, he urged Enran, "Let us bid farewell to the old chief." Hearing his affirmation, Enran's tears flowed freely. She turned and raced toward the cave. By now, Fengyang, the old chief's cave, was surrounded by people. Yilin followed behind them, standing on the periphery, gazing inward. As soon as everyone saw Enran and Chang Lu approach, they parted to make way. Enran rushed into the cave, discovering her father lying still, eyes closed, lips slightly parted, motionless upon the bed. Yuhei stood by, having covered him with a beast skin blanket, bowing his head to give space. Enran cautiously approached, unable to believe that the man who had recently shared laughter with her was now gone. Just the day before, he had secretly slipped her some meat, urging her to hurry and bear young. How had he vanished so suddenly? Kneeling by the bed, she softly implored, "Father, the sun is up. Why are you still sleeping? Have you been worried about me these past few days, unable to rest, wishing sleep in?" She pulled the beast skin blanket tighter around him. "Then sleep a little longer. I will keep you company." Chang Lu, unable to bear her sorrow as tears streamed down her face while she spoke such ordinary words, hoped for the old chief to awaken. He crouched down and embraced her shoulders tightly. "Enran, if you wish to cry, let it all out. Your father would not want to see you like this." Uncle Yuhei chimed in from behind. "Indeed, Enran, the old chief, cherished you greatly. Cry if you need to." With that, his own tears began to fall. They had quarreled not long ago, and just days earlier, they had discussed cultivating herbs and wild vegetables together. How could it be that he had departed so suddenly, now that Enran had safely returned? Why could this old man not rise? Upon hearing their words, Enran could no longer contain her grief and collapsed beside the bed, weeping uncontrollably. The pain in her heart was indescribable. It felt as though this man had raised her as his own daughter. Chapter 132. Will you come back with me? Her heart ached in such a way that she could hardly breathe, realizing that her father must have hurriedly departed out of concern for her. Ultimately, it was her own inadequacy that had led to this moment. Without a male, survival had become a struggle. Upon reflecting on this, Enran felt that her lack of capability was to blame. Had she possessed the means to protect herself, her father would not have departed this world so prematurely. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her inadequacy, furiously striking the edge of the bed. Chang Lu, who was beside her, remained until her sobs diminished slightly before gently offering comfort. "Enran, we should attend to your father's final affairs now. Fengyang, as the elder chieftain, cannot be left to decay in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Enran lifted her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand, declaring, "I will gather the firewood." She rose unsteadily and exited the cave, making her way to another cave to gather a substantial amount of firewood, which she piled at the riverbank. She meticulously arranged the wood, striving for neatness with each layer. Chang Lu observed her bleeding right hand and, with concern, seized the dry twigs from her grasp. "Let me do it." Yet, Enran clung to the wood resolutely, asserting, "I can manage." Chang Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your hand is bleeding. Could you refrain from causing me worry?" The concern in his words struck Enran like a heavy blow to her heart. She understood that her father's demise was intertwined with her own shortcomings, and all she yearned for was to alleviate her guilt, yet she was denied even this small act. Was she truly so powerless? She released her grip and stood motionless until Chong Lu completed the firewood pile and took her left hand, urging, "Let's go home." Anren allowed him to lead her, moving like a soulless being. In the tribe, Uncle Yuhei had prepared a stretcher, and Chong Lu carefully placed the elder chieftain's body upon it. For elder males, old friends of the chieftain, lifted the stretcher and carried it to the riverbank, laying it atop the pile of wood. Anren followed behind like a lost spirit, unable to utter a single word as the flames consumed her father's body. Jinhu approached, saying, "Anren, do not be sorrowful. The elder chieftain is now with the beast god, undoubtedly in a better place than we are." Nevertheless, Anren remained silent, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the ashes. Lin stood at a distance, casting a fleeting glance her way before turning to follow the departing group. Words now felt futile. He understood that kind of helpless sorrow. He had once witnessed his mother's body turn to ashes in a great fire, experiencing the unbearable loss of a loved one before his very eyes. Any additional words from others would feel hollow. Chong Lu stayed with her by the river until the golden sunlight bathed the earth the following day. "Anren, it is time to return. The dew is heavy." Anren nodded. She needed to let go. Everyone encounters such a day, and hers would inevitably come. Upon returning to the cave, she lay on her bed, refusing food or drink, tossing restlessly. Ultimately, it was the tribe's inadequate security that led to this. Had they possessed a gate, the encroaching beasts would not have invaded so easily. It appeared she must devise a plan to strengthen their defenses. With this thought, she quickly climbed out of bed, grabbed a wooden stick from the cave entrance, and headed to the back mountain. Upon reaching the summit, the entirety of the Qing Shan tribe came into view. Though high walls offered protection, the gap was quite unsightly. Even the imposing mountain beneath her, despite its steepness, could be scaled by adept beasts. Nearby flowed a river. The optimal solution would be to construct a moat, redirecting the river to encircle the tribe. Additionally, they needed to build a large wooden gate that could be lowered to form a bridge when required and raised to close off the gap in the wall when not in use. Furthermore, a watchtower should be erected, allowing 1 or 2 individuals to monitor the surroundings daily, enabling them to prepare in advance at the first sign of disturbance. With this plan in mind, she determined the general direction with her eyes and hurried down the mountain, shouldering a stone hoe and basket as she ventured outside the tribe. She began clearing the weeds surrounding the tribe bit by bit. The tribe's safety was not solely her concern. Chong Lu had returned with her early in the morning and was already in discussions with Jinhu, Xia Sheng, and others. After much deliberation, the consensus was to increase the patrols, ensuring young males were always stationed within the tribe. However, this would necessitate reallocating personnel from other areas, and the patrolling young males could not be too weak, as this would significantly diminish the hunting team's strength. Shi Pe, with his aggressive demeanor, was unsuitable for leading patrols, while Jinhu, though strong, lacked the composure required, making him more suited for hunting. After much consideration, the responsibility ultimately fell upon him. After a long discussion, when they finally emerged, the sun was already low in the west. Chong Lu, weary, rubbed his temples and returned to the cave. "Anren, are you hungry? I will roast some meat for you." As he entered, he began to kindle a fire, but after a considerable time, without a response. He turned to see no one in bed. She was not in the cave at all. He immediately dashed outside to search for her, given her injuries. Her wandering about was truly concerning. After searching the entire tribe without finding her, a sense of dread gripped Chong Lu. Had she been abducted again? He hurried to the mountaintop, standing upon the stones to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a small green figure moving near the edge of the wall. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Anren. He sighed in relief. She was safe within the tribe. He rushed down the mountain directly toward the wall. The view from above had been unclear, but now that he was closer, he could see her clearly, diligently uprooting the weeds outside. "Anren, what are you doing here?" However, Anren, with her head bowed, did not respond, continuing to clear the weeds bit by bit. Chong Lu furrowed his brow. Since the previous afternoon, she had not spoken a word, and his heart ached for her. She seemed buried in the past, but what about him? As her partner, was he of no importance? He stepped forward and firmly grasped her hoe. "Anren, you cannot work. Your hand is injured. Please come back with me." Anren nudged him with her elbow, but Chong Lu remained steadfast, and she could only hoarsely insist, "Let go." Upon hearing her voice, Chong Lu's lips curled into a slight smile as he embraced her back, burying her face in his chest. "Please, share your thoughts. Do not bottle them up. Do not harm yourself. Do you not cherish your right hand?" Anren, yielding to his embrace, lay in his arms, her gaze hollow, What difference does it make to have this right hand if I cannot protect myself? Chapter 133. Excavating an Artificial Waterway. Chang Lu adjusted her posture, locking eyes with her vacant expression as he solemnly stated, "But you have me. This time, it was my fault. I should not have left you alone in the tribe. From now on, I will take you wherever I go, all right? I will not allow you to be harmed again." Yet Anren scoffed coldly. You are you and I am I. What does it mean for me to follow you around like a shadow? She was no mere vine. She would rather die heroically than cower behind a male for a lifetime. I will handle my own affairs, even in the beast world. If I am to hide my entire life, it would be better to face death now. You should return. I will remain nearby and will be fine. With that, she took a step back, circumventing him, and resumed her weeding. Under normal circumstances, Chang Lu would have let it go, but she was injured, and he could not ignore her. He forcefully snatched the hoe from her hands, breaking it and throwing it to the ground. "You may come once you heal." He then hoisted her onto his shoulder and began walking back to the tribe. Anren felt a wave of frustration. Engaging in work was her way of venting emotions. And now she was being forced back into the dreary cave, which she loathed. She struggled, shouting, "Let go of me! Let go!" Shui Hua and Hu Bing had just finished checking the little ones when they heard Anren's cries. Shui Hua, seeing Chang Lu carrying Anren, was instantly filled with anger and moved to confront them, but Hu Bing grasped her arm to stop her. "What are you doing?" "They are a couple." Nearby, someone furrowed their brow in concern. The leader and Anren were actually arguing. They were such a good pair. As Chang Lu returned to the cave, he pinned her down on the bed, forbidding her to move, and warned in a low voice, "If you act recklessly again, I won't hesitate to strike you during the day." Upon hearing this, Anren frowned, her gaze complex as she stared at the handsome man before her. How could he still think of such things at a time like this? She understood that Chang Lu meant well, yet she felt distressed, her heart heavy and anxious. If she didn't do something, she feared she might go mad. Seeing her still stubborn, Chang Lu's heart softened. "If you wish to grow stronger, I will assist you. But please, do not torment yourself. It pains me to see you like this." He raised her blood-stained right hand before her eyes. "Look at your hand. It pains me to see you hurt." This statement struck a chord within Anren, her gaze softening as she finally spoke. "You will help me?" Chang Lu, seeing her relent, embraced her tightly. "Of course. Did we not vow before the beast god that we would belong to one another for life? You are me, and I am you." Anren whispered, "You are me, and I am you." She looked up at him. "Thank you, Chang Lu. If you had always been so forgiving, I would know what to do." Chang Lu gently stroked her soft, wavy hair. "Do not speak such foolishness. We are one and the same." In a low voice, he asked, "Are you hungry? I will prepare some braised meat for you." Anren nodded slightly. "I want to eat the meat you roast." Seeing her finally compliant, Chang Lu couldn't help but tease her by gently poking her nose. "Little one." He then stood up to prepare the meal. Anren also got up, sitting on a stone bench, watching his busy figure, her heart filled with warmth. Though her father was gone, she still had Chang Lu, and they would have children in the future. She was not alone. Meeting someone as wonderful as Chang Lu in this lifetime made her feel grateful. To make it easier for Anren to eat, Chang Lu deliberately cut the roasted meat into small pieces and placed them in a bowl, ensuring her hands would remain clean. After consuming a bowl of meat and several servings of vegetable soup, she felt rejuvenated, the previous gloom dissipating. However, while resting in the cave to heal her hand, she felt reluctant, her eyes subtly glancing at Chang Lu, who was eating earnestly. "Chang Lu, I still want to go outside later." Chang Lu blew on the soup in his bowl. "What do you want to do?" He did not outright reject her, indicating there might be a chance. Anren immediately smiled. "I want to divert the water from the large river nearby into the area surrounding our tribe, encircling us." Upon hearing this, Chang Lu instantly grasped her intention. "You wish to enhance the safety of our tribe." "Exactly," Anren exclaimed excitedly. However, Chang Lu's brows furrowed. "But how do we get out?" Anren replied with a smile. "We can build a wooden bridge at the gap in the city wall. When we need it, we lower it with ropes. And when we don't, we pull it back up to block the gap." Hearing this, Chang Lu's eyes lit up in realization, and he excitedly pumped his fist. "That is a brilliant idea. Just yesterday, I was discussing safety with Xia Sheng and the others, and I never expected your mind would be sharper than ours." He pinched her cheek lightly. "No wonder you are my female." He nearly slipped and referred to her as Feng Yang's old leader, but quickly corrected himself, observing her eyes without any negative emotion, and he sighed in relief. "You direct us on what to do, and we will handle the execution." Anren nodded. With Chang Lu, the leader, involved, more people would join in, and the task could be accomplished swiftly. I will go speak with Granny Zhulu and have her prepare sturdy hemp ropes and wooden boards. Both were action-oriented, and since Chang Lu was responsible for the tribe's safety, it naturally fell to him. Moreover, he could keep an eye on Anren to prevent her from injuring herself again. After finishing their meal, they parted ways, one to gather people and the other to consult Granny Zhulu. Anren went to Granny Zhulu's cave to discuss matters before returning with a large basket of stone hose. From a distance, Chang Lu spotted her carrying the hefty basket and jogged over to take it from her. He wanted to admonish her not to carry it, but seeing that her left hand was fine, he held his tongue. With so many people around, he didn't want Anren to lose face or worse, anger her. I'll carry it. He took the basket onto his shoulder, leading a group of 12 young males outside the tribe. Anren, holding a stick, declared, "We need to include that small hill behind us and dig a deep pit surrounding the tribe. It should be deep enough to prevent the agile beastmen from jumping over. Furthermore, this pit must be 50 steps away from the city wall to avoid disrupting the foundation. Xiaosheng, come and jump to see how far you can go." Xiaosheng immediately transformed into his beast form. Being a leopard beastman, he excelled in jumping, and with a single leap, he cleared 10 meters. Anren remarked, "It needs to be much wider than Xiaosheng's jump." Upon hearing there was work to do, the males brimmed with enthusiasm. Like Anren and Chang Lu, they desired to make the tribe safer. Chapter 134. The sugarcane has bugs. The recent ambush had taught them all a lesson. Their tribe was not safe. If it hadn't been for Anren's desperate shooting of a male beastman with her bow, it could have been more than just one female captured. They lacked the abilities of Yilin and Chang Lu. If their females were taken, they likely wouldn't be able to retrieve them. Some young males lost their young ones during the ambush, trampled to death by the invading beastmen. Everyone in the Qingshan tribe mourned, and the old leader Feng Yang had also died because of this. They needed to ensure they executed this plan well, and each began wielding their stone hoes to dig. Chang Lu, fearing they might dig off course, first used his hoe to create 2 small trenches to establish direction. Anren assisted in clearing small stones, doing what she could. Time flew by, and soon it was summer. After digging for over 50 days, they had only completed half of the protective moat. They arrived at dawn and returned at dusk each day. Their meals had increased from 1 to 2 a day. Otherwise, they would lack the strength to work. However, unlike before, the meals were no longer meat-heavy. Now they consisted of sweet potatoes and vegetables interspersed with meat. Jean, who led the newly trained wolf-hunting young males to hunt, but the meat they caught was insufficient to feed the entire tribe. They were experiencing food shortages. Anren, leader, our sugarcane has many bugs. Uncle Yuhei hurried over, having discovered it a few days earlier. He thought he had eliminated them by hand, but upon returning, he found a large patch of sugarcane infested. Anren's heart sank upon hearing this. "We must go check it out immediately." Chang Lu instructed, "Xiaosheng, keep watch here. We will go take a look." If that entire patch of sugarcane was infested, all their months of hard work would be for naught. The 3 rushed to the sugarcane field, which was filled with lush green sugarcane, ready for harvest in a few months. If it were to be infested now, their hearts would bleed. Yuhei led the way, and upon reaching the field, he exclaimed, "Anren, leader, look, it's all these little bugs." Anren took one glance and felt disgusted. She loathed those soft, squishy little creatures. "These are army worms." Chang Lu frowned slightly. "How do we deal with them?" He only knew they were bugs, but didn't he know their name, while Anren could name them instantly. How did she know? Anren was undoubtedly aware of how to treat this ailment. In the past, her grandmother's household had cultivated sugarcane on a small scale and had encountered this pestilence. But a mere application of pesticides had sufficed. However, without pesticides at her disposal here, she was left to resort to biological methods for treatment, which would result in significantly greater economic losses. Yet, she had no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Otherwise, an entire expanse would suffer. Resolutely, she decided to uproot all the affected sugarcane and cast them far away before incinerating them. Upon hearing this, Yuhei felt a pang of despair. This was the fruit of their labor, and to uproot them so casually felt like a grievous loss. "All of them?" he asked, incredulous. Anren nodded. "Yes, we must do this, otherwise the entire area will be doomed." Faced with the prospect of widespread devastation, Yuhei steeled himself and began to pull the plants up. Chang Lu interjected, "You stay back. I will assist Yuhei." Anren nodded, recognizing her own limitations and strength. She was not capable of uprooting the sugarcane herself. She stepped aside, clearing away the dead and decayed leaves from the healthy stalks with her left hand and discarding them. Before long, the two had uprooted a considerable patch of infested sugarcane. Yuhei, still anxious, inquired, "Anren, is this sufficient?" Anren shook her head. "We also need to find the Qi-Yin foam." This was a highly effective biological control method. Wherever the Qi-Yin foam resided, pests were virtually non-existent. Changlu, puzzled, asked, "What is that?" Anren smiled. "It is a type of flying insect that preys on harmful pests. With it present, our sugarcane fields and future plots will be largely free of infestation." Yuhei, invigorated by her words, asked, "Where can we find them?" Anren pondered. "I am uncertain, but we can revisit the area where we previously found the sugarcane. It thrived there, so we should be able to locate them." Instantly, Yuhei transformed into his beast form, unfurling his massive black wings. "I shall go." As a raptor, catching pests was a trivial task for him. Observing his departure, Chang Lu took Anren's hand. "Let's return. Uncle Yuhei will surely find them." Anren nodded. Remaining here served no purpose, as she needed to keep watch on the city wall. Upon reaching the tribe's entrance, they encountered a large group of males returning from a hunt, burdened with a substantial amount of game. A pack of wolf cubs led the way, and with a sharp whistle from Jin Hu, they halted. Jin Hu approached with two lively luo beasts, beaming, "Anren, look at the two I caught." Anren's gaze shifted to the pristine, white luo beast in his hands, its soft fur irresistible to touch. However, after just a couple of strokes, Chang Lu pulled her away. "Your hands are injured. Do not touch." Jin Hu, "Place them in the enclosure on the back mountain." "All right," Jin Hu replied, heading off with the beasts. He Lin ambled in behind them, casting a calm glance their way before turning to leave. That evening, after the communal meal, the tribe relaxed in the cool breeze. Anren squatted nearby, lamenting the squandered opportunity of such a splendid night, which was being wasted on idleness. The males toiled under the sun, bearing the tribe's heavy burdens, while the females, having ceased brick-making and sugar boiling, merely tended to the domesticated luo and guga beasts and cared for the children. Such a bountiful time ought to be utilized for productive endeavors. She leaned closer to Chang Lu. "Chang Lu, have you noticed the increasing number of females in our tribe? Yet, they lack the ability to defend themselves. Imagine if all of us possessed the combat prowess of the elder males. How advantageous that would be." Chang Lu shuddered at the thought. If all females possessed the fighting capability of the elder males, they would no longer be seen as the weaker gender. But how could they attain such strength? Suddenly, Anren's gaze fell upon a young male with a severed arm, a warrior from the Chuanshin tribe, who had been ambushed by roaming beastmen during their escape, resulting in the loss of his hunting ability. Ever since, he had become a silent figure in the Qin Shan tribe. She gestured toward him. "Look at that warrior from the Chuanshin tribe. He must possess various self-defense skills." Chang Lu followed her gaze to the rather handsome male, who indeed had some capability, but alas, he was disabled. Otherwise, he could have contributed significantly within the Qin Shan tribe. He was once a warrior of the Chuanshin tribe, capable of escorting numerous females to our realm. "That is commendable," Anren remarked with a slight smile. Her judgment of character was rarely flawed. "I wish for him to teach our females self-defense training. It need not be strong combat skills, merely the ability to protect themselves." Chang Lu contemplated her suggestion, recognizing its validity. With little to occupy the tribe at present, it would be beneficial to engage the females in some form of activity rather than allowing them to languish in gossip and trivialities. "Very well. I shall speak with him tomorrow and gauge his thoughts." Anren smiled gently. "Chang Lu, as the tribe leader, you will undoubtedly succeed." Wu Xiao stood amidst the crowd, unaware that his fate was about to take a dramatic turn. Entering the cave, it was only the second time he had entered the tribal leaders' meeting hall since arriving at the Qin Shan tribe. The furnishings and animal skins within were of a superior quality compared to those of the previous leader. Although they hailed from the Chuanshin tribe, they were merely a small branch of it. The harsh blizzards combined with the dire need for resources led them to tighten their belts during winter, with many suffering from hunger, compounded by relentless attacks from roaming beastmen. They had sent individuals to the main Chuanshin tribe, but none returned. And with fewer males capable of fighting and insufficient food, they were compelled to seek refuge. Their journey had been fraught with hardship, dwindling from a group of hundreds to just over 30 who ultimately found sanctuary in the Qin Shan tribe. Tragically, Wu Xiao had lost his arm during an ambush by beastmen, rendering him unable to hunt. Fortunately, the Qin Shan tribe did not scorn him for being a young male who merely consumed resources. He received the same rations as the other males. This treatment was a significant improvement compared to his previous life in the Chuanshin tribe, where the furs were warmer, the food more delectable, and the females undeniably beautiful, making it difficult to believe they were a minor tribe. In fact, one might even mistake it for a larger tribe. Feeling somewhat constrained, he stole a glance at the composed and authoritative Changlu. Despite the leader's gentle demeanor around Anren, he was known for his formidable methods among their ranks. "Leader, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Seeing Wu Xiu's discomfort, Changlu gestured for him to sit. "Please take a seat." Wu Xiu cautiously perched on the edge of a stone bench, sitting upright with his body slightly leaned forward, eager not to miss a word. Changlu smiled. "I called you here to request your assistance in teaching the females of our tribe." Wu Xiu was perplexed. What could be taught to the females of the tribe? He possessed no skills aside from hunting. What could I possibly teach them? Changlu replied, "You are a warrior from the Chuanshen tribe, capable of guiding them through the forest to our Qingshan tribe. That is a valuable skill. We cannot let such ability go to waste. I hope you will teach the females of our tribe to be self-reliant and capable of defending themselves. Would you be willing?" Wu Xiu was taken aback by this unprecedented request. The notion of females possessing self-defense skills was utterly foreign to him. In his experience, females were meant to remain hidden in caves, awaiting male selection, perhaps venturing around the tribe at most. Here, he discovered that females could indeed leave the tribe, albeit only within its vicinity, never daring to venture into dangerous territories. Yet now, they were expected to acquire self-defense skills. Were they to hunt as well? Moreover, he was limited to one arm. Was this truly feasible? Doubt crept into his mind. Can I really do this? Changlu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and smiled slightly. Of course. You are a male, inherently born to fight. As long as we educate our females, they will no longer be bullied, nor will they remain our Achilles' heel. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiu fell into reminiscence, recalling how he had broken his arm while rescuing a female. Had those females been able to defend themselves and fight, perhaps his arm would have remained intact. In the future, even if rogue beastmen stormed the tribe, they would not be easily slaughtered. His gaze gradually solidified with determination. I can do this. Upon hearing his words, Changlu chuckled softly. You already can. Prepare yourself and join our patrol team. We shall announce this matter tonight. Very well. Wu Xiu exited the cave and lifted his eyes to the blinding sunlight outside, feeling its warmth for the first time this year. How wonderful it is to be alive. Changlu observed the transformation in his expression. From vacant and lifeless to vibrant and spirited, the corners of his mouth subtly curving upward. His talent for remaining calm and composed in the presence of others was indeed remarkable. He gently smoothed out the wrinkled animal hide before stepping out of the cave and heading towards the city wall. Aaron was beside him, drawing a framework with a wooden stick, while Xiaxing was nearby, meticulously carving it out with a stone hoe. He approached and took the stone hoe from Xiaxing's hands. Let me do it. Xiaxing immediately sighed in relief. He had no desire to work alongside Aaron. Throughout the morning, their progress had been minimal, and they were on the verge of quarreling. Aaron had continuously criticized Xiaxing's crooked lines, claiming to be the most skilled in using the stone hoe among the digging team. He was eager to see if Changlu truly could carve out something exquisite. Here you go. Upon hearing this, Changlu sensed something was amiss, but they did not speak of it, and he could not inquire. Aaron relaxed his shoulders. You take over. Xiaxing and I have only made a little progress this morning. Changlu accepted the stone hoe and, following the direction of Aaron's wooden stick, meticulously carved, ensuring that both the width and depth of the entire ditch were identical, with edges surprisingly smooth. Aaron cast a proud glance at Xiaxing. Did you see that? This is how it should be done. Xiaxing, not blind, could clearly see that the first half of the ditch resembled something gnawed by a dog, while the one carved by their leader flowed effortlessly, appearing exceptionally sleek. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he was grateful he had restrained his temper. Otherwise, he would have been the one to suffer humiliation. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Our leader is indeed the leader. His work surpasses ours in beauty. Changlu straightened with a smile. When did you learn to flatter? Hurry up and get to work. His words lightened the atmosphere significantly, prompting Xiaxing to grin and dash away, picking up a basket to carry dirt. All this soil needed to be collected. It would be useful later. Once the others had left, Aaron quietly leaned closer to his ear and smiled. I'm glad you came. If you hadn't shown up, I might have quarreled with him. Changlu chuckled in response. How could that be? My wife has such a good temperament. Suddenly hearing that term, Aaron's heart soared. She had only said it once, yet he remembered. She playfully hooked her arm around his neck and pulled him down, lightly kissing his fair cheek. A rush of masculine pheromones wafting toward her. You smell delightful. Caught off guard by this sudden advance and her teasing words, Chong Lu felt his heart race. Yet there was nothing he could do in that moment. He could only bite her crimson lips in return, his voice deep and resonant. Don't play with fire. Just as he finished speaking, a group of beastmen nearby turned to look, provoking a raucous response. Anren's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she hid behind Chong Lu. He instinctively shielded her, his brow slightly furrowing, yet his lips curving in happiness. Get back to work, everyone. Anren kept her eyes downcast, observing the ground in silence. Had it not been for the unfinished task, she would have fled. Chong Lu urged, come on, let's draw the lines. That night, Uncle Yuhei returned late. As Granny Yufei and the others were preparing dinner, Anren washed her hands and helped stoke the fire. This was the only task she could manage. Upon returning, Yuhei was exceedingly excited, tightly clasping his hands as he approached Anren. Anren, look, I found a red-eyed bee you mentioned. Anren turned to see a golden red-eyed bee nestled in his rough hands, her excitement palpable. That's it. That's the one. If we place its eggs in our sugarcane fields, or even just a few in the fields, we can significantly reduce our pest problems. Next time, we can manage pest control effectively. Great, I will catch some tomorrow. Uncle Yuhei grinned, having observed the bee for days before confirming it. Among so many bees, it was the only one that laid its eggs in the larvae of pests. Now, the vast sugarcane fields were saved. After dinner, Chong Lu ascended to the high platform and called out, everyone, please pay attention. I have an important announcement to make. As soon as he spoke, the entire tribe fell silent, all eyes upon him. Anren stood below, gazing at Chong Lu, his tall figure and increasingly handsome features captivating her. Even the slightly curled black hair at his forehead seemed to be etched in her heart. Especially now, standing on the high platform, he appeared as though bathed in a golden glow, blinding her eyes. She heard his melodious voice clearly articulate his words, but soon, discontented murmurs arose around her. The leader of the Qingshan tribe must be out of his mind, suggesting that we females learn the same biting techniques as the males. We females are so esteemed. How could we demean ourselves like that? Initially lost in admiration for Chong Lu's looks, Anren was suddenly displeased upon hearing this. Chong Lu's intentions were for the tribe's benefit. How could these females be so ungrateful? She turned and saw the three from the Shinyo faction behind her, who defiantly raised their middle fingers when they noticed her gaze. With the announcement concluded, the tribe erupted into chaos. Some voiced their support, others opposed, each holding firm to their stance. Hu Bing, filled with enthusiasm, declared, yes, I support the leader's proposal. From now on, we will no longer be a hindrance when rogue beastmen attack us. Even Shueihua raised her hand. I agree, count me in. It doesn't matter to me if there's one more person training. However, Xinyo from the Chuan Shun tribe crossed her arms and snorted. We females are naturally meant to be protected by the males. Why should we learn such nonsense? The chubby Ichio also stood up in support. Right, if you Qingshan tribe can't protect us females, then send us away. We wouldn't mind leaving. This statement instantly garnered some agreement. Ever since Chong Lu became leader, life had become more burdensome for them. Previously, they only needed to hunt daily and return to sleep. Now they had to hunt, make bricks, burn kills, boil syrup in winter, and engage in farming and fishing, all while their males were being worked to the bone. And now they were dragging the females into it as well. Had they become too accustomed to good days, always looking for trouble? Anren could no longer bear it. A tribe cannot do without both males and females. Taking a deep breath, she declared, the leader is doing this for everyone's sake. We have. Ugh. Before she could finish, Shinyo spat at her face. I see you are just too comfortable. All the males are being worked hard by you too. And now you're coming after us females. This was the first time in her life someone had spat on her. She clenched her fists, then relaxed, raising her hand to wipe her face clean. Turning, she stepped onto the earthen platform to stand beside Chong Lu, her gaze icy as she surveyed the tumultuous crowd below. Silence. I understand your objections. Chong Lu and I are not unreasonable people. Since you are unwilling, we will not force it upon you. Shinyo, Ichio, Huqing, and others exchanged triumphant smiles, realizing they had made their point. However, in the next moment, Anren shifted her tone. Nevertheless, for the tribe to develop, everyone has their own responsibilities. It is impossible for everything to revolve around one person. As the conversation unfolded, a piercing gaze swept over those who voiced strong dissent. Within the tribe, patrols would ensure protection in the future. However, beyond the tribal confines, our males would not follow closely behind. Each must contemplate their own choices. The tone softened thereafter. Those interested may approach Wushio directly and heed her guidance. With that, he turned away from the earthen platform, and Chong Lu stood aside, affirming. Let us proceed, as Aaron suggested. Xinyo and her companions were brimming with pride, exclaiming, I told you, Chong Lu and Aaron are just too arrogant. They deserve a reality check. They even want to drag us into training. What a far-fetched dream. Each word fell upon the ears of surrounding beastmen, many of whom were males from the Chuan Shun tribe, who deemed Xinyo's sentiments valid. Wuxiu had now become Chong Lu's trained wolf. Henceforth, we shall sever ties with him. Indeed, he has brought disgrace upon our Chuan Shun tribe. In light of ensuring Wuxiu's endeavors proceed smoothly, Anren was the first to volunteer, and even Shueihua joined in, alongside the young females from the tribe, with the exception of a few from Chuan Shun who chose to abstain. The previous day's events, instigated by Xinyo and her group, had cast a shadow of discontent, leading Wuxiu to anticipate a sparse turnout today. To his surprise, aside from the few young females from Chuan Shun, all others who were meant to come had indeed arrived, with bows and arrows in hand, which had garnered much attention at the pair bonding festival. The statement, your presence is commendable. The world outside is far more vibrant than this small, tribal realm resonated. Mastery of skills would enable you to leave the tribe and journey to places of your choosing in the future. Anren, upon hearing this, slightly raised her brow. Wuxiu, typically reticent, revealed an unexpected eloquence. In just a few sentences, he had ignited a fervor for learning among all present. She stepped forward to further stoke the flames of enthusiasm. What Wuxiu speaks of is true. Beyond lies vast grasslands and towering mountain peaks, fiery red forests, and boundless seas. If we hone our skills, we too can accompany the males to Yin tribe, Yunchi tribe, and even further to the grassland tribes. Xingqing, visibly excited, clasped her hands together. I heard from Yoli that winter in Yin tribe is bustling, with azure skies and seas, the water being both salty and bitter. Indeed, Shansheng has mentioned that the sea at Yin tribe is home to beautiful treasures, she added, pointing to the pink seashell bead adorning Anren's neck. Look, the bead around Anren's neck is said to be precious enough to exchange for hundreds of bags of salt. Upon hearing this, all eyes fixated on Anren's neck, including Wuxiu, who couldn't help but be curious about the bead worth so many bags of salt. Anren generously removed it for them to admire. There exists a pearl far larger and more exquisite than this one. It helped us procure a significant amount of salt last winter. The females scrutinized the bead, though modest in size. Its beauty captivated them, particularly its delicate pink hue, and they yearned for one of their own. We shall learn. We will absolutely learn. Even the thought of merely stepping outside the tribe filled them with joy, recalling their own exhilarating first moments beyond its borders. Shueihua returned the seashell bead to Anren. I too wish to learn, so that I may also venture to Yin tribe to obtain one. Aaron accepted it back, smiling. Then you must strive diligently. Thus commenced the daily routine of unwavering training for 2 hours, rising before dawn to exercise until all were awake, after which Anren and Shueihua would return. This morning, Wuxiu led them on a run, emphasizing that the key to self-preservation is speed. If one is swift enough, they cannot be caught. However, the females, unaccustomed to such exertion, struggled, especially Anren, who lagged behind, her right hand injured, hindering her pace. Upon returning to the tribe, Shueihua was the first to plop onto the dry ground, utterly exhausted. I'm dead tired. Even Hu Bing, panting beside her, fanned herself. Indeed, this running is far more exhausting than archery. I don't want to go tomorrow. Leaning against a tree for respite, Anren's hair clung to her forehead. We must persevere, otherwise our efforts over the past few days will be in vain. Typically seen as delicate and reticent, Qingqing nodded in agreement. Yes, Anren is right. We cannot give up. What the males can achieve effortlessly, we females can also attain. While they may not match the males in ferocity, their speed and endurance should not lag far behind. Rest a little longer. I need to return for my stone hoe, Anren instructed. Shueihua waved her hand and stood, brushing off the dirt from her backside, her greatest delight now being to roam the mountains with several apprentice shamans, seeking out various untried herbs while showcasing her skills. As they gathered their belongings to set off, the males digging trenches approached, wielding their hoes as they joined in the labor. Anren glanced around. Noticing one was absent, puzzled, she inquired, Chong Lu, where is the other one? Mentioning this made Chong Lu somewhat irate, as he turned away without a glance, retorting, forget about him. Yet, Shanshang expressed indignation. That black dog is truly despicable. Upon hearing this tone, Anren sensed something amiss and swiftly moved closer. What has happened? Shansheng replied. That black dog declared he would no longer work, saying our labor yields nothing to eat or wear and is utterly useless. Anren furrowed her brow slightly, saying nothing as she approached Chong Lu. Is this solely his doing? Chong Lu, methodically clearing stones with his hoe, maintained a composed demeanor, though Anren recognized his displeasure. The individuals from the Chuan Shun tribe, aside from Wuxiu, had begun to withdraw from labor, and others were following suit. Ultimately, this discord stemmed from the actions of Xinyo, Yiqiu, and Huqing from the Chuanshan tribe. He tentatively suggested to Anren, should I expel the instigator? That would resolve the issue at its source, ensuring no one dares to act thus again. However, Anren shook her head decisively. No, that approach would only manage behavior, not the underlying sentiments. Given the opportunity, these individuals would stir up trouble again. Chong Lu understood this well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so troubled and hesitant to act. Anren too found the situation vexing. They had always shared food, never enforcing the notion that those who do not work would not eat. Now, even females could receive meat independently, unlike before when they depended on the male's generosity. Yet, the current existence relied on collective effort, gradually earned. If everyone grew complacent, what would be left to eat in the future? Should they ignore this matter, allowing it to fester, the entirety of the Qingshan tribe might face dissolution. Yet, she felt powerless, without currency, unlike the modern world where everything could be measured in value. Thus, they returned to work, setting aside their unresolved thoughts to avoid hindering their tasks. Bending down to assist Chong Lu in clearing stones. A sudden golden glimmer caught Anren's eye. She immediately recognized the golden bracelet Chong Lu had gifted her. Instantly, excitement surged within her. Is this not a form of natural currency? Chong Lu, feeling somewhat vexed, was bewildered by Anren's seemingly nonsensical statement. He looked up puzzled. What did you say? Anren crouched beside him, waving the golden bracelet in her hand with exuberance. Look at what this is. Chong Lu's brow furrowed slightly. Yellow stone? Anren burst into laughter. This is no ordinary yellow stone. It is soft and exceedingly rare. Chong Lu pondered. There are plenty. I've seen many in a cave beyond the tribe. Anren had anticipated this. Had he not discovered the mine, such a vast gold deposit would not exist. With a smile, he remarked, this thing grows in clusters. Where did you discover it? It may not be found elsewhere. Furthermore, for natural gold to form, it requires an exceedingly long period. Thus, the quantity of gold in this world is limited and quite scarce. Chong Lu listened, somewhat bewildered, and replied, Oh, and what of it? It cannot be eaten or worn. It is merely aesthetically pleasing. And Rand smiled and said, We can utilize this gold to register everyone in the tribe, measuring daily labor with it. Those who work harder will earn more, while those who work less will earn less, and those who do not labor will receive none. Chong Lu furrowed his brow, having not comprehended the preceding statements. But the last sentence struck him with clarity. He quickly grasped the connection, exclaiming, Oh, I understand. Those who do not work will receive no gold, and without gold, they cannot exchange for food. Without food, they will go hungry, thus they will behave. Ah, indeed. And Rand gazed at him, her face alight with hope, and could not resist gently tapping his fair forehead, saying, Darling, you are truly clever. Chong Lu chuckled and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. It is all thanks to you, my dear. Otherwise, how would I have known? Suddenly, Xia Sheng's voice boomed nearby. Hey, Chief, what were you two discussing just now? The pair then realized their rather unrefined position, with Rand's head resting on Chong Lu's shoulder. Chong Lu glanced at the onlooking males and admonished. What are you staring at? Get back to work. One bold male jested, Chief, what were you two laughing about? Another chimed in, Yes, we can see your smiles from here. And Rand feigned a cough. Well, Chong Lu, let us aim to finish the line today. The stones can be collected by them. Take me to see that place. I wish to have a look. Once this was said, the nearby orcs erupted in cheers, and Rand, hurry up. We can gather stones ourselves. Yes, we wouldn't wanted to lay your baby making. Laughter filled the air, and Rand felt utterly embarrassed. These individuals had such vivid imaginations, their minds filled with colorful nonsense. Chapter 138. Am I beautiful? Seeing Rand's face flushed with embarrassment, Chong Lu realized they had not intended any such implications. The males were particularly unrestrained in their banter, yet they seemed to lose their decorum in the presence of females. His expression grew stern. Tonight, we shall not rest until we have dug until midnight. The previously jubilant males deflated at his words, casting disgruntled glances at their leader, before dutifully returning to their work. Although they dug until the moon was high in the sky, and Ran and Chonglu also finished their line by that time. The lines could not be too small, otherwise they would be obscured by grass growth in a few days. And Ran did not tire. The latter lines required little assistance, as Chonglu could manage them alone. Yet, feeling lonely at home, she decided to stay by his side. Suddenly, and Ran spotted a green glimmer lazily drifting by, instantly recognizing it as a firefly. Having not seen such a creature in years, she caught it in her hands and gleefully ran to Chonglu, exclaiming, "Chonglu, quickly close your eyes." Chonglu stood up after finishing the last bit of digging, his gaze drawn to her radiant smile. With a tender smile, he asked, "What is it?" And Ran playfully stomped her foot, insisting, "Close them." "All right," he complied, shutting his eyes as darkness enveloped him. "Open your eyes," she urged. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld her hands slightly parted, a small insect, glowing green, emerging slowly. "Is it beautiful?" And Ran asked. For Chonglu, who often ventured into the forest at night, he had seen such insects countless times, yet he had never noticed how lovely they were. The faint glow seemed to illuminate the entire forest, his gaze following it until it rested upon Ran's hopeful eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "It is beautiful." And Ran, captivated by the firefly's distant flight, intertwined her fingers with his strong wrist. "I too find it beautiful." Then, with a sudden thought, she teasingly nudged his long leg and gazed at him alluringly. "I wish to go to that place now, having been together for so long." Chonglu understood the meaning behind her expression and gestures. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbing sensually. "All right." He then discarded the stone pick and scooped her up, sprinting through the forest until they exited the territory of the Qingshan tribe. Beyond the woods lay a vast expanse of lush grass, and Ran nestled in his arms, gazing up at the large moon in the sky, its silvery light cascading down, enveloping the world in a delicate veil. This reminded her of the events that had transpired on the peak behind the tribe, as if they had occurred just yesterday. "We have arrived," Chonglu said softly, halting at the stone cave as in trance on the hillside. And Ran turned to look at the dark opening. "It is so dark inside." Chonglu set her down. "Wait here, I will fetch a torch." He turned to gather some dry grass and tied it to a branch, igniting the torch before entering the cave. And Ran stood at the entrance, peering inside, where she beheld a breathtaking sight, a treasure trove of golden ore. Interspersed among it were veins of silver, glimmering beautifully in the torchlight. The ground was strewn with large chunks of gold, and the stone walls were embedded with more, though the majority was gold or associated with silver. Excitedly, she rushed forward, embracing the largest nugget of gold and biting into it, finding its purity remarkably high, leaving her with a mark from her teeth. So much money. If this were the modern world, I would be wealthy. And Ran could not help but indulge in her fantasies. Seeing her silly grin, Chonglu playfully pinched her slightly plump cheek, chuckling, "What are you laughing about?" And Ran raised her head to meet his gaze, her lips curling slightly. "Darling, I really like this. I am somewhat reluctant to share it." Such an adorable expression made Chonglu unable to resist ruffling her hair, smiling indulgently. "If you are reluctant, we shall find substitutes." "Yes." She nodded eagerly, pointing to a nearby silver vein. This one, too, while it was also precious, it was slightly more abundant than gold, yet still not easily found. Chonglu followed her gaze, noticing silver stones embedded in the ground, some intermingled with rock, not as readily usable as gold. He pried one loose, its quality inferior to gold, breaking into smaller pieces. "But this is so fragmented. How can we use it?" And Ran grinned. "I have a solution. I learned this in my middle school physics class. We can burn it, and what remains will be pure." As for pure silver, she dared not hope. But burning could eliminate most impurities. Chonglu stroked his chin, contemplating. "All right, let us give it a try." "Very well, what about this gold?" And Ran inquired. Chonglu flicked her forehead lightly. "It is all yours." "Great. Yay." And Ran, clutching a large nugget of gold, was so thrilled she could hardly contain herself. Chonglu announced, "Let us head back." With such a large piece, and Ran struggled to carry it, and opted for 2 fist-sized nuggets to stow in her animal skin pouch. "Let us go." As they exited the cave, Chonglu swept her up in his arms. "There's a river ahead. Shall we wash up?" And Ran nodded, feeling uncomfortable after sweating so much, of course. Upon reaching the riverbank, just as she removed her animal skin pouch, a loud splash echoed. It was Chonglu diving into the water. A massive shadow swam gracefully beneath the surface. Not long after, emerging from the water, her already fair skin appeared even more pallid under the moonlight. and Rand gazed at his muscular chest, swallowing hard, and then struck a seductive pose against the tree trunk, elegantly lifting one leg to rest upon it. She slightly hiked up her azure dress, licking her lips enticingly at him. Am I beautiful? Chapter 139. Almost discovered Chong Lu's Adam's apple bobbed. As he beheld this enchanting side of Rand for the first time, her allure both subtle and captivating. Initially, he had felt a stir of emotions from the city wall, and now, with her teasing him, he, being a normal male, found it hard to resist. Fixing his gaze on her somewhat dazed eyes, he slowly swam ashore, seizing both of her wrists and pulling her up. With one arm, he wrapped around her waist, drawing her close. You are stunning. His warm breath enveloped in Rand's face, filled with masculine allure, leaving her in a daze. She rose on her toes, intending to kiss him, but due to her shorter stature, her lips found their way to his firm chin instead. The soft sensation coursed through Chong Lu, and his tail instinctively curled into a small circle behind Rand. With a firm grip around her waist, he lifted her up, taking the lead, and kissed her crimson lips. Earlier in the cave, he had restrained himself, not daring to fully reveal his beastly form. Now outside, free from such concerns, he indulged in the moment. The round moon above observed the entangled couple by the riverside, feeling shy enough to hide behind clouds. Even the stars seemed bashful, covering their eyes, as the scene was too daring and the sounds too enticing. Having not slept all night, Rand lay on Chong Lu's chest, toying with his delightful serpent tail, gently caressing it with her fingers. Chong Lu held her back, saying, "Don't touch." Upon hearing his voice, filled with desire, Rand realized he was yearning for more, but with dawn breaking, it felt inappropriate, so she had to endure. With a mischievous smile, she declared, "I will touch." Chong Lu swiftly turned over, pinning her down, capturing the slyness on her face. "Aren't you insatiable?" At this, Rand quickly sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, "Enough, enough. I've had enough." If she dared to utter that she wanted more, she feared being trapped here for 3 days. This was a hard-won opportunity for her. Each time, it must not exceed one night, or she would face solitary slumber. She must not break her resolve today, lest her future days be bleak. She could very well suffer the consequences. Seeing her concede so quickly, Chong Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Did I just hear the chieftain's voice? Suddenly, voices nearby startled Rand, prompting her to hastily don her beast-hide skirt. Chong Lu also hurried to dress, and just as they were about to escape, they were called out. It was indeed the chieftain. "Why are you up so early?" Jean, who, accompanied by a large pack of trained wolves and male beastmen preparing for a hunt, had unexpectedly encountered the chieftain. Jean, who then caught a whiff of the lingering scent in the air, his brow furrowing as he scanned the surroundings, and indeed, spotted a glimpse of Rand's azure skirt behind Chong Lu. Recognizing her immediately, a bitter pang struck his heart. He was alone while they sought thrills in the wild. Suffering from a sense of imbalance, he remarked, "Chieftain, you certainly know how to have fun." The other males nearby also noticed Rand, though none dared speak as boldly as Jean, who, they could only suppress their thoughts. Rand, hiding behind Chong Lu, felt utterly embarrassed. She had nearly been caught in such a compromising position and vowed never to return again. Jean, whose words left Chong Lu feeling awkward as well, prompting him to feign a cough, adopting a serious demeanor. "Why are you only now going hunting? Have you had any success? Return early today." After exchanging a few brief words, he turned, embracing Rand and pretending to be nonchalant as they departed. Back at the tribe, Chong Lu, as a male, naturally had a thicker skin and had already forgotten the incident. "Shall we head to the cave and bring some back to try?" Rand then recalled an important task yet to be done, nodding in agreement. "All right, you go grab a backpack and a stone hoe. I'll wait for you here." Sitting at the tribe's entrance, she idly pulled out the gold nugget from her beast-hide pouch, fascinated by its texture. Such a large piece of gold. What could it be fashioned into? A hairpin? Earrings? A necklace? The mere thought ignited her excitement. Did that woman not love beautiful jewelry? While she was lost in her daydreams, Chong Lu returned with a backpack and lifted Rand up, saying, "Sleep for a while in my arms, and I'll wake you when we arrive." The warmth of his embrace lulled her to sleep against his chest. She only awoke when they reached the cave, feeling considerably refreshed. They selected some high silver content stones, placing them in the backpack, and hurried back to the tribe. However, upon arrival, Rand faced a dilemma: what to use for melting. The tribe only had stone pots, and since the silver mine contained stones as well, using a stone pot to melt would likely result in the pot melting before the silver did. This thought left her quite distressed. If only she had a system. Unfortunately, She was not the chosen one and had come empty-handed. Observing her troubled expression, Chang-Lu set down the backpack and approached her with a large stone pot. What's wrong? Sitting on the stone bench inside. And Ran furrowed her brows. I don't know what to use to melt. Chang-Lu queried in return. Isn't a stone pot suitable? And Ran shook her head. No. Look, the silver mine is also stone, and the stone pot is stone too. How can that work? Chang-Lu sat down beside her, realizing the flaw. Indeed. They were all stones, and they would likely all catch fire together, resulting in leakage. This is quite a conundrum, he murmured softly. What can withstand such heat? And Rand searched her mind, thinking steel should suffice, but lacking even iron. Where could she find steel? After much contemplation, she sighed, this is vexing. A kiln, Chang-Lu exclaimed. A kiln? And Rand repeated, processing his words until realization dawned on her. Smacking her thigh, she exclaimed, of course. How'd I not think of that? A kiln can reach high temperatures, but our brick kiln is so large, it may not be suitable. Suddenly, Rand had a brilliant idea. I know. We can use pottery. The size of the kiln doesn't matter. We can create pottery, and it will only improve with firing, never melting. We can make a small kiln and ask Nioli for help. His bricklaying skills were impressive last time. I'll fetch Granny Yufei to assist with the clay. Chang-Lu nodded. All right, let us meet at the brick kiln. And Ran, filled with excitement, winked at him and made a hand gesture. Okay. Chang-Lu, taken aback by her sudden gesture and words, found it oddly charming, yet he couldn't resist mimicking her wink with a slightly awkward hand gesture. Oh, okay. And Rand burst into laughter at his endearing awkwardness, turning to correct his fingers, like this. Then, she winked at him again. Okay. Chang-Lu raised his long right hand, replicating the standard gesture. Okay. Seeing him so obedient, and Rand was charmed by his earlier wink, pulling him down for a quick peck on the cheek before darting out of the cave. Let us go. Chang-Lu touched his cheek, still warm from her gentle kiss, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with happiness. He never imagined that such a simple gesture could yield such delightful rewards. He resolved to do it more often. Chapter 140. Eating melons until it's your turn. The two of them worked together, quickly gathering everyone. Nioli and Yufei were both experienced, and since they were constructing a small kiln, it was completed within a day. Once dried, it can be used. The summer heat is intense, making it an opportune time for gathering firewood. In the evening, after a long day of toil, the villagers congregate in the tribe, engaging in lively banter. Chang-Lu, Jin-Hu, He-Lin, and other males sit nearby, their laughter resonating with exuberance. And Ran, along with Shui-Hua and the others, indulge in gossip. Whispers circulate about infidelity and unacknowledged parenthood, each morsel of information devoured with enthusiasm as she snacks on millet. However, Shui-Hua shifts the conversation. I heard this morning someone caught the tribe leader and Ran mating outside. Yes, I heard that too. Rumor has it the tribe leader possesses a substantial beast form. And Ran, caught off guard, fainted cough. But Shui-Hua and Hu Bingqing were too engrossed in their mirth to notice her presence. Qing, in a hushed tone, queried, did they see both of the tribe leaders' forms? Both? Hu Bing exclaimed, only to be silenced by Shui-Hua's hand. What is the fuss? Serpent beastmen typically have two, she remarked before asking, but have you ever seen what the tribe leader looks like? Hu Bing, Qing, and the surrounding females all shook their heads in unison. We haven't even glimpsed a hint. Suddenly, another female, blushing, confessed, I have seen it. All eyes turned toward her, including in Rance, who wondered if this female was perhaps Chang-Lu's former lover. The female fidgeted, feeling bashful. I accidentally saw the tribe leader's form once. It was quite impressive. At this, she buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed with embarrassment. And Rand could no longer endure the conversation and stood up. Hey, could you refrain from talking about me behind my back? Only then did Shui-Hua and Qing realize Rand was present, having inadvertently pushed her aside in their excitement. Discussing someone behind their back, especially about a male, was undeniably awkward. Shui-Hua chuckled. We were merely curious. Why don't you all venture into the cave instead of staying outside? Indeed, echoed the other females who gathered around, nodding in agreement. They lacked the courage to pursue the tribe leader, intimidated by his cold demeanor. And Rand shot them a glare, stuffing the last shrimp into her mouth. Why ask me? You all have males. Why not try your luck? At that moment, and Rand recalled her own bold and reckless behavior from the previous night, as if she were floating on clouds. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Chang-Lu, who was engrossed in conversation with his brothers. Noticing her glance, he winked at her playfully. This sudden gesture sent a thrill through Rand, compelling her to avert her eyes. Yet, she observed her sisters blushing, all glancing at Changlu. Shui Hua tightened her grip on Enran's shoulder. Enran, do you need sisters? How about I become your sister? Huh? Enran was taken aback by her words. Shui Hua licked her lips. I think your male is quite handsome. I too wish to. Impossible. Enran interjected, asserting her claim. He belongs to me alone. She pointed at all the females. Rein in your infatuation. Changlu is my male. Shui Hua chuckled, aware that her earlier comment was misplaced. They were already bonded, having sworn oaths to the beast god, so she knew she couldn't intrude. Her earlier words were merely a fleeting lapse of judgment. Ignoring Shui Hua, even Qing Qing and Hu Bing were momentarily enchanted by the earlier wink. The tribe leader is truly handsome, they murmured amongst themselves, their whispers drifting into Enran's ears. She recognized that Shui Hua's earlier comment stemmed from a lack of thought. From the onset at Yanqi tribe, Shui Hua had shown her affections for Changlu. Alas, the sentiment was unreciprocated, and upon arriving at Qingshan tribe, Shui Hua gradually relinquished her feelings, now seemingly enamored with Wu Xiao. Understanding was one thing, but discomfort lingered. Enran returned to the cave in a huff, too weary to wash her feet, collapsing on her bed. Changlu noticed her discontent and followed her inside. Finding her sulking beneath the fur blanket, he approached, tugging at the blanket, but she rolled deeper into its folds, clearly uninterested in his company. What's wrong? He inquired. Oomph, came her muffled response, refusing to emerge. Changlu caught sight of her exposed toes and playfully seized them, grinning mischievously. If you want to come out, I shall tickle you. Enran attempted to retract her feet, but he held fast, the blanket too short to cover her completely. Ha ha ha, stop it, let go. Finally, Changlu managed to pull her from the cocoon, wrapping his arms around her waist and seating her upon his lap. You said you wouldn't come out. Why the sudden change now? Why not hide away again? Teasingly, Enran retaliated by pinching his shoulder. That is what you get for mocking me. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Changlu tightened his fist, causing her grip on his flesh to loosen. Without leverage, Enran tried again, but found herself unable to grasp anything. Instead, his antics made her laugh as she playfully tapped his chest. You must promise not to flirt with others outside. Changlu, bewildered, replied, When did I flirt with anyone? His focus was solely on her. You can't deny it. I saw you wink at us from the tribe square. Many females witnessed it. Changlu raised an eyebrow. Amused, it's a public space. It's only natural for them to see. Besides, I was winking at you. Enran wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully warning him, no more winking outside, or you'll be relegated to the floor. Changlu burst into laughter at her weak threat. All right, I promise I won't wink outside anymore. I'll save all my winks just for you inside. With that, he sent another wink her way, leaving Enran electrified, devoid of any irritation. She softly murmured, You better not go back on your word. Changlu pulled her closer, resting his forehead against hers, affectionately assuring her, Only a fool would deceive you. Enran replied, I don't want you turning into a fool. If you did, our offspring would become fools too. Upon hearing this, Changlu's heart raced with excitement. Are you pregnant? Enran burst into laughter. Not yet. I merely wish for children. Then I must put in more effort, Changlu declared, embracing her as they tumbled onto the bed. Wait, we haven't washed up yet. Enran interrupted, laughing. At this, Changlu dashed out to fetch water. After preparing ample hot water for their ablutions, they finally settled down to rest. Chapter 141. I want to sunbathe. Tomorrow a thunderous rumble echoed as a massive lightning bolt sliced through the night sky, jolting and ran awake. Sensing her unrest, Changlu stirred from his slumber, glancing outside at the storm. It's nothing to worry about. It's merely thunder. Enran, unafraid of thunderstorms, found the abrupt awakening disconcerting. The wind and rain intensified outside, quickly causing the cave to grow chilly. Nestled in his strong embrace, she pondered, Changlu, with this downpour, have we secured our belongings? Rest assured, the cave is positioned high. There will be no issues. And the firewood? Changlu gently patted her shoulder, assuring her that with the makeshift shelter constructed beneath the trees, only the bottom layer would get wet, thus she could rest peacefully. However, Enran still felt a twinge of fear. Despite her extended stay here, she had yet to witness rain, save for the snowfall in winter. Her memories conjured images of summer storms, yet this sudden downpour was unprecedented. The thunderous claps of lightning seemed intent on rending the earth asunder. This torrential rain persisted for 3 consecutive days before finally relenting. Enran and Changlu stood at the entrance of their cave. unable to venture outside due to the mud that blanketed the ground. For the past few days, it was Changlu and Nyoli who distributed food in batches, resulting in somewhat meager meals as they ate whatever was available. How she wished for a concrete pathway, for then no amount of rain would render the roads impassable. Changlu, how many green bricks do we have left in the storeroom? Aaron inquired. Plenty, why do you ask? Changlu replied. Aaron gestured towards the muddy path outside, proposing, what if we paved all the necessary paths with these green bricks? Changliu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then we would never have to tread through mud in the tribe again. This is a splendid idea. I shall get to work on it at once. Seeing him about to step outside, Aaron grasped his arm. Why the haste? Let's wait until the ground dries. It's too muddy to manage right now. Changlu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Look at me, I almost forgot. Within just 2 days, the ground had dried significantly. However, the pressing matter was not merely paving the paths, but refining the silver ore. Aaron and Changlu gathered a substantial amount of firewood beside the new kiln, blending with shavings with crushed silver ore and placing it on a small platform by the cave entrance, surrounded by clay pots crafted from mud. After securing everything, they sealed the kiln in layers before igniting the fire. Yufei, curious, squatted nearby, watching the flames dance. Aaron, Chief, will this truly be more effective than a stone pot? Aaron, uncertain of the outcome, replied, let us give it a try. The green bricks are made from clay. Perhaps this can be fired similarly. Yufei nodded, recognizing the potential. Since the green bricks turn as hard as stone after firing, this should work too. If successful, they would have the ability to create whatever they desired. Aaron was unsure of the firing process, but she understood that achieving high-quality pottery required elevated temperatures within the kiln. She could only proceed cautiously. As this was not as straightforward as firing green bricks, temperature control was paramount. Gathering a large bundle of firewood, primarily composed of tree roots unearthed from the forest, she knew they produced a higher temperature than ordinary logs. She chopped them into strips, feeding them into the kiln. Soon, the temperature soared, making her hesitant to approach. Yet she needed to add more fuel. Seeing her discomfort, Changlu took the firewood from her hands. Let me handle this. Aaron cautioned, be careful. Changlu stood firm, swiftly tossing the wood into the flames. Aaron admired his efficiency, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. However, with all the firewood piled at the entrance, Yufei fetched a long stick to push it all inside. Aaron, how long will this take to burn? Let us try. 3 days, Aaron replied, uncertain. The three of them anxiously took turns monitoring the kiln. After 3 days, they sealed the entrance as the fire subsided. Once it cooled completely, they would open the kiln. Yufei walked away, glancing back every few steps, eager to see if her handcrafted clay pots had successfully transformed. Upon returning to the tribe, Aaron and Changlu immediately prioritized the paving of the paths. Nyoli, skilled in bricklaying, was invited to join their discussions. They decided to start from the square, working their way outward. Nyoli, puzzled, asked, Aaron, do we need to pave all of this? Aaron nodded emphatically, yes, the entire square, and a few paths leading to the cave entrances. We'll lay the first layer, then the second, offsetting them. Understood, Nyoli replied. He had received approval from the chief a few days prior and had already practiced some paving at home, knowing the best technique. Let's south pave the square entirely. But we won't move the large tree in the center. We'll leave a circular space for a garden, Aaron added. Nyoli looked confused. What is a garden? Realizing she had assumed too much, Aaron explained, I got ahead of myself. My father was a contractor, and during high school, I visited construction sites and saw how gardens were made. I forgot that you and the others might not understand. Just leave a large circle for me to fill in. All right, Nyoli replied, rubbing his hands together, eager to begin immediately. Aaron, Chief, I'll go fetch the tools now, Nyoli exclaimed. Changlu waved him off. Go ahead. Nyoli, filled with excitement, dashed off, soon returning with a hoe, leveling the uneven ground. He then retrieved his bricklaying tools and green bricks, selecting a corner to begin stacking them. Laying down the green bricks was much simpler than tiling. He only needed to loosen the soil a bit before placing them carefully. In just half a day, Nyoli had grasped the technique, and he soon became adept at the task. Aaron and Changlu assisted, either gathering soil or carrying bricks. By the end of the day, they had paved a significant corner of the tribe square. Aaron straightened up, rubbing her back. Nyoli, you're doing splendidly. Perhaps you should recruit a few helpers. It's quite a workload for just one person. However, Nyoli, engrossed in his accomplishment, replied without lifting his gaze, I'm not tired. He had never experienced such a sense of achievement. Even hunting paled in comparison. Watching the wall take shape brick by brick filled him with pride. If he could pave all the paths in the tribe, he would consider his life fulfilled. Yet Changlu disagreed. You should find 2 helpers to complete this before the rainy season arrives. Upon hearing the mention of the rainy season, Niuli felt a heaviness in his heart. If he continued alone, he surely wouldn't finish in time. Would the unfinished paths wash away in the mud? The thought of such consequences made him nod in agreement. All right, I'll seek out 2 people tonight. As evening fell, the setting sun bathed the Qingshan tribe in a warm orange glow, creating a picturesque scene. Jinu led a successful hunting party back, while Xiaosheng returned from digging trenches, and everyone was in high spirits. At that moment, Uncle Yuhai hurried over to collect the meat, distributing it on the spot. The happiest time of day was upon them. There was meat to eat. After a long day of labor, the males of the tribe would boast in the center. Suddenly, Jinhu, with keen eyes, noticed the green bricks in a corner and curiously approached, stepping on them. Hey, what are these green bricks doing here? Niuli, thrilled that someone had noticed his work, dashed over. Brother, what do you think? I, along with the chief and Anren, spent all day laying these. At that moment, Helen, Xiaosheng, Shueihua, and Hubing gathered around. Having just returned from the tribe, surprised to discover this peculiar addition. Helen stepped on the bricks too. What is this? Niuli, feigning mystery, smiled. Hee. This is the chief and Anren's idea. We plan to pave the entire tribe with green bricks. From now on, we can walk around even on rainy days. Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly stood on the bricks, delighted by the improvement over the muddy ground. Some even stomped their feet. Hey, this is really nice. Shueihua took a few laps on the bricks. If only our caves were paved with this, it would be so much cleaner. Absolutely, no more dust. Hubing chimed in agreement. Niuli happened upon 2 males amidst the crowd, having previously collaborated with them on the fortifications. As fortune would have it, they were both free at the moment. He approached them directly. Hey Go, Huanggo, would you join me tomorrow for some paving work? We aim to complete it before the rainy season arrives. However, before he could finish his thought, Hey Go brusquely interrupted, his expression unfriendly. Hold on. I have no time tomorrow. Find someone else. Niuli was perplexed, having seen them idling for several days. How could they suddenly have prior engagements? What do you have to do tomorrow? He inquired. Heigo rolled his eyes. I plan to bask in the sun. Chapter 142. Some indulge in idleness upon hearing this. Niuli felt he had been played, his countenance darkening. How can you be like this? Huanggo crossed his arms and disdainfully regarded Niuli. You from the Qingshan tribe are always looking for work. Which tribe has as much to do as yours? It seems you want to treat us outsiders like mere beasts. His words were not only harsh, but also boisterous. Shueihua, displeased, raised her hand to shove Huanggo. What nonsense are you spouting? Is there any beast that does not work? Niuli, known for his fiery temperament, retorted, everyone is laboring. Why should you get a sunbathe every day, feasting and sleeping? This remark drew a crowd. Even some beasts grilling meat at the cave entrance stood up. The truth was, since the snow had melted this year, everyone's tasks had been nearly overflowing. Either this or that. Initially, all were diligent for the sake of a better life. Yet, there were always 1 or 2 who shirked their duties, consuming as much as the hardest workers while contributing the least. Lately, for reasons unknown, many had suddenly adopted a lazy lifestyle, significantly increasing the workload. Xinu, accompanied by her 2 little followers, also joined the fray. We are from the Chuan Shun tribe. You should be grateful that we even came to your Qingshan tribe. And you expect us to do all this work? Dream on. Indeed, Xinu speaks the truth. Heigo raised his hand in agreement. This applies to any tribe. Day in and day out, we engage in tasks that yield no sustenance. Should we not live? Hu Bing, hands on her hips, pointed accusingly at them. You are shameless. It was you who begged us to take you in, and now you expect our gratitude? You are simply despicable. Frustration welled within her, and she lunged at Xinu. Claws poised to strike. I won't let you provoke us daily. Xinu, caught off guard, received a scratch and immediately clutched her face, wailing in pain. Yi, witnessing her sister's injury, clenched her pudgy fists and aimed a punch at Hu Bing. Summer was about to intervene, but Hu Bing evasively dodged and retaliated with a sweeping kick, sending Yi Qiu tumbling to the ground. This incited outrage among Heigo and Huanggo, who rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight. You have gone too far. The Luo beasts are here. Suddenly, a shrill cry from a female echoed across the square. Jinhu, observing the unfolding chaos, prepared to step in when he heard the commotion. He promptly whistled loudly, and a pack of trained wolves rushed out, quickly herding the Luo beasts back to their enclosure. And ran, assisting Chong Lu with meal preparations at the cave entrance, abruptly heard the noise and dashed over, abandoning her task. Upon arrival, she saw the wolves ushering the Luo beasts into their pen. However, the creatures continued to grunt and wander restlessly, some even burrowing their long noses into the wooden fencing. And Rand peered into the enclosure, noting its disarray and foul stench, with pig feces nearly submerging the pigs' necks, and saw no trace of food. Cautiously, she inquired, "What did the Luo beasts eat today?" The females responsible for feeding them exchanged furtive glances, while another female stood aloof. They had not collected grass or scraps for 2 days. Previously, they would gather some daily, but the frequency had dwindled and recently ceased altogether. And Rand turned to the speaking female. "How do you know this so well?" The female raised her chin. "I am specifically responsible for feeding them." Upon hearing this, and Rand furrowed her brows, and Chong Lu interjected, "So you were aware of this situation all along?" The female, initially confident, quaked at the cold tone of the tribe leader, nearly losing her balance. She could only nod meekly. "Yes." Chong Lu's gaze narrowed, fixing on the trembling female for a considerable time before exhaling heavily. "You four, clean the pig pen immediately, then go collect scraps for feeding." After issuing the command, he turned and returned to the center of the tribe. Ascending the earthen platform, he addressed the scattered beasts below, raising his voice to declare, "Originally, I intended to disclose this matter in a few days." The crowd immediately perked up, eager to learn the details. As the silence settled, Chong Lu continued, "Our tribe is facing a significant issue. Discord has emerged, with some shirking their responsibilities while enjoying the same meals as everyone else. This is unjust." His statement garnered widespread agreement from the majority of the beasts, who applauded fervently. "The leader's right. We have long found them displeasing." Chong Lu raised his hands for quiet. "Starting tomorrow, everyone will be registered and accounted for, with meals allocated based on labor. The more you work, the more you eat. Those who do not work will receive nothing." Cheers erupted from Xia Sheng, Niu Li, and others, but He Go and Huang Go voiced their dissent. "You are bullying us. How can you deny meat to males? It matters not for the females. As long as the males have meat, the females will come flocking and share a bite. But their satiety is of no concern to us." Huang Go stood at the forefront of the crowd. "Indeed, no tribe would starve their males. Your Qingshan tribe's approach is deeply resented." Nevertheless, Chong Lu remained unfazed by their protests, standing resolutely on the platform. "Anyone wishing to leave the Qingshan tribe may do so now. I, Chong Lu, will not hinder you." This proclamation caused the previously boisterous beasts to fall silent, heads hung low, retreating into the crowd, reluctant to speak. Though they had arrogantly looked down upon the Qingshan tribe, they subconsciously understood that venturing beyond its borders likely meant certain doom. Moreover, no other tribe would welcome them, and they had no knowledge of where else to go. Chong Lu felt a surge of frustration, and then Ran, noticing his discomfort, fell into step beside him as they returned to the cave. Neither spoke, but she placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's all right, don't brood, it's merely a few rat droppings." Chong Lu lifted his head, offering a teasing smile. "What are you thinking?" "I was pondering how to document the tasks for so many individuals." And Rand scrutinized him. "Were you not just angered by those people?" Chapter 143. The silver emerges. Chong Lu pulled her into an embrace, settling her on his lap. "I am not so fragile. Besides, with the increase in tribe members, such situations are to be expected." And Rand pinched his long fingers playfully. "As long as you are not angry, that is good. I have an idea for documentation." Chong Lu's eyes brightened, eager to hear her plan. "What is it?" And Rand elaborated. "We could divide the 400 members of the tribe into small teams, selecting team leaders. We would only need to manage these leaders to keep track of the various tasks and the number of participants, thus determining the necessary expenditures in silver." Chong Lu appeared deep in thought. "How shall we record this, and in what manner?" Anrin flashed a sly smile, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Leave that to me. Just provide me with a few large sheep hides." Initially, she intended to take her time, but today's events hastened everything considerably. Early in the morning, Anrin set out with Shueihua and the others for a couple of laps outside, returning home rather early. Shueihua, curious about Anrin's early departure, hurried to catch up. "Anrin, why are you leaving so soon?" Anrin turned her head. "I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Shueihua quickly jogged over and linked her arm. "Allow me to assist you." Upon returning to the tribe, they gathered a considerable amount of firewood by the riverside, and Shueihua helped transport several stone pots. "What are we making?" Shueihua inquired, intrigued, as these items appeared rather mundane. Anren confidently stated, "We are making charcoal." "Charcoal?" Shueihua asked with curiosity. "What purpose does that serve?" Anren replied, "You have many questions. You shall soon find out." At that moment, Granny Zhu Lu arrived, carrying a large basket of bamboo strips. "Anren, I have brought the bamboo strips you requested." Anren looked up and smiled. "Thank you, Granny Zhu Lu." She tossed the charred wood pieces from the fire into the nearby stone pot. "Shueihua, please help cover it with another pot." Shueihua lifted the adjacent stone pot and carefully placed it on top, repeating the process until one pot was filled. The two then picked up prepared wooden sticks and began to pound the charcoal inside until it was reduced to powder, which they then mixed thoroughly with melted animal fat and water. They continued until it cooled and solidified into a soft, black mass. Shueihua, wrinkling her nose, ran to the river to wash her hands. "Anren, what have you made?" "It is not only dark, but also greasy, making it difficult to clean." Anren picked up a bamboo strip the size of a finger from the basket, pressing her thumb down firmly to leave a distinct fingerprint on the smooth surface. The silver had yet to be extracted, so this would have to suffice for now. The majority of the tribe remained diligent, aside from one or two exceptions. Anren pressed her fingerprint on several bamboo strips, leaving many blank ones untouched. After completing this task, Anren returned to the tribe and entered the cave where Chong Lu held meetings. Before long, a group of orcs entered curiously, immediately spotting Anren seated inside. Nioli grinned. "Anren, the chief has sent us to collect supplies." "What is it?" Jean Hu, standing nearby, eagerly asked. "Could it be something delicious?" Anren glanced at the two large bundles of bamboo strips on the table. "You are all selected by Chong Lu, correct?" "Nioli, how many people are in your group?" Nioli chuckled sheepishly, surprised that he was now responsible for others. "Just me." Anren picked up a bamboo strip with a fingerprint and handed it to him. "In a few days, you will have someone to work with. Take this to the chief to collect today's food." Jean Hu stepped forward. "Our hunting team consists of 70 members." Anren asked, "Are there any slackers among them?" Jean Hu waved his hand dismissively. "How could there be? They are all my brothers, and they are quite capable." Anren observed his golden hair, reflecting his exuberant personality. "You must be accountable for your words." She turned and counted out 70 strips to hand to him. "Your words must be truthful. Otherwise, if something happens to the team, you shall bear the responsibility." Xia Sheng, Yu Fei, Granny Zhu Lu, Hu Bing, and Wu Xiao all came to collect their bamboo strips. Anren glanced outside the cave. There was no one around, leaving her alone inside. After counting, she realized there were 36 bamboo strips with fingerprints remaining. That indicated that 36 individuals would go hungry tonight. She placed all the remaining strips in a basket, covered them with animal hides, and tucked them away in a corner before stepping out. A long line had formed for the meat distribution. With nothing else to do, Anren glanced at the sky, noting that it would still be a while before darkness fell, and decided to check on the kiln. If they could purify the silver, these cumbersome bamboo strips would become unnecessary. She hurried to the kiln and opened a small opening, peering inside, which was engulfed in darkness. Reaching in, Anren was instantly filled with excitement. It's cooled. She quickly opened the kiln, discovering that most of the pottery fired inside had cracked, leaving only one large basin intact. Anren carefully lifted it out, inspecting it from all angles. It bore no cracks. Tapping it gently with her finger produced a clear sound. This one should be usable. Setting it down, she rummaged through a pile of white ash at the cave entrance, uncovering several silver-colored objects of various sizes and shapes. Anren's excitement grew as she picked them up, blowing off the ash, holding them above her head for inspection. They shimmered with a silvery glow. Unable to resist, she bit down on one. It was soft. She joyfully cradled the ceramic basin, placing the silver pieces inside. After taking a few steps, she hesitated and decided to gather several handfuls of leaves from a nearby tree to hide the silver, ensuring its safety before returning to the cave. By this time, the meat had been distributed, and smoke wafted from the cave entrances of every household. Some were roasting meat, others simmering fish soup, while a few opted for a lighter meal, boiling a large pot of wild vegetable porridge. Just as Anren emerged, she spotted Chong Lu returning with a large piece of fresh beast meat and a sizable grass carp. Quickly, she stepped forward to accept the hefty fish. "Have you finished your tasks? Did they trouble you today?" Chong Lu looked down at her fluffy head, itching to ruffle it. But upon realizing his hands were dirty from handling the fish, he withdrew. With a gentle smile, he replied, "There was indeed some commotion, but it was to be expected. Besides, they were in the wrong, so it couldn't escalate." Anren nodded, taking the fish and meat to the river to wash them thoroughly. That's good to hear. She turned, smiling up at him. Chong Lu, I have good news to share. We've extracted the silver. Chapter 144. Niu Li's romantic fortune. Chong Lu's interest peaked at her words. Oh? Where is it? I left it in the cave. I will show you. The two hastily finished washing the meat and rushed back to the cave, where Anren retrieved the ceramic basin from beneath the animal hides and placed it on the stone table. Look, Chong Lu set the meat down and immediately noticed the large earth-toned basin. Did we make this from clay? Anren proudly nodded. Yes. In the future, we can fire whatever we desire. However, she sighed, it's a pity that despite Granny Yu Fei's efforts, only this one succeeded. Chong Lu, however, was unfazed and offered a comforting smile. Success doesn't always come easily. Having one is already quite impressive. Next time, we will surely achieve full success. Anren chuckled. Yes, you are right. Next time we will succeed. She then rummaged through the pile of leaves to reveal the silver pieces. Look, it's this. Chong Lu picked up the silver block, examining it closely. Indeed, it was a color he had never seen before. If this were used to measure the labor of the orcs, no one could replicate it. Moreover, if it proved functional, that mine would need to be well protected. However, such a large piece posed a dilemma. It could not be distributed in its entirety each time, or Anren and he would surely exhaust themselves. Furrowing his brow slightly, he mused, Isn't this a bit too large? Anren took the silver block from him, weighing in her hand. It is indeed quite large. We can cut it into smaller pieces with a bone knife and then remeld it into beads. Chong Lu tossed the silver block into the basin. Very well. After we eat, we will work on it together. Anren nodded, tidying up the area and helping prepare the meal and clean up. Once they finished, the two began the careful process of cutting under the flickering firelight. Several silver pieces were divided into thousands of small fragments by the two of them. Chong Lu gently grasped a handful, and the small silver pieces quickly transformed into smooth spheres. And Ran watched his remarkable technique with curiosity and leaned closer, inquiring, How do you manage to mold them so effortlessly? Chong Lu concurrently picked up several pieces and held them in his palm, testing his hypothesis, and indeed, he found that they were even easier to shape when grouped together. With a smile curving his lips, he replied, This material is quite malleable. A gentle pressure is all it takes to round them off. And Ran raised her thumb in admiration and asked, Do you plan to shape them all by hand? Chong Lu glanced at the multitude of silver pieces scattered across the table and shook his head. It's too late. Shaping just enough for tomorrow will suffice. As Ran sat nearby, observing him at work, the warm orange glow of the fire illuminated his handsome profile, reflecting his earnest diligence, creating an atmosphere of tranquility within the cave. However, outside in the tribal square, a commotion was unfolding as a group of individuals was embroiled in a heated argument. A male orc stood in the center, visibly agitated, pointing accusatorily as he unleashed a torrent of insults. What does he think he is? If Ran had married him, would he even be considered for chief? You're right. Without the support of our Chuanshen tribe, would he have this many followers? Now he dares to treat us with disdain, and to top it off, he refuses to share meat with us. Who does he think he is? Several females, including Xianyu, Hiqing, and Ichio, echoed the male's grievances, feeling increasingly aggrieved. They had never endured such hardship, especially Xianyu, who had once been the belle of the tribe, never lacking male attention. Any male she fancied would follow her with just a beckoning finger. Yet since arriving at this desolate tribe, her status had plummeted drastically. Even more infuriating were the males who deemed it a privilege to be noticed by her, yet now showed disdain, particularly Jean, who in Yoli. Jean, who was tolerable, as no one seemed to catch his eye, but what was the deal with Qing? How dare she compete with her for Yoli? The thought ignited a fire within her, and her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Qing, who was busily preparing food nearby. That elegant neck of hers was even longer than Xianyu's, and the animal hide she wore was far more appealing. She was the true jewel of the heavens, the cherished one. With this thought, anger surged to her head, and her feet moved uncontrollably towards Qing. The timid Qing, upon seeing Xianyu approach with fury, instinctively took several steps back. Yet, despite Xianyu's impulsiveness, a sliver of rationality remained, and she did not intend to strike. Instead, she lifted her foot and kicked the stone pot that Qing had placed on the rocks, causing the broth within to spill forth. The hot liquid splattered onto the ground, with some even splashing onto Qing's instep. Niu Li, resting in the cave, immediately rushed out upon hearing Qing's scream and saw Xian Yu confronting her with a fierce demeanor. Raising his hand in defense, he shielded Qing Qing behind him. "What are you doing?" Xian Yu looked up, her face seething with rage. "Why do you favor this female over me? What is wrong with me?" Niu Li, upon realizing the reason for her ire, furrowed his brows, displaying clear annoyance. This female had persistently bothered him, yet since becoming bonded with Qing Qing, he had shown no interest in any other female. He had been avoiding her, and now she dared to confront him in a manner that frightened Qing Qing. This was intolerable. With a frigid glare, he retorted, "Why on earth would I like you?" Meanwhile, orcs in the cave, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around, intrigued. They had long heard the grievances of this group, but the chief had shown no desire to intervene, so why would they seek out trouble for themselves? However, given the romantic entanglement, their curiosity was piqued. After all, Niuli appeared quite trustworthy. How could he be entangled with the bothersome Xian Yu? Was he perhaps betraying the orc's oath? As they approached, they overheard Xian Yu's words, realizing it was merely unrequited affection. Ichio could no longer contain herself, stepping forward to point an accusatory finger at Niuli. "What gives you the right to dismiss Xian Yu? She is young and beautiful." This declaration elicited snickers from the onlookers. How audacious! In the past, such looks would have been considered acceptable, but now they were merely ordinary. One observer interjected, "You're truly full of yourselves. In previous times, even our Qingshan tribe's Qi Yu and Chunhua surpassed you in beauty. And you have the audacity to claim you are attractive? Now that you have enjoyed a few days of comfort in our tribe, you seem to have forgotten who you are. If it weren't for the chief's kindness in taking you in, you would have perished long ago. If you have the ability, just leave. The chief has said he will not stop you." Xian Yu could hardly believe that those who usually wouldn't dare to look at her were now insulting her. "I am seeking Niuli. What does it have to do with you? Are you so idle?" Niuli felt a headache from the noise, especially as his young calf had just transformed and was now standing beside him. He frowned deeply. "What reason do I have to like you? You're not only lazy and arrogant, but also gluttonous and dismissive. What do you possess that compares to Qing Qing?" The moment those words left his lips, the orcs gathered around erupted in applause, cheering. "Well said, Niuli." At that moment, Hu Bing stepped forward with her hands on her hips, addressing Xian Yu. "If you had any self-awareness, you would leave and stop causing trouble. You people only think about how to take advantage of the situation. If it weren't for the chief implementing this method of labor-based food distribution, I doubt you would be causing such a ruckus." Her words struck a chord with those who had not received meat that evening. While they were indeed lazy, they were not so easily dismissed by a mere female. The first to object was He Go, who raised his fist to strike Hu Bing, shouting, "To hell with you." However, surrounded by males, his protest was swiftly quelled as Xia Sheng seized his fist and twisted it painfully, making him howl in agony. "Let go, you brute." Upon hearing the insult, Xia Sheng retaliated, kicking He Go far away. "Try calling out again." Meanwhile, Yu He, who had been watching for some time, slowly walked into the fray. "Stop fighting." He Go, after being kicked and weakened by hunger, finally managed to stand, glaring menacingly at Xia Sheng. "I'll let slide this time because of Uncle Yu He." Yu He approached, patting He Go's shoulder gently. "In a moment, you should go find the chief and see if he can assign you some work. You'll have meat tomorrow. Stop lounging around in the tribe. Look at how your muscles have withered away." At that moment, Xian Yu raised her voice in protest. "Why should we work? What tribe makes females labor? If you have the ability, let us starve." Huang Go, grinning widely and exposing his yellowed teeth, chimed in, "He Xian Yu, I'm with you. I refuse to believe that Chong Lu won't provide us with food. Back when he was in the Chuan Shun tribe, he often managed to eat without anyone saying anything. What right did this small tribe have to dictate to those from a larger tribe?" Xian Yu, with an air of superiority, scoffed. "At least you were sensible." Huang Go immediately proposed, "How about we go to the bamboo forest outside for some fun?" Ever since the incident by the river between Ran and Chong Lu was witnessed, many have been eager to experience the thrill of the wild. Although they had previously engaged in such activities outside, it had been quite a while since they had, and in the past, it was often out of necessity, as the cave was too cramped, and seeking privacy meant contending with rivals nearby. Winning is fortunate, but losing could become quite unsightly. It might even lead to unfavorable rumors about one's capabilities. However, the situation has changed. Their outings are now their own choices, which is rather exhilarating. Xian Yu snorted coldly, crossing her arms, and disdainfully glanced at him. "Do you even have any meat?" Upon hearing her request for meat, Huang Go instantly wilted. He had none. As he had consumed everything he had received, each day. Let us disperse. Yuhei waved his hand, sending everyone away. The Nyoli family still needed to eat, and crowding at someone's doorstep was hardly a viable option. After their noisy banter, Xi and Yu felt a sense of relief, albeit without a clear winner. Yet, continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Someone had to provide an exit. With a cold snort, she turned and approached another group of single males. Squatting down with a bashful expression, "Brothers, is it chilly tonight?" The next day, at dawn, the entire tribe buzzed with energy. After witnessing some performances the previous day, they felt satisfied. The chieftain had finally devised a method to punish the indolent. Their labor would no longer be usurped, invigorating them to work harder. And Ran woke early, clutching a ceramic basin, and set out to find Yu Fei, Papa. Upon entering, the elder females greeted her warmly. "And Ran, you've come." "And Ran, look at the new basket I made." Receiving the bamboo woven basket from Zhu Lu, she admired its sturdy and exquisite craftsmanship, running her hands over it. "It's beautiful and quite robust, perfect for holding furs." Seeing that Ran had immediately understood her intention, Zhu Lu smiled. "That's exactly what I had in mind. With this, our furs can be stored cleanly instead of lying on the dirty ground." And Ran returned the basket and pondered. It would be great if it had a lid. Then the contents wouldn't gathered dust. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lu fell into deep thought. Indeed, a lid would be wonderful, but how to create one? After mulling it over for a while without any clear ideas, she became frustrated and decided to take a stroll to clear her mind. And Ran approached Yu Fei, her face beaming with joy. "Yu Fei, Papa, look at the basin we made earlier." Yu Fei, busy tidying her bed, glanced at the item and Ran offered. In an instant, she excitedly took it, examining it closely. "Is this the one we fired?" And Ran nodded. "Yes, but unfortunately, we only made one. I want to make more now, and this time we'll fire them longer. The clay pieces we made last time have dried for quite a while." Yu Fei quickly adjusted her animal skin skirt. "Let us hurry." The two raced to the kiln, and upon entering, and Ran saw the cracked fragments of the previous pots still inside, remnants of the last attempt where only one succeeded out of over 20. "Let us clean this up quickly," and Ran urged. The two worked diligently and soon cleared the kiln. Yu Fei ran to fetch over 20 intact pots she had carefully chosen, placing them meticulously on the clay platform. And Ran prepared the silver or powder mixed with wood and carbon powder, placing it at the hottest part of the kiln. She layered fine wood and carbon powder beneath the ceramic basin, then placed small silver pieces on top. These were leftovers from Chong Lu's previous work, and she hoped this method would yield small round balls upon melting. After completing these preparations, they sealed the kiln together and started the fire. Once the fire was lit, there was little else to concern them, and Ran felt uncertain about this approach, so she picked up a hoe from the drying room and gathered some clay. Kneading it into a large mass, she shaped it into large flat discs. Chapter 146, on Practical Skills. Zhu Lu prevails. Yu Fei added more firewood to the kiln and turned to see and Ran working on something. Curiously, she approached, observing for a while without understanding what it was. The surface was riddled with tiny holes, far from capable of holding anything. "And Ran, what are you making?" And Ran, focused, replied without looking up, "It's nothing, just a small experiment. I'm not sure if it will work." "Let me help," Yu Fei offered. And Ran shook her head. "No need. I can't make many. Just keep an eye on the kiln fire and ensure it doesn't cool down." Realizing the kiln's contents were more crucial, Yu Fei returned to stoke the fire, and Ran managed to create about 10 large clay plates, leaving them to dry in the drying room. She counted the remaining dry clay pieces. There were only a few left, just over 10. Since it was still early, she decided to sit down and mold several more clay pieces, using her hands to smooth them out as best as she could without a potter's wheel. However, after several attempts, she was dissatisfied. All of them were uneven and flawed. Either they were too thick in places or too thin in others, with uneven protrusions and indentations, none of which pleased her eye. And Ran recalled a craft show she had watched on television, which spoke solely about making pottery, never mentioning how to create the wheel. Feeling frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair. That wheel, which could spin effortlessly while maintaining balance, must have had an axle. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Axle? Symmetrical axle? Bearing? Each term conjured a corresponding image in her mind, and when she thought of bearings, the first image that came to mind was that of a car wheel bearing. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. She slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Of course. The car wheels are connected by bearings, allowing them to turn. If I connect 2 wooden boards with a smooth stick, wouldn't that mean I could just gently rotate the boards to make them spin?" And Ran leaped up, laughing with excitement. Yu Fei, hearing her exclamation, turned in confusion. And Ran, what's wrong? And Ran brushed the clay off her clothes, grinning. I've thought of a way to better shape the clay pieces. Igriku Fei Bopo. Watch this for me. I'm going to fetch Uncle Yu Hei and Zhu Lu Papa. With that, she dashed off, heading straight to Zhu Lu's cave. Zhu Lu Papa, grab your bone knife and basket and come with me. Zhu Lu, sitting on a stone bench, contemplating the design for the basket lid, immediately stood and packed her belongings. Where are we going? And Ran exited the cave. I'm going to fetch Uncle Yu Hei to join us. Just as she finished speaking, she spotted Uncle Yu Hei returning with a large basket of fish. She stood on tiptoes, calling out, Uncle Yu Hei, can you help me with something? Come with me for a moment. Yu Hei, carrying the heavy basket, replied, just a moment. I'll drop off this fish to prevent it from spoiling. Soon, the three made their way to the nearby forest, selecting a sturdy tree to fell. And Ran picked up a stone and marked the necessary spots, while Yu Hei cut the wood and Zhu Lu used her bone knife to shape it as desired. Working together, they quickly fashioned 2 wooden boards, and then Ran instructed Yu Hei to hollow out one of the boards, just enough to fit Zhu Lu's wooden handle perfectly. The design was simple, but essential to smooth out any rough edges. Zhu Lu removed her animal skin apron, using it to polish the handle, and Ran placed it in the center, finding a perfect fit, but when she turned it, it fell a bit dry and not entirely smooth. Let us go to the kiln and finish polishing it. Yu Fei sat by the fire, feeling drowsy when the sound of footsteps made him turn around to see 3 figures approaching. What brings you here? He inquired. Granny Zhu Lu chuckled. We were worried you'd be lonely all by yourself. And Ran replied, you all continue to grind. I will mix a bit of soft clay. All right. Zhu Lu and Yu Hei promptly settled beside a wooden stump, diligently resuming their work. Earlier, there had been some soft clay prepared, and Ran merely added a touch of water, achieving a slightly thinner consistency, as overly dry clay would hinder shaping. Nevertheless, she had some previously dried clay to experiment with, having never used such materials before. Before long, Zhu Lu and Yu Hei called out, and Ran, how does it feel to try it now? And Ran accepted the item, gently turning it, causing the disc to spin swiftly and steadily. With a smile, she remarked, quite impressive. I shall give it a go. She quickly found a flat surface, placed the spinning disc upon it, and secured it with 2 large stones to prevent it from toppling over. She scooped a handful of the softer clay and placed it on top, furrowing her brow as she recalled the movements of the artisans on television. As she raised her hand to spin the disc, the soft clay began to rotate in unison, and Ran placed her fingers upon it, striving to mold it into the desired shape. Zhu Lu and Yu Hei squatted nearby, watching intently. Soon, the soft clay took the form of a small bowl. As the disc came to a halt, Zhu Lu exclaimed in astonishment, goodness, this object creates such a smooth finish. Yu Hei nodded excitedly, not only smooth, but also perfectly round, just like the moon in the sky. Hearing their praises, and Ran felt a surge of joy. It was her first successful attempt, and she was already satisfied. However, with a slight tremor of her fingers, the formed bowl collapsed into a puddle of clay. Zhu Lu, feeling eager, asked, may I get a try? And Ran nodded, stepping aside. Please go ahead. Granny Zhu Lu wiped her hands on her animal skin skirt before slowly placing them upon the clay, executing each movement with precision. In no time, she produced an open ceramic bowl, and Ran watched in astonishment. Granny Zhu Lu, are you skilled at this craft? Even Yu Hei nodded appreciatively. This is far more beautiful than what Ran made. Although Ran felt somewhat diminished by their comparison, she did not take offense. Her creation was merely a semblance, likely to crack with time. In contrast, Granny Zhu Lu's piece was uniform in thickness. Feeling slightly bashful under their gaze, Zhu Lu replied, I've merely done a lot of handiwork. I thought it should be like this. And Ran searched for something suitable to cut the bowl from the disc, but found nothing appropriate. Ultimately, she resorted to pulling 2 strands of her long hair to carefully cut the clay bowl away, placing it cautiously on the drying rack in the thatched hut. Granny Zhu Lu, make a few more, especially larger pots and bowls. We will provide the clay for you. Yu Fei joined in, occasionally assisting, but primarily tending to his own kiln. The group toiled until nightfall before returning, and Ran called upon the individual who had previously fired the bricks to assist with the fire. After a long day, her legs felt almost unrecognizable, sore from exhaustion. As she finally dragged her weary body back into the tribe, she was met with the sharp voices of females arguing. How could you possibly manage alone? You must repair my home first today, or I won't allow it. Other females nearby expressed their impatience. Is this how you behave? Nioli is working hard alone, and since your cave is at the back, it naturally comes after the front. and Ran overheard the commotion, noticing several returning beastmen gathered to watch. As she approached, they instinctively made way for her, and Ran has arrived. Let her adjudicate. Upon entering the crowd, and Ran discovered it was Xinu causing the disturbance, igniting a wave of irritation within her. These individuals truly knew how to stir trouble, seemingly content to bicker rather than enjoy their lives. A slight shift of her gaze revealed Neo Li standing silently, covered in dust, his expression weary and strained. Addressing the haughty Xinu, she said, "If you have grievances, you may express them to me, as if I need to speak with you." Xinu dismissed and Ran with a haughty glance. Her attire, particularly the pink conch shell beads around her neck, strikingly conspicuous. Why should she have what others did not? Neoli exhaled in frustration and Ran. Xinu wants me to repair her cave entrance first, but I disagreed. And Ran nodded, affirming, "You did well. Matters should be addressed in the correct order." Neoli looked at her in surprise, having anticipated criticism, for since the females began to labor for themselves, their status had risen significantly within the tribe. When Xinu approached him with her demands, he had merely suppressed his anger and spoken civilly, but this female disregarded him entirely, even seizing his tools to prevent him from working. Surprised by Ran's rationality, he felt a surge of confidence, straightening up, understood. However, upon hearing this, Xinu exploded, pointing at Ran and spewing insults. "What do you think you are? I'm speaking with Neoli. You have no right to interject." Faced with such vitriol, and Ran retaliated with a swift slap to her face. "Did your parents not teach you manners? If you cannot speak respectfully, then remain silent." If it weren't for the severe shortage of females in the tribe, she would not have tolerated such insolence. Xinu, unable to contain herself, tugged at her hair in frustration and screeched, "You vile female! How dare you strike me? You think you're tough now that Ichio is absent." And Ran observed the fury in Xinu's eyes, reminiscent of a rabid dog in spring, as if she were about to charge and tear her apart. Just as she anticipated Xinu's retaliation, the latter suddenly ripped off her animal skin, standing bare before the crowd. "Come on, hit me again. You can't kill me. When Ichio returns, he will deal with you." And Ran was taken aback by this unexpected display, her brow furrowing in disgust. How could this person lack any sense of shame, undressing in front of so many? Moreover, there were numerous males present. What was the purpose of such a brazen act? To humiliate her? Was her mind truly deranged? The likes of Xinu were unwelcome in the Qing Shan tribe. Any offspring she bore would likely inherit her foolishness. With a frosty demeanor, she declared, "Xinu, if you show such disrespect towards yourself, we are under no obligation to respect you. Please leave our tribe at once." The surrounding crowd heard her words, quiet yet authoritative, casting scornful glances at the bear, Xinu. They had never witnessed such shamelessness before, and it was disgustingly outrageous. Even the males who had previously mated with her felt embarrassed to speak out. However, some males had different thoughts. The visual shock was exhilarating. The idea of engaging right there became enticing. As they pondered, they found themselves involuntarily standing. One male casually remarked, "Oh, it's not a big deal. It's just a road repair. Neoli, why not fix hers first?" This comment drew the ire of many who turned to glare at the outspoken beastman. And Ran's gaze sharpened, piercing through the brown-haired male. "Do you comprehend the implications of your words? It is because of males like you in the tribe that Xinu feels emboldened. If Neoli had repaired her today, would he then be obliged to deal with another troublemaker tomorrow?" His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smirk escaped his lips. "It seems you are all indifferent and unconcerned, as if it has nothing to do with you, considering it is not your task at hand. Is it?" The brown-haired male, feeling embarrassed, scratched his forehead and lowered his head, for he indeed thought that way. After all, it was merely a spectacle. The more chaotic, the better. On the sidelines, Xinu, initially pleased to see someone stand up for her, proudly held her head high amidst the crowd, oblivious to any impropriety in her lack of clothing. However, Ran did not acquiesce to the male support and promptly retaliated with sharp words. The male, who had attempted to defend her, fell silent. And Xinu immediately grew displeased, hands on her hips. "And Ran, who do you think you are? He is a male, and you, a mere female. How dare you speak to him like that? Huh?" And Ran found herself unexpectedly amused by this sudden outburst. This person truly exhibited a double standard. Neoli was a male, thus he could shout and roar, while she herself was not permitted to express her thoughts. Moreover, she had merely suggested a trial, and she had no desire to engage further with someone whose reasoning was so skewed. Waving her hand dismissively, she said, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, when Chang Lu returns, I fear you may not even have a chance to escape with your life. Upon hearing this determination to expel her, Xianyu immediately threw herself to the ground. Rolling about, I won't leave. On what grounds do you have to drive me out? And Ran turned to Hu Bing and Qing Qing. Throw her out. She had endured this person for far too long. The recent influx of idlers in the tribe bore much of her responsibility. Do not assume that her silence meant ignorance of their gossip. Chapter 148. Hard work brings rewards. Hu Bing had long been intolerant of her antics, deliberately stepping on her hand as she rolled on the ground, applying pressure until Xianyu emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, you wretched creature. Are you blind? I'm truly sorry. I didn't see you there. Please forgive me, Hu Bing teased, lifting her foot to stomp on Xianyu's dusty hair. Qing Qing attempted to pull Xianyu up but found it futile, only hearing her cries. Hu Bing feigned ignorance. Qing Qing, pull harder. Qing Qing, baffled, gritted her teeth. I'm already trying. Jin Hu, unable to bear the scene any longer, stepped forth and pushed Qing Qing aside. Let me handle this. You should ensure that Nioli prepares more meat for you tonight. You can't even lift a female. Disgusted, he yanked Xianyu up with 2 fingers, and her scream pierced the air as she was hoisted aloft. In just a few strides, Jin Hu dragged her out of the tribe and into the forest, vanishing from sight. The males nearby, witnessing this, finally grasped the situation. What a splendid opportunity this was. How could they have overlooked it? Jin Hu had unwittingly gained a significant advantage. If he took her into the thicket, he could do as he pleased. Xia Sheng, upon hearing the malicious speculation, darkened his expression and shot a glare at the group. Jin Hu would never entertain such a female. He then sneered, you truly have no standards. You would accept such a female? Aren't you concerned that the offspring might inherit her madness? Those males who had previously entertained thoughts of pursuing her instantly shivered at the remark. Perhaps it would be best to avoid that. He certainly did not wish for his offspring to emulate her lunacy. Having a male child might be manageable, but a female who would expose herself so brazenly in public? No, that was simply too humiliating. Someone then remarked, is it acceptable for males to expose themselves? Why don't you demonstrate for everyone? The male who had just spoken turned crimson, realizing the absurdity of his suggestion. He only revealed himself in front of females or during private moments. Not like this in front of crowd. He was not insane. Once Jin, who had departed with Xianyu, many turned their gazes toward Hu Bing, Qing Qing, and ran. Suddenly, a clump of dark, bloodied hair caught their attention, causing a collective shiver and prompting them to hastily exit the area. And ran, having witnessed bloodshed before, merely cast a casual glance at the severed hair. She was not without her temper. She had tolerated this persistent provocation for long enough. As dusk approached and the day's matters remained unresolved, she hurried back to the meeting cave, counting the silver beans and placing them in a stone bowl. Jin, who was the first to enter, his face beaming as he surveyed the cave and found and ran alone. Hey, where are the others? And Ran smiled. Perhaps they are busy. How many of you were there today? Jin, who plopped down onto a nearby stone bench. We had 70 today. And Ran noted the discrepancy with yesterday's count and inquired, wasn't it 72 yesterday? Jin, who casually tossed aside his bangs. 2 were injured. And Ran counted out 72 silver beans. Those injured while working are also entitled to food. Just report it like this in the future. Jin, who grinned. All right then. He took a handful of silver beans, curiously flipping one over in his palms. What is this? The color is quite beautiful. And Ran laughed at his comparison. These are silver beans, but they're not for eating. You can exchange them with the tribe leader for necessities. Jin, who nodded. Sure. I will explain it to them. At that moment, Niu Li and Xia Sheng also entered, and Ran handed each of them 2 silver beans, reiterating her earlier words to Jin Hu. Excess beans can be saved for future purchases. Niu Li glanced at Xia Sheng. Noticing each received only 1 bean while he had 2, he immediately set one on the stone table. 1 is enough for me. They should each have 1 too. And Ran retrieved the silver bean from the table and returned it to him. You should keep it. The path for our tribe relies heavily on you alone, and it'll be tiring. Moreover, Chang Lu wishes to finish before the rainy season arrives, so you may have to work late into the night. This extra 1 is your due reward. Xia Sheng, who had been somewhat disgruntled earlier, felt a sense of balance restored upon hearing and Ran's words. Though they too were working, they would return home at night, and they were a large group, unlike Niu Li, who had to shoulder the burden alone. Having faced difficulties today, he would likely be busy even as the others slept, so the extra bean was well deserved. He smiled, and Ran, if we work tonight, Can we hear more? Upon hearing this, Ran understood his intentions, and her lips curved upwards. Of course, but no slacking off. Encouraged by her words, Xiaosheng marched out of the tribe with renewed determination. If Niuli could earn 2 portions of supplies in a day, so could he. Niuli clutched the extra silver bean. I'll eat, then continue working. Ran rose. Thank you for your hard work. Just then, Chong Lu returned and overheard the conversation, chuckling. Who is working hard? Ran smiled knowingly at him. I advised Niuli to put in extra effort tonight to expedite the road's completion. All right, I will head back to prepare dinner then. Upon hearing the exchange between the two, Niuli quickly waved his hand. No need, tribe leader. I can manage alone. He had already laid half the path and was quite adept at it. Besides, if they came to help, would he still have that extra silver bean? He intended to have Ching Ching bear him a calf this rainy season. He needed meat for that, and Ran reassured him. Rest assured, your additional portion is secured. Niuli, feeling somewhat embarrassed that his little thoughts had been exposed, awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair and said, Well then, I shall go fetch the meat. With that, he turned and hurried out of the cave. Once he had departed, the cave was left with only the two of them. Chong Lu eagerly wrapped his arms around Ran's neck, leaning down to press a deep kiss on her lips. Ran, taken aback by his sudden affection, was momentarily dazed and about to speak when she noticed Granny Zhu Lu entering. Upon seeing them, she quickly covered her eyes and fled outside. Ran immediately called out to her, Granny Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu stood outside, maintaining a serious demeanor, and replied, I saw nothing. Ran playfully pouted and muttered, Look at what you've done. Chong Lu felt a twinge of guilt. He hadn't expected anyone to arrive so soon. He could only cough awkwardly a couple of times and sat down on a stone bench in silence. Ran rushed to the entrance and, with an embarrassed smile, said, Granny Zhu Lu, please come in. Zhu Lu, wearing a mischievous grin, replied, I want to go in. Just hand me the goods. We have a total of 36 people today. Seeing that she truly did not intend to enter, Ran promptly counted out the silver beans and handed them over. Zhu Lu took the items without counting and stuffed them into her bee skin bag, grinning mysteriously as she said, Ran, you ought to give Chong Lu a little cub. Sudden pressure to procreate left Ran's smile frozen, her lips twitching as she responded, I understand. Chong Lu, hearing the footsteps fade away, emerged and casually took her hand. Let us return home to prepare a meal. Upon their return to the cave, and after dining, the two set out to assist Niuli in road construction. Niuli had been aware that the couple would be joining him, so he had brought Ching Ching along to help as well. As soon as Chong Lu arrived, he eagerly squatted down beside Niuli to work, which left Ching Ching standing nearby, feeling somewhat at a loss. Chieftain, leave this task to us. You must take care of your hands. Chong Lu, without looking back, replied, It's fine. We are all in this together. You just need to pass us the bricks, and the sooner we finish, the sooner we can avoid the mud. Ran wielded a hoe in front, helping to level the ground, and with 4 of them working, the progress accelerated significantly. Suddenly, 2 dark figures leaped out from the side, one large and one small, charging directly toward Ran. Chapter 149. Ichio is dead, and Ran's heart skipped a beat. Upon seeing the shadows, she recognized they were coming for her and quickly sidestepped. However, as she moved, she saw Chong Lu standing in front of her former position, blocking the 2 assailants. Approaching, she furrowed her brow in annoyance. You came for Xinu, didn't you? Ichio had not anticipated that she would openly address the matter. She had not intended to conceal it. How dare you cast my sister out of the tribe? Even He Qing, usually quiet, stepped forward to accuse Ran. Chieftain Chong Lu, your mate is a venomous person. She actually drove Xinu out of the tribe. She is a female. Is this how your tribe treats those who seek refuge? Are you not afraid of breaking the hearts of your people? With just a few words, He Qing had stirred the emotions of the surrounding beastmen, some of whom were originally from other tribes, although they appear to have no issues on the surface. Ran and Chong Lu did not regard them as outsiders. However, there were indeed a few from the Qing Shan tribe who looked down upon the newcomers, often speaking with a hint of disdain. Today, when Xinu was expelled, they felt a sense of satisfaction, for she had relied on her status as a female to live lazily, and they had grown weary of it. No one wanted to be taken advantage of. Yet He Qing's words now carried a sense of tragic irony. Xinu was an outsider, and Ran had expelled her. What would become of them if they made mistakes? Would they also be cast out, as many of them were also newcomers? Ran assessed the ordinarily unassuming female before her, surprised by her sudden boldness. With a cold laugh, she retorted, So you imply that I am at fault? However, Ichio was impatient. Why waste breath on her? Since she killed Xianu, let her die. With that, she lunged forward, her hefty form ready to strike. Chang Lu swiftly kicked Ichio away, sending her crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust rising. His voice was cold and cutting. You three have been in our Qing Shan tribe since winter, and not only do you show no gratitude, but you also look down upon us. All our tribe members are laboring. How dare you remain aloof? Previously, you assaulted the water mage of the Yunqi tribe, and now you wish to attack my mate? The final words, though not loud, carried an overwhelming force that left everyone present nearly unsteady. However, Ichio and He Qing were unafraid, especially He Qing. They hailed from a large tribe, and to come to a small tribe like this was a privilege. Not only were they not revered, but they were also expelled. Was this something a rightful tribe would do? This matter should be taken to the Beast King city. It was Qing Shan tribe's fault. Our Chuan Shan tribe's females are not to be compared to your lot. You drove Xianu away, severing her means of survival. I will demand your lives in return. Upon hearing such provocative words, Chang Lu gritted his teeth in fury. Had it not been for Enrant's disapproval of imprisoning the female and punishing her for childbirth, he would have made these two wish they had never been born. He had observed their behavior closely over the past few days. They disliked working and enjoyed inciting others to join them in their idleness. Truly the dregs of society. It seemed that in the future, he would need to be more discerning when accepting newcomers. Since you adore Chuan Shan tribe so much, you may take your leave at dawn. Our Qing Shan tribe cannot afford your presence. Ichio, having finally risen from the ground, slowly approached. Xian, you had been her close companion since childhood. Each time she had a mating opportunity with a male, she would share it with them. Especially for someone like her, robust and imposing, without Xian, no male would even look her way. Yet now, such a fine Xian, you had been slain by that wretched Enran, and Chang Lu, the worthless chieftain, was shielding her. This thought ignited Ichio's fury, and she spat vehemently. Let us go. We will certainly leave, but I will take Enrant's life with me. Before her words faded, a massive hand from behind her suddenly swung toward Enran. Chang Lu's reflexes were sharp. He immediately spotted the large stone in her hand, realizing that if it struck, Enran would either be dead or gravely injured. Such a threat would not be tolerated in the tribe. His long legs transformed into a serpentine tail, and with a resounding crash, the air erupted with explosive sounds. As everyone regained their senses, they found the ground stained with blood, and Ichio had vanished. Many stared in astonishment at the scene. All they knew was that Ichio was dead. Yet how the chieftain had struck remained a mystery. Since Chang Lu had taken over the chieftaincy, he had not hunted, and the newcomers from the Chuan Shan tribe had no idea of his might. They had assumed that he merely leveraged his relationship with Enran to gain favor and ascend to leadership. Little did they know he possessed such incredible strength. Just a fleeting blue shadow passed, and Ichio was reduced to fragments. Blood splattered onto the surrounding beastmen, especially the females, who trembled in fear. The males rushed forward to comfort them. Meanwhile, Jean, who seemed unfazed by the incident, casually stepping forward and surveying everyone with a disdainful glare. You truly are bold to provoke the chieftain. It is only due to our chieftain's good temper that he tolerates you. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured towards everyone. If you wish to challenge the chief and Aaron next time, you must first pass my trial. If you cannot even get past me, it would be wise for you to wash up and retire for the night. At that moment, Xiaosheng stepped forward. I am here too. Sherpa also emerged. Count me in. Even Lin stepped out from the crowd, casting a glance at those around him, and stated calmly, I am included as well. Those expelled from the Qing Shan tribe will be equally banished from our Yunqi tribe. Upon hearing this, many fell silent, refraining from speaking. Even those orcs who relied on their lineage from the Chuan Shan tribe quieted down, while others may have been oblivious. They were all too aware that their claims of being from the Chuan Shan tribe were merely for show. In reality, they were but a small sub-tribe under Chuan Shan. Otherwise, how could they be wandering aimlessly? The fall of a large tribe is no trivial matter. The true Chuan Shan tribe looked down upon them, choosing not to offer assistance, allowing them to fend for themselves. After finally finding a place to settle, and with their lives better than before, how could they easily abandon it? Wu Xiao had long distanced himself from these individuals. Ever since he lost his hand, they regarded him as a burden, often speaking impudently along the way. Yet, his grandfather had taught him that as orcs, one must embody humility and tolerance. Only through acceptance can one progress further. For the sake of their survival, he endured time and again until he finally found a tribe willing to take them in. However, he never anticipated such a turn of events. Back in the Chuanshan tribe, there were often males who were lazy and gluttonous, merely shouting a few times during hunts before returning. He had thought little of it, considering they were all part of the same tribe and at least made an appearance. But what he did not expect was their utter shamelessness. They now lounged in the tribe, sunbathing alongside a few female cubs. It is important to note that the Qingshan tribe was different from their previous home, where females also engaged in labor. This, in effect, meant that the females were sustaining these idlers. Such individuals were beneath Wu Xiu's contempt. I am here too. Upon hearing this declaration, many from the Chuanshan tribe displayed expressions of discomfort, fully aware of the implications. Yet Wu Xiu's actions made them feel as if they had been betrayed. Chapter 150. Only the strong have greater opportunities for survival. Waterflower also stepped out from the crowd, boldly grasping Aaron's wrist. If anyone dares to target Aaron, I will ensure that all shamans refuse to treat them. She pointed at several troublemakers. Let the beast god punish them. Upon hearing this, the timid immediately knelt, bowing their heads. Please forgive us, beast god. We are loyal to the Qingshan tribe. Aaron was taken aback by the support these two received. Taking a deep breath before stepping forward, our Qingshan tribe does not forcibly retain anyone. Those who come here are free. You may leave at any time, but those who depart will not be able to return. Furthermore, I must inform everyone that starting today, all must procure supplies using silver beans. Those without must either hunt for themselves or go hungry. Upon this announcement, many cheered. Good, good, good. They had long grown weary of those who merely rode on the coattails of others, and Xia Shang had already told them that the more one worked, the more one would earn. Nioli had already received 2 small beans today, and they too desired some. It was merely a matter of working a bit harder at night. With more males and females, they were not concerned about losing one evening, and it was a perfect opportunity to expend excess energy. Soon, some declared, we will not leave. This is our home. Yes, we will not leave. The diligent orcs from the Chuanshan tribe immediately began to shout in agreement. Where else could be better than the Qingshan tribe? Which tribe had females as beautiful, fragrant, and abundant in food as here? Not to mention a dust-free square? They were not foolish. They understood the value of their situation. However, a few troublemakers should not represent them. Nioli felt a deep sense of shame. Ultimately, today's chaos was instigated by him. After the crowd dispersed, he finally approached. Chief, Anren, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Chong Lu patted his shoulder. It is not your fault. Let's South clean this place up and get to work. Even Qing Qing quietly said to Anren, Anren, we truly had no idea it would turn out like this. Had we known, Nioli would certainly have agreed. Anren picked up the litter from the ground and tossed it into a nearby basket. Hearing Qing Qing's heartfelt words of regret, she straightened up and looked at her. Nioli was not at fault. Even if today's incident had not occurred, individuals like Xin, you would have met their demise elsewhere. Let us get to work. Do not dwell on it. There is no need for her to elaborate further. Chong Lu had killed someone, and as a modern person, she should have felt disdain. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was the beast world, not a civilized nation. If she continued down this path, the Qingshan tribe would inevitably disband, and with it, the survival of hundreds would be at stake. She was not a saint, and at this moment did not perceive any fault in Chong Lu's actions. Everything was merely for the betterment of the tribe. Only a strong tribe would ensure greater opportunities for survival. After this incident, many orcs who had been itching to stir trouble calmed their intentions. Early the next morning, He Go and Huang Go approached Nioli one after the other, feeling quite embarrassed. Nioli, we would like to work alongside you. Nioli squatted on the ground, laying bricks, and these words were jarring to his ears. Why in T they come sooner? Now they chose to show up. Were it not for the support of those males, would Xiu and Ichio have dared to act so brazenly before the chief? Now that a death had occurred and the matter had escalated, they finally understood the gravity of the situation. This was certainly not a place to take advantage of. Seeing him silent, He Go grew anxious. They had gone 3 days without food, and if they did not work soon, they might truly starve. Last night, as display from the chief suggested that those who did not work would not receive food. He Go exchanged glances with Huang Go, then squatted down before Nioli. Brother Nioli, we were wrong. Could you give us a piece of meat? Nioli raised his head and scrutinized the 2 thin males. There were already enough people at Jin Hu's place, and any more would just be a burden. Xiaosheng's crew was also fixed in number, and besides, they would complete their work soon, so they were not in need of help. The only place in the tribe lacking manpower was here. With a frosty demeanor, he said, You may join me, but you cannot slack off. If you intend to be lazy, you will not eat either. Upon hearing there was a chance, Huang Go and Hei Go nodded vigorously. We won T. You can rest assured, we will work hard and not slack off. They were so hungry that their bellies were touching their backs. Any further laziness could be tantamount to courting death. The three of them worked diligently, and what should have taken several days to complete was quickly finished. The entire tribe underwent a transformation, with every household now boasting brick paths. The orcs curiously emerged to stroll about. Even the more sedentary elderly orcs found themselves wandering back and forth along the new roads. Occasionally, they would poke at the bricks to test their sturdiness or stomp their feet to assess their solidity. Nioli gazed at the road he had laid with his own hands, filled with immense pride, having checked every inch without finding any flaws. Hei-Go cheerfully remarked, "Brother Nioli, now that the road is complete, will the chief reward us?" Indeed, last time when they repaired the city wall, the chief had generously shared plenty of meat with them. Would they receive a similar reward this time? Even the usually reticent Huang Go began to show anticipation, for these past few days had truly exhausted them, especially their backs. They wondered if the females would scorn them for their poor posture. Upon hearing those words, Nioli let out a cold laugh. What do you think? It's far too early to conclude things. Huh? Is it all done? Haigu and his companion were utterly bewildered. They had traversed every path and seen no end in sight. Nioli replied, "All routes require another layer to be truly complete." Upon hearing this, the two immediately felt deflated, their previously upright postures slumping. We need to pave more. They were exhausted, and if they continued, the females would surely find them unworthy. They exchanged glances, longing to escape. Chapter 151. If Jin Hu can, why can't he? Nioli shot a glance at the two slothful men, uninterested in their defeatist talk. "Hurry up and carry the bricks over. I will fetch," and ran. At that moment, and Ran was at the kiln, her heart filled with trepidation as her gaze fixated on the kiln entrance. Yu Fei and another male, who had previously operated the brick kiln, cautiously entered. Upon seeing them go in, and Ran eagerly asked, "Did it work?" "It worked. We succeeded," Yu Fei and the other male exclaimed excitedly. And Ran, thrilled, leaned over the kiln opening. If it weren't for the confined space, she would have rushed in to see for herself. Soon, Yu Fei emerged, cradling a large ceramic jar. And Ran, "Look at this. It has not a single crack. And this bowl is so beautiful and smooth." The young male followed suit, holding up a bowl. And Ran took in her hands, examining it closely. When she gently tapped it, it produced a crisp, melodious sound, causing her to beam with joy. We did it. We finally did it." Yu Fei smiled with satisfaction beside her. Indeed, if we hadn't succeeded soon, we would have run out of firewood in the cave. And Ran stepped into the kiln, bringing out the ceramic plates she had crafted, each with a round silver bead nestled in its hollow. Stuffing them into her leather bag, it seemed that mass production of silver beads was on the horizon. However, the question remained, who would undertake this task? Just then, Nioli arrived, and Ran, "We've finished paving our path. You should come see." Upon hearing this splendid news, and Ran nearly leaped with excitement. "Really? Let us go take a look." 2 pieces of good news in one day. She quickly followed, and indeed, the entire tribe's path was complete, with only the second layer and the edges remaining. It seemed Nioli had come to inform her of this development, and Ran asked, "When do you plan to start with the second layer?" Nioli pondered before responding. "Let South begin at the square." And Ran nodded, "From that sycamore tree in the square." With that, she picked up a stone hoe beside her. "Come, I will teach you how to make the garden edges." Nioli had been waiting for this cue and eagerly followed. And Ran began by outlining a shallow trench around the bricks, then angled the blue bricks slightly as she placed them, quickly forming a triangular decorative edge. Afterward, she filled in the soil, as if planting the blue bricks at an angle into the ground. Nioli, accustomed to brickwork, understood immediately, "So that is how it's done." And Ran smiled slightly. "It's quite simple. Later, we can dig some drainage ditches, and it will be complete." Nioli turned to his 2 disciples. "Do you understand?" Haigu patted his chest. "Don't worry, Brother Nioli. Someone as clever as I am will definitely get it." And Ran brushed the dust from her hands. "Since you understand, I will get back to my tasks." Haigu cheerfully replied, "You can rest assured. Haigu, will get the job done." Nioli, observing his carefree demeanor, felt his lips twitch and kicked him playfully. "Get to work." Following the events with Xianyu and Ichio, the entire Qingshan tribe became engulfed in busyness. Soon, the roads throughout the tribe were finally completed. Many members, upon returning to the tribe, no longer preferred to crawl into caves, but enjoyed walking along the paths. The females continued their morning training on the hillside under Wu Xiu's guidance. What began as a single lap had transformed into 5 laps, leaving them drenched in sweat. Shueihua plopped down beside and ran, "Your Qingshan tribe is beautiful. Can I make the Yunqi tribe do the same?" Without a second thought. And Ran replied, "What is stopping you? You've seen it. As long as you can learn, it belongs to you." She was not stingy regarding the Yunqi tribe. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted within the tribe, and Ran, curious, glanced towards the commotion. "What is happening over there?" Shueihua rolled her eyes. "It's definitely someone stirring trouble again." And Ran's heart tightened at this remark, and she hurried back, but the closer she got, the more she felt something was amiss. Upon returning to the tribe, she found everyone gathered together. As she pushed through the crowd, her eyes welled with excited tears. "Yingguang, you've returned." Even Shueihua became exhilarated, as both the Qingshan tribe and the Yunqi tribe's beastmen were present. Every one of them had returned. Yingguang was conversing with Chong Lu when he heard the voice behind him, turning to see Ran, unchanged from before. He had encountered myriad dangers on the road to the grassland tribe, often thinking he would never return, yet here he was, suppressing his elation. He smiled gently. "I'm back," and Ran grasped his arm, inspecting him repeatedly before feeling reassured. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Although they rarely spoke, they shared a bond of camaraderie, a genuine friendship. Chong Lu looked up and ruffled her hair, and Ran often asked me where you were. "I never imagined you would return during the rainy season. Tonight, we shall welcome you and wash away the dust." "That sounds wonderful," and Ran licked her lips. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a communal feast. "I'll go round up a few low beasts." However, Chong Lu smiled and replied, "No need. Tonight, we shall taste the meat from the grassland tribe. Yingguang and the brothers from the Yunqi tribe have brought us abundant supplies." And Ran looked around, seeing nothing and inquiring, "Where are they? I've sent people to settle them. They're just behind." Hearing about the evening feast, Shueihua immediately jumped up. "I'll go gather some wild vegetables." And Ran chimed in, "Let us go together. It's still early, and I can't help much with other matters in the tribe, so I might as well assist in foraging." The two quickly slipped out of the crowd, baskets on their backs, heading out of the tribe. However, in the crowd, a pair of eyes remained fixed on Ran. Just moments ago, they had seen her touch Yingguang's arm, causing He Lin's heart to ache with jealousy. Chong Lu was one thing, but why could Yingguang touch her? Why couldn't he? Chapter 152. He Lin's confession. His primary purpose for remaining here was to teach Jean the art of wolf taming, a skill Jean had already mastered. Yet, he lingered. Each time the clan leader Yuanting urged him to return, he would say he wanted to learn what the Qingshan tribe was doing. But he alone understood the true reason for his stay. The images from earlier flooded his mind, intensifying his agitation. Was he too cowardly? Should he confess his feelings like the other males? Watching her retreating figure, a voice within him insisted he must act. If didn't he tell her, how would she know? Yet another voice cautioned him. What if she laughs at you? What was there to fear? He was a male, after all. But he couldn't go. Had he forgotten the days when he was looked down upon in the tribe? Not going would make him a coward, and he would despise himself for it. He Lin felt overwhelmed, knowing he should approach her, yet fearing that if he broke the silence, he might lose even their friendship. But another voice within him mocked him deeply. A friend? Is that all you wish for her to be? Your strength rivals Chong Lu's, and Ran is so exceptional, beautiful, and kind. Why should you belong solely to him? You are now also a candidate for the chieftaincy. Once you ascend to that position, you will hold an identity equal to that of Chong Lu. What is there to fear? At this juncture, He Lin has made a decision. He must act resolutely. And Ran and Shueihua gathered an abundance of tofu greens on the mountain and prepared 5 large stone pots of vegetable soup. Yuhei hunted 10 sheep beasts, grilled a multitude of fish, and simmered sweetened water, creating a sumptuous dinner. Many orcs came to assist. Feeding 500 people is no small feat. And even the females joined in to tend the fire. Dinner was prepared early, and as darkness fell, everyone began to eat. And Ran and Shueihua sat in a corner, enthusiastically devouring the roasted lamb. Shueihua, this roasted meat is absolutely delicious. However, Shueihua was too engrossed in her food to respond. It was her first time tasting such delectable roasted lamb. The Yunqi tribe had also hunted sheep beasts, but their meat always bore a foul odor, far inferior to the freshness of the grassland tribe's lamb. With a mouthful of meat, and Ran realized she had not heard what Shueihua said, indicating that her friend was too preoccupied to engage in conversation. After finishing the roasted meat in her hand, and Ran fetched 2 bowls of vegetable soup and handed one to Shueihua. "Drink some soup, don't choke." Just as she finished speaking, She noticed Shui Hua stretching her neck, her expression pained as she tried to swallow. Are you really choking? And Ran asked, glancing at her. Shui Hua nodded vigorously, prompting Ran to give her a gentle slap on the back. Be gentle, Shui Hua exclaimed, nearly gasping for air. Hearing her voice indicated that she was all right. And Ran smiled. If I don't use much force, you'll be able to swallow it. After downing a large bowl of vegetable soup, and Ran felt her stomach swell. She wiped her mouth with a leaf from the stone table and glanced at Chong Lu, who was still chatting with others. I really want to take a walk. I've eaten too much, she said, looking down at Shui Hua, who was still eating grilled fish. Stop eating. Shall we go for a walk? However, Shui Hua waved her hand dismissively. If you want to go ahead. I'm not going. Typically, she dined with other males, and her cooking was notoriously unpalatable. After finally enjoying a good meal, she felt compelled to indulge, fearing she would have to endure another dreadful meal the following day. Seeing that Shui Hua had no intention of joining her, and Ran turned to leave. Digestion after a meal is important. The moon tonight was particularly bright, curving like a golden little boat against the myriad stars, illuminating even the darkest corners of the tribe. Stepping away from the crowd, she dug into her ears and found a quiet stone to sit on, savoring the coolness of the summer forest at night. Turning her gaze to the figures clad in animal skins, and Ran suddenly recalled the summers of her childhood, when she would relax in the yard. Her grandmother would burn a pile of mugwort to ward off mosquitoes, fanning herself with a reed fan. Back then, she adored listening to her grandmother recount stories of the heavens, as if each star represented a person, each with their own tale. Just as she became lost in memories, a familiar handsome face appeared above her. Helin? And Ran exclaimed with a radiant smile, what brings you here? Why aren't you eating with them? Helin stood behind her, watching her tilt her head and smile at him, his heart softening. He moved in front of her to spare her neck from strain and smiled slightly. I ate a bit too much. I came out for a walk. And Ran replied, so did I. Tonight, I actually devoured a whole roasted leg of lamb. She never imagined she could eat so much. Had someone told her she could consume an entire leg of lamb in one go, she would have dismissed it as pure nonsense. However, faced with his sincere and friendly smile, Helin found himself in a quandary. He was so close to confessing and could not retreat now. And Ran, I need to talk to you. Can we step aside? And Ran glanced around. The area was bustling with people, clearly not conducive for a private conversation. All right, lead the way. Helin's face lit up with genuine joy at her agreement. Just ahead, they walked to a spot under two large trees where there were no onlookers. An ideal location for their discussion. As they approached, both were enveloped in shadows. Go ahead, what is it? And Ran prompted. Helin lowered his gaze to meet her eyes, internally wrestling for a moment before finally saying, and Ran, I like you. The word struck and ran like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. What did you just say? She asked incredulously. Helin gathered his courage, clenched his fists, and gazed deeply into her eyes. I said, I like you. I want to be your male. Boom. And Ran felt her world shatter. It dawned on her that she had not misheard. She had never considered that Helin would harbor feelings for her. He was an orc with strength equal to Chong Lu's, surely not lacking for females. Yet he had developed an affection for her, a female with a male counterpart. She quickly stepped back, her face filled with regret. Helin, I'm sorry, but I like Chong Lu. You know that. She often displayed affection for Chong Lu publicly, not only to deter any interested females, but also to dissuade other males from pursuing her. She never anticipated that Helin would have feelings for her. Helin's gaze fell, his eyes averted as he struggled to meet in Ran's clear but somewhat distant gaze. I know you like Chong Lu, but you can also like me. Upon hearing this, and Ran frowned slightly. No one can love two people simultaneously. Helin, growing anxious, replied, many females in the tribe can like several males at once. Why can't you spare a corner of your heart for me? He stepped closer, his voice low and filled with intensity. I know I can't compare to Chong Lu, but I'm not greedy. I don't want you to treat me like you do him. I only wish to occupy a small corner of your heart. His heartfelt words rendered and Ran speechless. She had thought Helin's affection was akin to Jean Hu's, but it was deeper than that. At this moment, hurtful words failed her. She could only avoid his gaze. You are my friend and my savior. I would give you anything you desire but this. I am sorry. He understood that if Ran truly liked him, she would not keep her distance. Yet he did not expect her to be unwilling to grant him even a small corner of her heart. Is it because of something wrong with me? This was the only explanation he could fathom. Chapter 153. If I am so good, why don't you want me? And Ran hastily shook her head. No, you are wonderful, kind, and have helped me immensely. But I already have Chong Lu. My parents were devoted to one another. I hope to have only one partner in my life, too. In this beastly world, females like her who remain devoted to a single partner throughout their lives are rare. However, this does not mean she would follow the crowd. She simply wished to be herself. Besides, having Chong Lu was sufficient. Adding another would truly overwhelm her. He Lin, you are indeed exceptional. You possess great strength, good looks, and a gentle demeanor. A male like you deserves a female worthy of your love, not one to be shared. Yet He Lin firmly grasped her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her eyes. His voice was low and heavy with emotion. If I'm so good, why don't you want me? And Rand found herself cornered, her back pressed against the tree trunk. The handsome face before her loomed large, and she realized that without Chong Lu, she might have actually considered his proposal. But reality was different. She already had Chong Lu, forcing her to resort to the age-old excuse of a heartless woman. If you need to blame anyone, blame the timing of our acquaintance. I already have a partner. With that, she attempted to sidestep and flee. The atmosphere felt too stifling, and she had no desire to linger as she was unaccustomed to handling such emotions. However, He Lin, having mustered the courage to speak, found himself unable to achieve the desired outcome, and thus, how could he easily let her go? With an outstretched arm, he forcefully pulled her back, his hands resting firmly against the tree trunk, shielding her closely. Does this mean you actually hold feelings for me, but are merely constrained by Chong Lu? Is it Chong Lu who forbids you from seeking companionship with other males? And Ran observed his escalating agitation, tempered by suppressed anger, and immediately countered, No one can compel me to do what I dislike. He Lin tilted his head slightly, his tongue brushing against the corner of his lips as a wicked smile crept across his face. You are indeed biased towards him. Rejected utterly, an unnameable fury surged within him. For the first time in years, he had developed feelings for a female, yet this female did not reciprocate. Such an outcome was unacceptable. He desired it not at all. A dark voice within him clamored insistently. You must possess her. You must possess her. He Lin reached out, encircling and Rand's waist, pulling her forcefully towards him until their bodies were pressed closely together, disregarding everything as he lowered his head to kiss her. The sudden turn of events startled and ran, leaving her momentarily bewildered, her wide eyes staring in shock until the warmth of his lips registered, and she realized he had kissed her. Instinctively, she raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face, wiping her lips clean as she hissed in a low voice, You shameless scoundrel. With a forceful shove, she turned and fled, leaving He Lin alone in the shade of the tree, unable to move for a long while. He was unsure of what had just transpired, why he had so recklessly acted out, for he had merely intended to express his feelings, yet it had escalated to this. Crouching on the ground, in agitation, he gently touched his lips, still tinged with the sweetness of Rand's kiss. But he felt no regret. Rather, he thought that the delightful kiss had been far too brief. Meanwhile, Rand, having escaped, felt a sense of suffocation and anxiety. She had thought He Lin had something important to discuss, but she had not anticipated this turn of events. The slap she had delivered might well have jeopardized their friendship. Reflecting on this, her spirits plummeted. He Lin was different from Jean Hu and the others. Yet, the thought of entering a romantic relationship with him felt somewhat lacking in meaning. Moreover, she had sworn her loyalty solely to Chong Lu. Arriving at the center of the tribe, she saw Chong Lu still engaged in conversation with Yin Guang and the others, his laughter bright and infectious. The earlier gloom began to dissipate as she quietly tugged at his clothing, playfully whining, Husband, I'm tired. Chong Lu turned to glance at her, and upon seeing her, he smiled softly and took her hand. If you're tired, let us return and rest. Having said this, he rose, addressing Yin Guang, You all should rest early as well. On their way back, they happened to pass the great tree where He Lin stood, and Ran instinctively moved to the other side of Chong Lu, hoping to shield herself from his sight. She had no desire to confront him now. However, this small action did not escape Chong Lu's notice. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, though his gaze flickered towards the shadows, where a tall figure briefly appeared, sharing a scent reminiscent of Ran. He did not wish to pry, but Ran's silence left him uneasy. He trusted that she could manage her affairs. Nevertheless, Ran felt a tumult of emotions. She knew she ought to confide in Chong Lu, for they were spouses, and spouses could share secrets. Yet, this particular secret was one that should not exist, for if it were ever revealed, their relationship could very well reach an impasse. What if he, as the clan leader, lost control and confronted He Lin? Would that not disrupt the relations between their tribes? Moreover, Concealing this from him made her feel as though she were betraying him, a sentiment too disheartening to bear. Upon returning to the cave, she sat silently on a stone bench, feeling despondent. Had she known her heart would be so tumultuous, she would not have gone to see Helin. Had she not gone, she would not have heard such words, particularly that impetuous act, which now filled her with guilt towards Chonglu. Casting a glance at Chonglu, who was busy preparing hot water for her, she took a deep breath, resolving to tell him. Otherwise, this knot in her heart would remain unloosed. At that moment, Chonglu set down a large basin of warm water before her. "Time to wash your feet." He then placed his own feet into the basin, and Ran removed her straw sandals and stepped into the warm water, her feet resting beside his much larger ones. "Chonglu, I have something to tell you." Chapter 154. The couple quarrels. Chonglu looked up with a slight smile. Meeting her gaze, "Go on, I'm listening." And Ran hesitated, her expression one of indecision, before finally saying, "Helin came to see me just now." Upon hearing this, Chonglu's actions froze mid-motion, his tongue flicking within his mouth as he swallowed hard, lowering his gaze to the basin. He was aware that Helin had sought her out, yet he had refrained from asking. Why had she chosen to disclose this? Did she not realize that his silence indicated a lack of desire to know? But now that the words had escaped her lips, he could no longer suppress his curiosity about what had transpired. Before their union, Helin had approached him, boasting about a bow and arrow. At the time, he had not fully comprehended its significance. However, during the union ceremony, the meaning had become clear. Helin was issuing a challenge. Thus, he had taken Ran's gift of a bow and arrow and shot down a large goose, conveying his stance. "Should you dare to approach, I shall not hesitate to strike you down, regardless of your identity." Reflecting on this, a sense of discouragement washed over Chonglu. Oh, did he have something to say? And Ran noticed his sudden change in mood and quickly added, "He said he wanted to be my partner." Before she could finish, Chonglu's gaze snapped to her. "Did you agree?" His entire body tensed, and Ran perceived his distress and grasped his clenched fist. "I rejected him." Upon hearing this, Chonglu visibly relaxed, a light chuckle escaping him. "Why do you leave your words unfinished?" He nearly succumbed to the urge to rush out and confront someone, and Ran, charmed by his handsome smile, took his hand, intertwining their fingers. "But you interrupted me." Ah, indeed, she had spoken out of turn. He had been unwilling to hear her accept another male. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled something, leaning closer to Ran, catching the faint yet unmistakable scent of male on her. "What did you do?" And Ran knew she could not conceal the truth. The olfactory sensitivity of male beastmen was remarkable. He just kissed me, but I slapped him." Upon hearing this, Chonglu's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloping the space. Such a Chonglu instilled a sense of fear in Ran, causing her to withdraw her hand. "I just didn't want you to sense his scent and make assumptions. Please do not act this way. I am frightened." Had they not possessed such keen olfactory abilities, she would have remained silent, preferring to avoid complications. Furthermore, she had already rejected Helin, and such a situation would not arise again. Yet she had not anticipated that his knowledge would be so intimidating. Chonglu's eyes bore into Ran's. Noting her pallor, the fear etched across her features, and her fingers fidgeting anxiously, he moved closer until they were on a nearby animal skin bed, pinning her beneath him. His cold gaze roamed her face as he quietly inquired, "Where did he kiss you? On the forehead, the cheek?" His long, fair fingers slowly brushed against Ran's rosy lips. "Or was it here?" And Ran, terrified, found herself unable to articulate a response. Could she truly confess that he had kissed her lips? Given Chonglu's current demeanor, she feared he might react violently. Placing her hands against her chest, her voice trembled as she pleaded, "Chonglu, I truly rejected him. I swore my loyalty to you and would never betray that vow. Can you please stop this? I am genuinely afraid." However, Chonglu let out a cold laugh, heavily rubbing his fingers against his lips. "Is this the place?" After speaking, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against Ran's fiercely. A fully grown male pressed his entire body against her, and she felt as though she were suffocating, while he attempted to block her mouth. Despite her desperate struggles, it was of no avail. Soon, the animal skin skirt she wore had vanished. Chonglu straightened up, preparing to remove his own animal skin clothing. Seeing this, Ran withdrew her legs, which he had pinned beneath him, and with a powerful kick, she broke free from his grasp. With a hoarse shout, she exclaimed, "Why don't you trust me?" Hearing this, Chonglu snapped back to reality. Realizing what he had just done, He had actually tried to force a female. Indeed, if Ran wished to keep secret from him, she could easily do so. If she wanted to accept Yilin, there would have been no need to inform him. Had he grown accustomed to monopolizing her, forgetting that every female had multiple males in their lives? Even Hu Bing and Qing Qing, who were with only one male, had had several before the mating ceremony. Why didn't Ran tell him this, knowing she had been taken advantage of by Yilin, yet he chose to bully her instead? Frustrated, he lifted his head and noticed Ran's face was already drenched in tears, which sent him into a panic as he rushed to wipe them away. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't cry. Oomph. And Ran turned her head away to avoid his touch, snorting coldly, "You simply do not trust me." Seeing her fight against his embrace, Chong Lu wrapped his arms around her from behind. "I trust you. I trust you. If you're still upset, go ahead and hit me." With this, he seized her hand and brought it to his face. And Ran was amused by this gesture, tugging at his face with a firm pinch. "If you do this again, I will truly leave you." Chong Lu shifted slightly, and a massive azure serpent's tail coiled beside them, sensually licking Ran's cheek. "If you have the ability to escape, then speak. Otherwise, you shall remain by my side for eternity." Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the night, followed by a torrential downpour. Ran had a restless night, and when dawn finally approached, Chong Lu released her, but the thunder remained deafening, preventing her from falling asleep. It was only when daylight broke that the thunder ceased. Yet the rain continued to pour, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes, and Ran looked up to see Chong Lu by the cave entrance, cooking meat. "Why aren't you busy?" Normally, by this hour, he would have long departed, rarely allowing her to see his figure upon waking. Chong Lu stirred the broth of large bones and meat in the stone pot. "The rainy season has arrived. There's not much to do outside." Rainy season? And Ran pondered this unfamiliar term, recalling the annual summer rains that caused landslides and floods. Suddenly, she remembered the sugarcane fields by the river. Will our sugarcane be flooded? And what about the water in the city moat? Will it overflow? Chong Lu entered the cave, retrieving a bone needle and animal skin from a corner. "It will be fine. I've already dug ditches for the sugarcane fields with Yu Hei and the others. I will check the river outside shortly. There is nothing to worry about." Hearing how he had organized everything so meticulously, Ran felt relieved. "That's good." Standing at the cave entrance, she glanced outside and saw no one. Everyone was huddled in their own caves. If we were to hide in the cave during the rainy season, it would be so boring. Chong Lu, who was mending a torn animal's skin nearby, chuckled lightly at her expression of boredom. "How could it be boring? We can make little ones." And Ran was taken aback by his sudden remark, feeling a bit shy. "Go away. You're talking nonsense. Who does that during the day?" At that moment, Yilin appeared at the cave entrance with two male beastmen. "Chong Lu, do you have a moment? I need to discuss something with you." Hearing Yilin's unexpected voice, Chong Lu's playful demeanor shifted. "Come in." Upon hearing Yilin's voice, Ran quickly vacated her stone stool beneath her and sat beside Chong Lu. The cave was quite small, and while she wanted to hide, she couldn't exactly retreat to the bed, so she awkwardly sat sideways, staring at her toes. Chapter 155. Yilin departed, however. This action did not escape Yilin's notice. Several pink marks adorned her smooth back, revealing exactly what had transpired between the two the previous night. Remembering the slap from last night, he glanced at the pink marks before him, and any initial feelings of guilt dissipated instantly. Only resentment remained. Why did Chong Lu get to have her while he could not? Bringing his gaze back, he directed it at Chong Lu. "Chong Lu, we have come to bid farewell." "You are leaving?" Chong Lu furrowed his brow, questioning Yilin's intentions. Just moments ago, that aggressive and resentful gaze had been fixed upon his partner, and now he wished to depart? Could it be that he was giving up so soon? He did not believe that such a capable male as Yilin would surrender so easily. There must be other plans afoot. Yilin nodded yes. "The rainy season has arrived early, and it is not appropriate for us from Yunqi tribe to linger here for too long. Moreover, we have been with Ying Guang and the Prairie tribe for quite some time. It is time to return to our own tribe, taking advantage of the lighter rain. We should leave sooner rather than later." Chong Lu nodded. "Very well. I won't keep you any longer. It is best to return home and reunite. I am sure your females and parents are eagerly awaiting you." Upon hearing this, Yilin felt as though a sharp bone knife had been plunged into his chest. This man was well aware that he had neither a partner nor parents, yet he insisted on saying such things. It seemed deliberate. With a sneer, he met Chong Lu's indifferent gaze. "I have indeed taken a liking to the females of your Qingshan tribe. I just wonder if Chong Lu is willing to let her come with me?" And Ran stiffened upon hearing this, feeling incredibly awkward, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yilin was quite bold. If he wanted to leave, he should just go, Why say such things? She subtly turned her head away, leaving them with only her profile. Chong Lu understood the provocation in He Lin's words, but as the tribe leader and in Rand's partner, he could not show any weakness. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Which fortunate female has caught your eye? He Lin did not expect Chong Lu to respond with a smile rather than anger. His earlier thoughts seemed to vanish into obscurity. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Ran, only to see her fluffy profile. It was clear she was unwilling to face him. With a self-deprecating smile, he replied, I will tell you when I come to your Qingshan tribe next time. He then performed a salute and left the cave with his companions. Once the sound of their footsteps faded away, and Ran turned to look outside the cave. Only the hazy rain remained, with no sign of anyone. Letting out a sigh of relief, she was glad he did not continue. Had he done so, it might have led to a confrontation between the two. One was a friend, the other a partner. She did not wish to see either harmed. Perhaps it was for the best that they departed. Chong Lu picked up the unfinished animal skin skirt and examined it, and Ran quickly tried on and see if it fits. Upon receiving it, she was delighted to find it was a halter style. Is this your new Tianqing Sha? Chong Lu nodded. Yes, the color is a bit deeper than the previous one. And Ran immediately tried it on and twirled around. Does it look good? Chong Lu, seeing the pink marks on her back, smiled broadly. My wife looks beautiful in anything. Approaching her, he gently tucked away her unbound seaweed-like hair, leaning close to her ear and whispering. And Ran felt her face flush instantly at his words, playfully hitting his chest, you rogue. Meanwhile, He Lin and his companions had just exited the tribe, herding a large group of sheep beasts, each bearing a hefty bundle of animal skins on their backs. These are the supplies they have distributed this time. One orc, who had just accompanied him to bid farewell to Chong Lu, was quite curious about whom he had taken a liking to. He asked He Lin, who do you fancy from the Qingshan tribe? Yes, why didn't you mention it to Chief Chong Lu earlier? Who knows, he might actually agree. The two of them continued to chatter incessantly, leaving He Lin feeling flustered. Their gossip grated on his ears, as if they were saying, He Lin, how useless you are, unable to even win the affection of a female. However, the two beside him seemed oblivious to his expression and continued their banter. Growing increasingly irritated, he hastened his pace and shouted back, speed up, boom, and Ran, comfortably nestled in her warm bed, was suddenly jolted awake by a thunderous noise, and the ground trembled violently. She turned abruptly, is there an earthquake? Yet, just as she spoke, the shaking gradually subsided. Chong Lu, sensing the disturbance, quickly got dressed. It might be a landslide. I'll go check. Upon hearing this, and Ran's heart raced. Whether it was an earthquake or a landslide, both were natural disasters. And she felt uneasy. You're going outside? Chong Lu pulled away the hides she had grasped. I will only look around the tribe. I want to go out. That's good. The commotion had robbed her of any remaining desire to sleep. She got up, donned her animal hide skirt, and sat on the stone bench at the cave entrance, gazing outside. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Had it not been for the overcast weather, it would have been bright long ago. Chong Lu donned a thick hide and dashed into the rain, quickly disappearing from sight. At that moment, Shui Hua rushed over and ran. Where did Chong Lu go? And Ran hurriedly let her in. He went to assess the situation. Why are you out in this downpour? Shui Hua removed the hide from her head. I came to see what was happening too. That noise was so loud, the ground was shaking. I don't know what occurred. And Ran filled a large clay pot with water from outside, preparing to cook some soup and roast a couple of fish. Hurry and start the fire. We'll have grilled fish. Oh, Shui Hua quickly crouched by the side, lighting the fire, eagerly taking the fish that Ran had washed in rainwater and placing them on the branches, then fetching animal fat to brush onto them. And Ran was well aware of what supplies she had at home. Suddenly, she noticed a small bamboo tube on the table, curiously opening it to find a small animal hide pouch inside. What is this? So tightly wrapped. Upon opening it, she discovered round, yellow items. And Ran glanced at what she held and swiftly snatched it away, placing it safely. These are the chili seeds I painstakingly collected. You mustn't lose them. What on earth is chili? Shui Hua looked confused, having never heard of such a thing. And Ran took out some dried red chilies from another bamboo tube. It's this. Shui Hua curiously took a bite, immediately sticking out her tongue. Ouch. And Ran burst into laughter. Who told you to shove it in your mouth without asking? You deserve it. She then poured Shui Hua a bowl of cool water. Drink some water. And it won't be spicy anymore. Shui Hua took the stone bowl and gulped down the water, her previous small meal now washed away. Chapter 156. Are we moving? However, she felt an overwhelming amount of saliva in her mouth. I'm no longer spicy, but I really want to eat something. And Rand smiled. If you want to eat, come over and help with the grilling. Shui Hua swallowed her saliva. Can you give me the rest so we can sprinkle on the grilled fish and see what it tastes like? And Rand handed her a tiny bit. Only this much. Sprinkle it evenly. Shui Hua looked at the meager amount of pepper in her palm and rolled her eyes at Rand. With how stingy you are. If you go out, don't say your friend is a shaman and your partner is the chief. It would be embarrassing. Despite her words, she wasted no time sprinkling the pepper, then dashed to the small garden at the entrance to snip 2 green onions, chopping them and sprinkling them on top. Soon, a delightful aroma filled the air, and then Rand swallowed hard. Shui Hua, I didn't expect your culinary skills to improve. What do you think? Do you believe I'm just waiting for a male to cook for me? She was now self-sufficient, no longer requiring those useless males to prepare her meals. Not only were they unappetizing, but they also had too many demands, which was bothersome. After finishing their meal, the two sat idly in the house. And Rand stood up again after a while, feeling restless. She lamented, I want to go outside so badly. Shui Hua, bored as well, tilted her head. I never knew the rainy season could be so annoying. Suddenly, and Rand had a thought, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us go to Granny Zhu Lu's place to help. Great. Shui Hua quickly stood up, placing the animal hide hat on her head. And Rand grabbed hers, and they rushed out. It wasn't until evening that Chong Lu returned. And Rand hurriedly urged him to take a hot bath and change into dry clothes. What is the situation outside? Chong Lu lay in the large stone pot, eyes closed, resting his head on its edge. It was a landslide. Upon hearing it was merely a landslide, and Rand breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not an earthquake. However, Chong Lu still looked worried, but the landslide occurred on the route that the dragon beasts migrate through every rainy season. What? Upon hearing this, and Rand's heart sank again. If the migration route is blocked, where will they go? They will likely pass through our tribe. Chong Lu's voice was low but heavy, striking a chord in both their hearts. And Rand froze in place, finally coming to her senses after a long moment. What do we do? They had only just begun to enjoy a few days of a full stomach, and she didn't want it all to end so abruptly. But those are dragon beasts. They were beings that all orcs feared. And Rand recalled her father's tales of how dragon beasts left nothing alive in their wake, with some being taller than mountains. Chong Lu tightly shut his eyes, gripping the edge of the stone pot. He too was at a loss. Dragon beasts were massive and typically chose flat, open spaces for migration, rarely traversing valleys. However, just because they rarely passed through didn't mean it was impossible. Who knew if the landslide had occurred in a hollow, leaving the dragon beasts no choice but to take their route, which would inevitably cross through the Qing Shan tribe's territory. What about the hundreds of people there? The males could run, but what about the females, the elderly orcs, and the little ones? Were they to wait for death? Chong Lu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Rand, who sat silently on the edge of the bed, and sighed heavily from deep within. Do you have any ideas? And Rand lifted her gaze to meet his gentle eyes, shaking her head. She had no solutions. After all, they were dragon beasts, beings even the males feared. What could she possibly do? She couldn't even imagine the size of a dragon beast, towering like a mountain. Chong Lu emerged from the water, drying himself with a nearby hide. If it comes to the worst, we'll need to prepare for the worst. The worst? Moving. Chong Lu nodded, and Rand furrowed her brows, filled with concern. But with such heavy rain outside, how can we leave? Where will we go? Anywhere is better than staying here to be trampled. And Rand suggested, if the road is blocked, why not just dig through? Chong Lu's face had never looked so grave. The entire mountain has collapsed. It cannot be moved. Besides, the landslide is filled with loose earth, which could easily lead to further slides. It's extremely dangerous. And Rand sighed deeply, tidying up the house before lying down, but sleep eluded her. Was there truly no way out? Chong Lu glanced and Rand, still feeling uneasy, and put his animal hide hat back on. I'll go discuss this with him. Do you want to join? Upon hearing this, and Rand nodded immediately. Staying here alone was not a solution. 3 heads were better than one. She quickly donned her straw sandals and animal hide hat and followed after him. Fortunately, they had repaired the roads in the tribe ahead of time, making travel significantly more convenient and preventing them from getting stuck in mud. Chong Lu first escorted her to the council cave and then turned, flicking his long tail to produce a resounding crack in the air. Soon, Xiaosheng Jinhu, Sherpa, Niuli, and Yingguang arrived. Jinhu was the first to rush in, shaking off the rainwater from his body while smiling and saying, Brother, it has been a long time since I heard your call. That sound was exhilarating, just like when we were out hunting. Are you thinking of going hunting? He chattered incessantly as Xia Sheng, Niu Li, Ying Guang, and Sherpa trickled in. Chief, what's the matter? It's dark now, and they are all at home with their wives and children. And Ran added 2 more logs to the fire, brightening the cave even further. Chang Lu replied, please take a seat first. Once everyone was settled, he slowly began, there's been a landslide outside our tribe. Upon hearing this, Sherpa, seemingly unfazed, remarked, oh, is that all? Chief, you are overreacting. Landslides happen every rainy season. His comment irked Jin Hu, who retorted, could you let the chief finish speaking? You always have something to say. Sherpa, not want to back down, abruptly stood up from the stone bench and challenged, if you have a problem with me, we can settle it outside and see who is stronger. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let us fight. Jin Hu, equally defiant, stood up and kicked the stone bench behind him over. The two always clashed upon meeting, and Chang Lu found it tiresome. Enough, stop messing around. Hearing the chief's voice, the two reluctantly sat down. Chang Lu continued, the location of the landslide is a crucial path for the dragon beasts. I fear they may change their route toward us. Upon hearing this, the previously unconcerned group widened their eyes in shock. How could this happen? We have only just begun to enjoy peaceful days. Ying Guang furrowed his brow and asked, what should we do? Chang Lu explained, the reason I gathered everyone here is to brainstorm solutions. Everyone fell into deep thought. They were neither cowards nor fools and would not simply flee at the first sign of trouble. However, these were dragon beasts. They towered over them, and they traveled in packs of hundreds. Facing 1 or 2 might be manageable, but not such a horde. Nioli spoke first. Chief, perhaps we should relocate. He was reluctant to leave, as the city walls, brick kilns, and newly paved roads were all his hard work. It took considerable mental effort for him to voice this suggestion. Xia Sheng chimed in, agreeing, while he feared not the dragon beasts. His 3 young ones had just transformed and could not simply disappear. The previously bickering Jin Hu and Sherpa fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. Yet the thought of leaving was utterly unwelcome, and Ran, noticing their lack of progress, inquired, is there nothing that the dragon beasts fear? Jin Hu shook his head, no. Not even the great river outside can stop them. Those beasts are quite formidable. And Ran furrowed her brow. This was indeed a dilemma. If it had not rained, there would be no landslide, and even if the dragon beasts changed their course, they could scare them off with fire. Suddenly, Ying Guang sprang to his feet. Fire. Yes. And Ran is right. Fire can work. Chang Lu had also considered this, but with such heavy rain, especially during the rainy season, it won't stop anytime soon. And we cannot start a fire. Moreover, the fire must be substantial to combat dragon beasts. Ying Guang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, recently I discovered something in the grassland tribe. There, the land is barren without a single tree, yet they possess a substance called black water. Just a little can burn for a long time, and it cannot be extinguished with water, only covered with earth. At this revelation, everyone became animated. What is this black water that it is so extraordinary? However, and Ran's heart sank at the mention of it. Is that black water thick and gooey? Yes, how did you know? Ying Guang asked curiously, and Ran awkwardly laughed. I guessed, but that black water is far away in the grassland tribe. It is of no use to us here. Yet Ying Guang smiled gently. This substance is found right behind our sunset tribe. When it was first discovered, the black water had consumed a male beast man from their tribe. So the tribesmen had deemed it an ominous object and covered it with a large stone. Had it not been for this trip to the grassland tribe and witnessing their usage, they would never have realized it was a treasure. Chang Lu stood up. Is that substance truly effective? Of course. I will take people to retrieve it right away. And Ran interjected, but how will we collect it? It is so sticky that only ceramic jars can be used, and we cannot carry much at once. Transportation posed another issue. The previously enthusiastic crowd now felt deflated. With so many dragon beasts passing through, they would need a significant quantity of black water, and no matter how hard they ran back and forth, they could not gather enough. Chang Lu's expression turned grave. Then all adult beastmen must go and carry it. This was a matter of life and death for the entire tribe. If manpower was insufficient, everyone would need to pitch in. Sherpa was the first to agree. Indeed, it's time for those young males to gain some experience. However, Xia Sheng and Yoli were concerned for their little ones. Chief, who will look after the young ones? Chang Lu replied, leave them with the older beastmen who cannot move easily. As long as the main gate is closed, the little ones will be safe. With that, Xia Sheng and Yoli ceased their objections, and Ran stated, I will speak to Granny Yufei about preparing larger ceramic jars and making more carrying baskets and slings. Chang Lu nodded. You all go back and inform others. We will gather in the plaza early tomorrow morning. No one could be absent. Although they had formulated a strategy, none were certain of its efficacy. Nonetheless, this was a significant matter, and they had to give it their all. It was unfortunate for the females, who had never endured hardship, yet they too would have to carry their share. The time until the dragon beast migration was drawing near. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Chang Lu and Enran rose and headed to the center of the tribe. Gradually, many people emerged. Both males and females donned broad-brimmed beast pelts, and even young ones curiously rushed into the rain, only to be called back by their parents. Chang Lu surveyed the gathering. Nearly everyone had arrived. You all know the situation. This is the crisis facing our Qing Shan tribe. If we cannot protect our tribe, we will have to relocate. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discussion. How can this be? I do not want to leave. Every year, there are landslides. Why must the dragon beast be obstructed this year? Are we to wander again? I do not want to wander. We have finally settled down. Among the crowd, the most vocal were the beastmen from the Chuan Shin tribe, who had previously wandered, and those from the Ri Luo tribe, who had suffered extermination. No one understood the hardships of being a wandering beastman better than they did. Fortunately, they had found refuge in the Qing Shan tribe, or they would have long been despised as vagrant beastmen. At this moment, Yin Guang stepped forward. We will follow the chief's orders. With this, the crowd raised their arms in unison. We will listen to the chief. Chang Lu smiled with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised that despite their usual petty quarrels, they united in the face of a true crisis. All adult beastmen, regardless of gender, went to the Zhu Lu cave to collect tools and then set off with Yin Guang to the former Ri Luo tribe. The remaining mature females diligently care for the young ones within the tribe, while the elder beastmen safeguard their community. Yu Hei reassures the chieftain, stating confidently that they are not yet defeated. Any foes wishing to breach their tribe must first tread over their fallen bodies. Chang Lu solemnly regards them, entrusting the tribe to their care, and then bellows for everyone to prepare. Anren leads the group to Granny Zhu Lu's cave to gather tools. The females carry baskets, each containing a suitably sized ceramic jar, while the males bear large bundles secured with ropes, alongside 4 sizable ceramic pots affixed atop their backs. Each individual also carries provisions slung across their chests. At this moment, Xuehua rushes over, expressing her desire to accompany them. Anren feels warmth in her heart upon hearing this, smiling as she replies that Xuehua need not come, as her absence in the tribe would leave them vulnerable should illness strike. Xuehua tightly grips Anren's wrist, insisting that she cannot go alone as she worries for her safety. Chapter 158. Journey to the Setting Sun tribe. Since Xuehua arrived at the Qingshan tribe, living a life she had always desired and forging such a wonderful friendship, the two had spent nearly every waking moment together, apart from their nightly rest. The thought of Anren departing fills her with unease. Anren grasps Xuehua's hand, assuring her that she will not be alone, as Hu Bing and Qing Qing are also joining the expedition. However, Xuehua pouts defiantly, exclaiming that they are not her, and questions what would become of Anren if she were to stumble or injure herself on the journey. Anren, finding Xuehua's adorable demeanor amusing, playfully pinches her cheek, reminding her that she too is a shaman and capable of taking care of herself. She warns Xuehua to ensure the tribe's well-being. Otherwise, if she returns to find someone missing, she will be upset with her. In a swift retaliation, Xuehua shakes off Anren's playful grasp, frowning as she declares that she would sever their friendship if Anren were to return injured, threatening to return to Yunqi tribe. Anren tightens the hemp rope on her fur hat, waving goodbye as she steps into the rain to join the main group. Chang Lu, burdened with an oversized bundle, is determined to test Silverlight's claims, regardless of their veracity. Amidst the throng of people below, he spots Anren, whose single bundle weighs her down, bending her back, and he wonders if she can manage it. Yet, as everyone is carrying their loads, he resolves to assist her on the journey. Let's set forth, he announces. Silverlight then steps forward, shouting for everyone to depart. The tribe's great gates begin to lower with a creaking sound, an ominous thud echoing through the heavy rain as they bridge over the moat. Silverlight leads the charge across the gate, the sound of his footsteps resounding like a heartbeat in the chests of all present. As they pass through, those inside exert their strength to raise the gate once more, sealing their defenses. Anren finds herself amidst the crowd, but after only a few steps, her straw sandals slip in the muddy terrain and break apart. She discards them, as several others face the same fate. Fortunately, they have only worn them for a short time, with calluses protecting their feet. Otherwise, the journey would have left them incapacitated. Chang Lu notices their plight and transforms into his beast form, using his elongated serpent tail to flatten the sharp branches on the path. Silverlight, understanding the chieftain's intent, carefully guides the group along a safer route, stepping deliberately into the mud to avoid the sharp stones. The other males observe these subtle gestures, left puzzled until they hear a female cry out in pain, realizing the necessity of their caution. The females, unlike the males who have experienced fewer hardships without shoes, find themselves at a disadvantage. With this awareness, the males begin to clear sharp objects from the path, mindful that some of their companions are their partners. As they weave through the forest, the torrential rain does not hinder their progress too greatly. The ground is littered with fallen leaves and underbrush, preventing excessive mud accumulation. Though the rain intensifies outside, it diminishes within the thicket, with only the occasional heavy drop splattering down onto their heads. Chang Lu glances back at the slowly moving crowd, remarking on how all the males are shouldering their female partners. Upon hearing this, the males and females immediately seek their companions, and Chang Lu swiftly scoops Anren into his arms. Silverlight, witnessing this, declares their goal to reach their destination within 2 days and nights. With the absence of females slowing their pace, the entire group accelerates forward. Anren clings tightly to Chang Lu's neck, feeling that this closeness provides stability amidst the treacherous conditions. The entire company remains silent, following Silverlight diligently, and they persist, without food or rest, until they reach their intended location by the second night. Li Hui sets down his female companion, initially oblivious to the terrain until he recognizes the familiar landscape, now overgrown with weeds. Confirming their arrival, he inquires, "Chieftain Silverlight, what brings us here?" The chieftain turns to the group, urging them to quickly seek shelter in a cave and kindle a fire for warmth, as they must work at dawn. Silverlight, ignoring Li Hui's question, asserts that he knows of a large cave, once a communal dwelling for the tribe's males, spacious enough for all of them. Although this place belongs to the Sunsetting tribe, it has long since been abandoned, yet it is safer for them to reside together. Anren follows the main group into the cave, which is dim and shadowy as everyone unloads their burdens. The males instinctively divide tasks, some venturing out to gather firewood, while others clean the cave, accustomed as they are to maintaining a tidy living space, despite the limited conditions. After all, their females are accompanying them. Anren proposes to Chang Lu and Silverlight that they investigate the mysterious black water to determine its flammability, as certainty in this matter would provide her peace of mind. Chang Lu agrees, nodding, and they resolve to proceed immediately. Anren insists on bringing her basket to collect some of the substance. Silverlight offers to guide them. The three of them exit the cave, navigating through the rain-soaked terrain to the top of a small hill. Here, sheltered from the trees, the downpour drenches them. Fortunately, their fur hats provide some protection, keeping their hair dry, though their clothes are thoroughly soaked. In the distance, they spot a moss-covered stone. Approaching it, Silverlight crouches beneath the stone while Chang Lu, without hesitation, coils his long tail around it, slowly revealing what lies beneath. As the stone is moved aside, a dark cavernous entrance materializes. Anren cautiously approaches, peering inside and noting the murky fluid within, though the darkness obscures its true nature. It's too dark to discern the contents. Let's take some back to the cave, she suggests. Silverlight responds affirmatively, skillfully scooping the viscous substance into one of Anren's ceramic jars. Upon seeing its sticky texture, Anren's heart races with excitement, pondering whether this might indeed be oil. With the basket secured, Silverlight and Chang Lu swiftly returned to the cave with Anren in tow. By the time they returned, several large piles of firewood had been kindled within the cave, enveloping the space in a comforting warmth. Jean, who had long noticed the absence of the trio, upon their damp return, he swiftly cleared a path for them, inquiring, "Where have you been?" Chang Lu replied, "We went to retrieve something, and you should pour that out in the rain." Jean, who, understanding immediately what they had brought back, hurriedly took the basket outside to dispose of its contents, and ran, not bothering to dry herself, seized a stick from the fire, and cast it onto the pile. However, the dark, viscous substance did not ignite, even as the stick remained lit. Everyone witnessed this scene, prompting Jean Hu to exclaim, "This cannot burn?" Yin Guang, skeptical, leaned in for a closer inspection. The sticky black liquid bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the grassland tribe, yet theirs ignited while his did not. Even Rand began to ponder the situation. Was it not said that petroleum was combustible? Why then did it not ignite now? Unfazed, She retrieved 2 more sticks from the fire and tossed them in, yet still. No change occurred. Just then, the stillness of the petroleum was abruptly shattered as it ignited with a loud whoosh, causing Yin Guang to leap back in alarm, nearly singeing himself. The group collectively sighed in relief, realizing that it was indeed flammable, though not easily ignited. Chang Lu, witnessing the roaring flames that persisted despite the rain, felt a surge of excitement. If a fire could be established near the river of Qing Shan tribe, with a barrier set up and black water poured nearby, it would deter even the dragon beast from crossing. Now, they could only wait to see how long it would burn, and Ran exhaled deeply, relieved that it had caught fire. Otherwise, their efforts would have been in vain. Chang Lu, Yin Guang, let's hurry inside to warm up, lest we fall ill. She could hardly endure the chill. After a long journey, she had not noticed the cold until she encountered the warmth of the fire, only to be met with the biting wind outside, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. She rushed to the inner female pile and changed into her dry animal skin skirt before approaching the fire to dry her hair. By the time she finished, the females had already succumbed to exhaustion, resting in the embrace of their males. And Ran glanced at Chang Lu, who was still engaged in discussions with Jin, Hu, and Yin Guang. She tightened her animal skin skirt and leaned against the stone wall by the fire to rest. They had only this night to recuperate before the busyness of the next day awaited them. In the midst of the night, she sensed a warm presence nearby and instinctively nestled closer, sleeping soundly through the night. When dawn broke, she slowly opened her eyes to find herself cradled in Chang Lu's arms. Overwhelmed by fatigue, she had little desire to rise. She closed her eyes again for a moment, only to be stirred by the sound around her. Chang Lu offered her a blue shawl, instructing, "Put this on," and Ran accepted the shawl, draping it over her shoulders, donning her animal skin hat as she rejoined the group, ascending the mountain once more. As Wu Bing passed the spot where the petroleum had burned brightly the previous night, he kicked at the remnants, saying, "I didn't expect this dark substance to burn so long." Qing, passing by, glanced at it and expressed hope for their tribe's salvation. And Ran approached, affirming, "As long as we have enough black water, there will be no problem." In truth, she herself lacked certainty, but with everyone exerting their utmost efforts, she had no reason to utter discouraging words. The 3 of them paid no heed to the downpour, resolutely plunging into the rain until they reached the mountain's peak. Yin Guang set down his backpack and called, "Li Hui, Niu Li, come fill everyone's containers." The 2 stepped forward from the crowd, approaching the dark, sticky cave entrance, and Ran glanced inside, clearly seeing the thick petroleum within, which neither sprayed nor leaked. The quantity unknown. Xiaosheng was the first to step out, filling his 4 jars, while Chang Lu secured them with ropes, sealing each jar's opening with animal skin to prevent spillage. The females, having less strength, remained at the back, and Ran carried her own basket, stealing another glance at the small cave. Despite having filled so many jars, the quantity seemed unchanged. Once Nioli had filled his jars, he placed them on the ground, and Chang Lu lifted one, testing its weight. "Is it heavy?" Suddenly feeling the weight shift at her back, and Ran adjusted her footing and shook her head. Not too bad. At that moment, none were without fatigue. She could not lag behind, and this weight was manageable for her. It reminded her of carrying sweet potatoes at her grandmother's house. If she gritted her teeth and persevered, she would soon be home. Moreover, she was not the only female working. Special treatment was unwarranted. Thankfully, she had prepared walking sticks, providing 3 points of support to ease her journey. However, caution was necessary while descending. As the females leisurely made their way down the mountain, standing amid the former Sunset tribe, the males were also descending, carrying packs taller than themselves. Chang Lu counted the numbers, affirming no issues before bellowing, "Let us set off." On the way there, the females had been carried by the males. On the return journey, they would have to rely on their own strength. Fortunately, after days of rain, everyone had grown accustomed to walking in it. The females walked in the center, the males flanked the sides, with Yin Guang leading the way and Chang Lu bringing up the rear. As night fell, the males wrapped their torches in petroleum, continuing onward, and Ran gritted her teeth, her legs numb, mindlessly trudging forward. Suddenly, Qing stumbled, her legs buckling as she fell to the ground with a thud. And Ran quickly stepped forward, reaching out to assist her. Qing, are you all right?" Qing shook her head. "I'm fine." Everyone was enduring. She could not falter. Just a moment of weakness in her legs. If others could persevere, so could she. At that moment, Niu Li, hearing the commotion, rushed over, taking her basket. "I'll carry it." Qing looked up at him, the 6 large jars on her back appearing daunting, as if they could crush her at any moment. He was already struggling, yet offered to help her. Ching immediately shook her head, turning to indicate that he should let her carry it. I can manage. Nioli gazed at her slender back, the typically delicate female, now exuding an inexplicable strength. It was not only shocking to him, but deeply moving to the other males as well. And Ran urged, Nioli, let her carry it. Find her a suitable stick along the way. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu climbed a tree and retrieved several sturdy sticks. Each female received one. The males quickly selected a stick for their own female companions. Ching grasped hers and took a few steps, smiling, this is much easier. The group set off again, traversing through the woods and across meadows, and Ran mentally calculated the distance remaining. Only half a journey lay ahead until they reached home, where she could enjoy a hot bath, savor warm roasted meat, and indulge in a bowl of delicious fish soup. The thought was delectable. Suddenly, she accidentally collided with Ching's basket, jolting her back to reality. Thankfully, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, she might have knocked her over. Sorry. She quickly apologized. Ching felt the pressure on her back and turned to her with a slight smile. It's all right. Why have we stopped? And Ran inquired, puzzled. Just as she asked, she noticed a massive pile of yellow earth blocking their path, flanked by numerous uprooted trees, some even having their roots exposed. This was clearly a landslide, with torrential floods below. A careless step could lead to disaster. Chang Lu cautiously stepped onto the slippery yellow earth, carefully traversing the landslide. Despite his efforts, it was evident that he was struggling to maintain his footing. Hu Bing furrowed his brow in concern, pondering how they might proceed. Qi Yue, observing the tumultuous waters rolling down the adjacent hillside, took a step back, realizing that a fall could spell disaster. Even Li Hui and He Go appeared despondent, lamenting their arduous journey to reach this point. Perhaps we should consider relocating, suggested He Go. Instead of wasting time here, it would be wiser to depart early. The rain will only intensify, worsening the conditions. Li Hui nodded in agreement, expressing concern about the potential consequences of a fall. The atmosphere grew tense as Ying Guang shot a piercing glance, commanding silence. Any further words from Li Hui could provoke the ire of the original Qing Shan tribe members. Discontented, Li Hui fell silent, casting a furtive glance to the side. Feeling a sudden jolt of fear as he noticed the hostile stares from Jin, Hu, and Xia Sheng Yoli, particularly the fierce gaze of Sherpa, who seemed ready to pounce. Though these individuals often engaged in verbal sparring, they were united in critical moments, and Ran cast her eyes toward the treacherous, slippery slope, recognizing that as more people traversed it, the mud would become increasingly treacherous. She looked at the already crossed Chang Lu and promptly devised a plan. Chang Lu, take down the rope you used for the pottery jars. She then turned to Jin Hu, who was eager to make his way across, and instructed, Jin Hu, you should do the same. Jin, who was momentarily perplexed, but complied, though he couldn't fathom the necessity of the rope at that moment. And Ran clarified, gather it into a bundle, and throw it to Chang Lu. When Chang Lu grasped the rope, he immediately understood her intention. He swiftly tied the ends together, securing one end to a sturdy tree nearby while attaching a stone to the other and tossing it across. And Ran picked up the loose end of the rope, realizing they still needed more. You two, fetch 2 more ropes. Sherpa and Yoli quickly untied their ropes, which Ran handed back to them, emphasizing, make sure to tie them securely. She worried that her own strength might be insufficient, so she entrusted the task to them. At this moment, everyone understood Ran's clever strategy. As long as they held onto the rope, they could traverse safely. Those who had been puzzled before, upon hearing Xia Sheng's words, also grasped the plan, including the previously disheartened Li Hui and He Go, who now chuckled. Jin, who secured the other end of the rope to a tree trunk, beaming with pride. Sherpa, make sure it's tightly secured. If it snaps while you're crossing, it'll be your problem. Sherpa rolled his eyes and retorted with a smirk, it would be best if you fell and met your end. Their banter was not new, and Jin, who, unfazed, swaggered past Sherpa with a playful grin. Ignoring their exchange, Chang Lu shouted across to the group, all females, unload your burdens and remain still. Males, carry everything across first. Jin Hu and Ying Guang will provide cover. With those 2 sentences, the plan was set in motion. Xia Sheng was the first to tread onto the muddy surface, one hand gripping a female's stick while the other held onto the rope, advancing step by step. Soon, they had transported all the items across. Chang Lu then instructed, females, follow your partners over, and Ran, waiting for Chang Lu to come and retrieve her. was the last to cross. As he cautiously approached, he untied the rope from the other end and secured it around her waist. Hold on to my hand tightly. In this treacherous terrain, embracing was not an option. They had to rely solely on their legs to navigate. And Ran nodded, acknowledging his instruction. With Chong Lu's firm grip, she stepped barefoot into the gooey mud, feeling as though any misstep could send her tumbling down the slope. Her toes gripped the ground fiercely as she advanced carefully. With no rope to hold onto, everyone on the opposite side held their breath for them. Jean, who clutched the other end of the rope tightly, fearful that they might slip at any moment. Suddenly, Ran lost her footing, sliding down the slope. And Chong Lu, unable to maintain his balance, followed suit. Shouts erupted from above as everyone rushed to assist, pulling them back up. Ran gripped his hand tightly. Her teeth clenched. Don't let go. Chong Lu glanced at a nearby tree, declaring, I can get up. He released his grip momentarily, launching himself towards the inclined trunk, swiftly ascending to safety in just 2 strides. And Ran, relieved by his quick ascent, was soon pulled up herself, sitting aside for a moment to collect her thoughts. Had it not been for Chong Lu securing the rope around her, she might have met a dire fate, though her body was now caked in mud upon her arrival. Chong Lu immediately untied the rope, asking, Are you all right? And Ran shook her head, reassuring him, I'm fine, just a bit startled. Ying Guang promptly untied the entire rope and secured it around the pottery jars. From that moment on, Chong Lu never allowed Ran to walk behind him again, keeping her at his side as they navigated the path they had previously traversed, free of obstacles. Following this incident, everyone moved with increased caution. Time passed, and suddenly, Chong Lu's voice rang out with excitement. We're almost there. The group lifted their gaze, spotting the blue brick wall standing solidly ahead, visible from afar. Enthusiasm surged among them. They were finally nearing home. And Ran exhaled a deep sigh of relief, her legs weary from the journey. She hastened her pace, reaching the riverbank opposite the city gate, where she unloaded her burden, disregarding the dirt, and collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to utter a word. The other females mirrored her actions, and even the males sank to the ground to rest. They were all acutely aware of their fatigue, having not only carried their belongings, but also remained vigilant of their surroundings while attending to their females. Chong Lu too unloaded his load, calling out, We have returned. At the tribe, Uncle Yu Hei, anxiously counting the days, suddenly heard that familiar voice and exclaimed joyfully, It's the leader's voice. They have returned. As those words echoed, Yu Fei and Granny Zhu Lu rushed out. Upon seeing the old man joyfully hopping in the rain, Yu Fei frowned, realizing he had forgotten to open the gate. Yu Hei, have you lost your wits? The leader is back. Hurry and open the door. Yu Hei, struck by the realization, slapped his forehead, right? I completely forgot. He quickly turned to untie the rope, lowering it carefully. The creaking sound echoed loudly in the downpour. Finally, with a solid thud, it landed safely on the riverbank. The excited group rushed out, each one eagerly helping to carry items into the makeshift shelter that Yu Fei had prepared. Shui Hua, who had been idly sleeping at home, was jolted awake by Yu Hei's voice. She quickly dressed and dashed outside. Upon reaching the bridge, she instantly spotted and ran among the crowd and rushed over to embrace her. Ran, you're back. Ran nearly toppled over from the impact, staggering back a few steps before regaining her balance. Weary, she patted Shui Hua's back. No hugs. I'm completely exhausted. Upon hearing this, Shui Hua released her hold, urging, quickly go rest. Meanwhile, the little ones, hearing their parents' voices, hurriedly ran outside. Hu Bing gazed affectionately at her 3 little leopards, tenderly cradling one in her arms, while Xiaosheng embraced the other 2. In this moment, all the challenges faced along the journey seemed utterly worthwhile. Upon returning to the tribe, everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Shui Hua accompanied her back to the cave, swiftly kindled a fire, and replaced the damp animal skins with dry ones, boiling a large pot of hot water for a bath. By the time she had finished bathing, Shui Hua had prepared roasted meat for her. Anran glanced at the meal and decided to cook a pot of salted fish, adding some dried vegetables to it. Just as the food was nearing completion, Chong Liu returned, still damp from the rain. Upon seeing the tribe leader return, Shui Hua stood up and said, Anran, you rest today. I will find you tomorrow. With that, she dashed into the rain, her animal skin hat perched upon her head. Anran did not detain her. Both she and Chong Liu were utterly exhausted and would surely need to rest after their meal. Chong Liu, the hot water is in the stone pot. Hurry and take a bath. Chong Liu poured the hot water into the oversized stone pot and went to wash. Anran sliced the roasted meat and set the salted fish on the table, glancing at Chong Liu still in the bath, urging him, "Hurry up and come eat." Chong Liu quickened his pace, finished washing, and emptied the stone pot before joining her for dinner. A mouthful of warm roasted meat slid down his throat, enveloping him in warmth. Anran savored a sip of soup, releasing a contented sigh. How delightful. Chong Liu echoed her sentiment. There is truly no place like home. Anran inquired, "Is this enough for our needs?" Chong Liu shook his head. "Not nearly. It seems we must venture out once more." He had just accompanied Uncle Yuhei to inspect the quarantine zone, and although they had set out with 300 individuals, the amount of clay jars was woefully insufficient. Upon hearing this, the weight of concern that had just lifted returned to Anran. "Let us eat and then rest for a while." After their meal, Chong Liu washed the pots and dishes while Anran tidied their home. Once they completed their tasks, she lay down to rest. This was the first time Chong Liu fell asleep so peacefully, drifting off as soon as he lay down. They spent just one day resting in the tribe before embarking on their journey to the Sunset tribe once more. With the experience of their first trip behind them, the second was considerably smoother. Observing the trees laden with clay jars filled with dark oil instilled a sense of security within them. This was a vital resource for the tribe, and they had stationed 2 male beastmen to guard it, ensuring that nothing went awry. Although the dragon beasts had yet to arrive, anxiety pervaded the air, causing sleepless nights. Chong Liu instructed the patrol team to check the wall every half hour, while Bai Mian, like Uncle Yuhei, flew above to survey the situation, remaining vigilant of the outside world. 3 days passed, and Anran, feeling bored at home, wove grass sandals while glancing at the heavy rain outside. "Chong Liu, do you think the dragon beasts have altered their migration path this year and will not come this way?" Chong Liu shook his head. "I do not know. Perhaps." As Anran suggested, landslides and mudslides had occurred elsewhere, obstructing the dragon beast migration route and causing them to change direction prematurely. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Yet he could not place his hopes on such a low probability event. After all, dragon beasts were colossal, and their migration paths predominantly traversed flat terrain. Vast areas like the mountain that had recently experienced a landslide were quite rare. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from outside, accompanied by the advancing sounds of 1,000 troops. Anran and Chong Liu immediately felt a surge of tension, rushing to the cave entrance to investigate, but the towering city wall obstructed their view. Suddenly, the cry of an ancient eagle pierced the air, reverberating through the ears of everyone in the tribe. "The dragon beasts have arrived." That alerting call sent a shiver through all hearts, and the ensuing announcement plunged the entire tribe into commotion. Chong Liu dashed out of the cave, shouting, "All males, hurry to your positions at the quarantine zone." Upon hearing this command, all the males transformed, racing out of the tribe and vanishing into the rain. The ground trembled slightly, a testament to the formidable strength of the dragon beasts. Anran clutched the stone wall of the cave tightly, resolutely turning to pack all the animal skins from the bed into a backpack along with the leftover meat, wrapping everything in waterproof animal skins. In total, she managed to fill a large backpack and secured a sizable bag as well. This had been their prearranged plan. As soon as the dragon beasts arrived, the males would ignite the oil to fend them off, while the females would prepare to evacuate the tribe, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a booming cry of a massive creature echoed from afar, growing increasingly distinct. Chong Liu gazed at the approaching dragon beast, which had just begun to emerge, its head towering even above the nearby hills. "Ignite!" he cried from the treetops, leaping down and tossing a large torch into the oil. "Ignite!" The command echoed down the line, and flames erupted with a deafening roar, rapidly engulfing the surrounding trees and forming a towering natural barrier. The towering dragon beasts, upon witnessing the roaring flames, diverted their course, wading through the river. Although they were immense and unafraid of rain, they feared fire. As they beheld the flames nearly as tall as their own bodies, they altered their path and quickened their pace. However, as their speed increased, their formation became chaotic, leading to a trampling incident among the once orderly line. The larger dragon beasts entered the river with only their long necks above water, able to breathe, while those smaller ones floundered and drowned, swept away by the swift currents. Under normal circumstances, the river would be gentle, allowing them to reach the shore with a few splashes, but during the rainy season, the water was not only high, but also flowed rapidly, leaving little chance for survival. Nevertheless, some tenacious dragon beasts managed to crawl onto the bank near Chong Liu. In their panic, they scattered, charging at and biting anyone in their path. Chang Liu and the males immediately launched an assault. The dragon beasts that had crawled up were already exhausted, and with the flames attacking them. They were soon driven back into the river. Only those reckless dragon beasts, disregarding danger, rushed into the fire, seeking a glimmer of hope. Those who managed to pass through the fiery barrier emerged with significant burns, and despite their colossal size and swift movements, they were ultimately left weakened by the relentless assault. As they watched the remaining dragon beasts retreat into the distance, Chang Liu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Hu shook his dislocated wrist, pulling and twisting it back into place, declaring they have finally left. Ying Guang also reverted to human form, exclaiming, "Who would have thought we would one day triumph over the dragon beasts?" Indeed, they had often heard elder beastmen speak of the dragon beast's might. It seemed they were not as formidable as portrayed. Laughter erupted amidst the crowd, and Chang Liu joyfully remarked, "We no longer have to relocate." Seeing Chang Liu and the others return in high spirits, laughing and chatting, Anran rushed out, exhilarated. "We succeeded, didn't we?" "Yes." Chang Liu nodded slightly, offering her the most affirmative response. Unable to contain her joy, Anran leaped forward to embrace his waist, exclaiming, "We do not have to move." The other females soon followed suit, emerging from the crowd to find their loved ones, embracing one another. The overwhelming relief from their narrow escape brought tears to their eyes. Chang Liu raised his hand, declaring, "Tonight, each pair may receive an extra piece of meat to celebrate our victory." Upon hearing, they could enjoy an additional morsel of meat. The crowd erupted in cheers. "The leader is wise." It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon everyone joined in, proclaiming, "The leader is wise." Were it not for the pouring rain outside, tonight would undoubtedly have been a night of joyous celebration and revelry. However, this does not hinder their happiness. The family gathers to share warm meals and savor delicious soups, feeling content as they're sheltered from the cold at night and hunger by day. Yuhei assists in distributing supplies at the entrance of the storage cave, while Changlu urges Anren to join him in collecting their share. Upon seeing them, Yuhei hands over the finest piece of pork belly, remarking, "Chieftain, Anren, who would have thought we would one day repel the dragon beasts? If Elder Fengyang were here, he would surely be proud of you both." As soon as he speaks, he notices a shadow of sorrow on Anren's face and realizes he has misspoken. The elder has not been gone for long, and Anren is not yet able to emerge from her grief. Generally, the tribe avoids mentioning the elder in conversation. He quickly apologizes. "I'm sorry, Anren, I spoke out of turn." Yet, Anren lifts her gaze, unflinching, and offers a gentle smile. "Uncle, you have not misspoken. My father would indeed be proud of me. You need not apologize." She accepts the meat and turns to leave. Once her back is turned, tears uncontrollably cascade down her cheeks. She bows her head, afraid to meet the eyes of the crowd, not wanting them to see her sorrow. Her father dedicated his life to the tribe, often neglecting his own needs, sometimes staying awake for nights on end, only to depart without ever enjoying a day of peace. She did not even manage to bid him farewell. It would be disingenuous to say she was not upset. Changlu senses her despondence and quietly follows her back to the cave, taking the meat from her hands to prepare a meal. "Shall we have roasted or stewed meat today?" he inquires. Anren, stirred from her thoughts, rummages through a bamboo basket on the ground and retrieves some dried bamboo shoots. "Let us have stewed meat." The rain pours down relentlessly, driving away the dragon beasts, leaving everyone in the tribe with nothing to do but huddle in the cave, tending to the young ones. Indeed, as the rainy season passes, many females emerge from the cave, already with child. Anren watches them, each with their round bellies, even Shueihua proudly displaying hers, and feels a pang of envy. Her hand instinctively rests on her flat abdomen as she sighs deeply, murmuring to herself, "Is there something wrong with my body?" Shueihua approaches, noticing her melancholic demeanor, and takes her wrist, exclaiming, "I'm with Wuxiu now, so I will be one of you in the Qingshan tribe." "Who?" Anren looks at her in disbelief, her face lighting up with joy, occasionally brushing her hand over her slightly rounded belly. Shueihua rolls her eyes at her. "Wuxiu, the male from the Chuan Shun tribe, who taught us self-defense. You must be losing your hearing." Anren had indeed heard her clearly. She just found it hard to believe that such an arrogant person would take a liking to Wuxiu. It's not that Wuxiu is unworthy, it's simply astonishing. With a slight smile, she offers her congratulations. "You'll be able to participate in our pairing ceremony before winter this year. The beast god will bless you both." Shueihua beams with pride indeed. "I've spent this rainy season with Wuxiu, and I never expected him to be so gentle, so different from the males I encountered before. In comparison, those crude, filthy, greasy, selfish ones make me feel as if I've consumed a mouthful of dirt. There is simply no comparison, except perhaps for Lin Xiao, who is also quite admirable. This year, I shall look beautiful too. Having witnessed Anren's pairing ceremony last time, she felt a twinge of longing. She could partake this year. Tonight, everyone will hold a dance to celebrate the safe passing of the rainy season and to bid farewell to Guang and the others. Everyone is busily helping out. This is the first dance since the tribe laid the floor, and everyone is eager to contribute. Guang and his companions sit aside, conversing and enjoying their last hot meal, as it may be 2 months before they return. Changlu furrows his brow slightly. This time, I will accompany you. Jinhu, puzzled, asks, why? Guang can go to the grassland tribe without issue, and surely to the Salt tribe as well. Even Guang is perplexed. He understands why the chieftain wants to visit the grassland tribe, having never been there, but the Salt tribe is familiar territory. He refrains from voicing this. Knowing someone has already raised the question, Anren, sitting beside them, fills the kettle with water. Are you planning to negotiate the salt prices with the Salt tribe for long-term cooperation? Changlu smiles slightly indeed. If it weren't for our intervention last year, the price would never have dropped to 250. We are going early this time and requesting a large quantity. They may try to exploit us. Guang sits in stunned silence. Finally processing the information, he asks, last year's price drop from 300 B skins was your doing? Chapter 163. You are not capable. Jinhu slaps Guang's fluffy white hair. What do you mean by doing tricks? That was clever. If it weren't for us, they would still be selling salt for 300. After being reprimanded, Guang realizes he misspoke and awkwardly chuckles. My apologies. Changlu and Anren pay no mind to this minor incident. It happened long ago, and besides, Guang is one of their own, causing no concern. However, Anren has her own thoughts. Continuously spending exorbitant amounts to buy from others is not a sustainable plan. Changlu, I have an idea, but I wonder if it's feasible. Hearing this, Changlu, Jinhu, and Guang are intrigued. What is your plan? Anren's lips curve upward as she contemplates. Why don't we go to the seaside ourselves and harvest salt? We spend a fortune every year. Surely that is an excessive cost. Upon hearing this, the three remain silent. They have pondered this question long ago. Who wishes to spend such large sums? Especially in recent years when the Salt tribe hiked the prices. Many have considered sourcing their own salt. However, they are unaware of how the Salt tribe produces it, and their techniques remain closely guarded. Changlu interjects. We do not know how to make salt, and even if we did, that is the Salt tribe's territory. If we recklessly enter to make salt, we may face dire consequences. Anren, puzzled, replies, the sea is vast. Surely the entire coastline cannot belong to the Salt tribe? Upon uttering this, Changliu's eyes brighten. Indeed. Why hadn't he thought of that? As long as they stay along the coastline, away from the Salt tribe, they should be fine. But we still don't know how to make salt. At this, Anren's smile widens. Salt production is quite simple, but I cannot divulge that just yet. We can at least try. Look at our tribe's blue bricks and pottery. Didn't we succeed only after multiple attempts? Hearing Anren's words, Guang becomes invigorated, wishing he could produce salt too. Had it not been for the salt shortage last year, the sunsetting tribe would not have perished, and Elder Mushuan would not have died. I believe Anren is right. We can try it out. Changlu nods in agreement. In that case, we should add more members to our team. After a discussion, they quickly finalized the participants. On the journey, a shaman is essential. Initially, Anren planned to bring Tianyu, but Shueihua insists on joining. After considering it, Anren realizes that the apprentice shaman from the Yunchi tribe has learned sufficiently by now, and she enjoys spending time with her, so she agrees. Granny Yexiang is as skilled as Granny Zhilu, but due to her age, she cannot travel far, so Anren chooses Granny Yexiang. Wuxiu and Yuli will also accompany them, but they dare not bring too many. Jinhu cannot leave the tribe. Besides Changlu, he is the strongest warrior, and the tribe's safety is paramount. Shueihua, thrilled at the prospect of going to the Salt tribe, jumps for joy. Startled, the unrefined individual beside her immediately pressed her down, cautioning, be gentle, watch your abdomen. Shueihua, in her excitement, momentarily forgot her condition as a pregnant woman, responding, I understand. Anren, I will inform Tianyu and the others, and also convey a few matters. Despite her impending departure, she felt it essential to relay the intricate details of her medical expertise. Otherwise, if a clan member were to perish due to their inadequate training, the guilt would haunt her. She had never anticipated that one day she would prioritize her patients above all else. Anren returned to the cave to gather her belongings. several pieces of animal hide, a few pairs of grass shoes, some jerky, and a bone knife, placing them all in her backpack. At that moment, Changlu returned to find her already prepared. "Leave it there. I will handle it," he said. Anren smiled softly. "It's fine. I was just idle." She glanced up at his chiseled features, strikingly handsome, yet seemingly deflated. "Changlu, do you think I am in poor health?" Changlu, holding a large basin of foot-washing water, paused at her words, placing the clay basin down. "Why do you say that?" Anren handed him a clean piece of animal hide to sit on the stone bench, ensuring it was comfortable. She sighed deeply. Shueihua is pregnant, and both Qingqing and Hubing are expecting as well, yet I remain motionless, initially puzzled by her statement. Changlu burst into laughter. "How do you know you aren't pregnant?" Anren lifted her gaze to meet his warm smile, replying, "I don't have a belly." Each of them sported a prominent baby bump, while she appeared unremarkable and hadn't experienced the so-called morning sickness of modern pregnancies. With a chuckle, Changlu dried his feet and gently lifted her, placing her on the animal hide bed. "Have you never questioned whether the issue lies with me?" At his words, Anren raised an eyebrow, surveying him skeptically. His physique was well-proportioned, tall, and robust. He looked anything but unwell, yet infertility was not something visible. "Are you incapable?" she inquired doubtfully. Changlu raised an eyebrow, bemused by her question. Did she not realize the truth? He playfully pulled her closer, resting her against his chest, and murmured through clenched teeth, "Am I incapable?" Unfazed by his demeanor, Anren retorted, "Didn't you just say so?" Caught off guard, Changlu realized he had indeed dug his own grave. "Do you not pay attention to me each night?" Anren, bewildered, had just been discussing children, and now the conversation had turned. She reached up to caress his handsome face, studying it closely. "I do see you. You're as handsome as ever." The unexpected compliment washed away Changliu's earlier irritation. He placed his hands on her waist, exhaling a resigned sigh, extending a leg to guide her hand gently. The sudden warmth and defined muscle beneath his skin startled Anren, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly withdrew her hand. "What are you doing?" "You're embarrassing me." Changlu, amused by her flustered expression, smiled indulgently. "Did you not notice the changes on my thigh?" Upon hearing this, Anren lost her shyness and lifted her skirt to examine, discovering 3 green, winding lines near the top of his thigh. Leaning closer, she squinted. "What is this?" Rubbing it with her thumb, she found it wouldn't fade and lack texture. In Chapter 164, Shueihua's romantic fortune, seeing her exert such effort, Changlu grasped her hand. He hadn't anticipated his offspring mark would appear in such a location, and given that their child was still small, it was even harder to detect. "This is your little one," he explained. "What?" Anren's mind went blank. How could a child be on him a male? Was it because he was a snake beast man? "Are you pregnant?" Changlu nearly choked on her words, raising a hand to gently tap her forehead. "What are you thinking? I am male. How could I bear a child?" "This is my offspring mark, indicating you're with child." "Ah!" Anren exclaimed in excitement, covering her mouth in disbelief, gazing at Changlu. "I am?" Changlu emitted a tender sound. "Yes." He had assumed Anren already knew, yet he relished this shared joy. Anren began pacing the bed, conversing with herself, alternating between covering her mouth in laughter and hiding beneath the animal hide blanket. She then settled on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Changlu, we are having a child." Changlu couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her forehead, a smile playing at his lips, indeed. "What should we name them?" he mused, gently nuzzling her head. "No need to rush," he added. However, Anren was brimming with excitement. All 3 were her children, and she needed to think carefully about their names. As dawn broke the following day, Anren awoke to find Changlu already in the kitchen preparing food. She hurriedly dressed and washed up. Changlu presented her with a large bowl of fish soup and a piece of roasted meat, insisting, "Eat more, otherwise it will be dark before you have a warm meal." Anren nodded, patting her still flat abdomen. Although half was sufficient, she compelled herself to finish it all. She had heard that pregnant women easily grew hungry, and she needed to eat well to avoid hunger on their journey. After their meal, Changlu carried a large backpack and headed towards the center of the tribe while Anren tidied up the bedding and littered ground before confidently exiting the cave. The center of the tribe was bustling. Not only were Anren and the young females attending, but also the elder female, Yi Xiang, was joining them. Many females expressed envy, wishing to see the outside world. When they first arrived at the tribe, they found the outside vast and exciting. Now, they realized they could accompany the males even further. They understood that the Qingshan tribe was too small and yearned to explore the wider world. Although Wuxiu had lost a hand, It did not hinder his ability to assist Shueihua, albeit at a slower pace than before. Changlu transformed, cradling Anren and leading the trained wolves ahead, followed by a large group of sheep beasts returned from the prairie tribe. A substantial procession exited the Qingshan tribe, with the Yunchi tribe awaiting them not far ahead. As part of their collaboration, they would not conceal their journey to the Salt tribe. Moreover, having an additional person on the road would ensure greater safety. Lin Xiao had been waiting at a mountain peak since dawn, accompanied by a flock of sheep beasts grazing nearby. Upon spotting them approach, he whistled, prompting the trained wolves to corral the scattered sheep beasts together. As the two tribes converged, Lin Xiao immediately noticed Shueihua seated upon the golden lion. Ecstatic, he rushed over, revealing his beast form. Shueihua, come sit with me. I can run much faster than this three-legged creature. Instantly, Wu Xiao's expression darkened. Shueihua was his female. And how dared this person provoke him? Despite his 3 legs, he would not be bullied. His thick mane bristled slightly as he opened his mouth to roar a warning. Were it not for Shueihua's presence, he would have lunged to bite him. Shueihua was not blind. She simply wished to avoid entanglements with any males other than Wu Xiao, pretending not to notice. Who knew this individual would be so dense, not only approaching but also mocking Wu Xiao? Sorry, I am Wu Xiao's female. Even with 3 legs, he is far more formidable than you. Lin Xiao gazed in disbelief at Shueihua, who appeared far more enchanting than before, her demeanor elevated as well. Yet, it bewildered him that she would take an interest in a cripple. What qualities did he possess that surpassed his own? Shueihua, unwilling to engage further, merely patted the back of Wu Xiao beneath her, signaling their departure from this unwarranted confrontation. Stop right there. Lin Xiao boldly obstructed their path, recalling the time spent with Shueihua in Yunchi tribe, where they were inseparable. Why had everything changed upon their arrival at the wretched Qingshan tribe? If change was inevitable, why choose a male inferior to him? He was at a loss, unable to comprehend where he had fallen short, and ran, resting on Changlu's shoulder, observed the escalating tension between them, initially believing that Shueihua's rejection would prompt Lin Xiao to relent. Surely, any grievances could wait until they reached Yin tribe. However, Lin Xiao disregarded this logic and firmly blocked Shueihua's way. And Ran could see clearly. Changlu, it looks like things are about to get physical. Changlu halted, turning to witness the charged atmosphere between the two, having fallen considerably behind. He said and ran down and approached the trio, casting a glance at them. If you have a dispute, let it wait until we reach Yin tribe or during the evening rest. Right now, we must keep moving. Yet Lin Xiao remained obstinate, his icy gaze fixated on the 3-legged Wu Xiao. Shueihua is my female. You, a cripple, are unworthy of her. Irritated by his words, Shueihua leaped from Wu Xiao's back, standing before Lin Xiao. I forbid you from calling him a cripple. I like him. And what about me? Lin Xiao had always thought of Shueihua's time in Qingshan tribe as a mere dalliance, never imagining she would develop feelings for another. What makes him better than me? Shueihua felt momentarily breathless, while many males in Yunchi tribe were lacking. Lin Xiao had once held a small place in her affections. Moreover, he was competent in certain aspects, and truthfully, she had feelings for both of them. However, if she had to choose, her heart leaned towards Wu Xiao, yearning for the kind of devoted love that Ran and Changlu shared. This sentiment was not hers alone. Even the males in the tribe admired such loyalty, and Wu Xiao likely felt the same. She was unwilling to lose Wu Xiao, and thus mustered the courage to declare, but I simply like Wu Xiao. Frustrated, Lin Xiao retorted, very well, then let us duel. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao did not flinch, though he had no desire to fight, recognizing the truth in being labeled a cripple. Besides, the perilous nature of their world left him uncertain of his ability to protect Shueihua. Chapter 165. Roll Wu Xiao turned to Shueihua. I do not mind if you wish to have another partner. The words left Changlu, Shueihua, and Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. None had anticipated such a declaration from Wu Xiao. However, their confusion did not reflect a lack of understanding from others. It was simply a consideration for the female's welfare. Not everyone possessed the prowess of Jinhu, Yin Guang, Niu Li, or Xiaosheng. Although Changlu had once been formidable, Wu Xiao's current state, with one hand lost, diminished his combat effectiveness. In such a perilous world, safeguarding a female, especially one of notable social standing as a shaman, was no small task. Shueihua, are you not upset that I welcome another male? Wu Xiao shook his head, looking at her. How could I be? The more individuals to protect you, the happier I am. Besides, you now have my offspring. I'm already content with you as my female. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of shame, having just contemplated how to defeat Wu Xiao. To his surprise, Wu Xiao was generous, readily compromising. Turning to Xue Hua, he quickly expressed, Xue Hua, I am willing to follow your and Wu Xiao's lead from now on. Xue Hua was taken aback by Wu Xiao's perceptiveness, realizing he had seen through her feelings and proactively accepted Wu Xiao. It was impossible not to feel moved, tears welling in her eyes. Wu Xiao transformed back into his human form, smiling gently as he grasped her hands firmly. However, from this moment on, the three of us shall be a family. You are not permitted to seek out other males. Lin Xiao observed this exchange, his mind nearly ablaze. Had he not been intelligent, he might still be grappling with the implications. He had always known that his strength alone could not ensure Xue Hua's safety. And now, with Wu Xiao's combat prowess, it made sense to welcome his inclusion. Moreover, this arrangement not only honored Xue Hua, but also deterred other males, enhancing his own standing in her heart. With this realization, Lin Xiao's earlier anger dissipated. Given Wu Xiao's intellect, it was no wonder Xue Hua might favor him slightly more. Xue Hua glanced at Lin Xiao, who awaited her response. Very well, but your words must hold weight. And if you wish to be with me, you cannot engage with other females. Lin Xiao grinned broadly, his heart soaring. Of course, if I were to be involved with another female, let me be devoured by a beast. With that, he stepped forward, cupping Xue Hua's face and planting a kiss on her lips before dashing off to train with the wolves. He felt elated, yet remained sensible. It was best for Wu Xiao to carry Xue Hua for now, as her affections still leaned towards him. After all, they were now family, and there was no need to rush. And Ran, witnessing this, was left speechless, only regaining her senses when Chong Lu picked her up to continue their journey. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned in to gossip softly. Wu Xiao is truly impressive. Chong Lu chuckled. Did you not already know of his prowess? And Ran replied, I was aware of his combat skills, but I had no idea he could so astutely perceive Xue Hua's feelings and even leverage them. Chong Lu tucked her seaweed-like hair behind her ear to keep it from her eyes. To have traveled such great distances while protecting a dozen or more females speaks volumes of his capabilities. It's a pity he lost a hand, otherwise he might surpass even Jin Hu. And Ran nodded in agreement, recalling how during his training sessions with the females, Wu Xiao had demonstrated exceptional observational skills, adeptly analyzing each of them, who is suited for running, who for carrying weight, and who for ambush. From this perspective, he was already remarkable. However, they were merely a group of women in a world filled with beasts, lacking significant combat power, only striving for self-preservation. Initially, she had thought a fight was imminent, but to her surprise, Wu Xiao had diffused the situation with just a few words. As they journeyed toward Yin tribe, familiar with the route and aware there would be no resting spots, they continued until darkness fell, finally reaching a cave suitable for shelter. Granny had been carried throughout by a young male. Although the journey was steady and not jarring, her age was beginning to take a toll on her back. After stretching, she entered the cave and settled onto a stone, reluctant to move further. And Ran returned from outside with a bundle of dried mugwort. Granny Yi, lie on the animal hide. I will give you some moxibustion. Granny Yi skillfully positioned herself on the hide, exposing her aching back. And Ran produced a small, breathable pouch filled with salt and mugwort, heating it over the fire before applying it directly to Granny Yi's back. The warmth enveloped her, eliciting a satisfied sigh. Meanwhile, Xue Hua busied herself preparing a meal. Since arriving at Qingshan tribe, she had developed a passion for exploring the area and cooking. Lin Xiao watched in disbelief as she skillfully prepared the meat, salting it and applying oil. Could this truly be the exalted shaman? He approached her and said, Xue Hua, allow me to assist. Xue Hua disdainfully evaded his hand, replying, no need, you tend to your own tasks. She had no intention of relinquishing the cooking duties to another. Could anyone else's cooking be palatable? Turning, Lin Xiao noticed Wu Xiao nearby, organizing animal hides. He took out a large earthenware bowl, resembling a stone bowl, yet crafted with far greater finesse. It quickly became evident that nearly every member of the Qingshan tribe possessed one. Curiously, he inquired, what do you have there? Wu Xiao produced an extra small bowl, saying, this is a bowl, yours is quite nice. Chong Lu handed a large bowl of wild vegetable soup to Ran, urging, drink up. Ran poured a modest amount into her bowl, replying, you should eat as well. They made do with roasted meat and wild vegetable soup for the evening. Yet Lin Xiao and the members of the Yunqi tribe were genuinely impressed. They had not anticipated that this small Qingshan tribe could offer fare superior to what they typically consumed in their own settlement. Whenever they ventured out to spend the night, their meals consisted solely of food devoid of salt, and they would quench their thirst directly from the river, eschewing the complexity of boiling vegetable soup. Nevertheless, it must be noted that this laboriously prepared meal was indeed delicious, and the soup was quite flavorful. Even a large earthenware bowl in his hands felt considerably lighter and smoother than the stone bowls from their own tribe. That night, Ran caressed her still flat abdomen and retired early for sleep. With the wolves guarding outside and 2 males standing watch, she felt secure. This was not a time of food scarcity. The mountain beasts were not as ferocious as during winter, and their journey had been relatively smooth. Soon, they arrived at the Yin tribe. Before the exchange could commence, the outskirts of the Yin tribe appeared rather desolate, with no one in sight except for their own people. Despite this, the security measures of the Yin tribe remained vigilant. Upon their arrival, they were immediately intercepted by patrolling beastmen. With an arrogant tilt of his head, one of them demanded, "Which tribe are you from, and what is your purpose here?" Chang Lu stepped in front of Ran and replied with a smile, "We are from the Qingshan tribe, here to trade for salt, and wish to meet your chieftain." Upon hearing this, the guard furrowed his brow, visibly impatient. "Get lost. It's not time for exchanges yet. Come back in winter." Lin Xiao, unaccustomed to such treatment, being a warrior of the Yunqi tribe and always accustomed to being revered, stepped forward with hands on his hips. "Who do you think you are? If you're going to relay a message, then do so, but watch your mouth, or I'll teach you a lesson." The guard, unfazed, shouted back, "We have intruders in the tribe." Instantly, the patrolling team within the tribe rushed over, brandishing bone knives and tree branches. The entrance of the tribe soon teemed with people, scrutinizing Ran and Chang Lu. "Are you attempting to invade our Yin tribe?" Chang Lu smiled slightly. "Dare we? We are here to trade for salt, bringing 600 sheep beasts and various other items." The patrolling team, initially intent on driving them away, was suddenly elated upon hearing this. They had not tasted fresh meat in quite some time. They typically only enjoyed fresh meat during the winter months. "Fresh meat?" Chang Lu confirmed, alive. At the mention of live animals, laughter erupted among the crowd. "Wait here. I shall inform the others." With that, he dashed off towards the chieftain and the priestess's cave. "Chieftain, priestess, someone has brought sheep beasts to trade for salt." Hearing the commotion outside, Huang Mu grew somewhat impatient, thinking, did he not see that he was resting with the priestess? "We do not wish to see them. Tell them to leave." Ever since the price increase 2 years ago, the Yin tribe had accumulated enough food and hides to last for years. He was not in need of such trivialities. The priestess, Cui Hua, reclined on a soft bed of animal hides, at least 20 layers beneath her, feeling warm and comfortable. She merely glanced outside and closed her eyes again. This was her second pregnancy, and her belly had grown. Recently, she had been feeling exceedingly drowsy and was disinclined to engage with any matters. "But they have 600 live sheep beasts." Huang Mu abruptly perked up at the last 2 words, leaping from the bed, while Shui Hua slowly sat up. "You must go check." Huang Mu hurriedly donned his grass shoes and exited the cave. "Are they truly alive?" The messenger scratched his head. That's what they claimed. It should be so. Regardless, he had not seen any sheep beasts behind them, but this did not hinder him from relaying the message. After all, it was just a few words, and he had nothing to lose. What if it were true? Then they would have fresh meat tonight. Moreover, seeing so many people come, they could not be foolish enough to bring so many live animals without expecting trouble. Chang Lu and Ran shared a similar sentiment. Ying Guang and Niu Li were waiting in a nearby hollow with the sheep herd, awaiting news from Chang Lu. If the Yin tribe intended to seize their livestock, they would have time to react. It was rather audacious to arrive so openly. It would be surprising if they were not robbed. Even Ran, a female, contemplated the prospect of a no-risk bargain. Before long, they saw a male clad in white fox fur emerge, followed closely by the messenger who had just reported. And Ran immediately recognized him as the chieftain of the Yin tribe. They had encountered each other during the previous winter. He had been captivated by a colorful seashell, a sight Ran could never forget. And Ran slightly bowed her head. "Greetings, Chieftain Huang Mu. It is a pleasure to see you again." As soon as Huang Mu arrived at the entrance, he recognized the visitors. Their appearance and demeanor were unforgettable, especially Chang Lu and Ran, who had sold him the treasures of the sea god. It was precisely because of those treasures that the Yin tribe had not faced a tsunami that year, making them esteemed guests. Recognizing them, he greeted them with a broad smile. "Ah, it is you. What a rare visit. Please come in." Chang Lu guided and ran into the tribe, while Lin Xiao shot a disdainful glance at the male who had previously shouted at him, striding in with his head held high. Wu Xiao and Xue Hua followed closely behind, their eyes filled with contempt as they surveyed the size of the tribe. The inhabitants appeared quite unkempt. Their proximity revealed a pungent, sour odor of sweat, and their teeth were stained yellow, with thick grime evident upon closer inspection. Their brownish-yellow skin was likely caked in mud, indicating a lack of proper bathing. Their hair resembled a bird's nest, and some had large clumps of eye discharge hanging from their eyes. Stepping inside, the ground was covered in dust, leaving their small feet darkened. She curled her toes in distaste, her face reflecting her aversion. Wu Xiao noticed her displeasure and chuckled softly, whispering in her ear, "Just endure a bit. We'll return soon," and Ran, however, appeared indifferent, following closely behind Chang Lu into the cave. There was no separate cave available for their discussions, so they had to squat in the center of the tribe's plaza. Fortunately, there were several large stones to sit upon, otherwise, and Ran would have grown uncomfortable after a while. Chang Lu brushed off the dust from the stone beside him, inviting and Ran to sit next to him. "Chieftain Huamu, I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you." Huamu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what kind of business?" He was no stranger to the term, as his own priestess frequently employed similar language, and he understood it well. Chang Lu continued, "I can supply you with fresh meat and a considerable quantity of animal hides each year, but I hope to negotiate the price of salt down to 30 animal hides per bag." Upon hearing this, Huamu's brow twitched slightly, and instead of immediately voicing his opposition, he chuckled lightly. "Chieftain Chang Lu, you are quite sincere. However, how much fresh meat can you provide each year?" This account was settled between him and Anren Bak and the Qingshan tribe. Should this trade route prove successful, they could easily dispatch two teams, one dedicated solely to the grassland tribes and the other to the salt tribes. This would significantly save time and allow for more trips. Judging by the 2,000 sheep they have brought back this time, the future holds the promise of even greater numbers, 3,000 sheep beasts. Upon hearing this, Huamu, who had previously held a dismissive attitude, was left utterly astonished. He was unfamiliar with the Qingshan tribe's whereabouts, having only heard of its name once last year. It was evident that this was a small tribe. How could such a modest settlement possibly possess such a multitude of sheep beasts? Chapter 167. Collaboration with the Salt tribe. He could not comprehend this, nor did he trust Changliu's words. With a slight furrow of his brow, he scrutinized them. Not only did they appear spirited, but they also exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance, appearing far cleaner and more refined than the people of his own Salt tribe. Even their usually dry hair was neatly arranged, giving them an overall appealing appearance. Anren noticed his apprehension and reassured him. "Chief Huamu, there is no need for concern. Our Qingshan tribe has relied on your tribe for salt since time immemorial. We will undoubtedly seek your help in the future, and we have brought 600 sheep beasts with us." Upon hearing 600 sheep beasts again, he incredulously inquired, "Alive?" Chang Lu chuckled lightly. "Indeed, alive." Huamu swallowed hard. The Salt tribe, situated by the sea, had an abundance of salt, yet they were sorely lacking in food. They relied on salt in winter to barter for some meat and animal hides, preserving any excess meat with salt. However, consuming such cured meat frequently resulted in constipation and other ailments, causing many of their young to lose their teeth prematurely. Even their shaman, Quan Ming, had no remedies for this issue. To alleviate the situation, they desperately needed fresh food. They did eat wild vegetables, but the supply was scant, hardly sufficient, and the nearby wild beasts had long since fled due to the annual exchange fair, leaving only small creatures that were hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. "Is it not winter?" Chang Lu replied. "If it were winter, would you truly need this little from me?" At this, both men chuckled, and Huamu shook his head, realizing that indeed, in winter, he would not be in want of such meat. "I would like to see your sheep beast now." At this juncture, Anren interjected, "Chief Huamu, as you know, our journey here was arduous, and these 600 sheep beasts are of great importance to us. However, your concerns are understandable. You may send someone you trust to verify." Chief Huamu turned his gaze to the female who had spoken for the third time, examining her closely. Her demeanor was as graceful as a goddess, albeit different from the others. Yet, she seemed well matched with Chang Lu, standing beside her. He turned to a male behind him and instructed, "Go summon Quan Ming." Soon, a short-haired male clad in black animal hides, exuding an air of elegance, approached leisurely. "Chief," Huamu directly requested him to ascertain the authenticity of the 600 sheep beasts, while Chang Lu instructed Niuli to lead the way. Anren, unfazed, retrieved a handcrafted earthenware bowl from a nearby basket, and presented it to him. What do you think of this, Chief Huamo? Upon seeing the bowl, Huamu's expression shifted. Its shape resembled the clay crafted by the goddess. They had attempted to create such bowls numerous times, but every effort had resulted in either cracks or complete failure. With none turning out well, he eagerly accepted the bowl with both hands, feeling its rough texture. It was far superior to a stone bowl and considerably sturdier than their clay versions. Can this hold water? Aaron smiled. Of course it can hold water, meat, and even hot water. Huamu's curiosity intensified. Is it made of clay? Changliu's heart raced. Though his expression remained composed, he smiled slightly. Indeed, Chief Huamu, you are astute. It is crafted from clay. The moment those words escaped, Huamu realized he had overstepped. What it was made from was surely a secret, and his impetuous inquiry could be deemed inappropriate. To his surprise, Changliu had answered him directly, igniting his excitement. He wished to inquire further, but found it difficult to articulate. Would you be willing to trade this bowl? If the goddess discovered they possessed such a beautiful clay bowl, she would undoubtedly be delighted. After all, they had endured her scolding while attempting to mold clay. The results had consistently been disappointing, with not a single successful creation. Changliu subtly inclined his head towards Anren, who nodded in affirmation, and then turned back to Huamu with a gentle smile. As for trading, consider this bowl a gift to signify our sincere intentions for long-term collaboration. Upon hearing this, Huamu nearly leapt with joy. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have run a lap in celebration. He had prepared himself to be taken advantage of by these visitors, yet they had offered him a gift. You have traveled so far. I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Let's trade 10 bags of salt for it. Lin Xiao, Shui Hua, and others nearby listened with envy. A mere ordinary clay bowl could be exchanged for 10 bags of salt. This was an extraordinary deal. It was well known that the Qingshan tribe's kiln technology had matured, yielding dozens of such bowls in a single firing. Yet Anren interjected, Chief Huamu, do not rush. I have something else for you to consider. She produced a round piece of red sugar and presented it to him. This is sugar, perfect for females and young ones. Huamu glanced at the dark red sugar, cautiously breaking off a small piece to taste. His eyes widened with delight. How sweet it was. If dissolved in water, it would surely be delightful, albeit somewhat insubstantial for their needs. Meanwhile, in the cave, Tsawa, who had been waiting anxiously, stepped outside, her large belly leading her to the center of the square, where she spotted a crowd gathered. Approaching cautiously, she immediately recognized the item in Huamu's hands and exclaimed, Red sugar. Anren was surprised to see the goddess present, and stood up. Indeed, the goddess is impressive. She has aptly named it upon arrival. We merely knew it as sugar, never considering the name red sugar to be more fitting, especially since the water it produces is indeed red. Sui Hua, astonished by the red sugar, had yet to consider anything else. Hearing Anren's words, she proudly lifted her chin, for she was the goddess who had traversed time. How could she not recognize this item? Yet, she had not anticipated that the beast here would also engage in such endeavors. With slightly plump fingers, she gently tapped the red sugar, casting a scrutinizing glance at everyone present. This item is sweet upon entry and dissolves in water. It is an excellent tonic for invigorating vitality and is most suitable for those in fragile health. Initially dismissive of the item for its lack of sustenance, Huamu regarded it with newfound respect after hearing his female's praise. He turned to Changliu and Anren. How shall we trade for this? This time, Anren refrained from speaking hastily and left the question to Changliu, content to simply smile from the sidelines. She was keen to avoid being recognized by Tsuhua, unsure if the goddess would accept her as a fellow compatriot. Changliu, not foolish, recognized this as a lucrative opportunity. 1 piece of red sugar for 10 bags of salt. Upon hearing this, everyone around was left speechless, especially Lin Xiao and Shui Hua. Last year, they had arrived too late to witness Anren's dealings. Although they had heard tales of others exchanging the divine items of the sea god for vast quantities of salt, such divine items were rare and could command such value, which they understood. However, red sugar was something they could produce effortlessly in the Qingshan tribe, sometimes using up to a dozen pieces in a single night. They gasped in disbelief, turning to observe Chief Huamu's reaction, eager to see if he would take on the role of the unwitting benefactor. Chapter 168. Eliminate them, he furrowed his brow, feeling no use for the item in question. However, the divine maiden Suehua was indeed discerning. Although she had once served as a maid in a wealthy household and did not know the origins of brown sugar, she was aware that it was a delicacy reserved for the affluent. Those of lower status could only gaze upon it longingly. A fortunate maid might receive a bowl of brown sugar soup with lily seeds as a reward during childbirth. But that was the extent of it. What is this made from? Chong Lu did not conceal the truth, as crafting brown sugar requires skill. Furthermore, his Qingshan tribe possessed more than just this one item. With a slight smile, he replied, "It is made from sugarcane." Sugarcane? The divine maiden murmured to herself. She recognized it as something she had tasted before. However, after 2 years in this place, she had not encountered any near the Yin tribe, likely due to unsuitable growing conditions. How much brown sugar do you have? The Qingshan tribe had half a cave filled with this substance, but he would not be foolish enough to reveal it all. The production of this is laborious. We have only 200 pieces. Upon hearing this quantity, the divine maiden could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "I want them all." Her life had been difficult before, and now that she was in this beastly world, she was determined to indulge in all the food she had never tasted. However, Huamu appeared reluctant. Suehua, isn't that a bit excessive? 200 pieces of brown sugar equate to 2,000 bags of salt. If we exchanged it all for meat, it would overfeed the tribe. Brown sugar is merely sweet. It cannot fill one's belly. What do you intend to do with it? Why not exchange for 50 pieces instead? That should suffice for you. Suehua shot him a disdainful glance. Huamu, if you lack the capability, do not assume the role of leader. The benefits of brown sugar are beyond your imagination. She then pointed at Anren and Shuehua. Look at their females, then compare them to those of your tribe. Do you not see the difference? Huamu, taken aback by Suehua's rebuke, felt his face darken as he covertly glanced at Anren and Shuehua. He had noticed them upon their arrival. They were indeed attractive, but his heart belonged solely to the divine maiden. No amount of beauty could sway him. He muttered under his breath, "They are not as beautiful as you. You are my favorite." Suehua, who had been seething with anger, felt her ire diminish upon hearing Huamu's murmured words. This man, softening her tone, she elaborated, "When females are healthy, they can bear more offspring, which no amount of meat can replace. Brown sugar is most beneficial for females and their young. Do not hesitate to part with salt. We have a vast sea of salt. Are we to fear running low? At worst, we can encourage our tribe to work a little harder and eat better. These beastmen only work half the day and play the other half, living leisurely. It is nothing like my past, where I had to rise before dawn to work while my master slept." Chong Lu added, "The divine maiden is correct. The females and young of our Qingshan tribe, having consumed this, remain healthy and have not suffered illness or loss." Initially reluctant, Huamu found himself in agreement. "It is merely 2,000 bags of salt. We do not lack that." "Very well." As soon as he spoke, a beast man dispatched to scout for sheep returned, breathless with excitement. Tribe leader, did they really? Huamu, noticing the beast man gasping for breath, urged him, "Speak slowly." The male leaned on his knees, panting heavily, his throat feeling constricted. After a moment, he managed to say, "They truly have 600 living sheep." At this revelation, Huamu waved his hand, inviting Chong Lu and his companions to sit. However, Chong Lu shook his head. "There is no need to sit. If all is well, I wish to return swiftly with the salt so that we may deliver the sheep after winter." Huamu did not press them to stay, promptly ordering a count of the salt and personally verifying the number of brown sugar pieces, checking and recounting 3 times to ensure accuracy. As Chong Lu and his companions departed with the salt, they immediately set out to retrieve the sheep. The beast man who had previously scouted led them swiftly to the location. In a secluded valley, they spotted the delightful sight of sheep grazing. Excitedly, the beast man transformed into his animal form and plunged into the herd. Terrified, the sheep scattered, and Huamu seized the opportunity to bite the neck of a plump sheep, swiftly ending its life. Dragging the sheep out, he triumphantly declared, "Drive all the sheep over. We feast on fresh meat tonight." The males had long awaited this moment, yearning for fresh meat after growing weary of the overly salty cured meat. Instantly, they transformed into their beast forms, encircling the sheep and herding them back to the Salt tribe. Suehua was equally delighted in the tribe, although the Salt tribe lacked neither salt nor food. She was tired of the daily cured meat. Today, with fresh meat available, she joined the other females to watch the males slay the sheep. Not even the blood was wasted, as the males eagerly drank it down. Upon her arrival, Suehua had been startled by such behavior, but she had since grown accustomed to it. After all, the Salt tribe's lack of fresh food made even a sip of fresh blood a rare treat. Some females even joined in, though she accepted their ways without partaking herself. Having been with Huamu for 2 years, he understood Suehua's preferences and did not offer her blood. Instead, Once the first piece of meat was roasted, he placed it in a ceramic bowl gifted by Anren and brought it to her. Suehua, eat while it's hot. It's exceptionally fresh. Suehua swallowed hard, having long craved it. Grabbing the bowl without hesitation, she dug in with chopsticks. Since her pregnancy, her appetite had soared, and she had gained quite a bit of weight. However, for the sake of her child, she felt compelled to eat. Otherwise, if she prioritized her figure and lost the child, her status would likely suffer. In the confines of the grand estate, the principle of maternal favoritism was all too evident. Yet many had fallen due to their children's misfortunes. She did not wish to follow that path. As the meat slid down her throat, she suddenly realized that the bowl in her hand was strikingly different from the stone bowls they typically used. Inspecting it closely, she found it somewhat rough to the touch, yet far smoother in appearance. Moreover, it was remarkably light. Overcome with excitement, she jumped to her feet. "Do we create this?" Huamu anticipated her joy and replied with a smile. This was given by the female leader of the Qingshan tribe. How could they possibly have the skill to make this? The summer is nearly over, and they have yet to produce anything. Suehua paused, her expression changing dramatically. This was sent by the Qingshan tribe? Not understanding her sudden shift, Huamu asked, "What is wrong?" At that moment, however, Suehua could hear nothing but her own thoughts, consumed by suspicion. This item she had not crafted, someone else had. Moreover, last year's basket had also been a creation of the Qingshan tribe, which she had reluctantly attributed to their good fortune. But how to explain this bowl? Along with the brown sugar she had never even known about, these were items of the future, and how could a mere female like her possess such knowledge? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she murmured to herself, "Could it be that she is like me? Another traveler?" Only this explanation made sense. Otherwise, she could not fathom it. Huamu, close by, clearly heard her words and asked, puzzled, "Who is like you? Could she also be a divine maiden?" Suehua, who had merely considered her a fellow villager, felt a surge of dread at Huamu's words. In this world, it suffices to have only one traveler like her, with an additional one. Would she still remain the esteemed goddess? Would she retain her status today? Contemplating this, a resolute determination surged within her as she gazed towards the tribe's exit. Huamu, eliminate them. Just moments ago, Huamu had been envisioning a future abundant with fresh meat, yet now, upon hearing the goddess's command, was taken aback. Why? The moment the words left her lips, Suehua felt her authority challenged. This individual had never defied her before. Since Anren's arrival, he had become disobedient. It appeared that he truly could not be spared. She turned to him with a frosty glare. "This bowl, he gifted you, and you deem him a good person? He merely allows you to use it for now, intending to charge you upon his return next year. How could it be?" Huamu, utterly bewildered, failed to grasp Suehua's meaning. How could something already given now incur a cost? Moreover, having used it for a year, could it truly be reclaimed? Suehua let out a cold snort, recognizing his foolishness. Do you not desire to possess these items? Simply eliminate them and seize what is ours. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Do you truly believe spending so much salt for such a meager amount of brown sugar is not frustrating? If you wish for their bowls next year, I fear the price will exceed that of this brown sugar. Each of her words resonated in Huamu's ears. Indeed, the salt painstakingly produced by his kin had yielded only this trifling reward. His sense of injustice was palpable, though initially subdued. After Suehua's remarks, it magnified instantly. You are correct. I shall dispatch someone to intercept them. Chapter 169. What is the sea like? Anren and Changlu exchanged the necessary salt and immediately set off without delay. Ingguang and Linxiu escorted the salt back, while Nyoli, Changlu, Anren, Shuehua, and Wuxiu ventured to another location. The two groups parted ways at the crossroads. Linxiu felt an immense reluctance. Ultimately, Shuehua affectionately hugged his head and planted a kiss on his forehead before he reluctantly turned to follow Ingguang back. They still needed to return to the tribe. Like a forlorn lover, he called out, "Shuehua, make sure to come back soon." Afterward, he did not forget to entrust Wuxiu. "Wuxiu, I leave Shuehua in your care. Stay with her during this time, and once we return to the tribe, she shall be under my watch." For the first time, Shuehua found Linxiu rather verbose, her patience wearing thin as she furrowed her brow and waved her hand. "Let us hurry back. You can accompany her when we return." Upon hearing Shuehua's promise, Linxiu's expression brightened, and he grinned as he waved goodbye. Once they were gone, Shuehua sighed in relief, complaining, "How chatty he is." Anren chuckled upon hearing her complaint. "You should be content. It's because he cares for you that he is so chatty. If he ever stops, you'll surely lament." Upon hearing this, Shueihua's heart blossomed with joy. I'm not scared. Chonglu led the group along the coastline, eventually departing the territory of the Salt tribe after several days and selecting a sheltered bay. How about this place? Anren gazed at the boundless blue sea and the golden sand beneath her feet. This shall be our site. Initially, Shueihua was thrilled upon first sight of the sea, but now fatigue had overtaken her, and she lay sprawled on Wuxiu's back. Hearing Anren's words revitalized her, and she jumped down to assist in constructing the simple shelter and arranging their belongings. Anren and Chonglu were likewise industrious, each family unit erecting their own tree shelters. Meanwhile, Granny Yexiang stayed close to Anren and Chonglu, and the group worked together, swiftly completing the rudimentary shelters. On the first day, they prepared a delicious meat feast and rested overnight before commencing work the following day. It was still summer, and the scorching sun prompted Anren to instruct Chonglu to use a bone knife on the rocks by the shore to carve out edges, allowing the seawater to flow in. After sunbathing throughout the day, they would harvest coarse salt. Anren collected the sun-dried salt piece by piece with a wooden spatula. Shueihua, Granny Yexiang, and the others stood in excitement, observing the pristine white substance. Excitedly, they exclaimed, "Is this salt?" Chonglu could not resist tasting a sample, his eyes widening in surprise. This tastes just like the salt from the Salt tribe. Who would have thought that making salt could be so simple? The others behind him nodded in agreement. Had we known it was this easy, we could have dried our own at the seaside instead of spending so much beef skin and meat to trade. However, Anren smiled knowingly. This is coarse salt, merely a semi-finished product. She then instructed Chonglu to transfer it all into ceramic jars for further refinement. Upon witnessing the precious salt they had painstakingly gathered vanish in an instant, Shueihua leaped up in alarm. "Anren, what are you doing? This is salt." Even Chonglu felt a pang of regret. After all that effort, it could have yielded at least one bag, if fully dried. Yet, he reassured her, we must trust her. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Anren, Yexiang, let us go gather some stones. Shueihua, please prepare some charcoal back at home. Anren led Yexiang, carrying the simple filter they had made together, a total of 8, to filter the salt water 8 times. The subsequent tasks were assigned to the males watching from the sidelines. They filtered the entirety of the melted salt water, while the 3 females boiled water nearby. As the moon began to set, Anren and her companions labored on. Everyone fixated on the large ceramic pots, filled with salt whiter than before. The group watched in astonishment as Anren stored the salt into clean beeskin bags, unable to resist grasping a handful to inspect. "Is this salt?" Shueihua gazed in shock at the salt in her palm. "I have never seen such pure salt before." Even the usually reticent Wuxiu spoke up. "It tastes saltier than before. There is no bitterness." Chonglu eagerly tasted a bit, astonished that their homemade salt surpassed that of the Salt tribe in quality. Anren noted, "With just a few of us, we likely cannot produce much." Chonglu glanced at the night sky, the dawn approaching. "We should rest for a while and continue tomorrow. There is no rush. Our purpose here is to determine if we can produce salt independently. If we can manage it ourselves, we will no longer be at the mercy of the Salt tribe." Unexpectedly, Anren produced salt almost immediately. Upon returning to the temporary shelter they had built together, Anren collapsed in exhaustion. She did not awaken until the sun rose, its intense rays filtering through the gaps. By then, Chonglu had also risen, as everyone had been worn out the previous night and did not stir until nearly noon. Chonglu instructed, "Wuxiu, you stay here to protect them. Nearly come with me." On their journey, he had observed areas with abundant stones. Since the salt drying locations were insufficient, they would create more. Anren and Shueihua, along with a few others, began pouring seawater. The stones were limited, and they quickly finished. Anren, Shueihua, Yexiang, Wuxiu, and the others sat idly on the beach, gazing into the distance while the fire pit nearby boiled the cured meat they had brought. Anren stared at the endless coastline as the waves crashed against the shore. Suddenly, a small jellyfish was washed ashore by a wave, and upon noticing it, she felt a surge of excitement. "There is so much food in the sea. I long to taste it. Conch meat, oysters, shrimp, crabs, various fish." Just the thought made her mouth water. In her previous life, she was an ordinary person from the southwest, never having visited the seaside. The seafood she had encountered was always frozen and unfresh, leaving a fishy aftertaste that was unbearable. If only she could catch some live seafood from the ocean and cook it, the flavor would surely be exquisite. Upon reaching this thought, she could not help but swallow hard. However, there was no net here, and the rudimentary net in Qingshanbuoyuo would likely be of no use in these waters. Gathering her courage, she stood up, brushed the sand off her backside, and stepped cautiously toward the sea. Although she had never seen the ocean before, she was a proficient swimmer. She had swum in rivers in her previous life, and surely it must be somewhat similar. Besides, she was not venturing into the deep waters. She merely wished to submerge her head and see what lay beneath the surface. The thought ignited her curiosity, reminiscent of the vibrant underwater world she had seen on Channel 10, where colorful fish darted among splendid coral reefs. She longed to discover whether the seabed here was equally enchanting. Chapter 170. Into the sea, Shueihua, witnessing her rise, initially thought she intended to relieve herself. Little did she expect her to be entranced and wade into the sea. Despite Shueihua and Yi Xiang calling out to her from the shore multiple times, she did not respond. In a fit of worry, she rushed to the cooking area, exclaiming, "Wuxiu, Anren has gone into the sea." Wuxiu, who was busy preparing a meal, turned his gaze to the water's surface upon hearing the commotion. He spotted a petite figure making her way deeper into the ocean, the water already reaching her chest. Just 2 more steps, and she might not return. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he transformed into a magnificent golden lion and charged toward the sea. Anren, feeling the water rise to her chest, decided it was time. She took a deep breath and crouched down. The once cacophonous sound of splashing was abruptly replaced by silence. To her astonishment, the underwater scene was quite similar to what she had seen on television. Golden sunlight filtered through the azure water, casting a serene blue hue over the shallows. Numerous beautiful fish flitted about beneath the surface. As she ventured into the depths, the sight before her left her so awestruck that she completely forgot she was in the ocean. Suddenly, she felt a force against her abdomen, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was lifted out of the water and swiftly returned to the shore. Only then did she realize it was Wuxiu who had rescued her. Before she could utter a word, Shueihua began scolding her furiously. "Anren, have you lost your mind? If something is troubling you, why resort to such drastic measures?" Even Yi Xiang joined in, urging her, "Yes, Anren, if something is bothering you, just share it with us. We can find a solution together." Anren chuckled at their words. "What are you talking about? I'm not trouble at all." Wuxiu, too, could not fathom that such an intelligent female would be in despair, especially since their lives were quite pleasant. But he was perplexed. Why venture into the water? They, as beastmen, would perish if they remained submerged for too long. Then why did you go into the water? He questioned. Anren, her beast skin attire still damp, found that it dried quickly in the breeze once she emerged. Standing up with a smile, she explained, "I merely wanted to see what lay beneath the vast sea." Shueihua, somewhat annoyed, pouted, "What is there to see? It's just dark and filled with terrifying large fish." Yi Xiang nodded in agreement, recalling the enormous fish they had caught while fishing for Qingshanbuoyuo, capable of swallowing a beastman whole. Though the 2 females did not concur, Wuxiu's curiosity was piqued. He too wished to glimpse the unknown world. "What did you see?" he inquired. Hearing someone share her curiosity, Anren became animated, exclaiming, "It was so beautiful down there, and so peaceful. The water is blue, the light is blue, and there are all sorts of lovely little fish." Of course, she also acknowledged the dark abyss that frightened her, but she refrained from mentioning it, as she had no intention of venturing that far. Wuxiu, intrigued by her description, felt a strong desire to explore that realm himself. However, with only him being the sole male on the shore, he would need to devise a different plan. Soon, Niuli and Changlu returned, dragging several large stones back with them. They split them into 2 and arranged them, carving out shallow depressions using bone knives. After completing this task, Anren grew restless. She pulled Changlu aside, pointing towards the sea illuminated by the setting sun. "Changlu, will you take me to see the ocean?" From the moment Changlu returned, he had noticed something was amiss with her. Even while working, her gaze frequently darted toward him, and she occasionally wore a silly grin. Initially, he thought she might be pregnant, but it turned out she simply wished to visit the sea. Feeling somewhat deflated, he replied, "What is there to see there?" Nevertheless, Anren persisted, reminding him that she had seen how beautiful it was earlier that day. She grasped his warm hand and playfully shook it. "Please, I just want to take a look." Seeing her employ her charms, Changlu softened, conceding, "All right, but if you can't handle it, just pinch me, and I'll bring you back." Upon receiving his consent, Anren joyfully jumped up, rubbing against Changlu's arm. "I knew you would agree. I love you the most." Then, rising on her toes, she whispered sweetly in his ear, "Darling." Changlu felt a rush of warmth at her gentle words, unable to suppress the urge to wrap his arms around her waist. Stop teasing. There are others around. Although Anren spoke softly, Wuxiu's keen ears caught every word. Anren's lively and gentle demeanor, coupled with her tenacity in the face of danger, was indeed rare. Even Wuxiu, a male, could not help but admire her resilience, intelligence, and adaptability. It was no wonder that Qingshan Buoyuo flourished under her and Changliu's leadership. Perhaps no other beastman could match her. Leader, I too wish to see, Wuxiu remarked, fully aware Changliu had overheard his earlier words. However, he chose not to disclose this to Anren. After all, he relished this admiration from his partner. If she were to find out, it would only diminish the joy he derived from it. Changliu instructed, Niuli, stay here. The three of us will be back shortly. He then transformed, sprouting along. Azure serpentine tail, firmly grasping Anren's hand as he leaped into the ocean, disappearing beneath the waves. Wuxiu followed closely, agile despite the loss of one arm. Shueihua and Yi Xiang were baffled. Aside from darkness and fish, what could possibly be there? They could not fathom why the males were so eager to explore. As Anren was drawn into the sea by Changliu, they ventured into slightly deeper waters, where a plethora of beautiful fish and vibrant sea anemones and corals awaited them. Anren, entranced by the stunning sights, reached out to touch a striking red sea anemone as a seahorse glided gracefully past her. It was just as mesmerizing as the underwater world she had seen on Channel 10. Wuxiu was utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery. It was his first encounter with such beauty, and he felt as though he were soaring through the air. Upon descending, Changliu spotted an enormous shell, which he promptly picked up and presented to Anren. Holding her breath, Anren seized a handful of his shoulder as they surfaced. As soon as they emerged, Anren excitedly exclaimed, "To witness such a beautiful sea makes my life worthwhile." Changliu, hearing her exclamation, interjected, "There are even more stunning landscapes in this world. How can you be satisfied with just this?" He then raised the enormous shell, grinning, "Come, let's see what treasures lie within." Anren, upon noticing the shell in his hands, lamented, "Why didn't you remind me?" She clearly desired seafood, but upon witnessing the scenery below, she completely forgot her craving. Changliu, with a tender smile, remarked, "What belongs to me is also yours. What I gather is equally yours." The two joyfully made their way ashore. And Anren eagerly withdrew a bone knife from her waist, presenting it to him. "I hope it yields a great pearl." Changliu glanced at the knife she offered, knowing full well he could easily pry open the shell with his strength. "No need. I'll simply break it open," he replied. "Don't. Such a large shell would be ruined. It would serve perfectly as a dish for serving food," Anren insisted. Chapter 171. Seafood Feast. Just as Changliu was about to take action, her words prompted him to accept the knife. Indeed, it would be a pity to damage such a large shell. Besides, their group did not carry many supplies, so having two large shells to use as platters would be advantageous. Shueihua, Yi Xiang, and Niuli soon gathered around. Niuli instantly recognized the object, exclaiming, "Changliu, this is much larger than what we caught." Yi Xiang inquired, "Did you go fishing in the sea last year?" Niuli beamed with pride. "Indeed, last winter, it was Changliu who went into the sea alone to gather these treasures. He even retrieved the sea god's offerings from the Yin tribe." At this, Anren proudly touched the pink conch pearl around her neck, saying this conch pearl was also brought back by Changliu as a gift for me. Shueihua, initially uninterested, perked up upon hearing the last two sentences. She fixed her gaze intently on Anren's pink conch pearl, which she had admired from the moment she saw it. The color was unique, and she had no idea it came from the sea. No wonder she had never encountered it before. She then cast a longing glance at Wuxiu, wishing for one herself. Wuxiu, catching Shueihua's gaze, felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head, realizing that the chief always brought back treasures for his partner. Meanwhile, he had seen so many beautiful items, but had completely forgotten about her. "I'll catch one for you tomorrow," he promised. Hearing this, Shueihua smiled widely. "Wow, it's a black pearl." Anren exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at the round, thumb-sized black pearl in Changliu's hand. She carefully cradled it, washing it clean in the seawater, admiring its warm luster and beauty. Shueihua watched enviously. "Anren, yours is so beautiful." Anren nodded nonchalantly, "Of course. It's a black pearl." At that moment, Changliu pulled out several small white pearls from the depths, cleaning them and placing them on his person. Anren tightly grasped the black pearl, determined to craft something special for Changliu. Seated by the fire, she nestled against his arm, asking Changliu, "What do you think fish from the sea tastes like?" Once this question was posed, everyone instinctively swallowed hard at the mention of food. They were equally curious about the taste of sea fish, but it was Yi Xiong who mused, could sea fish also taste salty? Just the thought of the salty and savory flavor made everyone even hungrier, including Chong Lu, whose appetite was piqued. I'll go catch some, he declared, but Ran quickly called out, it's dangerous in the sea at night. Before she could finish her warning, Chong Lu leapt into the water. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Wu Xiao reassured her, you need not worry. The chief is a serpent beast, and his vision is not affected in the dark. Hearing this, Ran felt somewhat relieved. Although Chong Lu had excellent vision, the ocean was home to many unknown creatures. What if he encountered danger? There were tales of the deadly blue-ringed octopus that could kill with a single touch, and the almost transparent jellyfish that could be venomous. She regretted mentioning the food. Had she not brought it up, he wouldn't have jumped into the water. She chastised herself for her own cravings, lamenting that it always led to trouble. Just as she was lost in self-reproach, the waves along the shore began to stir. Niu Li and Wu Xiao quickly sensed the chief's return and hurried to the water's edge, excited to see what seafood he would bring back. Suddenly, the sea crashed with a loud splash, depositing various small fish, shrimp, and unfamiliar seafood along the shoreline. They soon realized that Chong Lu had used his long serpent tail to herd the catch into shallow waters, then skillfully flung them onto the beach. As Chong Lu emerged, he noticed the three of them standing there, dripping wet. Before he could speak, Ran dashed into his arms, lightly pinching him in annoyance. Why didn't you wait for me to finish speaking before you ran off? Do you have any idea how dangerous the sea is? Chong Lu gently patted her head, saying, you underestimate your partner too much. Am I really that weak? Ran was taken aback by his unwavering confidence, replying, do you not know that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people? After scolding Chong Lu, she knelt down to gather some recognizable seafood to cook. She picked up various shrimp, squid, and crabs, discarding anything unfamiliar back into the sea. With these seafood in hand, Ran, Yi Xiong, and Shui Hua prepared a large pot to cook. Seafood cooks quickly, and soon they could smell the faint yet savory aroma. Niu Li fetched a handful of coarse salt and sprinkled it into the pot, enhancing the delicious scent. Everyone swallowed hard in anticipation, and Ran first handed a large lobster to Yi Xiong, then distributed meat to the younger ones. She herself grabbed a crab to munch on. Lifting the lid to reveal it filled with rich crab roe. Taking a spoonful, she closed her eyes in satisfaction, savoring the true essence of seafood. Nothing could compare to the frozen seafood they had before. Chong Lu bit into a long piece of squid, finding it neither greasy nor unappetizing, but instead fragrant and distinctly different from beast meat. Unable to resist, he took another bite. If only many of the beast men in his tribe could dive into the sea like him, they would never have to worry about food again. He saw the abundance of food in the sea that others could not, far too much to count. However, he could only dream of such possibilities. Not only did the Qing Shan tribe lack such resources, but even the Yin tribe, which lived by the sea, struggled for meat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so deprived. Moreover, although seafood was delicious, it lacked the richness of beast meat. Consuming too much might not satiate their hunger. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. While they couldn't indulge excessively, if they could dry and sell the seafood to the grassland tribes, it would present an excellent opportunity for profit. Though Wu Xiao might not grasp all these nuances, he understood that it was a valuable item for trade. Chapter 172. Few people are easy to bully, and Ran and Shui Hua, both pregnant, were rather preoccupied with eating, oblivious to the mental deliberations of Chong Lu and Wu Xiao. After finishing, Ran touched her slightly rounded belly, sighing, if only we had garlic paste. It pairs perfectly with seafood. Such a large pot of seafood would have been unaffordable in her previous life, but in this beast world, it was a feast. That evening, the group sat idly by the seaside, chatting and stargazing. Yi Xiong, being older, had already grown sleepy and retired for the night. None of them experienced the psychological shock that Wu Xiao did. Throughout the day, he had witnessed the vibrant underwater world and savored a different culinary experience. Niu Li lay on the beach, a blade of grass in his mouth, gazing at the starry sky with his hands under his head. He wondered what Qing and the others were doing, wishing they could also enjoy such delicious meat. And Ran looked up at the countless stars, pondering. Perhaps she is also gazing at the stars and the moon right now. This remark prompted Chong Lu to muse, what do you think these stars truly are? Shui Hua was the first to speak, recounting what her mother had told her. Those stars were the eyes of the beast god, watching over all of us, ensuring we do not commit wrongdoings. If anyone were to do something wicked, the beast god would punish them after death. Anrin, however, expressed a different sentiment, suggesting that the stars resembled our loved ones who have passed away, transforming into celestial bodies that watch over us. Upon uttering these words, Anrin felt a pang of regret, and quickly added that perhaps there were beastmen among those stars, observing us just as we gaze upon the stars. The group, having initially dismissed Shuehua's earlier remarks, now gazed deeply into the night sky, as if their earnestness might allow them to truly glimpse the figures among the stars. Days passed swiftly as they harvested salt during the day and gathered to chat and stargaze at night. Whenever she found a moment, Anrin would venture up the mountain to collect some rouge flowers, soaking fine hemp ropes in the mixture until they were dyed a vibrant crimson. Though she lacked the skill to drill holes, she could certainly weave a bracelet to encase a black pearl. One evening, she mysteriously hid her hands behind her back while sitting on a fur bed. "Changlu, close your eyes." Changlu neatly arranged the fur blankets beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he settled next to her. "What are you up to?" Anrin playfully urged. "Just close them." Obediently, he shut his eyes, and Anrin shook his eyelids to ensure they remained closed. No peeking, she then produced the black pearl bracelet from behind her and delicately placed it on his wrist. The moment it adorned him, Changlu eagerly opened his eyes, instantly captivated by the exquisite bracelet. He had been aware of Anrin's secret endeavors, yet he had not anticipated receiving such a gift, filling his heart with warmth and joy. However, he feigned indifference, saying, "This black pearl is yours. Why gift it to me?" Anrin assessed her handiwork with satisfaction. "You gave me a conch pearl, and I present you with a black pearl. When we venture out together, others will immediately recognize our bond." Upon hearing this, Changlu felt overwhelmed with gratitude, fortunate to have such a wonderful partner. Unable to resist, he tenderly brushed his fingers along her nose, marveling at her intelligence, thoughtfulness, and vibrant spirit, which made it impossible not to love her. Gently, he caressed her increasingly prominent belly. "The weather is turning cooler, and you are nearing your time. Tomorrow will be our last day harvesting salt. We will return the day after." Anrin rested her head on his shoulder. "I will follow your lead." Recently, she had noticed her overwhelming drowsiness as her belly grew. Moving about had become less convenient. Moreover, Shuehua's size was alarming, and Anrin was indeed contemplating their return, as giving birth in such harsh conditions would be daunting. The next day, everyone busied themselves, with Anrin and Shuehua, heavy with child, relegated to lighter tasks, packing their belongings at home. Granny Yexiang also tidied her handmade tools, each piece precious to her. After a month of salt harvesting, they returned laden, having collected 100 bags of superior quality salt, far exceeding the shoddy produce of the salt tribe. Wuxiu carefully carried Shuehua, who promptly fell into a deep sleep upon being lifted. Niuli dragged Granny Yexiang, while also bearing a large load of salt. Changlu held Anrin, his back burdened with a hefty pack of salt as well. Among the 6, Wuxiu, who was disabled, could not carry weight, leaving the burden to Changlu and Niuli. Yet this small group became easy targets for others. A gang of ragged, fierce beastmen stealthily followed them, aiming to avoid detection, lingering at a distance. One one-eyed beastman cast a malevolent glance at the imposing black bull ahead. The broken horn he had lost had long since regrown, while his other eye had been blinded in last year's battle. Had they not been averse to fighting, he might have perished alongside his kin in the snowy wasteland of the previous year. Sure touched his soul-blackened eye, surprised at the turn of fate. He vowed to avenge his blindness. As night fell, the autumn sky was high and bright, accompanied by the chorus of insects. Anrin and Shuehua prepared a fur bed in the cave, while Niuli and the others gathered around the fire, roasting meat. After dinner, Wuxiu kept watch for half the night, with Niuli taking over the second half while the others rested. Sure led his band of vagabond beastmen, who had been lurking nearby, adept at ambush and surprise attacks. In the early part of the night, they stayed at a distance, wary of the fearsome serpent beast within. However, as the night grew deeper, Niuli, fatigued from the day's labor, dozed off near the fire. Suddenly, a horde of beastly beastmen surged into the cave like lightning. As Niuli opened his eyes, he immediately spotted a blind beastman charging in. Without a moment to yell, Changlu and Wuxiu awoke, swiftly transforming into their beast forms and rushing out to engage in battle. Even with only 3 legs, Wuxiu did not falter, using his mouth to bite. He refused to let them breach their defense, for the females behind them were at risk. Changlu revealed his full strength, fully beastified, and with a flick of his long green tail, he repelled several of the rogue beastmen. Anren, Shueihua, and Granny Yexiang did not slacken their vigilance, gripping knives and sticks, ready to strike if any rogue beastmen drew near. Shi stepped back, letting out a fierce roar, prompting his comrades to charge recklessly. He seized the opportunity to dart towards Niuli, determined to avenge his blindness. With a gaping maw, he lunged past Chang Lu's defense towards Niuli. At that moment, Niuli was engaged in combat with a dog beastman and a wolf beastman, unable to redirect his focus. As the beastman's long fangs approached, Wuxiu, seizing a dead beastman in his mouth, hurled himself at Shi's head, causing both to stagger back. In that instant, Shi noticed an opening and locked onto the three females behind, recognizing one of them. Last year, she had been part of Niuli's group, accompanying them to the Salt tribe to trade salt, and had been quite close to the serpent beastman. They were all his enemies, and he targeted Anren. Rushing toward the gap. Chapter 173. Shueihua gives birth. Chang Lu was the first to notice someone rushing past and immediately turned to save Anren. Anren, Shueihua, and Granny Yexiang had not anticipated a rogue beastman breaching their defenses. Clutching her dagger tightly, Anren instinctively thrust her sharp-boned knife into his left eye as the one-eyed beastman drew near, with his right eye already blind. Receiving another injury to his left infuriated Shi, who had not expected such audacity from this female. He raised his claw to strike, terrifying Shueihua and Granny Yexiang, who cowered in the corner. Anren plunged her knife deeper, withdrawing it as blood sprayed forth, ready to strike again. Suddenly, a round, green head charged from behind, unhesitatingly sinking its teeth into Shi's neck and dragging him back. In an instant, Shi foamed at the mouth, succumbing to poison and lay motionless on the ground. Without Shi's leadership, the rogue beastmen were swiftly dispatched by the trio. However, Niuli and Wuxiu sustained significant injuries, their bodies marred with blood. This was not Anren's first time taking a life. She had long since overcome her initial trepidation. After soothing Shueihua and Granny Yexiang, she tended to their wounds with salt water. Sita, despite her grave injuries and the blood flowing freely from her wounds, remained silent, whereas she, feeling utterly useless, could only cower in a corner and weep. Anren, who was of similar age, had the courage to raise her blade against the ferocious beastmen, while she could only cry. Now that her male partner lay injured, she, both his mate and healer, could do nothing but watch helplessly. A sense of panic gripped her heart. Suppressing her fear, she slowly approached and took the saline solution from Anren's hands, declaring, "I will handle this." Anren passed her the saline and proceeded to tend to Niuli's wounds. Although the injuries were deep, they had not affected the bones or tendons. With proper care, they would heal, aided by the orc's formidable healing abilities. However, if they were to travel tomorrow, these wounds would likely reopen and bleed again. What should they do about Chang Lu, who was injured and unable to bear weight? This dilemma had crossed his mind while clearing the bodies. With Niuli and Wuxiu wounded, traveling was ill-advised, and their presence in the wilderness could easily compromise their safety. Being already outnumbered and accompanied by 3 females made them easy targets. It would be wiser to rest for 3 days before resuming their journey, as it was better to recuperate than to wander aimlessly. Moreover, there was still some distance from the Qingshan tribe, necessitating a long-term strategy. Aunt Yixiang busied herself cleaning the bloodstains in the cave and gathered bundles of mugwort and fragrant herbs from outside to purify the air and eliminate any lingering scent of blood. Living in this primeval forest required meticulous attention to detail. Otherwise, predators might follow the trail of blood to their lair. By the time they finished all these tasks, it was already noon the next day. Wuxiu and Niuli lay motionless on the animal skins, hoping for a swift recovery. Anren and Shueihua, having been startled awake the previous night, were also exhausted and had succumbed to sleep. Among the 6 of them, only Chang Lu remained active, while others rested. He could not afford to do so. He had to prepare for the hunt, gather firewood, fetch water, and cook. He dare not venture too far, returning with only a few long-eared rabbits and some clucking beasts. However, upon nearing the cave, he caught a whiff of blood. His heart sank. Could it be that the rogue beastmen had invaded their cave? The mere thought propelled him to dash back. Upon arriving, he was puzzled to find Niuli standing outside alone. What happened? He inquired. Niuli, hearing Chang Lu's voice, replied anxiously, "Shueihua is giving birth." The sudden news made Chang Lu furrow his brow. How could she be birthing at such a time? What would they do on the road? Would they be stuck here for another month? And what of Anren, who was also nearing her due date? He could not bear the thought of her delivering on the road. Frustration welled within him. It seemed like everything was happening at once. "You stay here," I will take care of the prey. Shui Hua's delivery, although premature, went smoothly thanks to her good nutrition and physical activity. Moreover, her ample frame facilitated the process, though the first cub required some effort to deliver. Wu Xiao comforted Shui Hua from within, providing encouragement, while Yi Xiang tended to the newborn cubs. Anren gently placed her hand on Shui Hua's belly, feeling its soft, flat surface, and sighed in relief. Congratulations, Shui Hua, you have 2 little cubs. Hearing Anren's voice, Shui Hua relaxed and soon dozed off. After cleaning up the blood, Anren emerged, both exhausted. Wu Xiao gazed at the 2 tiny bundles of fur, a paternal smile spreading across his face. He had never imagined that despite losing a hand, a female would still be drawn to him, giving birth to 2 adorable cubs. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress the soft mouths of the cubs, his heart melting in the process. At that moment, Chong Lu had prepared a large pot of meat and a special chicken soup for Shui Hua. After she drank the soup, she felt a sensation of fullness in her chest, understanding as a healer that it signified the onset of lactation. She then cradled one of the cubs to nurse. 3 days later, Niu Li and Wu Xiao's injuries had healed significantly. In the evening, Chong Lu looked at everyone. We have rested here for 3 days. If we linger any longer, winter will be upon us, and it may become even more perilous. He turned to Shui Hua and Wu Xiao, however. Shui Hua has just given birth, making long-distance travel unwise. Everyone recognized the helplessness in his words. Indeed, autumn had arrived, and winter was not far behind. There were many matters awaiting their attention in the tribe, and remaining outside was not a sustainable option. It was precarious. All were weighing the pros and cons. Wu Xiao lowered his head slightly. He was reluctant to depart so soon, especially with Shui Hua having just given birth. Yet, he understood that alone in the wilderness, he could not fully protect her and the cubs. They required the strength of the tribe. He was not naive. He understood that the chieftain's words implied that he and Shui Hua should propose returning to the tribe. After all, as the leader, he could not prioritize his own interests over those of his kin. This was something he comprehended. Those capable of leadership must place collective welfare above all else. Furthermore, with winter approaching, there was no place safer than the tribe. Delaying their return might expose the cubs to the cold. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Xiao lifted his gaze to Chong Lu. I will take good care of Shui Hua and the cubs. We should return soon. Chong Lu smiled slightly. Let's have dinner tonight and rest early. I will keep watch, and we shall set off at dawn. Anren sighed, deeply concerned for Shui Hua. Yet winter was approaching, and they must return promptly. That evening, she retrieved a thick hide and fashioned a large pouch for Shui Hua. Shui Hua, try putting your cubs in here to see if it fits. Shui Hua eagerly grabbed the 2 lively cubs and placed them inside, but as soon as they settled in, they became concealed. Anren assessed the depth, removed the cubs, and trimmed the excess hide at the front, ensuring the cubs could rest their front legs on it while sticking their heads out, making it comfortable for them. This way, Shui Hua could constantly monitor their movements. Shui Hua fondled the sturdy hide strap, delighted. Thank you, Anren. I was just wondering how to carry them. Anren reached out to caress the furry cubs. What need is there for thanks between us? You have cubs now. I wonder when I will bear mine. Though she had been pregnant for several months, her belly only showed a slight bulge, appearing more akin to someone 3 to 4 months along. Shui Hua leaned closer, whispering in her ear. You can check the mark on Chong Lu. As long as it is clear, it means you are nearing your time. Really? Anren was unaware of this method. Of course. Would I deceive you? Anren smiled broadly. Later that night, while the others finished their meals and retired to rest, she found herself unable to sleep. Approaching the fire, she drew closer to Chong Lu, adding more firewood to the flames. Chong Lu turned, a warm smile gracing his face as he admired her gentle features illuminated by the firelight. Why aren't you asleep yet? Anren glanced at the others inside the cave. All turned away. Quietly, she leaned closer to Chong Lu and whispered, I want to see your mark. Which mark? He replied, momentarily confused. Your thigh. The unexpected remark made Chong Lu gulp involuntarily, a smirk forming on his lips that might not be appropriate. There are so many people here. Let's save it for later. Seeing the mischievous grin on his face, Anren realized he had misinterpreted her words. She playfully pinched his thigh. What are you thinking? I just want to see the mark of our offspring. Upon hearing this, Chong Lu finally grasped her intent and chuckled. Well, that makes a difference, doesn't it? After all, it is still your thigh. Anren shot him an exasperated glare. Are you going to look or not? As she spoke, she impulsively lifted the beast hide, only to be swiftly caught by Chong Liu. The crowd was dense. Anran's gaze was fixed on her thigh. They could not see. As she lifted it, her demeanor changed drastically. She did not spot the Zitzi imprint, but beheld something that was decidedly inappropriate, akin to a gigantic dragon fixing its gaze upon her. With a furrowed brow, she promptly covered it again and silently retreated to sleep. How vexing it was that the Zitzi imprint had a manifest in such an inconvenient place. Observing her reaction, Chang Liu raised an eyebrow, finding no fault in the situation, and offered a gentle smile. Was she not the one who insisted on looking? Now, with such a countenance, who could she blame? Did she not realize that it had been ages since her male counterpart had indulged? It was as if she had provoked him, only to flee once the fire was ignited. The following day, they set off, returning to the tribe in less than a month. Upon their arrival, Xiaosheng and Hubing hastened to them. Tribe leader, you have finally returned. Chang Liu, assisting Anran in tidying their belongings and cleaning up, was taken aback by their sudden entrance. What is the matter? Xiaosheng, visibly upset, exclaimed, Tribe leader, you are unaware that Ying Guang and Lin Xiu went to the prairie tribe and returned with only 1,000 bags of salt. Upon hearing this, Anran furrowed her brow. How could that be? Did they not exchange for 2,000 bags? Chang Liu inquired. Why? He had previously stated that all the salt should be brought back, as there was still enough in the tribe. Ying Guang and Lin Xiu could not possibly have taken only 1,000 bags. Hu Bing's expression darkened considerably. On their way back, they were ambushed by the Salt tribe, losing half of the salt. This revelation cast a shadow over Chang Liu, for the Salt tribe had demonstrated a shocking lack of integrity. What was intended as a mutually beneficial trade had turned treacherous. Were there any injuries? Xiaosheng lowered his head slightly. We lost 4 beastmen and had 8 severely injured. Upon hearing this number, a chill ran through Anran. How could they have suddenly offended the Salt tribe? Was it possible that she had inadvertently revealed something? If the attack was solely due to the salt, they would not have suffered such casualties. She pondered this, and only one possibility emerged. They could no longer tolerate her presence as a fellow townsfolk. Chang Liu murmured, I understand. However, Xiaosheng could not swallow his anger. Tribe leader, we must seek revenge. We cannot allow their deaths to be in vain. These individuals sacrificed themselves for the tribe. Despite the ache in his heart, Chang Liu could not lose his composure like Xiaosheng. A tribe leader who could not control his temper would be viewed unfavorably by his people. He gazed calmly at Xiaosheng. They will not have died in vain. Xiaosheng was about to retort, but Hu Bing quickly intervened, pulling him aside. The tribe leader is aware. Let us return for now. As they departed, Chang Liu lost his focus and sat in contemplation on a stone bench. After cleaning the cave, Anran gently patted his shoulder. What shall we do moving forward? With the loss of lives from the Qingshan tribe, they could not act as if nothing had occurred and continue trading with the Salt tribe. They were incapable of doing so, and neither could the other tribesmen. In the past, such matters might have seemed trivial, but circumstances had changed. They had endured numerous trials of life and death together and undergone several tribal integrations, cultivating deep emotional bonds. Chang Liu, gazing at the sunlight outside the cave, took Anran's hand and gently squeezed it. Come, let's take a walk to the back mountain. Anran understood the weight on his mind. With such a significant event transpiring, as the leader, he needed to make a decisive choice that would not jeopardize the tribe's interests. All right, hand in hand, they strolled leisurely toward the back mountain. Upon arrival, Anran seated herself upon a large rock. It was here that they had first truly united, and so much time had passed since then. After enduring countless events, the tribe had transformed significantly. Chang Liu sat beside her, gazing at the lush mountains in the distance, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. We must avenge the Salt tribe, but now is not the time. I wish to send someone to the seaside to produce salt. Otherwise, we shall be at the mercy of others without it. Anran leaned against his shoulder. I will heed your counsel. If Chang Liu were to bow to his foes, she would hold him in contempt for life. Though the initial difficulties may be challenging, they would surely overcome them. She surveyed the small tribe below, which comprised just over 500 individuals, including the young ones. Have you decided who will go? Chang Liu found himself troubled by this dilemma. The tribe's numbers were insufficient, and sending too few to produce salt would compromise yield and safety. The tribe's population could not be diminished. Anran discerned his quandary. If we lack personnel, we can collaborate with the Yunqi tribe. After all, we are now bound together. Over the past year, several males had migrated from the Yunqi tribe to the Qingshan tribe, while some from Qingshan had settled in Yunqi. The two tribes had already established marital ties, making the potential for betrayal minimal. However, Chang Liu remained skeptical. The Shisho were inherently detached, having to fend for themselves from birth. Newly hatched show people, weak and without food, would consume their own eggs, and in extreme hunger would devour their siblings. He had survived through such means, yet even then, he had struggled to protect himself in the vast forest, often bullied by other beasts. Were it not for the old clan leader Feng Yang, who had saved him while hunting, he might have perished in the wilderness. Despite this, he held only respect for the clan leader. His affection for An Ran had initially stemmed from the leader's constant reminders to care for her. Unexpectedly, on their first night together, she had struck him on the head. After that, it seemed he had transformed. He could not help but watch her every move and listen to her every word. Seeing her smile brought him joy, while her sorrow cast a shadow over his heart. She had seemingly evolved into a bolder, livelier person with sweeter words. Yet, this version of An Ran captivated him entirely, and he never imagined she would bear his child. It was a blessing from the beast god. Nevertheless, he felt isolated, as the only person he truly cared for was An Ran, with all others lost to him. Thus, he saw no alternative but to seek collaboration with the Yunchi tribe. He voiced his concerns, but salt is crucial. What if the Yunchi tribe seizes it? Their current strength was inferior to that of the Yunchi tribe, and they must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, An Ran felt a jolt in her heart. She had overlooked the unpredictability of human nature. Salt held immense significance in the beast world. Many coveted the technology. Given the opportunity, who would not wish to claim it for themselves? Collaborating with others to produce salt was indeed unwise. After all, a man who possesses a gem may incur envy. Moreover, the technique for salt production was straightforward. It could easily be learned, and keeping a secret would be challenging. After deliberation, An Ran finally spoke. Then let us relocate. Relocate? Chang Liu turned to her, for moving the tribe was a monumental decision. Yes, relocate. An Ran looked at him, methodically presenting her reasoning. Among all our technologies, only salt is the simplest. Others can easily learn it, yet it remains the most vital. Regardless of whether we have offended the salt tribe, if we wish to grow, we cannot be without it. As for other technologies, they are not so easily replicated. Upon hearing her reasoning, Chang Liu felt a sense of feasibility. The route to the prairie tribe had already been established. As long as they possess salt, they need not fear a lack of meat. Moreover, if they did not relocate, the Yanbu Lao would undoubtedly slaughter the Qing Shanbu Lao, which would clearly sever all ties. Otherwise, they would not allow themselves to be aware that they were indeed the Yanbu Lao. They might endure this year and the next, but what about thereafter? For the sake of progress, relocation was imperative. There was no need to discuss this matter yet. It would be wiser to wait until after the winter had passed. And Rand nodded in agreement, acknowledging that premature discussions could only sow unease among the people. By this time, the day was already waning, and she rose to brush off the dust from her attire. The tribe she had invested so much thought and effort into, she never imagined she would have to leave it by next year. Nonetheless, as a base for Yingguang's trade, it was still quite favorable. Upon returning to the cave, and Ran intended to assist with the cooking, only to have Chong Lu snatch the bamboo tube from her hands. If you cannot sit still, then tend to the fire. Leave the cooking to me, he instructed, and Ran obediently made a fire at the stone bench by the cooking pit, feeling quite uninterested in preparing food. Lately, she had grown increasingly fatigued, yearning to lie in bed all day long. However, excessive sleep left her feeling quite uncomfortable, so despite her drowsiness, she refrained from taking naps during the day. Otherwise, too much sleep would lead to back pain at night. The dry autumn wind rustled through the trees, causing leaves to crackle and some to detach from branches, swirling down to the ground. Cui Hua stepped onto a freshly fallen dry leaf, staring fearfully at the towering city wall and the wide river before her. The familiar makeshift city gate, the known blue bricks, and the moat. These were elements only found in her previous world. The foolish beings of the beast realm could not even wield chopsticks, so how could they possess such things? Blue bricks, city walls, moats along with brown sugar, ceramic bowls, and backpacks. How could these possibly be the handiwork of beastmen? Surely, it must have been that timid female who did this. To think she had regarded this woman as a friend, only to discover she was such a conniving individual. Cui Hua could not tolerate anyone being smarter than her. Meanwhile, the beautiful female, Nana, remained oblivious to the discontent on Cui Hua's face. Gazing at the majestic structures and the expansive city walls, she felt a surge of admiration. Divine Lady, is this truly the impressive construction of the handsome male Chong Lu from last year? Suddenly hearing a charming voice of admiration, Cui Hua turned her head with a calculating smile. Of course, He is the tribe leader. Just follow my instructions, and he will become your male. Hua Mu was astonished that such a small tribe could construct something so splendid, far grander than his own Yanbu Lao. If all this were his, the Yanbu Lao would undoubtedly rise to become a super tribe. Nana, remember what you must do. Your success this time hinges upon you. Nana nodded. Rest assured, brother, I shall not fail. Her brother was the tribe leader, and with her sister-in-law being the divine lady. Finding a small tribe leader as a partner should be an effortless task. Chui Hua's gaze shifted towards the makeshift city gate, her heart sinking. Had she not failed to resolve matters on the way, she would not have journeyed so far. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she thought, you have only yourself to blame. You should not have come to the beast realm, and if you did, you should not have stolen my limelight. Knock on the door, shouted a male beside her, brandishing a stone the size of a pot, and hurled it at the wooden door. All eyes were eagerly fixed on the flying stone, for they were warriors of the Yanbu Lao. They could easily defeat one or two of these insignificant beings. However, the stone fell into the water with a dull thud and vanished. Chui Hua frowned at the sight. What an embarrassing display. The male immediately felt awkward, divine lady. Let me try again. I can surely do it. Chui Hua whirled around, her gaze sharp as she glared at him. Get lost. Another male emerged beside her, bellowing, Qing Shambu Lao, come out. Initially, everyone had intended to wash up and rest, but the sudden voice made them all rush out. The speaker clearly meant trouble. Chapter 176. This and Ran is an imposter. Yu Hei was the first to soar into the sky for a closer look. However, as soon as he emerged, he spotted a large group of beastmen on the opposite side of the moat. At that moment, Xiaosheng also rushed to the city wall at top speed, immediately recognizing the visitors. It was indeed the people from the Yanbu Lao. Seeing them reminded him of the beastmen who had perished before him and those severely injured who were still bedridden. Anger surged within him as he stood atop the city wall and shouted, You killed our people, yet you dare to come here? Seeking death, are you? His voice echoed loudly, reaching every corner of the tribe, making it clear to all that the Yanbu Lao had arrived. As Ran stepped outside, donning her shoes, she heard his words and felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it be that the Yanbu Lao had come to eradicate them completely? At that moment, Chong Lu also dashed out of the cave to survey the situation on the city wall, quickly determining that these individuals had ulterior motives. If they intended to annihilate the Qing Shanbu Lao, they would not have come with just over 20 people. What do you want? Upon seeing Chong Lu, Nana felt an urge to wave, but she remembered the divine lady's words to keep a low profile. Thus, she suppressed her excitement and looked up at the male on the high wall. His slender figure, clad in a flowing green skirt that reached his calves, with slightly curled black hair cascading neatly down his back, and his fair chest was strikingly handsome. After a year, he had matured into an even more dashing figure, making her feel a rush of shyness. Chui Hua stepped forward to gaze at this male, acknowledging his good looks, but was astonished by how exceptionally handsome he had become. Especially now, standing aloft, he resembled a deity. Previously, she had perceived him merely as the leader of a small tribe, hardly worth her attention. Yet now he exuded an overwhelming presence. With a slight smile, he said, We have come to visit the Qing Shanbu Lao. Chong Lu's heart sank. These individuals clearly harbored ill intentions, and allowing them in would spell trouble. We, the Qing Shanbu Lao, do not welcome you. Leave at once. At this moment, Xiaosheng also shouted, Get lost quickly, or I will kill you. However, Chui Hua was unfazed, pulling Nana beside her. Are you truly so foolish as to abandon your kin? Nana then spoke up, Chong Lu at his eye and ran. The moment those words left her lips, a wave of shock washed over everyone on the city wall and within the tribe, as they turned to look at and ran in the crowd. Chui Hua, holding two little cubs, stomped her feet in anger. Are the people of the Yanbu Lao insane? And Ran is right here. How dare they impersonate her? Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ran was present. And how could anyone outside impersonate her, especially since their voice did not match at all? They were unaware, however, that Ran herself was acutely aware of the truth. She was not the original Ran. Could it be that the original Ran had also traversed realms, but had ended up as a female in the Yanbu Lao? Contemplating this, she clenched her fists tightly. If that were the case, would her days as an imposter soon come to an end? Chong Lu, let us through quickly. I want to return to the tribe. Nana shouted from outside. Have you forgotten the words of the former tribe leader? Chong Lu stood on the city wall, his gaze fixed intently on Nana, lost in thought. Then he shouted, Open the gate. Xiaosheng and Niuli exchanged glances, both feeling reluctant. The Yanbu Lao had killed so many of their people. Allowing them in just like that could lead to another assault. Yet, they could not disregard the tribe leader's command. Though they refer to each other as brothers in their leisure time, he was, after all, their leader. They could only proceed to lower the wooden bridge, permitting their entry. And Ran was loath to witness this scene. She feared that Chong Lu would truly realize she was not the genuine Ran. She dreaded that the female outside might indeed be the real Ran, and she, as the imposter, had no right to obstruct her return. As everyone was gathered at the entrance watching the people from Yanbu Luo, she returned to the cave in solitude. Nana followed Chui Hua into Qing Shanbu Luo, and upon entering, she was astonished by the beauty of the tribe. She had never seen such a magnificent place. Noticing Nana's distraction, Chui Hua tugged at her sleeve, bringing Nana back to her senses. She was here with a purpose. Fueled by anger, she stormed into Chong Lu's home, only to find a female even more beautiful than herself sitting inside. "You are the one who has taken over my body?" Just then, Chong Lu arrived and stood between them. "I apologize, but this is my home. If you have matters to discuss, please do so outside." Kuyua chuckled lightly, having observed the flustered expression on Ran's face. It seemed that she was indeed from the same village. Unfortunately, in this world, there could only be one traveler, and that was her. Everyone gathered at the cave entrance. Shui Hua, unable to tolerate the situation, rushed in to stand before Ran. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by your body? Get lost, or I'll make you regret it." Nana coldly sneered. "What are you?" "I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Chong Lu is my male." Upon hearing these aggressive words, Ran's brows twitched slightly. She possessed the memories of the original host, who, though a creature of this world, was never this arrogant. The personality before her was strikingly similar to the one she encountered last year in Yanbu Luo. She suspected that this goddess had discovered her through Nana. Thinking this, she stepped forward. "What evidence do you have to claim you are me?" Nana was momentarily taken aback by the challenge. Wasn't the goddess supposed to feel guilty? Instead, she was questioning her. Stealing a glance at the even more handsome Chong Lu, courage surged within her. "My father was the previous tribe leader. Is that not sufficient?" Upon hearing this, Ran burst into laughter, realizing she had worried for nothing. "You have quite the audacity to impersonate me." At that moment, Chui Hua stepped forward. "Stop pretending. I am the goddess, and I know your past. You do not belong to this world. The true Ran resides within Nana. It would be best for you to return from whence you came, or I shall punish you." Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. What did the goddess mean? Was Ran not Ran? Impossible. If Ran was not Ran, then who was she? But she is the goddess. Surely, she would not deceive us. Who knows? She is from Yanbu Luo. Having killed members of our Qing Shanbu Luo, certainly, she has ill intentions. Chong Lu felt a jolt in his heart at Chui Hua's words. Chapter 177. The false cannot become true. He had long known that Ran was not the same as before, but what did that matter? He loved her for who she was, the courageous Ran who dared to throw stones at him. He admired her bravery and intelligence. His previous willingness to be with the former Ran was merely to repay the kindness of the old tribe leader. But he hadn't expected the beast god to favor him and send him someone who stirred his heart. He did not want Ran to disappear. The thought of such an ending made his heart ache. He glared coldly at Chui Hua. "Goddess, this is my Qing Shanbu Luo, not your Yanbu Luo. I allowed you in out of respect for the past, not to hear your nonsense. If your purpose is to say these things, I ask you to leave immediately." Chui Hua, who had been spoiled in Yanbu Luo, felt no fear. "You are merely a fox spirit. With you here, there can be no peace for Qing Shanbu Luo. If you behave and burn her to death, I will spare you." And Ran chuckled at this. "Oh, great goddess. Since you claim to be a goddess, why not show me a miracle? I have never seen one in my life." Chui Hua was momentarily speechless, her gaze sharp as a knife directed at Ran. What miracle could she possibly perform? She was merely someone who had traversed here, and everyone just called her that. Firmly, she stated, "Miracles are not something you can summon at will. You, a mere fox spirit, do not possess that qualification." And Ran shrugged, spreading her hands. This goddess truly had issues, barging in without a care. Turning to everyone, she declared, "I no longer wish to hide the truth. I am a goddess." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Ran in disbelief, especially Nana and Chui Hua, who broke into laughter. "You are the goddess? You claim to be the beast god." And Ran stood with her hands behind her back. She hadn't intended to say this, but they had pushed her to it. Since someone who knew nothing could claim the title, why couldn't she? "Indeed, I am the goddess. I can weave baskets, fish, make kills, and lay bricks for roads. At this, she turned mockingly to Cui Hua. What can you do? Do you merely sleep with males, or pop out cubs? If you are a goddess in that regard, then I shall reluctantly acknowledge your title. The last two sentences were spoken lightly, yet they struck deeply in everyone's hearts, especially the people of Qing Shan Buluo. Since they had committed to their partners, they had been living more happily than before, no longer worrying about having meals. Shan Buluo. A female who mated with someone other than her partner would be looked down upon. To think a goddess could be so debased, akin to the beasts they kept, was utterly disgusting. However, Hua Mu and the others did not share this view. It is a blessing for the goddess to bear children for our tribe. How dare you slander her? Chang Lu's brow furrowed. Goddess, huh? You probably don't even know where you came from. You come straight to my cave. Do you fancy me? Sorry, but I, Chang Lu, will only have Enran as my female in this lifetime. He had declared this to Enran countless times. And today, he reiterated it before all. Had he not sensed Enran's unstable emotions on the city wall, he would not have brought her in to say such things. He pulled Enran close. I love only her. This scene struck Na hard. Throughout the journey, her brother and the goddess had told her that this plan was foolproof, and she might end up with Chang Lu. However, what awaited her was this scene. Ever since she saw Chang Lu last year, no other male could capture her interest. After longing for so long, finally reuniting, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Are you so heartless? This is my home too. As Enran was about to grab Chang Lu, Nana shoved her aside. You claim to be me. Is that all it takes? What is her name? Nana had not expected Enran to employ such a tactic. The captive had told her about the members of Qing Shan Buluo, and Enran had good sisters, each with different personalities. Hu Bing, loud and talkative, and Qing, gentle and soft-spoken. The female who had been standing beside Enran in silence was evidently one of her good sisters. She is Qing. Get out! Hu Bing shouted fiercely. The true Enran would never mistake her. This person was clearly there to annoy Enran. Xia Sheng also stepped forward. Tribe leader, let me kill them to avenge our fallen brothers. At these words, Nioli transformed into his beast form. At Chang Lu's command, they would charge forward. The beastmen who had lost family glared angrily at the instigators. Cui Hua had not anticipated that she was merely there to sow discord. Why were they not doubting Enran, but instead turning their ire towards her? Desperately, she pointed at Enran. Are you all insane? This woman has been deceiving you. She is not Enran. Xia Sheng coldly regarded the noisy goddess, who was even inferior to Hu Bing, yet had the audacity to consider herself a goddess. Even if Enran deceives us, it has nothing to do with you. You killed members of our Qing Shan Buluo. Today, you shall not leave. Since the conflict had already escalated, they were unbothered by making it even bigger. Moreover, to return them would only lead to endless troubles. Hu Bing stepped forward and said, setting aside Enran for the moment, how can you call yourself a goddess? Shouldn't a deity possess all knowledge? What have you done? Enran is truly the goddess. She is the one who has provided us with a good life. This declaration struck a chord deep within the hearts of the Qing Shan tribe. To be frank, they were unconcerned with the identity of Enran, whether she was genuine or not. All they knew was that this Enran ensured they had enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, and a prosperous life. Furthermore, Enran had always been as she was, never having ventured beyond the tribe. It was impossible for them to trust the words of their enemies. Chapter 178. Do you think me foolish? Chang Lu revealed a frosty smile. Since you have come, you shall remain. With that, she waved her hand, and the ever-prepared Niu Li was the first to charge forward, followed closely by Xia Sheng. The impatient Jin, Hu, and Sherpa took a bite at Hua Mu's leg. Chang Lu turned and embraced Enran, whispering, do not look. Enran was taken aback that everyone stood by her side, while she had initially faltered. If Chang Lu had harbored even a shred of doubt, would she not have relinquished such an admirable male? The mere thought sent a wave of anxiety through her as she pressed her head tightly against his chest, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in her ears. After an indeterminate period, the crowd at the cave entrance finally dispersed, leaving several corpses behind, along with severely injured male beastmen. Fortunately, none of the deceased belonged to the Qing Shan tribe. Shui Hua quickly called for help to carry their injured back. The apprentice shaman, upon witnessing the sudden influx of patients, hurriedly followed Shui Hua to gain practical experience. The Yin tribe had sent only about 30 individuals. Having presumed the Qing Shan tribe to be insignificant and believing that their possession of salt would deter any aggression. To their shock, they suffered devastating losses. Huamu had to sacrifice a leg just to ensure Chui Hua's safe exit from the Qingshan tribe. Nana, however, was less fortunate, bearing a horrifying scratch on her face that was deep enough to reveal bone. She clutched her bleeding visage and immediately shoved Chui Hua to the ground. "It's all your fault. You owe me my face." Huamu, witnessing his female being so disrespected by his own sister, shouted sternly, "What are you doing? If you don't wish to return to the Yin tribe, then leave." Nana gazed at her brother in disbelief. "You are scolding me? You are rebuking me for a female of unknown origin? I am your sister." Huamu retorted, "She is the goddess." Upon hearing this term once more, Nana felt a suffocating pressure in her chest. Filled with unexpressed anger, she could only glare resentfully at Chui Hua. Yet, Chui Hua remained unfazed, rising from the ground and brushing off the dirt from her body. "Who else can you blame but yourself? That is clearly not the Inran of old. Yet you are powerless against her." Rolling her eyes, she declared, "Fool." Nana was not foolish. Although she had initially been the target of attacks, she later became the assailed. If the goddess had not been so inept, she would not have failed. In simple terms, it was her inadequacy that led to this situation, while her brother treated her like a treasure. A male beastman clutched his wounded chest and asked, "Chief, what shall we do now?" Huamu glanced at the remaining dozen or so people. "Return to the tribe. With only this handful, staying out here even a day longer is perilous. What purpose would it serve to linger? If they did not depart soon, winter would soon arrive, bringing forth more wandering beastmen and wild beasts. With their injuries, even if they wished to leave, they would be unable to do so." Once the group departed, Chang Lu brought in large quantities of water, gradually washing away the bloodstains at the entrance. While this matter seemed to have passed on the surface, Anran felt a disquiet within her heart. Chang Lu's words echoed in her ears. Such a pure heart, yet she had concealed secrets from him, leaving her with an uncomfortable sensation. It felt as though a thin veil hung between them. Sitting at the entrance, she prepared a large pot of stew and roasted some fresh beast meat. Noticing him still outside cleaning, she softly called, "It's time to eat." Chang Lu, appearing unfazed, set down the ceramic basin. "Coming." As always, he sat at the table and served her a piece of her favorite lean meat. "Eat more. The weather has turned cold. We should be able to harvest our sugar cane soon." And Ran nodded slightly, though her mind was elsewhere. Yes, about that. After the meal, Chang Lu cleared the dishes. By now, darkness had fallen, autumn nights arriving swiftly without the presence of moonlight, enveloping everything in deep obscurity. And Ran lay on the fur bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Once Chang Lu finished tidying up the room, he climbed into bed and gently embraced her from behind. And Ran had been waiting for him to speak, yet he remained silent. The turmoil within her heart became unbearable, prompting her to turn and ask, "Chang Lu, why don't you ask me?" Chang Lu opened his eyes slightly. "Ask what? What is the point? Regardless, I cherish you." And Ran, not naive, felt her heart tighten upon hearing the first part of his statement. "You know," Chang Lu reached out to stroke her hair, amused by how she could not keep secrets. Her heart evidently troubled if she did not voice them. With a gentle smile, he continued, "I realized you were not the same as before. It must have been when you struck me with that stone. Everything that followed was your experience with me. Why should I dwell on the past?" And Ran, startled, propped herself up. "How could you know?" This seems entirely out of character. Typically, when one travels through time, even their family remains oblivious. Yet you discerned my differences on the very first day. Chang Lu pulled her into the warmth of the blankets, tucking her snugly. "Do you think me foolish? A person changes so drastically. How could I not notice?" Upon hearing this, Anran felt a pang of sadness. "Did you once prefer the Anran of old?" Chang Lu held her tightly, his chin gently rubbing against her soft head. "I was rescued by the former chief. Had he not saved my life and brought me back to the tribe to raise me, I would have perished long ago. Thus, when he desired me to be with his daughter, I agreed, for at that time, I had no love of my own. It mattered not with whom I was. Who could have known that the beast god would bless me with you?" And Ran had always believed him to be a child born within the tribe. She was astonished to learn he was adopted. Realizing she had been somewhat petty, she decided to let the past be the past. One must look forward. "What is your true name?" Suddenly, Chang Lu asked, having refrained from inquiring previously to avoid startling her. Now that she seemed willing to share, he was eager to know. And Ran smiled softly. "I'm called Ran as well. Perhaps this is fate. Which tribe do you belong to?" Chang Lu inquired. And Ran pondered. "I belong to no tribe. I am of the human race, hailing from a highly developed place. That goddess is somewhat of a fellow townsfolk." Upon hearing this, Chang Lu realized, So those items caused her suspicions. And Rand nodded. That seems likely. The two conversed throughout the night, and Rand felt an unparalleled sense of security. In the morning, the early sunlight streamed into the tribe, rousing many elder beastmen with poor sleep quality who rose early. And Rand climbed out of bed, shouldering a basket as she exited the cave. Ever since her pregnancy, coupled with her time spent in the Yin tribe, she had not ventured to the mountains for quite some time. She intended to check on the sugarcane as well. Shui Hua was at the cave entrance, feeding her two little cubs, and upon noticing and Rand heading outside, she felt a surge of excitement. And Rand, are you going to gather? And Rand turned to see the two fluffy little lions at her feet. I'm just going to take a look. It has been a while since I last went out. Upon hearing this, Shui Hua immediately perked up, shoving the bowl in Lin Xiu's embrace. I'm going out to play with Rand. Lin Xiu frowned, clearly reluctant. After all, she had just returned and had not yet spent enough time with her. Now, she was about to leave. Monlanda Yoyon, will you take me with you? Shui Hua shot him a glance. We're going to have fun. What will you do? Stay home and look after the children. With that, she dashed outside, and as soon as she left, two little creatures followed her. One of them licked Anren's calf with its tongue, sending a delightful tingling sensation throughout her body. Unable to resist, she embraced it and stroked its soft, yellow fur, exclaiming, "It's so adorable." Seeing the two little ones clinging to them, Lin Xiu quickly declared, "I'll go with you and take the little ones out for some fresh air." Shui Hua replied, "You said it. You take care of them." Realizing there was hope, Lin Xiu hurried back to grab his bee skin bag, placing the two little ones inside. The three of them, accompanied by the two little creatures, exited the tribe. Chapter 179. The Schemes of Helen upon reaching the sugarcane field. Uncle Yu Hui was already busy with the harvest. "Hey, Anren, Shui Hua, Lin Xiu, where are you going?" Yu Hui called out upon spotting them. Anren waved. "We just came out to take a look." Approaching the sugarcane field, she observed the robust stalks, realizing they would yield a significant amount of sugar this year. After inspecting the field, she ascended the mountain, where autumn brought a bountiful harvest, with many trees laden with fruits. Many of these fruits were unfamiliar to her, making her hesitant to sample them. However, they discovered an abundance of beautiful red jujubes. She plucked one and handed it to Shui Hua, saying, "Try this." After Shui Hua blew off the dust and took a bite, she exclaimed, "This is so sweet." Anren set down her backpack. "Let us gather all these ripe jujubes and take them home." Lin Xiu also released the little creatures to help. The trio busily picked and ate until they were full before filling their bags. Lin Xiu licked his lips. "I never expected this shriveled fruit to be so delicious." Anren smiled. "It's also tasty when it's green and juicy." They were engrossed in their task until the sun began to set. Anren glanced at her full bag of jujubes. "That's enough for today. We can come back tomorrow." Shui Hua rubbed her face. "These are delicious, but they are quite a chore to chew. My mouth is sore." Lin Xiu took Anren's bag. "I'll carry it." Anren picked up a nearby bee skin bag and began searching for Shui Hua's little creature. "Little one, we're going home," she called, and a yellow ball of fluff emerged from the grass, running into her arms. Anren hugged it tightly and placed it in the bee skin bag. Meanwhile, Shui Hua was looking for the other one. "Little one, come out now. Mama is going home." However, after calling several times without a response, Anren and Lin Xiu began searching. They scoured the nearby grass, but found nothing. Water filled Shui Hua's eyes as she cried out, "My little one." Anren encouraged, "It's still light. Let us look around." Lin Xiu quickly removed his bag, scattering jujubes everywhere, and they paid no mind. Shui Hua hurried to keep pace with Lin Xiu, but Anren, with a little creature in her arms, couldn't run fast and lagged behind. Soon, the two were out of Anren's sight. The sky darkened gradually, and the little creature in her arms was crying. She gently patted its adorable head. "Don't worry. Once we find your brother, we'll go home." Looking towards the distant mountains, the last rays of the sun were nearly gone. The surroundings were silent except for the gentle breeze. "Shui Hua, Lin Xiu," she called several times, but no one responded. With nightfall approaching, being alone outside was unsafe. Moreover, she had a little creature with her, which made her anxiety grow. With no other choice, she glanced at the dark forest ahead and began to retrace her steps. Suddenly, a male figure sprang out from the side, blocking her path, and without a word, he scooped her up and ran off. Anren was about to scream when he covered her mouth, holding the little creature tightly, rendering her immobile. Before long, she was taken to a nearby cave. The beastman unceremoniously tossed her inside, and she quickly propped herself up with one hand. The rough ground scraped her skin, drawing blood. But she ignored the pain and looked at the figures inside. She was stunned to see who they were. It's you? Suehua approached with her arms crossed and stepped on Anren's calf. Did you think we would just let you go? Our Salt tribe is not to be trifled with. Anren bit her lip in silence, realizing they were still lingering near the Qingshan tribe. Did they not fear being caught? Are you here to kill me? Suehua grabbed her chin, crouching down with a scornful smile. You're quite clever, just as I expected from my fellow townsfolk. However, I will not let you die so easily. Standing up, she glanced at the injured Huamu and Nana behind her. Let us go. Upon seeing Anren's pale face, Nana was filled with resentment. If not for the people of the Qingshan tribe injuring her, she would not have lost her beauty. Anger rose within her, and seeing Anren trying to rise, she stepped forward, aiming a kick at her calf. Anren instinctively dodged, but this only infuriated Nana further. You wretched girl, dare you evade me? Do you believe I won't kill you? Anren retorted with a cold smile. If you have the ability, then come. She had been captured for a while now and had not seen Suehua intend on taking her life, so she felt momentarily safe. A commoner like Nana had no authority to issue such commands. This dismissive action completely enraged Nana, who raised her hand to slap her. Suehua seized Nana's wrist. If you want to throw a tantrum, do it far away. You have no authority here. Huamu, witnessing his sister fall to the ground, sighed, recognizing her spoiled nature. Everyone knew Anren was taken to be used as leverage. If anything were to happen to her, would they still have grounds for negotiation? Truly reckless and foolish enough. Stop this. We must leave here quickly. With that, they approached with vines, and upon seeing this, Anren realized they intended to bind her. Quickly, she placed the little creature into her bee-skin bag and retreated. You don't need to tie me up. I'll go with you willingly. If her hands were bound, what would happen to Suehua's little one inside? Even sacrificing her life would not suffice. However, Suehua merely chuckled derisively. We'll bind you regardless. Immediately, two males seized her arms and bound them behind her before tossing her onto the back of a tiger beast man, fleeing the scene at lightning speed. They had gone to great lengths to set this ambush. They could not afford to fail now. Yet, unbeknownst to them, every action was observed by a pair of icy eyes. Helen had not anticipated that, as he usually did, he would come to stealthily check on Anren. He had refrained from approaching the Qingshan tribe, fearing Chonglu would discover him. Just days prior, he had noticed the sneaky Salt tribe members dragging their injured bodies back to their tribe while lurking about, clearly up to no good. He had not expected their target to be Anren. The moment he saw them abduct her, he wanted to rush in and rescue her. Yet, another voice in his mind cautioned him against it. Wouldn't rushing in now be akin to offering a dowry to that great serpent? He was a beast man, a male, and desired Anren's heart just as much as anyone else. Thus, a clever plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 180. Leaving someone behind, he swiftly grabbed a nearby fragrant herb, rubbing it on himself to mask the distinct scent of a beast man, ensuring no one would know he had been there. After completing this, he quietly followed, keeping pace with the rapidly fleeing beastmen, though their speed could not outmatch his flight. Suehua and Lin Xiu anxiously searched for the little cub until darkness enveloped the land, finally discovering it wedged in a small crevice. Suehua swiftly lifted the trapped cub and chastised it with 2 swift taps on its rear, exclaiming, "This is what you get for running off." The cub, with a face full of grievance, could only emit a small whimper. Lin Xiu, relieved to see the cub unharmed, exhaled a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to the little one, it would have spelled trouble for both them and Suehua. After all, in the beastly world, everything revolves around survival and legacy. The loss of a female cub would lead many to believe that the males were inept, incapable of safeguarding their own offspring. They would also come to regard Suehua as a harbinger of misfortune. Thank goodness we found it. Let's hurry back. It is already dark, Suehua remarked, only then noticing the inky blackness surrounding them. Upon their return, Chonglu intercepted them in the square. Where is Anren? What do you mean? She hasn't returned? Suehua replied, her expression one of bewilderment. Chongliu's heart sank at the sight of only the 2 of them returning, a foreboding sense of dread creeping in. Locking eyes with Lin Xiu, he demanded, "Where is she?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiu replied, "The cub went missing, and we assumed she had returned first. I shall go search for her." Without hesitation, Chonglu followed suit, and they hurried towards the place where they had been gathering jujubes. The basket of jujubes lay undisturbed on the ground, clearly indicating that Anren had encountered trouble. Chonglu surveyed the desolate surroundings, thick with wild grass, with the forest looming nearby, his heart tightening with anxiety. "Anren, where are you? Answer me." Yet, the only response was the whistling wind. This was the territory of the Qingshan tribe, and no one dared to intrude. Who could it be? Lin Xiu echoed, equally anxious. Anren, the cub. Let's check the area for any scent, Changlu suggested, and they quickly split up, weaving through the woods. As Lin Xiu darted into the thicket, he caught a whiff of a mixed scent, tainted with the metallic tang of blood. There's a scent here. On the other side, Lin Xiu, feeling lost, suddenly heard Changliu's call and rushed over. Inhaling deeply, he exclaimed, I smell Anren, and the scent of the Salt Tribe's beastmen. The Salt Tribe? Changlu questioned, puzzled. Indeed, we crossed paths with them on our way back. That white tiger killed several of our Yunqi tribe's beastmen. I recognize its scent, Lin Xiu asserted. Changlu recalled how those individuals had traversed mountains to reach the Qingshan tribe, intent on causing Anren distress. Being cast out by them would surely fuel their desire for revenge, prompting this malicious scheme. Furrowing his brow, he thought of Anren, pregnant and captured. He longed to devour them whole in his fury. Let's pursue. Meanwhile, Suehua sat atop another beastman, feeling quite pleased with herself. Anren had been correct. She was not a true goddess, for she possessed no real abilities. Yet, this did not deter her. By capturing Anren and confining her in a cave, she could compel the latter to submit. Then, she would seize Anren's accomplishments for herself, and thus, she would become the genuine goddess. As she envisioned her glorious future, adored by the masses, perhaps she might even become the first female emperor in history. A smug smile crept upon her lips. Run faster. The wolf beast beneath her was straining to keep pace, its mouth agape, yet the goddess seemed dissatisfied, frequently urging it onward. The flora and some injured males trailing behind endured great suffering. Some had broken limbs, others severed tendons, and some bore massive scars the size of bowls. After prolonged running, fresh blood began to flow. One flower beast, with only 3 legs and still healing from its wounds, was on the verge of collapsing. Suehua, how about we take a break? This suggestion was met with overwhelming support from the other beastmen, who were utterly exhausted. Indeed, great goddess, we cannot continue any longer. Upon hearing this, Suehua's expression soured, her gaze turning harsh as she glared at everyone. If you wish to be devoured by that great snake, then by all means stop and rest. The thought of a great serpent pursuing them reminded them that they had kidnapped Changliu's partner. Although they had not directly confronted Changliu, the fact that so many formidable males bowed to him indicated he was not an adversary to be taken lightly. The beastmen, previously fatigued, suddenly regained their vigor. Just then, a silver-haired man emerged from the forest, illuminated by a beam of moonlight filtering through the treetops. He appeared ethereal, handsome, and mysterious, akin to a celestial being. The white tiger carrying Anren and the wolf beast bearing Suehua abruptly halted. Suehua had never encountered such a mesmerizing man, so different from Changlu, whose aura was filled with menace, one she found utterly unappealing, unlike the docile male before her. Unable to resist, she inquired, Who are you? Would you accompany me back to the Salt Tribe and become my partner? Anren, seated atop the white tiger, was nearly thrown off as it came to a sudden stop. Regaining her balance, she instinctively checked the bee skin pouch for the little cub and felt relieved to see its head poking out. Raising her gaze, she recognized a familiar male figure ahead. Before she could discern his features, she heard Suehua's declaration, causing her brow to furrow slightly. This man was indeed prone to sudden infatuation. Given their current proximity and the darkness, all she could perceive was that he was male. His appearance was left to her imagination. Did he not fear misstep? At that moment, the figure illuminated by moonlight began to approach them step by step. His voice, cold as ice, commanded, Release her. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Anren instantly realized who it was. Helen, save me. Though her own injuries were manageable, her primary concern was the safety of the little cub. Otherwise, she would have no way to explain to Suehua and Wuxiu. Suehua, sensing that this man had come for Anren, felt a surge of jealousy. For the first time since arriving in the beast realm, she found herself attracted to a male, only to discover it was for her adversary. Grasping the fur of the wolf beast tightly, she hissed, Kill him. No sooner had she spoken than several beastmen charged towards Helen. In response, Helen transformed into his beast form, unfurling his massive white wings and soaring towards them. Soon, the two factions clashed, and he targeted one leopard beastman, striking his chest with a swift, powerful claw, leaving a gaping hole. Such brutality sent shockwaves through the other beastmen, causing them to retreat in fear. They were accustomed to biting arms and legs. Witnessing such a direct assault on the heart was unprecedented. At that moment, the white tiger beneath Anren grew restless, shaking her off and lunging fiercely at Helen. As Helen anticipated the attack, he swiftly dodged and soared to Anren's side, lifting her into the air. However, just then, the white tiger lunged at Helen's wings, sinking its teeth into him. Warm blood splattered across Anren's face. Helen, yet, disregarding the pain, Helen unfurled his wings and ascended, gliding away. It was less flying and more like traversing the treetops. Anren clung to his back, her hand brushing against his grievous injury. Helen, let us return to the Qingshan tribe. Your wings are injured. Her words pierced Helen's ears, sinking deep into his heart. Yet, he only registered the first part, failing to grasp the latter. Even now, her thoughts seemed to linger on Changlu, originally intending to take her to the Yunqi tribe. He had changed his mind. With a sudden shift, he altered his course, declaring, I am injured and must leave this place first. The Qingshan tribe lies upstream, and I cannot fly there. At this moment, Anren realized that Helen had been gliding down the slope, uncertain of how long they had been flying. Helen suddenly plunged headfirst into the woods, crashing heavily to the ground. Anren quickly dismounted and anxiously knelt beside him, inquiring about his condition. Upon seeing her furrowed brows, Helen concealed his joy. It was evident that she cared for him. My wing hurts terribly. Please check if it's broken, he requested. Anren hastily examined the injured wing and discovered a slender bone had indeed fractured. Stay still. I will bandage it, she replied, but as she searched her person, she found nothing but a fur pouch. Even if she dismantled the pouch, it would not suffice to dress Helen's wound. She lifted her long skirt, attempting to tear off a piece, but despite her considerable effort, she could not manage it. Helen, use your claws to tear it open, she urged. Helen, lying on the ground, looked up at the disheveled and dirty Anren and felt a stir in his heart. But this is the fur coat Changlu gave you, he pointed out. Anren felt he was being overly pedantic. A life is far more important. Helen nodded slightly, then using his claws, managed to pull a long strip from the fur into Anren's hands. Anren then procured a straight stick to bandage his injury. Once she had completed this task, Helen finally rose from the ground, the surroundings cloaked in darkness, though he estimated dawn was approaching. We should find a place to rest, he suggested. At that moment, a small cub poked its head out of the fur pouch, softly calling out. Anren suddenly remembered it and quickly pulled it from the pouch to check for injuries. However, the cub immediately bit down on her finger, eagerly sucking. It appeared to be hungry. Anren gently patted its little head. Stop sucking. I am not your mother. I will feed you meat shortly. Helen then noticed the small cub beside Anren. Is this the offspring of Wuxiu and Shuihua? He asked. Anren nodded, yes. It is over a month old now. They walked for quite some time without finding a suitable shelter, but they did discover a large river. Helen transformed into his beast form and effortlessly caught several fish from the water. As a crane, this task was trivial for him. Anren gathered plenty of firewood nearby, and Helen grilled the fish before handing them to her. The ungreased meat was charred on the outside. Anren used a large leaf to cradle a fish in her palm, carefully removing the flesh from its belly and meticulously picking out the bones before daring to feed it to the cub. Observing her cautious demeanor, Helen chuckled. This fish is quite large. It has almost no small bones. Anren offered a piece to the cub. It is wise to be careful. It cannot speak yet, and if it chokes, we would be unaware. However, the cub only ate a couple of bites before scampering away. Noticing its meager consumption, Anren hurried after it. Cub, eat some more. She would feed it a bite, and it would nibble back. If she did not offer, the cub would not approach. Helen glanced at the nearly burnt fish and then looked towards Anren, who was still chasing after the cub. Let me feed it. You should eat before it gets cold. Anren pounded her legs. After walking all morning, she was exhausted and grateful for his assistance. She handed him the fish and turned to call out to the cub. Uncle Helen will feed you, so don't run away. With that, she settled by the riverbank to eat her portion, barely caring about the lack of flavor as she stuffed food into her mouth. Having only eaten a little the previous morning, she was now famished. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Anren contemplated their return. Helen, perhaps we should head back. The Yin tribe must have departed long ago. Furthermore, I have not returned all night, and Changlu will likely be searching for me. The thought of Changlu worrying for her filled Anren with guilt. She could not fathom why misfortunes seemed to follow her, as if she were perpetually a target for others, whether in the wilderness or the tribe. This contemplation left her feeling somewhat melancholic. However, upon hearing her words, Helen felt a pang of anxiety. He had ventured far enough. Why was she still contemplating returning? Covering his injured arm, he raised his gaze to her. All right, I will follow your lead. I will guide the way. Anren swiftly scooped up the playful cub and placed it back into the fur pouch, smiling. Thank you, Helen. Since the last incident, she had not thought of him. Yet he had saved her life once more. Helen stood up, meeting her eyes filled with remorse. It is nothing. You are a female. It is only right to escort you home. Anren was startled by his unexpected scrutiny and quickly lowered her gaze. Her feelings towards Helen were complex. Turning, she delved back into the forest, hoping to return swiftly. Chapter 182. Was Helen eaten? They traversed the forest for quite a while, crossing hills and ravines. And the sky was nearing darkness while they still wandered aimlessly. Anren glanced up at the towering canopy, a sense of dread creeping in as darkness loomed. Not only had they lost their way home, but they also lacked a place to rest. She looked back at Helen, who appeared utterly exhausted, as if he might collapse at any moment. Let us continue forward. Perhaps we will find a cave, she suggested. Helen managed a faint smile, blinking wearily yes. His voice was weak, which only heightened Anren's anxiety. She picked up a branch from the ground, cleaned it off, and handed it to him. Lean on this. We will surely find something before nightfall. However, as darkness enveloped them and the sounds of wild beasts echoed all around, they still had not located a safe haven. Anren swallowed hard, gazing at the towering trees above. Resolutely, she proposed perhaps we should spend the night in a tree. Helen nodded. You go first. Yet, Anren was apprehensive. She preferred to be in front in case his strength faltered, allowing her to assist him from behind. No, you should go first. Helen did not resist and climbed up the tree with one hand. Anren followed closely behind, soon reaching the top. Fortunately, there was enough space for a person to lie on the branches. The skill of climbing trees had been taught by Wuxio, and she never expected it would come to her aid one day. Once atop, Helen settled to the side, leaving most of the space for Anren. By now, the night was pitch dark, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through. The cub in her arms was now loudly crying from hunger, and no amount of coaxing would calm it. Helen chuckled softly. I did not expect this little one to have such an appetite. Anren sighed. She was nearing her limit with the noise. Indeed, it eats more than I do and is hungrier than I am. Suddenly, a low growl from below startled Anren, causing her to quickly retract her head. There were many wild beasts beneath them. Helen, unfazed, had already caught a whiff of their scent before they drew near. Do not worry, they cannot reach us. Anren dared to peek again and saw that the beasts were merely circling the tree, some attempting to climb, but falling halfway. She released a breath of relief. Fortunately, we chose a tree that is high and smooth. Otherwise, the three of us might have become a meal for these beasts tonight. Helen couldn't help but laugh upon hearing her last remark in the darkness. She was entirely unaware of the strength of males. Even with his arm injured, he or even seasoned beasts like Yuha or Wuxio, with their missing limbs, could easily overtake those creatures below. Nevertheless, he chose not to correct Anren's misguided perception. The beast beneath the tree, seeing that the food above showed no signs of descending, decided against leaving and instead laid down below. Anren merely cast a glance before finding a comfortable position and drifting into a deep slumber. The little cub in her arms, weary from play, also nestled into the beast's skin pouch and succumbed to sleep. Helan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze particularly bright against the darkness of night. Since the last rainy season when he departed from the Qingshan tribe, he had not seen Anren again. Despite his numerous visits near the Qingshan tribe, he had chosen to keep his distance, preferring merely to glimpse the tribe from afar, knowing she was within its confines. To breathe the same air and gaze upon the same moon under the same starry sky brought him immense satisfaction. However, upon seeing her again yesterday, he realized that his desires were far deeper. He yearned to stand proudly by her side. He could not fathom why other females had multiple males, yet she seemed disinclined towards him. Chang Lu was utterly unworthy of standing beside Anren. Having caused her pain and peril on several occasions, he deemed such a male unfit. From this moment forth, Anren would have only him by her side. The thought caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve into a slight smile. Meanwhile, Chang Lu and Lin Xiao searched the forest tirelessly throughout the night, but found no trace of her. They could only follow the scent of the Yan tribe. Lin Xiao understood, well, that if he failed to recover the cub, Shui Hua would harbor resentment towards him for a lifetime. Thus, he sprinted ahead with all his might. Chang Lu felt no different. The thought of Anren, pregnant and vulnerable, twisted his heart in anguish. Despite the Qingshan tribe's adequate defenses, how could she have been abducted? He had promised to keep her safe, yet he had failed. The two ran tirelessly, oblivious to fatigue or hunger, and finally caught up with the Yin tribe on the night of the third day. Chang Lu immediately spotted the Yin tribe resting within a cave and charged in, swiftly overpowering a white tiger and crushing its skull with a single hand. Lin Xiao followed closely behind, his movements lightning quick as he sank his teeth into another leopard beastman's shoulder. Chang Lu's gaze fixed upon Cui Hua, who trembled in the back. He swiftly evaded a charging flower tree and pinned her down by the neck. Where is Anren? Cui Hua was terrified by his sudden ferocity. This was a man who had always worn a smile and spoken gently. Even when Na troubled Anren, he had never displayed such wrath. She had not anticipated his ferocity, which rivaled that of her former master. No, he was far more fearsome. Her master's gaze was far gentler in comparison. She clutched Chang Lu's hand desperately, wishing to speak, but the pain in her neck made even breathing a struggle. At that moment, Na quivered and spoke. She was taken away by a bird. With those words, Chang Lu relaxed his grip, and sensing the shift, Hua Mu quickly carried Cui Hua away. By the time he regained his composure, only Na remained, along with a severely injured beastman lying on the ground. Lin Xiao killed him. Lin Xiao had long harbored dissatisfaction towards this female. Had she not impersonated Anren to enter the tribe, the abduction would not have occurred. If the abduction had not happened, his little cub would still be safe, probably enjoying himself in the cave with Cui Hua. The thought that this female had ruined everything filled him with rage, prompting him to howl at the sky before lunging forward and biting through her neck. He disdainfully spat on the ground. Chief, what do we do now? Chang Lu's mind was in turmoil. He had believed that finding the Yin tribe would lead him to Anren's whereabouts. Yet now that he had found the Yin tribe, Anren remained elusive. Who was that great bird? He and Lin Xiao had pursued without encountering any other scent apart from that of the Yin tribe. The beastman who had taken Anren had clearly come prepared. Otherwise, they would have left a trail. Slowly, he stepped out of the cave as dawn broke, revealing a pale light at the horizon, yet Anren was not by his side. Continue searching. A sudden sneeze startled Anren awake, and she rubbed her eyes as a beam of light entered. However, the next moment, panic seized her. There was no one else in the tree, not even the little cub. Little cub, he Lin. At that moment, sounds arose from the forest below, causing her heart to race. Could it be the beast that had returned after leaving last night? Did the little cub and he Lin fall and become prey while she slumbered? Chapter 183. Anren gives birth. The fleeting thought had barely crossed her mind when she spotted a white figure carrying a long-eared beast, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly descended, hurrying over to him. Why didn't you say anything before going out so early? He Lin raised the rabbit in his hand and smiled faintly. The little cub woke up hungry, so I caught some food for him. Anren took the cub, feeling his soft belly, which was indeed round and full. She then placed him on the ground, cautioning, don't wander too far. She then took the rabbit from him, stating, I will handle this, you start the fire. Before he could refuse, wanting to deal with the rabbit himself, he remembered he was currently injured. If Anren found out he had healed, she would certainly bring up the matter again. All right, with no knife available. Anren picked up a sharp stone from the ground to skin the rabbit, and the effort made her sweat profusely. Wiping her brow, she washed her hands in the nearby stream before picking up branches to roast the meat. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, making Anren swallow hard. It was far tastier than the fish they had roasted the previous day. She tore off a large leg and handed it to He Lin. You eat first. She then tore off another leg, placing on a clean leaf before beginning on the ribcage. He Lin noticed her eating the bony ribs and felt a pang in his heart. Why are you eating bones? You should eat the legs first. They will get cold. Anren blew on her burnt hands and shook her head. That S for the little cub. What if he gets hungry again on the way? He Lin replied, no need. I will hunt for him along the way. Anren tore off half of the rabbit meat and offered it to He Lin. It's fine, just save it for him. He Lin accepted the rabbit meat she offered with a flutter of joy in his heart. He alone knew they were moving away from the Qingshan tribe. At their current pace, although slow, they had been heading in the opposite direction of the Yin tribe for 2 days now, and Chang Lu would be unable to catch up. Extinguishing the fire pit, he picked up the little cub, who was still searching for bugs and grass. Let us go. Anren dusted off her rear and estimated that perhaps after a few more days of travel, they would be home. They had spent several nights sleeping in the trees before finally finding a cave to shelter in. In the middle of the night, while Anren lay in a pile of grass, sleep eluded her. He Lin, lying at the cave entrance, noticed her tossing and turning restlessly and quickly approached her. What is wrong? Anren pressed her hand against her not-so-prominent belly, her brow furrowed as she opened her eyes slightly. My stomach hurts. The pains had begun during the day, but she had dismissed them, thinking little of it due to her still small belly. Yet as the night progressed, the discomfort intensified, and the contractions in her abdomen became more pronounced, as if her body were trying to expel what was within. Lin, disregarding everything else, placed his hand on her belly, his heart fluttering with excitement. "You're about to give birth." Aaron looked up at Lin in disbelief. "How can that be? My belly is still so small." Moreover, Chong Lu never mentioned that our child was coming soon. In this environment, she felt a surge of fear. There was no hot water, no food, and no clean bee skins. The thought of it all made her heart ache unbearably. Another wave of contractions hit her, causing her to cry out in pain. Lin, seeing her agony, grasped her hand gently and reassured her, "Do not fear. What you carry should be an egg, and the birthing process is relatively simple." At that moment, after enduring several bouts of pain and feeling utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, she succumbed to sleep, only to be roused by the intensity of another contraction. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began outside, drowning out the cries from within, and Ran was becoming disoriented. Although she had assisted in the delivery of several, she had not anticipated such excruciating pain. Seizing a moment of clarity between contractions, she exerted herself with all her might. Soon, 3 white eggs, each the size of a fist, emerged. Lin wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "Rest for a while. I will wrap the eggs in rabbit fur to keep them warm." By this time, she was utterly spent and could hardly focus on propriety, merely nodding slightly before drifting back into a deep slumber. As Lin gazed at the pristine serpent eggs, rather than showing disdain, a smile graced his lips as he carefully placed the eggs into a nest of grass, covering them with animal hides. He then hurried to carve a small stone pot, gathering rainwater to cool and wipe the sweat from her body. He lifted his gaze towards the pitch-black forest outside. This heavy rain meant that the scent they had left behind in the woods would likely vanish completely. Chong Lu and Lin Xiao were still traversing the forest, resorting to eating raw meat when hungry and drinking from the river when thirsty. Lin Xiao was on the verge of despair. They had not closed their eyes for several days. "Chieftain, perhaps," before he could finish his thought, Chong Lu suddenly halted. Lifting her skirt and fixating intently on a mark on her leg, the offspring mark was reddening. That was a sign of labor, and Ran was giving birth now. He had initially considered suggesting they abandon their search, but upon witnessing this scene, he swallowed his words. He knew that if he voiced his thoughts, Chong Lu would likely tear him apart. This was not just about Ran. It was also about the offspring of his partner. Chong Lu's heart ached. Ran was missing, and now she was in labor under such dire conditions in the wild. Although she was diligent, she had high standards for food and shelter. And in this environment, one could only imagine the hardships she was enduring. A sense of urgency filled her. "We must find help." The rain fell heavily, impeding their progress. Chong Lu understood that this downpour signified an even greater challenge in locating Ran. Lin Xiao said, "Chieftain, we should seek shelter from the rain. If we fall ill, our search will be in vain." Rainy weather would severely impair their sense of smell, making it impossible to detect Ran even if she were nearby. To avoid such a scenario, he nodded in agreement. Very well. The two took refuge beneath a cliff, and Lin Xiao shook off the rainwater, harboring some resentment as they had been searching for quite some time without any leads. Who could this bird beast man be? Could it be Lin? The only bird beast man he knew, apart from Yu was Lin, but Yu would not frivolously abduct Ran and not return. It had to be Lin. This fellow had always been reticent, yet he possessed his own convictions. Despite enduring numerous beatings, he still regarded them with indifference. Remaining a loner, were it not for the elder chieftain's insistence, Lin would never have been able to ascend to his position. In the following chapter, Chong Lu pondered the implications of this situation. The bird beastman capable of single-handedly overpowering the Salt Tribe's members could only be Lin. Furthermore, Lin had always harbored feelings for Ran. However, precisely because of this, Chong Lu was aware that if it were indeed Lin, he would never bring Ran back to the Yunqi tribe. The presence of members from the Qingshan tribe within the Yunqi tribe would inevitably expose his actions. Nevertheless, he found himself hoping it was Lin. If Ran had fallen into the hands of another beastman, he could scarcely bear to contemplate her fate, regardless of whether she was with Lin or not. They had to continue their search outdoors. As dawn approached, the storm clouds began to part, revealing the brilliant sunlight that bathed the earth. Yet, Chong Lu felt no warmth. "Let's proceed." Lin Xiao shook off the dust from his fur and immediately followed suit. They endured their journey, while Shui Hua and Wu Xiao experienced even greater distress back in the tribe. Shui Hua tightly grasped Wu Xiao's arm, her eyes swollen and red like ripe peaches. Wu Xiao, our offspring, and Iran, it has been so long. Do you think they will return? Wu Xiao did not wish to entertain such thoughts, but Xue Hua seemed oblivious to his sentiments and repeated this lament daily. On the first day of their disappearance, he had proposed a search for them, only to be firmly stopped by Xue Hua. If you go, what will happen to me and our offspring? At that moment, Wu Xiao had found her words utterly incomprehensible, for they were speaking of her missing child and dearest friend. He could only offer comfort. As long as you stay within the tribe, you will be safe. However, Xue Hua refused to relent. She was afraid. With only 2 males, Lin Xiao had gone out to search, and if Wu Xiao left as well, she feared for her safety and that of their surviving offspring. She did not want Ran and the other child to come to harm, but she also could not bear the thought of losing the one remaining. Losing either would be unbearable. At that moment, Xia Sheng suddenly rushed in. Wu Xiao, come outside. Wu Xiao hurried out. What is it? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp-toothed female stormed in. Wu Xiao, Xia Sheng, the chieftain and Ran are missing. You must take charge. Our silver beans have gone missing. Xue Hua, feeling utterly miserable inside, suddenly heard the commotion outside and became increasingly agitated. And Ran was missing. And how could they argue? Thinking of this, an unnameable anger surged in her mind, and she dashed out to confront the female. And Ran and my offspring are missing, and you are fretting over your silver beans. Is it truly such a calamity over a few silver beans? Be quiet. Wu Xiao shouted loudly to intervene. He had always perceived Xue Hua as merely naive and spoiled, but he had not anticipated this foolish side of her. Go inside. Xue Hua could hardly believe it. The person who usually spoke softly had suddenly shouted at her. What do you mean by that? Hu Bing, sensing the discord, quickly intervened. Xue Hua, ignore them. Let's move on. Once Wu Xiao saw Xue Hua being pulled away, he regained his composure and turned to the sharp-toothed female. How many did you lose? And when did it happen? The sharp-toothed female, initially anxious, had sought out Xia Sheng and the others to seek justice and retrieve her silver beans. But she had not expected to be yelled at by Xue Hua. Instantly, she was displeased. The Qingshan tribe had more than one shaman. She was not indispensable. Just as she was about to retort, Wu Xiao's imposing presence silenced her. I lost 62. I do not know when they disappeared. They were gone when I checked this morning. You must help me find them. Those beans are meant for bartering for food and furs during winter. Without them, my family will starve or freeze. Xia Sheng remarked, we have already searched, but found nothing. Wu Xiao contemplated, let's check the back mountain. The group hastily followed, with many curious onlookers eager to discover who would dare steal. Yu Hei and 3 other elder males were busy organizing supplies nearby when they noticed the commotion. Why have you come here? Wu Xiao replied, I wish to inquire whether anyone has been taking supplies in excess these past few days. Yu Hei thought for a moment and shook his head. No, not that I'm aware of. Wu Xiao pressed. What about those usually lazy beastmen? Upon hearing this, Yu Hei's eyes brightened. There was a fellow, hey go. He came to collect 3 jin of meat yesterday and took 3 pieces of animal hide. He even joked about how such a sloth could suddenly possess silver beans. Nioli felt a heavy weight in his heart. The black dog had been following him while he worked, yet he had always been inconsistent in his efforts, only showing up intermittently. To his astonishment, he had recently acquired both meat and animal skins. At that moment, the female with prominent teeth suddenly realized, I remember now, a few days ago, he barged in claiming to be searching for my mate. He must have seen me storing the silver beans then. Upon hearing this, Baya's partner was consumed by an inexplicable rage. How dare you, black dog? With that, he rushed down the mountain and dragged the black dog out of the cave. By the time Wu Xiao and the others arrived, the black dog had already confessed everything, even presenting the stolen bag of animal skins with both hands. Baya's female immediately recognized the bag she had sewn herself and snatched it, counting the contents. For beans were missing. Upon hearing that 4 silver beans were gone, Baya's partner immediately struck him in the face. I considered you a brother, and this is how you repay my kindness? With the clan leader absent from the tribe, you dare to steal? One of the black dog's teeth was knocked out, and blood spilled from his mouth as he repeatedly begged for mercy. I won't do it again. He was merely driven by hunger, and the sight of Baya's silver beans clouded his judgment. However, the others were not inclined to believe him. In the past, all resources had been surrendered to the clan leader, leaving no room for discrepancies. Whatever was distributed was utilized immediately. Furthermore, it was feared that countless orcs would perish due to a lack of food and animal skins over the winter. Now, with their circumstances improving, they had surplus skins and food, and most importantly, they could safeguard their own provisions. Yet, unexpectedly, this led some habitual slackers to harbor ill intentions and seek to pilfer the fruits of others' labor. The mere thought of such treachery was nauseating. Expel him! Expel him! At this moment, Xia Sheng stood up. The black dog is still one of us from the Qingshan tribe. However, he has erred and cannot simply be dismissed. We should confine him in the low Luo beast pen until the clan leader returns. Everyone agreed, for no one could exercise the leader's authority except for Ran and the leader himself. This matter swiftly concluded. Just as they returned to the cave, a large bundle of animal skin struck Niu Li's face. Get lost. Shui Hua was furious. No one had ever dared to speak to her so harshly. Not even Ran, who was always polite. How dare an outsider raise his voice at her? Chapter 185. Discovery reflecting on the recent events. She felt a deep sense of grievance. Wu Xiu picked up the animal skin bundle from the ground and entered. Shui Hua, stop making a scene. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare a meal. For the past few days, he had only asked her if she was hungry or cold, and now he was saying this again, igniting a fire within her. Pointing a finger at Wu Xiu, she scolded. Is eating the only thing you know how to do? Wu Xiu relaxed his shoulders, feeling somewhat fatigued. Stay at home. I will go find someone. With that, he hoisted the bundle Shui Hua had thrown out and began to leave, which startled her. Where are you going? Wu Xiu turned back, to retrieve our child, and ran. Shui Hua quickly blocked his path. What will happen to me if you go? What about our little one? This same phrase made Wu Xiu close his eyes, taking a deep breath before opening them again. He fixed his gaze on Shui Hua's delicate face, and, lowering his voice, said with resentment, That is your friend, your little one. If Ran can bring back our child safely, she will be our savior. Do not forget your place. That child is also mine. After saying so much, all Shui Hua heard was that single phrase, and tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm not aware of my own worth. I care for you. Wu Xiu felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, draining his desire to explain. Think before you speak. With that, he broke free from Shui Hua's grasp and headed toward the tribe, leaving her alone at the cave entrance, sobbing uncontrollably. She could not comprehend why. After giving her heart to Wu Xiu, he still chose to leave. Had she not searched? Did Lin Xiu and Chang Lu not go as well? Why must he go too? Did he not worry about her and their other little one at home? A fluffy yellow ball of fur joyfully scampered into the cave, immediately leaping into Ran's arms to nurse. Ran wore a frustrated expression. Despite having laid 3 eggs, she was inexplicably producing milk. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, this little creature would already be nestled in her arms nursing. Over time, not nursing became quite uncomfortable, and Ran cradled him, stroking his thick fur, her face softening with affection. Look at you. You've really grown in just a few days. Lin had been squatting in the nest, incubating the eggs. Like them, he was also oviparous and knew how to hatch eggs. After feeding the little one, Lin saw her about to rise and immediately stopped her, pressing her back onto the animal skin bed. Do not move. You have just given birth and need a rest. I will take care of everything you need. Ran swallowed hard. I'm a bit thirsty. Lin quickly brought over a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Ran accepted the cup and noticed him returning to incubate the eggs after serving her. She felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed there were 1,000 words to say, yet she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she murmured, Thank you, Lin. Lin flapped his wings slightly. There is no need for thanks between us. Ran smiled faintly. Yes, your wings have healed. In a few days, we can return. Lin anticipated her words. The incubation cannot cease. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Once I have hatched them all, we can return. Ran recalled that her grandmother, S-Hen, also rarely left the eggs for long, nodding. All right, I will listen to you. You have saved me again this time, and even helped me hatch the eggs. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. As she spoke, she felt her words were inadequate. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. How about this? You could be the godfather of my little ones. Lin turned to look at her. Godfather? Indeed. This time you not only saved me, but also saved them. There could be no better honor for you than for them to recognize you as their godfather. Upon seeing her animated expression, Lin was also touched and smiled slightly. Very well, they shall also be my little ones. He was not in a hurry. Just having Ran interact with him in this manner was enough to satisfy him. Days passed, and after a month of little activity, Ran noticed she had gained quite a bit of weight when she emerged from confinement. Pinching the flab around her waist, she sighed, pondering how difficult it would be to shed this excess. At that moment, Lin stirred, and with a crack, he stood up. A small fissure appeared on one of the eggshells, and he exclaimed excitedly, and ran. The little ones are about to emerge. And Rand set down the animal skin in her hands and hurried over. As she approached, she saw a blue-green little head, adorned with dark eyes, poking out from the shell. Soon, the entire body emerged, and the little snake looked around before turning back to nibble on its eggshell. In no time, the other two hatched as well. Seeing their emerald hue, and Rand felt no fear. Instead, warmth filled her heart, as they were as beautiful as their father. Smiling softly, I will go fetch some meat puree for them. Just as she was about to leave, Lin pressed her down. They have just hatched and cannot eat cooked meat. They can only have it raw. I will go hunt some. And Rand nodded. Very well. I will prepare our meal at home. The little lion cub, with wide eyes, curiously peered into the nest. And Rand patted its little head. Come on, let us go prepare some meat. Upon hearing that there would be meat, the little lion cub immediately wagged its tail and followed. Outside, the wind had begun to pick up. As the winter winds began to blow, their chill was not yet severe. However, Anrin, just emerging from her confinement, felt the cold acutely. Hastily, she gathered a substantial bundle of firewood at the cave's entrance to prepare a meal. Helen took flight, soaring into the sky before diving into the forest below. This very action was witnessed by Chong Lu, who was separated by a great mountain. With a single glance, he recognized Helen's silhouette. Not only he, but Lin Shou also noticed, immediately pointing ahead and exclaiming, Tribe leader Helen. He was not a fool. This place was a vast distance from the Yunshi tribe, and a newly appointed leader would not venture here alone, especially since it seemed Helen was by himself. As a leader, he had no need to hunt personally, and the posture he exhibited was unmistakably that of a predator preparing to capture prey. Anrin and the little cubs must be nearby. Chong Lu cautioned, be careful as you approach. He did not wish to provoke Helen at such a moment. Fearing an impulsive reaction, Helen returned with a robust luo beast, skillfully slicing the tender flesh from its belly into morsels to offer to the newly hatched little snake beside him. The little lion cub anxiously clung to Helen's leg, extending its long tongue to lick him. Anrin, witnessing this endearing display, chuckled and said, Come here, dear. I will give you some roasted meat. Upon hearing this, the little lion cub released its grip and dashed toward Anrin, unabashedly biting into the roasted meat in her hand. After feeding the little snake, Helen approached, and Anrin handed him a sizable piece of roasted meat. Eat up. You haven't had a proper meal in nearly a month. He accepted the meat, his heart swelling with sweetness. They had been living together as ordinary partners during this time. He would gladly exchange everything for such days. As Helen took a bite of the savory roasted meat, a faint smile graced his lips. Anrin, suddenly hearing his words, felt a pang in her heart. It had been quite a while since she last saw Chong Lu. He had not been by her side when she gave birth, which left her feeling quite sorrowful. Helen, shall we return tomorrow morning? She suggested, her voice lacking confidence, as she was unsure when her legs would allow her to make the journey back. She had realized that she had initially taken a wrong turn, for otherwise she would not have wandered for days without finding the way back to the tribe. If she wished to return, she could only rely on Helen, and she wasn't naive. She understood what his prolonged absence from their tribe implied. Yet, her soul did not belong to this beastly world. Although she had often daydreamed of having multiple partners, fantasies remained mere illusions, and she could not overcome her hesitations when it came to action. Her heart belonged solely to Chong Lu. She regarded Helen merely as a friend. This sentiment was one she could never reciprocate, and it was better to be candid about it. Helen's hand paused momentarily, as if struck by a heavy blow. After all this time, she still could not forget Chong Lu. Surely, it was a matter of insufficient time. His expression darkened as he looked up at Anrin and asked, Is this place not to your liking? Anrin took a deep breath and met his wounded gaze. This place is wonderful, but it is still the wilderness. With 4 little ones in tow, it ultimately lacks safety. Seeing that her concern was solely for their safety, Helen smiled. I am not Chong Lu. I will not allow you to fall into danger. At this, Anrin frowned. She detested any disparagement of Chong Lu, not even a little. Are you really going to stay right by me like this? Do you know why I like Chong Lu? The moment she spoke, Helen's smile vanished, for he considered Chong Lu an inadequate partner, unworthy of Anrin's affection. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned his gaze outward, rushing out. Anrin was taken aback by his sudden movement and quickly concealed the little lion cub and her 3 offspring. Just as she completed this task, a familiar embrace enveloped her from behind, holding her tightly. Anrin, hearing the voice she had longed for, she turned and embraced his strong waist. Chong Lu, But in an instant, a scream pierced the air, prompting her to rush outside, where she witnessed Helen poised to strike Lin Xiao with his claw, showing no hesitation. Stop! Upon hearing Anren's voice, Helen halted his attack, turning to see her standing at the cave entrance, directly in front of the person he despised most. His heart sank, realizing that all his efforts had been rendered worthless in her eyes. Without uttering a word, he spread his wings and departed. Anren, with a heart full of unsaid words, watched him leave in such solitude. It would be a lie to say she was unperturbed. She was not made of stone. Although they hadn't progressed to a romantic relationship, they were friends, better than ordinary friends. Could it be that there was no such thing as pure friendship in this world? Did she truly believe their bond was solely due to Helen's infinite tolerance? As these thoughts consumed her, a growing fear took root within her heart. Helen was as exceptional a male as Chong Lu. They must maintain their distance. Otherwise, her life would descend into chaos. Let us return, Chong Lu declared. As Lin Xiao reverted to his human form, a conspicuous scar on his back revealed bone. Bah! Helen is serious. Had Anren not intervened, he might have been lying on the ground, convulsing by now. He stepped inside and scooped up the little lion cub, only to be met with the cub's sharp teeth as it bit him. Furious, Lin Xiao exclaimed, "You little rascal! I searched long and hard for you, and you greet me with a bite." Grabbing the scruff of the cub's neck, he said, "You've only been out for a month, and you already dare to bite me? Just wait until I deal with you." Anren, sensing his intent to swat the little lion cub, felt a surge of anger. She had cared for it for so long. She snatched it away, exclaiming, "He's so small. He can't handle your strength. You don't want to hold me, do you?" Lin Xiao found her reaction absurd. After all, that was his child. He snatched the cub back and retorted, "I'm his father. Shouldn't I discipline him for biting me?" He then lovingly kissed the little lion cub before tossing it onto his back. Anren retrieved the bee skin pouch she had used to carry the little lion cub and placed her 3 offspring inside. Seeing the little snake that resembled him so closely warmed Chong Lu's heart as he took it into his palm. "This is my cub." Anren beamed with happiness. "Let us head back." Chong Lu lifted her effortlessly, holding her tightly in his embrace. Unable to contain himself, he seized the moment when Lin Xiao was distracted and kissed her fervently. Anren melted against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "How long have you been searching for me?" Chong Lu gently stroked her hair. "As long as it takes to find you is worth it." A month had passed, and Anren had thought he had given up. Little did she know he had awaited her return. Excitedly, she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I knew you would come." While this scene unfolded like a joyous reunion, Helen stood alone at the entrance of the cave they had shared for a month, lost in thought. He had merely sought to avoid witnessing their affection for one another, fearing he might succumb to jealousy and act against Chong Lu. He did not want Anren to harbor resentment toward him, so he chose to leave temporarily, emerging only after they had departed. He took nothing with him save for a bearskin cloak. Observing the mirth they had shared moments before, he now found himself alone in the cave, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of desolation. Why was it that Chong Lu could succeed where he could not? Chong Lu was the tribe leader, and so was he. Both were handsome, yet he could not capture her attention. The voice of despair echoed within him. Surely, Chong Lu must have known her first. If Chong Lu were to be gone, or if she were to forget him, given the nature of your relationship, he would undoubtedly be yours. Upon hearing this voice, he felt as though he had been enlightened, lifting his gaze to the night sky, which was particularly dark this evening, devoid of clouds and stars. With a swift movement, he unfurled his vast, white wings and soared into the heavens, vanishing into the darkness. And Ran would surely return to his side. Chapter 187. Discarding the offspring at that moment, and Ran lay in Chong Lu's embrace, turning over to continue her slumber. Though they had searched for a considerable time, the journey back was swift as they traveled by day and rested by night, and within half a month they were nearing the tribe. And Ran raised her hand to catch the first snowflake of winter, which melted rapidly in her palm. "Chong Lu, winter has arrived." Chong Lu enveloped her and the 3 little offspring in the bearskin cloak draped over his shoulders. "Rest assured, in the tribe, Jin Hu and the others are present, and there is ample food." As soon as the 3 returned, the tribe members gathered around them. Hu Bing was the first to rush forward, embracing and Ran tightly. "And Ran, you're back." Granny Zhu Lu, hunched with a head full of white hair, teared up. "I thought I would never see you again." "Who abducted you?" At this, everyone expressed their outrage. Indeed, who could be so wicked as to take you away? Seeing their concern for her warmed and Ran's heart. Yet the plan had already been discussed on the road. They could not speak the truth. Currently, The Qingshan tribe relied on the Yin-Qi tribe's strength for trade. Without the Yin-Qi tribe, they could not sustain themselves. Furthermore, the two tribes had intermarried for a long time. Revealing this matter would undoubtedly have significant repercussions. Additionally, the Salt tribe had originally abducted her. Had it not been for Helin, she might still be unaware of her fate. She smiled faintly. It was the Salt tribe. Upon hearing this, Hu Bing was instantly filled with fury, stamping his foot. The Salt tribe is clearly not good people. To think they abducted you after we had beaten them. Outrageous. Yes, those people not only raise salt prices, making our winter unbearable, but now they even come to harm our tribesmen. Utterly despicable. Yet they lack salt, relying on the Salt tribe for trade, and they genuinely could not afford to offend them too severely. However, Chang Lu thought differently. The issue of salt could certainly be resolved if they dared to take risks. Moreover, the Qingshan tribe had already established enmity with the Salt tribe, and it would not be easily reconciled. He then stood up, preparing to inform them in advance, allowing them to contemplate their options. This winter, let us all endure well. And when spring arrives, a portion of us will relocate. You may consider whether to stay or to leave. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, having not suggested moving during the recent dragon beast attack in the rainy season. Why consider moving now? But we do not wish to leave. Yes, we have worked hard to reach this point. The crowd began to murmur, and Rand stepped forward. Only a portion of us will depart. The remaining members can continue to live here. This will still be the Qingshan tribe. Furthermore, In Guang and the others will also need to settle here when they go to the Grassland tribe. Thus, there will simply be two tribes under the Qingshan banner. Upon hearing in Ran's explanation, everyone began to comprehend. Many large tribes experienced similar situations. As tribes grew, they would often split into smaller ones for easier management and better utilization of forest resources, expanding their governance. Qing let out a sigh of relief. She did not want to leave. She was unwilling to forsake such a good life. That is good. Upon returning to her cave, and Ran felt utterly exhausted, and she sat on a stone bench, not wanting to move. Chang Lu picked up a broom nearby and tidied their home, and Ran took a piece of meat and tossed it to the three little snakes. Upon witnessing this action, Chang Lu frowned. That evening, they dined early, and the two retired to rest soon after. The next morning, and Ran awoke and instinctively rushed to the small nest to check on her offspring. Lifting the thick animal hides, she found nothing inside, and panic set in as she searched frantically around. Little offspring. However, after scouring the entire cave, she could not locate them. She hurried outside, calling for Chang Lu to come back and help search, as a sense of smell was keen. As she stepped outside, she collided with a wall of flesh, her nose stinging painfully on the verge of tears. Looking up, she saw it was Chang Lu, and she anxiously grasped his arm. Chang Lu, our little offspring are missing. Chang Lu gently wrapped his arm around her waist, offering a slight smile. I have sent them away. And Ran felt as though she had been struck by lightning at his words, wrenching free from his grasp. Disbelief etched across her face. What did you say? Chang Lu appeared unfazed, walking into the cave. What would you like to eat? Upon seeing him divert the topic, and Ran immediately blocked his path. To whom did you send them? Chang Lu looked at her, gently stroking her hair. Naturally, I took them into the forest. At this revelation, and Ran's heart sank, unable to fathom that a father could undertake such an act, feeling utterly cold inside. She could not understand why he, their father, would do this. The thought of it chilled her heart, and she whispered in anger, Why did you abandon them? If you did not want them, why did you let me bear them? They are not just your children, they are mine as well. You have no right to discard them. Chang Lu never anticipated her reaction would be so severe. We are serpent beasts. I refuse to listen. I want my children. She interrupted Chang Lu's words, unleashing her fury as she stormed out into the heavy snow. Exiting the tribe, she raced toward the forest. She had no idea when Chang Lu had discarded them. And with the snow falling heavily now, the little offspring, being serpent beasts, would likely perish in the cold of winter. She lamented not having asked more questions earlier. Otherwise, she would not have acted so impulsively. After searching for a while with no success, she turned back, feeling regret for having acted too rashly and realizing she should have sought clarity. Just as she began her return, she noticed Chang Lu following closely behind. Where did you leave them? Chang Lu furrowed his brow slightly, and Ran, they are my children, not the children of other beasts. And Ran did not want to hear any more of his justifications. Where are they? Chang Lu stepped forward, taking hold of her wrist. We need to go back. And Ran, seeing his continued silence and his intent to abandon the search, felt disgusted and forcefully wrenched her hand away. If you won't tell me, I will not return. The thought of her 3 little ones, having just entered this world, being abandoned by their own father, filled her with anguish beyond measure. Chapter 188. Pretense and deception, and Ran was consumed with sorrow, worrying endlessly if they were cold, hungry, or had encountered wild beasts. The fear gripped her heart, and with a sudden thud, she knelt in the snow, grasping Chong Lu's long skirt tightly. She begged through her tears, "Please, just tell me. We can distance ourselves from the Qing Shan tribe. We can go far away and never return. Please, return the children to me." Chong Lu did not expect her to contemplate leaving him for the sake of their offspring, considering many females in the tribe had given birth without such sorrow. Why was she so different, causing such turmoil? He was merely adhering to the natural laws of serpent beasts. Why could she not comprehend this? With a heavy sigh, he squatted down and ran. "They are my children. The growth of serpent beasts is inherently cruel. They must consume their siblings to grow stronger. We have already given them half a month. That is sufficient. If they possess sufficient strength, they instinctively know to hunt their prey. If they lack strength, they turn on their own kin, igniting their primal instincts." And Ran's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Chong Lu, unable to fathom that such cruel words could emerge from his lips. "Yet they are our children. Do you not feel sorrow or heartache at their demise?" Chong Lu, too, felt a pang in his heart. A snake beast that lacks primal ferocity will inevitably perish, lacking the ability to protect itself. It is better for them to die young, before they form any memories. He grew up understanding this bitter truth. This is a trial they must endure. Seeing that he remained silent, refusing to divulge their whereabouts even as she knelt before him, and Ran's heart swelled with resentment. She cast an icy glare at Chong Lu, lamenting her own poor judgment in choosing such a male. With a sudden shove, she pushed him away, declaring, "If you won't tell me, then so be it." Rising to her feet, she turned to leave, glancing back to say, "Just consider me dead." At that moment, regret washed over her. Why had she returned? Had she not returned, perhaps Chong Lu would have remained a figure of beautiful memories in her mind. Now, all that lingered was bitterness. Watching her retreating figure, Chong Lu felt a sense of bewilderment. The nature of snake beasts had always been thus. Why was it different with her? If one were to bear offspring without ensuring their future, what was the point of bringing them into existence? The world of beasts is merciless. Those without strength are doomed to become prey or victims of oppression. Striding forward, he embraced and ran, declaring, "We must return. Let go of me." And Ran struggled fiercely, unwilling to return. She could not bear to witness her offspring perish outside. Seeing he would not relent, she bit into his shoulder with such ferocity that blood was drawn. Yet she refused to release her grip, even as her own teeth ached. Upon returning to the cave, Chong Lu threw her onto the bed and leaned over her with a slight smile. "Stop your fussing. You must trust that they will survive on their own. They have been on their own for half a month now." And Ran found his smile unbearably irritating and scoffed. "Had it not been for my father, you would have perished long ago. Why did you accept his help back then? Why not continue wandering in the forest? Huh, I remember you were already several years old. If you couldn't survive, what makes you think they can?" Her words struck a chord deep within him. He had faced the beast tide, which had forced his hand. Moreover, the place where he had left the offspring was not far. As long as they remained within that vicinity, they would be safe from danger. Though he understood the survival rules of snake beasts, those were his children, and he could not simply abandon them. But he would not disclose this location to Ran. Knowing her temperament, she would undoubtedly attempt to retrieve them. "No matter what you say, I will not tell you," he asserted. And Ran, seething with anger, flared her nostrils and yanked the nearby animal skin blanket over her head. This was not the time for a showdown, for he would certainly not allow her to leave the cave. Seeing that she had ceased speaking of leaving, Chong Lu sighed in relief. He prepared a meal and called for her twice, but receiving no response, he abandoned the effort. Lying on the bed, he held and Ran tightly beneath the blanket, and Ran shivered. This man truly had an audacious face. Turning, she wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring, "Chong Lu, I miss you." Just moments ago, she had been furious, yet now, such alluring words melted his heart. It had been quite some time since he had indulged his desires. He rolled over and kissed her lips, not stopping until dawn approached. And Ran rubbed her waist and gently nudged the now sleeping figure beside her. Quietly, she slipped out of bed, taking her bow and arrows and gathering a couple of animal skins before heading outside. Every time Chong Lu engaged in such activities, he slept particularly soundly, often not awakening for 5 to 6 hours. As she emerged, she encountered Uncle Yuhei, who was just rising to open the door. And ran. Up so early? He inquired. She smiled faintly. It's not too early. The sun is already up. I'm going outside to see if I can find any fresh wild vegetables. Good, good. You are the most industrious in the whole tribe. But remember, safety first. Do not wander too far. And Rand nodded, understood. Stepping beyond the tribe's gates, she finally exhaled, then gathered a large handful of grass to mask her scent, chewing it thoroughly before spreading it across her body. Even if she were to perish, she would not relinquish her search for her children. Winter had arrived, and after a night of fierce winds, snow began to fall in the morning. Fortune smiled upon her. The wind changed direction, and before long, she found 3 small snakes slithering through the forest, all unharmed. Overjoyed, she knelt and quickly placed them into her shoulder bag. Cubs, mother has come late. The 3 green snake hatchlings seemed to recognize her, approaching her eagerly and even extending their tongues to lick her hand. At last, her heart felt at ease. She had no intention of returning to Qing Shan tribe. Otherwise, those 3 would surely be abandoned. Casting her gaze toward the fog-shrouded forest ahead, obscuring her view of the distance, she resolutely stepped forward. As for Chonglu, she would treat him as if she had been blind. She headed towards the river of the tribe, keen to find a place to reside, for water was essential. Following the riverbank, she found herself in a relatively open area. Gurgle. Her stomach growled, and the little snakes in her bag became restless, and Rand glanced at their distended bellies, realizing one had become so hungry that it bit the tail of another. Reacting swiftly, she reached in to separate them, gently patting the head of the aggressor. No biting. I will get you food soon. Setting down her bag, she retrieved some meat she had saved from the cave, cutting it into small pieces for them. She then placed the remaining meat back into her bag, reserved specifically for her little ones. Should she fail to find food quickly, it would serve as their sustenance. She could survive on wild vegetables and tree roots if necessary. Chapter 189. Not returning. Gazing at the rushing river, she realized that without the aid of a male, she was indeed at a disadvantage. The depths of the river concealed the whereabouts of fish. As dusk approached, she hurried into the nearby woods, selecting a tall tree to climb. She secured her bag to a branch and placed the 3 hatchlings safely inside, covering them. Looking at the river not far away, she understood the urgency of finding food. Unable to tackle the wild beasts, her focus shifted to the riverbank. Turning to the dark forest, fear gripped her heart. She had no idea what beasts lurked within. Swallowing hard, she steeled herself and descended the tree, gathering a substantial handful of dry grass to ignite by the riverbank. Clutching her arrows tightly, she fixed her gaze upon the water. Fish are drawn to light, and as long as there was illumination, they would come forth. Sure enough, it wasn't long before ripples danced across the shallows, revealing a multitude of dark fish. With a swift thrust, her arrow struck the back of a fish, causing the others to scatter in alarm. And Rand beamed with delight at the sight of the sizable grass carp on her arrow. This fish would sustain her for an entire day. Quickly, she extinguished the fire and rushed back up the tree. Meanwhile, Chonglu was beside himself with worry. Chief, please don't do this. Your hands are injured, Xia Sheng urged, stepping forward to grasp Chonglu's arm, only to be violently shaken off. Blood covered his hands, and the cave seemed on the verge of collapse, fissures cracking the walls as if they would crumble at any moment. Yet Jean, who remained unfazed, his expression stern. What have you done to make Rand leave home? Hu Bing and Qing regarded him with puzzled expressions. He had returned in high spirits. Yet now she was gone. Yuhei also urged, Tribe leader, why don't we all go search for her? Indeed, the sky was darkening rapidly. Chonglu's eyes were a deep crimson, unable to fathom what Rand was thinking. Just the night before, everything seemed fine. He never anticipated she would play such a trick on him. All he desired was for his child to thrive. Why must she oppose him so vehemently? She even callously abandoned him. Did she truly consider him worthless? If she did not hold him in her heart, why should he degrade himself by clinging to her? He murmured, no need. Though his voice was scarcely above a whisper, the confined space of the cave ensured that everyone heard it clearly. Hu Bing, Qing, and the others gazed at Chonglu's desolate figure in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend his decision to forego searching for Rand. Their bond had always been the envy of the entire tribe, and now it had come to this. A wave of helplessness surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Upon hearing his words, Jean stormed out of the tribe, frustrated that Chonglu would not pursue her. Had he known that Rand would be driven away, he would never have withdrawn. Once everyone departed, An eerie silence enveloped the cave, allowing Chong Lu to hear the frantic beat of his own heart. A profound sense of solitude washed over him, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Under the veil of night, he turned and left the cave, having come to a compromise. As long as Anran was willing to return, he would gladly take the children back, even if it meant raising them alone for a lifetime. Exiting the tribe, he hurried to the hollow of the tree where he had left the children. However, as he approached, an unsettling feeling gripped him. There was no trace of the children. He quickened his pace, only to find the hollow empty. Save for the dry grass he had stuffed inside. His heart constricted. Could they have been devoured by beasts? This thought seized him with a visceral panic. He had imagined his child being consumed by one of his brothers, but never by a wild animal. After all, they were so small that they would hardly satisfy any predator's hunger. Moreover, he could sense no trace of Anran nearby. This was the only conclusion he could draw. His frail little ones had been snatched away by a beast. What Anran? She had ventured into the forest, a target so conspicuous. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He rushed to find her, regretting his earlier actions. After all, those were the children Anran had carried for months, and he had carelessly abandoned them. She had every right to despise him. He wished he could slap himself for his foolishness. He hastened his search, reasoning that with her swift pace, she should still be within the vicinity of Qing Shan tribe. The early winter night was particularly frigid, and Ran crouched in a tree, wrapped in thick animal hides, yet the cold seeped through to her bones. Nevertheless, she did not regret her decision. Although her offspring were serpent-like creatures, they were still her own. She held them dear. In fact, she found them endearing, having longed for their arrival, and she would never abandon them. As the night deepened, fatigue overcame her, and she dozed off. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, clinging tightly to the trunk of the tree, every trace of drowsiness vanishing. Daylight broke, and she peered down to see a black wolf circling the base of the tree. Alarmed, she quickly withdrew her head. The wolf, noticing her gaze, bared its teeth and attempted to climb up, but fell midway. Realizing it could not ascend, Anran breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving the fish she had caught the previous day, slicing the flesh into small pieces for her little ones. They were fine, but the others could only consume raw meat. She found it difficult to eat raw food, so she resigned herself to hunger. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the nearby woods, causing her heart to race. Hadn't she heard that many wild animals hibernated during winter? Why was there a wolf below, and now the approach of another beast? Did they see her, a lone female, as easy prey? Swallowing hard, she fixed her gaze ahead, noticing the wolf had sensed danger and fled. Suddenly, a figure clad in green emerged from the forest. She recognized him instantly. It was Chong Lu. How had he found her so quickly? Hadn't she masked her scent with herbs? She pressed herself against the tree, hoping he had merely stumbled upon her without realizing her presence. Yet, an involuntary smile crept onto her lips. In the next moment, Chong Lu stood before her, his gaze gentle and penetrating. I was wrong, Anran. Can we go back? Anran stared at him in terror, utterly disbelieving his words, clutching her rucksack tightly, hoping the little ones would remain inside. She felt powerless to protect them against Chong Lu's strength. Yet she understood that her own abilities could not safeguard her 3 little ones. She needed to assert her position. I will not return, she declared firmly. Chong Lu's expression shifted slightly, sorrow etched across his features. I should not have abandoned our children. You can hit me if you wish. If we have more children in the future, I will never cast them away again. Suddenly, a small green figure leaped from a rucksack, biting into Chong Lu's left chest. Alarmed, Anran quickly reached out, trying to retrieve the feisty little one. Chong Lu recognized it immediately. It was indeed his child. He had feared the creature had been devoured by a beast, yet here it was, having been found by Anran, stopping her hand from getting any closer. He gently grasped the little one's head, but the cub showed no fear, threatening him with its gaping red mouth. Anran watched in horror, especially as Chong Lu's smile struck her with a bone-chilling dread, fearing he might drop the cub. A fall from such a height could be fatal or cause irreparable harm. Desperately, she pleaded, Chong Lu, you promised not to harm them. He placed the little serpent back in her rucksack, pulling the animal hide over them, only to discover the other 2 were inside as well. He tenderly covered them, saying, I keep my word. If need be, I will raise them for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, the weight of her grievances and discomfort shattered. She anticipated that her gamble would pay off. From the moment she realized Chong Lu was unwilling to care for the children, she had devised this strategy, though it was a last resort. To her surprise, it had proven effective. Having endured multiple abductions, she was all too aware of the dangers lurking in the forest. As a solitary female with 3 young ones, survival was nearly impossible. I will temporarily forgive you, she declared. But if you ever abandon them again, I will ensure you can never find me. Seeing her relent, Chong Lu bowed his head, leaning his entire frame against the tree, murmuring a vow. If I ever cast my children aside again, may I suffer a terrible fate. And Rant's brow furrowed slightly. She had genuinely invested her feelings in this man. The events that transpired had undeniably pained her. Since he was willing to make such a solemn oath, she would trust him once more, knowing that both she and her little ones required the protection of the tribe. Storming off in anger would not be a wise course of action. Meeting his affectionate gaze, she said, I will trust you this once. In the next instant, Chong Lu enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if wishing to merge their beings. He carried her back to Qing Shan tribe, and this time, Rand did not assign the responsibility of caring for the cubs to him. Observing the little ones, who had already shed their first skins, warmth filled her heart. Initially, she had intended for Chong Lu to name them, but now she felt it unnecessary. Gently, she stroked their tiny heads, and one of them crawled up her finger, coiling around her wrist with a beautiful aquamarine hue. With a tender smile, she declared, You shall be named an Exen. Then, pointing to another little one with a red stripe on its forehead, she added, You will be called in Ruah. Looking at the little creature with a small tooth mark on its tail, filled with compassion, I decided, You shall be named On Kong. The 3 little snakes seemed to understand Anren's words, and they swam towards her, rubbing against her hand. Anren picked up some leftover meat nearby and offered it to them. The eldest, Anshin, and the second, Anruo, devoured the meat with delight, while the third, Ankong, appeared somewhat feeble, taking much longer to tear off a piece. Observing his struggle, Anren felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed necessary to find some gidge show to provide them with eggs as nourishment. Time to eat. Chong Lu had prepared an array of delicious dishes, including some fresh chunks of beast meat, which he tossed into the little den. As soon as the 3 little ones saw him, the other 2 scuttled away under the hides, leaving only the eldest to bare its teeth in a display of intimidation toward Chong Lu. Chuckling at the sight of such a young one displaying such ferocity, Chong Lu was amused. Had Anren not brought them all back, it was likely that this little one would have devoured the other 2 survivors. He was quite satisfied with such a fierce character, recalling how he had survived by consuming his own brothers and sisters in the harshness of nature, a reality that no one in the tribe understood better than he did. However, Anren kept a watchful eye on his actions from behind. When she saw that he stood up without harming them, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to her meal, pretending not to notice him. Chong Lu offered her a generous portion of lean meat, saying, Your favorite. At that moment, Shui Hua entered somewhat awkwardly. Anren raised her head and noticed her upon her return. Shui Hua had neither come to greet her nor made an appearance. Presumably, she had been busy with matters of her own, and Anren was surprised that she had come to find her so quickly. Shui Hua, how have you been lately? Shui Hua felt a twinge of guilt as Lin Xiu had informed her of everything. Were it not for Anren's constant care of her little ones, they might have perished. Moreover, Anren had endured the hardships of childbirth without abandoning her young, while she had prevented Wuxiu from seeking her out within the tribe. Now that she had returned, the first thing Anren asked was about her well-being. Shui Hua felt a profound sense of inadequacy compared to Anren, her guilt deepening. I'm quite well. Just wanted to come and thank you. Anren accepted the meat, and Hyde Shui Hua offered with a gentle smile, replying, There is no need for thanks between us. She then pulled Shui Hua towards the stone table, saying, Let us share some meat. Shui Hua immediately waved her hands. Anren, I came to ask if you have seen Wuxiu. He went out to find you, but he isn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, Shui Hua's tears began to fall. What? Wuxiu went out to find me? Anren was completely unaware of this. Yes, you went missing for a few days, and since he saw you hadn't returned, he couldn't sit still and ran out. Now that Anren had returned, yet Wuxiu remained missing. He was the first male to capture her heart, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't concerned. Otherwise, she would have stopped him in the first place. Chong Lu reassured her, Do not worry too much. We will search the surrounding area for Wuxiu in the coming days. Besides, winter has arrived, and he should return before long. Lin Xiu had mentioned the same, and as the tribe leader echoed this sentiment, Shui Hua could only nod in agreement. As a female, she had no means to venture out of the tribe to search, especially with 2 little ones needing her care. With a sigh, she lowered her head and departed. Anren sensed a growing distance in their relationship. When she attempted to reach out to Shui Hua, there was a noticeable inclination for her to retreat. Perhaps it was because Wuxiu was missing, and Shueihua was anxious. Anren comforted herself with this thought. Days passed, and the weather grew increasingly frigid, snow accumulating to a considerable depth. In the dead of night, the wind howled fiercely outside. The sound of the roaring wind woke Anren, prompting her to quickly rise and gather the little ones from the corner, bringing them into bed. The once listless little snakes, sensing the warmth, became lively and burrowed into Anren's embrace. Chang Lu, enjoying a sound sleep, suddenly noticed the space beside him had diminished significantly. He opened his eyes slightly and reached out, feeling something crawling on him, which brought him a wave of irritation. This was their shared bed. How had 3 males managed to join them? Yet, thinking of Anren's displeased expression, he swallowed his words. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Anren, what if I roll over and accidentally crush them? Only then did Anren realize the weight of Chang Lu's frame compared to her tiny son's. In a hurry, she repositioned them closer to her side and pulled over an extra hide to cover them. This should do, she assured him. Chang Lu smiled slightly from behind, wrapping his arm around her waist, and they nestled closely together like 2 cooked prawns. The 5 of them sleeping together felt warm and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Anren awoke to find Chang Lu already up, sweeping away the accumulated snow at the cave entrance. The previous year's snowfall had been significant, but lacked wind, allowing minimal snow to enter. This year, however, the strong winds made it much colder. Chang Lu, let us install a door later, Anren suggested as she rubbed her eyes. Chang Lu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll finish clearing this, then fetch some wood. Anren glanced back at the still sleeping little ones, dressed, and descended to prepare breakfast. Winter in the Qingshan tribe was bustling with activity as everyone busied themselves fishing by the river, boiling sugar, firing bricks, and hunting while digging traps. Despite the scarcity of wild beasts in winter, they still existed, albeit in lesser numbers. They were not lacking in food. Rather, it was an excuse to venture out for fresh air. Staying cooped up in the tribe for too long could lead to melancholy. After a simple breakfast, the two began constructing the door, reminiscent of the one Chang Lu had seen in the Yunchi tribe where Anren resided. It was not difficult. Anren, with her limited strength, could only assist by passing things. By lunchtime, the rudimentary wooden door was complete. Anren noticed the gaps above and retrieved some torn beast hides that had previously contained salt to stuff them in, ensuring no wind could seep through. The tribe experienced a stable winter, especially for those preparing soup and firing kills, who remained blissfully unaware of the cold. Occasionally stepping outside for a breath of fresh air felt oddly enjoyable. As winter drew to a close, Wuxiu returned not long after the season began. Originally, Chang Lu intended for Shueihua's family to accompany them, but Wuxiu had other plans and chose not to take them this time. Only Tianyu and another shaman accompanied them along with a selection of skilled artisans. The remainder of the tribe could choose to stay or leave. Ultimately, 1/3 of the tribe decided to relocate while the rest continued their lives there. Chang Lu turned to his brothers, the capable hands managing the tribe. From now on, all matters would be entrusted to Wuxiu, with Xiaxing assisting him. Upon hearing this, Wuxiu stood in shock, incredulity etched on his face as he pointed at himself. Me? Yes. You. Chang Lu confirmed again. Wuxiu's heart raced with excitement. He had long known the tribe would split into 2 factions, with the leader taking a group to establish a new settlement. Someone had to oversee affairs here, and he had considered that person might be Xiaxing or Nyoli. Never had he imagined it would be himself, for he was merely an outsider and a disabled one at that. At that moment, Yingguang smiled and spoke. Wuxiu, congratulations. Your talents have finally found their purpose. Indeed, he was intelligent and would undoubtedly lead them to a prosperous life. Even Xiaxing and Nyoli echoed this sentiment. And it was only then that Wuxiu realized that the clan leader was not one to view others through tinted lenses. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted such a vital task as commerce to Yingguang, for he too was an outsider, with the sole distinction that he bore a disability, while his combat prowess remained formidable. Subsequently, he knelt with a thud, his right hand resting upon his heart, and earnestly declared, "Thank you, clan leader, for your recognition. I, Wuxiu, shall undoubtedly safeguard the Qingshan tribe. As long as I endure, the tribe shall endure. If the tribe perishes, so shall I." Upon hearing these words, everyone felt invigorated. This position was rightfully his. Although Wuxiu's combat ability was diminished due to his injuries, his intellect surpassed that of the others, brimming with ideas. Chang Lu was quite pleased with his loyalty, especially after Anren went missing. when Wu Xiu disregarded Shui Hua's wishes and insisted on searching for her. In this regard, he surpassed many males who would obediently follow any beckoning of a female, losing their necessary judgment. The gravest error for a leader of a tribe is to act on emotional whims. His ability to translate his convictions into action marked him as an exemplary leader, and he could be entrusted with the Qingshan tribe. Jin Hu, Shi Pe, and Niuli accompanied him, while the others remained behind to protect the Qingshan tribe. Yes, echoed the unified response. Once the new tribe was established, the Qingshan tribe would flourish into a great tribe. As spring commenced, and Ran refrained from selecting the older warriors for the long trek, opting instead for a group of younger individuals. These were their skilled core members, indispensable to their cause. With preparations underway, they were set to depart the following day. That evening, everyone gathered to sing and dance, praying to the beast god for a safe journey. Shui Hua presented her white bee skin to Enran, saying, "Enran, when you reach that place, make sure to come back and visit me often." Enran accepted the bee's skin with a gentle smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will return whenever I have the time." Many were engulfed in sorrow. As they had grown up together, it was unexpected that, while they had not lost their lives, they now faced the agony of separation. Some older beasts wept openly, lamenting that after enduring hardships, their sons and daughters would now depart from them. For these individuals, every additional year of life was a gift, and uncertainty loomed over whether they would witness the next winter. Yet, some young ones felt a surge of excitement. A few had ventured to the Yin tribe with the clan leader and had witnessed the broader world, finding nothing particularly remarkable. However, the majority had spent their entire lives within this tribe, never having ventured beyond the hunting grounds of Qingshan tribe. The prospect of traveling such a distance filled them with anticipation. Surely, the outside world would be far more splendid. Chapter 192. Relocation. This journey differed from any previous ones, as everyone carried considerable loads, with even the females not receiving special treatment, all shouldering cumbersome baskets. Leading the way was Chong Lu, the clan leader, burdened by a large package that seemed almost to crush him, and Ran followed closely behind, a beast skin bag slung across her shoulder, while three little ones curiously peeked out. And Xin, feeling cramped in the beast skin bag, had grown significantly over the winter. She climbed out of the bag, scaled up to Enran's arm, and then wrapped herself around her wrist, resembling a jade bracelet. Her basket was filled with provisions and necessities for the journey ahead. Spring brought early darkness, and as they crossed several mountains, the sun dipped below the horizon. Chong Lu guided the group to a cave for rest. Upon entering, Jin Hu, Shi Pe, and Niuli called upon a few males to hunt outside. With spring in full swing, aside from some females bringing provisions for their young, the rest needed to find food for themselves, and Ran and Chi Yu, along with the other females, busied themselves preparing sleeping skins. Chong Lu glanced at them and instructed, "Stay here, do not venture outside. I will take a walk." Upon hearing this, an Xin, who had been perched on Enran's wrist, immediately leaped onto Chong Lu's wrist, playfully licking his hand. Chong Lu, amused, recognized her desire to accompany him. He then scooped up Kong and Enrua, cradling them in his hands as he headed outside the cave. And Ran, seeing this, felt her heart race and quickly called after him, "Chong Lu, you can go alone. The little ones must be tired from the journey." Chong Lu turned, slightly furrowing his brow as he regarded her. Did she truly not trust him? Was his reliability in her eyes so questionable? "It's fine. I shall return shortly." With that, he disregarded Enran's protests and swiftly exited the cave, determined to prove his reliability. Enran stood at the cave's entrance, feeling despondent. Had she not done enough? Why did fate choose to torment her so? Chi Yu gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, Enran. The clan leader possesses great strength. He will be fine." Her concern was not for Chong Lu's safety. Rather, she feared he might once again abandon the children. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to uphold the clan leader's dignity. She stiffly nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to her basket, she kindled a fire, filled a clay pot with water from a nearby stream, and set it over the flames to boil. Jin Hu and the others moved swiftly, soon dragging back several freshly hunted beasts. Jin Hu approached with a large chunk of tender meat, announcing, "Enran, I will dine with you all tonight." Enran smiled softly. "That sounds good." She took a nearby stick, skewered the meat, and before long, the cave was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. Yet, Enran, despite the delicious scent, was profoundly anxious, glancing outside frequently. The forest had descended into darkness, yet Chong-Lu had yet to return. Jin-Hu, noticing her frequent glances, deduced she was worried about the clan leader. Previously, he had pursued her affection under the old clan leader's encouragement, but now he recognized it had merely been a fleeting impulse. He had never truly considered Ran as a partner until the old clan leader had mentioned it, at which point he realized she possessed admirable qualities. However, with Lin's arrival, he understood that Lin harbored feelings for Ran. That night, when he had confessed his feelings to her, he had witnessed the passionate kiss between them in the bushes. From that moment, he recognized that his feelings were rooted in the desire for conquest rather than love, as he had no genuine longing to be close to her beyond wishing for her attention. The clan leader had merely gone to patrol the surrounding area. There was no cause for concern, and Ran felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Why did everyone assume she was worried about Chong-Lu? Her true concern lay with her little ones. Just as she finished her thought, Chong-Lu stepped out of the shadows, draped in a black beast skin long dress. His long, slightly curled hair cascading over his fair shoulders, a sight to behold. However, Ran was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon his return, she rushed to meet him. Where are the little ones? Chong-Lu extended his hand, revealing Enruo, who had a yellow wildflower in her mouth. Stretching her little head to place the flower in Ran's palm, even licking her hand affectionately. Upon seeing that all three little ones were safe, Ran sighed in relief, having feared they had been left behind. She quickly gathered them up, smiling tenderly. It's so dark now. You must be careful of wolves. She then turned to sit by the roasting meat, tossing them a generous portion. They were no longer the same little kittens with small appetites. Now, they could devour a piece of meat the size of a fist. Chong-Lu, seeing her focus solely on the little ones without a glance in his direction, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he sat down beside them. Jin, who noticed Chong-Lu's somber demeanor and the tension between him and Ran, sensing something was awry. With a hearty bite into the roasted meat in his hand, he gracefully settled before his own hide. The atmosphere felt peculiar, and he had no desire to linger there, as it was rather awkward. Chong-Lu picked up the well-cooked meat from the fire rack and took a bite, but it was so overcooked that it was nearly inedible. He chewed a few times, yet failed to discern any flavor. After finishing the meat, he carefully brought over a basin of hot water, casting a cautious glance at Ran. You should wash your hands and feet. Ran observed his lowly posture, but felt no stirrings within. It was merely an act of ingratiation. If she were so easily appeased, she feared that an Exine and Kong and Enruo would ultimately be discarded. A person capable of abandoning his own flesh and blood would hardly cherish an unrelated female like her. It was merely her youth that captivated him. It was a novelty for him. Nevertheless, the superficial niceties had to be maintained, and she accepted the ceramic basin. Thank you. Had he heard this phrase from Ran on a normal day, he would have been elated. Yet now, it pricked his heart like a thorn, causing him profound discomfort. That night, the chorus of insects outside was loud, but it paled in comparison to the sounds of mating within the cave. In the past, Ran would have blushed furiously, but having witnessed it frequently, she had developed a certain immunity. Fortunately, she had laid her hide at the innermost part. With a mere turn, she could evade the dexterous movements of the beastmen. However, Chong-Lu felt an undeniable heat. Ever since he had cast the cub away last time, Ran had remained courteous in public, but was frigid behind closed doors. It had been ages since they had engaged in any intimate activity. Previously, in his own cave, it was manageable, as it was far from others and they could swiftly depart upon encountering wild ducks. Yet now, he was sleeping here. He could not evade rest indefinitely. A day or two might suffice, but a month could very well lead to his demise. With a slight motion of his legs, he extended his serpentine tail and pulled the recently slumbering Ran toward him. Chapter 193. Sevenly Fragrance Ran, deep in slumber, abruptly realized that he had acted in a manner unbecoming, pulling her toward him, and she pounded her fist against his chest. What are you doing? However, her feeble attempt at resistance felt more like a tickle, only serving to further excite Chong-Lu. He embraced her tightly, drawing her closer, a smirk gracing his lips. What do you think, my dear wife? Ran suddenly felt the heat of two rigid forms and was instantly disgruntled. There are so many people, it's inappropriate. I want to sleep. With that, she attempted to rise and move away, having grown accustomed to sleeping beside her little cubs. Yet, the recently victorious Chong-Lu would not easily relinquish her. He rolled over and pinned her down. I will hold you while you sleep. The mere thought of this vexed Ran. If she were to become pregnant again, would she not be cast aside once more? Better to avoid childbirth than face abandonment. She reached down and grasped firmly, causing Chong Lu to grimace in pain. And Ran warned in a low voice, "Don't be reckless. Otherwise, I will sever your root." After saying this, she released him and turned to sleep at the other end. It took Chong Lu a while to regain his composure. That strike had nearly rendered him unconscious, and Ran truly meant business. He had not anticipated that his illustrious reputation would falter in such a manner. Clearly, he needed to find a suitable time to communicate with her, lest he find himself in further embarrassment. For the next 2 months, he refrained from pursuing her affection. Finally, they reached the seaside, the location of their prior salt-making endeavor. Many of the beastmen, experiencing the vastness of the ocean for the first time, excitedly dropped their belongings and rushed toward the water. The sea is indeed immense. Even the 3 little cubs on Ran's wrist could hardly contain their excitement. Leaping into the waves, one male, brimming with enthusiasm, dove into the water and quickly emerged, his features contorted. "Tui, this water is so salty. Of course it is salty. That's where the salt comes from." Many were astonished at this revelation. The salt is in the water? Why didn't we see it? Chong Lu set down his burden. "All right, everyone, let us quickly construct some temporary shelters." Upon hearing the chieftain's words, everyone ceased their play, realizing that there were no mountains nearby, making it impossible to dig caves. If they did not build shelters, they would have to sleep outdoors that night. And after their long journey, they were thoroughly fatigued from such conditions. The males grouped together to chop wood in the forest, while Ran and Chiyu scouted for a suitable location. After 2 laps around the area and glancing at the surroundings, she chose the innermost spot of a vast bay to set up their shelter. Late into the night, when everyone's shelters were finally completed, they were too exhausted to do anything but hastily eat some roasted meat before falling asleep. That night marked the most restful sleep Ran had enjoyed in 2 months, as there were no strange sounds to disturb her, and she quickly drifted into dreams. In contrast, Chong Lu was burdened with thoughts. For 2 months, he fell on the brink of a breakdown. Not only did Ran refuse his advances, but she hardly spoke to him, only responding when absolutely necessary. And Ran turned her head and saw Jean, who had finished his preparations, smiling slightly. "Jean, who? We've just arrived and know little about the area. Please take us around." Jean, who readily agreed, eager to explore. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Tianyu. "Tianyu, you should come along too." Tianyu was busy organizing her basket, which contained not only hides and daily necessities, but also many dried herbs. Although the variety was plentiful, the quantities were minimal, reserved for emergencies. "All right, I happen to be going as well." Yet Chong Lu, standing aside, clenched his hide blanket tightly, feeling a sense of discomfort. His voice was cold. Whoever's female it is, they should take care of her. Upon uttering this, he realized many were staring at him, and he understood he had overstepped. He quickly added, "There are so many females wanting to go out. Jean, who can't manage alone. Since we've just arrived, let us take the opportunity to explore now." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This was not Xing Shan tribe. They were all unfamiliar with the surroundings. They knew nothing of this place, and today was an excellent opportunity to scout for tomorrow's hunting, while also accompanying their females. Jean, who had previously been known as a notorious playboy, and entrusting their females to him raised concerns about them disappearing without a trace. Sherpa brushed the dust off his brown hide skirt. "Kiyue, I'll take you with me." At that moment, Nearly also took Qing Qing along. Even Jean, who led Tianyu away, while Ran shot a furtive glare at Chong Lu. Grabbing her empty basket, she filled it with a stone hoe and a bone knife and strode out of the cave. Now that everyone had left, she needed only to walk towards the direction of the crowd for safety. Even if danger arose, a single shout would bring them rushing to her aid. Exiting the camp, a gentle slope covered in lush green grass lay behind, a perfect place for grazing cattle and sheep. Beyond this small slope, a vast forest sprawled to the left, while a cliff loomed on the right, beneath which roared the tumultuous sea. As Ran climbed the slope, a cool breeze caressed her face, lifting her spirits considerably. Her 3 little cubs had grown significantly and no longer clung to her as before. Upon reaching the seaside, they quickly mingled with other children to play. Suddenly, beneath her feet, she stumbled upon a patch of purple flowers, and a rich floral fragrance wafted toward her. Looking around, she noticed a large expanse of white thorny flowers ahead, accompanied by a cluster of red thorny flowers nearby. This is Qi Li Xiang. This was her favorite scent. She reached out to pluck a bunch and inhaled deeply. How fragrant! Regrettably, the flowering period of the Qinlixiang is exceedingly brief, and it will soon wither away. Although she possesses the ability to concoct perfume, in times like these, when sustenance is scarce, there is no grain to squander on such frivolities. Moreover, she has yet to discover any food in this place, rendering her contemplations futile, twirling the delicate flower in her hand. She mused that while crafting perfume may be out of reach, creating a simple sachet is certainly feasible. With this thought, a subtle smile graced her lips as she gathered a few large leaves to cushion her backpack before commencing to pick flowers. Changliu, who had been trailing behind her, noticed her apparent discovery from a distance and approached, only to find her plucking blossoms. He reached out to pluck one himself and inhaled its fragrance, exclaiming, "What a delightful flower this is." However, Anren was disinterested in his presence and continued to gather flowers in silence. Changliu turned to Anren, whose countenance was as cold as ice, feeling a pang of urgency in his heart. He leaned closer and whispered, "Anren, are you still angry with me? I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me." He spoke earnestly for quite some time, but Anren remained unresponsive, glancing at the backpack filled with flowers. She determined she had gathered enough and prepared to leave. Seizing this rare opportunity for solitude, Changliu would not let it slip away, firmly grasping her backpack to prevent her from departing. Unprepared for his sudden action, Anren stumbled backward and fell, while Changliu hastily lifted the backpack. Yet she still landed on the ground with a thud. Her irritation flared as she regarded the source of her distress. "Why should I forgive you? Tell me why." For a long time, she had understood that she depended on his protection for survival. Yet after the incident, she could not simply forget. The emotional turmoil within her would not dissipate so swiftly. In the stillness of the night, she had contemplated forgiving him, but she could not find a reason to do so. The memories of that event caused her heart to ache. The thought of a male who could abandon their offspring made her question whether he could genuinely treat her with sincerity. Hearing her outburst, Changliu felt no anger. Instead, a sense of elation surged within him. She was finally willing to engage with him. He boldly declared, "I love you, and I have amended my ways. I no longer discard them. I merely adhered to the survival rules of our kind, unaware of your objections. Now that I understand, I shall not abandon them." At this point, Changliu felt a profound sense of injustice. Had he not always been taught that admitting one's mistakes was commendable? Why did this principle seem ineffective in his case? Anren, amused by his declarations, retorted, "Oh, you love me? You profess your love while knowing my thoughts, yet refuse to help me reclaim what was lost. Had you taken me to retrieve them from the start, perhaps I would have forgiven you. I do not perceive your love as genuine." With a dismissive glance, she added, "It appears to me that you merely wish to extract more from me." Changliu was taken aback by her words. He had always admired her intellect, but never sought to gain anything from her. The sting of her accusation felt like a cold splash of water, leaving him in disbelief. "Is that truly how you perceive me? Then how should I view you? You cast aside our child, who bears your blood. What am I but a mere vessel for reproduction?" Her words struck Changliu with a heavy weight, leaving him incredulous that his once affectionate partner could utter such things. He had tirelessly endeavored for the strength of his tribe and her well-being, only to be met with such suspicion. With a scoff, he looked down at the considerably shorter Anren, condescendingly mocking, "Ah, you certainly know how to embellish your self-worth." He grasped her delicate chin tightly, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "You are nothing more than a tool for warmth. You lack the right to call yourself a vessel for reproduction." With that, he released her and strode away, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might lose control of his emotions, even to the point of begging her on his knees. Yet he was a male. To engage further would only serve to demean himself. The fierce glint in his eyes, tinged with sorrow, deeply etched itself into Anren's heart. Especially his words lingered as he walked away. A profound sense of solitude enveloped her. Did this departure signify an irreversible rift between them? Had her words been too harsh? While she resented Changliu for discarding their child, she had never truly considered the possibility of separation. Her thoughts spiraled with images of Changliu with other females in the future. Would she have to witness their affection before her eyes? If that day came, her temper would surely lead to further discord, even if reconciliation were sought. With these thoughts racing, her legs felt unsteady as she stepped toward him, running forward and wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. "Where do you think you're going?" Changliu, caught off guard by her embrace, felt his earlier anger dissipate entirely. He had intended to maintain his composure, but the fear of losing her compelled him to embrace her back fiercely, wishing to meld her into his very being. Closing his eyes, he pressed his cheek against her head and murmured, "I truly realize my faults. If I ever abandon our children again, let the beast god tear me apart. Anren did not deter his vow, for in their world, the beast god was revered, and such an oath would serve to regulate his actions. You say this. I will trust you this once. Changliu smiled gently. The gloom of recent days lifted as he recalled the children playing on the beach, warmth blossoming in his heart. Perhaps Anren was right. Anshin, Anrua, and Ankong were all thriving, especially Anshin, who had always displayed a combative spirit, although Anrua was not as confrontational. She was clever and often used Anshin as a shield. His only regret was for Ankong, whose tail had been nibbled by Anshin due to his own negligence. Even now, though the wound had healed, it remained a scar that would never fade. Furthermore, Ankong tended to be timid, frequently seeking refuge behind Anrua for protection. Observing their growth brought him a sense of fulfillment, overshadowing any worries. It made all his struggles worthwhile. He gently lifted her chin, noticing the vivid red mark he had left. The thought that he had caused her pain filled him with regret, and he lowered his lips to kiss the mark, lingering there for a moment before pulling away. Does it hurt? Anren shook her head. Truthfully, in that moment, nothing pained her more than her heart. The ache in her chin was trivial in comparison, serving only to mitigate her emotional turmoil. It does not hurt. I saw nothing. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air, causing Anren and Changliu to turn in unison. They found Qingqing standing a short distance away, her hands tightly covering her eyes. While Nili chuckled, Chieftain, if you're going to engage in such activities, you might consider choosing a more discreet location. With that, he swaggered away, dragging Qingqing with him, leaving Anren and Changliu in an awkward silence. They were not engaged in any such activities. Anren's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Being caught in such a moment was mortifying. She hoped fervently that their earlier quarrel had not been witnessed, for if so, she would wish to disappear into a crevice. Turning away, she headed towards the blossoming flowers. Having left her basket behind, Changliu felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, among the many, it was only these two who dared to intrude. It was bothersome that they not only noticed, but also felt compelled to announce it. Chapter 195. No peeking. Changliu snatched the basket from Anren's hands and slung it over his shoulder, steering the conversation away. This basket is still full. Why not gather a bit more? Anren chuckled softly. What do we need so much for? It's enough. I want to explore other places. Changliu moved closer, gently taking her hand, and the sensation brought them back to the early days of their relationship, when every heartbeat felt particularly intense. The salty sea breeze was exceptionally pleasant, dispersing all the heaviness in Anren's heart. Forgiving him was also a way of freeing herself. A gentle breeze swept by, revealing a patch of silvery white ahead, which quickly reverted to green once the wind ceased. Anren, filled with curiosity, took a closer look at the heart-shaped leaves, instantly recognizing them. She quickened her pace, excitement nearly rendering her speechless. It was Raimi. To her surprise, she had not seen it in the Qingshan tribe, yet here it was. Setting down the basket, she glanced around and noticed yellow bramble nearby. Approaching, she plucked a slender branch and stripped it of all its leaves. Changliu, observing her with curiosity, asked, "What are you doing with that stick?" Anren replied with a smile, "Harvesting Raimi. If she could process this vast expanse of Raimi, she could produce a significant amount of fiber." Changliu looked at the Raimi, which stood as tall as a person, resembling weeds, and questioned, "What use is it?" Anren pondered, "It can be made into clothing, fishing nets, and ropes, much more useful than grass ropes." "Clothing? Like animal skin garments?" Anren nodded, "Yes, but I'm not skilled at it. I can split the fibers, but I can't weave. Yet, such a valuable resource left to wither in the ground would be a pity. We should collect it and take it back to study later." Even if she couldn't make clothing, weaving it into shoes would be better than grass sandals. And fishing nets made from Raimi would be sturdier than those made from grass. Changliu appeared puzzled. "Don't we already have Huangma? What is the difference?" Anren picked up a long stick and deftly stripped the Raimi leaves, leaving only the smooth stalk. "It's quite different. Although Huangma can also be used to weave shoes and nets, it is coarse compared to Raimi, which is much finer. While modern technology has made Huangma soft enough for clothing, we live in a primal age, relying on the most basic methods. Huangma is not the first choice. It is less comfortable than animal skins." Noticing him standing idly, Anren frowned slightly. "What are you doing standing there? Hurry and bring a knife to cut these down. We can't uproot them. Otherwise, they won't grow back next year." Changliu glanced at the lush green stalks of Raimi, struggling to envision what the garments would look like. The rough Raimi ropes woven by the Qingshan tribe were indeed coarse. Was this truly better? He retrieved a bone knife from the basket and bent down to cut the rami at its base. They worked diligently for the entire afternoon before finishing. And Ran carried the basket, while Chong Lu cradled a large bundle of rami as they returned. Upon reaching their shelter, and Ran eagerly sat at the entrance and began peeling the green skin off the stalks. After dinner, Chong Lu joined to help, and Ran bit into a rami stalk, only to spit it out in distaste before retreating to sleep with his brothers. By midnight, they had finished peeling all the green skin, and Ran stretched her back, feeling as if it might break. Chong Lu took the refuse outside and returned after a while. "You lie down. Let me give you a massage." And Ran lay on the rudimentary animal skin bed. "Be gentle." Chong Lu rubbed his palms together before slowly placing them on her waist, warmth coursing through her body. And much of her pain dissipated. "Is that better?" And Ran closed her eyes and nodded. Chong Lu, hearing this, smiled slightly, leaned closer to her ear, teasingly licked her earlobe, and softly whispered, "It could be even more pleasurable." And Ran shyly recoiled, her ears tingling. "You're so annoying." She playfully scolded before Chong Lu swept her up and carried her out of the shelter, grabbing an animal skin blanket on the way. The night by the sea was bright, and the tide had risen considerably. Lying on the animal skin blanket, and Ran felt like a fish at the mercy of the butcher. The sound of the waves drowned out her voice, and only when a moon hung low in the sky did she collapse onto the blanket. Chong Lu held and Ran tightly, relishing the freedom of being outdoors. He was utterly captivated by her passionate demeanor. He leaned down to kiss her already damp forehead. However, just as they were lost in their affection, footsteps suddenly echoed from below, and Ran was startled upright, hastily grabbing the animal skin garment nearby to cover herself. Chong Lu scooped her up. "There's no time." He quickly carried her towards the trees on the other side of the slope. As soon as they entered the woods, they concealed themselves among the branches. And Ran took the animal skin garment from him and slipped it on, feeling a strange sense of awkwardness. Though they were partners, it felt as if they were caught in an affair. At this moment, Chong Lu donned his animal skin skirt and sat on a branch with her. "There's no one here." And Ran worried, "But what if someone hears us?" "Not a chance. The sound of the waves is too loud for them to notice." He reassured her, and Ran felt speechless. This Jean who really knew how to charm, managing to coax Tian Yu out shortly after reaching maturity. Even Chong Lu felt a hint of annoyance. This kid was ruining his moment. Why come here of all places? Yet soon, soft gasps echoed around them, causing Ran to blush deeply in embarrassment. No wonder Tian Yu was worried about being overheard. Their cries were too loud. Turning to Chong Lu, she saw him fixated on the two playing in the distance, stirring a wave of jealousy within her. She reached out to block his view. "No peeking." Chong Lu smirked, removing her hand. "I was looking at you." And Ran couldn't help but laugh. "Let's take the long way back." These mails would go on indefinitely. By the time they were done, dawn would likely break. They had tasks to attend to during the day and couldn't afford to waste time eavesdropping. Suddenly, Chong Lu pulled her close, pressing her against him, leaning down to kiss her deeply. "But I still want more." He then took Ran's hand and placed it on his waist. The unique sensation made her retract her hand immediately. "No, we'll come back tomorrow night." Chong Lu felt a bit disheartened upon hearing her first words. He had been waiting for so long, and now that he had the chance, it was frustrating not to be satisfied. However, upon hearing her last words, he licked his lips excitedly. "You said it. No backing out." And Ran nodded gently. "But we need to find a secluded spot. I don't want to be caught." Chapter 196. And Ran's transformation. Chong Lu carefully descended from the tree with her and made their way back to the beach. However, upon their return, joyful laughter echoed throughout the tribe, and Ran suddenly longed for the caves of the Qing Shan tribe. The soundproofing of this shelter was terribly inadequate. Back in the cave, she peeked at the three little cubs, all sound asleep before lying down to rest. After a day of recuperation, everyone felt rejuvenated. Early the next morning, they busied themselves with their respective tasks. Chi led a group to gather raw materials for soap making. Neoli intended to relocate and dig a new cave. And Sherpa and Jean, who took a group to patrol the surrounding area while hunting along the way. Chong Lu led a team to the beach to harvest salt, with everyone instinctively finding their roles without needing special instructions. Anren sat peacefully by the seaside, meticulously scraping the green bark of the rami she had stripped, casting the remnants into the nearby stream to soak. The chili xiang she had gathered the previous day was set aside in a shaded spot to dry in the air. Once these tasks were completed, she decided to venture into the shallow waters of the sea. Suddenly, a soft, melodic cry reached her ears, and she turned her head, nearly startled into breathlessness. Before her stood Anshin, adorned with a snow-white head resembling that of a human, while the rest of his body was akin to that of a green serpent. However, realization dawned quickly. He was about to transform, yet she was puzzled. Typically, such transformations occurred only after 3 years, and he had yet to reach even one. Swiftly, she scooped him up and headed towards the salt-drying area. Chong Lu, she called anxiously, catching the attention of Chong Lu, who was instructing others in salt production. He turned to see her rushing toward him. What is it? Anren placed Anshin before him. Look how early he is transforming. Will this have any repercussions? In her past life, she had witnessed many children growing too quickly in their early years, only to cease growing once they reached adolescence. She feared that Anshin's premature transformation might result in an incomplete form. Anshin, too, felt a tinge of fear, while others first transformed their hands and feet. He had manifested only his head, crying out for his father. Chong Lu observed Anshin's tiny head resembling a pink dumpling, his mouth stretching into a wide grin as he joyfully spun Anshin around. What a remarkable son I have, transforming so early. He shall undoubtedly become a warrior of the tribe. Many onlookers gathered, their hearts stirred as they witnessed Anshin's early transformation. Their own offspring, over a year old, showed no signs of transformation, while the chief child had already begun to transform. Comparisons only deepened their sorrow. Will this affect him in the future? Anren questioned again. Chong Lu, understanding her concern, chuckled. The earlier an orc transforms, the greater their combat prowess. This is a fortunate occurrence. As long as they possess enough strength to transform, it will happen. Anshin has simply accumulated his energy ahead of time. Upon hearing this, Anren felt a weight lift from her heart. Then when will he fully transform? This singular head looks quite peculiar. Chong Lu gently patted Anshin's small head. Soon, just then a delicate white hand emerged from the side, followed by another. Anren's previous worries dissipated instantly. Apart from his legs, everything else had transformed. At that moment, someone nearby shouted, "Look, Anrua has completely transformed." Anren glanced down to find a quivering pink dumpling standing beside her, a little glutinous rice ball tightly clutching her animal skin skirt. The sight melted her heart, and she enveloped him in a tight embrace, showering him with kisses until he pushed her face away in mild annoyance. Chong Lu was taken aback. He had thought Anshin's early transformation was impressive, yet Anrua had transformed entirely. The smoothness of his form rivaled that of an adult male, usually quiet and rarely causing trouble. He had become the first to fully transform. Anrua wrapped his arms around Anren's neck, casting a disdainful glance at Anshin and Chong Lu's embrace. While he could tolerate his brother's competition for food and toys, he could not allow anyone to vie for their mother's affection. Transformation was merely a matter of time for him as well. Anshin, receiving Anrua's provocative gaze, felt a surge of anger and reached out to grab him, wishing to pin him down and teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Ankong stood with his head bowed, visibly saddened. Noticing his mood, Anren stroked his little head and smiled gently. Our Ankong is just as precious. You are all my little treasures. Comforted by her words, Ankong clung to her wrist, nuzzling against her. Chong Lu pinched Anrua's tender little face, admiring the delicate red mark on his forehead, which was quite beautiful. Come, I shall make you clothes. Upon hearing this, the two little ones became quite excited. Once back at the tree shelter, Anshin eagerly rummaged through the wicker box, retrieving blue animal skin and presenting it to Chong Lu. Seeing his eagerness, Chong Lu chuckled, realizing that Anshin had long desired to use the sky blue gauze for himself. After neatly folding the gauze and setting it aside, Chong Lu said, "This one do. It belongs to your mother and me. You must wear animal skins." He then pulled out a soft, thin yellow animal skin. But Anren seized the sky blue gauze beside her. What is the harm? There is plenty of it. What is wrong with making 2 pieces for them? Besides, the children's skin is delicate, and with the weather growing warmer, it would be unwise to let them overheat. Anshin, hearing Anren's words, joyfully embraced her. Mother is the best. Anrua, however, shook his head. That belongs to mother. Chong Lu was surprised by the second child's maturity. The contrast between him and the carefree eldest was stark. All right, just this once. If you wish to wear sky blue gauze in the future, you must use your own snake shed. At that moment, Anrua trembled as he ran to a small corner, rummaging for a while before emerging with a large piece of dried, white snake shed. For father, for mother. Anren was touched by his gesture. This little one would surely grow up to be a warm-hearted individual. She took it and examined it closely. Wow, our Anrua's sky blue gauze is so beautiful. Anshin, feeling furious, found Anrua too cunning. He gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that the shed had only been discarded the day before. Yet Enrua had cleverly brought it to curry favor. In a fit of anger, he pushed Enrua aside. Meanwhile, Chong Lu and Anren were busy cutting animal skins, and, to their surprise, the two siblings began to tussle. Rather than immediately separating them, Chong Lu and Anren watched with amusement. The eldest was impulsive, the second reserved. With such contrasting personalities, it was unclear who would prevail. Chapter 197. Kong Goes Missing. Chong Lu crafted a simple animal skin skirt, while Anren made vests for each of them. Once they completed their garments and witnessed the ongoing scuffle, Chong Lu lifted the feisty eldest and dressed him in a vest. Anren also picked up the youngest, Enrua, dressing him in the animal skin skirt and vest. You are brothers. You must not fight. Unity is essential. Once both were dressed, Chong Lu took one by each hand and lifted the bystander, Kong, tossing him onto the sandy beach. Today, you shall hunt for yourselves. If you fail to catch any game, you will go hungry. The eldest scoffed dismissively, darting off ahead, while the timid Kong hesitated. Brother, may I accompany you? Enrua, with his legs transformed, extended his hand. Kong quickly understood his intention and climbed aboard, wrapping himself around his brother's wrist. They had longed to hunt independently, but their mother had always worried for their safety. With their father's permission, they were eager to venture out. Anren turned to Chong Lu, taking his hand. I wish to see the sea. Chong Lu replied, what would you like to eat? I can catch it for you, but the waters below are perilous. Anren shook her head. No, this time I want you to accompany me personally. With a gentle smile, Chong Lu relented. Very well, but you must be tied with a rope. Pleased with his agreement, Anren hurried back to the shelter, fetching a bundle of hemp rope. She secured one end around her waist, while Chong Lu tied the other to himself. Only then did they feel secure enough to enter the water. As soon as they touched the sea, Chong Lu revealed his long snake tail, swiftly leading them to the spot where they had previously submerged. Under the early summer sea, a vibrant tapestry of colors unfolded before them. Suddenly, a crab larger than her face ambled by. She pointed at the crab, and Chong Lu promptly captured it, removing its legs and tossing them into the backpack. At this moment, a vast expanse of translucent creatures approached, and upon closer inspection, she realized they were shrimp. The sheer volume was astonishing, causing her to involuntarily swallow. This area of the sea had yet to be exploited, revealing an unexpected abundance of marine resources. If only she had a net, she mused, envisioning capturing them all at once. Chong Lu tugged at her, helping her gather several large lobsters. And Ran could barely contain her excitement, finally making her way to the surface. As soon as she emerged, she gasped for air and unfastened the rope around her waist. With a playful glance at Chong Lu, she said, Darling, I wish to feast on seafood for lunch. Chong Lu, already anticipating her request, untied the rope with a knowing smile and replied, All right, you wait up there. She affirmed, settling down on the beach to wait. In truth, she found great pleasure in such days. If a household was perpetually clouded by frowns, life would be far from enjoyable. Moreover, having kept him waiting for so long, his unwavering affection was more than enough. Perhaps, as he claimed, the behavior and lifestyle of snake beasts differed from other beast men. Mother, look! Suddenly, she heard the voices of the three little ones and turned to see an Xian and Enrua each tugging at a pig's ear, straining to drag their catch, while Kong followed behind, gnawing at the pig's tail, attempting to share the burden. A wave of admiration washed over her. Wow, you are all so impressive to have actually hunted this. An Xian loosened her grip and proudly raised her head. Humph, I am quite formidable. Enrua rolled her eyes beside her, thinking how an Xian was always eager to showcase herself. Had it not been for the help of Kong and herself, an Xian would have likely been toppled by the little Luoluo beast long ago. Just then, a great wave crashed forth, drenching them all with a resounding splash. After the wave receded, the beach was littered with various seafood, and Enrua smiled softly. Father is truly remarkable. And Ran quickly stood up, noticing many seafood creatures hopping on the shore, attempting to flee back to the sea. Quick, gather them. Chong Lu emerged from the water, his eyes immediately landing on the little Luoluo beast lying on the beach. Did you hunt this? An Xian ran over, clutching a large shrimp. Brother. However, Enrua anxiously pointed toward the sea, calling out loudly. It was then that Enran realized Kong was nowhere to be seen on the beach. With such a massive wave, his small frame had likely been swept away into the water. Chong Lu, Kong is missing. While Chang Lu was still conversing with an accent, he abruptly heard Enran's words, dropped his small catch, and swiftly dove into the sea. At this point, Enran had lost her enthusiasm for collecting seafood, and even the usually competitive Xin stood anxiously beside her, clutching his clothing tightly. Mother, do you think brother was eaten by a fish? Nonsense. Enran immediately retorted. Chang Lu is a venomous serpent beast, and in Kong is just a little serpent. No fish would dare to consume him. Soon, Chang Lu resurfaced, tightly grasping Kong in his palm. As he emerged, Enran scolded the three little ones. You're not allowed to come to the beach again. Keep your distance, especially you, Kong. With heads bowed, Kong and the others remained silent, knowing they had worried their family. Chang Lu, however, thought such warnings were futile. Males were inherently drawn to excitement and adventure. The more they were forbidden, the more they would yearn to explore. Yet, he chose not to voice this, believing that a male should embody courage and not shy away from risk. He would simply keep a closer watch in the future. All right, if we don't gather quickly, these shrimp will escape back to the sea. The family of five began collecting seafood from the beach. Enran was a true inland dweller. Apart from shellfish, crabs, large shrimp, sea urchins, and kelp, she found herself hesitant to try other unfamiliar delicacies. An Xin excitedly played with a crab, nearly the size of her head, while Enruo counted the suckers on an octopus leg, 1, 1, 1, 1, and Kong obediently sat on a distant rock, still recovering from the fright of the previous wave. Today marked the first day of sol harvesting, and many returned early. As Chiyu arrived, she spotted Enran's family gathering seafood not far away. Nioli recognized these items and hurried over to assist, while Sherpa curiously inquired about their peculiar findings. Nioli, what are these things? They look so strange. Upon hearing this, several unfamiliar faces turned their attention to Nioli, cautious not to directly question the clan leader. Nioli picked up a squid as thick as his arm. This is seafood, naturally salty and quite delicious. When an impatient male heard this, he eagerly grabbed a shrimp from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, only to grimace at the taste. This has a salty flavor. It's very unpleasant. Nioli, witnessing his reaction, felt a wave of frustration. Did you think we just eat what we gather? At that moment, Chiyu realized this should be cooked first. Upon hearing her partner's words, Sherpu withdrew his hand, having nearly embarrassed himself. Had it not been for the swift actions of that male, he might have been the first to eat it raw. Chapter 198. The new tribes surrounding beasts are insufficient. Nioli nodded in approval. The female is wise. This must be cooked to be palatable. With assistance, the seafood on the beach was soon collected entirely, and Enran tossed back the unfamiliar items into the sea. Fearful of consuming anything toxic, she then began to set up a pot to cook. Chiyu and Tian, you kept their eyes fixed on a pot of seafood, and Enran couldn't help but laugh at their eagerness. Why don't you gather some yourselves and cook? Although her pot appeared large, it likely held just enough for their family of five. Upon hearing this, Tian Yu and Chiyu flushed with embarrassment. They were already well stocked with food, yet found themselves staring at someone else's pot. Nioli and Qing Qing, however, unreservedly selected a few items from the pile and took them away. With someone taking the lead, others naturally followed suit, selecting their desired fare to prepare. As the sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the vast ocean, many who had never seen such a scene gazed up in awe. Suddenly, someone shouted, Jin Hu and the others have returned. Everyone rose to look, eager to learn the outcome of their first hunting expedition nearby. However, the next moment, all were left in shock. Though each person held prey, it consisted solely of small luo beasts, meager in meat and abundant in fur and bones, along with the strong-smelling, long-eared rabbits. The collective yield was unlikely to surpass the meat of just 2 adult luo beasts hunted in the Qingshan tribe. Sherpa furrowed his brow and teased. Jin Hu, did you wear yourself out last night? Are your legs too weak to catch any game today? While there was a hint of jest in his words, no one found it amusing. A shortage of meat signified impending hunger. They had scouted the area the previous day and found no other tribes nearby. The closest, the Salt tribe, would take a week to reach. With no other tribes having hunted in the vicinity, it should have been easy to catch prey, yet this was the meager result. Even the dullest among them could understand that future circumstances would only worsen. However, Sherpo's words ignited the ire of all the males who had ventured out to hunt. They had exerted themselves diligently, and it was not that they were incapable of pursuing game, but rather that they had encountered no sizable wildlife. It was not in Jin Hu's nature to endure ridicule silently, and he forcefully tossed the few long-eared rabbits to the ground. If you are so capable, why not go out yourself tomorrow and see what you can catch? He scoffed. You are merely a defeated opponent. How dare you speak so boldly in my presence? Sherpa stepped forward, unperturbed. Ineptitude is ineptitude. What need is there for excuses? Jin Hu, filled with frustration, raised his fist to strike down, but was restrained by Chong Lu, who remarked, there are few prey in this area. If there were enough, would the Yin tribe need to consume cured meat daily? Upon hearing this, many began to understand. Indeed, the Yin tribe, despite their formidable strength with thousands of males, still needed to barter salt for ample meat and pelts each year, indicating a significant scarcity of meat. Otherwise, the chieftain would not have exchanged fresh meat for such a large quantity of salt previously. Any lingering dissatisfaction toward Jin Hu dissipated. Fortunately, there were a few seafood dishes tonight, otherwise they would have been at a loss for what to do. Tian Yu approached Jin Hu, saying, let us return home. Once they departed, Chong Lu turned to Sherpa, noting that while he had no major faults, he often liked to bicker with Jin Hu. However, his words today were indeed inappropriate. Sherpa, your words were a bit excessive today. Sherpa, suddenly called out, felt a jolt. He often bantered with Jin Hu and had never faced reprimand before. Although he felt displeased, he knew he must heed the chieftain's words, lest he incur punishment. He certainly was not a match for Chong Lu and, moreover, admired him. Reluctantly, he muttered, oh, and Rand shot a glance at Chi Yu, who gently linked her arm with his, saying, Sherpa, let us go home for a meal. With the prey scarce, each person could only divide 3 pounds of meat. At that moment, a large pot of seafood was ready, and the 3 little ones nearby could hardly wait to taste it. And Rand picked out a shell with its mouth open, extracted the meat, blew on it, and handed it to Nkong. Then she gave one each to an Xian and an Ruo, cautioning, be careful, it's hot. Afterward, she poured the remainder of the seafood into another clean ceramic bowl. Chong Lu returned with a prepared long-eared rabbit, skewering it to roast. And Rand handed him a large crab before beginning to peel a shrimp for herself, savoring its rich, salty flavor with satisfaction. If only there were oil, she thought, licking her lips. Seafood was delightful, but without oil, it felt devoid of soul. The little ones had hunted small luo beasts, which were lean and lacked fat. Nonetheless, there was some fatty meat. With a large pot of seafood and 3 pounds of rabbit meat, they could barely fill their stomachs. After the meal, and Rand cut all the fatty meat from the luo beast into small pieces and placed them in a ceramic pot to render fat. Chong Lu assisted by tending the fire and cleaning up. Nearby, Ching Ching and Niuli observed with envy. They hadn't gone out. So where had the luo beast come from? Curiously, Niuli asked Chong Lu, Chieftain, where did you get that luo beast? Upon this mention, both Chong Lu and Rand beamed with pride, even more so than when they had hunted dragon beasts. Chong Lu smiled proudly, oh this? Our 3 little ones went hunting for it. What? Niuli, incredulous, looked at the group of little ones rolling around nearby. Even those listening were equally astonished. These 3 were clearly under a year old and could hunt. Their own offspring, who mingled with them daily and were even larger, could not hunt. Yet the chieftain's children could. But yours are only a few months old. Chong Lu replied with a smile. Our snake beasts are born knowing how to hunt. It's already quite late for them to begin at 6 months. Though he said so, Chong Lu felt quite elated. Snake beast cubs were self-sufficient, which explained the scarcity of snake beasts in this world. Many did not survive to adulthood and perished from starvation, predation, or the cold. Chapter 199, Scarcity of Food, however. Despite the snake beasts being self-reliant from a young age, even at 6 months, they would not be able to hunt a luo beast of such size, at most. They would only catch insects, mice, or bird eggs. And Rand chuckled at his casual boasting. Your Nioli's little calf is impressive too. Just yesterday, I saw him carrying his companions on the beach. Hearing praise for his own offspring, Nioli couldn't help but grin broadly. Our Nio beasts are simply strong. Sherpa glanced at his own little one still rolling in the sand, who had yet to transform, and then at Rand's 3 cubs. Though the youngest had not transformed, the presence of the older siblings indicated it would not be long. Comparatively, he felt his little one seemed too immature, playing in the sand with those mere months old, which gave him a headache. After rendering the fat, Rand distributed the remnants to all the little ones. Nioli's son, Fu Bao, blushed shyly as he received the bowl from Rand and wandered off. Seeing his son remain silent, Nioli playfully punched him on the head. You little rascal, you accepted something from her without saying thank you? Fu Bao rubbed his sore head, muttering, oh, thank you. Anton ran. Nioli, exasperated, wondered whom he resembled, his voice softer than a female's. Ching Ching intervened, pulling him back. The child is still young. In contrast, Ping-yin, with a sweet disposition, quickly thanked and ran as he accepted the remnants, flashing a bright smile. Sherpa, overhearing, couldn't help but grin. His son was far superior, exhibiting traits beyond mere brute strength like Fu Bao. While the adults compared their offspring, the group of little ones rolled joyfully in the sand. The soft sand was infinitely better than the hard brick floors of the Qingshan tribe. One of them tumbled backward, and the parents were unperturbed by the risk of falling. The next morning, everyone rose early to work. The new tribe lacked everything, and living conditions were poor. Everyone was laboring diligently, hoping to improve their quality of life with their own hands. And Ran went to the creek to retrieve the rami fiber she had soaked days earlier, washed them clean, and divided them into strands the thickness of hair. Then set them out to dry. She twisted them into small bundles of twine and joined them together. While she could not weave cloth, she could knit simple sweaters. Seeking out Chi Yu and the others, she fashioned a palm-sized little pouch using 2 slender bamboo sticks, then threaded it with thicker twine. 2 fluffy white rabbit fur pom-poms hung from either end. She filled it with a fragrant 7-mile herb she had dried yesterday, completing a simple sachet. Holding it in her hands, she inhaled its scent for quite some time. Though rudimentary, it was her first creation, and she felt quite satisfied. She tied it directly to her leather belt and then took up the twine, weaving it into a fishing net. Wen Chong Lu returned with the salt. He found and Ran busy at the tree shelter. "Do you wish to go to the sea to catch fish?" he inquired, and Ran did not look up, replying, "What else?" Chong Lu squatted beside her, offering a bundle of twine, but the sea is vast, and few in the tribe can swim. Moreover, I've noticed that unlike the great river of the Qingshan tribe, the shore here slopes gradually for quite some distance. Beasts like Hu Yun and Sherpa, who fear water, would never dare approach. And Ran frowned slightly, saying, "Do not concern yourself. I have a plan. Go see where the little ones have run off to." Feeling dismissed, Chong Lu stood and headed toward the back mountains. And Ran had surprised him too many times. He was now immune to surprises and not at all curious about her plan. By evening, Jean had returned from the mountains with his companions. However, the expressions on everyone's faces were grim, and even Jean, who felt ashamed to face anyone. Since joining the hunting team, he had never experienced failure as profound as today. Yesterday, each person could at least divide 3 pounds of meat, but today they had only hunted a few long-eared rabbits and a handful of clucking beasts. Although there were dozens, they were all just 100 people. How could a few dozen suffice? Moreover, these creatures were primarily bone with little meat and hardly any fat. Particularly the long-eared rabbits, which, aside from their soft fur, had meat that was rather unpalatable and even bore a foul odor. Seeing the situation, Sherpa remarkably refrained from mocking, and all eyes turned to Chong Lu, the clan leader. They had endured the challenging conditions of this place. But the lack of food left them weak and unable to work. And Ran was also taken aback by the scarcity of food, which explained the wealth of the Yanbu Luo. Yet those orcs still appeared malnourished, a clear indication of insufficient fresh food. "Tomorrow morning, all the females who gather salt will accompany me to forage," she declared. This statement drew numerous agreements, as this place was unlike the Qingshan Luo, where wild beasts were abundant, and there was little danger in venturing out. Qing was the first to voice her approval. "All right," with many salt gatherers present. The absence of a few females would not matter, especially since they had merely been idling for the past few days. However, someone raised a concern. "What will we do tonight?" Everyone looked towards Chong Lu, aware of his capabilities, believing he could dive into the sea to find food. Chong Lu stepped forward, stating, "I will go into the sea to find some." He made to head towards the water, but Ran pulled him back, exclaiming, "It's too dangerous." During the day, the shallow waters allow for visibility, but at night, it is perilously dark. Others might not understand, but she was aware that the sea was far more hazardous than land. Yet, Chong Lu held a different view. As the leader who brought these people to reside here, he felt it was his duty to ensure they had enough to eat. Shaking off her hand, he insisted, "I know how to protect myself." With her hands empty, and Ran felt an overwhelming panic. The ocean harbored many formidable creatures, and a mere breath from one of them could spell disaster. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she called out to Chong Lu's retreating figure, "I have a plan." Upon hearing this, Chong Lu halted, and Ran rushed to embrace him tightly. "I have a plan." Jean, who also wished to prevent his brother from taking unnecessary risks. The vast ocean appeared manageable by day, but instilled fear after dark. What if something were to happen to him? "What is your plan?" And Ran tugged Chong Lu back to the shore, instructing everyone to wait. She hurried to the shelter to retrieve her arrows and grabbed 2 torches from the fire. racing to a deeper part of the sea. Curiosity peaked among the onlookers. Could fish really be caught with just an arrow and a torch? Shouldn't a fishing net be used instead? Chapter 200. Light can catch fish. Even Chong Lu found himself intrigued, having assumed Rand's method would involve the fishing nets she had woven during the day. And Rand fixed the torch securely on the shore and made a shushing gesture to everyone before leaning over the water's edge. Chong Lu, too, peered into the depths. And before long, a dark mass of fish began to rise from below. Sherpa, Nioli, Jin Hu, and others were left astonished at the sight. The fish were surprisingly easy to lure, surfacing rapidly. The water began to churn as Rand stealthily raised her arrow and swiftly thrust it into the water. The fish that had gathered scattered in all directions, yet her arrow emerged with a fish of considerable length impaled upon it. Chong Lu was taken aback upon seeing the lifeless fish. "Is this how you caught the fish that hung from the tree last time?" Suddenly reminded of her previous escapade. And Rand took a moment to respond, "Yes." Sherpa, recognizing the potential of this method, quickly called to Chiyu, "Hurry back and fetch more arrows and torches." Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals dashed back, eager not to miss out. Neely approached Rand and gave her a thumbs up, and Rand, "You're brilliant." Although the clan leader was formidable, the quantity of fish he could catch was limited and dangerous. With this method, they could catch as much as they desired without even entering the water, ensuring safety. He scratched his head. Why didn't we think of this before? Pleased by the praise of his partner, Chong Lu felt elated. "You're already clever for coming up with so many ideas." And Rand removed the fish from her arrow and handed it to Chong Lu. "You can take care of the rest." Chong Lu raised an eyebrow, playfully pushing her aside with a smile. "No need." The fish that had scattered moments ago began to congregate again. Chong Lu leaned over the water's edge, extending his long, pale hand, and swiftly plucked a fish from the water. Sherpa and Jean, who were even more impressive, bringing their partners along to catch fish, their hands transforming into claws as they swiped through the water, flipping several fish onto their backs. After catching enough fish, they processed them by the sea, washing them in the stream before taking them back to roast. The delightful aroma of fresh fish wafted through the air, having previously only tasted seafood in stews. This was their first experience with roasted fish, and Rand inhaled deeply. It smells so good. Neoli grinned foolishly from across the fire. "These sea fish are far tastier than river fish. Indeed, I could eat this every day." Sheepo chimed in. Only Jean, who remained silent, focused solely on roasting fish, his mind consumed with thoughts of capturing more prey. The scarcity of beasts here was beyond his control, but the abundance of seafood was tantalizing. As he pondered, excitement surged within him, yet he lacked the agility in the water that Chong Lu possessed. Sighing, Tian Yu heard his exhalation and curiously asked, "Why are you sighing?" Jean, who stared intently at the vibrant flames, "What do we do without prey?" Tian Yu playfully tapped his head. "You're being foolish. Think back to our time in the Qing Shamba Luo. What was our primary source of food?" Upon hearing her words, Jean, whose previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed. "Right. How could I forget? If there aren't enough wild beasts, we can raise our own. Particularly, the long-eared rabbits and GG beasts, although not much meat, grew faster than the Lolo beasts. If well-fed, they could mature in just 3 to 4 months. Moreover, long-eared rabbits had a remarkable reproductive rate, producing a litter each month. By year's end, the entire back mountain could be overrun with them." Enlightened by this thought, he resolved to catch live ones tomorrow and leave 2 individuals in the clan to build enclosures. After dinner, many had already succumbed to slumber, and Rand and Chong Lu, however, remained awake at the entrance of the shelter, diligently weaving fishing nets. After a day of labor, her hands were quite sore. She shook her wrist and continued working. Noticing her weariness, Chong Lu spoke gently, "You should rest. I can manage this." And Rand shook her head. "There's not much left. Let us push through to finish." She had woven enough and wished to avoid further net making in the future. The nearby fire flickered as the moon hung high in the sky, with only the sounds of snoring and the waves accompanying the rhythmic clinking of their weaving. The world was enveloped in peace. It was only when the fire had nearly extinguished that they completed their work, and without bothering to tidy up the nets. And Rand and Chong Lu collapsed onto the animal skins and fell asleep. The following morning, it was Ching Ching who roused her from slumber. Conditions here were not as favorable as in the Qing Shamba Luo, and breakfast was absent. However, when Chong Lu awoke, he prepared a large bamboo tube of hot water and set it on the stone table. Even without food, a sip of warm water was a blessing. "Let us go." As they stepped outside, Chi Yu inquired, And ran, where are we headed? And Rand glanced at the waves ahead. I'm not sure. Let us see what lies ahead. Each person carried a large basket, hoping for a bountiful harvest today. Most of those who had accompanied them were individuals with partners and families. And if they could secure food, Jean, whose burden would be considerably lighter tonight. After rounding the bay, they encountered a relatively straight stretch of coastline. They walked for quite a while, yet no grass was in sight. Ching Ching expressed her confusion. Aren't we supposed to forage? Why are we here? And Ran, why do we keep circling the shoreline? Chi questioned. There's nothing here but endless water and sand. Nothing at all. And Ran, perhaps we should check the forest instead? Indeed, there's not a single wild grass here. At that moment, a vast expanse of submerged forest suddenly came into view. She instantly recognized the objects growing on the tree trunks and hurriedly ran over, drawing a bone knife from her waist to pry one open. Inside, it was remarkably plump and snow-white. Excitedly, she beckoned to them, urging them to come over. Quick, there are oysters here. Ching Ching and Chi Yue initially hesitated, for they had not stepped onto such muddy ground in quite some time. They had clearly seen the mud they had just trodden. However, upon hearing her voice, which was clearly an indication of food, they disregarded their reservations and dashed over. Anren, seeing that they had all arrived, demonstrated the process. Simply use the knife to pry it open. It can be cooked and eaten. Chi Yue, curious, used her knife to pry open the oyster shell and, upon glimpsing the plump flesh and the dark edges, felt somewhat nauseated. Not just her, even Ching Ching and the others displayed looks of distaste. Although they had already encountered peculiar fish and shrimp, at least when cooked, they appeared a vibrant orange-red and were tolerable. But this creature was not only ugly on the outside, but even more so on the inside. Could it truly be edible? Anren, witnessing her pry one open, assured her, of course, it could be eaten both cooked and raw. However, it is best enjoyed cooked. In truth, her favorite way to eat oysters was charcoal grilled. There used to be an all-you-can-eat grilled oyster restaurant near her school where she indulged frequently. Yet, here, there was no garlic, no scallions, and certainly no vegetable oil. Only animal fat. She wondered what the grilled flavor would be like. Moreover, grilling these creatures would yield little flesh. Boiling them would be much faster. After a long day's toil, who had the leisure to grill them one by one? Chapter 201. The Price of Bravado. Chi Yue genuinely believed in Anren. Yet with this object before her, she found it challenging to take the plunge. Summoning her courage, she closed her eyes and extended her tongue to taste a lick, quickly retracting it. Ching Ching and the surrounding females immediately gathered curiously. Chi Yue, what does it taste like? Unexpectedly, Chi Yue displayed such boldness. The sight of it was unappetizing. Yet she dared to taste it raw, which was truly admirable. Even Anren held a deep respect for Chi Yue, as she knew oysters could be eaten raw, but she lacked the courage to do so herself. Chi Yue smacked her lips and, after a moment's contemplation, stated, "It doesn't have much flavor, just soft." A slightly older female nearby inquired, "Does it have a fishy smell?" During their time in the Qingshan tribe, even the liveliest fish had a certain stench when pulled from the water, and if a fish had died for a couple of days without being salted, the odor would be even worse. Chi Yue shook her head. No. Upon hearing this, Baiyun, a middle-aged female, felt a surge of courage and, lowering her head, sucked in a large chunk of the white flesh. Although she had heard Chi Yue say there was no strange taste, she still felt a bit apprehensive as it entered her mouth. Gritting her teeth, she took a bite, and her entire mouth was filled with a salty, fresh flavor, along with a hint of the sea. The taste was indescribable. Like many other seafood, it was quite fresh, yet the texture was different. Although the soft consistency was somewhat intimidating, the flavor was far superior to boiled seafood. Anren, curious about the raw taste, asked, "How is it?" Baiyun swallowed and immediately sighed with relief. Not foul at all, very soft, fresh, and taste of the sea. The taste of the sea? Ching Ching pondered, wondering how the sea could have a flavor. However, she did not possess Baiyun's courage. As long as it was edible, that was sufficient. The group then dispersed, each taking out their knives to pry open oysters from the tree trunks. This area had never been harvested before, and soon they filled a large basket with oysters. As the afternoon sun began to dip in the west, the sea water gradually began to rise. What had initially been a muddy and sandy area was slowly being inundated by the encroaching tide. Anren glanced at everyone's filled baskets. The tide is coming in. We should head back. Ching Ching helped Chi Yue lift her basket onto her back. Let's go. They had been curious about the taste of the cooked oysters while prying them open earlier. The group, laden with their bountiful harvest, did not return directly, but instead headed to the stream to wash them clean before heading back. Niu Li and Chang Lu, having finished collecting salt, returned with 2 large baskets of wet salt on their shoulders, only to find the center of the tribe filled with dark objects. Anren and the others went to fetch some water and saw Niu Li and Chang Lu curiously examining the oysters. "Hurry and clean up. It's time for dinner," Anren urged with a smile. Chang Lu dropped the oyster he was holding. "Why do these shells look like this?" Anren replied, "It doesn't matter how they look, as long as they taste good. By the way, bring back some coarse salt." The salt they were currently producing was refined salt, meticulously filtered and boiled. But coarse salt was available as well. Chang Lu brushed the water off his hands and stood up. "All right." At this moment, Qingqing had already informed Niu Li that these oysters were edible. Niu Li, unable to contain his excitement, urged, "Chief, hurry and bring back the last of the salt." Once the 2 went over, it would be the final trip, and everyone was preparing to return home, naturally not wanting to come back empty-handed. Chang Lu entered the shed where the salt was stored and retrieved a small bag of coarse salt, returning it to place at Anren's feet. Meanwhile, Anren had filled a ceramic bowl with charcoal and placed some wet wood on top. She arranged the oysters one by one on it, sprinkled some coarse salt on top. Chang Lu sat on a nearby wooden stump, opened a leather pouch, and sprinkled some coarse salt over the oysters. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and the juices from the oysters began to bubble. He swallowed hard. "Is this done?" Anren glanced over. "It's ready." She then handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Be careful. It's hot." Chang Lu picked up an oyster, blew on it, and placed it before Anren. "You eat first." Anren glanced at it, took a bite, and although it was merely salty, it was incredibly delicious, giving a thumbs up. "Tasty." Chang Lu also took one and put it in his mouth. But before he could savor the flavor, it slid down his throat. Anren laughed. "Wasn't it good?" Chang Lu replied, "I couldn't even taste it before it was gone." At this moment, Anren retrieved one from the pot and offered it to him. "Try this." This time, Chang Lu was extremely cautious, taking 2 bites before swallowing and licking his lips. "This is delicious." Anren's eyes sparkled with mirth as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Eating this will keep a male from tiring all night." The sudden comment caused Chang Lu's face to flush crimson. Fortunately, the night had fallen, and everyone was preoccupied with their meals, completely oblivious to him. He turned to see her teasing gaze, clearly mischievous. This clumsy fellow only dared to talk a big game. Each time in practice, he would hold them back. The corners of his eyebrows raised slightly. "Are you saying I'm inadequate?" Anren, caught off guard by his retort, chuckled. "I never said that." After they finished their meal and tidied up, Anren patted his shoulder, smiling. "Let's go." Seeing her like this, Chang Lu immediately stood up, a grin stretching from ear to ear. She rarely took the initiative, so he hurried to follow her out of the tribe. "This time, let's go to the cliff bottom. There, we won't be disturbed." Anren clasped her hands behind her back, chuckling. "Let's first go to the woods." Chang Lu took a deep breath, his heart racing. "Wife, you're so playful." As soon as they entered the woods, Chang Lu eagerly pressed her against the tree trunk. Anren, noticing, pushed him away. "Not so fast. We have important matters to attend to." However, Chang Lu was not in the mood to listen to her. His body ablaze with desire as he leaned down to touch his forehead to hers. Nothing was more significant than this. Anren thought to herself that had she known it would be like this, she would have refrained from speaking so freely. She had initially planned for him to chop down a tree to make a stilt. Before long, her consciousness began to blur, her mind empty, in a state of drowsiness. She suddenly felt a gentle nibble on her earlobe. "Shall we head to the cliff's base?" When she regained her senses, she found herself sprawled on the animal skins within the tree shelter. The memories of the previous night's revelry filled her with a tinge of regret, prompting her to deliver a playful kick to the slumbering Chang Liu's backside. "Get up!" Chang Liu slightly opened his eyes, the dawn light softly illuminating the surroundings. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Just a bit longer. Though Anran was tempted to give his arm a good tug, her own fatigue weighed heavily. It was better to wait until she had rested adequately. However, this hope was swiftly dashed when Qingqing entered, intending to invite Anran to gather oysters. To her surprise, upon seeing the 2 entwined in slumber, she quickly retreated. "I saw nothing." Startled awake by her exclamation, Anran and Chang Liu hastily rose. Once Anran escorted Qingqing away, Chang Liu felt a sense of relief in finally emerging. Although other beastmen displayed their prowess in front of others, he felt an uncomfortable sensation at being caught in such a vulnerable state. Noticing Anran exiting the tree shelter with a basket on her back, he sighed in relief. A glance at the empty doorway confirmed that having a door was indeed advantageous. Chapter 202. Are you foolish? As Ran stepped out of the shelter, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, primarily due to Ching Ching's fervent gaze. It seemed she would think twice about indulging in lazy mornings in the future. This time, they had not engaged in anything improper, but if they were to be caught in a more compromising position next time, it could spell social disaster for her. Ching Ching, feeling equally bashful, discreetly stole glances at Ran's retreating figure. She hadn't intended to intrude. The chief's icy stare had felt as chilling as winter's frost. No, it was colder and more terrifying, as if he might devour her whole. She couldn't fathom how Ran could coexist with such a fierce individual. Nevertheless, it was not her place to worry about that. Having stumbled upon the two in such an intimate state was awkward enough. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Ran, shall we gather oysters today? White Cloud chimed in excitedly. I think eating oysters sounds delightful. My male consumed quite a few last night and expressed a desire for more today. Indeed, my little one also mentioned they are tastier than meat. Initially hesitant, Ran remained silent throughout the journey, hoping to avoid drawing attention to herself. To her surprise, Ching Ching broke the tension, causing her to smile sheepishly. How about this? Two of you join me in gathering elsewhere while the others collect oysters. If we yield any rewards, we can share equally. If not, we can return to gather oysters ourselves. White Cloud frowned and protested loudly. That won't do. If you go elsewhere while we gather oysters, we will share the spoils. But if you find nothing, we should share the loss as well. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. We can't let you bear the brunt every time. Ran had assumed that food was scarce here, leading everyone to be frugal, yet they were considerate of her concerns. No longer wishing to decline, she smiled and agreed. All right, I will seek other edible resources while you gather oysters. Regardless of the outcome, we will share everything. Ching Ching stepped forward. I will accompany you. I will go too, said Chiyue softly. Ran smiled gently at her. Very well, let us split up. Thus, they parted ways, and this time, she chose to explore the opposite coastline. After several perilous encounters, she was determined not to stray too far from the tribe. Following the water's edge and circumventing a hill, she was met with rocks and seaweed, interspersed with wild grass. Ching Ching and Chiyue remained silent, having yet to discover anything edible. However, they placed their trust in Ran, believing that with her, they would certainly find something. If not today, then tomorrow. It was merely a matter of time. The waves gently lapped against the rocky shoreline. As she approached, her heart raced with excitement upon discovering a patch of seaweed covering the rocks. Here lies the seaweed, she exclaimed, hastily placing her basket down. Ching Ching and Chiyue rushed over, witnessing the dark, glistening strands growing on the stones. Without questioning or tasting, they began to fill their baskets. Although the harvest appeared abundant, as they lay flat on the stones, it took them considerable effort to gather only half a basket, and it was still dripping wet. Seeing Ching Ching about to hoist the damp basket on her back, she quickly cautioned, don't carry that. Both Ching Ching and Chiyue turned to her, surprised. Why not? Ran explained, let us pour everything into one basket and carry it together. Upon hearing her words, Chiyue and Ching Ching suddenly understood. This was not the Qingshan tribe. Although there were shamans, medicinal resources were severely lacking. If any of them fell ill, it could be disastrous. The three of them pulled the seaweed from their baskets together and took turns carrying it. Having nearly exhausted her exploration of the coastline, she resolved to venture inland. Let us return with this, then take our bows and arrows into the mountains. Ching Ching nodded with a hint of excitement. All right. They had practiced archery, even showcasing their skills during last year's pairing ceremony, with further training provided afterward. Yet, they had never had the chance to put their skills to the test. If they could enter the forest and encounter a wild beast, it would be ideal for practice. Even Chiyue felt an unusual thrill. Though they were females, they yearned for the exhilarating sensation that males experienced in the wild. After retrieving the bows and arrows and switching to a different basket, the three set out from the tribe once more. This time, they traversed the hillside, heading deeper into the terrain. The summer sea breeze was warm yet refreshing, a welcome contrast to the heat. Ah, long-eared rabbit! Ching Ching suddenly shrieked, spotting a gray rabbit bounding away. The three immediately drew their bows and released their arrows. The arrows whistled through the air, striking just behind the rabbit. Chiyue stomped her foot in frustration. Oh, what a pity. We were so close. At that moment, Bayun's male, Qing Zhu, leapt from the side, seizing the rabbit by its long ears and lifting it triumphantly. He looked up at the trio with a smile. You all need to practice harder. You are so close. Another male emerged from the forest, chuckling. Are you foolish? Qingzhu bristled at the remark, his brow furrowing in displeasure. How rude it was for someone to insult him so openly. He shot the other male a glare, indignantly retorting, I may be foolish, but you are not. Realizing that Qingzhu was genuinely upset, the other male clarified, if all the females could hunt, what purpose would we males serve? Could it be that they wished for females to support them? Upon hearing this, Qingzhu suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, if females possessed the skills to hunt, what need would there be for males? Despite the past struggles they all faced, each male had still managed to find a female willing to mate with them. However, now that partnerships had been assigned, those males with females enjoyed a life of comfort, while the bachelors were left to fend for themselves. If females could hunt, they could easily cast the males aside. Qingzhu was overwhelmed by these thoughts, shivers racing down his spine. The notion of males becoming obsolete was nothing short of apocalyptic. Chapter 203. Discovery of wheat. Little did he know, the expression on his face resembled a vibrant palette of colors. Anran and the others observed the rapid changes in his demeanor, clearly aware that he was lost in thought. Anran interjected, do not heed his nonsense. Every beastman is born with purpose. However, Qingzhu held a different opinion and shook her head, saying, but isn't it the role of the males to hunt? If our hunting responsibilities are taken over by you females, then what purpose do we males serve? Anran, upon hearing these words, was momentarily speechless, unsure of the imagery that had just formed in his mind. Do you believe that our females can sustain themselves? Qingzhu then turned her gaze towards the three females opposite them, who were carrying baskets on their backs. Though currently empty, they often returned laden with goods. Wasn't the meat she had eaten last night brought back by those very females? Without their contributions, she might have gone to bed hungry. Moreover, Anran herself was a female, despite her seemingly frail appearance, who in the Qing Shan tribe did not know that she had taken several lives. Many of the tribe's initiatives were her ideas, yet she had never been dismissed by the chieftain. Additionally, concerning strength, the chieftain, as a male, always protected Anran. Realizing this, Qingzhu suddenly understood. Indeed, females cannot do without the protection of males. Even if he can hunt, we males are still needed in the forest. The four bystanders twitched at his words. Although it was true, the phrasing was rather inappropriate. In the past, when females were in a subservient position, they would bear children in exchange for a piece of meat. However, times had changed. Within the tribe, females could now fend for themselves without needing to appease males, and their status had significantly improved. Often, it was the males who had to consider the females' feelings. Otherwise, they could forget about sharing a bed at night. Anran and the other females chose silence in response to this. Yet another male felt somewhat awkward, who in the tribe did not respect Anran. It was only this fool who dared to speak such words. You are certainly not foolish, but I am. He was foolish enough to engage in conversation with someone oblivious to the circumstances, only to feel frustrated within. He turned and left, with Qingzhu following suit, both chuckling as they departed, leaving Anran, Qiyue, and Qingqing exchanging bewildered glances. They looked at each other, feeling rather perplexed. Let's go see what's over there, suggested Qiyue. Anran nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the conversation between the two, the three of them would have already begun foraging. Let us go. The trio made their way down the gentle slope into the forest, which was densely packed with underbrush, towering trees, and various unknown vines, devoid of any edible wild vegetables. After a considerable walk, their legs began to tire, and Qingqing, panting, gazed ahead at the hill. Oh my, I'm so exhausted. This place is incredibly barren. After walking for so long, we haven't even seen a wild vegetable, let alone wild fruits. Indeed, it pales in comparison to Qing Shan tribe. Even the usually taciturn Qiyue began to voice her grievances. With only about 100 people in this new tribe, how could they face such difficulty in finding food? If their numbers increase in the future, would they truly starve? Anran wiped the sweat from her chin and surveyed the imposing hillside, feeling a deep sense of despair. She had always believed that coastal regions were abundant, yet she was surprised to find survival so challenging here. All that surrounded them was underbrush and trees, with scarcely any edible wild vegetables. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered a single wild beast, not even a wild chicken, save for the sparrows flying overhead. Once we cross this hillside, if we still cannot find food, we should return. By this time, the day was growing late, and they needed to return promptly to avoid traveling in darkness. Although they had yet to spot any large wild animals, caution was still advisable. A chance encounter could prove fatal. The primitive forest was particularly treacherous, filled with thorny bushes and dense growth, and they had to rely solely on their fervor to push forward. Yet upon cresting the hill, the scenery transformed entirely. The opposite side of the slope revealed a meadow strewn with rocks. Not far below, a vast expanse of golden grass awaited. As a gentle breeze blew, the dry grass rustled softly. Rustling? Dry? Anrin echoed the words, suddenly surfacing in her mind, finding it quite strange. It was summer. Yet how could the grass be so withered, and in such large patches? Ching cast a glance and felt a bit disheartened. Anrin, Chiwe, let us head back. This place is too disappointing. In the height of summer, the grass is yellow. Anrin, however, was filled with curiosity. Wait, let me take a look. In the midst of summer, it was abnormal to see such extensive patches of withered grass and foliage. She hurried down to investigate. However, before she had gone far, a striking sight of yellow stalks caught her eye, vibrant and strong. Upon recognizing the familiar plant, she was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed over, plucking a ripe ear of wheat, blowing off the husks. Lifting her left hand, she picked a grain from her palm and tasted it. Tears of joy streamed down her face. It's wheat. Chiwe, witnessing Anrin's tears, felt a pang of concern. It was well known that Anrin never cried. Whether faced with trouble or being captured by other beastmen, she had never shed a tear. Yet now, after tasting just one of these yellow grains, she was weeping and stuttering. This must be poisonous, Chiwe exclaimed as she instinctively swatted Anrin's hand, knocking the grain away. Anrin chuckled at her anxious demeanor and wiped her tears away. It's not poisonous. It's not poisonous. Even Ching, worried for her, furrowed her brow. If it's not poisonous, then why are you crying? Anrin laughed at their reactions. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. She then gathered more wheat in her palm, holding it up to her eyes. This can sustain us. Moreover, it can be cultivated. If we plant it on a large scale, we will no longer fear scarcity of prey. Upon hearing this, both women became excited as well. The Qingshan tribe had cultivated sugarcane and various wild vegetables, and even raised beasts. As long as they desired something to eat, they could simply gather it without needing to consider how much meat the hunting party had brought back. Since they began farming, the quantity of food had been consistently fixed each day. They had long experienced the benefits of this. If this golden grain could indeed fill their bellies, it would certainly be a remarkable find. Let us quickly gather some to take back. Chapter 204. The significance of cultivation. Anrin swiftly drew her bone knife from her waist, grasped a handful of wheat heads, and cut them off in one swift motion. For now, we'll just harvest the heads. Tomorrow we'll send someone to help us cut down the wheat stalks. Ching and Chiwe were also adept workers. Having observed Anrin's technique, they quickly learned and joined in the harvesting. As dusk gradually descended, the three of them had filled their baskets to a satisfactory level before beginning their journey back. Though it was not yet dark outside, the forest on the other side of the hill had already fallen into darkness. The trio walked in silence, each absorbed in their thoughts. There was an unsettling feeling among them, as this was their first time venturing out as females without any males accompanying them. Night was approaching, and they had yet to reach the tribe. Suddenly, Chiwe stumbled, falling to the ground and spilling all the wheat from her basket. Anrin, who had been trailing behind, hurried to her side and helped her up. Are you all right? Chiwe stood up and shook her head. I'm fine, just tripped. Anrin examined her closely. There were no visible injuries, only a vine at her feet. She must have tripped over the vine. As long as you're not hurt, let us hurry back. Ching helped to lift the fallen basket back onto Chiwe's back, and they continued down the mountain. Once they emerged from the forest, all three sighed in relief. Although the males claimed that there were no beasts here, the females still felt a tinge of fear. At this moment, the outside of the forest had already turned a dull gray. Sparse wisps of smoke had begun to rise from the tribe. Before the three could catch a glimpse of the tribe's shadow, they spotted Chonglu and Shi Pinyo Li rushing towards them in a state of urgency. Upon seeing Ran and the others returning with heavy burdens, Chonglu immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that Ran had encountered danger and had hurried out to search for her. He ran over with a smile, eager to take the heavy load from her back. Let me help you. And Ran handed over the burden with a shrug. Good thing you came, or I would have been exhausted. Chonglu gently took her hand and could not help but rub it affectionately. Where have you been? Why are you so late? At the mention of this, and Ran's face lit up with excitement as she jumped in front of him, stepping backward step by step. With her hands clasped behind her back and a mysterious smile on her face, she asked, Guess what we found? Upon hearing this, Chonglu's brow arched slightly. He had already caught a glimpse of the contents of the basket when he took it from her. Presumably, it was food, but he did not recognize it and was unaware of its name. Moreover, seeing Anran in such high spirits led him to respond playfully, "I don't know." Anran grinned widely, her expression conveying that she already knew. "It's grain, a type of food." Chang Lu's eyes brightened at her words. "Really? It's edible?" Anran nodded solemnly. "Yes, not only can we eat it, but it will also fill us up." Chang Lu felt a jolt of excitement. He had considered it food, but instinctively thought it might be similar to the kudzu root and never imagined it could be something akin to meat. Dropping his pretense, he asked, "Is this really filling?" Anran affirmed, "Indeed, not only can it fill us, but it can also provide us with surplus. As long as we gather these, leaving a large portion as seeds, we can harvest even more next year." "You mean we can plant it like sugarcane and wild vegetables?" "Exactly." Chang Lu's heart surged with exhilaration at her affirmation. A smile began to spread across his face. He had initially thought it was something similar to meat. Little did he know, it could provide enough food for everyone in the tribe. It is essential to understand that a tribe's development hinges on food and population. Without food, there would be no population, and without population, how could there be development? If the items in this basket could resolve their current predicament, then the Qingshan tribe would surely thrive. Moreover, besides Anran, no one understood the significance of planting better than he did. As long as they filled the area around the tribe with food, the meals for the coming year would be in their hands. They would no longer have to rely on the whims of nature. He quickly set the basket down, grabbed a handful of wheat ears, and examined them closely. "What is this called?" Anran picked up a wheat ear, gently squeezed it, and the plump grains fell away effortlessly. "This is wheat. We can make many kinds of food from it." She then took a grain from her palm and fed it to him. "How does it taste?" Chang Lu felt the tiny grain in his mouth, licked it with his tongue, and found it flavorless. Curious, he bit down, but still, there was no taste. This was not what he had expected. Previously, both the meat of wild beasts and fish had flavors, and even the wild vegetables had various tastes. But this had no flavor at all. Could it really be edible? He felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that even if it were edible, it might not be particularly palatable. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Why does this have no taste?" Anran, noticing his expression, burst into laughter. "Of course, it doesn't have much flavor, and precisely because it lacks taste, we can make it into anything we desire." Chang Lu, not lacking in intellect, quickly grasped the implication. This was akin to the white animal hide. Once stained with red blood, it became red. If tainted with black charcoal, it turned black. If this grain was like the white animal hide with no flavor, then adding the sweetness of sugarcane would make it sweet, and adding meat would impart a meaty flavor. Excited by this realization, he exclaimed, "Let us try making something right now." And Rand smiled and took his hand. "Let us go." The others have long returned to the tribe. Only then did Chang Lu notice that Nyo Li and Shi Pa had already disappeared. He gently bent down, lifted and ran to sit on his wrist, and could not resist leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. "Let us go home." Upon returning to the tribe, Rand jumped down from his arm. As soon as she landed, her 3 little cubs rushed over. An Xin held up a small piece of roasted meat, and Ruaw carried a large cup of sweetened water, and Nkong had a beast hide mat wrapped around his injured little tail. "Mother, eat meat. Mother, drink water. Mother, sit." Upon seeing her 3 little ones so considerate, Rand felt a deep sense of gratitude. Her efforts had finally borne fruit, although she had never expected their return. Witnessing their care truly moved her. Bending down to take the sweetened water from her second child and Ruaw, she smiled. "Mother is a bit thirsty. I'll drink your water first." After taking a sip, an Xin and Nkong still held out their offerings. And Rand felt touched, but she genuinely could not eat meat at the moment. The weather was growing warmer, and her appetite was not particularly strong. Earlier during the day, while foraging with Chi Yu and Ching Ching, she had picked some wild fruits along the way and was not hungry at all. Chapter 2:05 Plum Blossom Mother, eat meat. An Xin urged her, and she smiled at her eldest son. An Xin, "Father has been busy all day. Why don't we save the meat for him?" Upon hearing this, an Xin's face immediately scrunched up in displeasure as he hid his roasted meat behind his back, his expression clearly unwilling. Even Nkong quietly tossed the beast hide mat far away. These actions did not escape the notice of Chang Lu and Anran, and even the others nearby were fully aware of what transpired. The tribe was too small. Any disturbance would be immediately noticeable. If activities were a bit louder at night, they could hear everything distinctly. However, Chang Lu held significant prestige within the tribe, and even if others witnessed it, they did not dare to mock him openly. Regardless, Chang Lu felt a tinge of embarrassment. His little cubs, whom he had nurtured, were treating him so differently. It would be a lie to say he was not saddened. Setting down the basket, his expression turned serious. Why won't you share with me? And Ran was also curious about this. As the head of the family, Chang Lu bore significant responsibilities. He left early and returned late every day, bathing the three little ones and finding time to teach them hunting skills in the forest. Logically, it should be quite close. Why was it like this now? Standing aside, she felt a bit uncomfortable but still smiled as she asked, "Why won't you give it to Father? Father works hard every day, and our meat and food are all thanks to him." Upon hearing this, an Xian could no longer contain himself. His eyes widened. That's not true. Everything in our family is thanks to Mother, and Father didn't want us at first. Since he didn't want them, it didn't matter whether they gave him anything or not. And Kong, seeing that an Xian had expressed everything, nodded in agreement. Exactly. He is not our father. And Ran's heart sank upon hearing this. She had anticipated various reasons, but never this one. After all, when Chang Lu had abandoned them, they were merely a month old. How could they remember? Who told you this? And Ruo observed her elder brother and younger siblings, their stubborn demeanor suggesting they were intent on concealing the truth for someone. She immediately interjected, "It was Aunt Mei Hua who said so." Aunt Mei Hua. And Ran felt perplexed, unsure of which Mei Hua was being referred to. There were numerous females present on this occasion, and she did not know them all. Moreover, it seemed unlikely that those she did not recognize would have any connection to her. So why had she attracted such attention? Why would someone stir up trouble in front of her little ones? Which Aunt Mei Hua? An Xian blinked her bright, dark eyes and clarified, "It's the ugly Aunt Mei Hua with a scar on her face." Upon hearing this, Ran suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a person in the tribe. However, this female appeared timid and hesitant, hardly someone who would engage in gossip. Whenever Ran approached with Qing Qing and Chi Yu, this female would avert her gaze or timidly turn away. So, this was the Mei Hua in question, and Ran was certain she had never wronged her. But now was not the time for such thoughts. The matter had escalated, and two of the three little ones had clearly already been convinced. Although the most astute and Ruo had not openly declared her belief or disbelief, the way her eyes blinked revealed her desire to discern the truth. It seemed she needed to take a stand, and Ran and Chang Lu were the most aware of the situation, but they could not disclose the truth. Chang Lu had indeed made a mistake in the past, yet he had long since recognized his error and had been striving to make amends. He had never anticipated that this incident would inflict such deep wounds upon his three little ones. To be honest, he had never contemplated his parents, not once. Yet now, he found himself reflecting on them, wondering what kind of people they were. If he had not been abandoned, perhaps he would not have endured so much suffering in his childhood. But then he thought, if it were not for old Chief Feng Yang rescuing his life, he might not even be here now. Had he not encountered old Chief Feng Yang, he might have perished long ago, which would have led him to harbor resentment toward his parents. With a sigh, he crouched down, lowering his head. When a little one errs, they must apologize. As an adult male, he too should embody the essence of acknowledging one's mistakes. Just as he was about to utter the words, "I was wrong," and Ran's voice erupted in anger. How dare she instigate discord? And Ran was aware that others were not speaking falsely, but stirring up trouble in front of the children was simply unacceptable. She could not tolerate anyone disrupting her family. Without noticing Chang Lu's unusual demeanor, she seized her three little ones and rushed to the entrance of a tree hut at the edge of the tribe. With hands on her hips, she shouted inside, "Mei Hua, come out here." At this proclamation, many people gathered around, puzzled. Some wondered aloud, what has Mei Hua done to provoke Ran? Others shrugged, who knows? And Ran usually has a good temper. However, Mei Hua's temperament was not lacking either. How could these two have come into conflict? Chi Yu and Qing Qing approached from the side, whispering inquiries. And Ran, what is going on? While others were unaware, they knew well that Ran and Mei Hua had never interacted, making conflict between them impossible. And Ran was known for her gentle nature, so if she was cursing, it certainly meant Mei Hua had done something. Inside the tree hut, upon hearing the commotion outside, Mei Hua dropped the bowl in her hands in fright. She quickly picked it up, too afraid to step outside until the murmurs outside compelled her to tremble out. With a face full of trepidation and fingers nervously intertwined, she whispered, and Ran, why are you here? Oomph. And Ran narrowed her eyes slightly, crossing her arms coldly. What do you mean, why am I here? Don't you know? Upon hearing Ran's words, many turned their gaze toward Mei Hua, whose frail demeanor stood in stark contrast to Ran's imposing presence. It appeared as though Ran were bullying Mei Hua. However, many were aware that Ran was not one to create trouble without cause. The specifics of the situation were unclear to the onlookers, leaving them perplexed. except for Chiyu. She had witnessed Mei Hua's manipulations back in the Qingshan tribe. Though she was unattractive, Mei Hua always managed to garner sympathy from males by appearing weak. Chiyu had fallen victim to her schemes twice, which led her to avoid this repugnant individual. Little did she know that Mei Hua would now find herself in Ran's crosshairs, unaware of what had transpired. Stepping forward, Chiyu declared, "Mei Hua, you better apologize for whatever misdeeds you've committed." And Ran caught a glimpse of Chiyu out of the corner of her eye. Ever since the incident with Chunhua, Chiyu had become much more reserved and quiet, hardly speaking at all. Now, despite being unaware of the full story, she stood by Ran's side, and Ran felt grateful for her support. However, before Ran could respond, Mei Hua began to cry. Some males could not bear to witness this. Mei Hua looked too fragile to provoke the fierce Ran. It was well known that Ran had experienced numerous life and death situations and had even been abducted by males from foreign tribes. Surviving such an ordeal only to return home safely indicated she possessed some means of self-preservation. Even a valiant Chief Chong Lu was entirely compliant under her management, indicating she was not someone to be trifled with. Although they believed Mei Hua could not have instigated Ran, they also recognized Ran's high status and the affection she received from the chief, which left them hesitant to blame her. They simply wished to prevent Mei Hua from suffering. And Ran, just let it go. It's not a big deal. Upon hearing this, Mei Hua quickly wiped away her tears, displaying a defiant expression as she gazed at Ran. "I don't know how I offended you. Why did you come to my door in such a rage?" And Ran grew impatient with her evasive language. She had always assumed everyone was straightforward, like Qing Qing and Hu Bing, or even like Chi Yu, who might have some ulterior motives, but were direct about their grievances without involving others. To her surprise, this Qingshan tribe harbored such a duplicitous individual. With a frigid glare, she retorted, "What do you mean by saying their father doesn't want them in front of my little ones?" Everyone knew that Chong Lu cherished them above all else. What was her intention in making such a statement? "If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for taking action." At this moment, everyone finally grasped the situation. Many gazes turned meaningful, some tinged with disdain. As many of them were parents themselves, they despised anyone attempting to sow discord within their family, especially between parents and children. Some little ones who overheard such words might never mention them to their parents, internalizing them for a lifetime. This was more painful than death itself. A jolt of realization struck Mei Hua. She had anticipated Ran's visit would pertain to this matter, yet her intent had been to undermine their relationship. Now hearing those words, she felt a slight shock, but remained unrepentant. Biting her lower lip, she looked at Ran with bewildered eyes. "What are you saying? I never said that." And Xin and Kong, upon hearing her blatant denial, were instantly incensed, especially Xin, who had a fiery temper. She charged forward. "You clearly said our father didn't want us, right by the stones by the sea." And Ruo and Kong were there too. Upon hearing his elder brother call him, Kong immediately dashed to the front, leaping onto his brother's shoulder and playfully sticking out his long tongue, proclaiming, "Indeed, we are all here." At this juncture, both brothers turned their gaze toward the silent Onruo. With a resigned sigh, Onruo reflected on the sheer foolishness of her two brothers. It was evident that the other party had deliberately spoken only to the three of them, wishing to keep her identity concealed. Now that the situation had escalated with so many witnesses, a denial was inevitable. "Aunt Mei Hua, your ploy is futile, even if it were effective. My father would not approve of you." This declaration instantly silenced the crowd. Many males exchanged ambiguous glances toward Mei Hua, as numerous among them had shared intimate moments with her. Yet, Mei Hua had consistently refused to accept any of them as her permanent partner, revealing her interest in the clan leader instead. Even the females who were close to Mei Hua frowned slightly in her direction, unaware of this revelation. The sight of Mei Hua lowering her head in silence confirmed the truth of the matter. After all, who among the females in the tribe could resist the allure of such an exceptional male as the clan leader? However, they merely observed from afar, none daring to express their feelings openly. Upon hearing Onruo's words, it was clear that Mei Hua had indeed confessed. Aaron understood the admirable qualities of Chong Lu, recognizing his remarkable capabilities. He was not only popular among the females, but also revered by the males. Yet, with so many females vying for his attention, everyone instinctively maintained their distance, while she, on the other hand, not only approached but also instigated. The thought of this unattractive female having spent time alone with Chong Lu filled her with discomfort. "You are speaking nonsense," Mei Hua shouted at everyone, asserting that she had expressed her affections for the clan leader in front of the young ones. But what of it? Apart from the few directly involved, who else was aware? As long as she firmly denied it, no one could place that label upon her. Chang Lu had remained at the back of the crowd, fully aware of Anren's changing expressions. Mei Hua had approached him privately on 2 occasions, but those encounters had only involved her expressing her fondness and her desire to bear his offspring. He found it bothersome, and henceforth, he began to avoid her. Even on this trip to the seaside, he had been reluctant to bring her along. However, Ma Lu insisted on including her, believing that this honest and capable male could win Mei Hua's heart. To his surprise, even at the seaside, she was restless, now fixating her attention on the young ones. When he first heard the cubs discussing this matter, he assumed Anren had privately complained to them. Little did he know it was this unattractive female. Now, with the situation escalating, he had to make a decision, or he might find himself sleeping alone on the beach tonight. Chapter 207. A case of delusional disorder. Chang Lu broke through the crowd, standing beside Anren, grasping her hand tightly, fearing she might flee at any moment. I have stated before that I only have feelings for Anren and will only ever desire her. Turning to face everyone, he declared, "Today I repeat, I, Chang Lu, will only ever have Anren as my female companion in this lifetime." Upon this proclamation, many who had anticipated a union between him and Anren erupted in cheers. Even Anren herself felt a rush of sweetness and shyness upon receiving his confession once more. Embarrassed, she squeezed his hand tightly and whispered, "You could have said that later. Why say it now?" However, Chang Lu was unfazed. He feared that if he didn't declare his feelings, he might end up spending the night alone, which would be unbearable. Their small interaction caught Mei Hua's attention, piercing her heart like a thorn. All her previous restraint and scheming vanished. She had harbored feelings for Chang Lu since childhood, yet he had never acknowledged her, never casting a glance in her direction. But what of Anren? With memories of the past flooding her mind, the anger she had suppressed erupted violently. Fearlessly, she stepped forward, glaring at Anren and Chang Lu, and then sneered, "Ha! Do you truly believe that Chang Lu cares for you? If it weren't for the old clan leader's intervention, do you think he would share his meat and mate with you?" With that, she turned her gaze toward Chang Lu, shaking her head. "You do not genuinely care for this female. All your actions are merely acts of gratitude." The agitation in Mei Hua grew, and she stepped closer to Chang Lu. Touching the scar on her face, "I have no objections to your gratitude, but why can you only appreciate the old clan leader and not see my worth?" As those words fell, a wave of gossip stirred among the onlookers, hinting at an underlying connection between them. However, many were of the same age, having grown up in the same tribe, particularly Niu Li, Sherpa, and Jinhu, who often associated with Chang Lu. They had never witnessed any interaction between him and Mei Hua. Initially, Chang Lu had hardly engaged with Anren, only gradually drawing closer after they all reached adulthood. Even Chang Lu himself was puzzled. His relationship with Mei Hua was akin to parallel lines, with no intersection, let alone any notion of merit. Mei Hua continued with fervor, "Chang Lu, look at the scar on my face." Upon hearing this, Anren glanced between the two, wondering if the scar was a result of Chang Lu's actions. She was not alone in her thoughts. Others shared the same speculation. However, Chang Lu was well aware that he had no knowledge of how the scar had come to be. His gaze turned icy as he replied, "What does that have to do with me?" Even the females close to Mei Hua could no longer tolerate her behavior, thinking to themselves that Mei Hua must be suffering from delusions. While others may not know the origin of the scar, they had played together since childhood and were well aware. Mei Hua's smile was hauntingly sorrowful. "Oh, you say it has nothing to do with you? How can it not? When you first arrived at Qingshan tribe, if I hadn't brought you roasted meat, would you have fallen and landed in the fire, ruining your face?" Upon hearing this, Chang Lu frowned slightly, perplexed by the absurdity of her claim. "I have never eaten your meat." A female who had been close to Mei Hua could no longer remain silent and interjected, "Mei Hua, what nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't that meat for your brother? How did it become meat for the clan leader?" Mei Hua spun around, glaring at her friend, shocked that she would undermine her. She stormed up to her. "It was indeed for him. If it weren't for him, would I have been disfigured? Would I look this ugly?" With such words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Regardless of whom Mei Hua had delivered meat to, she was ultimately the one who suffered the most, having marred her own face. Yet, even so, this incident could not be laid at Chang Lu's feet. After all, during that time, in the Qingshan tribe, someone was designated to distribute the food, making her effort to deliver meat unnecessary. Chi Yu, standing behind Anren, was astonished upon hearing such shameless remarks. She had thought herself formidable, only to realize that Mei Hua surpassed her in audacity. No, that was incorrect. She was much more shameless than Chiyu. No, that was also wrong. She prided herself on her vanity and could never stoop to Meihua's level. Furthermore, she had witnessed the entire affair, knowing that Anren was her friend and savior. Now that Chong Lu was her family, he could scarcely be considered a friend and savior. Anren's family must not be tarnished by this shameless female. Chiyu suddenly stepped forward and pushed Meihua, who was intimidating other females. Enough of this nonsense. I clearly witnessed what happened back then. You only took the portion of meat for your brother, but insisted on claiming the clan leader's share as well. When Uncle Yuhei refused, you were the one who cried. Uncle Yuhei, having no other option, provided you with 2 portions of male meat, which were already quite substantial. You mishandled them, and, in your greed, suffered a fall that marred your appearance. If you seek to assign blame, let it rest upon your own avarice. This statement brought sudden clarity to many, prompting them to recall the events of that day. After all, the disfigurement of a young female is a significant matter within a small tribe, and nearly everyone was aware of it. The details of the cause and circumstances, however, were less widely known. As for Chong Lu, he had only just arrived and, having spent years living alone in the wilderness, was accustomed to solitude and indifferent to the situation, remaining completely unaware of his connection to it. He coldly remarked, "So it was because of you that I went hungry on my first night here." Shippo, unable to tolerate the female's behavior, shot her a scornful glance and retorted, "Have you even looked at yourself? Even if you hadn't disfigured yourself, not only would the tribe leader overlook you, but even we few here would find you unworthy." Such words struck deep into Meihua's heart. She was aware of her unattractiveness, yet she had never considered herself unworthy even without her scars. In the entire tribe, no female could surpass her in beauty. Anren merely relied on her father's status to be with Chong Lu, basking in the light of his presence to achieve her current standing. As for Chiyue, she was nothing but a decorative pillow, never worthy of her regard. Fired up, Meihua snapped, "What do you think you are? Only a shameless female like Chiyue would accept you." With a sharp slap, Anren's intention was not to engage in a quarrel, but to instill a lesson in the loquacious female, ensuring she would think twice before speaking recklessly in the future. However, she had not anticipated the unfolding of so many issues. Shippo's accusation of her attacking him was one thing, but why drag Chiyue into it? She loathed those who involved innocent parties in their disputes. A resounding slap silenced Meihua, while Shippo disdainfully spat on the ground. "If Anren doesn't strike you, I certainly will," Anren calmly stated. "Today, I have come to demand an apology from you for my child, and I have no interest in hearing your other nonsensical ramblings." Meihua held her stinging face, astonished that anyone would dare to lay a finger on her. Every male had always catered to her whims. Why should she be scorned by Chong Lu, and now even disdained by a male like Shippo, and attacked by Anren, this shameless female? She was not born a lowly creature. It was impossible. Chapter 208. The Taste of Happiness. Meihua continued, "What I said is the truth." She no longer concealed her thoughts, casting a mocking glance at the 2 individuals attempting to hide their misdeeds. "Are you afraid of what people will say about your actions? It was Chong Lu who abandoned your child in the forest." At this point, she gleefully taunted the solemn-faced Anren. "He merely regards you as a vessel for his desires. If he truly cared for you, why would he abandon you and his child?" Anren had pondered this question before, but Chong Lu had explained it to her long ago, and she chose to trust him. Moreover, to believe this female's words now would be foolish. It was evident she wished to disrupt their family of 4. Raising her hand, she delivered 2 more slaps to Meihua's face. "How could I possibly know about this? Are you out of your mind?" Chong Lu had not anticipated that his past actions would be exploited by this person, and he replied, "Our snake beastmen have a different upbringing compared to other beastmen. Our young ones are thriving, always by our side, never abandoned. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll have to confine you." By this point, Meihua was tired of the conversation, offering a resigned smile, whatever. She dismissed everyone and retreated into her hut. Anren felt a sense of helplessness. She had come to assert herself, yet the encounter had fizzled out. Turning to the 3 little ones beside her, she said, "All of this is just baseless gossip. Do you understand now?" Anshin, Anruo, and Ankong nodded heavily. They had initially been skeptical, but Meihua's dramatic assertions had made them believe. Now, it was clear that her claims were false. Meihua was merely trying to disrupt their family because of her own infatuation with her father. Chong Lu, observing Anren's efforts to shield him, felt increasingly guilty, wishing he could slap himself. He had truly acted foolishly to have done such a thing. Among all the tribes and beastmen, none abandoned their children, so why should they, the snake beastmen, do so? Gently taking Anrin's hand, he whispered, "Anrin, let us return." The five of them returned to their cramped hut, having a meal at the entrance before the three little ones scurried inside to sleep. Anrin sighed as she glanced at the crowded space. When they first arrived, the cool night air had made their closeness quite comforting. Now, as the weather grew warmer, the closeness became suffocating and uncomfortable. She retrieved her basket. "Chong-Lu, let us thresh this wheat together first." After tidying up the utensils, Chong-Lu joined her at the entrance, and they focused on their work in silence. Lacking tools, they used their hands, and soon Anrin's palms were red and blistered. Suddenly, Chong-Lu wrinkled his nose, scanned the surroundings, and then zeroed in on her hands, grabbing them to examine closely. "Your hands are bleeding." Upon hearing this, Anrin withdrew her hand, discovering two small cuts on her thumb, with barely a trickle of blood. Amused by Chong-Lu's exaggerated concern, she laughed. "It's nothing, just a small cut." However, Chong-Lu disagreed. "If it's bleeding, it can't be just a small cut." He took the wheat from her and placed it in front of himself, insisting, "You should wash up and rest. I will handle this." Recognizing his determination, Anrin knew she wouldn't be allowed to assist with the wheat, so she stood up. "Fine, I'll go wash up and rest." Afterward, she entered the hut, filled a basin with clean cold water to wash her face and feet, and disposed of the dirty water outside. When she returned, she found Chong-Lu's tall figure seated on a stone, still busy with his tasks. Remembering his earlier words warmed her heart. Setting down the ceramic basin, she stood behind him, gently turning his face to plant a soft kiss on his cheek. Yet, Chong-Lu recoiled slightly, frowning. "I haven't washed up yet. I'm dirty." Anrin released his face, smiling. "I don't mind." After that, she returned to the hut to rest, exhausted from the day's work. As soon as she lay on the animal skin bed, sleep overcame her. The next morning, she was awakened by the three little rascals, who clamored around her. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes and glanced outside. The sun had already risen. As she opened her eyes, her mind was filled with the thought of her companions. She had never imagined she would lead a life so consumed with daily toil just to satisfy her hunger. At that moment, Chong-Lu entered with a large basin of food, placing it on the stone table. "Get up and eat something. See how it tastes." Anrin, upon waking to the sight of the humble abode in the cramped space, felt a twinge of exhaustion. However, upon seeing the handsome male bringing her food, her weariness dissipated, replaced by a sense of happiness. Peering into the ceramic basin, she saw water and wheat. "Did you cook the wheat?" Chong-Lu ladled the porridge into a bowl. "Yes. I thought it wouldn't taste good dry, so I added water to cook it." Surprisingly, it turned out quite well. Anrin accepted the bowl, observing the clear distinction between the water and wheat. She had tried various pasta dishes, but this was her first experience with such a delicacy. Gently sipping a mouthful of wheat water, its aroma was delightful. Using chopsticks, I unearthed a perfectly cooked grain of wheat. As I bit into it, the kernels burst forth like bubbles, releasing a sticky sensation that surpassed the taste of rice. My eyes instantly crinkled into crescent moons as I looked at Chong-Leo with admiration, exclaiming, "Darling, this is truly delicious." Chong-Leo, sporting dark circles under his eyes from a night of toil, followed by an early morning of cooking, smiled at the compliment from Anran, feeling that her praise made all his efforts worthwhile. "I'm glad you enjoy it," he replied. Anran took another hearty sip of wheat water and urged, "You should eat too. Once we finish, we must head to the back mountain to gather the remaining harvest. If it rains, all that wheat will spoil." Chapter 209. This person is quite considerate. Just after finishing the meal, Ching Ching and Chi Yue arrived. "Anran, we're leaving to gather," they announced. Anran hurriedly set down the washed dishes and rushed outside to find them with empty baskets strapped to their backs. Today, we would gather all the wheat together. At this moment, Chong-Leo had summoned several strong males to assist, and everyone was heading up the mountain with their baskets. With a clear purpose and the males forging the path, the thorny bushes were trampled down, allowing Anran and the other females to move with ease. Soon, we reached our destination. Chong-Leo instantly recognized it as the patch he had worked on all night, stretching endlessly before him. "There is so much," he exclaimed. "Indeed," replied Anran with a smile. "This year, we gather here, and next year we'll plant again, ensuring a bountiful harvest year after year." Nearby, Sherpa listened, perplexed by her words. He couldn't fathom why they needed to plant when the land naturally produced such yields. "Aren't there plenty growing here? Why bother with planting?" He voiced his confusion. Back in the Qingshan tribe, he had seen others planting, but as a member of the hunting team, he had never felt the need to engage in such tasks. However, things were different now. The chief had summoned them to gather. and it was likely that the responsibility of planting wheat would soon fall to them. Moreover, the item Chiyue had brought back last night had caused an unbearable itch after he touched it, requiring multiple baths to soothe the discomfort. Hearing his question, Anran turned to Shi and Yoli, noticing their puzzled expressions. However, unlike him, they kept their thoughts to themselves. She chuckled softly before explaining, "Naturally grown crops lack adequate nutrients and yield lower quantities. How can they compare to what we cultivate ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Chiyue suddenly realized, "Oh, I understand now. I thought the sugarcane we harvested last winter was sweeter due to the blessing of the beast god. In truth, it was because we planted it ourselves." At this revelation, Niu Li and the other males, including Bai Yun and Zhu Qing, turned to her, enlightened. They had all noticed that last year's sugarcane was sweeter, attributing it to mystical forces, unaware that it was due to their cultivation efforts. Niu Li stroked his chin. "It must be due to the fertilization." Sherpa chimed in. "And the watering." Anran smiled. "Exactly. Without our labor, it wouldn't thrive so well." Chang Liu concurred. "As long as we master the technique of wheat cultivation, we shall never go hungry, even if we fail to hunt." Niu Li immediately responded, "You've eaten it. What does it taste like?" Chang Liu pondered for a moment before finally stating, "It's simply delicious." He found it difficult to describe the flavor, but he knew it was good. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes sparkled. Previously, sugarcane had merely served as a drink, insufficient for filling their stomachs. However, they had raised wild beasts, which meant reliable sustenance. If wheat could provide the same nourishment, they would gladly gather it, even if it meant harvesting dirt. Nearly rolled up his sleeves. "Let's get to work." As the first to take action, he was soon joined by Sherpa and Malio. Before long, their baskets were filled to the brim with wheat heads. Chang Liu instructed the females to continue harvesting while the males carried the load back, choosing to remain and cut the wheat to protect the females. Although they had traversed this area many times without encountering large beasts, they were still close to the Yin tribe, so caution was prudent. With the males' assistance, what would have taken Anran, Chiyue, and Qingqing half a month to accomplish was completed in just 3 days. Looking at the barren stalks of wheat, Anran initially contemplated bringing them all back as firewood. However, upon reflection, she realized that transporting them would be laborious and inefficient. Instead, it would be more practical to set them ablaze, enriching the soil with nutrients. Chang Liu, "Let us leave these behind, clear the surrounding vegetation, and simply burn them." Chang Liu nodded in agreement, finding her suggestion reasonable. Previously, when Anran mentioned wanting to take the stalks back for firewood, he had disagreed, thinking it looked plentiful but was ultimately less practical than simply chopping down a couple of trees, saving time. "All right, I'll start the fire." After completing this task, they returned to the tribe, where the open space was now piled high with wheat heads. That evening, the entire tribe gathered under the moonlight, merrily husking the wheat grains, sharing laughter without a hint of hardship. Only Anran glanced at her hands, noticing the blisters from the day's work. Suddenly, she recalled seeing a stone mill for grinding wheat on television. She called out to Chang Liu, "Come here for a moment." Chang Liu set down his wheat heads. "What is it? Are you thirsty?" "There's cool water in the tree shelter." Anran shook her head. "No. I've thought of a way to expedite the husking process." Upon hearing this, Chang Liu's eyes lit up. Although he didn't voice it, the repetitive husking over the past few nights had become tedious, consuming too much time and leaving him exhausted. Most of the tribe members were only starting to husk tonight, so they were still enthusiastic, but that enthusiasm would likely wane by morning. If there were a way to increase efficiency, it would be a blessing. "What method?" Anran explained. "I saw some large stones by the coast. We could create a cylindrical stone with a hole in the center, insert a wooden rod, and use manpower to roll it, effectively grinding the wheat." She spoke enthusiastically, but Chang Liu only grasped fragments of her idea: stones, wood, and grinding wheat, while the rest eluded him. "I'll go fetch the stones. Just tell me what to do." Both were action-oriented, and they immediately began working. Anran guided him step by step, and by late into the night, they had formed a rough prototype. Both were utterly fatigued, with Anran struggling to keep her eyes open. The tribe members had long since returned to rest. Stifling several yawns, tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Chang Liu, I can't hold on any longer. Shall we head back now and finish in the morning?" Chang Liu felt equally exhausted. Though he was the tribe's warrior and leader, he was not superhuman and could tire. Rubbing his sore eyes, he agreed, "All right." In the past, they would wash up before sleeping, no matter how tired they were. But that night, they hurriedly washed their feet and collapsed in a bed without exchanging a word. The next morning, The sun had risen high by the time they awoke. Anran was fine, as she often rose late when there was nothing pressing, but Chong Liu was different. This is indeed his first time sleeping in. And he springs up abruptly, hastily getting out of bed to attend to his tasks. Anran notices his somewhat awkward demeanor and can't help but chuckle softly. Chong Liu, you seem excessively anxious. So what if you woke up a bit late? Is such a reaction truly necessary? With a playful grin, she lifts her animal hide blanket, teasingly suggesting, why don't we sleep a little longer? However, Chong Liu is entirely unfazed by her charm. He puts on his animal skin skirt, adopting a serious tone. As a male, not realizing the dawn has arrived is a failure in duty. Yet, the moment he glances at Anran, his expression softens, and he gently tousles her hair. Look at your eyes, they're still puffy. Sleep a bit more, and I'll boil some water for you. Once it's ready, you can wake up. Warmth spreads through her heart at his words. This man possesses a surprising thoughtfulness. Chapter 210. Grinding wheat nevertheless. She cannot indulge in laziness so easily. As the ancients wisely noted, it is easy to slip from simplicity into extravagance, but difficult to return from extravagance to simplicity. If she were to yield to idleness this first time, it would likely set a precedent for future indulgences, leading her down a path of complete laziness. Such individuals are the ones she despises the most. She does not wish to become someone she loathes. No, I can manage. I'll just wash my face with cold water. She rises from the bed, instinctively reaching for her grass shoes. Yet, to her surprise, her feet feel nothing but comfort. Upon looking down, she discovers a brand new pair of grass shoes. Anran wiggles her toes, filled with Chong Liu's affection. In the entirety of the Qing Shan tribe, it is customary for females to craft shoes and clothing for males, but she consistently forgets this, with Chong Liu always making them for her. A smile unconsciously creeps across her lips. These shoes are truly beautiful. Chong Liu, overhearing her remark, glances at the ordinary grass shoes, which are no different from anyone else's. Yet, her words fill him with sweetness. Seeing that his efforts are appreciated is the greatest reward. Still, he responds, they're all the same. Anran stands, takes a few steps, and wraps her arms around his arm, nuzzling gently. Not the same. These are made by you, and that sets them apart from the rest. Having been together for a considerable time, Chong Liu is well aware that this girl loves to be pampered. He never tires of it, playfully rubbing her forehead. Hurry and wash your face. We still need to test that stone grinder later. Anran nods, and following customs, they head to the back mountain together to fetch the stone grinder. Ching and Chi are already laboriously working at the wheat field, observing their determination. Anran notices their once fair hands now appear calloused and worn. The vibrant scene from yesterday starkly contrasts with today's somber atmosphere, as everyone seems somewhat dispirited. Hey, she calls out from a distance. Let us try using the stone grinder. Ching and Chi, already in considerable pain from their hands, still bear the remnants of blisters from the previous night. The thought of grinding wheat again is daunting, especially with the pain from any ruptured blisters. Suddenly hearing Anran's voice, everyone looks up to see her accompanied by the tribe leader, pushing a large, round stone. They are unsure of what this object may be, but Anran has always brought them delightful surprises, so it must be something that can aid them in their work. Chi rushes forward first, asking, is this a tool for threshing the wheat? Anran nods enthusiastically. Exactly. We prepared it last night, and now we're here to give it a try. Upon hearing this, the others rush to Chong Liu, curiously observing the stone. Chong Liu, wait a moment. Let me spread the wheat out first, and then you can bring the stone grinder over. Let us do it together, Chong Liu replies. Ching quickly joins in to help, and soon the open space is covered with a layer of wheat heads. Chong Liu places the hemp rope over his shoulder and, with a gentle pull, begins to move the stone grinder behind him. Everyone watches intently as the stone grinder rolls over the wheat, Anran included. This is her first time using such a device, and she cannot guarantee its effectiveness. However, where the stone grinder passes, all the wheat falls away. Chiyu gasps in astonishment. It really works. Chong Liu stops after a full rotation, grabs a handful of wheat, blows on it, and the chaff falls to the ground, leaving only whole grains in his palm. A smile spreads across his face. It's a success. Anran beams with joy. Let us make another one, and the males can help. We females will handle the cleanup, and we'll finish quickly. Ching immediately suggests, let us have Nioli help. He is strong. Others are intrigued by this unfamiliar device, grabbing the hemp rope from Chong Liu's hands, eager to try it themselves. Ma Lu gives it a tug and instantly grins. This is so easy. The males, who used to roam the mountains hunting, Now find the prospect of hunting dwindling, as game becomes increasingly scarce. Many resort to gathering from the sea, tired of the hopelessness of their current lives. After spending days threshing wheat by hand, they are weary of the monotony. Upon encountering this new tool, the males react as if they have discovered a toy, clamoring to take turns using it. After a week of diligent effort, all the wheat is finally threshed, bagged, and stored in the warehouse. A collective sigh of relief escapes everyone, and Anrin cheerfully announces, "Tonight, I will make gnocchi soup for everyone." Ching Ching, curious, asks, "What is gnocchi soup?" Anrin smiles mysteriously, "You'll find out soon. First, we need to grind this wheat into flour." Ki yue sujin li records. Is it with the 2 large stone mills we made a few days ago? Yes, exactly. Both Chi Yu and Ching Ching become excited. Having seen the mills, but not knowing how to use them, Ching Ching quickly exclaims, "I'll go get it." Anrin chuckles, "You might not manage alone. Call Nyo Li and Put to help us." Chi Yu and Ching Ching hurry back to the shelter to summon their partners. With the assistance of the 2 males, they effortlessly transport the 3 bags of wheat to the stone mill. Nyo Li, intrigued by this device that resembles the stone grinder, asks, "How does it work?" Anrin demonstrates with the grinding stick on the mill's hemp rope. "Like this. What should we do?" asks Ching Ching. "You 2 will add the wheat, and I'll collect the flour." "All right, ki you agrees." They're all curious about this new process, wondering what delightful food could come from the yellow wheat grains. Could it possibly be tastier than meat or sweeter than sugarcane? Chapter 211. Finally tasting staple food, Nyo Li pushes the stone mill, while Ching Ching adds clean wheat. In no time, crushed wheat starts to spill from the edges of the mill. Anrin gathers the crushed wheat and places it before Chi Yu, then puts the already ground wheat back into the mill for a second grind. Soon, fine yellow-white flour emerges, and she eagerly sweeps it into her woven basket. This basket, crafted by Baiyun, is remarkably sturdy, leaking only when filled with water. Anrin runs back and forth with the ceramic basin, and with Nyo Li ensure Po's strength. The stone mill grinds swiftly, completing all 3 bags of flour in just half a day. 2 large baskets brim with flour, and she delicately pinches a small amount between her fingers. The flour is exceptionally fine. Though some yellow bran remains mixed in, she is unsure how to separate it and must manage for now. Besides, bran is considered coarse food and poses no harm to health. "Help me lift the stone mill. I'll sweep out everything inside." Sherpa exerts a strong lift, raising the mill that had been resting on wooden posts. Curiously peering inside at the remaining flour, he asks, "Is this really delicious?" Anrin swept the remaining items into the backpack, remarking that they would know by evening. Nyo Li had an unwavering trust in her capabilities, believing Anrin never undertook tasks without assurance. Indeed, Chi Wei shot a sideways glance at her partner, suggesting he should prepare for a feast that night. Ching Ching requested Nyo Li to carry the items back, as their physical labor was unnecessary with a male present. Upon seeing them return with the flour, Anrin proposed they venture to the hillside to gather some wild scallions. Ching Ching smiled slightly, adding that a bit of chili would enhance the flavor, as she had developed a fondness for it since their introduction to spicy food. Chi Wen nodded in agreement, declaring the taste exhilarating. They merrily dashed to the back mountain, collecting a large basin of wild scallions and some wild vegetables, washing them by the river before bringing them back to the center of the tribe. By this time, it was afternoon, and though the sun had yet to set, preparing a meal for over 100 people was no small feat previously. They had cooked separately for their own families, but Anrin, fearing they might struggle with the dough, decided to make it herself first. She instructed everyone to gather their bowls for use. Just then, Baiyun and her companions returned with a large haul of oysters and seaweed. Upon their arrival, they noticed several empty bowls set out in the clearing, with Ching Ching and Chi Wei assisting. "What are you all doing?" Anrin called out, waving to them. "We're making dumpling soup." Baiyun and her group, intrigued by this unfamiliar dish, immediately set down their burdens and approached. "What is this? It looks quite pale," one remarked. Chi Wei smiled slightly, explaining it was made from wheat. Many were puzzled, as they had only seen yellow wheat before. A keen-eyed female pointed out the wheat husks mixed within the white flour, prompting an embarrassed smile from the original speaker, who had not noticed. Anrin added a substantial amount of flour to the bowl, scooping a generous portion of clean water into another bowl, and gradually poured it into the flour while stirring with chopsticks until the mixture formed small lumps. Ching Ching and Chi Wei observed and began to mimic her actions, as they were accustomed to cooking. In no time, they had all shaped the flour into little dumplings. Meanwhile, the water had begun to boil. Anrin carefully lowered the dumplings into the pot, stirring with long chopsticks, cautioning that they must be added slowly to prevent large clumps from forming, which would take longer to cook. Everyone watched intently. Baiyun, unable to contain her excitement, lifted a bowl and poured its contents into the boiling water. Splash! Scalding water splashed onto Tianyu's hand, eliciting a sharp scream of pain from her. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Anren, reacting swiftly, grasped her hand and submerged it in a nearby cold water bucket. "Is it feeling better now?" she inquired. Tianyu nodded, relieved, "Much better. Initially, all I felt was pain, but the cold water has eased it considerably. Keep it submerged until the pain subsides before removing it," Anren advised. Baiyun approached Tianyu, filled with guilt, apologizing for her unintended actions. However, Tianyu, not one to hold grudges, smiled and reassured her, "It's all right. I was standing too close." Understanding that the incident was unintentional, she chose not to dwell on it, acknowledging that her arm was merely reddened. Baiyun, feeling even more remorseful, resolved to prepare a gift for Tianyu upon her partner's return that evening. Anren chopped the wild vegetables and added them to the pot along with a pinch of salt, topping it with a sprinkle of scallions. As the sun began its descent, casting red waves upon the sea, the males who had gone hunting and gathering returned, greeted by the enticing aroma. Changlu twitched his nostrils, recognizing that the scent was neither roasted meat nor seafood, but something unfamiliar. Curious about the gathering of females, he squeezed in to investigate, asking what delightful smell wafted through the air. Anren served each female present a bowl, explaining, "I cannot prepare individual servings for everyone. So once you finish, please take some flour home to make your own." After laboring to prepare for over 30 females, she had realized her limitations. It was far more practical to let them cook for themselves, avoiding the dilemma of accommodating varying spice preferences. Upon hearing her suggestion, Qingqing and Shiyue promptly handed their bowls of dumpling soup to their respective partners and took some flour to experiment with their culinary skills. Anren filled another pot with water to prepare a serving for Changlu and the three little ones. However, Anxin, Anruo, and Ankang could hardly wait any longer and clung to her legs, exclaiming, "Mother, we are so hungry." With a resigned smile, Anren handed them a large bowl. "Here, take this." Anxin, being the eldest and strongest, snatched it and dashed away. Changlu glanced at the contents of the bowl, asking, "Is this made from wheat?" Anren confirmed, "Of course, I'll add some cured meat to it." Changlu grinned, "I'll go fetch some." They had always worked together, and since Anren rarely cooked, this rare occasion called for his assistance. He returned to the shelter, retrieving a piece of cured meat smoked with cedar branches, washing it clean. "How should I cut it?" he inquired. "Into thin slices will suffice," Anren replied. He then took another ceramic pot, frying the meat until it became translucent before placing it into his designated bowl, finally ladling a generous portion of dumpling soup atop it. Noticing that his bowl contained all the meat, while Anren's had none, Changlu felt slightly uneasy. "Why aren't you eating any meat?" he asked. Anren shook her head. "I've gained weight. If I eat more meat, I'll become a ball." Changlu scrutinized her, genuinely unable to see any extra weight. She seemed merely fuller in the right places, and recalling the sensation of her body, he couldn't help but reach for her exposed waist, giving a firm squeeze. "I don't see it," he commented. Anren, sensing his playful intentions, swatted his hand away, muttering rogue. However, her words carried a tone that Changlu interpreted as playful teasing. With a triumphant smile, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Wife, I miss you." The sultry tone sent shivers down Anren's spine, causing her to turn and glare at him fiercely. "What sort of indecent talk are you spouting in broad daylight? Just wait until the children hear. I'll deal with you." Changlu, perplexed by her reaction, found it perfectly normal for the young ones to understand such matters. After all, they had all grown up in this environment, and it was inevitable they would come to comprehend it eventually. If a male were to falter in this regard, not only would he lose face, but he would also likely find it difficult to attract any females. Wouldn't he then have to teach himself? Yet, Anren was different. He understood that, despite not grasping the significance of such behavior, her words were absolute. It was best to heed her, lest his plans for meat that evening be thwarted. Chapter 212. The plum blossom vanished after the meal. Changlu tidied up the dishes while Anren cleaned a rather rudimentary shelter. Though modest, maintaining cleanliness was essential. Changlu felt a twinge of guilt as he surveyed the cramped space. Anren has scarcely enjoyed a few pleasant days since following him. Yet she has never allowed the surrounding circumstances to provoke her temper, unlike other females who, despite their diligent and obedient nature, occasionally find it hard to suppress their anger and resort to quarrels. With the arrival of winter, we shall finally have time to construct our own houses. A prospect Anrin has eagerly anticipated. Since coming here, the kiln has been continuously in operation, and they have amassed a substantial stock of green bricks and tiles. However, for now, everyone can barely make ends meet, leaving no spare hands to dedicate to building houses. They must simply wait. Straightening up, she turned to him, her eyes brimming with joy. Really? Do we have enough bricks and tiles? Chong Lu smiled faintly. We had enough yesterday. Upon hearing this, Anrin felt an exhilarating rush. Although the cave could serve as shelter, the rocky surroundings offered little space for excavation, forcing them to cramp into their small tree shelter for so long. Moreover, nothing could compare to the comfort of a proper brick house. The mere thought of the spacious, bright-tiled house from her past life filled her with immense delight. Then I shall build 5 grand tiled houses. No sooner had she spoken than angry shouts erupted from outside. Qingzhu, you are utterly shameless. The voice was somewhat unfamiliar to her, yet Chonglu immediately recognized it and swiftly exited the tree shelter. Anrin followed closely behind and found a throng of people gathered outside. In their daily lives, the community was perpetually busy with hardly any time for rest, let alone leisure activities. The most significant entertainment was likely the evening exercises, and such a juicy spectacle was too tempting to ignore. Some of the beastmen wore expressions of excitement and curiosity, eager for the events to escalate. Anrin squeezed into the crowd with Chong Lu and saw Bai Yun standing behind a male figure with a dark expression, occasionally casting resentful glances at the 2 males engaged in the argument. Qingzhu was not one to be easily intimidated. Unperturbed, he stepped forward to confront Ma Lu. You can't even keep your own female in check, yet you blame me? Are you out of your mind? Ma Lu, Kensum Bereid, retorted. Who doesn't know you are entangled with Mei Hua? Now that she is missing, are you hiding her? At those words, the crowd gasped in shock. They were all aware of this matter, but had refrained from addressing it openly, merely whispering about it in private. Now that it had been brought to light, the significance was drastically altered. The onlookers eagerly watched the 3 of them, and the females turned their gazes toward Bai Yun, despite her ordinary appearance. She was a diligent female who maintained her distance from other males apart from her 4 mates. Yet, she had been betrayed by her first beast husband, Qingzhu. The way she looked, it seemed she must have known long ago, for her eyes were filled with resentment from start. Qing expressed sympathy. Bai Yun is truly pitiful. However, Qiyu disagreed, lifting her chin. A disobedient male is not worth keeping. If anyone dares to betray me, I would kick him out at the first opportunity. Indeed, Anrin chimed in, wrapping her arms around Qiyu's shoulders from behind. What use is an unfaithful partner? It is far better to kick him out and avoid the annoyance. Such individuals would surely disturb her peace at night, causing her to lose sleep with disgust. In the past, females had no choice. They coupled with whoever provided meat. But now, things were different. Females could support themselves under the protection of the tribe. Moreover, the number of females was significantly lower than that of males, clearly indicating a rise in female status. Qingzhu must be out of his mind to betray his female. Qingzhu was increasingly impatient. He held no regard for Mei Hua. I truly have no interest in her. Though he did not like Mei Hua, he could not openly admit it. After all, no one was a fool. Most in the tribe were aware of their clandestine mating. Yet, it was merely a fleeting whim for him, and he couldn't afford to speak poorly of Mei Hua. Otherwise, his reputation among the females would surely suffer. Besides, he had been exceedingly busy lately and had genuinely not seen Mei Hua. With his own female to care for, he had no extra energy to tend to her. However, Ma Lu was unconvinced. Despite Qingzhu's unimpressive appearance, he was notorious for his silver tongue. I don't believe you. I want to search. Bai Yun, who had initially felt a flicker of hope, immediately turned pale upon hearing this. She hardly knew Ma Lu and was uncertain of his character. What if he stealthily took her belongings while searching? With this thought, she stepped forward. No, you cannot. Yet, this action conveyed an entirely different meaning to the onlookers. Even Anna began to wonder if Mei Hua was hiding in Bai Yun's home. However, that seemed implausible. Which female could tolerate a mistress staying in her own house? What if she was injured or... She hesitated to think further, but upon reflection, that possibility seemed utterly unfathomable. If she were injured or dead, there would surely be blood. With so many beastmen nearby, some even close to their tree shelter, there would have been no lack of commotion. If there were blood, it would have been detected long ago. Nonetheless, this issue needed resolution. Otherwise, given the spectators' penchant for gossip, they might linger all day, perhaps even feasting while watching. Chang Lu suggested. Shall I check inside? Jin Hu, however, was somewhat impatient, unable to comprehend Chang Lu's intentions. It was obvious from his scent that Mei Hua was not inside. Why search? There was nothing to be found. No second female's scent lingered within. Ma Lu was aware of this too, but she was his female, and scent detection was not entirely reliable. What if she was indeed inside? What if Mei Hua been captured by these people? I concur with the chief's suggestion, Chang Lu said, looking at Bai Yun, who nodded slightly. If she had disagreed, the matter would have remained a standstill. If Mei Hua truly was missing, everyone would suspect her. With her consent, Chang Lu stepped into Bai Yun's tree shelter, which was slightly larger than Anren's, as it needed to accommodate 5 individuals. Upon entering, he found it filled with household items and animal skins stored in bamboo baskets. At first glance, there was no one present. Suddenly, a large backpack toppled over, leaving a significant puddle of water nearby. Chang Lu frowned slightly. It was not impossible for a female to be concealed within such a large backpack. However, there was no suspicious scent in the air. As he approached the backpack and lifted it, he discovered it contained merely a large basin of water. He recalled that Anren often did the same, covering clean water with something. However, their clean water was placed on a table. Anren had said that leaving it on the ground was too low and could allow dust to settle. He had not expected Bai Yun to store it this way. Setting the backpack down, he dusted off his hands. There was no one inside. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu's demeanor shifted entirely, his earlier confrontational spirit dissipating. In truth, he had come here merely to test his luck. In the entire tribe, aside from their few partners, only Qin Zhu frequently mated with Mei Hua. Dejectedly, he muttered, so she was telling the truth the other day. Though his voice was low, those nearby heard him clearly, including Anren, who recalled her recent conflict with Bai Yun and curiously inquired, what did she say? However, this question fell directly into Ma Lu's line of fire. Upon hearing Anren's words, he shot up, his fists clenched tightly, radiating fury as he glared at her. It seemed that in the next moment, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, would swing toward her face. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Everyone around was at a loss for words. Was Ma Lu losing his mind, lashing out at anyone in sight? Chang Liu was the first to refuse, feeling utterly disregarded, especially when someone dared to raise their voice at Anran while he was present. He raised his hand, shielding Anran behind him, and exclaimed, Ma Liu, your female has disappeared. Do not wrongfully accuse others. Ha ha! Ma Liu laughed bitterly, his eyes filled with sorrow as he surveyed the crowd. No one seemed concerned about Mei Hua's disappearance. They were merely there to watch the spectacle. Particularly, 2 other males in the throng were unworthy of their status. They were supposed to be Mei Hua's partners, yet they exhibited no worry over her plight, as if she were a complete stranger. He abandoned his usual compliance and turned to glare at Chang Liu. Tribe leader, Mei Hua mentioned she could not survive here. Do you understand why? The crowd furrowed their brows, perplexed. Life here seemed quite agreeable, so how could one not survive? Did they find the conditions intolerable? Most had willingly come to establish this new tribe, having prepared themselves mentally beforehand. Moreover, Mei Hua had also chosen to come willingly. No one had coerced her. So why now could she not endure? Qingqing was equally baffled. If she cannot endure, she could wait for Yin Guang and the others to return with salt and leave together. The entire Qingshan tribe was a confluence of several tribes, and none of the neighboring tribes lived better than they did. Qingqing's thoughts echoed those of many others. They believed that if the time came when they could no longer endure, they could simply return. After all, the tribe leader had never insisted they stay, and leaving a few individuals was no significant matter. Yet, they had not truly contemplated leaving. It was essential to note that while life in the Qingshan tribe was good, it was the presence of salt that made it prosperous. Salt was the currency of this beastly world. As long as they had salt, good days were inevitable. They were not foolish. However, Ma Liu could not comprehend any of this. He only remembered how Mei Hua had wept his arms just a few nights prior. He glared at Anran in anger. It was your slaps that drove her away. Me? Anran found the accusation utterly bewildering. Was this person speaking nonsense and denying her the right to defend herself? She felt as if Mei Hua had lost her senses and was not even allowing her a rebuttal. You simply could not tolerate her, and hence, you drove her away. Ma Liu shouted furiously, as no one understood the significance Mei Hua held for him. Years ago, had she not given him a piece of meat, he would have perished. Thus, this was why he could tolerate her infidelity. She was his goddess. Chang Liu, however, immediately seized upon the implications of Ma Liu's words, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized him. Are you implying that she has fled? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, unable to fathom why the tribe leader was so incensed over someone simply leaving. But Ma Liu felt no hesitation. Having toiled selflessly in the Qingshan tribe only to have his mate pushed away, he had no desire to remain. If need be, he would confront them head-on. It was you who forced her away. Qi Yue could no longer remain silent, though she had tempered her temperament considerably. It did not mean she would allow her own to be bullied without intervention. She brought this upon herself. She stepped forward, confronting Ma Liu directly. Meihua, apart from crying in front of you males, only stirs discord among the females. We never liked her, and her leaving is for the best, while others may not comprehend. Anran understood Chang Liu's concerns. She grasped his large hand firmly. She only knows how to fire kills. She cannot take anything with her. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized the implications of their naivety. If Mei Hua could indeed fire kills, she would be capable of making bricks and pottery, significantly diminishing their advantage in trade. Last year, the tribe leader and Anran had exchanged a single ceramic bowl for a substantial amount of salt, a fact well known among them. If this skill were to be leaked, their advantage would evaporate. Jean, who shook the hair from his forehead. I will go fetch her back. Yes, she cannot have gone far as a female. Sherpa added vehemently. He harbored a deep disdain for betrayal. Bring her back and confine her. Upon hearing Jean Hu's words, Ma Liu felt unperturbed, but when he heard Sherpa's suggestion, panic seized him. The Qingshan tribe had never imprisoned a female. They either expelled them or executed them on the spot. Such a death preserved the female's dignity. However, if she were imprisoned, the situation would be entirely different. A confined female, should a male desire, would have to submit. Otherwise, others had the right to kill her, devoid of freedom, rights, or dignity. As this thought crossed his mind, he immediately positioned himself in front of Jean Hu and Sherpa. No, Sherpa disdainfully shoved Ma Liu aside, and the two immediately became embroiled in a scuffle. The scene descended into chaos. Even the onlookers, initially entertained by the drama, lost their appetite for the spectacle. The suffering of their fellow tribe members was no cause for celebration. Nioli attempted to separate the two, but they were oblivious, and he was suddenly knocked to the ground by a powerful kick. Anran watched the tumult unfold, her head throbbing with frustration. What madness was this? Chapter 214. On stilts. As for the notion of retrieving the female to imprison her, as a female herself, she found it highly objectionable. It was better to let her fend for herself outside than to suffer indignity. Let go, Chang Liu. Since she has already fled, let her be. We in the Qingshan tribe shall act as if she never existed. Her life and death are of no concern to us. However, Qi Yue, and the others held a different view. They had labored tirelessly to attain those valuable resources, and they were unwilling to let them simply be taken away. Nioli was the first to voice his dissent. How can we allow this? That would simply benefit the other tribes. Having initially felt relieved upon hearing Anran's words, Ma Liu thought that with these people's tracking abilities, they would surely catch up to her. If they abandoned the pursuit, Mei Hua would have a greater chance of safety. Previously, he had shared the belief that imprisoning females in the tribe was a good thing, like the other males. Yet, they had been partners for a long time. Engaging in such actions would undoubtedly be treachery, and such a female would be treated like livestock. Now, with Nioli opposing him, he directed his fury toward him. What wrong has Mei Hua done to you that you seek her demise? Ma Liu's eyes were bloodshot, marked with the bruises from Sherpa's blows. Yet his wrath remained unabated. Chang Liu surveyed the chaotic scene. It was already dark, and, typically, many beastmen would be asleep by now. He had intended to enjoy a late-night meal, but now, he had lost all appetite. Annoyed by the situation, he declared, Listen to Anran. We shall let the matter of Mei Hua pass. She is no longer one of us. Her life and death are no concern of ours. Upon hearing this final decree, Ma Liu collapsed, gasping for breath, his gaze vacant. Sherpa rubbed his face, surprised that this lad had fought so fiercely. Had he intended to take his life, he would have surely perished by now. Frustrated, he spat on the ground. Ha! Qi Yue was immediately incensed by this action and pulled him aside. Sherpa, what was that gesture? The once audacious Sherpa, now chastised by his female, quickly regained his composure. Although Qi Yue had mellowed considerably, her fastidious nature had intensified since the advent of soap. They were also prohibited from spitting indiscriminately at home and going to bed without washing up. Anyone who emitted an unpleasant odor would be expelled. Qi Yue, I was wrong. Seeing his attitude of admitting fault was somewhat satisfactory, Qi Yue snorted coldly. Tonight, you will prepare the foot bath. Shipo instantly transformed into a sycophant, trailing behind as they departed. Aaron also took Chonglu and left, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers murmuring in surprise. It was evident that Ma Lu was reluctant to part with his female companion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created such a ruckus. The happiest person regarding this matter was Bai Yun, as the thorny plum blossom that had pierced their relationship was no longer present. However, Ma Lu's demeanor stirred jealousy within her towards the plum blossom. The betrayal of her first beast husband, Qing Zhu, was a thorn lodged in her throat. The fact that such a fickle female like the plum blossom could win the heart of someone so devoted to her only deepened her chagrin. She scoffed derisively at the ground. What kind of world is this? The following morning, Jin Wei counted the number of people for hunting and grass cutting, and after 3 counts, one person was still unaccounted for. Who could it be? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing turned her face aside, remaining silent. However, a male nearby exclaimed loudly. Ma Lu did not come. Jin Hui's eyes flickered. It must be that he was too heartbroken last night and lacked motivation today. Forget him. Let us set off. Last night, Aaron had not stayed up late and rose quite early. After preparing herself, she rushed to find Qing and Qi Yue. The distance between their homes was not far. Standing at her doorstep, she called out loudly for them to hear. With a basket on her back, she shouted, Qing, Qi Yue, we're going out. Qing emerged carrying a basket. Where are we going? We are heading to the back mountain to chop wood. Upon hearing this, Qi Yue exited. What do we need to chop wood for? Aaron smiled and replied, of course, it is for fishing. The net I wove earlier has yet to be utilized. Qi Yue recalled seeing her sitting at the door weaving the fishing net. Let us go to the back mountain. Once we chop the trees, we can directly roll them down the hill. The 3 of them climbed up the slope, selecting 2 trees as thick as an arm to chop down. They quickly fashioned 3 pairs of stilts on the mountain. Aaron had never played with such things before. She had only seen them on television, where coastal areas employed this method for fishing. Using hemp rope, they tied the stilts to their feet, elevating them half a meter off the ground. Qing, Qi Yue, lend me a hand. Qing stood up, brushed off the grass from her backside, and extended her hand to assist her. Aaron, is this for playing? Qi Yue, however, cut to the chase. This is certainly not a game. It should be for fishing. Aaron grasped their hands and slowly stood up. Qi Yue is right. If we can stand on these, we can wade into the sea to fish. But the sea is so deep. Qing did not comprehend. Qi Yue, however, suddenly realized, smacking her forehead. Oh, I understand now. What do you understand? Qing gently inquired, genuinely puzzled. Without waiting for Aaron to explain, Qi Yue took it upon herself. You silly. The sea is deep, but if we stand on these, we will not be submerged, allowing us to fish with the net. Precisely that is it. Aaron encouraged. Hurry and tie them on to give it a try. Qi Yue handed her a long stick. Be careful. Aaron accepted the stick, which provided 3 points of support, ensuring stability. Rest assured, even if I fall, it will be fine. First, use the stick for balance. This method is quite simple. And soon she was darting across the grass. Even Qi Yue and Qing began to walk with some semblance of skill. Qi Yue approached Aaron, and with a gentle breeze, her loose strands of hair danced in the wind. Excitedly, she gazed around. Aaron, I feel so tall. Qing was also inspired. I never imagined being tall felt like this. Aaron gained confidence, discarded the stick, and wobbled a couple of times before finding her balance. She smiled. This was coming along quite well. Taking a step forward, however, her entire body swayed, and with an unstable footing, she was about to fall. Qi Yue, standing closest, quickly reached out to steady her, but unexpectedly, she too lost her balance on the stilts and stumbled towards Aaron. Both of them tumbled down the grassy slope in a roll. Qing, witnessing their fall from above, grew anxious, for not far away loomed a steep cliff. Although it wouldn't be fatal, a fall could very well lead to a fracture. In her panic, her feet stumbled, and she too rolled down. Aaron rolled twice on the grass before realizing that if she did not stop soon, she would likely be injured. She quickly grasped a tuft of grass on the slope. Phew! Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief and came to a halt. Chapter 215. A Pig Thief? However, before she could catch her breath, Qi Yue rolled down towards her, uprooting the grass beneath her. Thud! She landed at the base of the cliff. Thankfully, it was only 2 meters high, and the ground was soft soil, so she was not severely harmed. Yet, her chest ached from the fall, despite the pain. Her mind was clear, and she knew she had to move quickly to avoid Qi Yue falling on her, which would result in a second injury. Though her mind was clear, the pain rendered her weak, and she gritted her teeth to stand up. However, after taking a single step, she collapsed again. The moment she hit the ground, a heavy body landed squarely on her backside. Moments later, another followed suit. She was utterly exasperated. "Hurry and get off me." She felt that if they pressed down any further, she might perish. From above, Ching heard voices below and intended to stand up. But the objects on her feet hindered her from doing so. After several unsuccessful attempts, she rolled sideways and finally made it down. As soon as she landed, Cuf followed suit. Anren finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You both are rather heavy, aren't you?" However, upon hearing this, Ching and Chiwe felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, they burst into laughter. This was far too challenging. Anren rested on the ground for a while before, finally, sitting up. "I will try walking again." Ching looked up at her. "Ah, you are going again?" She frankly did not wish to do this anymore. "I believe this is sufficient. There is no need to learn this. After all, there is wheat now, and occasionally some seafood. There is no hunger to be had." Yet Chiwe thought otherwise. Attempting to stand, "Let us do it together." Ching had no desire to continue. There was so much work to be done, and she could do other things. This stilt walking was far too difficult. That recent fall had been too painful. She was certainly frightened. Anren and Chiwe decided to practice directly on the beach, where even if they fell, it would be of little consequence. The two of them would walk a couple of steps, and then fall, repeat in a cycle. Ching sat nearby, watching and wincing. Anren, Chiwe, do not walk anymore. However, Anren and Chiwe paid her no heed. They were determined to prove that this was not as difficult as it seemed. As evening approached, the tide began to rise. Anren wobbled and managed to take several steps without falling, excitedly shouting to Chiwe behind her. "I have learned it." Chiwe also managed to walk several steps without stumbling. "Look, I can do it too," Anren declared. "Let us walk a little longer, and tomorrow we will elevate these a bit more." "Yes," Chiwe grinned. Though her body was covered in bruises, she relished this sense of accomplishment. Moreover, Anren, being a year younger than her, showed no signs of weakness, so she certainly could not falter. The two continued for a while before finally packing up to return and prepare dinner. Changlu had been busy sunning the salt all day, and upon returning, he spotted Anren, bruised all over, cooking at the door. His heart sank. Could it be that she had been beaten? Tension surged within him as he rushed over, scrutinizing her injuries. "What happened to you?" Anren glanced at the bruise on her arm and smiled. "It's nothing. Just a little fall." Changlu did not believe her at all. Who could possibly fall and end up like this? Noticing his disbelief, Anren did not wish to elaborate. She had already had quite a tiring day. Retracting her arm, she hastily prepared to serve the meal. At this moment, the three little rascals, an Exen and Raw, and in Kong, returned, their faces smeared with dirt and disbelief, rubbing her eyes in astonishment. An Xin let out a shrill scream. "Which blind fool dared to strike my mother?" Upon hearing the eldest's words, Kong immediately bared his teeth, while even Ruaw furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her, and Ran turned to glance at the four of them, all displaying the same demeanor. Rolling her eyes at them, she retorted, "Do I look like someone who has been struck?" The four nodded in unison, yes, and Ran was at a loss for words, heavily placing the meat soup down, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I simply stumbled. With a swift kick to Chong Lu's calf, she commanded, "Hurry and serve the meal." The unexpected touch made Chong Lu's heart flutter. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Will I have my dinner tonight?" Startled by his alluring words, and Ran, who was scooping meat nearby, turned to glance at the three little rascals, who had already entered the tree shelter, ensuring they could not hear him. She then turned back. "Faizing an noyan, go eat jung." Upon seeing her expression, Chong Lu, determined to be obstinate, took the large bowl from her hands, declaring, "If you are dumb, then I shall eat you." And Ran almost stumbled upon hearing this. His words made her question how he could compare himself to dung, her lips twitching in disbelief. "You truly are a dog." Seated at the stone table, and Ran picked out all the fatty meat from her bowl to give to the three little ones. Chong Lu quickly finished his meal, occasionally glancing at Ran with a smile that made her feel uneasy. Was he truly losing his mind? "After you eat, go fetch some clean water for the little ones to bathe," she instructed. Chong Lu, perceiving this as a task, promptly replied, "No need to trouble yourself. I will take them to the river to wash after our meal. We wouldn't want to make the entrance to our home wet and attract mosquitoes." Initially intending to argue, and Ran found herself agreeing to this response. The three little ones, hearing that their father would take them to the river to play, immediately sprang to life, with the eldest and second quickly finishing their food and rushing outside. Noticing his older siblings had dashed off, the youngest abandoned his bowl and followed suit. and Rand glanced down to see that his bowl still contained a small portion of meat and shouted after him. And Kong, you haven't finished your meat. No need. She heard him call as he vanished into the night. Turning back to the unfinished meat in the bowl, she felt a pang of nostalgia. It was her first time having leftovers. She recalled how often she had gone hungry upon arriving in this world. Little did she know, these little rascals were already wasting food. Reluctantly, she picked up the bowl, hesitating to throw it away, but knowing it would spoil by morning. With a heavy heart, she poured it into the slop bucket, reasoning that feeding it to the luo beasts at the back wouldn't be wasteful. After washing the dishes, she carried the heavy slop bucket to the back, as she had no intention of letting such foul-smelling refuse linger at her doorstep overnight. A sheltered spot on the back mountain housed their newly raised luo beasts and some gugu beasts, as well as long-eared rabbits. It was not far to walk. As she approached, the luo beasts within began to stir. Pouring the slop into their feeding trough, she doused one of the beasts directly, causing the others to stretch their necks and lick up the food. As she turned to walk back, she heard rustling in the grass. Alarmed, she wondered who might be lurking around the pig pen at such an hour, especially given the unpleasant odor. Could it be a thief? Chapter 216. A needle's eye is forming with that thought in mind. She quietly set down the slop bucket and picked up a nearby pig prod, cautiously approaching the rustling. Hurry up. Suddenly, a hurried male voice rang out, causing her heart to race. Who was he speaking to? Did he have accomplices? And Rana's heart sank. If there was only one person, she might confront him, as they were close to the tribe's back. A single shout could lead to the thief's capture. However, if there were accomplices, she dared not risk it. If one person held her down while another covered her mouth, she would have no chance to resist. Resolving to retreat, she quietly lifted her right foot, preparing to back away and call for help. Oh, you silly fool. Why are you so impatient? At that moment, a somewhat familiar female voice chimed in, playful yet melodious, clearly indicating a certain intimacy. And Ran's expression darkened. She recognized the voice, but could not place it. However, she was certain it belonged to someone from her tribe. Thus, the male must also belong to the same tribe. With this realization, her initial anxiety dissipated. It was merely a pair of companions seeking a thrill. Yet in the next instant, her worldview shattered. A tearing sound of animal hide echoed from the nearby grass. "Ah, I adore your roughness. Is that so? If it weren't for my strict yellow-faced wife, I would have come out to find you long ago. Me too. My household is always pestering me. Otherwise, I would have sought you out much sooner." And Rand felt utterly speechless upon hearing this. It turned out to be a pair of star-crossed lovers. Deciding to quietly withdraw, she had no intention of interrupting them. Moreover, she felt no curiosity regarding the female's identity. Dropping the pig prod, she returned to the tree shelter with her slop bucket. As the sea breeze blew, the interior grew refreshingly cool. Even in the heat of summer, when they still needed a thin layer of animal hide to cover their bellies at night. Upon arriving at the doorway, she spotted Chong Lu returning with the three little rascals. An Xin was riding on Chong Lu's shoulders, and Kong cradled in his arms. And Kong was completely entwined around Chong Lu's arm. The little ones, neither too big nor too small, emerged from their baths, their skin glistening. Frowning, she inquired, "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Yet an Xin and Ruaw and Kong paid her no mind, replying, "It's hot." Chong Lu chuckled as he placed the three little ones on their designated small beds. Time for sleep. The little ones, exhausted from a day of play, instantly fell asleep upon touching the bedding, and Rand settled onto a stone bench to catch her breath after a long day, finally taking a moment to rest. However, Chong Lu appeared somewhat anxious, urging her, "Hurry and tidy up the clothes." And Rand glanced at him, a desire to share her recent experience bubbling within her. "Do you know what I encountered while taking out the slop?" Yet at that moment, Chong Lu was not at all interested in her story. He simply wanted to eat. Moreover, and Rand was standing right in front of him, so he assumed there was no issue. However, he recognized the importance of appeasing her. Otherwise, not only would dinner be delayed, but he might not even get to touch her tonight. Nonchalantly, he asked, "What did you encounter?" Then, seizing the clean clothes, he turned to her with hopeful eyes. "Let us go wash up." And Rand turned to glance at the sleeping little ones, pulling the animal hide that they had kicked aside to gently cover their bellies. Only then did she link her arm with Chong Lu's and step out of the shelter. Looking around until they were away from the crowd, she whispered, "I overheard a pair of unfaithful male and female lovers." Chong Lu's brow furrowed slightly at her words. While he didn't fully grasp the term unfaithful, he understood the implication of lovers. Moreover, they had sworn an oath before the beast god when they became partners. How could things have changed so quickly after only 2 years? Their union had never been coerced. He knew every beastman had their vices, but this transformation seemed too rapid. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Who?" And Rand shook her head. "I don't know. I only heard their voices and did not see them." As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the upper reaches of the river, a considerable distance from the tribe, where other orcs would not venture for a bath. Chong Lu placed the clean beast hide skirt she held onto a large rock nearby and swiftly stripped herself bare before casting a flirtatious glance at Anran and plunging into the water. However, Anran lacked such daring. Although they often bathed here and she could swim, the murky depths of the river made her uneasy. What if a monstrous creature emerged and swallowed her whole? She slowly settled onto the stone, tentatively dipping her toes into the water. Chong Lu, standing in the river, extended his powerful arm, urging her to join him. "Hurry down, the water is just right." And Ran leapt into the water, a wave of warmth enveloping her. And as she submerged her head, she reached for the nearby stone but found it bare. Only then did she realize they had forgotten to bring soap. "Chong Lu, how could you forget the soap while packing?" Chong Lu, busy scrubbing himself, only then registered her words. "Oh, I forgot. Our soap is used up. I'll fetch a piece from the storeroom tomorrow." And Rand felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. How could she wash without soap? The sweat clinging to her skin and the grease in her hair seemed impossible to cleanse. She looked up at the hazy riverbank, recalling that there was a large soap pod tree nearby. Yet, her night vision was poor. Despite the moonlight, many things appeared merely as dark shapes. "Chong Lu, can you check if there is a soap pod tree around here?" Upon hearing this, Chong Lu immediately transformed his legs into those of a beast and leapt out of the water. "Just ahead, I'll go pick some for you." And Rand shouted back, "Get plenty." Chong Lu moved swiftly and soon returned with a large handful of soap pods, grinning mischievously. "I'll scrub your back and wash your hair." And Rand was amused by his playful demeanor. "All right, I'll scrub yours too." She turned her back, and Chong Lu began to lather the soap pods on her smooth, fair skin. With a gentle push, and Rand found herself plunging into the water. Chapter 217. I want the stars in the sky, and Rand was taken aback by the strength with which he scrubbed her. Yet she felt no pain, only comfort. "Bring your tail over and wrap it around me." As Chong Lu was scrubbing her back, he suddenly lost his breath, eagerly leaning in to nibble at her earlobe. "Are you sure?" And Rand nodded, "Of course. Otherwise, if you push too hard, I might go underwater." Just as she spoke, she felt the rough texture of his tail against her waist and reached down to touch the firm serpent tail that was partially submerged. She looked at its azure hue, the scales shimmering under the moonlight. "Chong Lu, your tail is glowing." However, in his eyes, it was Rand who radiated. She had wrapped her arms tightly around him. Peeking over, he noticed her curiosity about his tail. It was merely wet, reflecting the moonlight. "Do you like it?" And Rand nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. This azure color is the most beautiful I have ever seen, none compared to yours." Chong Lu's lips curved into a smile at her praise. Even his ears perked up. Many females were unaware that the more handsome a male was, the more vibrant his original colors, signifying greater strength. Powerful males did not rely on such traits to win over females. They preferred that their partners loved them for who they were. In contrast, weaker males dared not reveal this, as their shortcomings were too apparent. Females remained oblivious, allowing males to boast of their potential while seeking their favor, as long as they could produce offspring. Thus, many females were unaware of this truth. Chong Lu had no intention of revealing it to her, wrapping his arms around her neck. "If you like it, I'll give you a scale." Upon hearing this, Anran shook her head vigorously and turned to face him. "I don't want it. It will hurt." The sudden words that entered his ears melted Chong Lu's heart. In that moment, he wished to strip off all his scales to present them to her. "It won't hurt, as long as you like it." He reached for a scale the size of half a palm, but Anran quickly clasped his hand tightly. "Are you crazy? You'll bleed." Although she had never seen how snakes shed their scales, she knew that fish sometimes bled when losing theirs. Even if there was no bleeding, some fish would become infected without their scales, leading to decay. She did not wish for Chong Lu to fall ill, and since he was always before her, she could admire him any time without needing to strip him bare. Frustrated by his reckless suggestion, Rand scolded, "Why not pick me the stars from the sky?" Chong Lu, witnessing her pouting expression, felt a surge of tenderness. How hard could that be? He then helped Rand sit on a nearby stone, confidence gleaming in his smile. "Watch closely." "Oomph." And Rand laughed. "I don't believe you can truly pluck the stars." With that, he dove into the water, his long tail slicing through the surface. With a mighty flick of his tail, countless droplets flew into the air, sparkling like soft yellow lights under the moon's glow. And Ran was entranced. The sky filled with stars, seemingly within reach. Soon, Chang Lu leapt from the water, landing with a splash, sending a cascade of droplets flying. His elongated form captivating her gaze. She knew Chang Lu was handsome, but this moment felt divine. His emergence was akin to a celestial being descending, striking her heart with awe. After splashing around a few times, he returned. How was that? However, Ran appeared entranced, unresponsive, her gaze fixed ahead. He waved his hand in front of her eyes. Ran? Upon hearing his deep, magnetic voice, she snapped back to reality, looking down at Chang Lu in the water. His face was the same as before, yet it seemed to shine with a golden glow. Her heart raced as if she were transported back to the early days of their romance. Darling, will you love me forever? Chang Lu, hearing her uncertain words, burst into laughter, rising to press his forehead against hers. If I don't love you, who else will? The seductive gesture, combined with his striking features, made Ran feel a sense of unreality. How could someone so ordinary as herself be deserving of such a wonderful person and relationship? This thought echoed in her mind, and she was aware that she would age. She had heard that males aged less noticeably than females, and there were already instances of betrayal within the tribe. Yet, I will grow old, with wrinkles that make me look unattractive. Chang Lu, sensing her self-pity, furrowed his brow and playfully tapped her forehead. Ouch! And Ran winced at the sudden pain, glaring at him with mild annoyance. Why did you hit my head? Chang Lu crossed his arms to wake you up. Even if you lose all your teeth and become incontinent, you will still be my partner, the one I, Chang Lu, will love for life. Understand? Upon hearing the seriousness in his final words, Ran realized she had been overthinking. Rubbing her sore forehead, she stuck out her tongue. Oh, with her newfound clarity, Chang Lu changed his demeanor, gently wrapping his long tail around her and drawing her closer. He reached out to gently caress her fair face and whispered seductively, "How about you love me once tonight?" Upon hearing these words, Ran felt her cheeks flush. It seemed she could never become immune to his allure, and she lowered her head to bite his shoulder. The moon gradually drifted westward, and the morning star rose brightly, suspended in the vast sky. Below, the two were entwined in slumber. Chang Lu, concerned for her health, gently wrapped his serpent-like tail around her, enveloping her in his warmth. It wasn't until the first rays of dawn kissed their eyes that they stirred awake. Ran rubbed her eyes, only to realize she was still in the wilderness. Hastily, she seized a clean hide from nearby to cover herself and kicked Chang Lu awake, urging him to rise. Chang Lu lazily rested his head on his hands, while the other hand grazed her soft waist, his back still marked with the little tomatoes he had planted the night before. Just a little longer, he murmured. Ran shot him a glance. Hurry up. The little ones will wake soon and come looking for us. At the mention of the little ones, Chang Lu finally sat up and dressed. He could refute Ran on many matters, but when it came to the children, he knew to heed her words. All right, I'll catch a couple of fish and make soup for them. With a flick of his tail, 3 fish, each weighing nearly a pound, landed on the shore. Chapter 218. Do not return. Ran gathered a handful of weeds and twisted them into a bundle, but Chang Lu snatched the grass rope from her hands, saying, "Let me do it." He knew Ran was fastidious about cleanliness and didn't want her hands to get dirty early in the morning. They made their way back to the tribe, but just as they reached their doorstep, Anshin burst out from inside, demanding, "Where have you two been?" At that moment, Ankon also came running out, crying, "Are you abandoning us?" Hearing this, Ran felt a pang of guilt and quickly explained, "Of course not. We went fishing for you." Chang Lu raised the 3 fish in his hand, saying, "I'll make soup for you." Yet Ankon continued to sob, while Anru crossed her arms, wearing a Sherlock Holmes expression. "Mom, you smell like Dad." Upon hearing this, Ran felt as if she had turned to stone, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. After Anru made her remark, her gaze shifted to Chang Lu. "What were you two doing?" "Dad smells heavily of Mom." Anshin and Anru rushed over to hug them, kissing them repeatedly, exclaiming, "It's true." Chang Lu, however, was unfazed and shrugged off the 3 little ones. "What is the big deal? We're together every day. It's only natural to have a scent." Ran quickly agreed. "Yes, we live together. It's quite normal." Anshin and Ankong pondered for a moment, seeming to accept this reasoning. However, Anru was not so easily deceived and bluntly stated, "It's different. Your scent is much stronger." Ran could hardly bear to listen to this. They were so young. Surely they weren't about to delve into that kind of education. She discreetly pinched Chong Lu's waist, then forced a smile. Chong Lu handed her the clean fish and, with one hand, grabbed Anru's hide skirt, lifting her up as they headed outside. The other two immediately followed, sensing that Anru was about to receive a scolding. It was only when they were far from the tribe that he finally set Anru down. "Do you know you are male?" Anru tugged at her misshapen hide skirt. "Of course, I'm not female." Chong Lu crossed his arms, eyeing the three of them. "Do you know the difference between male and female?" Anshin immediately raised his hand. "I know." Hearing this, Chong Lu felt a surge of delight. He never expected his usually boisterous eldest son to be so astute. "Oh, then tell me." Anshin jumped up excitedly. "Males urinate standing up, while females squat." "Ha ha!" Anru burst into laughter at this, finding her brother utterly amusing. Although he didn't understand the deeper meaning of his father's words, he knew it wasn't merely that simple distinction. Suddenly confronted with this unexpected answer, he felt his temples throb. He had overestimated his brother. His gaze shifted to the other two. Ankong looked bewildered, clearly oblivious to the humor. Chong Lu asked, "Anru, what is so funny?" Anru laughed, so hard her stomach hurt. And after a while, she managed to regain her composure. "I found it amusing how foolish the eldest is." Anshin, hearing this, was indignant and raised his fist to strike Anru, only to be effortlessly lifted by Chong Lu. "What do you have to say?" Anru grinned. It's evident that Father's words are not merely about the superficial differences between males and females. Moreover, you brought us here for a reason. I suspect it relates to what just happened. Chong Lu chuckled at this response, realizing that he had initially thought Anshin would be the strongest and smartest after being thrown out, but now he understood that Anshin was brave, yet lacking in cunning, while Ankong innocently followed his brothers. Only Anru could deftly navigate around her stronger brother and possess keen observation skills, though her lack of situational awareness often exasperated him. Fortunately, today it was just their family. If she spoke out of turn in a larger gathering, it would surely induce laughter. Chong Lu composed himself and said, "Females are protected by males throughout their lives, whereas we males are born to safeguard females. Thus, we must not be overly simplistic in our thinking." With that, he focused his gaze on Anru's face, "Especially you, Anru. While you are clever and observe more than others, your impulsive speech can easily offend people. Every word we utter should be considered." Upon hearing this, Anshin couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, Anru said a few days ago that Fu Bao is a simple-minded brute." Immediately, Ankong added with a pout, "And he called me a clueless fool who can't transform." Anru, already intelligent, understood after Chong Lu's admonition and lowered her head. She realized how self-righteous she had been, believing herself superior, but the truth was her father had seen right through her. Remembering the incident where she had offended other children, she felt a pang of regret. "I'm sorry." Anshin and Ankong bore no grudge and merely wanted to vent their frustrations from earlier. When Anru suddenly apologized, they felt a bit shy and turned their faces away. Chong Lu reached out to ruffle her soft hair. "Let us go home for fish soup." The five of them gathered around the stone table in the early morning, savoring the steaming, delicious fish soup. The scene was blissful. However, their tranquility was abruptly shattered by Jean, who bursting in. "Chieftain Ma Lu is missing." Just as Anrin finished her half bowl of soup, she turned to Chong Lu, her eyes wide. Could it be that after their fight yesterday, Ma Lu had vanished? Chong Lu paused only slightly before finishing his soup in one gulp. "But have you searched the surroundings?" Jean, who nodded, "Yes, we've searched everywhere. Even his supplies are gone." In truth, he had noticed Ma Lu's absence during the morning hunt and had gone to look for him that evening. However, he had found nothing, and the supplies in the tree shelter were also missing. It was clear that Ma Lu had intentionally run away. He had meant to report this last night, but found the two of them absent. Chong Lu declared, "Let him go. Anyone who voluntarily leaves our Qingshan tribe shall no longer be considered a member. They are not permitted to return." Jean, whose expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, "If they wish to flee, let them. Our Qingshan tribe does not welcome them." After uttering these words, he turned away from the tree shelter, his mood considerably dampened. These were companions he had grown up with since childhood. It was utterly disheartening to witness their betrayal of the tribe. It would be a lie to say he felt no sorrow. Chapter 219. Swimming and Ran raised her gaze toward Chong Lu. Though he remained silent, his expression was undeniably gloomy. She picked up the bowl before him and reassured him. "It's nothing to worry about. They are merely two inconsequential individuals." Despite her words, Chong Lu remained anxious. The Salt tribe was not too far from their location, and Ran had initially assumed he was distressed over his kin's departure, but it turned out he was merely contemplating the tribe's interests. Instantly, she felt a sense of relief and patted his shoulder. It's fine. Even if the Saul tribe learns our techniques, we still have new ones. Upon hearing her comforting words, Chang Lu felt a weight lift from his heart. Regardless of how much he worried, what could he truly do? Should they really attempt to drag those two back and imprison them? Such actions would surely diminish his standing within the tribe, and moreover, and Ran was right. They possessed more than just one or two techniques. He managed to force a smile. Indeed, seeing him smile, and Ran felt her own spirits lift considerably. Today, I shall practice stilt walking on the beach. You must come and watch. Chang Lu took the bowl and chopsticks from her hands. All right, you prepare, and I will wash the dishes. And Ran retrieved the stilts from the entrance of the tree shelter and strapped them to her feet, which are now half a meter taller than the previous day. She steadied herself against the nearby shelter and called out, Chang Lu, do you see? I'm taller than you now. As Chang Lu tidied up the dishes, he looked up to see her standing atop the tall wooden poles. The sensation of looking up at her stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. With a slight movement of his legs, he transformed, sprouting a serpentine tail that elevated him to her height. With a playful grin, he declared, Now I'm taller than you, and Ran, balancing on her stilts, turned towards the river, where Chi Yu and Qing Qing were already practicing nearby. The waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, yet they remained undeterred. Chang Lu felt puzzled, and Ran never engaged in futile endeavors, so this must serve a purpose. What is this for? And Ran produced a fishing net she had crafted and attached it to two slender poles. For catching fish. With that, she waded into the sea, feeling steadier with the net as support compared to merely walking on her feet. She stepped further into the water, yet Chi Yu and Qing Qing watched with trepidation. That was the ocean, an expanse of water. A misstep could lead to drowning. Chang Lu, hurry and protect and Ran. However, Chang Lu merely smiled confidently, hands clasped behind his back. No need, and Ran is no ordinary female. She is intelligent, bold, and resourceful. If I intervene now, it would surely dampen her spirits. Besides, from this distance, if she were truly in danger, I could reach her in time. And Ran bent slightly, cradling the bamboo pole, the large net submerged in the water. She trudged forward, each step a struggle. Gradually, she raised the net, and as it broke the surface, she spotted lively fish and shrimp within. Straining with all her might, she tried to haul them up, but without the buoyancy of water, the weight became overwhelming. She turned her head and shouted, Come help me. Chang Lu, who had been at the shore, rushed to her aid upon hearing her call. As he approached, he noticed the net was brimming with fish and shrimp the size of his palm. He reached out for the net. Let me take that. And Ran willingly relinquished her hold. Her strength was limited, and avoiding trouble was already a form of assistance. Chi Yu and Qing Qing, having heard Ran's plea, made their way over, albeit slowly. By the time they had taken a few steps, Chang Lu had already returned, dragging the net behind him. And Ran joined them, saying, Let us return and divide the catch. Chi Yu and Qing Qing beamed with excitement. Previously, their attempts to enjoy seafood had required waiting for nightfall to lure them with torches, resulting in meager catches. Although they could supplement their meals with other foods, they had grown weary of the wild beast meat they had consumed for over a decade. Nothing compared to the delight of seafood. And Ran was eager to examine her spoils. She had noted a considerable quantity, including many small fish. Cleaning and frying those little fish with a bit of flour would yield a delicious treat. Just the thought made her mouth water. Chang Lu had caught larger fish before, but never such small ones. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. She turned to see Chi Yu and gasped, Qing Qing. Without hesitation, she shed her stilts and leaped into the water, pulling her friend ashore. Fortunately, the water was not very deep, only about a meter high. It was merely that Qing Qing had panicked and failed to stand. Are you all right? And Ran inquired, as Qing Qing lay on the beach, shaking her head and coughing. She had genuinely been frightened. Having never been in the water before, the salt water had choked her. Thank goodness you were here. I might have drowned. And Ran patted her back reassuringly. Don't be ridiculous. The spot where you fell was not even your height. How could you possibly drown? Qing Qing was unconvinced, recalling the suffocating sensation she experienced in the water, where her feet had indeed not touched the ground. How could not be deep? It felt very deep. Chi Yu chimed in, recalling the moment Qing Qing fell. The water had barely reached their ankles, and the height of the stilts was less than that of a person, making drowning impossible. Really, the water only reached the tops of my feet. Qing Qing knew Chi Yu would not deceive her, yet she felt certain she had nearly drowned. How could that be? Seeing Qing Qing regain her composure, and Ran sighed in relief. It was merely the buoyancy of the water, You simply weren't standing on the ground. Chi noticed in Rand's earlier movements. But how were you able to walk in the water? At this, and Rand smacked her forehead in frustration. How could I forget? We've been by the sea for so long, and yet I neglected that we should learn to swim. Ching became increasingly confused. They had just been discussing her near drowning, and now the topic shifted to swimming. What is swimming? Chiyu, though somewhat wiser, remained silent, recognizing that Rand would provide an explanation. And Rand smiled and remarked, look at our Qingshan tribe as Sherpa, Chonglu, and Jinhu. Can they not move freely in the water? This was something Chiyu was well aware of, as Sherpa was her partner. Yes. Back in the old Qingshan tribe, he often went to the river to help pull in the fishing nets. Exactly, that is swimming. Chiyu's eyes widened in realization. So you were swimming just now, but isn't swimming something only males do? Ching queried, puzzled, for she understood that many abilities were unique to males. She looked at Rand with suspicion. Could it be that you were also male? As soon as she spoke, she realized her mistake and hurried to clarify. That is not what I meant. I was just saying that this ability is typically associated with males, right? And Rand did not take her words to heart. Chapter 220. Intimidation. Who said that? Anyone willing to learn can do so. And Rand's fluid movements had intrigued Chiyu, and upon hearing her, she immediately exclaimed, I want to learn. And Rand turned to Chiyu, noticing her significant growth. I will teach you. She then asked Ching, what about you? Will you learn? Recalling the feeling of suffocation, Ching hesitated. No, je me afraid. And Rand did not press her. One must inevitably swallow a few mouthfuls of water to learn to swim, and if fear lingered, mastery would be impossible. Chiyu, I will teach you. They had originally intended to fish in the sea. It was her oversight that she did not teach them how to swim before letting them enter the water. Chonglu was busy sorting through the numerous fish and shrimp alone, casting a glance at Rand, who was happily chatting with the other two females, and immediately felt a pang of jealousy. These two females spent more time with Rand each day than he, her partner. And Rand, how should we handle these fish and shrimp? At that moment, while she was joyously conversing with Chiyu, her thoughts were interrupted, leaving her slightly displeased. After all, this person was not new to seafood. Did she really need to ask? Turning with a hint of impatience, she replied, dry the shrimp, and you figure out what to do with the fish. Chonglu, who had initially wanted to lend a hand, sensed her displeasure and wisely fell silent. He slowly trudged back to the tribe, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration, quickening his pace and tossing a large net full of fish and shrimp aside. With so many people to feed, there was no need to dry these items. They would be consumed in one night. Moreover, he had clearly heard Rand mention teaching them how to swim. Living by the sea, the tribe should indeed learn to swim. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips as he rushed off to find someone. Ching, hesitant to learn swimming, could only return home to gather supplies, leaving only Chiyu and Rand by the sea. And Rand pulled Chiyu into the water, instructing, first take a deep breath and hold it, then submerge your head to acclimate. With that, she crouched down, the seawater just covering her head. Upon witnessing Rand dive underwater, Chiyu also took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly, and submerged her head. As soon as she entered the water, the world around her fell silent, and her body felt significantly lighter than on land. An extraordinarily pleasant sensation. Curiously, she raised her hand, watching her arm float in the water, a sensation she had never experienced before, leaving her quite intrigued. After holding her breath for several moments, she could no longer manage and abruptly stood up, opening her eyes and gasping for air. Seeing Chiyu rise, and Rand followed suit, shaking her wet hair and wiping the droplets from her face. How was that? Shall we try again? Chiyu nodded with a smile. Yes. And Rand then demonstrated a frog stroke in the water, saying, I'll hold your waist. You give it a try. Chiyu confidently relinquished herself to Rand, splashing around beside her. Suddenly, a large splash of water surged towards them, startling Chiyu, who immediately stood up to see Sherpa teasing them, prompting her to punch him playfully on the chest. What are you doing? Sherpa grinned and wrapped his arms around her waist. The chief sent us to learn how to swim. And Rand wiped her face and turned to see Chonglu standing not far away, wearing a smug grin. Niu Li, Jinhu, and others dove into the water like dumplings, while some males stood in the shallows, hesitant to venture further. Chonglu declared, everyone who can swim must ensure the two who cannot learn today. Oh, Sherpa and Jinhu, along with others who could swim, cheered, as it essentially meant they had a day off. Observing others swim was an exceptionally easy task. However, those who could not swim appeared troubled, genuinely fearful of the water. Yet, under the chief's command, they had no choice but to enter the water, believing that with so many tribesmen present, it should be safe. Before long, the area was filled with males, the shallows being ideal for learning to swim. Chiyu approached and Ran, suggesting, "Let's learn over there." And Ran also preferred not to be among the group of males, their attire being quite minimal and lacking in modesty. It would be awkward if anything were to be exposed in the water. Glancing around, she spotted another stretch of beach nearby. "Let's go over there." Upon seeing them attempt to leave, Changlu immediately interjected, "Where are you two going?" And Ran pointed ahead, "We're going over there." Changlu felt a wave of discomfort at her words. Did she not realize that he wished to join her? "Is there no space for you here?" Upon hearing this, and Ran sensed his irritation and found it perplexing. Why was he angry? "You are all males. What are we supposed to do here?" Changlu retorted, "We are learning our own thing. It doesn't interfere with you." And Ran found his response somewhat nonsensical and pointed behind him. "Look at what you're saying." He turned to see the males behind him, and his expression darkened. They displayed no sense of shame, all completely unclothed, which was indeed embarrassing. At that moment, Changlu wished for Ran to distance herself from this place. It was quite a sight to behold. He turned, blocking her view, and bellowed at the shameless males, "Hey, put something on." Qing Zhu and the others were bewildered, as Niu Li, Jin Hu, and Sherpa urged them to dress. However, swimming in animal skin skirts felt uncomfortable and cumbersome. They had finally managed to twist away, only for the chief to arrive, which irked them greatly. "Chief, we finally have a day off. Don't be so strict." Changlu, seeing them standing in the water without a care, squinted his eyes slightly. "Do you think you look good?" Upon hearing this, Qing Zhu swayed his hips and laughed. "Hey, not bad." Initially, he had intended to give them a day off and teach them to swim, but they were simply too unruly. Did they not notice the females present? With a flick of his tail, he slapped the water surface, sending waves splashing everywhere, drenching those males. The males who could not swim were frightened and immediately fled. Anyone who does not dress will face consequences. Upon hearing this, all the males instinctively covered their essential areas. Even Yo Li and Jin Hu wore animal skin skirts, trembled in fear. Although the chief did not show anger in front of his partner, it was evident that Ran and Chi Yu had already moved far away. Given that earlier display of authority, one could only imagine the consequences they would face. Changlu had initially hoped to play in the water with Ran, still relishing the excitement from the previous night. However, he found himself standing idly by, gazing longingly at the scene. Sighing, he approached the group of males. Though his gaze frequently wandered toward Ran, who was meticulously teaching Chi Yu how to paddle with her arms, demonstrating great care. At that moment, Qing Zhu scampered over. "Chief, will you teach me how to swim?" Changlu, already feeling somewhat irritable, suddenly recalled Qing Zhu's earlier antics, a smirk forming on his lips. "All right, I'll teach you." Qing Zhu had initially approached hoping for a stroke of luck, never expecting the chief to genuinely agree. However, before he could even celebrate, he was abruptly lifted and tossed into deeper waters. Observing Qing Zhu floundering in the water, Changlu's mood brightened considerably, and he chuckled softly. "This is what you asked for." Niu Li, receiving swimming instructions from Jin Hu, suddenly noticed a shadow was passed overhead, crashing into the water before him with a loud splash. He swallowed hard, realizing Qing Zhu truly lacked awareness. Did he not see the chief's foul mood? Thankfully, he had managed to stay far enough away. Otherwise, he might have been the one tossed as well. However, after floundering for a while, Qing Zhu began to establish a rhythm with his movements. He soon realized that despite having fallen into the water for quite some time, he was still floating on the surface. Turning to Changlu, he exclaimed, "Chief, I've learned." With both hands swiftly paddling forward, he quickly swam over. The others, witnessing his progress, felt envious. They had all begun learning together, yet he had already mastered it. Even Changlu was surprised by how quickly he had learned. Meanwhile, Sherpa seemed to have an idea and directly pushed Niu Li toward the deeper waters. The commotion was quite significant, and both Anren and Chiwe heard it. When she turned to look, she saw Niu Li being pushed out. These males, true to their orc nature, exhibited a rather brutish approach to learning how to swim. Nevertheless, it was an effective method. She glanced at Chiwe and mischievously suggested, "Chiwe, would you like to learn in the same manner?" Chiwe observed the scene, noting how Niu Li transitioned from chaotic shouting and flailing to discovering a rhythm in the water, and she promptly nodded. Although she feared death, she was not afraid of water, and she trusted Anren to save her at the first sign of drowning. "All right," Anren said as she took Chiwe's hands and led her step by step into the deep sea. "I will let go now." Chiwa nodded. Okay. Anrin released her grip and positioned herself just 2 meters away, watching closely. When danger approached, the instinct for survival surged powerfully within people. And with Chiwa having already grasped the basics of swimming, she felt no fear knowing Anrin was nearby. She gulped down a considerable amount of water. Even as Anrin's legs grew weary from treading water, Chiwa persevered in her attempts to learn. As the sun began to set, many males had already mastered swimming. Yet Chiwa was still floundering. Anrin could see that although she was not exceptionally clever, she was certainly diligent. Her movements became increasingly rhythmic and composed. Chiwa lifted her head and splashed her hands on the water surface, exclaiming, "Anrin, I can do it." Anrin swam over to her, equally delighted. "Then let us swim a bit longer. While the males are around, we can catch some fish." Chiwa glanced at the sky, noting the late hour. "Let us go now." The two emerged from the water, dragged a net from the open area of the tribe, donned stilts, and selected a spot to begin fishing. Together, they pulled the net from the water, but its weight proved too much for the 2 females to manage alone. Chiwa immediately called out to Shippo, "Shippo, come quickly and help." Shippo, who had been playing in the water, promptly swam over upon hearing his partner's call. Others noticed the situation as well. And Jinhu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Am I seeing this correctly? How are Anrin and the others so tall?" Nearly explained, "They have something on their feet." Curiosity piqued. The others swam over to investigate, eager to see what the mysterious object was, as well as the peculiar fishing net in their hands. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the sight of the net brimming with lively fish and shrimp. Though small, the seafood was far tastier than river fish. Since it was the females who caught them, the males eagerly lent a hand. With assistance on hand, Anrin let go of the net, surprised by how fortunate the catch was to attract so many helpers. Reaching the shore, they removed their stilts, and many males rushed forward to touch the catch. Even Nyoli was intrigued. Although Chingching had explained stilts to him over the past few days, this was his first time witnessing someone maintain such balance on them. He picked up a stilt from the ground and eagerly looked at Anrin. "May I give it a try?" Anrin smiled gently, "Of course." Initially, she believed that by doing this, she could lead the gathered females into the sea for fishing. However, she did not anticipate the shallow waters to be so abundant with seafood. One net was too heavy for her to haul alone. Clearly, she had overestimated the strength of the females. With the males now interested, it was better to leave the task to them. After all, Jinhu's aquaculture business had gradually begun to thrive, having already depleted the nearby prey multiple times. Many males were now following the females in gathering, hoping to improve the tribe's meals. Nearly donned the stilts, but he struggled to maintain his balance. Chonglu extended a hand to support him. Excited, he gazed ahead. The elevated view was indeed splendid. However, as soon as Chonglu loosened his grip, he toppled forward, landing face first into the sand with a thud. Laughter erupted around them, especially from Jinhu and Shippo. Shippo clutched his stomach. "Ha ha. Nearly, this is the first time I've seen you embarrass yourself like this." Jinhu joined in. "Is your face flattened now?" The playful banter among the group had long desensitized Nearly to such teasing. He lifted his head, his face covered in sand, pondering how difficult this was. Anrin tossed one of Chiwa's stilts in front of him, chuckling, "You'll get the hang of it after a few more falls." Chonglu suddenly recalled Anrin's injuries from a few days prior. "So this is how you got hurt?" Anrin grinned. "What do you think?" Chiwa approached. "Did you all think stilts were so easy? The 3 of us fell down the mountain the first time." Upon hearing this, nearly Shippo and Chonglu felt a pang of sympathy. While others might not know, as partners, they were acutely aware of the bruises that marred Anrin's skin, many places torn and bleeding. That night, she had complained of a sore backside. It seemed that, unbeknownst to them, the once pampered females of Qingshan tribe were growing increasingly resilient. Nearly, who had previously been lying on the ground, felt compelled to stand. If his partner could endure such a challenge, he could not afford to be laughed at by his peers for merely falling once. In the evening, the males, full of playful spirit, had caught numerous fish and shrimp. Household were busy making fish soup and boiling shrimp. The females prepared some lard to dip in scallions, a delightful treat. By midnight, everyone was sound asleep, particularly the males who had not felt so relaxed in a long time. Suddenly, a jubilant shout broke the tranquility. "Chief, we VE arrived." Anrin jolted awake, sitting up. "Who is it?" Chonglu, already dressed in animal skin, chuckled. "It's Silverlight and his crew." Upon hearing this, she hurriedly got out of bed. "They have finally come. Since moving here, they've been tirelessly working to fill their bellies, and Silverlight's arrival meant they would no longer have to worry about food." She quickly donned her grass shoes and stepped outside, where where more than 20 males had already gathered in the modest settlement. Silverlight, clad in pristine animal skins around his waist, bore the marks of travel on his face, and greeted them with a hearty smile. Chief Nioli and Jinhu rushed over to embrace him warmly. Changlu patted his shoulder. Did everything go smoothly? Silverlight replied with a grin. All went well. We have 2,000 sheep and cows behind us. The news sent waves of joy through the crowd. We will no longer have to fret about meals. Anren, overhearing this, felt a rush of excitement and joined Chiwe and Qingqing as they headed towards the back mountain. Despite Silverlight's mention of 2,000, she yearned to see for herself. Noticing the mass of people heading towards the back mountain, Changlu followed. Recognizing the need to properly accommodate the large number of livestock, he had prepared pens long in advance for this eventuality, but did not expect their first haul to be so substantial. Upon seeing the multitude of animals, he wondered, why are there so many this time? Anren too was curious. They had previously heard that the grassland tribe was quite distant, with perilous journeys that often resulted in losses along the way. It was impressive if they could bring back even over 1,000 at once. Silverlight leaned on a tree stump that formed part of the enclosure, chuckling. Last year, we transported salt, which significantly increased their numbers during winter. So, when we went this time, the prices for the cattle and sheep dropped, prompting us to take the risk and purchase this many. Anren mentally calculated. So this time you must have taken at least 700 in salt? Silverlight nodded. This matter was not solely the concern of the Qingshan tribe. The Yunqi tribe was involved as well. The 2,000 cattle and sheep were all delivered here by him. Thus they must appropriately allocate over 300 units of salt. Otherwise, what reason would they have to collaborate with you? Indeed, I wonder how the salt preparation is progressing on your end. Upon mentioning this, Niu Li's face beamed with pride, as he had personally overseen the collection of such an abundance of salt daily. Patting his chest with a grin, he assured, rest assured, we have not just 700 units of salt. Even 1,000 can be arranged. Hearing this, and Rand furrowed her brow slightly, recalling that their prior discussions revolved around coarse salt prices, yet they had nearly exclusively fine salt to save storage space, with only a small portion being coarse salt. This exchange would result in a loss for them. Upon uttering this, both Niu Li and Yin Guang appeared perplexed. Niu Li scratched his head, questioning, how could this be? Haven't we always exchanged it this way before? At this moment, Chang Lu also pondered this issue. It's different now. Previously it was coarse salt, but now we possess fine salt. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Yin Guang quickly grasped the situation. Are you all referring to the fine white salt brought back to the tribe last time? And Rand nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our storage shed is too small, so we opted for all fine salt to conserve space. Niu Li suddenly recalled, smacking his forehead. Ah, how could I forget this? I was so thrilled about the fine salt that I neglected this aspect. Currently, they only had 26 bags of coarse salt. Seeing their troubled expressions, Jean, who was baffled. What is the big deal? We can simply provide 200 units of fine salt. However, both Rand and Chang Lu deemed this suggestion inappropriate, and Rand firmly rejected. This won't do. We had previously agreed upon a quantity with Yunqi tribe, and we cannot alter it simply because our goods have changed. Chang Lu concurred with Rand's sentiment. We'll let this slide as our own oversight and provide them with the original quantity of salt. We can renegotiate next time. Upon hearing this, many were perplexed, as it was the fruit of their labor under the sun, and they were unwilling to give such an advantage to Yunqi tribe. Yet, with the chieftain's south decision in place, they could only grumble quietly. Chang Lu understood their thoughts, yet, given the current dynamics between the two tribes, it was evident that Qingshan tribe was at a disadvantage. They could not adopt an aggressive stance. Provoking Yunqi tribe could jeopardize their collaboration, which was essential for their venture into the grassland tribe. Such a course of action would be detrimental to all parties involved. He would not engage in self-sabotage. Everyone, return and rest quickly. Tomorrow we shall hold a welcome feast for Yin Guang. Upon hearing this, the previously discontented beastmen instantly perked up with interest. Chieftain, are we to slaughter these livestock? Chang Lu smiled slightly, of course. What good is a feast without meat? The crowd erupted in cheers, unfazed by the unpleasant odor surrounding the pigpen. The following day, excitement filled the air as everyone busily slaughtered pigs and sheep, with a team of over 100 directly taking down 6 Luo beasts and 4 Nyo beasts. The males wielded nets crafted by Rand to fish in the sea, while the females gathered to prepare the roasting area. Chang Lu was also active, seizing this joyful occasion to catch a large haul of sea fish. Qing and Bai Yun assisted in cooking the seafood. while Chi Yu and Ran arranged large green leaves in the surrounding open space and adorned it with fresh flowers. Despite the simplicity of the setting, they refused to compromise on aesthetics. Ying Guang was curious about the seafood they had fished, yet unaware of the toil behind it. He joined in the fishing endeavor. As noon approached, the sun rose high, and a delightful aroma of food wafted throughout the tribe. And Ran sat beside Chong Lu, taking a bite of freshly roasted beef, accompanied by golden brown bacon pancake resting on a large green leaf. This dish required time to prepare, and given the limited flour, it was decided that each person would only have one to savor. And Ran handed the bacon pancake to Chong Lu, saying, "I don't want the fatty meat inside." Chong Lu skillfully used chopsticks to separate the pancake, swallowing the meat in one bite. And Ran's bowl almost always contained fatty meat, which he consumed whenever he was present, or else it would be devoured by the three little ones. He then passed the pancake back to her, and Ran took a bite, savoring the crispiness and the savory flavor of the bacon, her face lighting up with delight. Nothing beats a good carbohydrate dish. Observing the food on the large green leaves, Ying Guang recognized the luo beast and yo meat, but the others appeared peculiar to him, with some sporting 8 legs and others having unappealing appearances. Among these, he recognized the oysters, which Chong Lu had previously fished from the sea during their visit to the Salt tribe. However, they were not visually appealing, and after sampling the roasted meat, his hand reached for the golden pancake. Unsure of what it was, it certainly looked more appetizing than the rest. He gently bit into it, the pancake crumbling delightfully in his mouth, and with another bite, a piece of juicy meat followed. His mouth began to salivate, and in no time, he had consumed it, licking his lips in satisfaction. "Chieftain, what is this? Is there more?" Chong Lu paused momentarily. They had encountered this dish before, but he too was uncertain of its origin and turned to Ran. Receiving his glance, Ran set down the boiled oysters and smiled. "Oh, this is a pancake made from ground wheat." "Wheat, what is that?" Ying Guang inquired, perplexed. He had traveled extensively for 2 years, but had never heard of such a thing. And Ran replied, "When you return, please bring back some seeds to plant in the autumn. Once harvested, they can be reaped." Ying Guang nodded in agreement, eager to discover what wheat was that could create such delectable dishes with meat. The meal continued until dusk as the sun set, casting a warm orange glow upon the sea, creating a picturesque scene. Everyone shared their experiences, and Chong Lu led Ran and Ying Guang on a stroll along the shore. The provisions brought by Ying Guang would sustain them for a considerable time, allowing them to focus on repairing their homes, as winters by the sea were notably colder, with harsher winds and snow than in the mountains. Everything felt splendid, the gentle breeze caressing their faces, and the future appeared bright. That night, everyone, exhausted, retired to bed, while Ran and Chong Lu toiled late into the night before finally lying down. Shortly thereafter, the entire tribe was enveloped in the sounds of slumber. They slept soundly, but some remained restless. Hua Mu led a group of warriors from the Salt tribe, stealthily crawling through the forest. These individuals were relentless, only now settling down to rest. He coldly commanded a nearby female, "Go check if they are asleep." Mei Hua shot a disdainful glance at the male, thinking it shameful for the Salt tribe's leader to have a female lead the charge. However, this was merely her internal grumbling, as she had previously escaped early one morning only to encounter hunters from the Salt tribe, who brought her back. She had always known about the animosity between the Salt tribe's goddess and Ran, believing her skills would guarantee a comfortable life. To her dismay, that goddess relentlessly pressured her to share her techniques, and just after complying, she was coerced into attacking Qin Shan tribe. Although she harbored hatred towards Chong Lu and Ran, and everyone in Qin Shan tribe, she did not wish to take part in the conflict personally. As long as they perished, she had no care for who delivered the blow. Being a female, she was not agile in movement. What if she were discovered? Upon hearing her words, Hua Mu cast a look of disgust at her, deeming her not only useless but also repulsive. No wonder Cui Hua looked down on her. With a single wave of his hand, all the males quietly stood up and approached the tribe, seizing the opportunity as the sea breeze blew in. Hua Mu sensed the moment was ripe for revenge. "Charge!" The group moved swiftly, aided by the sea breeze that carried away their scent. Their movements were gentle, and with Anren and Chong Lu having exhausted themselves during the day, they slept soundly. At last, they arrived before the tribe, and the corners of Hua Mu's eyes twitched involuntarily. With a single wave of his hand, the orcs rushed into the tree huts in clusters. A chilling scream erupted from the entire tribe, waking Anren instantly. Chong Lu grabbed a nearby bee-skin skirt, barely putting it on before two Black Panther orcs charged in, mouths agape, ready to bite. With a swift motion, a cerulean tail shimmered in the night, striking the two males heavily, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Anshin, Anruo, and the three brothers of Ankong also awoke, witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time. Particularly, they were astonished to see Chonglu dispatch two attackers merely by moving his tail. They had always thought their father to be weak, but were taken aback by his formidable prowess. Anrin donned her attire, grasped her bone knife, and bowed, shielding the three cubs behind her, anxiously asking, "Chonglu, what should we do?" Outside, the sounds of battle could be heard, unmistakably indicating a premeditated attack. "We must go out. You females should take the cubs to the warehouse." Anrin nodded and immediately led her three little ones to follow Chonglu outside. Upon emerging, she was confronted by the sight of Qing Zhu, his belly ripped open, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. She urged the cubs onward, crossing over his body towards the warehouse. This was the only sturdy structure made of brick. Wails of despair echoed around them, with some females sobbing over their deceased mates. Anrin shouted, "Females, take the cubs to the warehouse." The Silverlight males had been resting in the warehouse that night, and with all males present, it was well guarded. As she arrived, Silverlight cleared a path for her. Many males were desperately escorting their cubs and females to safety. Chiwa was also brought over by Shippo. Chonglu, facing away from them, instructed Silverlight, "Protect them." Silverlight solemnly nodded, "Only over my dead body." Anrin stood at the entrance, gazing at the chaos outside, when suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her. She recognized the newcomer instantly. Huamu, with a female's lifeless body in his grasp, turned at the sound and smirked wickedly. "Oh, it's you," Anrin replied. "We can negotiate. Just make them stop." Huamu scoffed mockingly, moving his severed arm. "I want my hand back. Can you give it to me? I want her life. Can you provide that?" As the young chief of the large tribe, losing his arm had rendered him a cripple. Not only did his tribesmen ridicule him in private, but even the goddess Suihua began to disdain him. Once, he had been favored by the goddess, but now her affections had shifted to the high priest, Quanming. His status within the tribe had plummeted, and the root of all his grievances lay with the Qingshan tribe. With Anrin, the calamity. This time, Suihua had declared that if he killed Anrin, she would regain her affection for him. Thus, the Qingshan tribe must perish. Anrin must die. Dream on. Chonglu dispatched the two males that had ensnared him and turned to attack Huamu. These individuals were utterly detestable. Had they not sought trouble, he would not have lost his arm. Now they dared to blame others for their misfortune. With a flick of his tail, he charged at Huamu. Seeing the impending attack, Huamu quickly dodged. However, with one arm severed, he stood no chance against Chonglu, and soon his remaining arm was also severed. Terrified, he turned to flee, and Chonglu seized the opportunity to pursue him, but was blocked by other orcs. Anrin, witnessing Huamu's escape, breathed a sigh of relief. An army without a leader was akin to a scattered mess, bound to retreat shortly. She shouted, "Orcs of the Yin tribe, your chief has abandoned you." Upon hearing this, the males of the Yin tribe finally grasped their situation, scanning the battlefield for their chief's presence, only to find none. One shouted, "Where is the chief?" Another pointed in Huamu's direction, and the orcs of the Yin tribe realized their chief had indeed fled, severely wounded. With Changliu's full involvement, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly against them, prompting the Yin tribe's males to turn and flee. Jinhu, with a prominent scar running from his forehead to his nose, pursued the fleeing enemies. Chonglu bellowed, "Return, do not pursue." Once the Yin tribe had departed, Anrin emerged from the warehouse, only to be met with a sight of carnage that made her gag. The ground was littered with bodies. At that moment, dawn broke, and the sounds of mourning filled the air. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar silhouette lying at the entrance of a nearby hut. Taking a few steps forward, she turned the figure over, her heart sinking in shock. Tears streamed down her face as she murmured, "Bye, Yun." A familiar sharp voice pierced the air, and she turned to see Chiwa weeping bitterly while cradling her cub. Shippo stood, dazed in front of her, hands hanging limply, his vacant gaze fixed on Chiwa and their child. His body was covered in wounds, and two deep gashes on his chest were particularly gruesome, with blood trickling down. Yet he remained unmoved. She approached, kneeling beside Chiwa, tightly embracing her shoulder as they both wept together. The greatest pain in life is to see a parent bury their child. Any words of comfort now seemed utterly inadequate. Just days ago, Chiwa had shared that her cub would soon transform, yet how swiftly fate had turned. At that moment, Chonglu patted her shoulder gently. "Come here for a moment." She looked up to see Chonglu's face etched with gloom and sorrow, and stood to follow him. "What is it?" Chonglu surveyed the ravaged village. The huts lay in ruins, and the sight of deceased tribesmen filled their surroundings, the air heavy with their anguished cries. This was the tribe he had nurtured with blood and sweat, now reduced to rubble. He would not concede defeat. He would seek vengeance. Turning to Anrin, whose tears had yet to dry, he wiped her face clean, leaving a streak of blood in his wake. "Help me comfort the females and cubs. I will tend to the males." Anrin nodded, understanding the urgency without needing to be told. It was crucial to rally their spirits. Otherwise, if the Yin tribe returned, they would all perish. She then approached Qinwei again, squatting down once more. "Qinwei, let us clean your cub and remove the blood from him, shall we?" Overcome with grief, Qinwei lifted a hand to wipe the blood from her cub's face, brushing off the dust from his beast skin attire. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not cleanse the stains. Standing up, she forcefully wiped her nose and used the back of her hand to dry her tears. "You are right. He is too dirty." After speaking, she slowly stood, but suddenly her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. Shippo, quick to react, caught them both. "Let me help." However, Qinwei forcefully shook him off. "I can manage." She then carried her cub to the collapsed hut and retrieved a clean beast skin to lay on the ground. Anrin, in a simplified manner, pointed to the scattered ceramic bowls beside Shippo, "Fetch some clean water." He immediately understood and hurried to the riverbank to draw water. Squatting by the river, watching the clear water flow, Shippo beheld his own reflection, half his face smeared with blood. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he clenched his fists tightly, furiously striking the ground. At that moment, he found an outlet for his rage, unleashing a barrage of punches upon the earth. "Damn the Yin tribe! Damn, damn, damn!" Until utterly exhausted, she paused to pick up the basin she had discarded and washed the dirt from her hands, filling it with clean water before returning. Anrin counted the losses from this calamity. 6 females, 10 cubs, and 27 adult males had perished, including Qiyue's cubs, Baiyun, and Qingshu, most of whom she recognized. After soothing the females and cubs, Chonglu and several males set about felling trees to create a massive pyre by the sea. Upon seeing the pyre completed, everyone began to carry the bodies of their loved ones and lay them upon it. As Chonglu ignited the flames, they quickly consumed the bodies. Some females, unable to endure the sight, collapsed in tears, while the cubs became orphans in an instant. Anrin stood silently beside Chonglu, gripping his arm tightly. However, the enmity with Yin Bulu had been firmly established. Anrin whispered, "I shall avenge this wrong." This was a vow to the fallen and a promise to herself. She had always believed that living well was sufficient. If she did not provoke others, they would not come to harm her. Yet reality proved otherwise. Even if one cowered in a corner, a stronger adversary could easily trample them. Hearing her murmurs, Chonglu grasped her hand firmly. "We will not forget," Anrin declared. "Since our shelter is gone, let us build houses with bricks instead." Chonglu nodded. "Very well. I will arrange for the wall to be repaired." Anrin addressed the others, females. "Come with me to dig soil." The females felt a flicker of doubt, but understood that Anrin's words were purposeful. Chonglu led the males to select a location for the new homes, then procured bricks to begin construction. Most of the males had experience with this, and soon, within a week, the outline of the brick houses began to take shape. Chapter 225. Betrayal. Anrin and the females dug mountains of earth and gathered heaps of grass, all cut into palm-sized strips. Qingqing wiped the sweat from her brow and asked, "Anrin, why don't we use bricks to repair the wall?" Anrin kicked the grass pile beneath her feet. "There aren't enough, but this will suffice and can be completed quickly." Upon hearing this, the females recalled their lost kin and silently steeled themselves, working tirelessly. "Anrin, we have completed our wall. Please help us with the roofing," they called. Anrin brushed the dust from her hands and stood up. "I will take a look." The newly chosen location was not far from the previous one, with rows of houses appearing quite orderly. As she arrived, others made way for her, and she climbed up to the rooftops. Each house was small, comprising a large bedroom and a kitchen. Every tile was secured with beast bone nails, as the intricacies of traditional joinery eluded her understanding. "Hand me the tiles," she instructed. Chonglu promptly ascended to the roof, passing the tiles one by one, while the other beastmen watched. She carefully positioned each tile into the grooves, then laid them down on the hanging strips. This task was reminiscent of the times she had assisted her grandmother in the countryside, flipping tiles each year. She never imagined she would apply that knowledge one day. Chonglu stood behind her, observing and quickly mastering the technique. "Is this correct?" he asked, placing a tile next to hers. Aaron looked at their alignment. Yes, just like that. Once they had grasped the task, Aaron was called down from the roof. The summer sun blazed overhead. As the rooftops were exposed to the relentless heat, she felt relieved to be of no further need. Descending, she joined Nguyen and the others to tend to the cattle and sheep, aware that feeding so many animals posed a challenge. The return of Huamu to the Yin Bulu was fraught with disgrace. Suehua sat on a wooden chair, a tiger skin beneath her, embodying a figure of authority as she regarded the returning Huamu with disdain. You return in such a pitiful state? She scorned. Huamu harbored fierce resentment towards Qingshan Bulu, wishing nothing less than to flay Chonglu alive. Seated on a stone bench, his eyes bloodshot, he seethed, if not for the arrival of our old tribe. I would have taken their heads. Suehua, exasperated, stood and turned away, suppressing her rising anger. Despite her elevated status, she was not foolish. Her position was granted by the very cripple before her, who, despite his condition, remained the tribe's leader. Next time, I expect to return with Aaron's head. Hearing this, Huamu felt a pang of guilt. He had failed in his mission, yet she did not blame him. Do not worry. Today they will come to trade for salt, and I will ensure they are dealt with appropriately. With that, she stood in disgust, kicking Mei Hua, who was cowering nearby, with furious intent. Useless wretch. Mei Hua fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen in agony, rolling in pain yet too afraid to utter a sound, fearing her cries would provoke the wrath of the fearsome figure before her. Ever since they had suffered defeat at the Yin Bulu, she regretted having fled. Finally, the houses were completed, and Anren surveyed the spacious and bright structures, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Each household had installed simple wooden doors, providing far greater security than before. Even if the Yin Bulu attacked again, they would first have to breach the doors, giving the inhabitants a chance to prepare for the impending threat, unlike the previous surprise assault. Chonglu approached her, admiring the beautiful houses with great satisfaction. Once we fortify our walls, such tragedies will no longer occur. Anren nodded. Let us take advantage of our food supply and act swiftly. She did not fear death, but she feared dying without purpose. Many males and females have been slain in their sleep, denied even a chance to resist. Chonglu quietly agreed, understood. With summer in full swing, it was the perfect time to harvest salt, an opportune season for the Yin Bulu to stockpile their reserves. It was inconceivable that they would attack during such a crucial period. Chonglu pondered. A large tribe would not risk the lives of thousands for personal vendettas by assaulting their small tribe. The only plausible scenario was that Ma Lu or Mei Hua had ventured into the Yin Bulu. They had not only approached that tribe, but had also betrayed Qingshan Bulu. It was the only explanation for their reckless assault. Realizing this, Chonglu felt regret for having spared them initially. Anren, too, had her suspicions, but she remained skeptical. Perhaps this incident was partly due to their salt production, but more likely it was because of her, as Huamu, the tribe leader, had never once mentioned salt. He instead resorted to violence upon entering, intent on her demise. It must have been Suehua who orchestrated this. Regardless of the motive, their defenses needed strengthening. Otherwise, they would continue to suffer defeat wherever they turned. Turning to Chonglu, she said, "Let us go. Strength lies in numbers." Chonglu nodded, taking her hand and leading her towards the wall construction site. In the past, he would have hesitated to let Anren work so hard, but times had changed. Everyone was fighting for survival, and, as her leader, he must support her. He could not hinder her efforts. A week after the incident, Nguyen and the others returned with a significant quantity of salt. The remaining tribe members, both male and female, including young Anshin, joined in the task of constructing the walls. The females, possessing lesser strength, took on cooking, laundry, and brick-making duties, while the males focused on chopping wood and building the walls. The little ones busied themselves nearby, assisting with the light task of passing tools. Initially, Anren had no intention of constructing a city wall, as they had only just arrived in this place, and managing to produce bricks for houses was already quite an accomplishment. The idea of building a wall, which demanded considerable manpower and resources, had never crossed her mind. However, the situation with the Yin tribe compelled them to act sooner than anticipated. Everyone tightened their belts and worked tirelessly, hoping to avoid further incursions from the Yin tribe. After all, they were not fools. They had also learned to produce salt, and their quality surpassed that of the Yin tribe. If the latter discovered this, they would surely be viewed as a thorn in their side. As summer faded into autumn, the herds of cattle and sheep on the hillside were dwindling, leaving only half of their numbers. The autumn winds grew increasingly harsh, and if they did not store food soon, they would likely face hunger throughout the winter. Anren gazed at the remaining gap with concern. There was only a small creek here, insufficient to serve as a moat, and the seawater was too low to be of any use. Furthermore, she had no knowledge of how to construct a gate. Chapter 226. Hot Pot Chong-Lu, aware of her worries, tousled her already disheveled hair and smiled gently. We need not create a gate here. We can simply assign a few guards. Upon hearing Chong-Lu's words, Anren was suddenly awakened to the idea, smiling as she looked at the clever Chong-Lu. Indeed, how could I forget that we could have people take turns watching over this area? With the city wall now in place, they had a clear line of defense, allowing the enemy to enter only through this point. Additionally, they could place a long row of wooden stakes in front to prevent any reckless charges. Chong-Lu's eyes brightened at her suggestion. As winter approached, they needed to store food for the cold months ahead. Once the wall was completed, Chong-Lu promptly ordered the slaughter of all livestock. Anren, along with the females, set up a makeshift shelter in a windbreak within the tribe, where they all worked together to cure meat with salt. Qing was responsible for hanging all the cured meat in a breezy area to dry. The entire process of preserving the meat was orderly and efficient. Qiyu busily seasoned the pork belly with salt, ensuring an even distribution. This year, we should not lack for meat. Upon hearing this, the other females chimed in. Indeed, our males have also caught quite a bit of seafood. Anren licked her greasy palate, feeling somewhat weary of the daily meat consumption. Oh, how I long for some vegetables. This sentiment prompted several females to swallow hard, as they too craved some greens after days of meat-heavy meals. Qiyu suggested, once we finish curing the meat, shall we venture out to gather some vegetables? Absolutely. We have long wished to go, they replied eagerly. Anren nodded in agreement, realizing she had not gone out to gather for quite some time, and felt as though she might sprout mushrooms for being cooped up in the tribe. All right then, let's work diligently in the coming days, and once we are done, we shall go. They had slaughtered hundreds of cattle and sheep, along with countless wild rabbits and other creatures, only leaving a few pregnant females and strong males alive. Anren and the others toiled day and night for over half a month, and finally, they completed the task. She stretched her sore back and hurried home to prepare a large pot of hot water for a bath, washing with soap 3 times before she was satisfied. After bathing, she changed into clean clothes and took them to the riverbank for washing. The autumn river water had grown quite cold, turning her hands red. Unable to endure it any longer, she hurried home to start a fire and prepare a meal, particularly yearning for hot pot that evening. There were no vegetables available, but they had plenty of beef and lamb, along with a mountain of beef tripe. This ingredient was difficult to preserve, so each household had taken some home to enjoy. She thoroughly cleaned the tripe, tearing it into pieces and placing them on a plate. The beef and lamb were sliced and arranged neatly. She heated beef tallow in the pot, adding ginger, chili, and Sichuan pepper to eliminate any odor. The moment they hit the pot, a delightful aroma filled the air. Qiyu, busy in the house preparing stewed meat, was suddenly captivated by the enticing scent wafting towards her. She inhaled deeply. How fragrant! The source of the aroma was undoubtedly Anren's home, and upon glancing at her own plain broth, her enthusiasm waned. She abandoned her firewood and hurried out of the house, heading straight for Anren's kitchen. Anren, what delicious dish are you making? Upon hearing the voice, Anren looked up to see Qiyu entering the kitchen and smiled. It's too cold outside, so I'm making stewed hot pot. As Qiyu stepped in, she was taken aback by the beautifully arranged beef and lamb on the stone table and approached to examine it closely. This presentation is exquisite. Anren felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual arrangement. Her skills could only be described as orderly and had little to do with aesthetics. Qiyu moved closer to Anren, catching a glimpse of the rich, red broth in the pot, which smelled even more aromatic than before. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "So fragrant. What have you added?" Anren pointed to the dried chili peppers on the table. That right there. Turning her head, Qiyu's brow furrowed upon seeing the peppers. She recognized them. When Anren had first arrived, she had found some seeds underground, and they had helped gather them during harvest. Anren had intended to share some, but after they tasted it, their tongues had burned painfully, leading to a firm refusal. Little did they know, the flavor was so delightful. Anren offered her a handful. Take some home to try. You can add 1 or 2 when cooking or making soup. Especially in winter, it warms you up and whets your appetite. Qiyu felt embarrassed, knowing she had initially declined the offer, but the enticing aroma from the pot was irresistible, so she mustered her courage and accepted. Thank you. Just then, the kitchen grew dim as Chong-Lu entered, covered in snow. What delicious food are you making? Anren, noticing the water in the pot had begun to boil. Tossed in the beef bones to stew, hot pot. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu's eyes lit up. He had savored it twice before and had developed a taste for it. Unfortunately, there had been too little to enjoy regularly, and he was delighted that they could indulge so soon after winter's arrival. He rushed over to peer into the pot. I'll go fetch some seafood. Anren nodded. That will be splendid. Bring back some oysters. They were her favorite. Upon seeing Chang Lu return, Chi Yu dashed away. Anren, noticing her departure, quickly pulled Chang Lu back, whispering, wait. Chang Lu, standing at the door, looked down at her. What is it? Anren held his hands tightly. Gazing up at him, the water is too cold. Let me give you a bit of warmth. Upon hearing her tender words, Chang Lu instantly smiled, his gaze softening. All right. Wait for me. I'll bring you oysters. With that, he grabbed the fishing net from the corner and headed off towards the sea. Standing at the doorway, Anren watched him leave, intending to return to the kitchen when three little figures scampered past her. She immediately called out, Anshin, where are you going? Come back for dinner. These three little ones were becoming increasingly difficult to manage, running about without a care. If she didn't call them back now, she would have to search the entire tribe for them later. Upon hearing their mother's voice, Anshin and the others showed no intention of stopping, declaring, We're going to Xiao Yu's house to play. Anren furrowed her brows slightly. Xiao Yu was the daughter of Bai Yun and Qing Zhu. What could possibly be entertaining there? Nonetheless, children had their own thoughts, and she would not interfere. Although Bai Yun and Qing Zhu were no longer alive, Bai Yun had more than one partner, and as a female, Xiao Yu had others to care for her. Furthermore, her three little ones were each clutching their own catch, and she could not be bothered to intervene. It was just as well that they were dining away from home. She preferred not to engage in unnecessary conversation at the dinner table. She waited patiently for the beef bones to simmer to perfection, while idly warming herself by the hearth. This winter seemed to have arrived earlier than usual. Chapter 227. The snow sprite. She took a piece of brown sugar and dissolved it in boiling water, anticipating a warm drink shortly. As darkness enveloped the sky, delicate snowflakes began to fall outside. Glancing out, she noted that it was nearly dark and that Chang Lu had yet to return. The water in the pot was almost boiled dry, prompting her to add some more. While she reduced the firewood beneath the pot, draping herself in a thick bear pelt cloak, she stepped into the snowy expanse. And Ran felt a twinge of worry. After all, the snake beasts were sensitive to the cold, and the sea was icy. What if something happened? However, as she reached the shoreline, she spotted Chang Lu straining to haul a considerable catch from the sea. A dark mass comprised mostly of oysters, alongside some squid, his favorite. Upon seeing him approach, and Ran hurriedly ran over, exclaiming, How did you manage to catch so many? It's dark, yet you don't think to return? Did you not consider my worry? Although her words were laced with reproach, they warmed Chang Lu's heart. Noticing her hair tousled by the wind, he asked, What are you doing here? It's too cold. Without hesitation, and Ran removed her bear pelt cloak and draped it over him, insisting, You should wear this. Chang Lu, however, gently pushed it away, asserting, I'm not cold. You should wear it instead. Yet in that moment, and Ran felt his icy hands and her brow furrowed. You're still trying to be tough, yet your hands are so cold. Seeing her annoyance, Chang Lu helplessly seized the cloak from her shoulders, securing it tightly around himself. And with a playful smirk, he bent slightly and lifted her into his arms. Gazing up at Ran, he asked, Are you satisfied now? Feeling the warmth of his sturdy chest and embrace, she wrapped her arms around his neck, replying, Yes, quite satisfied. With one hand laden with seafood and the other holding her, they faced the now darkened sky as the cold wind howled around them. The entire tribe, save for a few guards at the entrance, had retreated indoors to warm themselves and share a meal. And Ran prepared the lamb and beef in the pot before serving it at the table. Meanwhile, Chang Lu had washed a considerable amount of seafood, which he set aside. A large bowl of hot pot was prepared for just the two of them. As Ran savored a piece of beef, her eyes fluttered closed in contentment. What a delight! Chang Lu announced, I will go boil the oysters. Add some scallions, and Ran suggested from her seat. The meal was truly satisfying, and after rubbing her stomach, she exclaimed, I am so full. Chang Lu smiled gently at her, remarking, The trading season for the Yin tribe is about to begin. The mention of this caused Ran's smile to vanish, and she set down her chopsticks. What are your thoughts on that? Noticing her serious demeanor, Chang Lu poured her a cup of brown sugar water, stating, Naturally, we will seize a portion of their clients. And Ran's eyes lit up at his words. For this was a plan she had contemplated before, yet she had feared it might provoke the Yin tribe. Moreover, The Qingshan tribe was currently small in numbers. If they were attacked, their walls would likely be insufficient for defense. She was surprised to find that he shared her thoughts. What if the Yin tribe retaliates? She asked. Chang Lu smiled subtly, his gaze sharp with calculation. Should they come, we will ensure they return empty-handed. Moreover, Yin Guang and his men will arrive shortly. Do not fret. Hearing this, Ran felt reassured. Yin Guang's 40 battle-hardened warriors were unmatched in combat. With their arrival and the protection of the walls, they could surely make the Yin tribe pay a price. That is good. Meanwhile, Yin Guang was already en route, though he felt a certain unease within. His eyes would occasionally dart back towards Helin, aware that although the chief required manpower, they were not particularly fond of the Yunqi tribe's presence. Since the onset of winter, Helin had come to the Qingshan tribe, immediately inquiring about the whereabouts of the chief and Ran. He threatened to sever ties if he did not receive answers, and thus Yin Guang reluctantly agreed to let him accompany them, albeit with a limited number of followers. Helin showed no concern over this stipulation. Understanding that Chang Lu, as the chief, prioritized his tribe's interests, he empathized. If the roles were reversed, he too would wish to safeguard his tribe's secrets from outsiders. Moreover, he was not there to seek the giant snake, but merely to see Ran and the three little ones. As their godfather, he had missed them dearly, having not seen them for quite some time. He touched the gift he had brought, a slight smile gracing his lips. Over the past 6 months, he had experienced hatred, resentment, and despair, but regardless of the circumstances, he had been unable to see her. It would be better to live well in the present, handle matters appropriately, and seek her out after winter. Even if they could not become partners, merely seeing her every day would suffice. The frigid wind howled, and snowflakes danced around Helin, who felt no chill. He lifted his gaze to the swirling snowflakes, which settled on his long eyelashes. Clad in a white beast-skin cloak, he resembled a snow sprite. Raising his hand slightly, several snowflakes landed delicately on his knuckles. The group had set out lightly, carrying only their spare beast-skin clothing. What should have been a journey of a month and a half was now condensed into a month's travel time. As Yin Guang and his team reached their destination, they beheld the towering walls ahead. With a sense of pride, he turned to Helin and declared, "This is their current tribe." Upon hearing this, Helin promptly moved to the front, advancing without pause. The group wound around for a while before finally locating the entrance. Yin Guang and his party had arrived. Standing high upon the observation platform, Jin Hu spotted Yin Guang and his companions from a distance. And Ran was in the midst of a discussion with Qi Yu and Qing Qing about how to weave hemp threads into fabric. She had only seen a rough shape of a loom on television, and after several attempts, they had yet to succeed. As they pondered, the sudden sound of Jin Hu's voice drew them outside. They saw Yin Guang and his team, faces flushed from the cold, entering the tribe. And a cheer erupted from the crowd, and Ran rushed forward, exclaiming, "You finally made it." Yin Guang felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words and was about to respond when he was interrupted. "And Ran, it has been a long time." The unexpected voice caught everyone's attention, and Ran turned to see Helin behind Yin Guang, her smile freezing in place as her emotions became complicated. "Helin, what brings you here?" Helin's lips curled upward, and with a slight raise of his brow, he replied, "I came to see my little ones." The moment he spoke, the surrounding onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting between Ran and Helin. When did Ran become associated with Helin? And children? They were completely unaware. Upon hearing Helin mention the little ones, and Ran's face lit up with a smile. Had it not been for Helin saving her life, she and the little ones might have met a tragic fate. Additionally, it was her suggestion that they recognize him as their godfather. Without Helin, they would not even exist. Chapter 228. Scallion Pancakes. Seeing that Helin had come for the children, and Ran's smile widened. "They are outside, making snowmen. Let me go fetch them." Helin stepped forward, saying, "No need, I will go myself." And Ran offered, "I will take you to the guest room." She led him to the guest accommodations, which had been built after they completed the walls, using leftover bricks and tiles. They decided to construct several more rooms, knowing that Yin Guang and his group would visit annually. Now that they had bright brick houses, it was unacceptable for Yin Guang's team to stay in tree shelters. They were all part of the same tribe, and such treatment was unthinkable, especially considering the dangers and hardships of Yin Guang's work compared to theirs. As Helin entered, he was immediately struck by the uniqueness of the architecture, noticing several individuals emerging from within. Moreover, he observed that there were no caves in sight. It was clear to him that the structure was akin to a cave. "Is this a room?" he mused. On Ran, walking ahead of him, replied with a smile. In a sense, yes, we refer to it as a house. Each small compartment inside, we call a house. She selected a relatively small, private room for him. Mindful of his status as the leader of his clan, ensuring he would not be inadequately accommodated. You may choose freely from here. Chang Liu has gone to handle some matters and should return in the evening. I will fetch some firewood for you. Despite the spaciousness of the brick house, it was not as warm as a cave. As she spoke, she headed outside, while Haylene set down his belongings and curiously explored each room, touching everything in his path. The materials of this building were familiar to him, blue bricks. The Yunqi tribe also had towering city walls now. Thanks to 2 years of prosperity, their population had surged from over 1,000 to 2,000, making the small cave they inhabited exceedingly cramped, accommodating at least 7 or 8 individuals. This summer had seen a particularly high incidence of illness, attributed by the shaman to the overcrowded and poor living conditions. This issue weighed on his mind, as it seemed all suitable cave sites had been excavated. They could not simply construct a shelter of trees. Such a temporary dwelling might suffice for a brief period, but it was wholly unsuitable for long-term habitation. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, he felt a sense of wonder. If the Yunqi tribe possessed something similar, their housing dilemma could be resolved. One must appreciate that the location of a Yunqi tribe was excellent, surrounded by plains, making it ideal for such constructions. Godfather. Suddenly, 3 small figures appeared at the entrance. Haylene turned to see 3 little ones, their heads resembling radishes. He joyfully squatted down and produced 3 red stones from his pocket, declaring, "These are gifts from your godfather." "Thank you, godfather," the eldest, Anshin, exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the vibrant stones. The beastmen had a strong sense of memory, and since Haylene was the first person they had encountered at birth, a natural affinity developed within them. Enrual held the gem up to the sunlight, marveling at its clarity. "Godfather, what is this?" The 3 little ones were exceptionally charming, and Haylene smiled gently. "You may name them yourselves." He had merely found these stones in a mountain gorge, drawn to their beauty, and decided to keep them. "What is your mother doing?" The youngest, Antai, inquired, clutching a ruby. "Mother is cooking." Upon hearing this, Haylene felt a stirring in his heart. He had not anticipated that he would be able to enjoy a meal prepared by Enron. He turned to don his finest, pristine white animal skin, then looked at the 3 little ones. "How do I look in this outfit?" Anshin and Ankong raised their heads to scrutinize him, taking a while before responding. "It looks nice." Meanwhile, Enron was busy in the kitchen, reluctantly using some flour to make pancakes. She also prepared a large pot of seafood and grilled several pieces of beef, perspiring despite the winter chill. Upon Chang Liu's return, he noticed her bustling about the kitchen. "Why are you making so much today?" Without glancing back, Enron recognized his voice. "In Guang and the others have arrived. Haylene is here too." While In Guang's arrival was anticipated, Haylene's presence was unexpected. Chang Liu frowned slightly. He was acutely aware that Haylene's visit was likely not without ulterior motives. However, since Enron and their children were rescued by him, he felt compelled to be magnanimous. As long as Haylene did not overtly express his intentions or act excessively, Chang Liu could overlook his motives. Furthermore, the development of the Qingshan tribe over the past 2 years was significantly aided by Haylene, and he could not afford to be ungrateful. After all, Haylene had not yet broken the unspoken agreement between them. "I'll go check," Chang Liu stated. Turning to Enron, "Tell them to come for dinner." Just then, the meal was ready. She ladled the seafood into a large ceramic bowl and placed it on the wooden table, while the pancakes were arranged in a bamboo basket, accompanied by 4 bowls. A small table was set aside for rice. Given the number of guests, the main table was too small, so the little ones would sit together separately. As she finished setting the table, Haylene and In Guang entered. In Guang looked around, noting the dedicated hearth, the dining area radiating warmth. "These things are truly wonderful," he remarked. Chang Liu, hearing this, smiled and replied, "If you like it, you may choose a house to live in. Is there one for me?" Haylene does it. Chang Liu guided him to the dining table, teasing, "Are you reluctant to return to the Yunqi tribe?" Haylene smiled slightly, continuing, "Where could be more comfortable than here?" His gaze then fell upon the food. He recognized the grilled meat, but the other 2 dishes were unfamiliar to him. Pointing to the oddly shaped seafood, he inquired, "What is this?" Enron noted that he had not mentioned anything else during this visit, suggesting he might have truly set aside his previous concerns. She placed a generous portion in his and In Guang's bowls, explaining, "This is seafood. It has a natural salty flavor." In Guang, taken aback, felt honored that Enron, the chieftain's partner, would serve him food, and he nodded in gratitude. I can serve myself. Meanwhile, Haleen appeared quite at ease, picking up a small squid, examining it closely, and inhaling its fragrance. Unable to resist, he popped the entire squid into his mouth, savoring its salty freshness. His eyes lit up. This is even better than the river fish. Noticing his enjoyment, Chong Liu quickly filled a large bowl for him. If you like it, eat as much as you want. Anran handed each of them a pancake. Try this. It's quite filling. Guang inspected the pancake curiously, asking, is this made from wheat? Yes, Anran confirmed. Wheat can be transformed into flour, allowing for a variety of foods. Hearing this, Guang's anticipation for the Qingshan tribe's wheat harvest grew. In the autumn, they had planted wheat and enriched the soil with natural fertilizers. Haleen glanced at the golden pancake in his hand, tearing off a piece. The aroma of wheat wafted towards him, distinctly different from the meat's scent. The pancake perfectly countered the greasiness of the grilled meat while being delightfully fragrant. He had clearly heard Guang's words. This food was cultivated, implying that with dedication, a bountiful harvest was attainable. He looked up at Chong Liu across the table. Could we receive half of those seeds for the Yunchi tribe? Anran, without hesitation, nodded, but upon meeting Chong Liu's gaze, realized she had acted impulsively. Relieved that Haleen and the others did not notice her faux pas. Embarrassed, she focused on her pancake. However, everyone present witnessed the exchange, merely pretending not to notice. Here sat the leaders of two great tribes, along with the chieftain's wife. As an ordinary beastman, he felt unqualified to speak. Besides, who could deny the deliciousness of the grilled meat, seafood, and pancakes? Yet, Haleen felt a surge of happiness upon seeing her nod. It was clear that she acknowledged his efforts. Nevertheless, the final glance he cast at Chong Liu pierced his heart. Was Chong Liu truly so benevolent, genuinely considering his thoughts? Chong Liu smiled and replied, we are brother tribes. What is mine naturally belongs to you. He then shifted the conversation. However, you are aware that our Qingshan tribe has a sparse population. I will send 500 individuals to your tribe. Haleen suddenly declared. Excellent. Chong Liu had initially intended to request additional meat exchange from the grassland tribe, but was taken aback by Haleen's direct offer. Such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. Haleen set down his chopsticks and, with one hand resting on the dining table, declared, however, those of us from the Yunchi tribe must receive the same treatment as the individuals from the Qingshan tribe. He was well aware that in many other tribes, if they were to take in members from different tribes, those newcomers could become little more than slaves, living in abject misery. If I discover any differential treatment, the Yunchi tribe reserves the right to recall them. Of course, Chong Liu was not foolish. His tribe was currently in need of more members. Relying solely on the females of his own tribe to increase the population was utterly unrealistic. If he could directly recruit several hundred individuals, it would be a splendid opportunity. Rest assured, this is not the first time our Qingshan tribe has welcomed individuals from other tribes. He stood up, visibly excited, nearly wishing that those 500 individuals were already his own. Truth be told, he had fought with Yilin upon their first meeting, and they were evenly matched. Moreover, with the subsequent events wherein Ran and Jean, who received his hospitality in the Yunchi tribe, he found himself quite willing to call Yilin a brother. However, since Ran was not inclined to this idea, he naturally had no reason to push for it. Yilin nodded, understanding the situation. Otherwise, he would not have made such a request. Now that the Yunchi tribe was overflowing with people, a division to the Qingshan tribe felt secure. Additionally, it provided him with a valid reason to frequently visit this place, making it all worthwhile. With a casual glance at Ran, he stated, I intend to stay until winter concludes. Is that acceptable? Chong Liu patted his shoulder. It's perfectly fine if you decide to stay indefinitely. The population here is already sparse, and given our current conflict with the Yin tribe, having Yilin around would significantly improve our odds. Upon hearing this, Ran immediately interjected, we still have extra animal hide blankets. You should take some back with you. It gets quite cold here at night. After their meal, Chong Liu personally gathered 2 blankets and handed them to Yilin. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones were chattering incessantly, each clinging to their own blanket, declaring, we want to sleep with our godfather. Seeing their affectionate demeanor, Yilin swept them into his arms, saying, all right, sleep with me, and I will tell you stories. Even a usually composed second child, and Ruo, excitedly chimed in, great, we want to hear stories. Chong Liu felt rather awkward on the side, realizing that he had never told them a story himself. Hurry and go. Your godfather has traveled far and is quite tired. And Ran, thinking Chong Liu would refuse. was surprised when he readily agreed. Once they left, she chided him gently. How could you agree to that? What if the three of them keep Lin up all night? Chong Lu closed the door, turned, and scooped her up in a princess carry. Tossing her onto the bed, leaning close, he teased, if they don't leave, how can I think of you? Hearing his sudden boldness, Rand playfully punched his chest. You have too many ideas. Chong Lu noticed her amusement rather than anger, lowered his head, and nibbled her earlobe. Don't you miss me? Rand tightened her embrace around his waist. Of course I do. Upon hearing this, Chong Lu felt a rush of warmth, but Rand playfully kicked him away. Quickly wash the dishes. The kitchen is still a mess after the meal, and I don't want this greasy stuff lingering until tomorrow. It's unpleasant to look at. Unfazed by her rejection, Chong Lu understood her character well. It was merely a matter of timing. I'll wash. You tend the fire, he said cheerfully. Rand accepted this without resistance, settling down at the stove to manage the flames. Lin returned to the room with the three children, quickly laying out their blankets inside. He then heated water, urging, hurry, wash your feet. The three little ones gathered around. The basin was large enough to accommodate 4 pairs of feet comfortably. Xian wiggled her toes, asking, Godfather, why did you only come to see us now? Exactly. You didn't come to see us when we transformed. And Kong pouted in mild complaint. He adored his godfather, who was much gentler than his own father, never scolding them. His father often bore a frown behind their mother's back. Lin looked at the 3 little ones before him, affirming that his efforts had been worthwhile. Your godfather is quite busy. You must listen to your parents. And Kong grinned. Godfather, you won't leave this time, will you? I'll leave only after the snow stops, Lin replied. Then I hope the snow never stops. And Ruo exclaimed, resting on his lap. And Xian rubbed her hands together. Godfather, I want to fly. Very well, tomorrow I will take you all to fly. Hearing this, and Ruo's heart stirred. I want to see what is on the other side of the sea. The next morning, Rand woke early. They needed to prepare for the trade fair. Even if no one came, they still had to set up the animal skin tents outside the city walls. Early on, Chong Lu had discussed this with Lin, and they promptly set off from the tribe with salt on their backs. And Rand organized the fine salt on wooden racks and laid out some dried seafood. While she knew it might not all be exchanged, it was certainly better than having only salt. Some ceramic jars were included as well, making the display less monotonous. Chi sat with her, resting her chin on her hands. And Rand, do you really think other tribes will come a trade? And Rand pondered this question herself, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, the Yin tribe had been engaged in trade for many years, and this was only their first year. However, she could not voice her doubts. Of course there will be. My salt is far superior to that of the Yin tribe. As soon as she spoke, the female traders around them nodded in agreement. Indeed. Our salt is free of sand. And Rand stood up to stretch her legs. Even if we don't trade everything, we still have the grassland tribe to rely on. No matter how you look at it, we won TB at a loss. Just as she finished speaking, a large group of male beastmen emerged from the nearby woods, each carrying dried meat and animal skins, clearly arriving for the trade fair. And Rand's spirits lifted upon seeing the crowd. People are coming. Chapter 230. First year discounts. The nearby female traders perked up, eagerly anticipating their coming. We wonder which tribe it is. Lin led the way, smiling as he approached. Look, ahead lies the Qingshan tribe's trade fair. Nova, with a large bundle of dried beast meat slung over his shoulder, looked up and was taken aback by the imposing city walls. This structure was evidently crafted by the beastmen themselves. Yet despite being a veteran of the trade fair circuit for many years, he had never encountered anything like it. What is that towering structure? Lin, filled with pride, responded, that is the city wall. His lips curved upward. It can withstand attack from other tribes and fend off wild beasts. At this moment, Wang Yi, standing nearby, burst into mocking laughter. Does your tribe lack males that you need such a thing? Lin, undeterred by the sarcasm, stood tall. Each member of our tribe has their own responsibilities. We do not waste time daily worrying about wild beasts. Wang Yi may have missed the point, but Nova clearly understood. Do your tribe's females work as well? Of course, Lin replied with a proud smile. They not only work but can also forage for food themselves. Hearing this, the males from the Inshi tribe stood in shock. They knew that in their tribe, females could only survive by relying on males for sustenance. Yet, if females could gather food independently, do they still need males? Your tribe's males must be quite pitiful, Nova remarked, shaking his head, feeling no fear of Lin and Chong Lu, as he understood that this location was very close to the Yin tribe. Moreover, the Qingshan tribe was a burgeoning tribe in urgent need of trade. Lin countered, not at all. While males may lack the meticulousness of females, Females do not possess the strength of males. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. Neither can thrive without the other. Upon hearing those words, Nuawa felt a tremor in his heart. This was utterly in line with his own thoughts. The winter of the previous year had seen a surge in salt prices from the Yin tribe, leading to a shortage of salt for them. Consequently, many orcs perished that winter, including some newborns who did not survive the harsh season. At that time, he had advised the chieftain to mobilize the females. But the females of the Anchi tribe were too lethargic. The mere mention of work and stepping outside the tribe sent them into a cacophony of screams, refusing to toil. It seems that his visit here was indeed timely. As Rand noticed them approaching, she raised her hand in greeting from afar. Lin, you have returned. Which tribe is this? Lin, seeing Rand wave at him, felt a spark of recognition. Chong Lu is at the back receiving other tribes. This is the Anchi tribe. He then turned to Nuawa and said, if you need anything, you can speak to her. He had spotted the agile and beautiful female from afar, not expecting her to be in charge of transactions. He had always been generous toward industrious females and slightly bowed his head. My name is Nuawa, and Rand nodded in acknowledgement. I am Rand. If you wish to exchange for salt, come to me. If you seek other items, feel free to explore the stalls nearby. Upon hearing this, Nuawa turned to look beside him and discovered that the base of the entire city wall was lined with animal skin tents. Most notably, it was entirely managed by females, and the goods inside were peculiar and unlike anything he had ever seen. You certainly have guts, having all these females here. Are you not afraid we might steal your goods? Upon hearing this, Rand immediately comprehended that he was a straightforward person, if he truly intended to rob. He would not have spoken so lightly. She unabashedly pointed upwards. Given that we display our goods this way, we have nothing to fear. Following her gesture, Nuawa observed that the wall was lined with people, each wielding unknown but formidable-looking items. Several orcs outside the wall were patrolling with 2 tamed wolves. Such a defense was indeed formidable. He extended his thumb in admiration. Impressive. And Rand politely replied, not at all. How much salt do you intend to exchange for today? Our salt is priced at 100 animal skins per bag. Upon hearing this, the other orcs behind him stirred restlessly. They had endured high salt prices for several years. The mention of 100 animal skins per bag instantly ignited their excitement. This year, we will surely have enough salt. And Rand promptly scooped a large bowl of salt from a ceramic dish and presented it. Look, this is our salt, not the kind from the Yin tribe. Nova, setting down the meat on his back, immediately fixated on the fine, snow-white salt, devoid of any impurities. This was the first time he had encountered such exquisite salt, reminiscent of snow, and it was significantly cheaper than that from the Yin tribe. He eagerly asked, may I taste it? And Rand nodded. Of course, however, our salt is potent. Just a pinch will suffice for more roasted meat. You may taste it with your fingertip. As Nuawa extended his right index finger to dip into the bowl, he noticed the stark contrast between the dark grime on his hand and the pristine white salt. Feeling quite embarrassed, he quickly wiped his finger on the black animal skin draped over him before dipping it in. Due to the dryness, only a few tiny grains of salt adhered to his fingertip. He hastily brought it to his mouth, and an intense, savory flavor burst forth in his mouth. It was far superior to the salt from the Yin tribe, both in taste and potency. He glanced at the animal skin pouch on the stall. Is this the weight of 1 bag? Seeing his expression of satisfaction, Rand confirmed, yes, this is 1 bag I just opened, and it is quite substantial. Nuawa could no longer conceal his joy. If he could secure this deal, 1 bag would be equivalent to 2 from the Yin tribe, making 100 animal skins a remarkable bargain. I will take 100 bags. He waved his hand, instructing those behind him to bring forth the animal skins and meat. Soon, the ground was piled high with goods, and Rand immediately signaled to a nearby orc to assist in counting the animal skins. Upon witnessing such a large quantity of meat, she pondered briefly before making a significant decision. With a smile, she said, this year marks the first trading fair for our Qingshan tribe. We are offering discounts. I will not require 150 pieces of meat for the agreed 100 animal skins. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in shock. Even the members of the Qingshan tribe were astonished. The Yin tribe demanded both animal skins and meat. Why was she not doing the same? Had she forgotten the days when they nearly went hungry? Nevertheless, since Rand had made such a statement, there must be a purpose behind it. They could not voice any doubts at this moment. Any concerns could be discussed privately later. Chapter 231. The trading begins upon hearing those words. Nuawa and Wang Yi were left speechless, as they had anticipated an additional 150 pieces of meat alongside the 100 animal skins. To their disbelief, It was indeed just 100 animal skins. They hesitated to ask again, "You truly do not want any meat?" And Rand discerned the astonishment in his voice and smiled again to clarify, "This is only for this year. Our prices will fluctuate next year." Upon hearing this, Nuawa finally felt reassured. Salt had always been expensive. Such a sudden price reduction had made him somewhat anxious. And Rand led him to a nearby stall belonging to Chiyu, which was filled with white soap. "However, you may take a look at this soap." Wang, curious, picked it up and sniffed it. It had only a faint scent. He discreetly licked it with his tongue and immediately frowned, leaning closer to Nuawa to whisper, "Do not trade for this. It does not taste good." However, and Rand was close enough to overhear their hushed conversation, and even Nuawa felt a wave of embarrassment. He shot an impatient glare at Wang, directly warning, "Do you not realize how loud your voice is?" He was concerned that if his fellow did not grasp the subtleties, he might embarrass himself. Wang, he had initially felt clever for sneaking a taste. Glancing back at the tribesman behind him, "Is it really that bad?" One of the males nearby nodded. The sound was not loud, but Wang Yi's face flushed red with embarrassment. Yet, Chi remained unfazed by his awkwardness. She had noticed him licking her product. The soap he placed back was now damp, and it was evident that it had been licked. With irritation, she remarked, "This is not for eating. It is specifically for washing hands, faces, and cleaning animal skins." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt utterly humiliated and instinctively lowered his head, stepping back. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. After all, he was a warrior of the Nuawa tribe, and to behave so foolishly here was mortifying. And Rand, worried that Nuawa might misinterpret the situation, quickly urged Chiyu to demonstrate washing with water in a dirty animal skin. After all, Chong Lu and He Lin had worked hard to find clients. They could not afford to offend them. "Observe, this soap is excellent for cleaning grease." Nuawa was transfixed by the black, dirty animal skin in Chiyu's hands. Before long, he was astonished to see the dark skin lose its color, revealing its true hue after being rinsed with clean water. "It is white," he exclaimed in surprise. And Rand smiled. Soap not only cleanses the body and clothing, but also helps prevent diseases. Nuawa had already been intrigued at the prospect of cleaning animal skins, but hearing it could also prevent illnesses piqued his interest further. What diseases can it prevent? And Rand replied, "Lice, scabies, and if hands are washed before meals. It can reduce the incidence of diarrhea." Nuawa understood. Their tribe shaman had often advised them to wash their hands before meals, but their hands were always greasy, making it impossible to clean them properly. "How can I exchange for this?" Chiyu had not anticipated a genuine interest and quickly altered her demeanor, smiling. "It is 30 pounds of meat for one piece, and the price will be adjusted next year." Upon hearing this, Nuawa chuckled. "Is it because of the first-year discount?" Indeed. Chiyu was taken aback by his humor and added, "Rest assured, aside from our Qingshan tribe, this item is not available elsewhere. Then I will exchange for 15 pieces." After all, he still wished to explore other items. With so many stalls around, he would regret missing any of them. Chiyu, brimming with excitement, handed the dried meat to Sherpa behind him and tied 15 pieces of soap with a grass rope for him. "Remember to keep it dry." Nova received the soap and passed it to Wang Yi behind him, then exchanged it for a significant amount of brown sugar and clay pots. The group, laden with various goods, felt quite satisfied. At that moment, Chong Lu also arrived with another team for trading. Upon arrival, they noticed members of other tribes present, offering not only salt but a plethora of unfamiliar items. Everyone had traveled a long distance. After making sufficient purchases, they requested large animal skin tents for shelter. In the evening, and Ran, Ching, Chiyu, and other young females packed their belongings and returned to the tribe. Everyone was busy tallying the items they had exchanged that day. The tribe needed to develop, so all goods were to be submitted. But those who participated in the trading event would receive several silver beans. The people of Qingshan tribe were overjoyed. Yet where there was joy, there was also despair. Hua Mu was anxiously pacing in the tribe. Having lost an arm, he had grown increasingly sullen. Impatiently, he kicked the male kneeling on the ground in the chest, cursing, "Damn it! How dare they snatch our Salt tribe's customers?" The kicked male clutched his chest in fear. Ever since the chieftain's hands were severed, he had changed completely. Chui Hua touched the silver hairpin on her head and sashayed out of the cave, saying, "How dare they steal our customers? They merely rely on the variety of their goods." Casting a disdainful glance at the useless Hua Mu, she added, "We can present our goods too. Are we afraid they want tea come?" Upon hearing this, Hua Mu's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he approached Chui Hua, puckering his lips for a kiss. Chui Hua frowned in disgust and swatted his face away, saying, "Get lost." The following day, indeed, many tribes came to trade. The fact that two tribes could exchange salt was excellent, as it suddenly brought forth so many desirable items. Some who had already traded with Qing Shan tribe remarked in amazement. Nova smiled and remarked, "Yes, if two more trading tribes join us, we will truly enjoy our fortune. Make way, make way." At that moment, a patrol team carrying salt forcefully pushed Nova aside. Just moments before praising the salt tribe, Nova was unexpectedly shoved, nearly stumbling into the snow. Had it not been for Wang Yi's support, he might have fallen. Once stable, he turned and shouted at the male beastman who had pushed him, "What are you doing?" The male beastman turned with disdain and retorted, "You are blocking the way." Realizing he was in the wrong, Nova quieted down but felt quite displeased. This attitude was worlds apart from that of the Qing Shan tribe. The male who had just spoken to him was now surrounded by those trading salt. Wang Yi quietly suggested from behind, "Nova, should we go have a look?" Nova nodded. "Of course we must see." Their purpose for coming here was to observe the trading prices. Otherwise, how would they know if Qing Shan tribe truly offered them favorable rates? With that, the two squeezed into the crowd. Upon entering, they noticed that the white salt was mixed with some black impurities and small stones. Previously, they had not thought much of it, but now he found it rather dirty and incomparable to the salt from Qing Shan tribe. Chapter 232. The Salt tribe provokes public anger. The male of the Salt tribe placed a sack of salt on the stall and called out to the crowd, "Today, salt is 100 animal skins per bag." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered, "Long live the Salt tribe! Long live the Salt tribe!" Even Nova and Wang Yi were incredulous. Last year, the price of salt from the Salt tribe was 250. This was a reduction of 150, and there was no need for meat. Wang Yi excitedly said, "Nova, should we exchange for some more?" Nova shot him a look. "Do we have any extra animal skins to trade?" Wang Yi sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten this detail. An older male who had just spoken with Nova raised his hand. "I want 30 bags. He promptly handed over his skins, grinning as he awaited his salt. However, the male from the Salt tribe stood by without moving. Seeing him unresponsive, the older male prompted, "Warrior, my salt?" The male from the Salt tribe coldly glanced at him and replied, "You still owe meat. You think you can take the salt without it?" This statement immediately changed many faces in the crowd. They had clearly heard that the Qing Shan tribe accepted only skins and did not require salt. The Salt tribe had lowered its prices. Wasn't it supposed to align with Qing Shan tribe? Why were they still asking for meat? If this had happened in the past 2 years, they might have been grateful for such a price. But now, they could only feel resentment. As this was clearly a robbery, the older male, hearing this, said nothing further and turned to leave with his skins, colliding directly into Nova. As if seeing a glimmer of hope, he immediately asked, "Can you tell me where the Qing Shan tribe is?" Nova, youthful and impulsive, simply replied, "Trading is free. No one can intervene." Moreover, trading at Qing Shan tribe felt quite comfortable. The people there, both males and females, appeared vibrant and clean, filled with hope. He smiled and added, "Of course, it's not far from here. And the salt from Qing Shan tribe is definitely 100 animal skins, without requiring any meat." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. "We'll go too." Wang Yi, standing behind Nova, began calculating on his fingers. Although the main reason for their trip to the Salt tribe was to observe the trading situation, and Ran from Qing Shan tribe had promised them that if they brought a tribe to trade, they would receive 1/20th of their trades. With so many tribes wanting to go, how much commission would they earn? Nova did not expect that merely coming for a stroll would lead to successfully attracting customers. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "All right, I will lead the way." "Stop. No one is allowed to leave." At this moment, the patrol team of the Salt tribe stepped forward to block their path. If these people left, how would they survive the winter? The older beastman who had just failed to trade spoke up. "Why not? Simply because this is the Salt tribe." Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from the crowd. The patrol team of the Salt tribe immediately parted to create a pathway. Shui Hua stepped out from the crowd, accompanied by 2 young female servants holding flowers and small snacks. She raised her hand, pointing at Nova and the others, smiling slightly. "If you wish to leave, you may. However, you must leave your skins and meat behind." "Huh!" Nova snorted disdainfully. This female truly had no shame. Although the Salt tribe had always referred to her as a goddess, the beastmen on this continent did not worship deities, unless the deity could bring tangible benefits. No one would believe. "You have no right to stop us." "Yes, we have the freedom to trade wherever we wish." Upon hearing this, Shui Hua laughed mockingly, looking down upon these uncivilized wildlings. "You have freedom? Even in my previous life, in such a prosperous, ancient noble house, I never heard of freedom. Even young masters and ladies cannot expect freedom. You are merely fish in a barrel. You can be killed without consequence. After all, the heavens are high and the roads are far. Your tribesmen cannot avenge you. With a light wave of her hand, she commanded, "Kill them." As her words fell, the males of the Salt tribe immediately launched their attack. Nuwa never anticipated that the Yanbu Luo would turn against them so abruptly. Just moments ago, they had been given a choice, and now they sought to obliterate them entirely. However, they were not to be trifled with. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal black eagle, soaring with lightning speed into the heavens, before diving down to carve a path through the horde of orcs. Wang Yi and the other males swiftly followed suit, all seasoned hunters of the forest, confronted by the Yanbu Luo males, who were accustomed solely to salt production. Crushing their skulls would be a trivial task, yet safeguarding their resources was of paramount importance, though they could defeat the Yanbu Luo. Losing their supplies would spell disaster for their tribe's survival through the winter. In the blink of an eye, Nuo led his companions out of the Yanbu Luo territory. The Qingshanbu Luo was not far off, reachable in just a few days. The elder orc who had fled alongside him grasped his hand tightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. Without you, we might have been surrounded." Despite their strength, without a leader, they were merely a disarrayed mass, and even if they managed to escape, their losses would be substantial. Nuwa felt a touch of bashfulness at the elder's gratitude, a sentiment he had never experienced before. "It's nothing, just take care of your belongings. The Qingshanbu Luo has plenty of treasures." At that moment, the atmosphere in the Qingshanbu Luo was lively and vibrant. Everyone gathered around to feast on roasted meat and seafood, indulging in the delightful abundance. Meanwhile, the females were still bustling about, and Ran, Chiyu, and Qing Qing were busy in the warehouse preparing items for tomorrow's trade. As Qing Qing surveyed the half-consumed stock, having exchanged it for 2 large warehouses filled with meat and pelts, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "If we manage to trade all of this, we will have a splendid winter." And Ran chuckled at her words. "What are you thinking? Do you think we won't need any of this ourselves?" Upon hearing Ran's remark, Qing Qing realized the logic in it. Their group comprised around 200 individuals, and their daily living expenses were considerable. She lightly tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Look at me." Chiyu, however, was indifferent. "We can trade soap freely. During winter, what else is there to do but stay indoors?" She had no desire to remain cooped up, bullied by a horde of males. In her early adulthood, she found such matters amusing. But ever since she learned to craft soap and earn silver beans, the allure had faded. Counting silver beans was far more entertaining during dull moments. Chapter 233. The trading fair succeeds. The group worked in unison to categorize all the items needed for the following day, and upon completing this task, they venture out to enjoy the roasted meat. And Rand's gaze immediately landed on Chong Lu, who was seated at the highest point, laughing and chatting with Yulin. It was unclear when their camaraderie had blossomed so profoundly. She approached and sat beside Chong Lu, deftly picking up a large piece of roasted meat with her chopsticks and savoring the rich, oily flavor that spread within her mouth. "This roasted meat is exquisite," she exclaimed, reaching for another piece, only to lament the lack of staple foods on the table, merely an array of meats. Yulin, overhearing her, couldn't help but smile, knowing that the bowl of roasted meat before Chong Lu was his handiwork, generously seasoned with pepper and ginger juice. Chong Lu felt a slight pang of irritation, yet said nothing, instead pushing a bowl of stewed meat towards her. "The roasted meat is tough and greasy. Try this stewed meat instead. It's very tender." His words held a double meaning, prompting Yulin to cover his face, wincing at the sharp pain in his teeth. This individual had a knack for subtly teasing him, and he was not one to lack decorum. As long as Ran was unwilling, he would never indulge in such antics. Unbeknownst to them, and Ran was completely oblivious to their playful rivalry as she pulled out a piece of cured pork rib, relishing the succulent meat as it melted in her mouth. Suddenly, a black eagle descended from the sky, landing beside the fire, drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing Bai Chun return, Yulin quickly rose to his feet. "Do you have news?" As soon as the black eagle landed, it transformed into a human figure, adorned with colorful gemstones in his long hair. Tribe leader Nuawa from Inshibu Luo is bringing a large group of people this way. They must be here for trade. This announcement sent waves of excitement through the crowd, with Jinhu performing a joyful roll on the ground. After enduring for so long, we have finally reached this day. Nioli flexed his wrist. "I'll go set up more tents right away. With just these few small ones, we won't be able to handle the influx of people." Some females, upon hearing this, immediately stood up. We'll help with the trade. Had they not been initially hesitant to speak with outsiders, they would have joined earlier. However, now that Anran and her companions were trading with their males nearby and protected by the patrols, there was no need for fear. Moreover, earning 6 silver beans in a day could procure a significant amount of food and pelts. Their willingness to step forward saved Anran a great deal of effort. Otherwise, she would have spent the night persuading families one by one. You can join, but do not disrupt the trading prices. What we agreed upon is what it is. It cannot change. Understood. With Anran's consent, they readily agreed. The ongoing bonfire gathering came to a halt as everyone, unable to sleep, rushed to assist. They even expanded all the skin tents. They had witnessed the grand trading events of the Yanbu Luo in previous years. As long as half the people showed up, it would be enough to keep them busy. Chong Lu and Jin, who reinforced the surrounding defenses. The better their business thrived, the more likely they were to face an attack from the Yanbu Luo. Once everything was organized, Anran rubbed her weary eyes and returned to rest. Aware of her exhaustion, Chong Lu personally prepared warm water for her to wash up. You should rest now. Anran pulled the fur blanket over herself and quickly drifted into sleep. The following day, at the break of dawn, she rose from her slumber. Upon stepping out of bed and seeing breakfast served under a bowl, she lifted it to reveal a smile. It had been ages since she had enjoyed scallion pancakes. After hastily washing up, she took one in hand and finished it with warm water. Wiping the grease from her hands, she stepped outside, heading straight for the market beneath the city wall. However, as soon as she emerged, she found her skin tent surrounded by a throng of people. Anran hurriedly gestured to the nearby males to bring out the salt they had prepared the previous day and set it on the stall. Upon seeing her emerge, Nuawa bellowed, "There she is. Find her to trade for salt." The moment he spoke, a wave of people surged toward her. "I want to trade for salt. I need 50 bags. Don't push me. I was here first. Who is pushing you? With your size, can you even be moved? Ah, someone stepped on my foot. Stop groping." The scene descended into chaos. Anran raised her voice. "Everyone, please do not push. Line up." With her command, nearby males stepped in to maintain order. Each tribe only needed one person to queue. Seeing someone enforcing discipline, the old orc quickly bent down, darting to the front, clutching the edge of the stall tightly. Fearful of being jostled away, with the males managing the order, the atmosphere gradually quieted. The elder orc looked eagerly at Anran. Is it really 100 pelts for one bag of salt, without the need for meat? The last time at the Yanbu Luo, he had failed to clarify, so this time he was determined to inquire thoroughly. This question was on the minds of many. What if Nuawa was deceiving them? Anran smiled gently. This year marks the first trading fair of our Qing Shambu Luo. Indeed, it is 100 pelts for one bag of salt, and no meat is required. One may exchange meat at the nearby stall for the desired goods. Upon hearing this, the other orcs followed the direction of her hand and noticed a long stall filled with items they did not recognize. When Chiyu saw them looking, she smiled and waved her hand in greeting. This unexpected gesture left the males beside her in awe. On their way, Nova had informed them that it was the females, specifically the chieftain's mate, who specialized in trading salt. Initially, they were somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, they realized that if the chieftain possessed such remarkable abilities to compete with the salt tribe, his partner must also be exceptional. Thus, when they first laid eyes on Anran, they did not exhibit excessive astonishment. However, they soon discovered something remarkable. It was not only the chieftain's mate engaging in trade. Other females were trading as well and even waved at them. This vibrant, radiant, and lively female was unlike any they had ever encountered. So beautiful, so confident. A stark contrast to the dullness of their own tribe. Many of the light-faced males flushed with embarrassment. The older orcs, more seasoned in their experiences, quickly regained their composure, calling upon their kin to bring forth their hides. One hand exchanged hides while the other received salt, and Rand placed 30 bags of salt on the stall, allowing the nearby males to count and inspect for quality. The elder orc hastily took the salt for examination, knowing that caution was prudent for a first exchange. Yet, in the next moment he stood dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the salt before him. He recalled Nova's words about the salt being not only inexpensive, but also of excellent quality. He could hardly fathom the truth of it, and he had not fully trusted Nova's claims. To his astonishment, it was indeed genuine. Chapter 234. Free hot water with trembling hands. He scooped a handful of salt, exclaiming, "Is this truly salt?" The others behind him found his behavior peculiar. After all, had they not come to exchange for salt? Why did he seem unacquainted with it now? They craned their necks to look and upon seeing it, they too were left astonished. How could this salt be so beautiful? And Rand placed all 30 bags on the stall and then opened one, scooping out half a bowl of pristine white salt. You may taste it, she offered. The elder orc, hearing this, wasted no time and plunged his dark finger into the pristine salt. After licking it, his mouth was filled with a delightful, salty flavor. This salt is not bitter, he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, those behind him were eager to taste it as well, yet they hesitated, fearing Rand would deem them disrespectful for not trading first. And Rand handed the bowl of salt to a nearby male, saying, distribute a little to each person in line, but not too much. It may be overwhelming. Soon, the male took the bowl and poured a small amount into each waiting hand. Everyone was eager to taste, and their eyes instantly lit up. This salt is truly exquisite, they declared. Indeed, at this price, acquiring such quality salt is quite the bargain. The elder orc quickly asserted, I shall take 10 more bags. Such an opportunity was too good to miss. He feared a price increase next year. Upon hearing this, others protested. How can you exchange for so many at once? What about us? Yes, we too desire 40 bags. And Rand, overhearing the commotion, felt a headache coming on. The nearby males were not as perceptive as Chong Lu and Helin, lacking the initiative to maintain order. Only when she instructed them would they act. She raised her voice. Fear not, there is plenty of salt. Furthermore, our tribe trades not only in winter. You may trade at any time throughout the year. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally felt reassured, and Rand cleared her throat, feeling quite uncomfortable, realizing she had nearly lost her voice from the morning shouting. She turned to the nearby male and quietly said, please have someone boil some water. My throat is killing me. They set up 2 tables at the city gate to provide hot water. After all, these visitors had traveled from afar. It was only courteous to offer them a warm drink. Upon hearing this, the nearby male quickly instructed someone to prepare it. Soon, 2 large tables were set up at the city gate, adorned with a large stack of ceramic bowls. Bai Chun, sitting nearby, called out to the crowd, those who wish to drink hot water may help themselves. His voice was loud enough for all to hear. However, no one dared approach the water. After all, the males standing guard, wielding long spears, looked formidable. If they could safely exchange salt and return home, that would be quite satisfactory. Who needed hot water? They could simply drink from the river later. Moreover, the Qingshan tribe was hosting a trading event. One could only assume that such offerings required something in exchange. It would likely not be inexpensive, for drinking a cup of hot water while traveling was a luxury. Bai Chan noticed the crowd's gaze drawn toward the water, clearly yearning for it, yet too timid to approach. He thought their timidity was rather excessive and declared, it is free, no exchange necessary. Upon hearing this, those who had been contemplating how much hide or meat they would need to trade for a cup of hot water suddenly rushed over. They focused intently on Bai Chun, questioning, really, no exchange required? Bai Chun chuckled, having traveled extensively with Lin Xiao, well aware of their thoughts. Indeed, no exchange is necessary. It is free. The male, upon hearing this, excitedly wiped his hands, only to suddenly realize how awkward he felt. But I have nothing to carry it in. They had come to trade salt, and apart from hides and meat, they had brought nothing else to lighten their load. Bai Chun studied the young male, noting his greasy, tangled hair and the matted fur on his black hide, clearly indicating he had not bathed in quite some time. Observing his discomfort reminded him of the Yun Chi tribe, where many males looked similarly unkempt. It was surprising how quickly appearances could change. Glancing at the warriors from the Yun Chi tribe mingling in the crowd, clad in light-colored hides with clean, white fur and neatly combed hair, he realized they belonged to an entirely different world compared to those seeking to trade. He reached for a ceramic bowl, filling it with hot water from a nearby basin, and offered it to him, saying, drink this and leave the bowl. The male, seeing the bowl being extended toward him, quickly reached out, only to notice how much darker his hands were compared to Bai Chen's. No, it wasn't just dark. It was dirty. Feeling a sudden wave of self-consciousness, he gazed at the intriguing bowl, afraid to let his lips touch its rim, and drank it all in one go. And Rand took a large sip of the warm water, feeling an immediate sense of relief in her throat. Nova had brought 11 tribes, and they had already calculated how much salt they needed before coming. They quickly exchanged for the necessary salt. However, they had brought many items. While the hides were exchanged, they still had a substantial amount of meat, and Rand led them from stall to stall, introducing them to the various items they had never encountered before during their first visit. Soap, brown sugar, assorted bamboo crafts, pottery, unglazed ceramics, dried kelp, dried abalone, and various dried seafood were all available. Though the selection was not vast, it was certainly more abundant than previous years when only salt was offered. Soon the soap, brown sugar, and pottery were nearly all traded. Only a significant quantity of ceramics and some seafood remained. The ceramics were beautiful but too costly. They hesitated to part with their resources, considering that the items served the same purpose as pottery. Furthermore, they were unfamiliar with seafood and hesitated to consume it, as many items were coated with a layer of white powder, leaving them uncertain if it would upset their stomachs. Moreover, this substance is flesh. Beast flesh is flesh as well, and it is presumably not particularly delectable. It is far preferable to consume beast flesh, which requires no exchange, as one can simply venture into the forest to procure it. Chang Lu and He Lin stood at the back of the crowd, observing the substantial quantity of meat remaining, and were immediately plunged into contemplation. We must devise a strategy to acquire the meat they possess. He Lin comprehended this reasoning as well, for this was not the forest, and meat was not so readily available. Furthermore, seafood lacks richness. When consumed excessively, it becomes rather bland, unlike the savory beast flesh. He crossed his arms, casting his gaze over the crowd while rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. In the evening, we shall detain their leader and extend a warm hospitality. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu found his thoughts perfectly aligned with He Lin's. His alluring lips curled into a slight smile. Let us prepare a seafood medley, which will surely entice them to part with their meat. They consume seafood daily and are likely fatigued by it. While these individuals have yet to experience its exquisite salty flavor, Chang Lu was confident they would find it irresistible. This flavor is entirely distinct from that of beast flesh. With this thought in mind, he promptly positioned himself before the stall to introduce himself to all. To the distant guests, I am the chieftain of the Qingshan tribe. As dusk approached, in celebration of our inaugural trade fair success, we shall host a bonfire gathering in the tribe. We cordially invite the leaders of all teams to attend. His words, delivered with neither subservience nor arrogance, coupled with the quality of the goods being traded, immediately garnered the favor of many. The crowd erupted in cheers. They had participated in numerous trade ventures, each a laborious affair devoid of warm water or festivities. To their astonishment, this time not only was there complimentary warm water, but also a bonfire gathering. Chapter 235. Uncommon Beastmen. The elder Beastman was so exhilarated he could hardly contain his joy. This world belongs to the young Beastmen. Upon hearing this, the males nearby felt a sense of pride and straightened their posture, gazing out at the vast ocean. As twilight descended, and Ran, accompanied by the females, began to pack up their stalls to return to the tribe. Today was more exhausting than usual, and everyone was parched. Qing traded pottery, tirelessly explaining without bargaining. Her voice had long since gone hoarse. Meanwhile, in the center of the tribe, a roaring bonfire blazed, with several sheep beasts skewered above it, while 3 males tended to them nearby. All the leaders of the accompanying teams were seated around, and in preparation for the success of the gathering. Every household had brought out their available tables and chairs. Chang Lu even instructed his people to lay thick beast skins on the benches to showcase his tribe's authority. Indeed, as soon as the leaders entered, they were greeted by this grand spectacle. They had anticipated that the bonfire gathering would merely involve everyone sitting on stones to share roasted meat. They had planned to make a brief appearance and leave when the cold became unbearable, yet the atmosphere was unexpectedly lively. Even the stone benches were adorned with soft sheepskins, making them comfortable to sit upon. Each table's corners were embellished with small pottery vases holding flowers of varying colors. Additionally, there was a small bamboo woven basket about the size of a palm, filled with various chunks of jerky and small fish. Even Nova was left astonished by the sight. This is truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu felt a surge of satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. Please have a seat. The elder Beastman sat beside Nova and curiously pointed at the small snacks in the bamboo basket. What is this? This question caught Nova off guard as he too was unaware. Moreover, during his previous visit, he had not experienced their bonfire gathering. However, he could not admit this, as it would be quite embarrassing. He took a piece of meat from the exquisite bamboo basket, inhaled its aroma, and was greeted by a refreshing scent reminiscent of cedar. Clearly edible, he declared, "This is food." He promptly popped it into his mouth. It was tough, but such firmness posed no challenge for their strong teeth. The elder Beastman lifted a piece of jerky, glancing around, and then noticed and Ran sitting beside Chang Lu, consuming it delicately. He immediately imitated her, and, upon tasting, felt as though he had discovered a new world. How delightful! At this moment, several males approached with large jars of sweetened water, distributing it to each table. Nova took a gentle sip, finding it somewhat sweet. Not particularly to his liking, he set it aside. In contrast, the elder beastman found warmth spreading through his limbs upon swallowing it, feeling quite comfortable. Noticing that he had not taken a drink, he shamelessly inquired, "Why do you not drink?" Nova candidly replied, "I do not fancy sweet beverages. If you do not want it, may I have it?" Upon hearing this, Nova placed his bowl before him. "Take it," and Ran, sitting at the head, was responsible for demonstrating the eating methods. Many items were unfamiliar to them, and if they hesitated to try, the gathering would have been in vain. However, it was not only she. Every member of the Qingshan tribe and the Yunqi tribe was participating in the demonstrations. At that moment, someone reported, "Chieftain, the seafood is ready." Chong Lu waved his hand, instructing for it to be distributed, and addressed everyone. "This is a gift from the sea." No sooner had he spoken than young males began lining up, each carrying a large ceramic basin of seafood to cater to their palates, and Ran had even included several pieces of cured pork ribs in the stew. Leaders from various tribes, some quite small, had come to exchange salt, and the sight of these young, handsome males captivated everyone's attention. The elder beastman gazed at them, their arms rippling with taut muscles and their faces clean, and he felt his eyes mist up. How wonderful! It was only in his old age that he could witness such spirited beastmen. He reminisced about his own youth, when he was the tribe's foremost warrior, admired by many females. Yet, he had never appeared so vibrant. Although the young males in his own tribe were healthy and strong, their demeanor was wholly different from that of the Qingshan tribe. Clean, confident, sunny, and polite. Even Nova, seated beside him, felt somewhat bashful, having observed them closely. The males bearing meat had clean fingernails, unlike his own, which were grimy and unkempt. He had always considered himself handsome, yet here, so many surpassed him in appearance. Their attractiveness was remarkable. Embarrassed, he wiped his hands on his backside, but no matter how he tried, the dirt remained. Not only he, but others were similarly affected. Before them lay a large basin of meat, albeit peculiar in shape, yet the aroma was undeniably enticing. During this salt exchange, they had not savored warm meat in quite some time. Furthermore, this was stew, a luxury they could scarcely dream of in their tribe, where only the chieftain might occasionally indulge in such a dish. And Ran noticed their discomfort and turned to Jin Hu. "Please have Niu Li and Bai Chun bring some warm water for them to wash their hands. Oh, and do include some soap." Several large pots were already boiling in the back, providing hot water readily. Niu Li and Bai Chun hurriedly brought several basins of warm water. Nova was the first to stand and wash his hands. Bai Chun observed him using only clear water and promptly advised, "Use some soap, it will clean better." Upon hearing this, those nearby who had hesitated to wash their hands quickly rose to do so. They had all exchanged for soap. Although it was not particularly expensive, merely 30 pounds of meat for a piece, its limited quantity rendered it quite precious. Naturally, they intended to return it for their chieftain to distribute before daring to use it. Thus they recognized its utility, yet refrained from utilizing it directly. However, the situation has changed. The Qingshan tribe is now utilizing resources directly, and why would they not seize this opportunity? Nova, with damp hands, grasped a bar of soap, applying it generously to both palms and backs. Just as he was about to place it on the wooden rack nearby, it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. His heart sank momentarily as he hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, but no matter how he tried, the mud and grime clung stubbornly to its surface. Chapter 236. A mindful of schemes by Chun took over, stating, "Allow me." With a gentle touch in the water, he cleaned it thoroughly before placing it back on the wooden rack, smiling as he advised, "This item requires a delicate touch, otherwise it will slip through your fingers." Once everyone had washed their hands, Chong Lu waved his hand, saying, "Dear guest, having traveled from afar, we can only offer you a simple meal. Please, do not hold back. Eat to your heart's content." Nova, already famished, shook the water from his hands and reached eagerly for the meat. He seized a large rib and bit into it, savoring the salty and savory flavor that exploded in his mouth. So delicious. It was evident that the meat had been seasoned with salt. When braised, such a quantity of salt rendered it delectable. The Qingshan tribe truly possesses great wealth, as they freeze their meat each year. At that moment, an elderly orc nudged him in the waist, whispering, "Mind your manners." Reluctantly, he turned to the elder, asking, "What is it?" The old orc gestured toward Anrin, indicating with his chin, "Observe how she eats." Nova followed his gaze and saw Anrin holding 2 wooden sticks, delicately picking up the meat and slowly bringing it to her mouth. Noticing this, he glanced around at the other members of the Qingshan tribe, realizing that none of them were as uncouth as he was, using their hands to grab food. Embarrassed, he quickly hid his hands beneath the table when suddenly something fell from the table. He looked down to find it was identical to what Anrin and the others were using. He picked it up hastily, attempting to mimic their method of eating the meat. However, after numerous attempts, he still failed. Mastering the use of chopsticks was not a skill one could acquire instantly. Seeing that they were struggling to get food into their mouths, Anrin quickly declared, "Today is a gathering. There is no need for restraint. Feel free to enjoy yourselves." With that, she set down her chopsticks, deftly retrieving a large mantis shrimp, skillfully peeling off its shell and dipping it into the sauce before popping it into her mouth. They had specifically fetched these fresh delights from the sea for this evening's gathering. As winter approached, fresh seafood became a rarity, and dried seafood never compared to the taste of the fresh catch. Watching Anrin consume the shrimp, which resembled a bug, Nova and the other orcs followed suit, each taking a bite and relishing the exquisite flavor that danced on their palates. Nova, curious, grabbed an octopus and counted its tentacles, but upon tasting it, he widened his eyes in astonishment at the deliciousness of the bizarre assortment before him. Anrin, hearing his exclamation, smiled knowingly. No one could resist the allure of fresh seafood, and those who did likely had encountered spoiled fare. Helen, setting down his chopsticks, remarked, "If you find it delicious, then indulge further." At that moment, an orc standing by the fire, tending to the roasting meat, called out, "Chief, the meat is ready." Chong Lu replied, "Then let us distribute it." While they busied themselves with the meat, Anrin leaned closer to Chong Lu, saying, "I've been contemplating whether we should establish a trading point between the old Qingshan tribe and the Yunchi tribe. Though this area is abundant in salt, it is rather far. Both tribes already possess salt, but a little extra wouldn't hurt." Upon hearing this, Chong Lu clapped his hands in agreement. While the seaside is advantageous, the salt tribe lurks nearby with covetous eyes. With Helen's presence, their odds of success are favorable, but should Helen depart, their chances would diminish significantly. Moreover, establishing a trading post for salt between the two tribes would alleviate storage pressures. Even if the salt tribe were to attack, they would not face utter annihilation if they could not hold their ground. Indeed, this plan is feasible. He turned to Helen, asking, "What do you think?" Anrin had spoken openly, and he had listened attentively. Should this endeavor succeed, the Yunchi tribe would soon become a formidable force. Helen responded, "Such a fortunate opportunity has presented itself. How could we possibly refuse? To push it away would be to reject a gift." Anrin raised her glass of brown sugar water and stood, declaring, "Then it is settled. Cheers." If they could see this through, they would be on their way to forming a small city-state. As she expressed her excitement, she boldly drank her sweetened beverage in one gulp. Helen and Chong Lu were taken aback by her assertiveness, realizing that even a female could possess such a commanding presence. They gently tapped their bowls together before drinking. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chong Lu's mind. If the Qingshan tribe could grow stronger alongside the Yunchi tribe, what about the lesser tribes beneath them? While a single tribe may not be large, what if he could unite several of them under his banner? The hunting grounds available to their own people would expand vastly, and the territory of the Qingshan tribe would grow even larger. As he contemplated this, his heart raced with excitement, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. However, he quickly cast a furtive glance at Helen. If the Qingshan tribe flourished, he would be the first to be ousted from the Yunchi tribe. In such a scenario, he would either have to submit or vacate the land, but given Helen's nature, neither outcome seemed likely. With that thought, the thrill he had felt dissipated, leaving behind only a sense of unease. Both Anrin and Helen shared similar thoughts. However, this gathering was a celebration of the Qingshan tribe. Helen, being a guest, could not overshadow the event or attempt to coerce the others to join his ranks. Unless the male by his side were to perish, he would not be able to take their allegiance. While one contemplated grander schemes, the other harbored reservations, and neither could voice their thoughts. Anrin, however, was different. She stood up with a smile and, taking advantage of the merriment around them, spoke. "Esteemed guests, you have traveled a great distance for this trading event. It must have taken you considerable time to prepare." Upon hearing this, the orcs exchanged glances, a shared sense of struggle evident on their faces. The furs were easy to store, but meat was a different story. During the summer, the heat caused it to spoil quickly, leaving them to wait until late autumn to begin their storage efforts. They often had to ration their food, leading to many going to bed hungry. Anrin's words struck a chord deep within them. A middle-aged black male orc chimed in, "Indeed. It took us 2 full months to gather our supplies." Another added, "It's true. Because of this, our females can only eat meat every other day." The orcs began to share their grievances, each voice adding to the chorus of hardship. The elder orc, their chief, felt tears welling in his eyes as he listened. He had never considered their plight deeply. After all, everyone was in the same boat. Even the relatively affluent Salt tribe faced similar struggles. Their hands worn and their eyes devoid of luster. Each day, they fretted over the scarcity of fresh meat, many losing their hair and teeth at a young age due to excessive salt consumption. Though they had always dreaded trading with the Salt tribe, they had never envied them. Yet this time was different. Chapter 237. Long live the Qingshan tribe. The unexpectedly vibrant members of the Qingshan tribe did not suffer from hair loss or decay. They appeared lively and well-fed. Their furs were bright and clean, even the black ones devoid of any dirt. Seeing that the atmosphere had shifted, Anrin spoke again. "As long as you can bring your tribe's specialties for trade with us each year, we will offer our salt at 50 furs per bag. No meat required." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. Even Heli and Chong Lu exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if she had perhaps indulged a bit too much in the feast. 50 bee skins for a bag. Would that not leave them utterly destitute? It is essential to understand that from the initial drying of the salt to the various subsequent processes, it takes at least 5 days to yield a batch. They were already at a loss with the original price of 100 bee skins per bag, and now it was being lowered. Receiving their skeptical gazes, Anrin winked at them to soothe their concerns and whispered, "Let us discuss this privately." The old beast man reacted swiftly, rushing to the center of the gathering. "Is it true? No regrets?" Anrin smiled gently. "No regrets. Our Qingshan tribe is a large tribe, and we have no shortage of salt. I merely wish to foster mutual exchange. Moreover, our trading market is taking shape. Your presence would only enliven it further." Upon hearing this, most of the attendees erupted in cheers, as such an opportunity was overwhelmingly beneficial for them. Even if the Qingshan tribe were to later deny the agreement, they would not incur any losses. However, Nova remained cautious. It was evident that the Qingshan tribe would bear significant losses. Yet, the prospect of salt at such a price was truly tempting. Words alone are untrustworthy. What if you change your mind later? Hearing this, Chong Lu became impatient. He knew Anrin well. Her words were as solid as a promise, unyielding as a horse-drawn chariot, and she would never renege. However, since it was Anrin's idea, he could not voice his dissent and could only suppress his frustration. Speaking softly, "What do you wish for?" Nova pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Chong Lu. "Pearls. If you provide each tribe with a pearl, we will believe you." Upon hearing this, many attendees suddenly recalled something, looking at Anrin and her companions in disbelief. "You are the ones who exchanged pearls for vast quantities of salt at the Salt tribe a few years ago?" Anrin did not expect that after so many years, they would still recognize her. However, the Salt tribe had long been aware of their identities, so it was of little consequence now. "Yes, that is us." Looking at Nova, one could see he was indeed bold and astute. Over the past year, they had scoured the sea for food daily, and they had indeed found numerous pearls. Giving each of them one would not be a burden. "I can provide each of you with a pearl, but you must swear to come a trade at our Qingshan tribe next year." Nova, having obtained what he desired, smiled slightly. "As long as your salt is at the price you mentioned, we will certainly come." Such a threatening remark made Heli feel his claws itching to emerge. His malevolent gaze flickered from the corner of his eye, wishing he could tear him apart right then and there. If he had been the one to speak, he would not have negotiated so amiably. A beating would have swiftly brought them to heel. Anrin also discerned the underlying meaning of his words and smiled faintly. "Of course, our Qingshan tribe keeps its word. However, if you do not come, it matters not. We have no shortage of buyers for our salt." The orcs, who had initially been reveling in the surprise, became tense upon hearing Anrin's words. The old beastman hurriedly waved his hands in affirmation. "We do not need pearls. We will certainly come. It would be absurd to pass up such excellent salt. Even if she demanded 150 bee skins per bag, they would still wish to exchange. It is crucial to note that a bag of such quality salt could rival 2 bags from the Salt tribe and was exceptionally pure. More importantly, there were other valuable items as well. Given that they had salt of such quality here, it would be foolish to seek it elsewhere. Others quickly voiced their agreement. "Yes, we are willing to come." It was ludicrous. They had traded at the Salt tribe for decades without ever tasting a drop of warm water. let alone warm water. They had not even had a sip of cold water, much less enjoyed roasted meat by a fire. Even the free bee skin tents provided annually were drafty and in tatters. What could compare to this place? Nova looked at these turncoats, feeling betrayed. He had fought for their interests, yet they failed to recognize his efforts. However, he was not foolish, sensing the shift in sentiment. He quickly adopted a different demeanor and apologized. I am sorry. I misunderstood. I no longer want pearls. Anrin was genuinely surprised by his ability to bend and adapt. Yet such a person was indeed a rare find. Shifting her gaze to the others, let the pearls serve as our token of goodwill. We shall have many more opportunities to meet in the future. The old beastman immediately raised his voice. Long live the Qingshan tribe. Long live the Qingshan tribe. They all understood that these pearls could be exchanged for vast quantities of salt at the Salt tribe, and even if prices rose here next year, they could still procure more from the Salt tribe. Moreover, how could they not trust a tribe capable of offering such precious items? After all, believing in them entailed no loss. In this moment, Chong Lu instructed those nearby to retrieve a dozen white pearls, elevating the evening's festivities to a crescendo. Everyone departed in high spirits, and when the time was right, Anrin, Chong Lu, and Heli finally withdrew from the banquet. She rubbed her full belly. Tonight's feast had an overwhelming variety. I feel as though I might burst. Chong Lu, hearing this, tenderly took her hand, intending to share a few heartfelt words, but with Heli nearby, he could only hold back. You worked hard tonight. Such simple and sincere words of comfort were well received by Anrin, who shook her head with a faint smile. Though I feel a bit stuffed, my taste buds truly enjoyed it. I wonder when I will have the chance to indulge in such a variety of dishes again. Their affectionate exchange made Heli uncomfortable, especially as they leaned so close, as if they were the only two people in the world, completely disregarding his presence. The pressure built up in his chest, making him feel utterly miserable. Suddenly, an impulsive thought crossed his mind, and he squeezed between the two, turning to Anrin and Chong Lu with an innocuous smile. Anrin, if you lower the salt prices so drastically for next year, what if we incur losses? Upon hearing this, Chong Lu recalled this pressing issue, completely oblivious to Heli's intention to separate them. Indeed, 50 bee skins for a bag of salt might truly lead us to losses. The value of their 50 bee skins did not include meat, and with so many of them residing here, relying solely on the sea's bounty would not suffice, given their current capabilities. Chapter 238. Losses are merely superficial. Anrin led the two of them to a beautifully decorated room. Let us sit down and discuss this. Heli keenly poured a large glass of water for the couple before finally serving himself. Here, have some water. After consuming so much meat, it can be rather greasy. Anrin readily accepted. Thank you. Suddenly hearing Anrin's voice, Chong Lu snapped back to reality, realizing she was there to show off. He then grabbed a basket from the table and opened the lid. Anrin, have some dried fish. Anrin glanced at the dried fish and shook her head. I am sufficiently full. Just water will do. Yet to Chong Lu, her words implied something entirely different, unaware that Anrin had no other thoughts at the moment. Heli, however, seized the opportunity to take a small dried fish from the basket, popping it into his mouth with a grin at Chong Lu. Chong Lu, did you make this? It tastes quite good. Hearing this, Chong Lu clenched his fists tightly, wishing to throw this person out. That insufferable grin was simply begging for a reprimand. Though he was angry, he knew full well that this fellow had stumbled in front of Anrin and now sought to ingratiate himself with him. With this thought, his mood lightened considerably. With a slight lift of his lips, he gazed at the seemingly harmless green tea figure of Helen. This delicacy is crafted by the females dedicated to culinary arts in our region. How about I introduce you to someone? After all, you're not young anymore and still a bachelor. As your brother, I cannot help but feel anxious for you. This remark struck a chord deep within Helen, who was already facing pressure from the elder beastmen in his tribe to marry, and now he was being urged again, especially by his rival. A sense of distress suddenly welled up in his heart, causing a fleeting change in his expression. Yet he responded with a smile. I'm not in a hurry. After all, I have a godson. As he spoke, his handsome brows slightly furrowed, and he looked at Chong Liu with a smile. They are quite attached to me, sleeping beside me every night. They insist on me telling them stories before they can sleep. Oh, they're truly adorable. Chong Liu, who had just delivered a verbal jab to Helen, now found himself on the receiving end, and the atmosphere between them grew instantly colder. Anrin, observing the peculiar tension between the two, hastily pushed the water in front of them closer. Let me tell you both. If we trade salt at just 50 bee skins per bag, It would surely result in a loss. However, I have other strategies. What strategies? The two inquired in unison, turning their attention to Anrin. Noticing the strange tension dissipate, Anrin smiled. Of course, we can expand our trade. Helen and Chong Liu exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp the concept of expanding trade. Salt was the only essential commodity they needed in vast quantities to ensure the sustenance of hundreds in their community. They certainly did not want their kin to end up like those from the Yin tribe, all toothless and bald. Chong Liu asked, "How do we expand trade?" Anrin confidently laid her hand on the table, grinning, "By offering our unique goods." "But that won't yield substantial profits," Helen remarked. He had observed the trading conference closely, noting that salt was the most profitable item, while other goods merely served as embellishments. Anrin chuckled, rubbing her nose with a calculating smile. "Once they grow accustomed to it, we will start making a profit, particularly with pottery, porcelain, and soap. Though these items are unglazed, they are undoubtedly more practical than those made from stone." While recognizing the utility of these products, both Chong Liu and Helen harbored further concerns. These items were advantageous, yet the tribes already struggled to acquire enough salt annually. Desiring additional goods might prove difficult. Indeed, if a tribe struggled to secure enough meat, they would hardly prioritize pottery or soap. Their primary concern would be filling their stomachs. Helen, keenly aware of this issue, nodded, both he and Chong Liu having experienced hunger firsthand. Anrin, amused by the duo's perplexed expressions, exclaimed, "That's why we should hold a grand trading convention." Chong Liu, somewhat bewildered, wondered how the conversation had circled back to the trading convention. What was the connection? Reflecting on her strategies, Anrin felt a swell of pride. These were the timeless insights passed down through millennia of the Huaxia civilization. Of course there's a connection. We can sell our wheat seeds and sugarcane seeds. Other tribes surely possess unique goods we lack. By exchanging resources, we can all prosper and enhance our livelihoods, leading to abundance. Remember, sustenance is the foundation of our existence. Only when our basic needs are met can we truly call it living. Otherwise, it is merely survival. After this discourse, the two began to shift their perspectives. Yes, the trading convention could facilitate not only salt transactions, but also the exchange of diverse goods, enabling collective growth and increased prosperity. However, Chong Liu furrowed his brow, raising another concern. But what if they become stronger? What if they attack us? Helen nodded in agreement. Chong Liu is right. We have barely escaped the bullying of other tribes. Nurturing them could lead to our own downfall. Anrin met their gazes with confidence. Do you truly lack faith in yourselves? While they are growing and strengthening, are we merely to remain stagnant? I have great confidence in both of you. At these words, Helen and Chong Liu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. As males, they found it peculiar that they required a female to encourage them. Chong Liu declared, "Then I shall mobilize the two tribes to begin constructing fortifications this winter." Helen added, "Indeed, our Yunchi tribe is formidable. Even if they come, they may not leave." Seeing their enthusiasm, Anrin promptly retrieved several silver beans from her pouch and placed them on the table. "What do you think of this?" This item had always been utilized within the Qingshan tribe, and both Chong Liu and Helen recognized it, albeit unsure of her intentions in presenting it now. While Helen was familiar with it, having seen it brought back by members of his tribe, he had only heard that it could be exchanged for many things. He hadn't paid it much mind at the time, but now he was surprised Anrin was bringing it up again. Picking up one of the beans, he found it somewhat hard yet pliable. With a little pressure, it could easily change shape. "Isn't this meant for trading?" Anrin was pleased to discover Helen, despite being far from Qingshan, was aware of its significance. "Exactly," she replied, a smile gracing her lips. "As long as we master most of the techniques and establish this as a medium for trade, the one who possesses the most of these will be the wealthiest." Chong Liu looked puzzled, questioning why they needed to shift from trading with bee skins and meat or bartering goods directly. The initial purpose of this system had been to measure the labor of the tribe, making it difficult for the lazy to exploit the system. "Can't we just use bee skins?" Helen concurred. Bee skins were universally needed, and it was indeed the most practical option. Anticipating their inquiries, Anrin swiftly retrieved a small dried fish from a bamboo basket and placed it before Helen, followed by a piece of dried meat before Chong Liu, setting a bamboo basket before herself. "Chong Liu, you have dried meat. If you wish to trade for my bamboo basket, do you think I would agree?" Chong Liu shook his head, fully aware that unless someone needed dried meat, they would not make the exchange. Anrin produced the silver beans once more. "If they can also be used for trading, and as long as all three of us recognize their value, then you can trade with me for the bamboo basket. and I can use it to trade with Helen for dried fish. Do you understand? Chong Liu and Helen listened, initially puzzled, taking their time to digest her explanation. They took turns comparing their goods for quite a while before the realization dawned upon them. For the silver beans to possess purchasing power, they required one essential condition: universal recognition of their value. Otherwise, they would be worthless. At that moment, excitement sparked in their eyes as they glanced at the small silver beans. But how could they persuade the tribes outside to accept them? How could they ensure these tribes obtained the silver beans? Offering them for free was out of the question. With so many people, that would be an enormous cost. Suddenly, an idea struck Chong Liu, who sat up straight. I have a plan. Our tribe needs to fire kills and produce bricks in large quantities this winter. We could invite their people to work for us. In return, we would give them these silver beans, allowing them to trade for the goods they need. Upon hearing this suggestion, Helen excitedly slammed his hand on the table. This is excellent. They can labor during the winter instead of merely lying around, which would alleviate our tribe's food burden. If they comply, all is well. If not, our Yunchi tribe's trained beasts will flatten their tribe come spring. Anren had anticipated they would need several days to reach a conclusion, but she was pleasantly surprised by their rapid understanding and the series of solutions they presented. With a thumbs up, they truly are born leaders. Chapter 239. The Salt tribe strikes again throughout the night. The three of them dreamed of a brighter future. Early the next morning, the wind and snow outside grew increasingly fierce. Chong Liu stood on the platform to bid farewell to the departing individuals, then announced the news. Everyone erupted into jubilant cheers. It was as if they had been granted a lifeline. An elderly beastman wiped away his tears, exclaiming that if the older members of their tribe could come and work, they would surely survive. Every winter was a grim season for the elderly beastmen, and many lived in fear. Even Nova clenched his fists in excitement. Their tribe had lost many members in recent days due to salt shortages, with females succumbing to illness and starvation, while most males fled in search of safety. If only there had been a place to earn a living with their own hands in the past 2 years, they would not have been reduced to wandering beastmen, despised by all. With renewed hope, everyone left the Qing Shan tribe. Nova glanced back at the towering city walls, recalling the wonderful night spent within. Next year, we shall return. The old beastman waved to him silently, uncertain if he could endure the winter ahead. Were he not the leader of his clan, he might have chosen to remain. The warm, clean, and bright dwelling, the soft furs, and the delectable meat were all too enticing to forget. Once they departed, the tribe fell silent, and Rand peered at the hollow entrance of the city wall and asked, Chong Liu, should we give this tribe a name? Chong Liu, standing behind her, looked up and agreed. Indeed, it is time for a name. Otherwise, everyone will continue to refer to it as Qing Shan tribe, which could easily cause confusion with the former Qing Shan tribe. Thus, they decided on the name Hai Qing tribe. Upon hearing this name, and Rand suggested, let us create a plaque and engrave these characters upon it. Chong Liu furrowed his brow, suddenly perplexed. What characters? Realizing his confusion, and Rand remembered that he recognized only a few characters, primarily numbers. We shall prepare the wooden board first, and I will write it later. For now, she did not intend to teach them writing. Even in a technologically advanced modern age, learning could be a tedious task. She had other matters to attend to. The cold wind howled, yet the Hai Qing tribe was abuzz with activity. The little ones rolled in the snow, built snowmen, and engaged in snowball fights. Reveling in their play, the adults busied themselves with the kiln, bustling with warmth and laughter, completing their tasks amidst the camaraderie. And Rand entered the beast skin house where pottery was being crafted, found a corner, and began to knead the clay. However, before long, her hands grew numb from the cold, forcing her to wash them and return inside. She resumed her study of the loom. As her previous discussions with Chiyu yielded no fruitful results, it was time to try again. Otherwise, the abundant Rami fibers would be woven into nonsensical scarves. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed from afar, resembling the sound of an army approaching. Chong Liu and He Lin, deep in discussion, rushed outside upon hearing the commotion, only to find Rand had also emerged. He instructed the station beastman, quickly, go investigate what is happening. Upon hearing this, the male beastman transformed into a black panther and darted away. He Lin turned to Bai Chun beside him and ordered, go find out what is going on. Yes. Bai Chun responded, unfurling his massive black wings and soaring into the sky. And Rand stood below, watching Bai Chun ascend rapidly. However, he did not fly directly outward, but instead emitted a piercing cry. All the males in the tribe heard the eagle's call. The females, unaware, remained oblivious. The males, however, recognized it as a warning signal and immediately abandoned their tasks, rushing outside. Chang Lu turned to Enran and urged, "You should return quickly." Enran, puzzled, asked, "What is happening?" "The Salt tribe is attacking." Heilin did not wish to conceal the truth. Understanding the situation was crucial, or else, given her disposition, she would likely follow them into danger. The sound of approaching footsteps suggested a significant number of assailants. Upon hearing this, Enran quickly gathered the females and children, directing them to hide in the storeroom, the largest and most secure place. Qingqing and Qiyu peered through the door crack with concern, saying, "Enran, our little ones are still outside. Should we go look for them?" "No." Enran firmly interrupted them. "It is too dangerous outside. My children are out there, and their fathers are as well. Trust in their strength." Hearing her words, they felt a measure of comfort and reassured themselves that Niu Li was outside, and the children would be fine. "If we go out now, it will only distract them." Qiyu glanced at the two, understanding the reasoning, but unable to quell her anxiety, tears streaming down her face. "Your children have their fathers. Our children's fathers were slain by the Salt tribe long ago. We must go out. Let us pass." Suddenly, a group of females emerged, determined to leave, and Ran pressed her back against the door, blocking the exit, asserting, "Chang Lu and Heilin are outside. The children will be safe. If we go out now, we will only hinder them." One stout female, filled with rage, declared, "Even if we die, we must go out. For them, without the protection of their mothers, the children left behind would not survive." The ground trembled under the onslaught of the Salt tribe. They could not allow their young to perish outside. Just then, the sounds of chaos erupted, and Bai Chun and Heilin's figures flickered in the air. Soon, Heilin's snowy feathers were stained crimson, and the previously boisterous female, witnessing the scene through the door crack, collapsed in fear. The sounds of battle and the sight of Heilin's blood painted a grim picture of the ferocity of the conflict outside. Memories of the last massacre by the Salt tribe flooded their minds, and most of the females huddled in corners, weeping uncontrollably. Even Ran, who seldom cried, was affected, her heart heavy with sorrow, pondering when this cycle of violence would come to an end. Chang Lu and Heilin led their people in a battle. However, even with their combined strength, they numbered only over 200, a stark contrast to the vast army opposing them. Although they were outnumbered, they were seasoned warriors, accustomed to battling wild beasts in the forest, far more formidable and agile than the Salt tribe, who were accustomed to languishing over salted meat. Despite their smaller numbers, they held their ground tenaciously, refusing to retreat. Niu Li swung his massive black horns fiercely, piercing the abdomen of a wolf beast man, and delivered a powerful kick to another male, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in his wake. Sherpa, the smallest in beast form, darted into the enemy ranks, targeting their lower bodies, catching them off guard. Chang Lu fought valiantly, his tail striking down multiple beastmen in swift succession. Hua Mu stood at the back, feeling increasingly agitated as he observed the battle. He had not anticipated that the majority of the Salt tribe's male beastmen would be so fiercely resisted by the detestable Qing Shan tribe, unable to advance an inch. Cui Hua leaned against a wooden chair, nonchalantly inspecting her red-dyed nails, utterly unconcerned with the unfolding battle. As long as that wretched woman from the Qing Shan tribe was dead, any price would be worth paying. She could not fathom how 1,000 could not overpower a mere few hundred. Chapter 240. Annihilation of the Yin tribe at that moment. Chang Lu suddenly spotted several figures atop the earthen hillside ahead, none other than the chieftain and the divine maiden of the Yin tribe. He immediately shouted to Heilin in the sky, instructing him to eliminate those on the opposite slope. Following the signal, Heilin turned to see Cui Hua and the one-armed Hua Mu hiding beneath the treetops. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he spread his wings and soared over, stirring a tempest of dust and debris that blinded Cui Hua momentarily. With his elongated claws poised, Heilin lunged fiercely at Hua Mu's chest, extracting a still-beating heart from within. With a sinister smile, he remarked, "I once granted you a chance at life, yet instead of acting as a proper chieftain, you chose to seek death here." With that, he crushed the heart in his grasp, splattering its contents across Cui Hua's face. Overcome with terror, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. "Please do not kill me. I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden. I beg you, spare my life." Heilin, with a charming smirk, replied, "Very well, considering your earnestness, I shall grant you an opportunity." Upon hearing this, Cui Hua immediately bowed her head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. You are the finest man in the world." She even cast a flirtatious glance at He Lin. Being a maid from ancient times, she possessed an air of nobility. Fair skin, striking beauty, and an education that made seducing a wild man seem effortless. With a sultry smile, she prepared to leap into He Lin's embrace. He observed her every move, and as she lunged toward him, he seized her collar, leaning down with an enchanting grin. Since you are so accommodating, why not experience the sensation of flying with me? Chui Hua, taken aback by her swift success, thought to herself that this male was infinitely more handsome than the crippled Hua Mu. With pearly white teeth and flowing silver hair, he appeared ageless. His complexion radiant and rosy, akin to a celestial being. With a shriek, she was whisked into the sky by He Lin. He Lin unfurled his wings and glanced at the tumultuous crowd below. Divine Maiden, do you find the scene below pleasing? Chui Hua, held firmly by He Lin, gazed at the fray of beasts below, her brows furrowing. What was there to admire? She then turned her gaze to the distant sea. Wow, how beautiful. Is it? He Lin replied coldly with a smirk. Then I shall send you down for an embrace. Just as his words fell, Chui Hua, perplexed, looked up at He Lin, and in the next instant, her body plummeted downward. With a resounding crash, she struck the ground, leaving her motionless. Upon her sudden fall, the surrounding Yin tribe beastmen instinctively recoiled, unable to believe their eyes as they approached Chui Hua's lifeless form. One prodded her with a hand. No response. Another beastman flipped her over and screamed in horror. The Divine Maiden is dead. At this proclamation, all the Yin tribe members ceased their actions. Each of them was aware that the Divine Maiden was the chieftain's most treasured possession. Her demise signified the chieftain's own end. The first to realize this fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. We concede. Chong Lu raised a hand, signaling for everyone to regroup, each bearing wounds. Find these individuals. If we let them return, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Sure, Pa carried a large bundle of ropes. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, having been stepped on by some beast while maneuvering through the crowd. His back ached painfully. Other males quickly moved to bind the remaining captives together. He Lin approached Chong Lu and whispered in his ear, "Do you truly intend to integrate them?" Chong Lu merely scoffed in response, dismissing such a foolish inquiry. With so many individuals, how could he integrate them? It was likely that if they entered his tribe, they might incite unrest. It would be far more convenient to send them to the depths of the sea. He then commanded Niu Li, "Take them to the seaside on the other side of the mountain." Niu Li approached the first captured individual, seizing his hand and dragging him away. The captives dared not protest or question. After a considerable distance, they finally reached their destination. Following Chong Lu's orders, Sherpa revealed his sharp nails, effortlessly slicing through the ropes, and with a forceful shove, the male tumbled into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Chong Lu glanced down, observing the crimson hue rising to the surface, a slight smile gracing his lips. This place is indeed quite suitable. Previously, during his patrol, he had discovered that sharks frequently prowled these waters, rendering it a perilous location. Yet now, he perceived it as an excellent venue for resolving various issues. The beastmen of the Yin tribe finally realized that they were not being released, but rather eradicated. Let's go. We do not wish to die. Yes. If you have the courage, let's fight once more. Chong Lu had no desire to engage in conversation with them. They held no right to demand explanations. He simply gestured to Niu Li and Sherpa, "Hurry up," and silence their clamor. The beastmen of the Hai Qing tribe, who had been waiting behind, swiftly assisted, and in a flurry of hands, they soon pushed all the captives into the water. The sea turned a deep crimson, countless sharks lurking below, awaiting their meal. With no time to count each one, Jin Hu, observing the completion of the task, asked, "Chieftain, shall we return now?" They had been famished for a full day and night, and without a return to eat, they would soon perish from hunger. Chong Lu, with a grave expression, gazed into the distance. "No, we shall annihilate the Yin tribe." Upon hearing this, the previously hungry beastmen erupted in excitement. "We can finally take our revenge. Indeed, my offspring must not die in vain, and my mate, my brethren, they cannot die without cause. We must avenge them. The last time, they had been ambushed and slaughtered by the Yin tribe, and this paltry few hundred could never atone for their losses. Until the Yin tribe was vanquished, none would find solace in sleep." Chapter 241. Fighting for peace. When He Lin first arrived during that winter, he had learned of the tragic ambush, which solidified his resolve to remain. Now it was the perfect opportunity. "I shall join as well." Chong Lu turned to He Lin, who, despite his fondness for Enran, understood that without her, Henri would likely have perished. Furthermore, on this occasion, Yilin exhibited no outrageous words or actions, instead embodying a demeanor of peace. However, this tranquility left Chang Lu feeling somewhat uneasy, for peace rarely comes without a price. Yet, had Yilin not intervened during the ambush, swiftly dispatching the chieftain and the divine maiden of the Yin tribe, they would not have concluded matters so easily. Very well, Yilin replied, swiftly proposing a condition. But the territory of the Yin tribe shall belong to my Yun Chi tribe. Upon hearing this, Yilin chuckled, realizing that Chang Lu's overtures were not without ulterior motives. Unexpectedly, it was this. Both tribes had long been cooperative, and due to years of intermarriage, they had formed familial ties. Such a partnership was unlikely to dissolve in the near future. He smiled slightly, agreed, no problem. However, not a single male of the Yin tribe shall be spared. Yilin chuckled softly. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. He desired only the females, not the males. After all, the enmity of a clan's extermination might be held against them for a lifetime, with the chance of retaliation always looming. Now that the Yun Chi tribe was poised to take over, their numbers were insufficient. Retaining the males would only invite disaster. Absolutely, Chang Lu affirmed. We shall not return to the tribe. Just send someone back with word. We will catch them off guard. Yilin raised his hand, and they exchanged a knowing high five. This plan is excellent. Although they were all quite famished at this moment, excitement coursed through everyone's hearts. Moreover, food was readily available along the way, so a little nibbling would suffice. If all else failed, they could raid the Yin Buluo, for it was only right to reclaim what was owed to them. Had the Yin Buluo not provoked them first, they would not have felt compelled to retaliate. This was entirely the Yin Buluo's own doing. Enrin and the females sought refuge in the warehouse. However, after a day and night, silence persisted outside. Uncertain of the situation, Enrin slowly opened the large door and cautiously stepped out. Yet, shortly after her exit, dozens of males returned, their bodies marred with scars and blood. Upon seeing them, the females rushed out, some immediately embracing their mates tightly. Are you all right? The males held their partners closely, believing they might not return this time. We are fine. The clan leader has slain the Yin Buluos Hua, Mu clan leader, and Tsue Hua goddess. They are now safe. Upon hearing this, everyone joyfully covered their faces, tears of excitement streaming down. Even Anrin was moved to tears, as she had thought they were truly doomed this time. To her astonishment, a reversal had occurred. Eagerly, she craned her neck to inquire, what about the others? The returning males replied, the clan leader and Yilin clan leader have taken the remaining members to attack the Yin Buluo. What? This revelation elicited incredulous gasps from many females. Attacking the Yin Buluo? Is that not courting death? Yet some females gazed toward the Yin Buluo's direction with gleaming eyes. The clan leader is right. Our tribe is not to be trifled with. To avenge our fallen kin, we must destroy the Yin Buluo. It is easy for you to say, but your mate is the clan leader. If everyone perishes, he shall remain unharmed. Our mates, however, are not as formidable. Their fate would be sealed. Many females were instantly incensed by this remark, raising their hands to forcefully push the speaker to the ground. What do you mean by that? I tell you, our mates were killed by the Yin Buluo 6 months ago. Had they not fought valiantly to protect the tribe, how could you possibly have survived? In an instant, the crowd split into two factions, one advocating for the attack and the other opposing it. The discourse was laced with concerns for their loved one's safety. Enrin could not comprehend why they were still arguing. The decision had already been made, and it was too late for such discussions. Moreover, she feared that Chang Lu and Yilin had anticipated this very scenario upon their return. If they did not seize the moment, organizing an attack against the Yin Buluo would not be executed swiftly. Even if they managed to rally forces, they would likely miss the optimal opportunity. The incessant quarrel among the females was becoming increasingly nonsensical, and she felt a headache brewing. With a fierce shout, she declared, enough. Can we cease this clamor? Enrin's voice was loud, yet dissent lingered. The female who had been pushed to the ground stood up and turned to confront Enrin. It is easy for you. Your mate is the clan leader. If everyone else perishes, he remains unscathed. But our mates are not as powerful. Their demise is imminent if they go. At this, the females who had previously opposed were stirred into a frenzy. Indeed, the Yin Buluo is a formidable force that has thrived for countless years. Can our newly risen tribe truly prevail against them? However, the returning males were disinclined to hear such remarks. Had it not been for the clan leader's orders to return and deliver the news while seeking treatment, they would not have come back. They were males, eager to avenge their fallen kin. Nevertheless, their mates remained silent, suppressing their discontent. Anrin, however, could no longer tolerate it. Her gaze icy and stern as she fixed it upon the audacious female. Why do your mates risk their lives outside? Do you think it is merely about fighting? Is it solely about vengeance? Chiyu, Ching, and the other beastmen were perplexed by Anrin's words. If not for these reasons, then what could it be? They struggled to comprehend. To them, it was akin to a mere scuffle, one punch in retaliation for another kick. Anrin recognized their naivete and smirked, unafraid to enlighten them, as the tribe's growth depended on their knowledge. She did not mind imparting this wisdom in advance. Her eyes swept across everyone. Chonglu and Helin are fighting for our right to more territory. The Yin Bulyuo is merely 5 days away, a significant tribe. If we do not strike while they lack a leader and are in disarray, they will eventually regroup and retaliate against us. At this juncture, she pointed at each individual present with a cold smile. At that time, all of you, whether you or your offspring's offspring, shall inevitably live under the shadow of the Yin Bulyuo. We shall never know peace. Her words penetrated deeply into the hearts of all. They pondered, yearning for a better life, unwilling to return to the desolate existence of the past. Chapter 242. I miss you for a better life to materialize. They must become a formidable tribe, which would expose their position to the scrutiny of many surrounding tribes. With their current affluence, without a strong fist to guard them, any tribe could attempt to seize a peace. They could endure hardships themselves, but they could not bear to see their offspring suffer, for they represented their bloodline. The memories of the fearsome Yin Bulyuo invading during summer sent shivers down many female spines. The faces of the deceased cubs, females, and males haunted their thoughts daily. Just yesterday, they were vibrant and full of life, and now they were all gone. The females bowed their heads in unison, and Anrin recognized that they had grasped the gravity of the situation, choosing to remain silent. She simply turned to Tianyu beside her and instructed, "Take them down for treatment." Tianyu emerged from behind her, glancing at their exposed wounds, some with severed limbs and bodies covered in bruises. Quickly, to the shaman's quarters. "All females, come help." Upon hearing the shaman's command, numerous females stepped forward to assist. Anrin cast a glance at the remaining females, sighed, realizing that it was all for the sake of their loved ones' lives. Nothing was more paramount than the lives of family. You should return and prepare, awaiting the honorable return of your mates. With Chonglu absent, she could not allow the tribe to descend into chaos. Furthermore, a tribe without a leader was akin to a scattered pile of sand. She believed Chonglu and Helin would return soon. She merely needed to keep the tribe steady. Time passed, minute by minute, day by day. A month elapsed, and winter was nearing its end. Yet, Chonglu and Helin had not returned. Only a portion of the beastmen had returned a few days prior. Anrin paced back and forth in her room, refraining from displaying her anxiety before others, choosing instead to hide within the confines of her dwelling. After so many days, they were still absent. She took a deep breath, feeling a tightening sensation in her chest. Carrying her basket and stone hoe, she ventured to the wheat fields on the back mountain. After a winter's time, the greenery was indeed a pleasing sight. Anrin sat on a nearby rock, striving to keep her thoughts at bay as she gathered some sprouting wild vegetables. However, before she could reach the tribe's gates, she heard the lively sounds emanating from within. She hurried inside, and from a distance, she spotted Chonglu clad in a green bee-skin dress, standing atop a brick platform, pointing at a group of bound females below. "Any male from our Haiqing tribe without a mate may come forward to claim a female to take home." At this proclamation, many single males below erupted in cheers. Anrin quietly made her way to the back, returning home to set down her basket. She entered her bedroom, preparing to change into clean clothes. As she closed the door, just as she had taken off her garments, the door suddenly swung open. Startled, she let out a scream and instinctively crouched down. Turning her head, she immediately exhaled in relief, though her brows furrowed slightly. "Why are you so silent when you walk?" Chonglu had not anticipated finding her at home changing clothes. Yet having seen her, it seemed inappropriate not to act in some manner. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze intently fixed on her flat abdomen. With a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace and could not resist lowering his head for a kiss. A wave of warmth surged through Anrin's body, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to the kiss. They parted after a considerable time, her fingers tenderly tracing his elegantly arched brows, the strong contours of his nose, and his alluring lips. Why did you return only now? Chong Lu sensed her emotions. A satisfied smile gracing his lips as he firmly held the back of her head. Did you miss me? Yes. Enrin nodded without hesitation, her thoughts having nearly driven her to madness. If you hadn't come back soon, I would have gone to Yanbu Luo to find you. I want to see which female has you so captivated that you can't escape. The sharpness of her words brought joy to Chong Lu's heart. He had often remained silent while savoring her sentiments and felt it was time she tasted his own. However, he had no intention of embellishing the truth. There is nothing of the sort. It was merely He Lin trying to take over Yanbu Luo, which delayed me a bit. With that, he lowered his head to seal her lips, unilaterally concluding the topic. Suddenly, Enrin's mind cleared, and she delivered a sharp kick to his leg. Get off me. Chong Lu frowned, interrupted just as he had entered the mood. What is it? You haven't bathed. Wash up first. Upon hearing this, he chuckled softly, pinning Enrin down to prevent her from moving. How would you know if you don't give it a try? Leaning close to her sensitive ear, he gently blew warm breath. I just finished washing in the river this morning. Hearing this long-prepared confession, Enrin smiled slightly and wrapped her arms around his sturdy back. She inhaled gently and indeed detected a faint aroma of fresh grass. Moreover, Chong Lu would not lie about such matters. This time, however, He Lin had not returned with him, as his presence was needed to oversee the situation. Disdainfully, he pinched his nose while standing in the muddy square of Yanbu Luo. Burn all these caves with a great fire to eliminate the noxious fumes. Bai Chen nodded, covering his nose as he accepted the order and began preparing firewood. Everyone held their noses in disdain as they shoved wood inside. This stinks terribly. At this moment, a male voice spoke up. Bai Chun, what about the animal skins inside? Are we discarding them? Bai Chun glanced at He Lin. With so many animal skins, it would indeed be a waste to burn them. However, He Lin merely watched from a distance, stating, burn all but those from the back mountain cave. He was concerned about the possibility of lice infesting them and making a mess. Soon, the caves were filled with firewood, and Bai Chun ignited them one by one. The fierce flames erupted from the cave entrances, reducing everything inside to ashes. He Lin surveyed the vast tribe from afar, surprised to see how Yanbu Luo had vanished in just a few years. With this land secured, the matters of salt would no longer constrain Yanchi Luo. Enrin and Chong Lu, reunited after a long separation, did not emerge from the room until the next day. Stretching lazily, she prepared to eat breakfast before trying out the loom she had just constructed. Without the looming thread of Yanbu Luo at her side, Haiqing Luo had developed rapidly over the past year. A circle of dwellings had emerged outside the city walls, occupied by wandering beastmen seeking refuge. As long as they were willing to protect the safety of Haiqing Luo, they could receive a meal and a stable place to stay. This was a far superior situation compared to their previous years of hardship. Such a stable existence was the life they had long desired. It should be noted that these so-called wandering beastmen were once males from a certain tribe. Having survived the tribe's demise, were chosen to leave to alleviate the burden on their tribe's food supply. Some were the offspring of wandering beastmen, forced to follow their parents. No tribe was willing to take them in, as even the other tribes struggled to feed themselves. How could they possibly accommodate the numerous wandering males? Chapter 243, The True Trading Conference. Seasons changed swiftly. The inaugural trading conference for Haiqing Luo had finally arrived. Nuawa led a dozen males through the wind and snow, carrying a large haul of meat and animal skins, along with some unknown items. From afar, he spotted Enrin standing at the city gate. Enrin, we have brought our own goods for trade this time. You must find us a good spot. Upon hearing this, Enrin enthusiastically responded, May I see what you have? What is there to see? Nuawa quickly opened the animal skin bag, revealing a bounty of vibrant red sorghum seeds. Enrin reached in and grasped a handful. The grains were plump and robust, surprising her that their first trade could yield such a valuable item. This is sorghum. Is it abundant in your region? Nuawa felt a bit embarrassed discussing this, but upon observing Enrin's expression, he recognized its worth. He nodded yes. It was everywhere along the way. However, he would not disclose to Enrin that they only retrieved it during the winter months when food was scarce. While its flavor was acceptable, consuming too much would lead to discomfort. He had little else to offer, but Enrin and Chong Lu, the tribal leader, had asked them to bring something unique for the trading market. After pondering, he decided to prepare 2 bags of sorghum, as they were light and easy to carry. He never expected that upon arriving, the Qingshan tribe would have transformed. Having heard it was renamed Haiqing Luo to distinguish it from the previous Qingshan tribe, Enrin eagerly grasped the sorghum seeds in Nuawa's hand, wanted to purchase them immediately. However, If she bought everything she desired, there would be nothing left to display at the trading conference. She had to suppress her impatience and quickly find a suitable spot for New Awa. This year, for the sake of convenience, if you wish to trade for salt, you must first exchange your animal skins and meat for silver beans, which you will then use to trade for salt and other goods. New Awa, puzzled by Aaron's words, asked, "What are silver beans? Why must we exchange them?" Aaron did not wish to elaborate too much, as she would need to explain this to every tribe attending the conference, and further explanations would leave her hoarse. She simply replied, "These goods are too heavy to carry for trading. Exchanging them for silver beans will make it much easier." Upon hearing this, New Awa quickly understood. Indeed, carrying such a heavy load was inconvenient. "Where can we exchange them?" Aaron pointed toward the spot where Nyoli was located. "Just over there." New Awa turned and saw a large area on the other side of the market, already filled with animal skins and meat for exchanging silver beans. He immediately called for his companions to carry the goods over, cheerfully asking, "Brother Nyo, how do we exchange for silver beans?" Nyoli looked up and, upon seeing New Awa, smiled. "High-quality animal skins, 20 pieces for one bean. Average ones, 50 pieces for one bean. Low-quality ones are not accepted, as they are torn or dirty. For meat, it's 200 pounds for one silver bean. Do you wish to exchange?" Nova, noticing the ceramic pot beside him brimming with silver beans the size of fingernails, recognized their suitability for carrying. He had come for trading, so of course, he wanted to exchange. "I want to exchange." Nyoli waved his hand, prompting the nearby males to immediately begin sorting their belongings. With a large crowd present, it did not take long for them to organize their items. They had sorted 40 high-quality hides, 1,500 medium-quality hides, and 1,000 pounds of meat. Subsequently, they counted some silver beans from a bowl, a total of 37 silver beans. "Check if this is correct," he said. Nova calculated several times without error and smiled as he reached out to accept them. "No problem." Nyoli then pulled out a palm-sized black beast hide bag from behind him and handed it to him. "This is a special gift from our Haiching tribe for you to store your silver beans." Nova, who had been troubled about where to put these small beans, was pleasantly surprised that the Haiching tribe had directly provided a solution. The shining black fur of the bag looked promising. He slung it across his chest and patted it. "Let us go to our stall to trade." Upon returning to their stall, they organized their items at the back and displayed their sorghum. Soon, people began to come and go. Many had never witnessed such a scene and were filled with curiosity. They were astonished that such peculiar items existed in the world. Aaron watched the vendors and felt a strong desire to shop. Inspired by this thought, she hurried back to the tribe and dragged Chong Lu out of his office. "Darling, will you accompany me for a stroll today?" Chong Lu put down the sheepskin scroll in his hands. He had indeed accompanied Aaron very little up to this point, and since she had invited him so enthusiastically, he agreed. "All right." Aaron grabbed the large basket beside her and swung it onto his back. "Did you bring the silver beans?" Upon hearing this, Chong Lu realized she intended to trade items, gently tapping his smooth forehead with a smile. "Look at me, I'll go get them." They had accumulated a significant number of silver beans, making this a perfect opportunity to use them. He returned to his room, fastening the Rami pouch that Aaron had crafted to his waist. He playfully hugged Aaron's increasingly rounded shoulders, gently stroking them. "Today, feel free to trade for whatever you desire. Your husband has plenty of silver beans." Aaron was delighted by his generous words and lightly looped her arm around his wrist. "Yes, I knew you would be the best." They exited the tribe, and Aaron led him directly to Nova's stall. In a hushed tone, she informed Chong Lu, "This is sorghum. Not only can it be eaten, but it can also be crafted into something truly intoxicating." Chong Lu understood Aaron's nature better than anyone. She would never seek out useless items. "Buy it." The orc hearing this was taken aback, unsure of what to do. Nova had not explained how to trade for this item, merely suggesting they go out and take a look. Aaron smiled and proposed, "1 silver bean for all your sorghum." After all, there was no change here. The minimum purchase had to be at least 1 silver bean, certainly not half a bean. At this point, they had no concept of the weight of silver, and if exploited by unscrupulous individuals, it would be a loss for their Haiching tribe. Upon hearing that these seemingly worthless items could be worth a silver bean, the males remaining inside nodded excitedly. All right, it was worth noting that such items were abundant in their tribe, akin to weeds, only consumed when starved, otherwise ignored. Now, the thought that 2 small bags could be exchanged for a silver bean was astonishing. Just moments ago, when they traded for salt, it had cost them a single silver bean for 1 bag. Did that mean 2 bags of sorghum could be exchanged for 1 bag of salt? Chong Lu paid the silver bean. Have these items sent over to Nyoli and tell him it was a personal trade by Chong Lu. The male who had just received the silver bean quickly nodded upon hearing the instructions and had the items transported to avoid any potential regrets later. After all, this was a silver bean. Chapter 244 concluded as Anrin pulled him towards the next stall. Various items were on display, both familiar and unfamiliar. There were persimmons, oranges, and other fruits. Anrin purchased several oranges and persimmons, peeling one and feeding it to Chonglu. Is it sweet? Chonglu took a gentle bite, and the juice burst forth. Not as sweet as you. As they continued forward, the stalls became sparse. Anrin had browsed for quite a while. Although there weren't many items, it still felt like a pleasant shopping experience. Yet, she felt a lingering desire for more. Suddenly, a vibrant splash of red caught her eye. Turning her head, she felt an instant thrill. She jogged over to a display filled with flowers of all colors. Red, yellow, green, everything one could desire. She adored these blossoms, and upon looking up, she saw an elderly man with graying hair followed by 3 slender, dirt-covered males. Are all these flowers yours? The old beast man, upon being asked, nodded with a cheerful smile. All of them are ours, but we want to trade for salt. Anrin observed them, noting that they didn't even carry a bundle, indicating they likely had no hides or meat to exchange for silver beans. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a ragged state. Does your tribe have many of these flowers? Upon hearing this, the old beast man nodded vigorously. Indeed, our land is covered in blossoms, a veritable springtime all year round. However, it is mostly mountainous, with few trees, resulting in a scarcity of wild beasts, leading to a life of hardship. In previous years, we could exchange for 2 or 3 bags of salt, but due to the continuous exploitation by the Salt tribe, our numbers have plummeted to just a few dozen. Had it not been for their good relationship with a nearby tribe, hearing about such a trading market, they would not have come here. Chonglu produced 2 silver beans. This can be used to buy salt, and I will purchase these flowers. The old beastman had just heard from others that this could indeed be exchanged for salt, 1 bean equating to 1 bag. He was astonished that these seemingly worthless items could be traded for 2 bags of salt. Trembling with excitement, he stood up and took the silver beans with both hands. Thank you, thank you. Seeing him in such a state reminded Anrin of her elderly grandfather, hunched and trembling as he walked. It was evident that life in the tribe was tough. Otherwise, an old beast man like him would not have traveled such a distance. The 3 young males behind him, although youthful, had vacant eyes and sat silently, starkly contrasting with the other bustling orcs. Turning to Chonglu, Anrin took a silver bean from her pouch and handed it to the old man, smiling. You see, we can hardly take so much. Could you help us carry it to the entrance of the tribe? This silver bean could be considered a fee for your effort. The old beast man immediately shook his head in refusal. That won't do. You have already traded flowers with me. These are not precious. That you would trade with me is already a great honor. Please accept it. Otherwise, my partner will be uneasy. After saying this, Chonglu took the silver bean from Anrin's hand and pressed it into the old man's palm. Hurry and get the salt, or you might miss out on today's supply and have to wait until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the old beast man accepted it, realizing that delaying the salt exchange would be a grave mistake. They could not afford to linger like other tribes that carried many items, as there were people waiting for them outside, and they must not tarry too long. Once Anrin saw him accept it, she instructed the males behind them to hurry and move the items. She gently looped her arm around Chonglu's wrist again. They exchanged for some beautiful crystal raw stones and a few peculiar items. She held a stunning hexagonal prism that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Chonglu, look how beautiful it is. Today's greatest gain is the sorghum, but the most delightful treasures are the flowers and this. Anrin was truly elated, speaking to herself without requiring a response from Chonglu, content to have him as a faithful listener. As the two approached the entrance of the tribe, they beheld the meticulously arranged flora, and there stood the elderly orc with 3 sacks of freshly acquired salt at his feet. Upon noticing Chonglu and Anrin, he immediately knelt with a thud, his forehead touching the ground, pleading, "Please, chieftain, take us in." The utterance drew the attention of those nearby, who gathered around to gaze at the aged orc and the 3 diminutive males. Chonglu was acutely aware of the reasons behind their desire to join the Haiqing tribe, yet understanding did not equate to acceptance. Do you not have your own tribe? Why seek to join us? As he posed the question, the old orc began to weep profusely, his voice choked with emotion. It is my inadequacy. The Salt tribe has raised their prices for years, leading to a drastic decrease in our already small tribe's population. We can scarcely sustain ourselves. We have nowhere else to turn. Otherwise, we would not be imploring you. The surrounding tribespeople empathized with the elder, recalling their own losses and struggles for survival. The Saw tribe had prospered, but they had paid a heavy price in lives. Chonglu furrowed his brow. Your joining the Haichin tribe is not solely my decision. The old orc appeared bewildered. Had not the guarding orc stated that the chieftain was the one who purchased his flora? Who then had the final say? His gaze shifted to Anrin, who was intertwined with Chongliu's arm, and realization dawned upon him. He crawled towards her, still on his knees. Chieftain's wife, please accept us. Our tribe has dwindled to a mere dozen. If you do not take us in, we are as good as dead. These words rang true. Although they appeared peaceful before the Haichin tribe, the uncertainty of their fate beyond these walls loomed ominously. However, Anrin understood that Chonglu was inclined to absorb such a small tribe, yet she recognized that what is easily acquired tends to be undervalued. Even if the elder orc was frail and unsteady, Chonglu conveyed that the matter should be determined by their chieftain, for their chieftain's consent was paramount. Otherwise, a rift would form between the two tribes. No, I am a chieftain. I am a chieftain. The elder exclaimed with fervor, pointing to himself. We can barely survive. Please take us in. We can manage with just a pound of meat a day. Anrin exchanged a glance with Chonglu, took a deep breath, and agreed, very well. You four shall tend to the tribe's flowers, and the others will be arranged by the chieftain. The old orc, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. I shall bring the others in at once. With their departure, Anrin embraced a crabapple and a red plum tree, bringing them into the tribe. Upon reaching her doorstep, she dug 2 holes to plant them, hoping that with the arrival of spring, the trees would blossom in abundance. She gently touched the crabapple, which already bore buds, and mused, Chonglu, what do you think this tree will look like in decades? Will it not have grown tremendously? Chonglu took her hand, plucked a vibrant flower from the nearby red plum tree, and delicately tucked it behind his ear, smiling softly. I cannot foresee the fate of these trees. However, I know that when the time comes, we shall bask in the sun beneath their shade, you with hair as white as snow and a face adorned with wrinkles, while I shall age alongside you. Anrin's eyes glistened with unshed tears at his declaration. No words could rival the beauty of enduring companionship. The sudden surge of emotion left her momentarily disoriented, and she playfully retorted, I am younger than you, so you shall age first. At that moment, a group of children dashed past, their exuberant laughter momentarily blinding Anrin and Chonglu. In the blink of an eye, the children, accompanied by their own little ones, frolicked in the snow, engaging in snowball fights, reveling in their joy. Anrin looked at Chonglu, noticing that despite the passage of time, his hair retained more color than hers, and the lines on his face were fewer. The once handsome visage bore the marks of time, yet remained unchanged in essence. Dear husband, have you consumed some elixir of youth? Why do you not age? I can hardly wait. Chonglu held her close by the window, gazing at the blooming red plums outside. You are not aging either. Why should I? He added with a teasing note, if I grow old, what if you find me unworthy? Anrin's lips curled into a smile, knowing he would respond in such a manner. She gazed at his profile. It seems we might encounter each other in the next life. Chonglu dared not look down at her, for Sweet Rain had foretold that Anrin's condition would worsen in these days, and he feared that a mere glance would bring forth tears. Instead, he held her tightly, wishing to merge their beings and extend his life into hers. Anrin, sensing his gaze fixed on the outside, felt a pang of jealousy. Is the outside truly so captivating? Yet, Chonglu continued to avert his eyes, his head turned away. She playfully pouted, snuggling into his embrace, feigning indifference, yet the strength of his grip revealed his silent sorrow. She spoke softly, Husband, do not be disheartened. To pass away without pain, as I might, is a form of happiness as well. Could you not look at me, kiss me? I miss you dearly. Chonglu discreetly wiped his tears before turning to smile. What nonsense! I'm not old. You must not leave me. Do you understand? He then lowered his head to press his lips against her cold, pale ones. However, in the next moment, he felt the hand that had clutched his garment slip away. Unable to contain his tears any longer, they cascaded down, falling onto Anrin's face, forming a line of sorrow that dripped onto his arm. He had always believed he would be the one to walk ahead, yet he never anticipated that Anrin would lead the way. Without you, what purpose does my existence hold? Chonglu retrieved the cherished bone knife that Anrin had always treasured, the very first gift he had bestowed upon her, which she had carried ever since. He grasped the knife tightly, raising it to plunge it into his own heart, his brow furrowing slightly, but feeling no pain. At 60 years of age, he felt he had lived enough. He was the only one in the tribe to reach such an age. Anshin, Anruo, and Ankong were outside, playing with their partners and children. After a time, Anruo, feeling parched, entered to drink some warm water. As she approached, she noticed her parents sitting quietly by the window, utterly still. A light laugh escaped her lips. These two had aged yet remained so affectionate. It's too cold outside. Let me close the window for you. However, as she drew near, the strong scent of blood assailed her senses. Turning her head, she was met with the horrifying sight of her parents lifeless. In a state of despair, she cried out, "Ah, father, mother, why do you not wake up?" The commotion drew others in, and, as the snow-laden wind blew outside, a plum blossom petal gently landed upon Anrin's snow-white hair. Snowflakes had settled upon their eyelashes, glistening and pure, reminiscent of their love, faithful and everlasting. The end.